the year 2088, the spiritual energy on Earth begins to recover, allowing humans to harness this power to awaken latent abilities hidden within them, while his friends awaken extraordinary talents. This young man finds himself with the ability to transform. But the twist: his transformation turns him into the weakest creature, a white rabbit. In this, it is clear to all beasts that only the strong survive on Earth, and here he is, a fragile white rabbit, just waiting for fate to tear him apart. For example, today while strolling down the street, he stumbles upon a female streamer broadcasting live, even in the middle of a busy market. She is dressed in the most revealing attire. She is so eye-catching that countless men walking by are left nose bleeding, including our poor rabbit. His rabbit ears perk up in embarrassment, and because of those rabbit ears, the female streamer locks her gaze on him with a mischievous intention. She makes a bet with her fans that if she can knock down a guy on the street within a minute, they have to gift her a rocket. And guess who she has in her sights? That is right, our rabbit boy. She figures a guy who is turned into a rabbit must be a total weakling. As she approaches him, teasingly, he is already at a loss. He is not used to interacting with girls, let alone one as stunning as her, dressed to the nines. He is totally blindsided and has not even registered what her intentions might be. Suddenly, she pulls off a quick move and knocks him down. It all happens in the blink of an eye. Getting humiliated out of nowhere leaves him feeling both pain and shame. Meanwhile, the streamer is reveling in her victory, racking up gifts from fans, while he grits his teeth and struggles to get back up. But his bad luck is not over yet. Before he can even stand straight, a truck slams into him, sending him flying far away. The driver pokes his head out, not only refusing to apologize but also hurling insults. As he gets tossed through the air, he can't help but curse his own bad luck. It is not just today. His entire life has been a series of unfortunate events. When he finally lands, every part of his body aches like he has shattered every rib. But that driver does not care about his well-being. He gets out of the truck demanding compensation. Because today, the guy just happened to hit a hapless rabbit. And that rabbit is him. Lying on the ground, blood oozes from his nose and mouth. The driver thinks he is faking it, so he uses his strength to deliver one more brutal attack. Already battered from the truck, he is now facing a savage blow from this awakened thunder user. Feeling like his body has reached its limit, he thinks he is about to kick the bucket. But he is not ready to give up. If only his talent was not turning into a rabbit. If only he could be strong like others. In that life or death moment, it seems like fate takes pity on him. And then, something miraculous happens. He is struck by a mysterious surge of power. It had searched for a suitable host for 35 million years. And now it has chosen the frail white rabbit that is him. Just when he thought it was game over, the space around him suddenly shifts. He is pulled into a digital realm that feels like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Surrounding Lamb there were countless simulation windows filled with confusing terms like perspective, professional unlocking, hybridization, and awakening the space. Before Lambtho could even process this bizarre situation, a voice suddenly boomed. Robots 9527 is ready to serve you, Master. And just like that, he has got another clueless ally on his hands. What the heck? What robots? Which master? Lambtho was so shocked he was almost speechless. But Robots 9527 quickly stepped in to explain. You are the most suitable host it has detected in nearly 35 million years. So just now, after that driver turned you into a pancake, it used all its power to bring you back to life. After realizing he was not dead yet and had accidentally gained a system, Lambtho's eyes lit up. Finally, he understood what all those simulation windows around him were. Those are skills. Skills that fell from the sky. So wait, if I am not dead, then all these 13 skills are mine to choose from. Don't get your hopes up. The system promptly splashed cold water on him. Robots 9527 continued to enlighten him, saying it could help Lambtho awaken a new skill every day. But that skill can only be random because after reviving Lambtho, it spent a ton of energy. And since its host is you, who does not have enough energy to actively choose skills, it is stuck with the random option. Just when Lambtho was having a mini celebration, he got doused with ice-cold reality. This stupid system could not find him 2 minutes earlier, and now it is waking up random skills. Just imagine once he escapes this system space, he will walk away with a skill that is about as useful as a wet noodle. Then that driver will be back to beat him up again, and he will be dead for real this time. What is the point of 9527 saving him then? Dear host, it is time to make a decision. Do you want to awaken a skill right now? With the robots urging, Lambtho had no choice but to agree. He did have a shot at living again. Well, let us give it a shot. Who knows? He might just wake up with a good skill, and lo and behold, the heavens actually heard Lambtho's desperate pleas. He drew and Seth's skill called Skill Enhancement on his very first try. This could help Lambtho enhance his existing skills. As the skill drawing process wrapped up, Lam Thu left the system space and woke up back in reality. The driver was completely shocked to see him alive after his electric shock attack. Even more surprising was seeing Lam Thu, who he just smashed up, now bursting with energy, jumping over 10 meters high with ease. That is because Lam Thu had used the enhancement skill on his base skill, Rabbit Jump. As a result, his leg strength was boosted, and his jumping and attack capabilities were significantly improved. Lam Thu soared high, over 10 meters, and landed right on the driver's truck. His powerful landing bent the vehicle like a soda can. The driver immediately freaked out. "You little punk, you dare treat my baby like that? You must be tired of living." That old car was already a piece of junk. But how could he pass up the chance to play the victim? He originally wanted to charge in and settle the score with Lam Thu to vent his anger. But to his surprise, the kid calmly said, "That guy over there is just asking for trouble." As soon as Lam Thu finished speaking, he landed a hit on his opponent. With enhanced strength, his legs transformed from weak to extraordinarily powerful. Just one kick, using only a fraction of his power, sent that driver flying nearly 10 meters away. This left the nearby streamer utterly shocked. After dealing with that guy, he did not forget to handle her too, since she was the one who humiliated him right in the street, which led to him being hit by that driver. The moment she saw Lam Thu approaching, she was in full-blown panic mode, crying and backing away. "Don't come any closer." Lam Thu was not about to let her off the hook that easily. He activated his enhancement skill to boost his original skill, the Rabbit Fist. With his hands powered up, both the impact and speed of his strikes increased dramatically. But still, Lam Thu was a real man. He had no intention of hitting a weak girl in front of everyone. So instead, Lam Thu used his hand speed to rip at her clothes, scaring her half to death. Of course, Lam Thu did not tear everything off. He left enough to cover the important bits. The girl, completely terrified, fainted right there. Lam Thu then draped his jacket over her. After all, being half naked outside was a bad look for the city. He grabbed her phone since the live stream was still going. Her fans witnessed the whole scene and started tearing into Lam Thu. Luckily, he was already used to the insults. Ignoring it all, he held the phone up to his face and declared loudly, "I am only saying this once. Listen up, I am the rabbit. Your grandpa." This incident quickly became a hot topic on social media. The girl, named Train was quite popular online, and Lam Thu's classmates quickly recognized him as the weak little bunny from Tron N's livestream. So today, when he arrived at class, a bunch of girls rushed up to him. "Bunny, is that really you? You went viral on social media. You are seriously so handsome. We all watched the live stream yesterday." Lam Thu felt a bit flustered. After showcasing his skills, both the driver and the streamer had to apologize to him in shock. They did not dare underestimate the fact that he had unlocked the bunny transformation skill. It was all thanks to the system's abilities. Speaking of which, Lam Thu remembered that he had not drawn a new skill today, so he called out Robot 9527. Unlike yesterday, today he only got an A-level skill called Geo, similar to the Heavenly Realm. Forget about the skill level. Even the name was misleading. Lam Thu thought it was some kind of power that would help him sweep up all the beautiful girls in the Heavenly Realm. No problem, but the system shattered that dark fantasy. In reality, the Geo skill was just a way for Lam Thu to master all the techniques related to seed planting. No matter how tough the seeds are, once they are in your hands, they will definitely sprout and thrive. After hearing this, Lam Thu felt utterly disappointed and began to angrily lash out at the system. If that is the case, we could just call that skill Seed Geo. Why does it have to be called Heavenly Seed Geo to confuse everyone? Lam Bunny. A bothersome voice pulled Lam Thu out of his rage over the system's unfairness. The voice belonged to Lainam, his classmate who always bullied him. Han is an awakened old-school wind type, level 4 bronze star. The moment Lam Thu saw Han, he knew right away that Han was not going to say anything nice. Sure enough, Lainam opened his mouth to say some really nasty things. "I see you getting all this attention from the girls. It is a pity you still have to deliver food after class. If not, let me introduce you to a more suitable job. With some good luck, you could be making thousands in a day." Lainam sounded sincere. But Lam Thu did not believe that this bully would actually want to help him find a gig like that. A bit skeptical, he asked, "What job?" "Working at that club," came the reply. "With your looks, I bet every customer at the club would flip your card over." In other words, Lainam was trying to set Lam Thu up to be a male escort at a nightclub. This was clearly an attempt to humiliate him in front of the class. Lam Thu knew he would not suddenly become nice, so he did not rush to get angry. Instead, he continued to ask, "I see. So the Great Lai is a regular there. Truly a man of wealth." Lainam was thrown off by Lam Thu's compliments and could only feel his ears burn. Without thinking, he nodded and said, "Of course." However, When he heard the giggles from his classmates, he realized he had let something slip and quickly backtracked. How could I ever go to a place like that? Seeing Lei Nam's flustered expression, Lam Thu felt immensely satisfied, while Ben kept pouring fuel on the fire to embarrass him further. Lei Nam, embarrassed to the point of rage, wanted to teach Lam Thu a lesson, but before he could make a move, the teacher walked into the classroom. You dare to fight at school? Fighting at school means facing punishment. Plus, being caught red-handed by the teacher like this. Lei Nam certainly did not dare to say anything more. Everyone sit down. The homeroom teacher walked up to the podium and commanded fiercely. The students, including Ben, obediently returned to their seats. Today, he had two important announcements to make to the class. First, next week, they would have the city-wide knowledge test for the third time, and everyone needed to study hard to achieve high scores. Second, those awakened with abilities like Lam Thu and Lei Nam would have a special competition. Big names would come to observe, and their performance would directly impact their chances of getting into Lingwu University. As soon as Lam Thu heard the words Lingwu University, he was fully awake. All awakened ones like him knew about this university, because after the spiritual energy was restored, Earth entered a new era, and Lingwu University was established to nurture high-potential awakened abilities. Since the school's teaching resources are limited, the number of enrolled students is also restricted. Hence, the ability competition was launched, becoming one of the criteria to assess which students qualify for admission. In the past, Lam Thu never dared to dream of getting into Lingwu University because he only awakened a mediocre absorption talent, and being a rabbit, his potential was just average, sitting at a 2-star bronze level. But now, Lam Thu has the 9527 robot in his hands, and he can awaken a new skill every day. Therefore, he started dreaming of one day stepping into this prestigious university. Thinking about this, Lam Thu boldly raised his hand, eager to ask the teacher more about the rules of the ability competition. However, before Lam Thu could even open his mouth, the teacher coldly splashed a bucket of cold water on him. Lam Thu, do not even think about entering that competition. Your potential is too poor. You will just embarrass our school. The teacher's words hit Lam Thu like a 1,000-pound stone to the head, but that did not break his rising spirit. Lam Thu was still determined to register for the exam. With 9527's support, not trying would be a waste. He insisted on signing up for the competition. Yet the teacher firmly opposed him, claiming his abilities were too mediocre. Using the excuse of protecting the school's honor, he blocked Lam Thu from entering the contest, which annoyed him greatly. Those disdainful eyes of the rich kids on this poor teen. Just wait until I awaken those 13 killer skills. I will make sure to show you all up, Lam Thu thought, seeing Lam Thu's frustrated expression. The homeroom teacher reconsidered for a moment. Perhaps he felt it was unreasonable to block Lam Thu, so he changed his approach. If you can make it into the top 10 in the city-wide competition, I will give you a chance to enter. Lam Thu's grades had always been at the bottom. Therefore, this condition from the teacher was hardly different from outright blocking him from entering the ability competition. Fine, Lam Thu replied without hesitation. It is settled then. Let my results do the talking. He never thought he could break into the top 10 of the city. But that was before. Now, no matter what, Lam Thu had to get into Lingwu University. After school, Lam Thu rushed out of the school gates. His grades were indeed very important, but the tuition after getting into university was also sky high, so every afternoon after school, he worked part-time delivering fast food. Although the pay was low, every little bit he saved counted. But today, just as he bolted out of the school gates, he was nearly run over by a luxury car. Moreover, the person stepping out of the car was a stunning beauty. The most important thing was that after getting out, she looked straight at him and asked, "Are you that little rabbit?" Lam Thu had no idea who she was or why she was looking for him, but the other boys nearby quickly recognized her as Kun Chan Chan, the city's famous goddess known by every guy in the class. Being called Little Bunny by the school beauty hit Lam hard. I mean, come on. He is a passionate guy. What is left of his pride after that? Plus, she is not just any girl, she is a stunning beauty. He took a few deep breaths, trying to salvage his image, even pulling out his WeChat code right in front of her. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lam, and Little Bunny is not my name. You can call me classmate Lam. Here's my contact info. Just scan it. Do not be shy. Before Tan Tranquin could say anything, the girl next to her giggled. Little Bunny, you really know how to put on a show. Lam Thu finally realized that this girl was the popular streamer everyone talked about. She even brought back Lam's jacket, reminding him to keep her streaming fame a secret. The two whispered back and forth, making it hard for Tan Tranquin not to roll her eyes. Seriously? Ming Ming, are you really bragging about that guy who just awakened his beast form? She came here because Ming Ming boasted about meeting a guy with a super strong beast transformation. But now that she has seen Lam's goofy demeanor, Tan Tranquin is not buying it. Let me. This beauty is not just the school queen. She is also an ice-type awakener. With her silver star rank, she is at the top of her class every year. Never dropping a rank, she is a total genius. Seeing Tan Tranquin looking skeptical, Ming Ming quickly defended Lam. I saw it with my own eyes. Little Bunny totally took down a guy with a Thunder Awakening at the bronze 2-star level. So his opponent was just a bronze 2-star. Tan Tranquin looked a bit let down. But if Bunny can crush someone at the same level, he is obviously way stronger than a 2-star. Ming Ming eagerly added. Lam wanted to show off a bit in front of the goddess, so he was ready to flaunt some basic moves. But Tan Tranquin did not seem interested anymore. After waiting for Ming Ming to return the jacket, she seemed ready to leave. Lam Thu felt reluctant to watch the beauty disappear without even getting her contact info. He quickly called out to her. Hey, where are you rushing off to? Little sis, why do not we find a quiet place to discuss some knowledge? Discuss? You sure about that? Lam Thu originally just meant to flirt, but Tan Tranquin looked super uncomfortable. She took his discuss as a challenge, and she has never turned down a challenge before. The thing is, Lam Thu was only a bronze 2-star. While she was a silver 1-star, the gap was pretty wide. So instead of fighting, Tan Tranquin suggested they settle it with an essay in the city-wide test next week. The stakes Tan Tranquin proposed were that if Lam Thu won, she would take back all those snarky comments she just made. Plus, he could demand one condition from her. She laid down such a comfortable condition because she thought Lam Thu had no chance of beating her. Totally fine. I am just following the goddess's orders. Or rather, following Tran Tran's orders. Seeing Lam Thu call her Tran Tran so affectionately right after meeting, Tam I knew was filled with disdain. Even so, she quickly reminded Lam Thu that Tan Tran Tran was the top student in the whole city. But before she could finish her sentence, Tran Tran had already pulled her away. Even if she had managed to finish, Lam Thu would stubbornly refuse to back down. If you win, you get to make any request from the goddess. Right. How could you pass up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? After they left, Lam Thu received a message. An urgent order from a client, but the important part of the order read, I am about to get beaten up. Help. Hurry to save me at the Phoenix Internet Cave. Price is up to you. The more people you bring, the better. Out of that long order, Lam Thu only focused on the 4 words. Price is up to you. Without a second thought, he jumped in his car and sped off. Boss, I am on my way. The emergency order was placed by Zhang San, a 9-star bronze level treatment awakener. He was currently dragged into an alley next to the Phoenix Internet Cave by 2 big guys who were beating him up. Zhang San was all alone, and his opponents were both aggressive and outnumbered, so he could only beg for mercy while cradling his head. But his attackers showed no signs of stopping until Lam Thu burst into the alley with a baseball bat in hand. He shouted, You guys really should not be doing this. What age are we living in to bully others like this? Don't you know karma's coming for you? Being aggressive was one thing, but his face clearly displayed arrogance. The thugs immediately released Zhang San and turned their attention toward Lam Thu. At a glance, he could tell these guys were not to be messed with. But before coming here, Lam Thu had already called for backup. With a snap of his fingers, a group of over 10 delivery guys showed up, each one looking fierce and ready for action. All right, we are here. Who do you want to take down? Which punk dares to show off on our turf? You must be tired of living. What did we expect? Turns out it is just 2 guys. We could practically shove them between our teeth. Just one spit from each of them would probably be enough to take those thugs down, let alone fighting. They knew they stood no chance against such a large group. In the 36 strategies, fleeing was the best option. Seeing this, Zhang San was overjoyed and immediately rushed to Lam Thu's legs, who knew that ordering fast food would lead to meeting the boss of this turf. He then turned towards the 2 thugs who were running for their lives, yelling loudly to intimidate them. Don't let me see your faces again. Otherwise, if I see you again, I will have my big brother deal with you. Lam, though, unexpectedly turned into Zhang San's big brother, could not help but feel a bit annoyed as Zhang San wiped his tears and snot all over him. But after seeing Zhang San pull out his phone and transfer him a whopping 30,000 yuan for his fee, he no longer saw him as a loser. Just how huge is 30,000 yuan for Lin Shu? Earlier, he called people to come help, promising to pay each person 100 yuan. Altogether, calling dozens of people only cost him a few thousand yuan. The remaining money is already enough to cover his college tuition. My name is Zhang San, a student at No. 1 high school. From now on, he will be my big brother. If my big brother tells me to go east, I absolutely won't dare to go west. Zhang San was saved by Lin Shu, instantly elevating him to a godlike status in his eyes. And Lin Shu, who was in need of money, suddenly got a golden opportunity. So he was more than happy to call him brother. All right. Little brother, tell me, how did you end up messing with those jerks? At this point, Zhang San felt a bit embarrassed. The main reason is that while gaming, He pretended to be a girl to marry another player, even using a voice changer. Today, that player insisted on meeting up. Zhang San planned to meet once to clarify the situation and conveniently apologize. Unexpectedly, he brought along another guy, and before he could even apologize, he got beaten up. Thankfully, Lin Shu arrived just in time. Lin Shu did not know what to say in this situation, just smiled awkwardly and brushed it off. After successfully rescuing Zhang San, he bid him farewell to continue running other errands. Zhang San wanted to escort Lin Shu in his sports car, but of course, he declined. On the way back, Lin Shu was in a fantastic mood. Today was his lucky day. He met his goddess, Zhang Zheng, and pocketed over 20,000 yuan for himself. Money was not something he had to worry too much about anymore, so he treated himself to a day off work, instead spending time prepping for the upcoming competition, thinking he might just have a shot at winning over the goddess. That night, Lin Shu stayed up all night studying. He had never pushed himself like this for his studies, so the next morning, Lin Shu felt like all his energy had been drained, and he could barely open his eyes. But today, the teacher would be reducing the key points on the exam, so he forced himself to wake up, as it was a new day. Lin Shu also did not forget to call Robot 9527 to draw a new skill, but he called at the exact moment it was sleeping, so Lin Shu got a scolding. Damn it. The system can sleep too, Lin Shu muttered, wanting to finish quickly so it could go back to sleep. Robot 9527 immediately conducted the draw, and luck was on Lin Shu's side again today. The skill he received was See It. Remember It. This could help him memorize everything he would ever seen, even if just once, although it was not too useful in battle. For someone like Lin Shu preparing for exams, it was the perfect ace up his sleeve. Lin Shu was so happy he forgot his fatigue, flipping through pages non-stop. Every physics formula was instantly imprinted in his mind, making him unable to stop smiling, whether it was images, text, or even punctuation. Lin Shu could remember it just by glancing at it. With this skill in hand, he would not have to stress about studying like he did last night anymore. The teacher had noticed Lin Shu's unusual attitude in class, so without a word, he marched straight down and slammed his hands on the table, making the kid jump. Lam though. Pay attention, he shouted. Ah yes. Lam though startled and nearly jumped out of his seat. You have got some guts. Ah. Here you are wasting time on literature while reading physics openly. What are you grinning about? You fool. Lam though felt like his homeroom teacher was piercing right through him, but honestly, nothing could ruin his good mood. That skill of his was just too awesome. Even if the teacher yelled a bit more, he would still be on cloud 9. With your current grades, how can you still be smiling? The teacher continued to scold him relentlessly. Did you forget that if you do not make it into the top 10 in the citywide exam next week, you won't qualify for the special talent competition? Honestly, he forgot because it was just that simple. Lam Thu scratched his head and replied. His nonchalant attitude was driving the homeroom teacher crazy. Sure, any student could say something simple, but coming from Lam Thu, it was a real shocker. He used to doze off after just a few minutes of writing during literature exams. Not to mention, this time around, the number of memorized essays was off the charts. The teacher kept hovering around, and Lam Thu was starting to get annoyed. Earlier, he would given each student a literature book that contained all the material they needed to study. Lam Thu handed the book to the teacher and asked if he could challenge him with anything from that book. He had only skimmed through it once before, but thanks to his godly memory skill, all the content was already locked in his brain. The teacher naturally thought he was just joking, so he continued to urge Lam Thu to give up any hope of joining the talent competition as soon as possible. With his ability to transform into a rabbit, he would just be a laughingstock, embarrassing the school in the process. Don't underestimate me. Teach. Stop wasting your breath. Let us get on with it. Lam Thu waved his hand, clearly losing his patience. Seeing how determined he was, the teacher decided to go along with it. Fine. Let us start with something simple. What is the second half of the line hippie fairies? Let me know. That is easy. It is Bao Menengai Nong Trung Trung, right? Teacher. The teacher was utterly shocked. Normally, Lam Thu could barely remember half a verse, yet today he recited it flawlessly. What was going on? Looks like you got lucky. Let us try the next one. The teacher was fired up and ready to compete. But as soon as he read the first character of the line, Lam Thu jumped in. Stop. No need to continue. In N beat he fi a. And o nen he. Of all the classical texts we need to memorize, this is the only one that starts with a ton. The teacher was severely shaken, and the classmates were wide-eyed in disbelief. Because of a little push, the homeroom teacher even threw in a classic line that was not in the study material. Unfortunately, you read it last night, so you can still see the clues. Let us leave it here. Classmates, see you at the special abilities exam. Lam Thu left the classroom in high spirits, leaving the teacher completely knocked out. Fuming with anger behind him, the citywide ability test happened shortly after, and before long, The results were publicly announced. Students from high school No. 18 were utterly shocked to find out that their school produced the citywide top scorer this time. Moreover, the one who knocked the goddess Tan Chan Chan off her throne was none other than the weakest awakener. Lam though. Lai Nam stared at the announcement board for a long time, seemingly unable to believe his eyes when he saw Lam Thu in first place. How is this even possible? He shouted, life is unpredictable. Ups and downs are just part of the game. Lam Thu stood next to him, waving his hand nonchalantly while catching his breath. As expected, that newly acquired ability helped him snag the top spot, leaving Lai Nam so furious he could have passed out. But no matter how mad he got, Lam Thu just did not care. With the agreement with the homeroom teacher complete, he was now qualified to participate in the next exam. It was time for him to focus on studying his opponents for the upcoming Special Abilities competition. 10 days later, the competition for Awakeners officially kicked off. The atmosphere was buzzing because everyone was eager to witness the rise of new young talents. Just as the homeroom teacher said, this time's participants were all big shots, including representatives from military zone No. 30, top university principals from across the nation, and leading global businesses. After they took their places in the stands, Awakeners from 13 high schools joined the competition, and the top performer from the last knowledge test was also invited to the field. Today, Tan Chan Chan was not in a good mood, to put it mildly. Anyone could see that. It is understandable because she had always been the city's top scorer, and now she had lost her #1 spot to someone else. Moreover, that someone was a weak little bunny. Lam Thu stepped onto the competition stage and immediately spotted Tan Chan Chan. He greeted her, but the beautiful girl's attitude was extremely hostile. Tan Chan Chan thought Lam Thu was there to settle a score with her, which only made her angrier. Fine. According to our bet, you won. If you have any requests, just spit it out. Lam Thu smiled back. I thought something was bothering the great Tan beauty. If it was just a bet, I was only joking. Do not take it to heart. How about treating me to a meal instead? Or I can treat you if you would prefer. Seeing Lam Thu so relaxed, Tan Chan Chan felt even more embarrassed. She had always been proud, looking down on everyone, yet now, she had to lower herself and apologize for previously calling him weak. Tan Chan Chan's attitude was clearly a mix of reluctance and embarrassment. But in Lam Thu's eyes, she transformed into a cute girl in love, scoring a solid 100 on the adorable scale. Before he could respond to Tan Chan Chan, the two were caught by the competition's live camera. Out of nowhere, a reporter jumped in, and their teasing tone only made the stunning beauty, Tammy, blush even harder. Is not this the champion and runner-up of the citywide competition? Who would have thought they would be together like this? Lam Thu had not reacted yet, but Tan Chan Chan's hair was standing on end from embarrassment. What do you mean together? No way. Absolutely not. Seeing the goddess's fierce attitude, the contest mentee decided to stop poking fun at her. Instead, they turned their attention to Lam Thu, speaking in an aggressive tone. I hear this champion is a low-level beast awakener, and on top of that, a little white rabbit. It is impressive to have the guts to compete when you are that weak. Lam Thu knew they were teasing him, but he was used to this kind of banter. So instead of getting mad, he shot back with confidence. Not only did I dare to compete, but I am also going to take home the championship. Lam Thu's words made the audience burst into tears from laughter, because even if he was the real champion of the knowledge competition, that did not mean he would be the champion of the superpower contest. They all thought Lam Thu must have crammed so much knowledge into his head that he had lost his mind to say something so ridiculous. To hear the word champion come out of the mouth of such a weak, little white rabbit was unbelievable. Lam Thu ignored their reactions, snatched the mic from the mess, and boldly declared in front of the live camera, I do not have much to say, just one thing. I am #1. So pray for your favorite competitor. I hope they do not run into me. As he said this, Lam Thu raised his finger defiantly. This gesture was clearly a challenge to the entire audience. The MC quickly yanked the mic back, not letting him ramble on anymore. But what Lam Thu had just said was clear. Everyone heard it. The audience and other competitors felt insulted because Lam Thu, being just a low-level beast awakener, dared to look down on others like that. No matter how much they yelled at him, Lam Thu just pretended he could not hear. They will see how strong he really is when he steps into the ring later. To ease the tense atmosphere, the MC quickly explained the competition rules. This competition operates in a knockout format. Contestants will draw lots for one-on-one matches on the arena. The winners advance, and the losers are eliminated. This time, there are a total of 257 contestants. The organizers have sent the competition codes to the competitors' phones, and since the number of participants is odd, one contestant will randomly advance to the next round. The drawing process will occur live in front of everyone, and the lucky number is 66, which just so happens to be Lam Thu. Those who hated him had even more reason to grind their teeth. They thought Lam Thu was weak and lucky, while Lam Thu continued to pretend he was oblivious. If fate wanted him to save his strength for the later rounds, he would graciously comply. Each match will take place on 4 arenas. And D. Lam Thu only caught the announcement that Tan Chan Chan would be competing in the first round, but before he could even see her in the new arena, the audience's cheers had already faded away. It was a clean sweep. She showed up and dominated. Right after that, the MC announced that Tan Tran Tran had won her first match. The other Awakeners were not too surprised, because for a long time, Tan Tran Tran had been famous as a rising star among the new generation of Awakeners. As for Lam, this was the first time he witnessed the goddess's abilities up close, and he could not help but break into a sweat. In fact, Tan Tran Tran's successful debut put a bit of pressure on Lam Thu. He did not want to fall behind the goddess, so he buried himself in studying the next opponents, determined to beat them and become her equal. 10 minutes later, Lam Thu really could not focus anymore. The flashy skills of the other contestants were putting him to sleep. To shake off this drowsiness, Lam Thu had to call out Robot 9527 to get to work, although it was his personal system. Lately, he felt like it had been slacking off, even refusing to chat with him. Robot 9527 was not in the mood for small talk either. It dove straight into the skill lottery. For the past few days of studying at home, the system had been giving Lam the low-level farming skills, making him feel like this lame system was all it could offer. Yet today, at the competition, it drew in's rank skill for Lam Thu that nearly brought him to tears. The skill was called Body Enhancement, and its function was just as the name suggested. Lam Thu was incredibly eager and immediately began the enhancement process. Once this was initiated, he entered the digital space created by the system. Here, every muscle in his body was recreated, becoming more powerful. The effectiveness of this skill left Lam Thu himself in shock, exceeding all his expectations. With a physique like a powerhouse, Lam Thu felt even the goddess Tan Tran Tran would have to fall for him. In the next round of matches, they continued to draw a lucky contestant to be exempt from fighting because several contestants had dropped out during the first round. The number of participants still advancing was odd. And unbelievably, this time they drew number 66, Lam Thu's number. His luck did not stop there. On the second day of competition, Lam Thu's name was still called when drawing for a lucky contestant to be exempt. By the third day, he still had not fought, breezing into the top 35 without breaking a sweat, so much so that the Messe had to come interview Lam Thu about his continuous exemptions. Honestly, I do not want to jinx it, he said. To be honest, my big sword is itching to hit the arena. Hearing Lam Thu say that, the contestants who were struggling to fight for their spot were getting frustrated, especially Li Nan. They started to think that Lam Thu was being favored, and therefore did not have to go through the qualifiers, going straight into the top 35. If he got exempted again, they would definitely explode with anger. After some reflection, Li Nam angrily snatched the microphone from the Misi's hand. He expressed his frustration that while he was fighting tooth and nail, Lam Thu was treating the arena like an amusement park. We have fought through countless battles to earn our spot, and this chicken has not even stepped into the ring yet, still thinks it is on our level. I am not having it if Lam Thu can continue to get a free pass. I will willingly withdraw from this competition. Li Nam's statement left both the audience and the MC at the scene absolutely stunned. They never expected a competitor to make it this far and willingly forfeit their spot, just to force Lam Thu into the ring. Everyone believed his luck had run out, and he could not dodge the fight this time. Little did they know, Lam Thu was actually feeling pretty grateful to Li Nam for giving him the chance to showcase his skills. In Lam Thu's first match, his opponent was contestant number 88, named Loyan, a lightning awakener at the 8-star bronze level. He seemed pretty formidable because when he stepped onto the stage, the audience felt certain that this time Lam Thu would be taken out in one blow. Loyan was not exactly humble either. As soon as he hit the stage, he made a throat-cutting gesture to warn Lam Thu. Faced with such a cold attitude, Lam Thu could only let out a deep sigh. He is just a little bunny who has been getting free passes for 3 whole days, so it is no surprise he is being targeted. Right, Lam Thu. Loyan spoke up, his tone dripping with arrogance. Your luck has run out. And in the first round, you are up against me. Talk about a real stroke of bad luck. Once the match starts, you won't even get a chance to show off, because I am going to take you down in the blink of an eye. Lam Thu let out a sigh, and this really got Loyan riled up. He quickly shifted his focus, wanting to toy with Lam Thu slowly, watching him stumble in humiliation. Lam Thu just sighed again, clearly not too bothered by it. This reaction only fueled Loyan's rage, and he immediately launched his first attack. It was a punch packed with all his strength, aimed straight at Lam Thu. A normal person would either get hurt or flinch in a situation like this, but Lam Thu managed to dodge it effortlessly. Watching that powerful strike hit the ground uselessly, he could not help but feel a bit sorry for Loyan. Did all his previous opponents have the durability of clay? Otherwise, how could he have taken them down so easily? Loyan looked shocked to see his attack avoided, and he felt embarrassed by Lam Thu's blunt taunts. He unleashed another lightning strike, But Lam Thu continued to rely on his quick reflexes to evade it. Who would have thought that this bunny could dodge so well? Lam Thu noticed Loi Dan's right arm glowing more intensely, clearly gathering power for a full-force hit. Lightning skills have a ridiculously high damage output, several times stronger than skills of other elements at the same level. The last time Lam Thu got hit by that 2-star bronze driver, it hurt so much he felt like calling for his mom, and Loi Dan is an 8-star bronze. So if his attack lands, I do not even want to think about what could happen. Since this time he definitely would not be going for a wide area attack. Lam Thu decided it was time to stop dodging. If that is the case, all I need to do is take him out before he can make a move. With that thought in mind, he harnessed his speed and charged forward, unleashing a simple rabbit punch. The speed of Lam Thu was like a whirlwind, leaving Loi Dan frozen in shock. At that moment, he could not dodge in time, thinking to himself that Lam Thu was just a speedy rabbit, quick but weak, so he could easily take the hit. But little did he know, Lam Thu had been enhancing his body since the very first match. His muscles alone were enough to choke Loi Dan out. There was no way he could withstand Lam Thu's punch. One punch from Lam Thu sent Loi Dan flying off the stage. And even Lam Thu was surprised to find that his body enhancement skill had boosted his strength so much. No matter how you slice it, Lam Thu officially claimed victory in his first appearance. The audience's reaction, absolutely jaw-dropping. There is really no other way to describe it. They never imagined Lam Thu was strong enough to knock Loi Dan out with just a single punch, relying solely on pure physical damage. Many fans quickly flipped their support to cheer for him. Because of this match, the leaders of the university started to take notice of Lam Thu. Lu Zhen, the vice president of Linwu University in City M, was eager to recruit Lam Thu under his wing. During the match, he observed the power and realized that Lam Thu had not used any spiritual energy at all. Meanwhile, Kwang Van, the vice president of Linwu University in City G, thought his old friend was just talking nonsense. That punch's power was at least equivalent to that of an 8-star awakening practitioner. Yet, Lam Thu was just a 2-star awakening practitioner with mediocre potential. On the next competition day, Lam Thu's first opponent was contestant number 12, named Shen Kui, who was also a beast transformation awakening practitioner like Lam Thu. However, he was at the 9-star level and transformed into a wolf versus a rabbit in a showdown. The audience was buzzing with excitement. Lam Thu could feel the intimidating aura from his opponent, and it was really scary. Just as he was contemplating whether to transform or not, Shen Kui suddenly knelt down in front of him. "Please do not hit me. I surrender." Lam Thu was completely confused. Perhaps Shen Kui realized yesterday that Lam Thu defeated Loi Dan purely with physical strength and no spiritual power, so he knew he stood no chance. But hey, saving energy is always a plus, so Lam Thu happily stepped into the next match. However, that match also played out with an easy script. Lam Thu did not even have time to make a move before his opponent surrendered. Maybe it was because the opponent was a girl, and after getting her face smashed in, she chose to give in. Yet, in the following match, he still did not get to fight, because as soon as the match started, his opponent not only surrendered but also brought paper and pen to ask for Lam Thu's autograph. He was starting to feel frustrated. Why was it so hard to find a worthy opponent? The guy really wanted to have an epic showdown. Lam Thu effortlessly racked up several victories and cruised straight into the top 8. So smoothly it was almost unbelievable. Before the final competition day, the top 8 contestants were allowed a day of rest. That day, Tan Chan Chan proactively sought out Lam Thu, with the goddess coming to him. The smile on his face was turning a bit too mischievous. Tan Chan Chan obviously did not come just for small talk. She mentioned that during summer break, she planned to form a Lin Hu exploration team, and if Lam Thu was interested, he could join her. Lin Hu is similar to a secret realm, appearing all over the world after the revival of spiritual energy. They are filled with rare treasures, but also home to many dangerous spiritual beasts. However, every single spiritual beast is a treasure in itself. Not only do they have expensive hides, but some spiritual beasts also contain spiritual cores that are incredibly useful for cultivation. That is why the awakening fakes often team up to hunt down the spirit ruins. The place where Tan Chan Chan invited Lam Thu is a bronze-level spirit ruin, perfectly matching his current abilities. Getting to search for rare treasures, especially when it is an invitation from the goddess herself. How is that not like a date? Lam Thu could not possibly turn it down. While he was daydreaming about some romantic time, just for the two of them, Tan Chan Chan shattered that fantasy with her next words. "But my family has 6 other teammates, so you do not need to worry about safety." Lam Thu almost cried. All he wanted was some alone time with the goddess. But it felt like an army of distractions was in the way. In the end, Lam Thu agreed. But he still wanted to haggle with Tan Chan Chan about not inviting anyone else. But the goddess was off like a breeze, leaving him in the dust. Tomorrow is the final competition, and he did not want to waste any time or lose to Lam Thu again. The next day, the stands were packed with fans. Half of them newly converted Lam Thu supporters. The other half remained fiercely determined to boo him until the end, just hoping the goddess could stomp that little rabbit down. Among the final top 8, Lam Thu and Tan Chan Chan had the worst luck, not facing each other at all until the finals. They each defeated 3 opponents and finally faced off in the championship match. As they stepped onto the stage, Lam Thu could feel the fierce fighting spirit radiating from the goddess. Today, she was clearly not going to lose. Sure enough, as soon as the Messi announced the final match, Tan Chan Chan aggressively pointed a finger at Lam Thu and declared, "This time, I absolutely won. Let the champion title slip through your fingers." Her intimidating vibe was a far cry from when she would come to invite Lam Thu to join the team yesterday. Tan Chan Chan was fierce and unwilling to lose, while Lam Thu was not about to hold back against his own krat. The only problem was that when he first arrived, he had accidentally flashed a middle finger to the entire audience, claiming he would become the champion. If he did not deliver on that now, he would have to find a hole to crawl into. Whether it was the goddess or his own krat, Lam Thu was determined not to hold back at all. When both competitors were ready, Messi Ben announced the final match was officially underway. Tan Chan Chan took her stance, ready to attack first, but did not forget to throw in a little intimidation. "Lam Thu, my energy level has already reached silver grade. I earned my black belt in Kondo a few years ago. Whether it is spiritual power or physical strength, I am not lacking in either. So what if that is the case? Then I will have to be even more careful." Lam Thu did not seem scared at all. Instead, he was more excited than ever. Unlike the previous rounds, this time he took the initiative to attack first, wanting to strike hard. But the goddess was no slouch. Tan Chan easily dodged his blow. In fact, she smoothly circled behind Lam Thu and kicked him hard. While that hit did not take Lam Thu down, it sure knocked him off balance. It turns out that Tan Chan Chan was not lying at all. She looks slender but packs a serious punch. If it were not for the body enhancement skill boosting my muscles and strength, that last kick from Tan Mai would have knocked me out for good. But hey, the fight has just begun. And Krat's last kick really sparked the battle mode in Lam Thu. He stood up straight and charged at Tan Chan Chan again. This time, Lam Thu unleashed a flurry of rabbit punches, but she blocked every single one effortlessly. She even looked so relaxed while doing it. Once again, Lam Thu found himself losing track of her as she slipped behind him. He took a solid elbow strike from Tan Chan Chan right to his right shoulder, and Lam Thu went down hard. He felt like his shoulder bone shattered from that hit. Meanwhile, Tan Chan Chan stood there, exuding confidence, and started taunting him. "Give it up. Lam Thu, your physique is not bad, but your skills are just pathetic." Lam Thu lay flat on the ground, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Getting beaten up by Tan Mai like this was just too embarrassing. Plus, she had not even used her ice powers once throughout the match. Tan Chan Chan was right. If this kept up, his bones would be broken in no time. With a super awkward struggle, Lam Thu finally got back on his feet, suddenly hit with a thought. He quickly raised his hands to signal a pause in the fight, and jumped off the ring, spotting a broomstick nearby. He grabbed it and asked Nets, "Wait, I wanted to check, can we use weapons in this match?" And C was momentarily taken aback. Although there had never been a rule against using weapons, no competitor had ever resorted to such a low tactic to win. He intended to advise Lam Thu against this, fearing it would only make him look foolish, but Tan Chan Chan casually agreed to the ridiculous request. In fact, she felt that Lam Thu grabbing a broomstick to fight her was an outright insult. If that is how it is going to be, Tan Chan decided to go a bit harder on him, just to wipe the smugness off his face. "Shall we begin?" Tan Chan asked impatiently. "Come on then." Lam Thu brandished the broomstick in his hands, looking pretty ridiculous. This is called a home broom, crafted from the hands of a janitor, weighing about 2.5 pounds. "I am ready to fight you now." The sight of him made Tan Chan Chan roll her eyes. His fighting skills were like a cat scratch, holding the broom like a battle warrior wielding a spear on the battlefield. Now that is just an insult to her. Lam Thu waved the broomstick around, taunting Tan Chan Chan. "Check this out. If you lose, do not go whining." Tan Chan Chan sensed something was off about his attitude. He felt different after grabbing the broom, like a renowned general ready for battle. Swift as lightning, Lam Thu leaped forward to attack Tan Chan Chan, forcing her to step back a few paces. "If you want to come at me, then I will strike first." The broomstick in his hand pointed directly at her face, ready for action. Suddenly, it shifted downward toward Tran Tran's waist, forcing her to dodge quickly. While his hands tightly gripped the spear, Lam Thu's gaze was incredibly sly, and the corner of his mouth curled into a fox-like grin. Out of nowhere, a slap on her rear made her yelp, but deep down, she could not help but admire his spear technique. "Wow, I did not expect him to be this skilled." Furious, Than cursed under his breath. "Shameless. I am going to kill you." Lam Thu scratched his head, looking sheepish. "It was just a slip of the hand. Not intentional. I could not help it." With her basic skills, Tran Tran was furious, ordering Lam Thu to shut up while continuing to unleash powerful spells. Lam Thu, slightly panicked, realized she was angry and tried to soothe her. Just hear me out, he wanted to explain. But he kept dodging Tran's attacks with her water element spells. She showed no mercy and kept firing away. It is your fault for pushing me. Lamtha used all his strength to withstand her magic. Muttering, it is so. I feel like I am freezing solid. He could not help but sigh. Tran's spells were too fast. Ice pillars surrounded Lamtha one by one. And he calculated in his mind that if he did not transform, he could only buy time to deal with it. The ice blocks charged at Lamtha, who was slowly falling into a passive position. The frost solidified him into a block of ice, while Tran stood silently, watching. At this moment, she was so pleased, convinced she had won, and called out, "Call for an ambulance. We can declare the result now." Not seeing Lamtha anywhere, the MC, thinking it was true, complied. Okay, so who is the champion? However, before she could finish her sentence, from the melting ice, a figure casually emerged. Lamtha flashed a mischievous grin as smoke billowed around him. It is rare to have some alone time together. Do not rush this. He firmly gripped the spear, pointing it at his opponent. His rabbit ears perked up as he joked. Look out. Your big brother Bunny is here. This time it was Tran's turn to be caught off guard. She quickly donned her ice armor to counterattack too fast. Lamtha charged like a gust of wind, leaving her no time to react. Tran swiftly used her ice armor to block the sudden spear attack. She cursed silently as Lamtha, after transforming, was strong enough to shatter her armor. Her arm nearly giving out. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, tears almost spilling from her eyes. Was she really going to drop to second place again? She would not accept that, even in a tough spot. Tran poured all her strength into fighting back. She would not give up. Breaking through the silver-white barrier, Tran shouted loudly, creating a powerful ice vortex. Lamtha felt a twinge of panic. This was Tran's breakthrough. And if he messed up now, it could lead to disaster. Seeing Tran riding the wave of battle spirit, Lamtha shouted to the Messi, "Let us pause the fight. Someone's cheating here." He pretended to be mysterious, whispering to the Miss, "Is not a breakthrough like this cheating?" The Messi helplessly looked at him and said, "You are the one who wants to pause. That is not cheating. That was a breakthrough. You fool." He explained in detail that the biggest cheat in this ability competition was actually you. Did you know? No need for extra words. Tran looked at him, speechless, realizing he did not take advantage of her breakthrough to land a cheap shot. However, for some reason, she suddenly broke into a fierce smile. Secretly thinking, this rabbit is actually pretty cute. She clenched her fists, ready to rekindle her fighting spirit, demanding Lamtha to keep it going. "Let us throw down one more time." Lamtha gripped his spear tightly, ready to fight again. Tran pointed directly at him, warning him to be careful as she declared, "I am way stronger now than I was earlier. Wherever I step, ice will form beneath." Lamtha advanced using his spear for momentum, suddenly leaping high into the air with a powerful push. His pupils dilated as he thought, "This is the breakthrough. My speed is teasing with such a massive boost in attack power." The spear plunged into the ground, creating a shockwave. Sharp ice spikes attacked him relentlessly, making Lamtha gasp, while Tran immediately unleashed her magic, wrapping around him with fierce intensity. She opened her eyes, her gaze sharp, and swung her arms fiercely. Lamtha found himself panicking as he thought, "This time I am really in trouble." He used both hands to block the relentless ice shards coming at him, letting out a pained grunt. Seeing his own injured arm frozen stiff, Lamtha gritted his teeth in frustration. His hand had gone numb from the ice. Despite having the physique of a bronze-level warrior, his spirit energy was only at bronze 3-star level, making it impossible for him to withstand such continuous attacks. Gritting his teeth, his face pale from the pain, he thought, "I can't last like this. It is time to go all out." Then, Lamtha shot forward like a rocket. Tran's eyes widened in surprise. Underestimating him. Not expecting he had this explosive power hidden away, Tran leaned back to dodge Lamtha's sudden attack, reacting quickly to prevent her from continuing the onslaught. Out of nowhere, he grabbed her from behind, causing Tran to stumble. She struggled to break free from Lamtha, yelling, "What the hell do you want? Let go me." He stubbornly tightened his grip, replying, "Not a chance." Suddenly, Lamtha felt his hand brushing against something soft and juicy like a peach. Tran blushed, embarrassed by that inappropriate hand placement. Flustered, she started thrashing around and shouted, "You jerk, you let me." Lamtha struggled to maintain his balance, thinking to himself, "She is really strong. If she keeps this up, we are both going down." Lamtha saw Tran about to fall to the ground and quickly caught her, shouting, "Wait. Watch out." He swiftly wrapped his arms around her, but ended up crashing to the ground himself. Feeling the pain, Tran noticed the cut on his arm and furrowed her brow, scolding, "You are bleeding. Let go." But deep down, she felt touched he had just protected her, despite his injuries. Lamtha held her tightly, insisting, "I won't let go unless you admit defeat." Tran shot back, Dante pushed me. Let go, and I will admit defeat. Lumthu held her even tighter. Threatening, Dante forced my hand. If you do not let me win, I might just bite you. Trentron's eyes widened in shock. Stammering. Wait, this is a superpower competition. And you are talking about biting people. Lumthu grinned and declared. Who cares what kind of competition it is? I just want to win. Trentron blushed and whispered. She sighed, her face showing clear signs of helplessness. To everyone's surprise, she raised her hand and shouted, I admit defeat. At that moment, Lumthu relaxed and passed out. Trentron saw him collapse on the ground. Calling out. Lumthu. His vision blurred, but he could still see her worried face. Lumthu, are you okay? As he faded out, all he could hear was her sobbing. Lumthu, a rosy scene unfolded. Feeling dreamy, with someone calling his name, he hazily saw Tren, sweet and gentle. Scolding. How could you treat me like this? Lumthu reached out towards her soft curves, making Tren blush. Wondering, what is wrong with me? Tren, embarrassed, yelled. You scoundrel. Dante, come any closer. Lumthu, having turned into a rabbit, was shocked. What the heck? How did I end up like this? Lumthu, head wrapped and drenched in sweat, panicked and shouted. What the heck is going on? The system chimed in. Host, you have awakened. Lumthu shot a sarcastic glance and muttered. Can we not count this? I can't believe I dreamed of this. Congratulations. Host, you have gained the SSS level skill. The intelligent system has optimized your evolution into a rogue rabbit successfully. The system displayed the message. Rogue rabbit skills summary. Don't mess with this rabbit. He is a rogue. Lumthu's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Fuming. So it was all a setup. The system continued nonchalantly. Because yesterday, the host was in a coma and almost missed the chance to draw a card. Lumthu rubbed his head, muttering, drawing less than once is not a big deal, especially since lately. All I have been getting are useless A-level skills. Forget it. I am already awake. Let us just get out of here today before it gets crowded, the system announces. Congratulations to the host for receiving the SSS level skill. Awakening Space System. Lumthu sighs in annoyance. Here we go again. Another SSS skill dropping on my head today. The system uses its hands to craft beast transformation and space announcement, confirming that the host possesses the beast transformation skill. The perfect fusion opportunity is now starting. Lam the panic. Eyes wide, hurriedly raising his hand to stop it. Fusion. What do you want? You are pulling me into this again as the main host. The system teleports the space skill to him and announces. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. Your Rabbit Liu Man has successfully evolved into Doraemon. Lumthu is taken aback. The system screen displays a notification. Doraemon summarizes the skill evolution of Rabbit Liu Man, merging the spatial abilities and the unique traits of beast transformation. Only Doraemon can help you achieve your dreams. Lumthu notices a pouch of treasures appear under his belly and wonders. What does this 9527 thing do? The system explains. This is a storage pouch containing a space dimension where you can store items you need. Lumthu forms a thumbs-up gesture. Impressed. Isn't this just the ultimate storage world? This is so cool, the system announces. Besides the spatial dimension, the host has also awakened a new skill, Yin-Yang Gate. The system explains that the Yin-Yang Gate can open a portal, which teleports the host anywhere within 5 meters. Lumthu sits on the bed, amazed, watching as the system emits light connecting to another dimension. He mutters. Can it really teleport to anywhere within 5 meters? Let us give it a try. It speaks, inviting the host to imagine a place within 5 meters and open the Yin-Yang Gate. Lumthu curiously glances around and thinks, well, I want to go. He shouts just before being swallowed by the dimension. Yelling. Downstairs. The shimmering light gradually fades, pushing him down with great force. He lands on the ground, rubbing his head and groaning. Ouch. That hurts. This startles the girl on the bed awake. She grips a sharp knife tightly in her hand. Tie it. A 20-year-old daughter of the landlord points the knife at him and yells. Lumthu. What are you doing here? Lumthu waves his hands frantically, trying to explain. I just came downstairs. This is your house. Tie it. Calm down and let me explain. Tie it. With fiery red eyes. Shouts angrily, echoing through the building. What more is there to say? I will kill this pervert. Lumthu cries out. This is a misunderstanding. Please do not hit me. I am a patient. The next day at the cafe, Lumthu rubs his injured cheek and thinks, ouch. That hurt. Luckily, Tight let me go. Or I would not have made it to my rare meeting with the goddess today. She suddenly messaged me. A chubby friend with a beer belly and another buddy are waiting for him, waving their hands and calling loudly. Lumthu. Over here, Lamtha feels down. Thinking, there are other people here too. Chan asks with concern. After a night's rest. How come you are still worse off than before? Lamtha rubbed her injured head and said, no worries. We are about to reach the spirit realm. So take care of yourself. Then she pointed to introduce. I called you here today to get you acquainted with the exploration team led by Zhang San. You must have met Cheng Min before. Lamthu silently thought to herself. So that is how it is. I am really happy. Her supportive duo. The sound-based support and healing system. Zhang San looked on with concern and reassurance. Hey bro, are you okay? I will treat you later, she said. Her eyes filled with worry as she glanced at the poor, confused little bunny. Cheng Min. Then she turned to the muscular guy in the red shirt and introduced him to Lamthu. This is Zhang Cheng, our team's main attacker. The fire-based Zhang Cheng cheerfully placed a cup of water on the table and replied, "Wait. I saw your match, it was super cool." Meanwhile, Chen sat anxiously on the chair, thinking about the two team members who had to deal with college admission procedures today and could not show up. She softly told Lamthu, "You must have received your admission letter from the Spirit Martial University, right?" He sat down and replied, "Yeah. I just got a stack of them this morning." Remembering the delivery guy from this morning, he thought to himself, the Spirit Martial University is famous. I never thought I would be competing to get in. It feels like a dream. Chen wanted to confirm, so she looked at Lamthu and asked, "Which school are you planning to attend?" Lamthu blushed and thought, why is the goddess suddenly asking about my college? Does she want to know? Unsure how to respond to Chen. She finally winked and said, I think I am leaning towards Spirit Martial University. Want to attend the same school with me? Chen replied excitedly. You are absolutely right. I really want to attend the same university as you. I can't accept losing to you. I want to beat you at Guangming University. Lamthu joyfully responded. No problem. As long as the goddess commands. I am ready to fight any time. Chen stood up, crossing her arms and brushing it off. Enough joking. Let us get down to business. She pointed to a book and said, even though we are exploring the spirit ruins, our goal is to capture the spirit beasts inside the ice lake. The spirit orb from the spirit lake is what I need, but the ice lake tends to gather in swarms, and one person can't handle it alone. So I would like to invite everyone to help out. Chen gently explained the situation. She frowned slightly and asked for everyone's thoughts. I know everyone is here for the training session in the spirit ruins, and you do not need anything to join the team. I am truly grateful for your help. She continued to smile. It sounds a bit distant, does not it? Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement. Yeah. This is also a form of training for us. Zhang San chimed in. No doubt. Plus, learning together with Big Brother Lam is our luck. Lamthu smiled and replied to Chen. Haha. Having you all is also my luck. I am honored to team up with everyone. Deep down, Lamthu thought. You guys have two big shots, one level 8. One level 9, yet you want to learn from this level 2 chicken. How? Tren shouted. Call me whatever you want. Just do not go calling me a goddess. Behind her stood Etchen with crutches, announcing that their newly formed exploration team would set off in 3 days at 10 am, gathering downstairs at Lamthu's place. Everyone echoed. Got it. On the departure day at 9:30 am, Lamthu was busy packing. Mumbling. 9,527 skills. The system popped up quickly and said, Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the E-level mastery skill. The system announced that with E-level mastery in languages, the host could understand all human languages on Earth. With a level medical mastery, the host could master all traditional and modern medical practices that have ever existed on the planet. Lamthu squinted his eyes and grumbled. Another E-level skill. What is with all these useless language skills lately? The system reassured him. You are incredibly lucky to have unlocked a space system in such a short time. Lamthu suddenly recalled and asked, Speaking of space, how do I use this bag? The system replied. Just place your backpack down and give it a try. Lamthu held the backpack up to the magical bag. Miraculously, the backpack was sucked into the bag, and Lamthu exclaimed in excitement. Amazing, Lamthu thought to himself. A backpack this big just disappeared into the storage bag without leaving a trace of weight. The system continued. There is still plenty of space inside. Everything in this room can fit in here. Lamthu looked skeptically. Really? Just then, someone from upstairs called out enthusiastically. Big brother, we are here. He waved back joyfully. I will be right down. Cheng Min stared curiously at the bag and asked, Spatial system skills. Faced with everyone's curiosity, Lamthu took the alloy stick that Zhang San gifted him and shoved it into the magical bag. Don't look at me like that. I will get embarrassed, said the chubby one, asking, So what is up with this system? The stick slowly slipped into the magical bag in a miraculous way. Zhang San exclaimed in surprise. Can it really go in? As expected from my big brother, he asked in disbelief. A spatial system is really rare. This is too overpowered. Cheng Min continued to stare at the bag with fascination. Cheng Min now wanted to reach out and touch it, saying, "Let me give it a try." Lam the blushed, thinking, "Wait, do not take advantage of me here." He thought to himself, "There are guys outside to protect me." But Cheng Min shamelessly replied, "Come on. It is our first time seeing a spatial system skill." The driver up front laughed loudly, joking, "Haha, Lam Ji, you are hilarious." Chen Gai, the Beastmaster, chimed in happily. "Everyone, pay attention. We are almost at our destination." Lam the widened his eyes in shock. Looking ahead, before them lay a torrent of spiritual energy flowing like a raging waterfall. Lam Thu thought to himself in astonishment. This is the spiritual realm. No one knows how the spiritual realm appeared, but all investigative evidence indicates it relates to the restoration of spiritual energy. In the spiritual realm, various spiritual beasts abound. The level of the spiritual realm is determined by the rank of the beasts. While spiritual beasts can enter the human world, for some unknown reason, they rarely choose to do so, making humans wary and cautious. Thus, even though the country does not fully prioritize the spiritual realms of King Dong and Bai Yin, they still assign government staff to record and guard, becoming humanity's final line of defense against this uncertain spatial world. The staff informed Lam Thu and his group, "Today's quota is full. If you want to enter, register for tomorrow." Chen Chen immediately replied, "All right. I will register our squad to come tomorrow." Lam Thu stood in contemplation before the spatial rift of the spiritual realm. He felt an indescribable sensation, thinking to himself, the spiritual energy at the entrance is stronger than in other places. While Chen Chen was registering with the staff here, with a playful nudge, Minum asked, "What are you up to?" "The Forthethia." This made Lam Thu jump and exclaim, "You, and..." He helplessly rubbed his head, hearing in his sweet voice. "Come on. You can just call me Amen. Don't you call Chan Chan that too?" He chuckled and replied, "That is different. Where are you trying to drag me off to?" Enamun gleefully continued to pull him along. "Of course. Back to the car for a nap. But first, I want to study that amazing belly of yours." Oblivious to someone lurking nearby, watching them closely, the mysterious figure observed Troning Tam with wide eyes. Quietly assessing, "These little devils look pretty loaded. I remember that guy next to the car." A gang of thugs nearby pretended to be casually chatting, but they were actually eyeing the group, noting, "These guys look like fat sheep. Let us see if they are worth the trouble." The one called Big Bro smirked. "Look at that guy. He seems like the heir of that big corporation." The leader of the Henglan 5-star squad ordered his underlings, "Follow them and wait until they step into the territory. Then we will pounce." The scar-faced one replied, "Don't he worry, Big Bro. I will keep my eyes glued on them." He thought about the juicy prize at stake, saying, "Looks like this rich kid's adventure is about to fall into our hands. Talk about bad luck for them." And Guitine crossed his arms with a smug look. "Ung Lan are regulars here, taking care of weak little adventurers with fat wallets. Just wait, kids. We will make the whole forest tremble under your feet." Ingutin shot a glance, smirking, "This territory will become your grave." The next day, Lum the Thu and his friends officially stepped into the territory. As they walked in, they found themselves in a lush green paradise, with towering mountains shrouded in mist ahead. The 6 of them stood there, taken aback by the breathtaking scenery. Lum the gasped, "Is this really the territory? The space inside is enormous." Tin and Chin and Chen turned to him. "Our target is the inner arena of the territory, where there is a snowfield about 2 days' journey from here." He nodded. "All right." Tin and Chen turned to Tram N. MMMNN. "Keep an eye on your surroundings." A Tram Mn confidently replied, "Don't he worry. I have activated my little radar. It works like a normal bat, scanning the area around us." Lum the turned and said, "You are being extra cautious." And Tin and Chin signaled, "That means we are all set. Let us move out." Lum Thu agreed, and the 3 turned to leave. Unaware that someone was peeking from behind a tree, Time 10 asked, "Boss, do we need to make a move now?" And 10 replied, "What is the rush? We are still out in the open. It is too easy to get spotted." At this moment, Ingutin wore a crafty smile and told his lackeys, "Once we are in the woods, we will give them a proper welcome." Delving deeper, they stumbled upon a herd of large horned goats, low-tier spirit beasts that loved grass and hated strangers getting too close, ready to charge at anything nearby. One big horned goat lifted its head, seeming to sense something. Right after, the big horned goat exploded into pieces, sending smoke billowing from the blast. A group of people emerged from the haze. Lum Thu, frustrated, exclaimed, "You 2 messed up big time. Your skills turned that spirit beast into ashes. Those skins could be been cash." The 2 behind him lowered their heads and muttered, "Sorry." Brother Tignai chimed in, "Is there anything left that is worth something?" On the other side, Cheshanamen jumped up in excitement. "I found 2 spirit cows without using any skills. The people around were equally shocked. Meanwhile, Lum Thu and Tren Trenjun noticed a pack of guard beasts lurking behind them. As time went on, the number of guard dogs kept growing closer. A Tren turned around and ordered, "Watch out for those coyotes. They are sneaky, so do not act rashly. They are vengeful creatures." Everyone got into battle stance, facing the approaching pack of coyotes. Tren continued, "If they notice one of their own is hurt, they will become even more aggressive and attack us fiercely." Suddenly, Lum Thu asked, "What if their leader gets killed?" Tren looked at him in surprise. "Are you saying we should take out their king first?" The people behind them panicked at that. Tren responded, "It is not that easy. Those coyotes are crafty. Their Alpha One just charge at us." Lum Thu activated his intense skill and said, "If it does not come after us, I can go find it." But Tren asked in shock, "What do you mean?" Lum Thu entered the intense skill, reminding them, "You guys stay safe. I will be back." He grabbed his stick, leaped high, and aimed straight for the fierce alpha coyote, saying, "You are the leader." The pack of coyotes below, confused, looked up at him with worry eyes. As he landed, he delivered a powerful strike. In that moment, the alpha coyote took the full brunt of Lum Thu's attack, its head smashing down. Lum Thu stomped on the alpha's head, glaring at the pack, who recoiled in fear, trembling as they stared at the human monster standing over their leader. "If you do not keep up, you are gonna miss out." Zhang San watched the wolves running away, then turned to Lam Thu, eyes shining with excitement, and said, "Man, this is just too cool. Your spatial skill is so dope." Lam Thu stroked his chin with pride and said, "It is just simple moves." He walked over, grabbed the fur of the lead wolf, and yanked it off, making the wolf wriggle in pain. Lam Thu casually called out to the little guy, "Hey, Minsisi Ku, all right. Let us see what is up here. This spirit beast is way stronger than those previous ones." Lam Thu held a glowing golden stone, and everyone gasped in shock. He felt a sense of accomplishment and stared at the stone in his hand, looking puzzled. "Spirit Pearl," a Chun exclaimed in awe. "This is a skill spirit pearl. The skill is invisibility." Zhang San also gasped. A Chu Bi just entered the spirit ruins and already got a skill spirit pearl. Lam Thu stared intently at the glowing spirit pearl. Invisibility. Without hesitation, he handed the spirit pearl to the newcomer. "This is for Tramongkwa. Your transformation is a wolf. Right. Plus, you are in charge of scouting." This action left Zhang San and Chen Chan in shock, while Tramquo was flustered, his hands fidgeting as he stammered, "What? This is too valuable." Tramquo took the spirit pearl, blushing with excitement, and said, "I will take it. Even though it is just a bronze level, the skill boost is super useful. It should be worth around 2 million. Once we get out of the spirit ruins, I will transfer the money to everyone." His words made Lam Thu even more thrilled about the spirit pearl. Suddenly, in front of him, the spirit pearl felt like a pile of cash. He did a quick calculation in his head. "That is over 300,000 for each of us. We are hitting the jackpot." He held the spirit pearl and closed his eyes to feel its energy. The spirit pearl in his hand slowly began to vanish into thin air. Everyone gasped, astonished. It really disappeared. "That is incredible." Trumquo was equally bewildered as he received the hidden energy. While everyone celebrated, Lam Thu felt a twinge of regret inside, tears welling up. "Damn. If I had known how awesome that pearl was, I would have kept it for myself," he thought to himself, already having 9,527 of them. As he spoke, he operated the system, and a robotic voice chimed in. Withdrawing skill. The system screen lit up, confirming he had received a body enhancement and S-level skill. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked body enhancement." Lum Thu looked at the system screen in disbelief. This skill again. He remembered he had drawn it twice before. And usually, just as he was pulling the words out, his shirt was suddenly torn apart by some unseen force. His face turned red as he realized. "Lum Thu, why are not you wearing any clothes?" He remembered a time when he was in front of MNMN, and he found himself in a similar predicament, clothes in tatters. He cursed the system in his heart and felt utterly embarrassed. "This has happened to me before. Did you do this on purpose?" The system immediately retorted, "You little rascal. You have no idea how lucky you are. Drawing godly skills 3 times in such a short time." Lum Thu blushed and hugged himself as he ran off, telling the others behind him, "It is getting dark. Let us rest here for a bit. I will handle my clothes." And he turned back, feeling helpless, saying, "This is really something." As he put on his clothes, he continued to communicate with the system through his thoughts, which meant his body had been enhanced 3 times. "How strong am I now?" The system replied, "Your strength is now roughly that of a Silver Star Awakener." Lum Thu could not help but be astonished. "Silver Star? That is ridiculously strong." The system replied sarcastically, "Talk about cheating the system. Just enjoy yourself." That night, as darkness fell, In the forest, Lum Thu and his group made camp and sat around the fire. Lum Thu had a bright, happy smile, laughing loudly, while Chun Chun sat beside him, looking gloomy and muttering, "What is up with you?" The volume suddenly rose, and Chun Chun angrily poked Lum Thu. "Ever since we came back from that little forest, you have been in a good mood. What is your deal?" Lum Thu awkwardly laughed and covered his mouth. He waved his hand dismissively, saying it was nothing, but deep down, he was too satisfied with his boosted powers and started eagerly anticipating what skills he would get tomorrow. Enamen leaned over and whispered to Chang Chen, "Big Sis, I think we are being watched." And Chun Chen's expression turned serious. "Are you sure? They are not just some other adventurers, right?" Enamen glanced back and quietly replied, "After observing, I noticed they have been following us. Plus, they are all very cautious, keeping a distance of about 800-900 meters from us, not getting too close or disappearing." All three Chun Chun, MMMNN, and Lum Thu raised their guard, glancing around warily. Chen Xin grimly said, "Then we need to be extra careful. I have heard from the elders that there are some illegal organizations that specialize in hunting other adventurers in the spirit realm." Lum Thu felt a bit uneasy. Hunting. Chun Chen painted a grim picture of hunters with cold, devilish eyes, laughing at those who had lost their composure. Casualties in the spirit realm are all too common after they kill and loot. As long as they clean their hands and cover their tracks, it is really hard to catch these guys. And Chen Chan was worried, her voice growing more cautious. "If it is them, they will definitely strike when we go into the forest. It is easy to get spotted here." And Lam Thu is a bit taken aback. He steps closer, pats her shoulder, and softly reassures her, "Don't worry. If anything goes down, we will back you up. I have got your back." Chen Chan blushes in embarrassment and turns away, pouting. "Who needs your protection? I mean, we just need to be well prepared." Lam Thu laughs behind her. Sure. We are all listening to you." Chan Chan. The next day, in the tent, a voice crackles. 9527. And a robotic voice responds, initiating skill extraction, as the screen displays. Taming successful. E-rank skill. Lam Thu is lying in the tent. Forehead crinkle. He sits up, still half asleep. Yawning. "Don't congratulate me just yet. I had high hopes for today's skill." Suddenly, a scream pierces through from outside. Lam Thu immediately goes on high alert, his heart racing. What is happening? It is Chan Chan's voice. Two massive crimson serpents rear up, their eyes locked on Lam Thu and the group. Lam Thu's mouth drops in shock at the scene before him. The system analyzes the serpent, revealing it is ready to strike fast, venomous, and tough to tame. Lam Thu suddenly gets it. He can extract information about this snake through taming. This is bad. Lam Thu quickly shouts to everyone, "Get back. We can get close to attack." One of the serpents spits venom toward Chan Chan's group. But thankfully, they all dodge just in time. Dian Loi, "Let us attack from a distance," he commands. Dian Loi stands next to the spider and replies, "Got it." Dian Loi unleashes a lightning strike while Chan Chan fires ice spikes, both aimed at the serpent. The serpent writhes in agony, howling as the electric shock and ice spikes hit it. Both serpents collapse, and Chan Chan breathes a sigh of relief. That was too close. Mmmn beside her exclaims, "That snake was terrifying, and it stinks." Lam Thu approaches with his dagger, thinking it is best to let the men handle this. Trantring Tam follows up, spotting something and calls out, "Boss, there is something moving inside." He points toward the snake's belly. Lam Thu kneels beside the bulge in the serpent's belly. "Wait! Everyone, do not come over here." As he slices with the dagger, blood sprays out, revealing two bright red eyes staring back at him. Suddenly, a rat leaps out of the incision, lunging at Lam Thu. At the same time, the system displays, prairie ground rat. Gentle temperament. Very easy to tame. Skill enhancement. Earth-based. Little expert at digging. Chan Chan, MMMNN, and Trandrung Tam rush over to see the new creature, and the two girls exclaim in unison, "So cute." Lam Thu, still shocked, thinks, "What kind of toy is this?" Trandrung Tam stares at the adorable rat in disbelief. A rat. A prairie rat. The little rat quickly warms up to Lam Thu, jumping onto his arm. He is at a loss for words. This little guy should not be dangerous. Right. Just as he thinks that, the prairie rat leaps onto Chan Chan, who squeals in surprise. Lam Thu can react in time. Chan Chan. Hold on, she joyfully exclaims. It is so well behaved. The rat snuggles into her arms, but Lam Thu shouts, "Get that rat off you. This could be really dangerous." Lam Thu watched helplessly, clicking his tongue, and then continued to gut the snake. He pulled out two pearls as white as pearls, and 2 spirit beads. Lam Thu spoke up, and the ground rat behind him squeaked. Hey yeah. The little rat in Tran Tran's hands squeaked excitedly. Hey. Tran Tran guessed what the little translator meant. It seemed to want the spirit bead in his hand. Lam Thu immediately replied. No way. Dream on. The ground rat rushed down to the ground, looking very anxious. It waved around for a bit, making a hey sound, and Lam Thu seemed to understand and responded. What? You are saying you can trade for stuff? I do not believe it. Man and Truong Tam stood outside, witnessing the exchange between the two, both sharing the same thought. They could actually communicate with each other. The ground rat transformed into a bandit, rushing quickly to snatch the spirit bead from Lam Thu's hand. Lam Thu watched helplessly as it took his stuff, swearing under his breath. Damn it. I can't catch up. I can only watch that filthy rat steal my things. Lam Thu's eyes welled up with tears as Truong Tam approached to comfort him. Big brother. It is just 2 spirit beads. Lam Thu retorted inwardly. Damn it. What do rich people even understand? Tran Tran noticed a sound not far away and cautiously spoke up. It seems like there is something making noise. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the forest. Racing towards Lam Thu and the others, Man shouted. Everyone. Look. They all went into battle mode, and Man, slightly panicked, said. I feel like there is a group of spirit beasts surrounding us. And there are a lot of them. A hole suddenly appeared in the ground, and numerous ground rats jumped out, each carrying various colored gems on their heads. Everyone was speechless in astonishment. The little rat that mixed up Lam Thu's stuff was holding a gem and waved its hand behind it. And the other rats quickly lined up neatly. Each rat placed a gem in a designated spot, stacking them into a small mountain. The little ground rat holding the spirit bead approached Lam Thu, and he could not believe it, kneeling down and pointing at himself. Are these spirit beads for me? The ground rat nodded repeatedly, making a hey sound, implying, it is to thank you for giving me those 2 earth-type spirit beads. Man took out a notebook to jot down notes. There are 70 red spirit beads, 4 with spirit skills, 52 blue spirit beads, 3 with spirit skills, 61 green spirit beads, 3 with spirit skills, and 30 yellow spirit beads, 2 with spirit skills. Man calculated the total, coming to 213 spirit beads, some of which had spirit skills. Truong Tam reached out to count the pile of spirit beads stacked like a mountain, admiring them, even though they were all bronze level. The quantity was astonishing. Lam Thu picked up a red spirit bead to examine, pondering to himself, there are no rare types or earth types. They were probably all absorbed by those ground rats. The remaining ones only fit the attributes of our little team. At this moment, Lam Thu reached out towards Trang Than, handing over the fire-type spirit bead. Trang Than was holding a spirit bead in his hand, quickly responding. Big brother, I need a spirit skill. A big fireball would be great. You can take the other spirit beads. Tran Tran quickly interjected to him, and he turned back to ask, all of them. At this moment, she felt grateful as she recalled the moment he led everyone to fight against the snake-eyed monster. In response to his question, she quickly replied, Yep. This time we can easily handle the main issue with the glasses thanks to you, Commander. At this moment, Truong Tam excitedly placed a hand on his shoulder. That is right. Big bro. Accept it. Menanan also chimed in, praising him, saying it was thanks to a few words spoken to that little mouse that we get this deal done. Receiving so many compliments, he could only scratch his head awkwardly and respond, I have not really said anything yet. But Line Chu is different when it comes to Earth-type spirit beasts. It does not have much effect. That is why it gave it to us. No longer feeling shy, he quickly grabbed the spirit pearls and stuffed them into his bag, saying, since this is what everyone wants, I won't hold back anymore. Seeing this, Chen Chen quickly suggested to him, by the way, do you want to try absorbing it? Hearing her words, he paused for a moment to think. Then, he wasted no time and tried to absorb the Line Chu. The energy from the pearls surrounded him, and the powerful energy enveloping him was fully absorbed. But in his mind, he could not help but wonder how to absorb the Line Chaku, since he had never done it before. As his hand touched the Line Chu, the energy radiated from it gave him a strange yet surprising sensation. After absorbing a significant amount of energy from the Line Chu, his spirit beast broke through to the 3rd tier, and his body felt a bit more relaxed because of it. Truong Tam and Mana Manan were both incredibly excited to witness the moment of the spirit beast's breakthrough, shouting out to celebrate their big bro's success. Trunjun Tran, standing nearby, was equally amazed by the power of the Line Chu, marveling at how quickly it led to a breakthrough. The power of these pearls was enormous. Hearing all the praise, he quickly spoke up. It is not like that. I have been training hard for the past month, and was about to break through anyway. So before he could boast any further, she quickly interrupted, saying congratulations anyway. This means our team's combat ability just got a little boost. Little guy, thanks a lot. As she said this, she continuously patted little guy's head in appreciation, informing him that they were about to leave, so he should head home. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed little guy by the collar. Hold on. I still have something I want this little guy to help with. And little guy let out a little yelp in surprise. He then leaned in close to little guy with a sly grin, urging him to come along with them. Surely you would not mind. Right. Faced with his irresistible offer, little guy had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, lurking behind them, Tin and Tin were secretly watching from behind the boulder. The combative Tin spoke up. Boss. They have gone into the forest. Should we attack now? The confident Tin quickly chimed in. Let me handle it. I can take care of this bunch of clueless fools all by myself. But Tin interrupted. Hold on. Tin scanned the group of spirit beasts and said to his companions. Our team has 3 powerful white-silver experts. Dealing with them won't be too difficult. This is the only entrance to the forest. And it is not the best choice to strike just yet. We need to let them walk a bit further in. At this moment, Tin revealed a sinister grin as he laid out his scheme, waiting for those unsuspecting goats to let their guard down and rest in the forest before we strike. But as night fell, the group led by Lamtho had set up camp to rest. Outside the camp, Chen and Lamtho were busy gathering firewood. Lamtho quickly conjured a protective barrier using rice, specifically a fire skin, by splashing water on the ground ahead, creating a deep pit. The final step was to plant the sharp spikes into the pit. At the command, the fire skin swiftly grabbed a sharp spike and leaped into the deep hole. In no time, countless spikes were plunged into the pit by the fire skin, forming a solid protective layer for Lamtho's group. Pleased with the results, he praised the fire skin, saying, Well done. Now call the other little buddies out. In his hand was the poison from the snake's eye. Immediately after, he poured the snake's eye poison into the deep pit, a crafty grin spreading across his face. With just a bit more of the previously collected poison, they could turn this place into a death trap. The drops of snake eye poison dripped steadily into the pit. Shortly after, he praised the collaboration with the fire skin, declaring it a great success. You all can leave now. Just be careful not to get caught by other spirit beasts. We might meet again. The fire skin quickly said goodbye and left with its companions. Just then, Chan spoke up from behind, making him turn around in surprise. The traps are all set now, and Tranamenen has news to share with everyone. Standing by the fire, Menamen called for Chan and Lamtho back. Chan asked, Is there any new information? Menamen spoke clearly. The group is getting closer to us. Now just 500 meters away. I can hear their conversations clearly. They are planning to attack us tonight. With that, Mm's serious expression was evident. Trong Tam next to her quickly panicked and asked, What? Fear was written all over his face. Menamen continued. It seems the opposing team is the Eng Lang squad. Hearing her words, Trong Tam worriedly exclaimed. Hong Lang. I have heard they specialize in killing rookie adventurers in the spirit realm. Moreover, some members of their team are at the white-silver level. The more he spoke, the less stable Trong Tam seemed. Instead, he just sat there deep in thought, while everyone else appeared anxious. Continuing like this was not going to work. He quickly spoke up to lift everyone's spirits. Listen. Something's off with everyone's mindset right now. He seriously expressed his thoughts, his face showing determination. I hope everyone maintains absolute calm, because what we are facing next is not just any opponent in a competition anymore. Hearing his words, Tran and Meneman felt a little more composed. Trong Tam also listened intently. He warned. They won't hold back. One moment of distraction, and it could cost you your life. Tram Quo. You are in charge of protecting Trong Tam and Tran Men. Their combat strength is not great, so keep them away from the front lines. Lamtho calmly assigned tasks and laid out detailed defensive strategies. Seeing him like this, Tran felt a bit moved and called his name. She could not help but reflect that these words were meant for a team leader, and she had unconsciously fallen into a state of tension earlier. Lamtho encouraged Truong Tam, saying, You are our backbone. Make sure to take care of yourself. Thanks to his motivating words, everyone started to regain their spirit, even the one who was most scared. Truong Tam perked up and responded to the wind. Watching the scene unfold, Tran could not help but admire his leadership skills. Even in a dangerous situation, he remained calm, truly impressive. Suddenly, he turned to her and said, Oh right. Tran, if you get scared later, just know our team has your back, he said, wearing a proud grin. She stood there, speechless. At that moment, she could not help but chuckle softly. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. Tran looked him straight in the eye, blushing as she said, Thank you for everything. Hearing her sweet words, he could not help but have a nosebleed. Internally screaming, My goddess is just too adorable. Everyone rushed to support him after that sweet blow from Tran. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was already 2 p.m. Outside, Lamtho's group was on the move, while the 5 Stars gang was lurking, keeping an eye on them. The hunting time had begun, and over here, in the bushes, the 5 stars initiated the battle against the 3 stars and 2 stars. The 5 stars gang was outside the edge of the bushes, discussing their roles for the hunt. The old 2nd and old 7th were assigned to the north, while the old 6th was in the south, and the old 4th and 5th were to the west. The 2nd star quickly asked, "Boss, how do we attack?" After discussing the hunting strategy, the 5 stars quickly advanced to surround Lambu's resting spot. The 7th star charged toward their camp, looking incredibly fierce. Behind him, the 5 stars kept fueling their spirits, urging everyone to close in. The 2nd star was a bit worried, thinking, "Isn't the boss a bit over the top? It is just a small thing." He barely started to say before the 2nd star was thrown into chaos by the sight before him, eyes wide in shock. A surge of energy wrapped around the legs of their comrade. Just like that, the energy enveloped the 7th star, sending him flying, riding the momentum. The 7th star fell right into a trap, set with spikes that Lambo had laid out, countless spikes piercing through him. The 5 stars gang finally realized the danger and shouted to their teammates in the distance. What happened? The 7th star, now in the pit, kept screaming, and their group descended into chaos. The 5 stars then ordered everyone to regroup in response to the ambush. The 2nd star quickly reported the losses from the ambush, saying that the 6th and 7th stars were down. The 2nd star hurried back to retrieve the injured 4th star, who had been impaled by a spike in the pit up above. The situation was chaotic. The 5th star cursed loudly, "Damn these kids." Meanwhile, Lin Shu over here was yawning. Totally rude to disturb someone's sleep at this hour. The 5th star was laughing in pain at the careless attitude, but then suddenly got pecked by a few blind geese. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, flames of fury burning inside him. But all he could do was wait for the others to meet their end. Lin Shu raised his hand to the sky, flanked by Man and Jiang San, shouting at the 5th star's group, "Who is gonna die first?" Not so. Then, with a snap of his fingers, something was descending from above the 5th star's group, making them all duck in fear. It was the ice energy from the ground, shooting right at them, leaving sharp ice spikes embedded in the earth. The ice energy wrapped around the feet of the 5th star's group, causing them to jump back in shock. At that moment, a fireball came crashing down on the 5th star's group, the powerful energy sending them flying. The 5th star turned to the 2nd star and heard the news. The 4th star was lost to the 2nd star. The 5th star was furious, their powerful energy bursting forth, saying, "Good, good. Time to show you what hell looks like." In front of Lin Shu's group, there were now 2 power signatures, 3 white silvers and 1 white silver. Over here, Zhen Zhen was startled by the energy she sensed. It was so strong. The opponents were all powerful white silvers. Lin Shu looked at the group before him, not bothering to hide his disdain, warning them that they were just like the villains. "Let me set this straight. We are acting in self-defense." Zhen Zhen warned Lin Shu, "Stop showing off. We need to be careful." Looking at the 2 groups in front of them, 1 green and 1 red, Zhen Zhen felt a surge of fear. Their strength was far superior to theirs. Zhen Zhen got into a fighting stance and loudly declared to Lin Shu, "I will hold off the leader. You guys deal with the rest." Lin Shu turned to her and noticed she was trying to puff herself up again. He reached out and patted her shoulder reassuringly. Zhen Zhen looked at Lin Shu, who struck a charming pose and comforted her. "Don't worry. The great General Rabbit is here." Zhen Zhen turned her face away, embarrassed, and replied, "I am not scared." The 2 of them went in opposite directions, leaving behind the words, "I will go first. You guys hang in there." Lin Shu rallied his brothers. "Prepare to charge." He thought to himself that her strength against the leader might be a bit much. He needed to end this battle quickly to help her out. Zhang San said to Lin Shu, "You give the orders." Lin Shu quickly replied, "Zhang San, find a safe place." Zhang San nodded. "Got it." And then Lin Shu directed the others, "You guys protect Zhang San." The whole crew remembered, and 2 opponents stepped up, questioning, "What do you mean? Rookie, you think you can take us on?" Lin Shu did not bother responding, thinking it is just a bunch of loudmouths. The 3-star temple was furious, gathering their energy, ready to unleash hell. Lin Shu shouted, "Everyone, be careful." He launched his move, a terrifying spiraling attack that swept through the enemies. Zhang San yelled, "Big bro, watch out." Lin Shu shouted, feeling the thrill of battle. Too slow, the 3-star crew stood frozen, jaws dropped in shock. Then came the scene of Lin Shu wielding a metal rod, swinging at the hunters. "Take that." The hunters cried out in pain as he cracked them down. Both were knocked out, 1 foot on the ground, 1 hand holding the rod. He taunted, "I have not even gone all out yet, and you are already down." Zhang San laughed, shouting, "Big bro, you are amazing." Lin Shu turned with a humble smile. "Now, it is all thanks to that quality rod you gave me." Meanwhile, on the other side, Chan Chan was not doing too great. eyes wide with tension. The leader, Beiyin, charged at Chun Chan. But she seemed injured. Too weak to defend herself. Just waiting for the inevitable blow. Lin Shu's expression grew serious. Rushing in. Not on my watch. Xing was behind Wuxing, the rod ready to strike. This moment stunned both Chai Chun and Wuxing, leaving them in disbelief. Lin Shu, fueled by rage, unleashed his full power, hitting Wuxing with a shockwave. Wuxing narrowly dodged the blow, turning around in shock to see the bodies behind him. What the hell happened? La San are dead. Lin Shu did not hold back, charging in for an attack. Time to taste my wrath. Xing unleashed a surprise attack, striking Wuxing in a vulnerable spot, leaving him pale with fear. Watch where you are hitting.
Kid.
You only know how to sneak attack. Wuxing barely evaded Lin Shu's strike. Letting out a yelp, Wuxing was furious, pouring all his energy into a ferocious move. You little punk. You have really ticked me off. He leaped high, claws bared, charging straight at Lin Shu. Wuxing's face was terrifying. I will carve you up first. Lin Shu reacted quickly, raising his rod for defense. But the power disparity was too great, making it almost impossible for him to hold his ground. Wuxing struck him, sending Lin Shu flying backward. At this moment, Lin Shu struggled to stay grounded. A knees buckling, he panted heavily, gritting his teeth. This power is insane. I can't just brute force my way through. Need to think of another strategy. Seeing Lin Shu not fighting back, Wuxing grew even more arrogant. You dare to zone out. Wuxing launched another attack. One blow after another kept coming at Lin Shu, but none of them landed. Watching his strikes effortlessly dodged, Ying Ten thought to himself, this kid is quick on his feet. I need to take him down fast, or my wrath won't hold out much longer. Gathering all his strength, he aimed to finish things with his tiger strike. Thinking, you think you can just keep hiding? Time for you to taste the tiger's wrath. Lum Thu looked at Ngai Tin with a helpless expression and said, come on. You are not really going to attack me with that unmentionable thing, are you? Lummi did not waste any more words. He leaped high into the air and swung his dual blades toward Lum Thu. Lum Thu struggled to defend himself, thinking, as long as it is the real tiger strike and not that disgusting thing, I will be fine. At that moment, he could no longer hold on and was sent flying into the air. When he finally landed safely, he realized just how formidable Butch and Gorin's abilities were. It seems I can't hide my trump card anymore. Lum Thu stepped into the mind gate, thinking, come on, let us do this. As he stepped out of the mind gate, he reminded himself, but this is where your good luck ends. Ngai Tin, astonished, exclaimed, why can't I see him anymore? Lum Thu jumped from behind him to strike, and he was startled, asking, when did that happen? Ngai Tin turned around and replied, but hey, you brought yourself right here. As he landed a punch, Lum Thu challenged him, let us see how you dodge this. Suddenly, he turned and said, this is the moment to attack. At that moment, 3 people prepared 3 different skills, including Lum Vang's, Vieku, and Cleach. Meanwhile, Lum Thu had jumped into the mind gate, and Ngai Tin thought in shock, how could that kid just vanish? This is bad. Yin Tin finally realized, could it be that this clueless kid is a space type? Meanwhile, Lum Thu with his sharp eyes said, here we go again. Big cat. Everything before him exploded into pieces. Lum Thu stepped through the mind gate and said, great teamwork. Meanwhile, Ngai Ten lay crumpled on the ground. Trapung Tam approached him and examined him, saying, big brother has kicked the bucket. Seeing him, Chen Xian reacted strongly, covering her mouth as if she was about to vomit. Catching his attention, she crouched down on the ground, and Lum Thu comforted her, asking, are you okay? Looking over at Trapung Tam and Enna Men, he thought, this incident really shook everyone up. Lum Thu stood up and said, I know it is everyone's first time killing, but this is a battlefield. He continued seriously, if we do not kill them, they will kill us. We are just defending ourselves. Moreover, I have no regrets about taking out these scum. Thinking about how their hands are covered in fresh blood. Looking at the 3 in front of him, he continued to advise, we have to end their crimes here to prevent any more casualties. Lum Thu continued, let us gather ourselves and find another place to rest. I am sure nobody wants to sleep next to a pile of corpses tonight. Right, Trapung Tam replied. In crucial moments, we should always listen to Big Brother. He signaled. Chen Chen's eyes had been glued to Lum Thu this whole time. Lum Thu urged everyone, let us take a break. Trapung Tam and I will keep watch. And with that, he and Trapung Tam sat outside, chatting away. After being treated by Zhang San, Lam Thu felt like his strength had doubled. Talk about impressive. He was back to his old self. Zhang San chuckled modestly, saying it was nothing compared to the big guy. Lam Thu laughed and encouraged him, calling him our strong mentor, urging him not to be so humble. Zhang San blushed at the compliment. Suddenly, a voice called out, can I call you mentor? It was Tan Chan stepping out. Zhang San looked up, surprised, and asked, Why are you out here? Big Sis. Tan Chan Chan suggested. You should take a break. Lam Thu and I can hold down the fort. But Zhang San hesitated, saying, no way. I can't just leave you guys. But Tan Chan Chan's gaze said it all. She had something to discuss with him. Zhang San quickly picked up on the hint and backed off, saying, got it. I won't interrupt you two anymore. Lam Thu was left with his mouth agape. Wondering what the heck was going on, he sat there, restless and questioning what was up with the goddess. Lam Thu could not help but sneak a glance at Tan Chan Chan, wondering what she wanted to say to him. Suddenly, their eyes locked, and Lam Thu was taken aback. Feeling his face heat up, he decided to break the ice first, saying, don't keep staring at me just because I am good looking. It will make me shy. Inside, Lam Thu was ecstatic, thinking, wait, why is Chan Chan looking at me too? His excitement was written all over his face. Being stared at by the girl he liked was seriously embarrassing. Tan Chan Chan chuckled at Lam Thu's words, amused by his boldness. However, even she had to admit, looking at him like this, she realized he was actually kind of handsome. Lam Thu was taken aback, almost falling backward, exclaiming, who are you? Chan Chan would not normally compliment me like this. Who would have thought Tan Chan Chan would not back down? This time, she even reached out her hand to get to know Lam Thu better. What I am saying is true. Today, when everyone was panicking, you managed to keep the team calm and even dealt with that dangerous group of criminals. She was seriously impressed. He was really cool like that. Lam Thu could not believe his ears. Chan Chan. Finally, the emotions surged so intensely that Lam Thu took Tan Chan Chan's hand, his voice suddenly softening as he awkwardly asked, do you have a partner? Tan Chan Chan was caught off guard, her face turning bright red, and sweat started to bead on her forehead. Tan Chan Chan quickly pulled her hand back and shot him a playful glare. Why are you asking that? Lam Thu froze and quickly tried to backtrack. I did not mean it like that. Inside, he was kicking himself for what he just blurted out. He was totally flustered, because Chan Chan was just too adorable. He then tried to change the subject, saying, you suddenly complimenting me makes me suspicious. Are you crushing on me? Chan Chan exclaimed. Crushing? What are you talking about? It was like they were in the middle of a bizarre talent show. Tan Chan Chan advised Lam Thu. You should just give up. I have high standards for my other half. They have to be better than me in every aspect. Lam Thu chuckled. So that means I am the best. He thought to himself. Well, I guess that means I do not have anyone. Sure enough. After hearing that, Tan Chan Chan could not argue back. She tried to save face, saying, right now, you are only slightly better than me. But when it comes to academics, I won't back down. We will see who comes out on top after the next exam. Lam Thu is not backing down at all, ready to take on the challenge. But what if my scores are still higher than yours? You know he is just playing around. He already figured he would not need to take the college entrance exam once he got the acceptance letter. This time, he has got to get serious and prepare for the test. With the waters muddied, Lam Thu makes a bold proposal. If in a month, do you want to be my girlfriend? Chen Chen, putting on a brave face, tries to hold on to her dignity. But do not get too comfortable. A moment later, someone comes out to help Lam Thu. Our big bro is here to switch shifts. Knowing it is late, he says goodbye to her. See you tomorrow. Chen Chen. Tan Chen Chen pretends to be sulking, refusing to respond. Everyone looks on, puzzled, wondering why the big sister is so mad. The next morning arrives quickly. As soon as he wakes up, Lam Thu checks the system to see what skills 9527 has awakened today. 9527 announces it is withdrawing skills. Suddenly, the system blares a huge announcement. Congratulations, host. You have received a spiritual energy enhancement. Starting now, the screen lights up with massive letters. Spiritual energy skill levels. Lam Thu is dumbfounded. Can spiritual energy even be enhanced? Could it be? He checks his current strength and discovers he is broken through to copper level 5 stars. He is leveled up. And it is a double upgrade. Lam Thu eyes 9527 with a cunning look, demanding more. He thinks, why not be generous and let me reach silver or even gold? 9527 can handle his greed and snaps back. You want to push it? Your luck's already off the charts. Your demands are outrageous. See you tomorrow. Lam Thu steps out feeling ecstatic, having transformed into copper level 5 stars, with silver level 6 strength. This is amazing. Zhang San exclaims when he sees Lam Thu come out. Bro, you are awake. But he immediately senses something soft about Lam Thu. This energy without thinking. He asks, bro, did you really just break through to copper level 5 stars? Zhang San's mind is in such a frenzy that the knife he is holding accidentally cuts his finger, making it bleed. Everyone around rushes over. Worried, Chen Man gently grabs a cloth to wipe Zhang San's wound, frowning with concern. Be careful. Lam Thu laughs, casually asking how he is doing. You okay? Why so shocked? Zhang San's eyes widen.
Bro.
You leveled up twice in one night. Isn't he that enough to blow people's minds? After hearing this, everyone rushes over to check it out. What? Lamtho leveled up twice. Are you even human? For the first time, Lamtho feels the pressure from all the attention. He explains. The battle yesterday gave me some insights, so I was able to level up fast this time. After speaking, Lamtho humbly scratches his head. You guys, do not laugh at me. Lu Dian gives him a sideways glance. Sighing. You are just too much. Zhang San and the others start showering him with praise. No doubt you are the big bro. Suddenly, Cheng's expression turns serious, and everyone prepares for a defense. Right in front of them, a crowd is rushing towards them in a panic. A group of spirit beasts is heading our way. Lamtho is caught off guard and yells. What? His face is filled with shock. Oh no. What is happening? A horde of creatures charges to attack the humans. Lamtho uses the system to analyze. Demon beasts. Highly aggressive. Difficult to tame. Plus, these guys are notorious for being drawn to female scents. Ready to pounce and tear apart anything in their path. Their actions are utterly chaotic and depraved. Lamtho immediately turned around to remind everyone. Run. You guys, this is a demon beast. Especially you, Chan Chan and Trine Man. The demon beast has a nasty trick up its sleeve if caught. You will end up as its servant. Hearing this, the whole group turned and bolted, while the demon beasts quickly closed in behind them. Trong Tam was gasping for air as he ran. I can barely keep going. The rest of you are not doing much better. He could tell things were getting dire. Lamtho thought. We can keep running from these beasts. Finally, the group decided to stand and confront the demon beasts. Damn it. I am running out of steam. 18 years later and I am still a hero. Just like them, Lamtho grumbled. Breaking a branch and getting ready to fight alongside everyone. It seemed like that was their only option. Chan Chan turned to Lamtho, her voice shaky. I need you to promise me something. Hearing her, Lamtho's face turned alarmed. Chan Chan slowly continued. If we can fight them off in the end. As she spoke, Chan Chan's face flushed red. Picturing herself being captured and forced to serve, she nervously admitted. I would rather die than fall into the hands of these beasts. The girl next to her added shyly. Me too. Lamtho stepped forward confidently, saying, Don't worry. We will be fine. He silently vowed. I will protect you, no matter what. He quickly moved to lead. I will hold them off. You guys get ready. The two girls responded. Got it. In no time, Lamtho charged into the fray against the monsters. Just a bunch of uncultured beasts wanting to bully his goddess. With every strike, he showed absolute determination. The demon beasts howled in pain as they rushed towards Lamtho. Chan Chan, watching from behind, suddenly noticed something. Oh no, Lamtho is still fighting the spirit beasts. But a few demon beasts have broken through. Realizing Chan Chan was alone, a demon beast tried to take advantage of her. In a critical moment, a massive explosion completely obliterated the lecherous demon. It turned out to be Lamtho, who had just arrived in time to block its attack. Without saying much, he smashed the demon with a stick. Get lost. But then, another beast came charging from behind. Lamtho did not react in time and took a hit from the demon beast, pain clearly written on his face.
Boop.
And Chan Chan gasped in worry. Lamtho, we are ready. At this moment, Lamtho clutched his injured arm and nodded. Okay. The three of them joined forces to drive the beasts away. The echoing screams of the demons combined with their strength created a thunderous explosion. Truong Tam smiled lightly as he saw the demon beasts being defeated. Great. We took care of them. Trine Man, using her special hearing, exclaimed in panic. Wait. I sense another wave of spirit beasts approaching. She pointed forward as she spoke. In the distance, a massive horde of monsters was charging towards them. Damn it. There are so many. That is their leader, Truong Tam said nervously. Trine Man was so scared she began to cry. Oh no. This situation is incredibly tense. It is tough for both Lin Thu and the others. Our spiritual energy and stamina are running low, and this time it is really bad. Trine Man was so scared she could barely speak. Sniffing. I do not want to die here like this. I still do not have a boyfriend. And Truong Tam turned his head, looking confused, asking. MMMNN. Seeing Trine Men cry made him feel a wave of heartache, and he decided to stand up and protect her, because Men had no other options. He pulled out his phone and called someone, not forgetting to comfort Trine Men. MMMNN. I won't let anything happen to you. Seeing Truong Tam's expression suddenly change, Trine Men felt a bit surprised. Truong Tam stared at his phone and raised it high. Come here. Try don't dri. Hurry. With a single press, a man appeared out of nowhere. Don't be scared. Trivene is here. In front of Truong Tam stood a tall man, and Lamtho immediately activated the identity search system, revealing the name Triotier. a golden level awakened with beast transformation abilities. Trondring Tam pointed at him, shouting, "Hey Trivatu, you stole my dad's cigars." Tridatir replied nonchalantly, "Don't sweat the small stuff." Young master, not wanting to beat around the bush, Trotong Tam directly ordered Tridar, "Go take care of these pests. Or I will tell my dad you are the one who stole his cigars." Tridavir replied straightforwardly, "No problem. These filthy monkeys are not even enough to get stuck between my teeth." With that, he took off his outer jacket, ready to unleash his beast transformation. Trudgen Tren watched with admiration as his overwhelming golden aura radiated power, while Trong Tam could not take his eyes off him, proudly replying, "That is right. He is my golden level butler." Lam Thu, upon hearing golden, looked confused. "What? Golden?" Trong Tam gave the order. "Try don't Dri. Go teach these pests a lesson." Triduti accepted his master's command and charged ferociously toward the beasts. With a fierce rage, Triduti barreled toward the monkeys, the leading monkey shouting, "Back off. Let me handle this." The henchmen were busy chattering. "What is with that big guy? He looks really strong." Triduti's eyes lit up as he dashed like a storm towards the leading monkey, who was shrieking in fury. Tributi grabbed the lead monkey's arm and twisted it hard. He flung it from side to side with incredible strength. The other monkeys watched in shock as their leader was getting pummeled, their hearts racing with fear. "This guy is terrifying." One monkey's eyes filled with tears. "Oh no. Our leader has been beaten up like this. We need to run. Let us get out of here." Triditi used immense strength to throw the lead monkey far away. The monkey lay on the ground, feeling the pain from the blow. The henchman screamed, "Our leader!" Meanwhile, the throne lead monkey, dazed from the toss, saw the gigantic shadow of Tridoti looming over them and trembled. "Don't he come over here." Tridoti Dri, radiating fury, had glowing red eyes and kept roaring, intimidating the monkeys. His full power transformed him into a massive figure, unleashing such overwhelming energy that the monkeys scattered in fear, running away in panic, screaming all the while, watching the red-bottomed monkeys flee at lightning speed from Tribati. Lumthu observed him shaking off his jacket and assessed the situation. Realizing just how terrifying a golden-level powerhouse could be, Zosei restored his charming, handsome look and waved goodbye to Zhang San, saying, "Young master, the matter has been resolved. I am taking my leave." He crossed his arms and smiled back. "You have worked hard. Do not worry about the cigar issue." Zosei jumped up to leave, throwing in a quick thanks. "Young master." Cheng turned to Zhang San and asked, "Zosei is always by our side." "Ah." He chuckled gently and explained, "Exactly. It is not just him." Zhang San looked at Luo Dian and explained that their families wanted to discreetly protect them. And after some discussion, they decided to send Zhao Sai alone. Their parents, after some deliberation, sent a representative to guard them as Zhang San had mentioned. Zhang San scratched his head, saying, "Sorry, but the family negotiations were only told to me. Plus they warned me 3 times not to share with anyone." Lu Dian slammed his fist down. "Brother, I won't hold it against you." Surrounded by spiritual energy, Lu Dian passionately declared, "If we would known about the protection, our training would not have been necessary. But these past few days have taught me so much." With newfound confidence, he proclaimed, "The spiritual energy within me is overflowing." Linshu was wide-eyed, mouth agape enough to fit a goose egg inside. "Oh wow. Is this a breakthrough?" He turned to see Cheng Min also experiencing a breakthrough, saying, "Me too." Linshu held the spiritual energy in his hand, pondering, "If everyone is breaking through, then I can too." He closed his eyes, focusing on the swirling spiritual energy around him, silently thinking, "Let us give it a shot." He felt his entire body lighten, energy swirling within him like a rush of excitement. "There is a warm flow moving through my danchin. Could it be that I?" Linshu opened his eyes, sensing the changes in his body. Linshu tried his hardest, but all he got back was a loud thud, leaving everyone staring in stunned silence. After a moment, he could only helplessly give up, sheepishly telling everyone, "I thought I could break through, but after half a day, all I did was let out a fart," prompting laughter from the group. At that moment, a notification flashed from the system. "Host has recently broken through to the bronze 5-star. And now you want to break through again. Dream on." This left him feeling a bit deflated, realizing he was still just a bronze 5-star. Just when Lin Shu thought he was done for, a thought sparked in his mind. Wait, it is the Spirit Pearl. Thanks to the system, he learned that the Spirit Pearl had a rare sound-based skill, Hadong, which could immobilize enemies for a few seconds. The duration depended on the level. And all of this amazed him. The Spirit Pearl had a sound-based skill. How rare. Lin Shu turned back, calling out to Zhang San. Zhang San. Hearing his name, he rushed over. "What is it?" "Big brother." Lin Shu held the Spirit Pearl up proudly. "Good. I just got this spirit pearl with a sound-based skill. I can only help you out here. Hearing this, Zhang San hesitated and asked him again. Big brother, this spirit pearl is really hard to come by. What do you want? In that moment, Lin Shu recalled Zhang San's previous gestures towards Cheng Ming, so he immediately deduced. Based on my observation, you have feelings for Cheng Ming. Right. Want to borrow this flower to offer to the Buddha? Zhang San did not hold back at all. He scratched his head shyly. His big brother really has a keen eye, he truly likes her. Memories flooded back of when Cheng Man gently fed him, saying, the rice is ready. Oh man. Being fed by Grat had him over the moon. Man is so tender, a great cook, and has a kind heart. She would make an amazing wife. Listening to him ramble, Lin Shu felt utterly helpless. Is he seriously thinking about marriage already? With this Lin Zhao situation, Zhang San totally did not forget his brother's help. He promised. Lin Ji, I will transfer you 2 million outside, making his brother cheerfully agree. Oh boy, if he is not careful, he might just end up a millionaire. Right now, he is over the moon holding Lin Zhao in his hands. Thinking, how should I give it to Man? Suddenly, her voice chimed in from behind. What are you up to? Causing Zhang San to jump a little. Man, when did you? She explained. I saw you two giggling about something and got curious, just as he was about to hide the Lin Zhao. He stammered, and no, it is nothing. Just that. Lin Shu was not about to let him off the hook that easily. He shoved him toward Cheng Man, saying, Simon, you shy little brat, just go for it. Zhang San lost control for a second and almost toppled over. Realizing this was the perfect moment, he dropped to one knee in front of Cheng Man. Man, please accept this. Leaving her utterly stunned after examining the Lin Zhao in her hands. Her jaw dropped in surprise. This is a sound system Lin Zhao. Zhang San, did you really get this for me? He bashfully replied. I bought it for you. I put in a ton of effort to find it. This instantly won her over, and Cheng Man pulled him into a tight hug, saying, you are the best. He felt so happy. Replying, it is nothing. While everyone around Lin Shu could not help but be a little envious. A little while later, Zhen held a piece of paper in her hands. Looking over what was written, she gently reminded the group. All right, the show's over. Everyone pack up. They were getting ready to head out again, and Lin Shu immediately agreed. Sure thing. Zhang San saw they were about to leave and quickly called out. Wait for. The four of them from Lin Shu's group set off together. After a bit, Zhen announced. This is where the forest meets the snowy field. We will rest here for the night. Lin Shu easily agreed. Sounds good. They divided up the tasks among themselves, some setting up camp, others starting a fire. While working, Lin Shu glanced at his goddess. Zhen. Noticing she was wearing just a short top in this cold weather, feeling chivalrous, he automatically took off his jacket. He approached her, holding out the coat. Here. Wear this. Don't catch a cold. This warmed her heart. And when she thanked him, she added a shy smile. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a magical beast roared nearby. At that moment, they were blissfully unaware of the beast's presence. Zhang San saw Lin Shu coming out of the tent, cheerfully calling out. Good morning, everyone. Let us have breakfast. He only nibbled on a small piece of bread and then notified the system 9527. Time to get to work. As usual, the system began extracting skills for him. A common skill. E rank. Seriously. Having such a low skill makes him feel deflated right off the bat, even though the system congratulates him. Congratulations, host. You have received an E rank skill. Nurture it. He can't feel any joy about it. Not another E rank. Forget calling him 9527. Just call him a total waste of space. His words infuriate the system, which is not about to let that slide. It is like, seriously, dude. Come on. Right now. Lamthu's thoughts are racing. Today's skills are a total disaster. He needs to find some real benefits. So he calls out to Zhang San next to him. Hey. Zhang San, pass me that honey. Zhang San immediately hands him a jar of honey. As he hands it over, Zhang San praises him. You like honey on your bread too? Ah. Good taste. But Lamthu waits for ages and still does not get his honey. He thinks Zhang San is slacking off and scolds him. What is taking so long? Hurry up. Confused, Zhang San replies. But I already gave it to you. Right. In reality, the jar of honey was snatched away by a wild beast. It lets out a fierce roar that snaps even Lamthu, who was daydreaming, back to reality. But before they can even react, Cheng has already appeared, using her skill, Spirit Kai, and she is all fired up, encouraging the two of them. Don't be scared. Watch me. Not only does she jump in, But Lamthu and the others also join in the fray. Just like that, the once ferocious wild beast has been reduced to a tiny creature. Wait, do not do that. Moments later, the beast is utterly battered, lying motionless on the snowy ground. At this point, Zhen Zhen is not shy at all. She praises Cheng Mine. With your binding skill, our fighting formation is so much smoother. I am really happy. After that, Zhen Zhen pulls out her phone, quickly telling the group, let us get ready and hit the road. Today, we should be able to reach our destination. Hearing this, Cheng Min feels thrilled. Are we really about to reach the fox den today? So exciting. Meanwhile, Lamthu glances at the wild beast beneath him. An idea for him. He pulls out a small knife, seemingly to cut the bonds holding the beast. Seeing him so focused, Zhen Zhen walks over to check. How's it going? We need to get moving. He glances at her and replies. Almost done. Then he adds, this beast is a treasure all over. I am planning to toss it into my space. As he tosses the beast into his bag, it surprises her. Wait, you are bringing this bear along. He casually responds. No big deal. It is not heavy at all. Hearing this, Zhen does not question it further. She just points ahead and says, if you like it. About 3 hours later, they have traveled quite a distance. At this moment, Zhen Zhen opens up a map, which shows we must be close to the den of the snow fox. Cheng also uses her skill to sense the surroundings, and after a while, she announces to the group, I have sensed something. There are 32 snow foxes nearby. Everyone be careful. This leaves Zhang San in disbelief, and he exclaims, that many? At that moment, something nearby catches their attention. Zhen Zhen and Lamthu turn to look, and suddenly, a small wild beast approaches them, with its soft white fur mixed with patches of black, and that adorable expression. It quickly stole the hearts of the two girls in the group too cute to handle. Lamthu stood off to the side, quietly observing. This spirit beast seemed harmless, and the system wholeheartedly agreed. As the snow fox was usually calm and collected, it is easy to tame, as long as you do not hurt its clan. Otherwise, you will have an angry snow fox on your tail. So he pondered the situation. Tron's purpose for this spirit realm was to obtain the snow fox's skill. But it seemed like she had taken a liking to this little one. He wondered how she would decide, then slowly approached her. Tran. He straightforwardly mentioned that the spirit fox had a gentle temperament. Capturing one should not be too hard. This made her feel regretful. Her face clearly showed that she did not want to harm the little spirit beast. But he still asked seriously, do you need us to help you take action? So she could only thoughtfully place the little spirit beast down in the snow. After a moment of contemplation, Tran told the group, forget it. We should not kill it just for a spirit cow. Otherwise, how are we any different from those who ambushed us earlier? She murmured, watching its tiny figure. A little later, she shook off her unease and happily declared, just seeing such a cute spirit beast makes me so satisfied. Hearing that made Lamthu feel happy too. No wonder she was his goddess. Beautiful and kind-hearted. Zhang San next to her chimed in with praise, saying, you are truly something else. The big sister with extraordinary grace. After that, she suggested to everyone, okay, let us head back. But Lamthu felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. Wait a minute. Gulling stood up to block the girls, saying, we might not be able to go back just yet. Suddenly, two huge snow fox spirit beasts appeared before them, roaring angrily at them. This made someone as perceptive as Lamthu realize the problem early on. From their growls, he sensed it. They must have misunderstood that we were taking their young one. Tran, hearing this, asked him how to resolve the issue. So what should we do? Just then, the little spirit beast cautiously approached its parents, explaining everything to them. Once they heard, all misunderstandings quickly cleared up. The large spirit beast was no longer angry. Observing the situation, Lamthu cheerfully announced to them, that little snow fox is so smart. It explained everything for us. Hearing this, Tran sighed in relief. Really? That is great. Zhang San added. Good thing we did not do anything. But then he had a big question for him. Back to the main topic. Bro, can you understand spirit beast language? He casually brushed it off, saying, not really. I just really like animals. But deep down, he felt grateful for the skills he had today, thanks to those rank skills related to animals. Then he bravely stepped forward towards the two parent snow foxes, wanting to see if he could get a bit of their spirit cow skill. This made the whole group really worried for him. Be careful. They are spirit beasts of the silver level after all, he reassured them. Don't worry. Standing in front of a massive beast resembling a mature snow fox, he confidently introduced himself. Hello. We are here to find your spirit cattle. If you have any, I hope you can give us one. I can trade something else in return. Hearing the two beasts confirm their existence made him really happy. You are real. Right. But then they cried out in distress. With his skills today, he quickly understood their words. So you are saying if we help you deal with your enemies, you will give us one? Linda clenched his fists and asked fiercely. Who dares to harm such adorable beasts like you? We will help you eliminate it. They revealed the enemy's name. The Snow Peak White Bear. This left him and the group stunned. What? You mean the enemy is a silver tier snow bear? Could it be? He immediately reached into his pocket, searching for the spirit beast he had for breakfast. Then he tossed it right in front of them, pointing at it with curiosity. This one. They looked at it, unable to believe he had actually taken it down. This is it. He is our master. To show their gratitude, the beast's mother gifted him 2 spirit cattle. Take them. He cheerfully accepted. Thank you. He then brought them to Trejon, telling her, these spirit cattle are a gift left by the previous generation after their passing to the Snow Fox family. They gave us 2. Hearing this, she got really excited and thanked him profusely. I want one to learn the skills again. The group eagerly anticipated her learning new skills. Sister, try it out and see what power it holds. The beast beside her whispered. I want to see too. Although a bit shy, Trejon agreed. All right, let us do it. She now held the spirit cattle in front of her. Her eyes closed as she focused on it. Moments later, she conjured a massive ice bow and arrow. Holding it, Trejon calmly exclaimed. Lintha watched her shoot the bow. The arrow zipped past him like lightning, making him exclaim. That was fast. Her arrow flew straight ahead, effortlessly destroying everything in its path. After the arrow passed, a green circle instantly appeared, wrapping around the trees it shot through. Lintha's group marveled at the sight, gasping in awe. Incredible. Even Lucky Lin is helpless, saying, that is it. There is no hope for us to catch up with her now. At that moment, Lintha approached Trejon to praise her. Congratulations. You have gained a powerful skill. She blushed, feeling shy, and humbly replied, it is nothing. Let us get ready to head back. Suddenly, Trejon had an idea and exclaimed, wait, it is rare for us to meet up like this. Let us take a memorable photo. Tam immediately agreed, running over to the 2 giant spirit beasts. This is a great idea. I will ask my snow fox friend to hold the phone for us. He carefully placed the phone on the furry back of the spirit beast. All right, setting the timer for 10 seconds. Done. Trejon called him over loudly. Tam. Hurry up. A moment later, a click sounded, and they had a stunning set of photos, including the adorable little spirit beast. 3 days later, Lamtha returned home and looked over the photos on his phone, even zooming in to admire his and Tran's faces. He kept grinning at the picture, thinking they looked great together, when suddenly his phone buzzed with a notification. Ding ding. Money has entered your account. As you open your account, the screen lights up with a flood of transactions. You got a transfer from Zongsan for 2 billion, another from Tramquai for 300,000, and one from Tran for 3 million. Your account balance stands at 6,108,000. Just look at that cash flow. Your buddies are coming through. And you have got a skill orb worth 5 million. All in all, this trip to the spirit realm scored you over 10 million, and there you are, feeling all smug. If I just secure the first place in next week's competition, I will totally meet Tren's criteria. The system's in a real bind. Because with your skills, they probably do not even want to talk to you. You glance at the system with a smug grin. What is wrong with my skills? I have been grinding hard lately. Even Lamtha has the audacity to lie through their teeth absorbing orbs and hitting the books daily. They have already hit the bronze level on any given day. Here's your schedule. In the morning, Lamtha absorbs. In the afternoon, they read books. And at night, they text Trejon good night. You can almost hear Lamtha's self-satisfied shout. Plus, I have memorized the textbook. No one understands advanced textbooks better than me. At this moment, you remind the system, so stop wasting breath. Withdraw my skills. The system can only listen. And it is pulling skills now. Oh. This kid really messed it up. After a bit of a wait, the system chimes in. Congratulating you. Lucky bastard. You have snagged an A-level skill. Insightful meditation. This one kinda hits hard. I'm already a genius. And it seems like it won't even help during the exams. But then you think of another purpose for this skill. Maybe I can use it later to help the goddess investigate if there are any peeping toms around the dorm. The system can help but retort. Is not that you? A month after the exam results are announced, your crew gathers at the Phoenix Cafe. Trejon looks at the screen, puzzled. Are we really the only ones taking this exam? Zongsan explains. Well, we did get the notification. We are just here to cheer on you 2 geniuses. Cheng proudly chimes in. They are taking it seriously. I am confident I can make the top 10. Hearing this, Zongsan beamed. And then hi. You are amazing. Watching this tender moment between the two, you can't help but feel a twinge of envy. They are moving ahead so smoothly. It stings. A moment later, you shake off the mood and focus on the main event. It is announcement time. Suddenly, Tren leans into you to catch a glimpse of the screen. Hurry. Look. She does not realize her two jassets are squished against your face. And you feel super awkward. You are so excited you could bleed from your nose. Who could resist this feeling? When she sees your score, Tren's face instantly darkens. Lumthu. Seriously. You are left momentarily confused. She erupts in anger. This is unforgivable. You are left scratching your head. What is going on? After calming down, she points at the screen and asks, how did you get this score? You look at the screen, still in disbelief. His scores were displayed on the screen, and for each subject, he scored a perfect 150, leaving everyone speechless maxed out. Zhang San looked at his scores and immediately showered him with compliments. You have grown up like a person. But your deeds are totally out of this world. This made him really happy. Saying, this line is in the literary piece Tin True The. But only Chen stayed quiet, quietly checking her own scores. When he tried to peek at hers, she bashfully blocked him, insisting, no need to check mine. Chen turned away and said, if you play hard, you have got to take the heat. I admit you are doing better than me. This caught Zhang San off guard. Whoa, the big sister is admitting defeat. And Lumthu is so happy he is about to have a nosebleed. A moment later, he showed her his phone, saying, Chen, look at how I am better than you at everything. Now that I have money. When are we going to your house for a meet-up? This made her immediately scold him. Meet-up? I have never met someone as shameless as you, Zhang San. Watching him get scalded, could only say, looks like our big bro has to work harder in love. He dejectedly admitted. Yeah, you are right. Then he and Cheng took off, but before leaving, he reminded him, let us meet in half a month. Do not forget we are taking the bus to Mevertu together. He smiled and confirmed, I won't forget. With just a day left before heading to meet AZ, he was packing in his room, feeling a bit reluctant to leave. But thought, this is a decent setup, even though he would only been here for 2 years. He had inadvertently come to see this place as home. Who knows when he would be back? In that moment, the system popped up again. Did not expect you to have such a sentimental side. He really hated it for always ruining the mood like that. Skill withdrawal. Now, at that moment, the system appeared again. Withdrawing skills. And soon the screen displayed. Enhance spirit energy as rank skill. Lumthu felt ecstatic. Lucky. I can enhance my spirit energy now. I remember I am while he was still thinking. The system displayed again. The system will automatically enhance spirit energy for the host. This made him furious. Yelling. Wait. Don't he just do what you want? The system was confused about what he wanted. The host does not want to enhance. If you do not do it today, the skill will automatically disappear. Lumthu held a spirit orb in his hand and explained. I have been stuck at Than Vu Buk Tin for days. I feel like I am about to break through. Using the enhancement now is not worth it. I want to try absorbing more. He quickly moved to the bed, sitting beside it with several spirit orbs. And Lumthu immediately started practicing. Although he felt hesitant, he reminded himself, risk it all today. Absorb another white-silver spirit orb. Let us go for it. Thanks to this daring decision, he managed to break through again success. Right after breaking through, he ordered System 9527. I can use the spirit energy enhancement now. It quickly responded. Yep. Lumthu glanced at his hands. Once again, he experienced a skill breakthrough, and each time it felt incredibly comfortable. Breaking through to the silver level did not take much effort at all. It was smooth sailing. At that moment, the system notified him of a new skill. Since the host leveled up to silver, the space system would grant an additional skill, remote object retrieval. The host can use their mental power to pull objects into their hands or control their movements from a distance. This new skill had him buzzing with excitement. Remote retrieval sounded so cool, so he was eager to give it a shot. Lumthu quickly focused on his backpack, thinking, come on, let us see what you have got. But to his frustration, he could only lift the bag a little. It would not budge closer to him, which was infuriating. What kind of useless skill was this? My energy is running low. Damn it. The system could not help but laugh at him. Teasing. Moving objects in this space is not as easy as it sounds. You will need to practice. Annoyed by its mockery, Lumthu snapped back. Shut up. 9527. Who is laughing now? The system fired back, not backing down. Plus, the weight of this backpack is considered hard to handle for a newbie. Just being able to shake it a little is already a big deal. But he was too stubborn to believe it. Refusing to give up. I do not believe you. Come on. Move closer to me. The next day, Lowtite was happily strolling down the hallway. Suddenly, she noticed that Lam Thu had not closed his door. Lam Thu. You left your door open. She peeked inside, looking for him. Where are you? Little Thu. All she found was a neatly placed letter and an envelope on the table. Curiosity pick. She approached and picked up the letter to see what it said. The letter was from Lam Thu, and it read, Sister Tight, I am going to Shanghai for my studies. It has been 2 years already. I have come to see this place as my home, to avoid the sadness of saying goodbye. I did not give a heads up. I will visit when I can. Lam Thu. After reading, she understood why he left, but her mouth could not help but complain, going off to college in Shanghai. Not even a word of warning. Then, Lo Tai picked up the envelope beside the letter to check it out. As soon as she opened it, she found a stack of cash, which shocked her. Whoa, that is a lot of money. A bold thought crossed her mind. Where did this kid get so much cash? Is he involved in something shady? Meanwhile, Lam Thu seemed to be suffering from her words. Tranjan Tran, sitting next to him, asked with concern, What is wrong? Shanghai is going to be a bit colder. Make sure you do not catch a cold. He just brushed it off. Replying. Really? Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. Lam Thu picked it up and answered. Hello. Without missing a beat, Lo Toit shouted from the other end. Hey. Little Thu. You did not get into trouble. Did you? Donnie scare me like that? Lam Thu had to hurriedly explain. That money is legitimately earned. Lo Toit reluctantly believed him. All right. You are a college student now. You have changed. She then reminded him. Lam Thu. Make sure to study hard. Your foundation is weak. You can catch up. He politely agreed. Yep. She added. And when you find a girlfriend, you better bring her home for me to meet. Lam Thu smiled and nodded. Sure. Just then, an announcement blared over the speakers. Attention. Passengers. Hearing this, he turned to Lo Tai. Sister, we have arrived at the station. I will call you back later. As the announcement blared once again. We have arrived at the Shanghai station. Please take care of your luggage, as everyone else has already disembarked. Now, Zhang San speaks up. Boss, your family is really worried about you, and that makes me happy. In today's sweltering heat, there are still plenty of people waiting outside for the train to arrive. A man with a white mustache slowly makes his way through the crowd. He is the vice principal of the Lingwu Academy, Lu Zhen, level Chen. As he spotted the 4 people approaching Lin Shu, Xin Zhenjin, Zhang San, and Dian Rui, he greeted them with a warm smile. Lin Shu was a bit surprised to see him. Principal, what brings you here? He placed a hand on Lin Shu's shoulder, proudly saying, I knew you would come to our Lingwu, that old punk. Kang Wen could never steal you away. I have seen the others competing with you, and their talents are not bad, but something feels off right now, he said, his expression turning curious. You have already reached the silver level. It has only been a few days. Before leaving, Lu Zhen reminded him. Kid. After you finish the enrollment process, stop by my office. This left Lin Shu confused, his face darkening. He thought to himself, what the hell? I just got here, and the principal wants to see me. A little later, at the school dorms, standing in front of room 303, a senior announced to Lin Shu and Zhang San. You two will be in this room. 2 more roommates will join you shortly. Lin Shu nodded in agreement. Sure thing. Senior, let us take it easy. Once inside the room, Zhang San did not hold back on the praise. Big bro, your growth rate is insane. You have broken through to silver in just a few days. Lin Shu humbly replied. You noticed that too? Zhang San, beaming with excitement, said, since we are roomies, maybe I will catch some of your brilliance. As he embarked on this rapid journey of leveling up, Lin Shu felt a bit helpless, thinking to himself that he should quickly organize his things and go find the vice principal. After tidying up the room, he called for the system to appear. 9527, he said, and the system popped up, displaying that it was retrieving skills. Moments later, it quickly announced. Congratulations, host. You have acquired this level body enhancement skill, and are currently enhancing your body. Lin Shu was taken aback. What? I got the premium body enhancement skill. The system added. Enhancement successful, prompting him to ask 9527 to check his current physical strength. A little later, it displayed. The host's current strength attributes are equivalent to that of a golden level 2-star powerhouse. Lin Shu was thrilled. What? So theoretically, I am already a golden level powerhouse. The system confirmed. That is right. Your physical quality has reached golden level, and the ZES level body enhancement will automatically upgrade to SES level skill. Lin Shu was overjoyed. Golden level physique can actually level up. At this moment, Zhang San was tidying up his things. Still in the room, he called out, "Hey, bro. Why are you still here? Don't forget. The principal is waiting for you." Hearing that, he suddenly remembered and quickly wiped it away. Right. A moment later, he was at the vice principal's office door. He gently knocked, and a voice from inside said, "Come in." Seeing him, the man invited him to sit down. "Little two, please take a seat." As soon as he arrived, Lam Thu jumped straight into it, asking what Master Luck wanted him for. The man simply said there was nothing much. Just wanted to ask him a few questions. He answered comfortably. "Please. Ask away." Luck Chan told him. "You must know about the current ranking system." He recalled the pyramid diagram of 7 ranks and questioned him. There are 7 ranks. Bronze, Platinum, Diamond, True Martial, and Supreme Wisdom, if I remember correctly. You are a powerful user of the transformation system. Right, he agreed, saying, "That is right." The man then seriously asked, "Little White Rabbit," which made him feel a bit uncomfortable, but he replied, "Yep." At that moment, the man seemed curious, asking if he had some kind of fortuitous encounter. Lam Thu quickly pretended not to understand. "What do you mean?" "Master Luck, I do not get it." But inside, he was worried about being exposed. Why would Luck Chan think that? Could it be that 9527 was revealed? No way. Unexpectedly, the man listed a series of scenarios that could explain his rapid breakthrough. Did you fall off a cliff and get some immortal-esque blessing? Or did you eat something that boosted your powers? Otherwise, how could your rank have risen so fast? You have gone from nothing to platinum in no time. He felt helpless, trying to keep his cool. After hearing the man's words, he finally sighed in relief, thinking, the vice principal must have read too many novels like Long O Chine. I thought the system had been discovered. Turns out he was just making up stories to cover it up, he explained. Actually, it is based on the spirit pearls from my last trip. However, the man's face showed clear disbelief. This rank up happened too quickly. With your transformation system, how many skills do you really have? After thinking it over, he replied, 7 skills. Luck Chan leaned closer, asking for more details. 7 skills. The man loudly denied everything he said. How can that be? I am a respected figure at Linvo University. And I have met quite a few of these little white rabbits. Why do you have so many skills? Unless you are not a little white rabbit at all. Lam Thu waved his hands, gently explaining. Master Luck, my transformation system has actually evolved. After evolving, I can use some abilities from the space system. This surprised him greatly. What? He quickly asked. The space system? Can the transformation system really evolve into another system? He replied seriously. Though it is hard to believe, it is the truth. Then he picked up the suitcase next to him, saying, Look, this is a suitcase I placed in the space system. This left the man even more astonished. What? Lu Xun takes hold of his suitcase, inspecting it thoroughly. It is the real deal. He seems to possess spatial abilities. Then, with a hint of caution, he tells him, I do not quite understand the spatial system. But you have made the right choice coming to our Lingwu University. He even introduces him to the principal of the school. Because in our country, the only known master of the spatial system is our principal, Yang Jia. Hearing this, he is incredibly excited. Our principal is a spatial system awakener. And he quickly avoids the eager gaze directed at him. He makes up an excuse, saying, Unfortunately, he is not at school right now. I will introduce you later so you can learn from him. Then he curiously asks him, By the way, does anyone else know about your spatial abilities? Without hiding anything, he replies, In the Lingku training, Quan Zhenjin and Zhang San know about it, so he reminds him, Make sure to keep this a secret from them. Which Lin Shu agrees to, saying, Yep. Teacher Lu. Suddenly, he calls out, Come here. Stand up. And show me your full power, leaving him completely stunned. What? He says. During the last competition, I sense that your physique is quite extraordinary. Let us see what your true strength is. So Lin Shu does not hold back anymore, saying, Teacher Lu. He then delivers a powerful strike right at the center of the man's body. Teacher Lu does not say a word, and he asks, Teacher Lu, are you okay? Lu Xun feels the impact of his earlier strike and is momentarily startled. A golden level. This kid seems weak on the outside, but inside he hides a monstrous strength. Now he questions further. Kid, has your body reached the golden level? He politely replies, Yep. Teacher Lu, should I continue? However, Lu Xun gets angry, demanding to deduct his scholarship, saying, Keep going. You brat. The repair costs for the floor will come out of your scholarship, which frustrates him greatly. No way. I respect my elders. How can you treat me like this? Teacher. At this moment, he pulls his foot off the wet floor from earlier and informs him of something. There is one more thing: the competition at Lingwu University in 3 months has nothing to do with you. But if your body organization has reached the golden level, I have decided to register you. He points directly at Lin Shu's group. However, shows no interest, saying, I am not going. Who told you to deduct money from me? Lu Zhen starts listing out the benefits of the competition to persuade him. This competition is way tougher than the last spiritual energy one at Gaozong. But his answer remains a firm no. He is just not interested. Lu Zhen then tries to entice him with material rewards. The prize for the champion is very generous. Not to mention the exclusive platinum spirit pearl. Just the cash prize alone is 5 million. At that moment, he feels a sense of duty and agrees. Don't he worry. Teacher Lu. For the honor of the school, I will definitely give it my all. This leaves Lu Zhen speechless with frustration. Afterward, he heads back to his dorm. Just as he opens the door to his room, Trong Tam was looking at him with excitement. Lum Ka, you are back, and our 2 roommates just arrived too. He glanced over and saw a friend with hair as green as broccoli, trying to hold back a laugh to greet him. Hey there. The expression on Lam Amthu's face made him realize what he was thinking, so he loudly explained. I will say it once. This hair color was from the womb. Totally not a choice. His words made Lam Thu think he could read minds. Hey. How do you know what I am thinking? Are you some rare psychic? He yelled back in frustration. Psychic. Please. Your thoughts are written all over your face. This guy is Tranga Hung Dang, the plant system's chosen one. At that moment, Lam Thu glanced at his second roommate, only to hear him say, this guy is your dad. Came to register with you. Uncle. Lama Hung Dung was left dumbfounded. Being called a friend's parent made him furious. What a little brat. Lam Thu quickly felt a bad vibe and wondered. What is up with this uncle? The blonde friend angrily asked. Are you serious? Just then, Trong Tam hurried to explain. Lam Ka. This guy is also our roommate. Leaving him genuinely shocked. He showed his id to Lam Thu, who stared at the blonde friend in confusion. Only 17. Half a year younger than him. How did he grow up looking so mature? He was not in the mood to elaborate. I refuse to answer that. A lot of people say that. Though, a bit later, Hong Yang chimed in. All right. No more messing around. Since everyone's here, let us sort out our ranks in the dorm. Zhang San agreed, saying, okay. Everyone, pull out your ids. And just like that, all 4 of them whipped out their ids to compare their birth dates. After comparing, Lam Thu turned out to be the oldest. He could not help but break into a big grin, declaring, I am definitely the boss here. Hong Yang retorted, annoyed. Damn it. I thought it was me, Zhang San jokingly suggested. Then I will call you second brother from now on. But Hong Yang was not having it. He fumed. Call me second, no way. Even though Lam Thu did not quite get why, he shrugged and said, fine, second it is. Moments later, someone knocked on their door, calling out, hey. Classmates. The mentor says it is time to gather in class. Hearing this, they quickly replied, got it, we are on our way. A little while later, all 4 of them arrived at the classroom. Inside, many classmates had already arrived and were staring at Lam Thu's group. They glanced at Lam's blonde friend and all shouted in unison, hello, madam, leaving him utterly helpless. Thinking, I am your classmate. Lam Thu could not help but laugh at that. Shortly after, the beautiful teacher appeared behind Lam Thu, clearing her throat to get their attention. This lovely teacher was Hang Quan Ning, a platinum level, 8-star beast awakener, rare type, a 9-tailed fox. She commanded, take your seats. Students, standing at the lectern, she first introduced herself to the class, saying, hello, everyone. I am your mentor, Hang Quan Ning. If you need any help in the coming days, feel free to reach out to me. Then she got to the main topic, saying, the reason I called you all here today is primarily for 2 things. First, I hope you all get to know each other better, and, while we are at it, to elect a class representative, let us start with introductions. I will demonstrate first. She began introducing herself as a model for the class. Hello, everyone. I am Hang Quan Ning. From Shanghai. A platinum level beast awakener with 8 stars, specializing in the 9-tailed fox type, and I love sports. Then she pointed at Zhang San, inviting him to introduce himself first, while she encouraged the students below to come up one by one. Starting with the boy in the front row. Although a bit surprised, he smoothly introduced himself. I'm Zan, a support type healing awakener. Silver level. 2 stars. I am from City B and I really like classmate Train MMN. He added, making Tron MMN blush in front of the whole class. When she finished listening to him, she smiled softly, thinking, this kid's really straightforward. She looked around, her eyes landing on Lam Thu, who understood her cue. After that, he quickly stood up to introduce himself. Hello everyone. My name is Lam Thu. I am a beast transformation awakener with a silver grade dual affinity, hailing from City B. And I love all the beautiful things in the world. Just after he finished introducing himself, she smiled and wanted to add a bit more about him for the class. Wait a second. Does everyone remember him? He is the only one who scored full marks in this exam. And his transformation type is a rabbit. With just this little info, before she could even finish, the whole class already knew his identity. They whispered behind his back. They had heard that there was a freak who scored full marks in this exam. But to think he was in our class. But a rabbit transformation. Is he really just relying on his academic scores to get in? Although he felt a bit angry, he did not want to waste his energy on them. Say what you want. It does not bother me, he thought to himself. At this point, the teacher stopped and invited the next students to introduce themselves. After a round of introductions, she moved on to the second topic of today's class meeting. Alright, everyone has introduced themselves. And I believe you all know a little about each other now. Next, we will proceed to elect a class leader. As for qualifications, I believe if you have made it into Ling Wu Academy, your grades must be impressive. He looked at the class achievements and decided, I will select the top 4 representatives. All of you are silver grade, and your exam scores are all above 700 points. They are Tan Trian, Dudong Thin, Semiyam, Glam. Upon hearing their names, they quickly stepped up to the podium, holding the microphone. The teacher announced what was coming next. Next up is the election. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to present. The first one up is this student with light blonde hair. Time a Hawk Transformation Awakener. Silver grade dual affinity. Mavim stepped forward and said, I will go first. She nodded in agreement. Okay. Tamumavim will speak first. He took the microphone, his voice clear as he greeted everyone. Hi everyone. I am Hivit. First of all, I want to thank the advisor for giving me this opportunity to run for class leader. He proudly recounted his achievements. Since elementary school, I have always been the class leader, and I have rich management experience. I believe that if I become class leader, I can make our class the best at Lingwu University. He concluded sincerely. Thank you everyone, and I hope you will vote for me. Meanwhile, a friend with blonde hair from the dormitory laughed at him. Everyone here is outstanding. Why should we pick him? The others nodded in agreement. Yeah. Right. After that, the teacher pointed towards Lamthu. Great. Thank you for the clear speech. Vimim. Next, let us invite Lamthu to speak, completely contrasting with Emma VM's enthusiastic spirit. He looked rather reluctant. He thought, this position is such a hassle. I have zero interest. He spoke very reluctantly. Hello everyone. I am Lam, and I do not want to be class leader. Tried and then told the students. If you want to vote, please vote for Tan Trenger Tren. Thank you. Everyone. This made the teacher quite annoyed. On the surface, she calmly said, I have been a teacher for so many years. And this is the strangest campaign speech I have ever heard. Next, in her heart, she was screaming. This kid is just here to mess things up. When Tan Tren stepped up to speak, she kept it short and sweet, asking everyone to vote for her. Thank you. Then she just walked off, leaving the class in shock. Was that it? She confirmed. Yes indeed. That was her speech. The main crowd below cheered her on. Truly a big sister. Forever a fan of the Ice Queen. The highest and most aloof of them all, as Gu Jun was telling the class. That was the shortest campaign speech I have ever heard. Up next, we have Divring Thin. Ading Thin subtly glanced at Tan Trun, thinking to herself, this girl's popularity is through the roof. But Ding Thin was not intimidated. To her, Tan Trun posed no real threat. As Divung Thin stepped up, all eyes were on her, with whispers swirling around. It is Ding Thin. Stunning as ever, she radiated heat. She gently brushed her hair and addressed everyone. Hey everyone. I am Ding Thin. And I do not have anything too fancy to say. Please send those cute little votes my way. She added, not forgetting to flash an adorable smile at everyone. Her charm sent the guys in the class into a frenzy, and they all shouted in unison, determined to vote for her. The atmosphere in the classroom was now a clear divide. On one side, the cool and distant Tan Trun, and on the other, the fiery and playful Dong Thin. Both radiated their own unique allure, leaving Lum Thu torn on who to vote for. He thought to himself, the styles of Dong Thun and Tan Trun are totally opposite, yet both are crowd favorites. After a round of voting, the results were finally in, and the teacher held the results with a dramatic flair. All right, after counting the votes, we have a bit of a surprise. Our class president, who received the most votes, is none other than Tan Trun. Let us give her a round of applause. Despite being the winner, Tan Tren maintained her cool demeanor throughout the class. As for Deng Yuthen, upon hearing that she came in second with 29 votes, and would be vice president, she was furious. How dare you? Do not let me find out who did not vote for me. Lam Thu, sitting nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. It suddenly got a bit colder. After the election, the teacher announced, "All right, the class president selection is over. I hope you two can work well with me. Next up, we will discuss the second item on the agenda for this class meeting, which is your military training. Our military training is different from standard student training. It is extremely strict. First off, attendance is mandatory for this training. Anyone absent will be immediately dropped. Secondly, our instructors are soldiers who have really faced life and death. The members of the Chu Tachi squad will train you as if you were real soldiers." Upon hearing this, Lam Thu turned to Time Vime in confusion. Is the Chu Taike squad really that famous? Team Viam looked at Lam Thu, surprised. You do not know about the Chu Tachi squad. Seeing that Lam Thu seemed clueless, Dinong then explained. The Chu Tai squad is the only aerial squad in our country. I heard that if a member of the squad is not a beast transformation awakener, they at least have a spirit beast mount. Watching Lam the lost in thought, Ouyang Thien could not help but be drawn in. She stared intently at him and thought, this scholar is not half bad looking. Maybe I should strike up a conversation. She put on her cutest act and approached Lam Thu to chat. But aside from the Chekti Ka squad, we also have the Than Long and Bech A squads. To her surprise, Lam Thu did not even glance her way. His mind was solely focused on the Chai Teka squad and their spirit beast mounts. As he thought about this, Lam Thu suddenly felt a surge of ambition. His eyes sparkled with the desire to conquer. It seemed he had quite a few spirit beast skills. Maybe he could snag a mount for himself. After all, training day came around quickly, and all the students gathered on time and with serious faces. Mena Men noticed something off about Trunjong Tam and asked with concern, "Hey, Tam Tam, you have lost weight, have not you?" Flattered by the attention from his crush, Chutrong Tam cheerfully replied, "I have not seen you in days." MMMNN, I just can't eat. Watching them flirt like that made Lam Thu feel a twinge of discomfort. Seriously, where's he lost weight? These two are always lovey-dovey. Then he sneaked a glance at Chine Chun, thinking, man, I wonder when spring will finally come for me. His goddess looks adorable in tight clothes. And just as he pondered this, Antima Viam suddenly shouted, "Wait, look at that, at that." Everyone looked up at the sky, and thousands of enormous spirit beasts began to descend slowly. The flocks of spirit beasts responded to the command and landed gracefully on the ground. Lam Sung touched down lightly and confidently declared, "This training session officially begins." The squad leader of the Chia Teeks team, Lieutenant Lam Zung, had a rather annoyed expression as he introduced himself. "I am the commander of this military training session." Lam Sung, to be honest, I am not comfortable with being sent to train students like you. You so-called pampered ones are not what soldiers aspire to be. After a pause, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked at a chubby kid, saying, "You are all just flowers in a greenhouse." Completely unaware of the harshness of this world, Lam Sung addressed the soldiers standing in formation, saying, "Since this is an order from above, we will comply." Next, the instructors would lay out the training tasks for each class. They would train you just like soldiers. The golden 3-star attribute beast transformation teacher, Tunan Mine, looked straight at Lam Thu and introduced himself formally. "Hello everyone. I'm Tinamen, your training instructor for the next month." Lam Thu, with an innocent and guilty expression, whispered just loud enough for everyone to hear, "A Lam Sung and a Ten Mine. They do not hail from the same place, do they?" This made everyone chuckle, but Teen Min frowned in irritation, thinking to himself, this new batch is pretty cheeky. I hope they are still laughing by the end of this. After surveying the new students, Atun Min glanced at Asan and said, "Good. With a spirit like that in the group, let us move on." Raising his hand to call the roll, Tun Min shouted, "The first task today is for everyone to run 10 laps around the training ground without using spirit power. If anyone gets caught, it is an extra 5 laps." The new students gasped in shock, shouting in unison, 10 laps. Lam Thu muttered under his breath, "Seriously? We have not even started, and it is already this intense." Tan Ming crossed his arms, wedging a notebook under his armpit, watching the new recruits sprinting like crazy while shouting loudly, "Great. Everyone keep running. If you can't keep up, no lunch for you." He glanced at one recruit who was gasping, muttering, "I can't run anymore." Instructor Tan Ming flipped through his notebook, thinking to himself, just as he predicted, by the 5th lap, people were already starting to fall behind. He observed one recruit struggling and assessed their stamina. Realizing you could see strengths and weaknesses just from how they ran, Tan Ming looked over Lin Shu's profile as he zipped past the instructor, seeing Lin Shu run with such grace. He thought, but this student, Lin Shu, is something else. Tan Ming quietly evaluated. He is just a level silver hair beast type. So how is he still ahead of the pack? Meanwhile, Zhen Zhen and Aoyangqin were running under the blazing sun, completely exhausted and panting heavily. Lin Shu glanced at her with concern. Noticing Zhen Zhen seemed really tired and struggling to keep up, he deliberately slowed down, waiting for Zhen Zhen as she pushed herself to run. He extended his hand toward Zhen Zhen. You look worn out. If you want, I can help you out for a bit. Zhen Zhen, catching her breath, replied gloomily. You go ahead. Lin Shu thought to himself. The goddess is still as strong as ever. Aoyangqin grabbed Lin Shu's hand with pleading eyes and said, Come on, I can't keep going. Can you help me out a bit? Lin Shu felt a chill run down his spine. Expertly declining. That might not be appropriate. She put on a pitiful look and swayed. What is wrong with that? Zhen Zhen saw this and felt a surge of anger. Lin Shu waved to Zhen Zhen. You go ahead. If anything happens, just call for me. Hearing this, she could only smile and agree. All right. By the 9th lap, Sima Yan was gasping for air, his face turning purple as he sweat buckets, looking like a hot mess. Meanwhile, Lin Shu comfortably jogged beside him. Unfazed, Sima Yan glared at Lin Shu, who was running effortlessly, and thought angrily. Finally, we are at the last lap. I am in first place, but this damn rabbit keeps up with me. The class monitor is one thing, but I do not want to lose to him again. Sima Yan glared at Lin Shu, grinding his teeth, thinking, this is unforgivable. Suddenly, he felt a chill run through him. Seeing Sima Yan's exhausted struggle, Lin Shu could not help but smile inside. To hide his own strength, he had to humbly run alongside this guy. If he had gone full speed, he would have finished 20 laps by now. Lin Shu turned back and saw Zhen Zhen and Aoyangqin exchanging fiery glances, thinking to himself, looks like my stamina is way better than theirs. Sima Yan saw Lin Shu daydreaming and pushed his speed to the max, swearing under his breath. Does this damn rabbit think he can look down on me while running? Lin Shu and Sima Yan both pushed themselves forward, with Sima Yan thinking, I am a fierce eagle. There is no way I can lose to a rabbit. The finish line was right in front of them, and Sima Yan gritted his teeth. I can't take this anymore. I have to surge ahead. He sprinted like a madman, glancing back at Lin Shu, who could not help but wonder, why is this guy suddenly speeding up? Lam watched as Tumavim sprinted like a bull, thinking to himself, chill out, dude. I am not gunning for first place. I am totally fine with second. Why are you running so fast? As Lam caught up, he reminded himself to stay humble and just keep steady behind him. Meanwhile, Tumavim was internally screaming, you can still run. With his eyes shut tight and teeth clenched, Tumavim ramped up his speed, leaving Lam far behind. Shouting, I am going all out. There is no way I am losing to a rabbit. But in his haste, he tripped over a rock and went tumbling forward, while Lam watched and silently cursed. Great. I just kicked it into high gear and can't stop now. Each of his strides grew longer as he prepared to cross the finish line. Lam, with tears welling up, thought, how can this kid be so weak? I have already cut him some slack, and he still can't snag first. Meanwhile, Tumavim lay flat on the ground, grumbling. What was all this effort for? Just to end up in second place. Kunming looked at his notebook and congratulated Lam. Congrats on taking first place. You are Lam, right? With excitement in his eyes and leaning heavily on the table, he added, you have run 10 laps and do not seem to be sweating at all. Lam thought to himself, oh, is my performance a bit over the top? Kunming's eyes widened as he saw Tansen, who had been bright and rosy just moments ago, now looking like an old man, hunched over and groaning. I'm exhausted. My arms, my thighs, my waist, everything hurts. Lam could not help but think, can't I at least pretend to be a little tired? Ignoring Tansen's pitiful state, Kunming jotted something down in his notebook and said, anyway, I remember your face now. Good. Lam sighed in frustration, his humble running plan now completely shot to hell. Looking at Tumavim sulking, Lam could not help but feel annoyed. This is all your fault. I let you go easy, and you still could not snag first. What a loser. Tumavim looked up, saw Lam glaring at him, and shouted back, what are you staring at? If I had not fallen, first place would have been mine. This time I let you win. He thought. Irritated. This kid really has no humility at all. Lam smirked, crossing his arms in a taunting pose. You look like a pathetic loser who can handle the spotlight. Tumama, provoked, opened his mouth wide in fury. He bared his teeth in disdain, declaring, don't get cocky. We are all beasts here. But a rabbit like you will never beat an eagle. You are just begging to be my dinner. Lam shot back without a care. I bet you have no idea what my beast form is. All the freshmen finished their laps, and Kunming smiled, thinking, well, they all made it. At least they pushed through in terms of willpower. He shouted, all right, everyone gather up. Once everyone was assembled, Kunming continued, Now I have a decent understanding of each of you. Next up is the second training session. We will split into 5 groups, each with 100 tasks to complete. The chubby kid with a beer belly slapped his thigh, groaning endlessly. Oh man, this is just cruel. First, my legs go out, and now my arms are next. Linshu and Zimayan stood there, silent, listening to the instructor's announcements. Kunming held his notebook, staring at Linshu, barking orders. Get in line for your individual training. No slacking off. I want to hear you count out loud. Kunming fixed his gaze on the new recruits, with Linshu and Zimayan standing out, their mouths never stopping. I will be keeping an eye on you guys. If I catch anyone slacking, congratulations. You will be doing it all over again, because the whole team will have to redo it. Kunming opened his thick leather-bound notebook and announced loudly. Alright, let us get started. As soon as the instructor gave the command, everyone began their training seriously, with Zimayan executing each move flawlessly with a face full of confidence. He thought to himself, push-ups. I have trained for this. I can definitely win. But that thought shattered like glass when he glanced back at Linshu. Watching Linshu's swift and decisive movements, Zimayan's eyes widened in shock. What the heck? What kind of monster is this kid? How is he so fast? It was not just Zimayan. Even the instructor was stunned by Linshu's strength, realizing he was being compared to Linshu. He thought, forget it, no longer caring about being humble. He figured the instructor had seen right through him, even if he was exposed. What did it matter? He could only reveal a single hair of his true power. The instructor could not help but be amazed at Linshu's impressive abilities at such a young age. He quickly checked the list, looking at Linshu's name and thinking hard. This kid is something else. I need to keep a close watch on him. Then the instructor announced. Final group. Everyone finish up. Everyone drop to the ground. Utterly exhausted, Zimayan plopped down on the ground, panting and moaning. This instructor is a demon. A few others lay sprawled out, gasping. I am dying here. I can't take any more. Just as they were catching their breath, the instructor said, all right. Morning training is over. You all get 2 hours to rest. This afternoon, we will continue. He warned, causing everyone to worry. Zimayan chimed in. Wait, we still have more training today. One classmate groaned about the heat. The instructor, noticing their discontent, darkened his expression. It seems like some of you are a bit dissatisfied. Here's the deal. I am giving you a chance. This afternoon, you can challenge me. I will suppress my cultivation level to match yours. If you manage to beat me, you will get a month off from training. He then lifted his tracking notebook, and all the results from this training session were exceptional. Who is up for a challenge? Zimayan looked at the instructor and asked, Instructor, you really will suppress your cultivation to match ours? Kunming replied, that is right. I am currently at gold rank 3 stars, and I will drop it to silver middle. Zimayan, brimming with confidence, responded, all right. Instructor, we accept your challenge. Haha. Hearing the instructor's proposal, Linshu paused for a moment, thinking, a challenge against the instructor. This could be interesting. Then he turned to ask the instructor, in the martial arts competition, can we use weapons? What about mine? Lumthu replied casually. When Tianmin heard this, he looked a bit scared. Buddy, using guns in a competition is not really okay, even if I am at the golden level. I can't handle bullets. Lumthu quickly clarified. Report. Instructor, it is just a regular weapon. The team sighed in relief. All right then, see you this afternoon. He whispered, you little brat. Why did not you say that earlier? Lumthu happily bid farewell to the instructor. That afternoon, Trotong Tam excitedly chased after Lumthu. Big brother, are you challenging the instructor too? I will cheer you on. Lumthu had no idea that every move he made was being recorded by a team member. Lum Sung looked at the screen and curiously asked Las Tran, that kid seems to have better potential than the others. But why is the teacher so focused on him? Las Tran replied, he is my most promising new student. Trema observed Limthu closely and said, that trap was set by him. Hearing Lusitron's words piqued Lam Sung's curiosity, daring to make a move right in front of the teacher, if there is a chance. I definitely need to get to know him better. Lasitron continued. Some others were personally selected by me for you to train with. Lam Sung smiled broadly. I guarantee I will complete the task. Teacher. Lasitron gently patted Lam Sung's shoulder. All right, just do not be so fussy about it. He then glanced at his face and said, Little Lam, that scar on your face has been there for years. Why did not you let someone from the healing department help you recover? Lam Sung's expression changed as he replied. Teacher. I once swore that I would not heal this scar until I have been punished for a day. His gaze turned cold, keeping it as a reminder not to forget the pain he felt back then. Seeing Lam Sung's deep-seated hatred, Si Tren could only sigh. It has been so many years. And you still can't let go. I can only wish you find peace soon. Lumsung turned his head and said loudly, I will find it. I already have some leads on this. And I believe that day is not far off. At exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all the students gathered at the training ground to watch the martial arts competition. Meanwhile, Lum was rummaging through the bushes looking for something. Tronjung Tam approached and asked, Big brother, what are you doing? The challenge is about to start. Lum Thu, lost in thought, looked at the broomstick in his hand and said, I am looking for a weapon that feels right. He then turned to Tronjung Tam and continued, That staff you gave me before is not broken. Is it? Tronjung Tam suddenly remembered and quickly replied, Oh yeah. He then reached out for a high five. And from the bushes, someone jumped out holding a long spear. Tronjung Tam excitedly showed it off to Lum Thu. Lum Ka. This spear is made from a rare alloy. Check it out. Lum Thu's eyes lit up. Did you specially prepare this for me? He took the spear and examined it carefully. It looked like it could cause serious damage. And the design was beautiful. Tronjung Tam. You really put in some effort. Seeing that Lum Thu loved the gift he prepared, Tronjung Tam blushed with joy. As long as Lum Ka likes it, that is what matters. Just then, the instructor walked over with an expectant expression. Looks like you guys are ready. Who is going first? Hearing Tan Min's voice, Lum Thu jumped and turned around. Realizing that they seemed to be starting, he boldly declared, I challenge you first. Teacher. Calmly, he said to Tan Min. I am Buck Engin Atine, a beast transformation awakener with the hawk transformation type. I ask for your guidance. Instructor. Tan Min found this quite interesting and thought to himself. The squad's pet riders also have a segment that focuses on beast transformations involving birds. He had sparred with them many times before. He said to Team VM. Oh really? Then go ahead and transform. But remember to take off your clothes. Team VM concentrated his energy and began to transform. His arms turned into the wings of a hawk, and he immediately soared into the sky. Up there, he skillfully unleashed his light/technique. Tronjung Tam watched in shock, his jaw hanging open, while Lum Thu admired it for the first time. This was the first time he had seen a transformation like this, able to fly and attack at the same time. It was really cool. Tan Min simply smirked and activated his metal transformation. Seeing his attack being easily blocked like that, Temu VM was genuinely furious. He shouted and unleashed his light technique in retaliation. Standing off to the side, Lum Thu was struck with admiration for Tan Min, realizing the instructor was a rare elemental awakener. No wonder he dared to say that anyone who could beat him would not have to train. With such high metal defense, who could even touch him? Seeing his attacks completely ineffective against Tan Min, Team of VM could not believe his eyes. Watching Mu Vim almost exhausted, Tan Min asked, Hey kid. You are running low on energy. Right. Are you going to admit defeat or should I take you down? Though unwilling, Team of VM could only helplessly say, I admit defeat. Tan Min turned around lazily and said, Next, Yu Dugling then walked up without saying a word. As a Buchan Tam Kim awakener with fire attributes, she smiled confidently and said, I am here for your guidance. Tan Min replied with a commanding tone. The Dung then opened with a fireball, which Tan Min easily dodged. Thinking to himself that this little fireball was not much and was easy to avoid. But if this girl dared to challenge him, she must have more skills up her sleeve. Suddenly, a firestorm erupted, and Tan Min activated his iron wall defense technique. This fire made even a metal awakener like Tan Min feel the pressure. He thought, I still need to use my techniques. I can't underestimate the possibility of losing. He estimated the temperature of the flames to be around 1,500 degrees Celsius, definitely challenging. Dejung Thin poured all her energy into her technique, and soon she was panting. Saying, she then knelt on the ground, her voice weak. I can't do it anymore. I admit defeat. I am out of energy. Team Mun wiped the sweat off his face and told Dong Thin, you did well. Classmate. A Chen Chen watched Dazeng Thing from afar with a confused expression. Atina Mun thought simply, no need to hold back. Just attack. And he charged straight toward Dong Thin. Little did he know, Ding Thin was scheming to lure Tan Min in close. Seeing her plan succeed, she could not help but smile smugly. She launched a fire attack towards Tan Min while reminding him, be careful. Caught off guard by a surprise attack, Tan Min was momentarily terrified. What the heck? But with plenty of experience under his belt, this little trick did not faze him at all, and he instinctively used his wood-based defense. Seeing Tan Min struggle to fend off her attack, Duong Thian smirked with glee and proudly declared, I can't go easy on you, teacher. She then unleashed all her strength, launching a fiery attack. Tan Min's eyes widened in horror as the fireball hurtled toward him. Whoa, Tan Sen is terrifying this time. Of course. Even though she tried her best, Duong Thian still had to admit defeat. After Duong Thian, the next challenger was Tren Tren. She stepped up, looking serious. Tan Trian. Being good at Ice System Awakener. Ready for your guidance. Teacher. Tanmun could not help but admire her. She was already a teen at such a young age. Impressive, Atran Tren asked Tanmun. Do you need a break? Teacher. I do not want to take advantage of you. Hearing this, Tanmun quickly replied. No need. I am a gold-level powerhouse. I have still got plenty of energy left. After hearing Tanmun's words, Tren immediately took her fighting stance and reminded him. Then please be careful. Teacher. Tanmun, now serious and ready, replied. Let us get started. Tren shot a freezing arrow straight at Tanmun. He carefully deflected her attack. Feeling the power behind it, without hesitation, Tren launched a flurry of ice arrows, making Tanmun wary. He thought to himself, what kind of monsters are these? This one is even stronger than the last. The continuous barrage of arrows left Tanmun unable to use his wood-based defense. He could only dodge skillfully. Oh man. This ice skill demands a fully transformed body to withstand it. I should stick to close combat. While he was focused on finding a way to approach, Tren suddenly jumped high and shot an arrow straight at Tanmun. He thought, even getting close to this girl means facing high damage from ice arrows. Losing his cool, Tanmun could only brace himself. Thinking, I can't lose my composure now. My mental state is crumbling. It is too painful. I am getting knocked around like a kite from a distance. Lambda watched with delight. Chuckling. This teacher can't even get within 3 meters of Tren. Our girl is really impressive. Suddenly, Tren raised her arm and signaled. I concede. I am out of energy. After an exhausting defense, Tanmun finally got to take a breather. Panting. I am so worn out, but I held on. Once he regained his composure, Tanmun turned to Lambda and asked, is there anyone else? Lambda raised his arm and shouted happily. Lambda, an animal transformation system awakener. Bichingo Nif 10. Tanmun looked at Lambda with a hint of skepticism, finally stepping up. Out of all the students this time, I am most curious about this kid's strength. Tanmun approached Lambda, and noticing his anxiety, Lambda asked, Teacher, do not you need a little rest? That last battle must have drained quite a bit from you. Tanmun replied. I recover quickly. You think fighting against a Bech Engi Unnun in the animal transformation system takes up much of my energy? Seeing this, Lam Sung stepped in to stop it, telling Tanmun to regain his energy. And soon he needed to go all out, or else he would lose badly. Hearing this, Tanmun could not help but feel alarmed. One classmate, shocked by what he heard, spoke up. Did I hear that right? Tan Jiaoguan is a powerhouse at the Golden Tier Level 3. Another classmate chimed in. Yeah. For real. The strength of the Jiaoguan is insane. Just earlier, during the duel with the class president and vice president, he did not even go all out. Mei Yan, seeing how Lam Sung valued Lambda, could not hide his jealousy and thought to himself. That damn rabbit is just waiting to get knocked down. Tanmun plopped down the ground and replied softly. Then I will take a break for a bit. Lam Sung turned and hurried toward Lambda, saying, Little Jiwa, Teacher Lu has already told me about your situation. Lambda, hearing this, quickly asked. He told you about me? Lam Sung replied. Yeah. He did. Your physical abilities are truly impressive. Lambda asked further. Did he mention anything about the space system? Lambda looked puzzled. What space system? Realizing he might be exposed, he pretended to be clueless. You must have misheard me. I meant the beast transformation system. Lam Sung thought to himself. Little Jiwa, I clearly heard you say space system. If there is a space system, maybe you could help me with that. He patted Lambda on the shoulder and said. Good. Make sure to teach that punk Tanmun a lesson later. I feel like he is getting a bit too cocky these days. Tanmun, hearing this, was a bit annoyed. Hey. Team leader, you are underestimating me. Do you really think I would lose to some punk at the platinum level? Lam Sung turned to Tanmun. If you lose, it is 500 push-ups. Are you up for the challenge? Tanmun confidently replied. You bet. Just wait for my push-ups. Lam, though, overhearing their conversation, felt terrified and thought. What are they planning? I do not want to be famous. I want to be humble. How am I supposed to be humble now? Tanmun grabbed his spear with determination and said to Lam Thu. Good. Transform into a beast. Lam Thu hesitated and replied. Jiao Gone. My strategy does not involve beast transformation. Tanmun looked confused. What are you talking about? He thought to himself. A beast transformation strategy that does not involve transformation. Who does this guy think he is? The more Tanmun thought about it, the angrier he became. Feeling that this kid was just underestimating him. He could not take it anymore. Then, Tanmun charged at Lam Thu. Good. I hope you do not regret this. As the flames approached, Lam Thu immediately raised his spear to block. Thinking, Tan Jiaoguan clearly has not learned spear techniques systematically. He is just using brute force. He only knew some simple moves like jabs, blocks, and sweeps. But someone untrained could easily see it. Watching Tan Min unleash a flurry of attacks, a classmate beside him exclaimed, "The Jiaoguan is really impressive." While dodging the attacks, Lam Thu focused his thoughts, realizing that countering this chaotic assault was easy as long as he found an opening. This was his chance to turn things around, and he swung his spear decisively. Lam Thu's strike shattered Tan Min's spear into countless pieces, leaving Tan Min in shock. What? With a powerful kick, Lam Thu sent Tan Min flying into the air. His spear splintered beyond repair. The classmates stood off to the side, stunned to see Tan Min get defeated by Lam Thu. One of them exclaimed, "Is this really our dorm's boss? He is incredible, boss. From now on, I will be your loyal second in command." Next to him, another student shot him a proud look. "That is right. This is our champion." Lam Sung's face lit up, realizing the teacher was right. This kid Lam Thu, his physique must have reached golden level. Chun stood there, watching Lam Thu, thinking to himself, he has gotten even stronger. From a weak little rabbit, he keeps getting tougher, to the point where I can catch up. But it is okay. Having a friend like him is inspiring. It is not all bad, she said boldly. Goat. Lam Thu. The classmates joined in, chanting, "Go! You are amazing." Their cheers caught both Lam Thu and Tan Min off guard. Lam Thu was so shocked by the situation that his face turned pale. What on earth is going on here? He turned towards the cheering crowd of classmates. "You guys are awesome." Lam Thu. Tan Min was not about to back down. He frowned at Lam Thu, determined not to let this kid overshadow him. Pulling out two sharp swords, he said to Lam Thu, "Wait, did you know, my real specialty is not the spear." Tan Min rose to his feet, gripping the two swords tightly, and declared, "My true talent lies with these swords." Lam Thu did not even flinch at Tan Min's words, one hand on his spear, the other casually scratching his nose in response. Seeing his words brushed off like that made Tan Min furious. "Get ready to get hit, you little brat." Lam Thu could not help but snicker. The teacher's spear technique is so sharp, if I am not careful. What is the point of using a spear? Standing to the side, Lam Thu began to analyze. Tan Min is getting serious. Spears and swords are both weapons, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. Spears are great for long-range attacks, letting you hit without getting close. But they are not ideal for close combat. Swords, on the other hand, are completely different. These two were testing each other, Tan Min and Lam Thu, one with a spear and the other with a sword. Charged at each other, Tan Min stood firm, flames swirling around him, while Lam Thu moved swiftly towards him. Lam Thu took in the scene before him, thinking, awakening the metal affinity is not bad. High defense and no need for weapon transformation. Seeing Lam Thu take so long to react made Tan Min a bit anxious. This kid is still able to focus. Tan Min charged forward towards Lam Thu. Just then, Lam Thu snapped out of his thoughts and opened his eyes wide. Oh no. In that critical moment, Lam Thu swiftly split his spear in two. Thanks to that, he spectacularly blocked Tan Min's attack, leaving Tan Min stunned at what just happened. He looked up, realizing the spear can be split. Before Tan Min could react, Lam Thu suddenly leaped up, eyes blazing, spear in hand, launching a counterattack. Tan Min focused his energy, crossing his arms in front of his body as a powerful golden aura radiated from him. Tan Min's eyes were tightly shut, cursing under his breath. This kid's got some serious strength. Luckily, the team captain reminded me to recover my stamina, or I would have been totally wrecked this time. Even though Tan Min was defending with everything he had, he still could not withstand Lin Ju's powerful attack, getting sent flying into the air. Everyone watching was silent, their eyes wide in shock. Tan Min was kicked away and landed carefully. One leg spread out while the other was bent. His face darkened with anger, grinding his teeth. The strength of this kid was beyond anything he expected. How can a beast-type Esper be this strong? At that moment, Lin Ju was so exhausted he was drenched in sweat, biting his lip as he looked at Tan Min, thinking, man, this metal system is seriously powerful. This little showdown is definitely not ending well. Lin Ju looked at Tan Min, his gaze wavering, unsure whether to keep fighting or back off. Meanwhile, Tan Min felt a pang of fear, silently pleading for help. If I keep going, I am going to lose someone. Please save me. The two exchanged glances for a moment. Finally, Lin Ju took the initiative and spoke up. Tan Min, it seems our strengths are evenly matched. How about we call this a draw? Seeing this, Tan Min agreed and extended his hand to Lin Ju, scratching his head awkwardly. All right. Since you are a student, I have some skills I really should not show off. Lin Ju replied politely. Thank you for going easy on me. Teacher, if we kept going a bit longer, I am sure you would win. But inside he thought, if only I could use my space abilities, I could definitely take down the teacher. Tan Min smiled and said, even though we are calling it a draw, I previously mentioned I would suppress my powers in this match. But with you, I did not hold back. You won fair and square. I officially grant you an exemption from this military training session. Hearing he would not have to participate, Lin Ju was over the moon, practically bouncing like a happy puppy with squinty eyes. Thank you, teacher. Even though I still want to hear your lessons, I have been feeling really tired lately, so I guess it is best to take a pass. Zhang San was sobbing with a handkerchief. What a... as expected of the big boss. Meanwhile, Mei Yan, with a jealous look, muttered, how can Lin Ju be so amazing? No way a guy like him can outshine me in class. And beside them, Yang Xin stared at Lin Ju, thinking, I have got to befriend this little cutie. While everyone was chatting about Lin Ju, Tan Ming suddenly snapped. What are you all staring at? You need to finish your afternoon run, no dinner until it is done. Zhang San cried out in despair. Help! I do not want to run like the big bro. Mian sighed. Great. More running. Tan Ming pulled the weeping Zhang San away, reminding him. Come on. Get. Lin Ju smiled, encouraging Zhang San. Run well. You got this? After saying goodbye to Zhang San, Lin Ju suddenly felt someone watching him from behind. He turned around and saw Lin Ju, who looked a bit surprised. Headmaster. Lin Ju frowned slightly and touched Lin Ju's shoulder, asking, want to go catch some fresh air with me? Lin Ju, curious, asked. Fresh air? Just the two of us, Lin Ju replied. Yep. Just us. Upon hearing this, Lin Ju's mind exploded with 7,749 scenarios, and his face turned beet red as he hurriedly said, Headmaster, maybe we should skip it. I have some stuff to do. Lam Thu responded with a grin. Oh really? I was actually hoping to take you for a ride. Lam Thu looked at Lam Thu, surprised, and asked, a ride? You mean the teacher is talking about flying on a storm hawk to enjoy the view? Right. Teacher Lam Thu's extensive knowledge made Lam Thu incredibly curious. How do you know my mount is a storm hawk? You must not have studied beast mastery yet. As he turned around and raised his arm to summon his beast, Lam Thu, standing beside him, chuckled softly and scratched his head in confusion. Well, a senior named Mei Dedian once shared a lot of knowledge about spirit beasts with me, and the storm hawk is one of them. Lam Thu turned his head, and in the distance, a gigantic hawk was soaring closer. It landed majestically, kicking up a cloud of dust, and both Lam Thu and Lam Thu stared at the hawk. Lam Thu asked Lam Thu, so from your perspective, little brother, how do you find these storm hawks? Lam Thu looked up at the storm hawk and replied, let me say what I know first, and you tell me if I am right. Then he stepped closer to observe it closely. If I am not mistaken, these storm hawks must have lived in the military since they were young, or they were brought here from the spirit realm, or they were raised outside entirely. Lam Thu's face was filled with astonishment. How did you know that? Lam Thu leaned his head against the bird's beak and said, honestly, I can tell. To put it plainly, the way you handle the storm hawks is a total waste. Lam Thu's words infuriated Lam Thu, who raised his voice in anger. What do you mean? As protectors of Waxaya, are not worthy of the storm hawks, Lam Thu calmly explained. Teacher, please calm down. I am not saying you have a problem. What I am saying is that your nurturing methods have issues. Then he turned to Lam Thu and said seriously, the storm hawks you raise are not as large as those in the spirit realm. Right? Hearing this, Lam Thu was caught off guard. Lam Thu continued, is it true that you have to go to the spirit realm to catch young birds? The lifespan of a storm hawk is typically 100 years. But the ones living with you can only live about 50 years at most. Right. Also, Lam Thu thought to himself, these are complex issues that the research team has yet to solve. But this kid can see right through them. Lam Thu stuttered, asking Lam, hey you, how do you know such details? Lam Thu smiled on the surface and replied, I can see it. These are the things that Senior Mai Dedian taught me. Inside, he thought, thanks to the nurturing skills I acquired earlier, I can now consider myself a spirit beast nurturing expert. Lam Thu placed a serious hand on Lam Thu's shoulder and asked, about the issues you mentioned, is there a way to solve them? Lam Thu replied that this could probably be addressed. Seeing this, Lam Thu hurriedly responded, then you should come with me. Lam Thu felt a bit tense. That one work. I still have classes to attend. Lam Thu turned back to Lam Thu and said, is not your training exemption up? Don't worry. I will talk to the principal. Then Lam Thu immediately called Lu Zhen. Hello. Teacher. Lam Thu. I would like to borrow the kid Lam Thu for a few days. Yep. Do not worry. I will return him in a few days. And he won't get damaged. Then Lam Thu pulled Lam Thu's hand, hesitating to speak. Can I not go? Teacher Lam Thu seemed reluctant to follow. So Lam Thu started throwing out some threats. Say no way. If you do not go, it will be counted as an absence from training camp. I think you would not want to get expelled. Right. The two of them sat on the back of the spirit beast. Lam Thu reminded Lam Thu to hold on tight, while Lam Thu had a pitiful look. secretly swearing that all men are indeed a bunch of deceivers. Lam-thu was shocked, as he had not prepared for it. When the bird took off into the sky, Lam-thu warned Lam-thu, "We are about to fly." And Lam-thu screamed in panic. Help! The two rode the windstorm eagle towards the secret base of Team Zoodaglers. And when they got close to the base, the command center issued a notification, stating that the target was squad leader Lam-thu. The giant eagle landed, and Lam-thu quickly jumped down. The scenery before him left Lam-thu in awe. This place was incredible. In front of them were countless eagles soaring in the sky, with mountains stretching endlessly on both sides. This majestic view looked like it stepped right out of a painting. Travidang, surprised to see Lam-thu suddenly return, asked, "Squad leader, why are you back? Aren't you supposed to be in Shanghai leading those kids?" Lam-thu did not even have time to process what was happening before he was shoved forward by Lam-thu. "This time I brought back a treasure." Upon hearing the word treasure, Lam-thu's expression dropped. "Treasure my foot. Can someone please explain to me what the heck is going on?" Lam-thu and Lam-thu exchanged glances with V-Ding, and Lam-thu asked, "Do you want to know why I brought him here? If you want to know, come with me. You will find out when we meet team leader Thamem." Atrun V-Deng waved his hand, chuckling. "No need. You two go ahead." Lam-Deng walked ahead calling out for Lam-thu. "Lam-thu, come on, follow me to the logistics area." Lam-thu politely replied. "Yep." The two of them moved along, one in front and the other behind. Climbing a long way, at the end of the road, they were blocked by a stone wall. Lam-thu thought to himself, "I am supposed to meet team leader Thamem. But is not that a stone wall in front of me?" In Lam-thu's mind, an image of a monkey suddenly jumping out and saying, "I am team leader Tham." What? Does team leader Thamem crawl out of the stone? While Lam-thu was lost in thought, Lam-Deng pressed some kind of button. Boom boom boom. And the stone wall in front of them suddenly began to move violently to the sides. It revealed a secret door nestled within the mountain. Stepping inside, Lam-thu could not help but marvel at everything before him. "This is high-tech." Seeing Lam-thu so amazed, Lam-Deng urged him, "Do not just stand there. Let us move. There is even more shocking stuff down below." Lam-thu looked around, then paused to think. There is actually a completely different world here. This base is filled with experts raising windstorm eagles. The eagles here are kept in tightly sealed glass enclosures with the most advanced equipment. They come in all sorts of types and shapes. Lam-thu stared for a long time and exclaimed, "This place is big enough to support flying spirit beasts and researchers' activities." The base had taken control of the entire mountain. Lam-Deng asked Lam-thu, "So kid, what do you think? Is not the logistics section of our team quite magnificent?" Lam-thu was so busy looking around that he did not pay attention to what Lam-Deng said. Suddenly, Lam-thu approached the breeding area of an eagle and exclaimed, "Oh man, this is really something. You guys are letting that hawk eat the meat of the benefits. That is harming it. As for the hawk, it is not sick at all." Lam-thu was yanked by Lam-Deng by the collar and quickly said, "I have not finished speaking yet. You are raising spirit beasts like this. It is just not right." Lam-Deng glanced at Lam-thu, thinking to himself, "So this kid is not scared at all and can actually see some issues. This is going to be easy to handle." The two of them approached a room. Lam-thu was curious and asked, "Where is this place?" Lam-Deng shot him a look and said, "We did not announce our arrival. That madman is probably lost in his own research again." Lam-thu kicked up his legs and said, "If that is the case." Without saying anything more, he directly delivered a kick that sent the door flying off its hinges. Lam-thu looked at the deformed door and felt a little scared. In the thick smoke, the figures of Lam-thu and Lam-Deng gradually emerged. Lam-thu covered his mouth and coughed. "Why so violent?" Unlike him, Lam-Deng calmly assessed the scene. Clenching his fists, a girl with golden hair appeared before them. They moved closer, and Lam-thu pondered how to wake up the sleepy Them-Tine, who was engrossed in her research. Lam-thu, puzzled, pointed at the girl and asked, "Is she the team leader?" Them. He nodded in agreement and began introducing the team leader. Them-Tine, the awakening of the demonic system. Gold rank. Lam-thu doubted if there really was a demonic system. He asked about his guess. A demonic system. Does this world have something like that? Lam-Thung replied. The rarity of Them-Tine is equivalent to your spatial system, but it has its drawbacks. He was surprised because his words had exposed him as being from the spatial system. "You think you can fool me with that little act?" The two of them became serious again. Lam-Thung pointed behind him and told Lam-thu to hide, making him wonder why he had to hide. He explained that if they disturbed Them-Tine while she was deep in thought, it could force her into a demonic state, and he was not sure he could win. He readied himself and slowly approached, one hand gently preparing to touch her shoulder. Suddenly, Them-Tine pulled out a gun from her waist. She drew 2 guns and aimed them at Lam-Thung. Luckily, he had been prepared, so he easily dodged. Without stopping, she continued firing several more shots. Lam-Thung backed away and jumped repeatedly to evade the direct gunfire. Off to the side, Lam-Thu watched the situation unfold, panicking and terrified by the continuous gunfire. He cursed, Damn. Has this woman lost her mind? She is going to get us all killed. In a moment of silence, Lam Tho peeked up to watch this fierce battle. Tham Ton was exuding a menacing aura. The energy radiating from her was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Lam Thung was on the defensive, and it seemed Tham Ton had run out of bullets. Tham Ton, frustrated, bit her lip, her gaze filled with a fierce intensity directed at the man across from her. Her nails began to elongate, transforming into black claws ready to tear through anything in her path. And suddenly, two sharp black horns sprouted from her head. Tham Ton launched herself forward at her enemy, and Lam Thung was taken aback by this new ability. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, deploying a wall of earth. A massive rock mountain rose up to shield him from her attack. Her sharp, piercing gaze assessed the situation before her, effortlessly breaking through Lam Thung's ultimate move, using her sharp claws to shatter the rock and land gracefully. Stone manipulation. Lam Thung furrowed his brow in thought, struggling to hold his ground. She seemed stronger now, perhaps having broken through to the golden stage. The two sides clashed relentlessly, with Shemtine always on the offensive while Lam Thung desperately defended himself and tried to escape this dire situation. He glanced over at Lam Tho, who was hiding in the distance, shouting, "Little Thu, I am about to drop. Go call for backup." Lam Tho gave him a thumbs up, then dashed straight towards the computer desk. Looking at the screen displaying data on the incubation process of the fire spirit egg, he could not help but doubt its accuracy. Moments later, he became more certain that the data was wrong. Even if the fire spirit egg did hatch, it would be incredibly weak. Lam Thung yelled, "Hey, kid. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call someone." He turned to face him, hesitating before saying, "About that, Chief Instructor." Lam Tho pointed at the computer screen showing the problematic data on the fire spirit egg, catching Shemtine's attention. She flinched slightly. Shemtine turned to him, her expression mixed with doubt about his words, as he proclaimed, "I know the exact way to incubate the fire spirit egg." The branch above her snapped, bringing her back to normal. And the first question of the day slipped from her lips. "Are you serious?" Lam Tho was surprised to see her back to her senses. Shemtine grabbed her notebook and continued, "I have been researching this for a while, but I still can't figure out the issue." Lam Thung sighed in relief, glad she was finally awake. He cradled his aching head and sighed, realizing that it could have been that simple all along, saving him from all the free labor he would done. Shemtine looked over at Lam Thung, saying, "Instructor, why did you wake me? Is there something urgent?" He pulled Lam Tho in front of her, placing a hand on his shoulder, introducing him. "I know you have been having some trouble with your research, so I brought him here to help." She burst out laughing. "What? He has not even fully grown his feathers yet." Her words made him uncomfortable, thinking to himself, "Feathers? Seriously?" She could underestimate him, but she could not humiliate him. Lam Tho gritted his teeth and shoved his hands into his pockets, standing there fuming. If it were not for the chief instructor being present, he would have dropped his pants to show her. Suddenly, he pulled a small black notebook out of his coat pocket and slammed it on the table, declaring loudly, "The data is wrong. The incubation temperature is way too low for a fire spirit." Lam Tho continued to express his thoughts. The fire spirit has a strong fire resistance. When the mother bird incubates the eggs, it usually breathes fire to increase the incubation speed, so the temperature should be set to 500 degrees Celsius. He sketched a picture of the mother bird incubating the eggs in his notebook, and continued explaining. "Then, you need spiritual energy and place a spirit orb next to the eggs so the fire spirit can absorb the energy itself." He glanced at her, surprised she was trying to incubate the eggs in a vacuum environment. Wasn't she afraid the eggs would suffocate? Shemtun stammered, "We observed them breathing fire, but we never saw them place a spirit orb next to the eggs." Lam Tho turned to her and asked, "Have you ever been to the spirit realm? What is the biggest difference between the spirit realm and the outside world?" Without waiting for her answer, he continued, "It is the spiritual energy." After hearing Lam Tho's profound analysis, Shemtin's gaze gradually turned to admiration, and she could not help but show her awe with sparkling eyes as she looked at him. "In the spirit realm, the spirit will automatically absorb the surrounding energy. Why did not I think of that? You are impressive." Lam Tho grinned, swiping his nose with a smug smile, showcasing his arrogance. "But it is just okay." Tham Tin rushed over, grabbing his hand. "Come on, let us create a new life." Confused, he asked, "Create a new life?" She tilted her head, playfully asking if he did not want to help her hatch a spirit beast. His eyes were dazed, awkwardly looking at Tham Tin. "Help with the spirit beast?" Lam Tho looked seriously at Tham Tin, turning to grab her wrist. "Right now, there is something more important than hatching eggs." She shot him a suspicious glance. An announcement rang out in the research lab. "Everyone, please pay attention. I have something important to discuss. The two researchers curiously turned their eyes toward the voice, and all three of them appeared simultaneously. Lam Thu stepped forward and began introducing himself. Hello everyone. I am Lam, here to offer my suggestions to you all. He then started to present his point of view. Earlier, I noticed there were many mistakes in your nurturing processes. The researchers in the room gathered together. Standing in front of Lam Thu's group, one person among them spoke up to challenge him. Who are you? Is there anyone here who is not an expert in this field? What could a kid like you possibly know? Seeing the situation becoming tense, Lam Thu quickly intervened. Everyone, calm down. What is with all this chaos? He then turned to ask. Do you have a way to convince everyone? Lam Thu, who had been silent until now, replied. I know just talking is not enough. I will show you the mistakes through practice. He looked at the researchers, proposing to borrow a storm hawk for testing, assuring them it would not cause any harm and would be beneficial for everyone here. The man who had criticized him earlier spoke up again. All spirit beasts are valuable. You can just do whatever you want with them. Lam Thu thought for a moment, realizing the team still did not understand this kid and probably would not be willing to cooperate. A moment later, he pointed toward the door, commanding, I will try it first. Bring my storm hawk in. The researchers hesitated. Captain, that is not appropriate. Lam Thu remained firm in his decision, turning to Lam Thu with a look of trust. It is. I believe in this kid's abilities. After a while, another researcher announced loudly. Here comes your adorable little guy. A gigantic bird appeared in the room, towering over everyone. It had sharp eyes scanning the crowd, with its brown feathers and yellow beak standing boldly. Lam Thu was amazed by the name adorable. He pointed at the bird and asked, Is the Storm Hawk's nickname really adorable? Lam Thu nodded. Yeah. It really is quite adorable. The headmaster still was not reassured. He stood in front of the hawk, continuing to block the captain. Think it over. It has taken a lot for adorable to reach peak golden level. Lam Thu folded his arms, observing the situation. Suddenly, he suggested, I need awakening potions for anesthesia and surgical procedures. The captain agreed to the request, saying they were both in the healing system and had the necessary tools. With that, Lam Thu turned and walked away, hands in his pockets. Follow me, the grand instructor. Do not tell me that if anything happens to this adorable creature, we are not responsible for it. He approached the majestic eagle, gently running his hand over its head, and the little darling lowered itself just within reach. Lam Thu thought to himself, thanks to my taming skills, I really understand spirit beasts. Maybe I can guess what it is thinking. He petted it softly, knowing that this little massage would make the eagle feel close and safe. The little darling seemed pleased, closing its eyes in relaxation, and he could not help but smile. It was just too cute. Lam Thu stood beside the workshop, wondering if it is really going to listen. Then ordered, now slowly lie down. How could a proud creature like the eagle be tamed by this kid? But surprisingly, the little darling obediently lay down at his command. Lam Thu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the eagle, then turned to say, This is the moment, climb on with me. The grand instructor agreed, and once he was firmly on the eagle's back, he spread his arms and instructed to prepare the tranquilizer. The grand instructor pulled out a massive syringe filled with blue tranquilizer and handed it to him. At the same time, both the instructor and Lam Thu moved closer to observe. And Lam Thu wondered if that kid was going to be okay. Lam Thu looked at himself holding that gigantic syringe with a mix of excitement and concern, thinking, no matter how skilled he is still just a student, and he is about to use tranquilizers too. Lam Thu turned and said, Pour hot water around its belly. Behind him, Lam Thu panicked, thinking, wait, is this kid really going to boil his little darling? Teacher Lam Thu and the grand instructor were shocked when he finally sighed in relief. Phew. Turns out it was just plucking feathers. Lam Thu turned to the grand instructor and said, Finally, we can pull out the scalpel. The grand instructor turned back to ask Lam Thu for his opinion. The squad leader, is this really necessary? He thought to himself, do you really have to use a scalpel? Lam Thu explained. Grand instructor, if you choose to trust me, I promise I won't let you down. Lam Thu nodded, signaling. All right, kid, I trust you. He instructed the grand instructor to hand over the knife, and the man brought a tray of surgical tools in front of him, saying, Here you go. Lam Thu picked up a knife from the tray. The instructor covered his eyes, and Lam Thu calmly said, I am going to start the surgery. Under the astonished gaze of the three, Lam Thu announced, Here it is. Inside the little darling's belly was a thick layer of shiny yellow fat. Just as I thought, it is all fat. Lam Thu licked his lips, quickly cutting away. We need to remove all this fat. Come help me over here. The instructor hurriedly worked to toss aside the excess fat he just cut off. Got it. Blood splattered on Lam Thu's face, making him squint and dodge. Lam Thu reminded. Right now. Quickly use the healing skill. The instructor quickly said. No problem. Let us activate our healing system. We need to hurry and use the healing spell. Lamthu leaped off the little darling. While the healing was underway, Lamthu could not help but ask, why do we need to remove the fat from the little darling? Lamthu explained in detail. Because the majestic eagle does not need that much fat, and your eagle has not given birth yet. Right, he patiently added. This is the root cause. Once we solve the fat issue, not only will the eagle's strength increase dramatically, but it can also give birth naturally. Lamthu inquired further. Then why does the majestic eagle have so much fat on it? Remember when we first met and you scolded Lam Sung for feeding that storm hawk pork? You said it was harming him. And you just shook your head in disbelief. You asked me, was not it because you guys fed him pork? Later, you had to switch to goat meat, which, although fatty, he could digest on his own. Lam Sung crossed his arms and said, let us see how the little cutie fares. If it does not work out, watch me whip him into shape. Then Shen Ting chimed in. Quick. Look. The little cutie slowly opened his dreamy eyes. Blinking as if he realized something was missing, he bounced around, fluffing up like snow. And everyone lit up with excitement. Shouting. Yep. The little cutie is awake. The little cutie was in a breakthrough state, but deep inside, he was boiling with anger. Thinking, I am not adorable anymore. Lam Sung watched the hawk as it grew massive. Nervously thinking, oh no. The little cutie is about to level up again. Not only is he towering at 15 meters now, Lam Sung's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the little cutie suddenly breaking through to platinum. Lamthu felt the little cutie squawking non-stop, coo, 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 and reminded him, hey, this little guy wants to take you for a spin. Lam Sung was taken aback. Thinking, really? You can understand the language of spirit beasts. He patted Lamthu on the shoulder, praising him. Good job. Good. I am starting to believe you really are the legendary spirit beast expert. Even the instructor nearby nodded in agreement. This little bro is impressive. We totally misjudged you before. Lamthu smiled and replied. No worries. I will point out some mistakes so you all can fix them in time. After that, the combat power of our team will step up a notch. The instructor nodded in agreement. Sounds good. In the resting room of the base, Lam Sung turned to him and said, tonight, you are crashing here. Lamthu was taken aback on the bed, exhausted from a day of research. Finally regaining his composure as night fell, he lay down on the bed, tired and sighing. Finally, I can get some sleep. A tiny hand pressed down on Lamthu's arm, startling him awake. Shen Ting leaned over, her massive chest making a beeline for his eyes. Looking at him with a soft gaze, he groggily asked, what are you doing here, miss? Lamthu's jaw dropped in shock as he sat up, exclaiming, oh my god, what are you doing in my room at this hour? Shen Ting winked and teased. Well, I just opened the door and walked in. No big deal. She casually sat on the bed and said, check this out. Lamthu reminded her. Don't just lie on a guy's bed. He looked at the notebook in his hand, and she said, the fire spirit egg has hatched. Lamthu replied. It hatched. The parameters are accurate. But it could not have happened so quickly. Shen Ting admitted, I used a golden spirit cow. Hearing this, Lamthu thought to himself, a regular spirit cow would have been fine, but a golden one. I have never even seen one. Without holding back, Lamthu laid back down on the bed, saying, let it hatch. Why are you bothering me while I am trying to sleep? Shen Ting gritted her teeth. Irritated. I did not come here for that. I wanted to discuss something with you. As the M10 leaned in with a playful smile, I got straight to the point with Lamthu, asking him to teach me about spiritual beasts. He replied quickly, that is not really appropriate. I am still just a student of M10. Deliberately flaunting her voluptuous figure. Thought how can a student ever compare to a master? Lamthu could not help but think, this woman is truly a devil in disguise. He sat up, his legs swinging off the bed, looking directly at the M10. Reluctantly saying, I guess I will accept you as my disciple then. The M10 knelt on the bed, half her face hidden by her hair, but the other half revealed a stunning beauty with sparkling eyes. Pleading, Master, please take me as your student. Lamthu quickly refused, thinking to himself, no way. I can't handle this revealing image. He looked at the M10, his expression tangled, trying to find a way to deal with this troublesome girl. With a swift kick, he sent the M10 wide-eyed out the door, not forgetting to toss back a line. You go outside for now. I will teach you tomorrow. The next day, Lamthu, sporting panda eyes from exhaustion, mumbled, I am so tired. It seems the headmaster has sent the little cutie out. What am I supposed to do now? As he thought this, Lamthu yawned and sighed when a sweet voice floated in. Good morning, Master. The M10 tightly held a notebook, asking, can you teach me some knowledge today? Lamthu nodded. Sure. But how long have you been here? She replied. Not long. Looking at the notebook in front of her, the M10 boldly said, I do not even know how to teach you. Just ask, and I will answer. The two walked down the hallway, with the M10 bouncing in front of him, saying, here are the failed results of my research on the frostbird. Can you take a look and see where the problem is? Lamdo glanced at the M10, who was clutching the notebook, explaining, there is no major issue. Mainly, the temperature for the frostbird's incubation does not need to be that high. Just lower the temperature. The M10 nodded. Okay, but what then? Lamdo rubbed his forehead, thinking, this is definitely a 10-question-why situation. And finally, they arrived at the lab. Too bad. Just as one problem passed, another emerged. As the door swung open, several people were already waiting inside, saying, Professor Lam, we need you for an urgent surgery on the Wind Falcon. It is not responding. Before he could say anything, the M10 interjected. Master, our red-tailed duck is in critical condition. It can eat, drink, or live. We need to save it. Lamdu was bombarded with emergencies, echoing throughout the building, thinking, how many problems do I have to deal with today? Teacher Lam had been working hard for days, now resting his forehead on his hand, lying exhausted across his bed. Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared with a long series of beeps, jolting Lamdu awake, his eyes heavy and dark from lack of sleep. The loudspeaker blared. Everyone, please gather on the field. Lamdu sat up on his bed, looking out at the crowd rushing to assemble, thinking, why is this announcement suddenly blaring? He could not help but wonder, what is going on? Running outside, he found them M10 hurrying toward the field, immediately asking, Team Leader Thami, what is happening? Standing amidst the crowd that was buzzing, she declared, I have an urgent announcement to make. Our captain suddenly returned, sounding the alarm that something big is about to go down. He thought to himself, the captain of the Condor Squad, a diamond-level specialist, is serious about this announcement. A few days ago, Squad leader Lam stumbled upon a transnational crime gang that appeared in our country with unclear motives. Lam was startled as he leaned against a nearby bush, listening to the announcement. After days of surveillance, Squad leader Lam finally located their hideout. He raised his hand high before the crowd, clearly stating each word. But I and the other members had a crucial mission that was tough to tackle all at once. Therefore, we need to select 10 team members to support this tremendously dangerous mission. Is there anyone willing to step up? One person shouted loudly, I will. I am a top-tier golden level. A few others raised their hands. Shouting, Lam raised his hand wide and replied, very good. No doubt. You are soldiers of my squad. Lam specifically relayed that this operation needed someone named Lamthu to accompany them. Lam, though, who had been silent, slightly narrowed his eyes. Among the crowd, he raised his hand and slowly stepped forward, announcing loudly, reporting in, I am Lam. Lam looked over Lamthu and turned to ask Shen Ting, who is this kid? I feel like I have never seen him before. Hang Hai introduced. Lam is the expert brought in by the squad leader. Upon hearing this, Lamthu shyly scratched his head. Shen Ting grinned as Hang Hai recounted, he is very impressive. As soon as he arrived at the base, he made quite the splash. Lam laughed heartily, patting Lamthu on the shoulder, saying, huh, kid, you are a real talent. This made Lamthu smile awkwardly. Lam's expression turned serious, but he said, however, he crossed his arms, giving Lamthu a stern look, reminding him, how can someone with your talent be sent on such a dangerous mission? What if something goes wrong? How will I explain that? Remembering what Lamthu had shared with him, Ituk said, report, Lamthu volunteers to participate. Whatever the consequences, I will take full responsibility. Deep down, he thought, I owe him a debt of gratitude. I hope I can help him. Lam stared at Lamthu and brusquely said, you are sure you can handle this, kid? Even though you have got decent skills, if I say, it is. Shen Ting looked at him with an annoyed expression, and could not help but speak up. Captain, let go. I will make sure he is well protected. Lam was at a loss for words. Team leader Shen. He shot a stern look at him and asked, Lam, though, this mission could very well cost you your life. Are you sure you want to participate? Lamthu nodded, affirming, I. Lam felt a mix of admiration and relief, saying, good. You are not a coward. He handed Lam a thick stack of documents. This is the intel Lam Sung sent back. You two review it closely. I will go choose the others, and we will head out soon. Lam shouted, keep your ears open for your names. Lam, though, with the documents in hand, excitedly thought, the mission is about to begin. Shinting and Lamthu sat atop a massive eagle, soaring over a forest, with a clear, babbling brook below. In front of them loomed a towering mountain under a bright blue sky, sunlight dazzling down. Shinting softly said, this mission is going to be a bit tricky. Lamthu looked at the documents, clearly noting that the leader of North Takir was a platinum-ranked beast-type esper. Extremely dangerous. The powerful attack was from Deputy Leader Macro, a platinum-ranked wine-type esper with a specialty in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. The team member Goka, a wanted criminal in Country Z, had committed multiple massacres in various places before joining the mercenary team Tago, where his formidable ability in assassination thrived. Team member Bak Pujong, lacking any esper abilities, was a top sniper in the black market, while team member Mimiko Matsushita was an elite healing esper of the highest platinum rank, the mentor of the mercenary team. An elite platinum-ranked thunder-type esper. Read aloud while mumbling. The enemy's strength was on par with ours. Damtine replied. The issue is that these guys always hang around crowded places. And if we provoke them, it could lead to unnecessary casualties. Teacher Lamthu did not quite grasp what was being said, so Damtine explained in detail. Among them was an explosive expert, and we need to be careful in our actions. If there is a spatial type awakener among them, we would be in real trouble. Lamthu crossed his arms, thinking to himself, now I see why the Grand Teacher personally summoned me, such a sly old fox. Tick tick tick. The slow chime of the clock echoed, and Damtine glanced at his phone. We are almost at the team leader's location, at the town's border. They arrived just as night fell, the moon shining bright and the stars sparkling in the sky. An eagle perched in a clearing of the forest. Lamthu eagerly said, You guys finally made it. The group along with a few gigantic birds were also waiting, so Damtine had to respond. Sorry to keep the team leader waiting. By the way, how did you track down that guy? Lamthu replied. Ngo mentioned that on that day. Tu Ka and I were supposed to discuss something, and coincidentally ran into him. Lamthu explained. Ngoga has been a notorious criminal in Country Z for a long time, so I obviously remembered his face and decided to follow him. He then questioned, Why did it take so long for you to contact us? Lamthu, while walking, informed. Thankfully we managed to gather some intel after an Ngo did not notice anything unusual, and I felt safe returning to the Tija mercenary base. Lamthu pointed to the hotel on the hill and said, It is that hotel over there, making Lamthu freeze in place. A note of surprise as he stood in the bustling street. Lamthu patted his shoulder, reminding him, Keep your expression neutral. Their people are always watching this path. Lamthu and Damtine pretended to be pedestrians strolling through the streets as he quietly commanded. Everyone should rest up and take turns keeping watch. After all, a fierce battle could be waiting for us next. And everyone nodded in agreement. The next day, Lamthu crossed his arms and asked Damtine, How's the team leader doing? Any updates? She glanced through a small tube to check the situation. Early this morning, Ngoko went out to buy breakfast and has not been back since. Lamthu noticed Lam Sung sleeping soundly in bed and quietly said, The Grand Teacher has been monitoring for days and is finally out of energy. Who knows when he will rest again? Lamthu leaned back in his chair and whispered to Damtine, Constantly keeping watch from afar is not effective. How about we go observe up close for a bit? She agreed, saying it is fine. But it seems like we rushed out without our outfits. Lamthu pulled out a costume that looked like it came from Doraemon's magical pocket, grinning and saying, No worries. I brought it along. He could not help but feel excited inside. Earlier, Chen Chen had left a few outfits at his place. Lamthu pointed at Shen Ting, advising, Remember to tidy up your little nest a bit. She held the outfit up and nodded. Don't you worry. The ancient buildings basked in the bright sunlight as the bustling crowd filled the streets under the sweltering heat. Shen Ting confidently tossed her long, silky hair, making a guy blush and say, You are absolutely gorgeous. Everyone looked at Lamthu and Shen Ting, thinking they really were like fresh flowers. He muttered, No need to hold on so tightly, to which she mischievously replied, Aren't we trying to act innocent here? Lamthu leaned in close to Shen Ting and whispered, We have arrived. Shen Ting quickly got into character, potting at Lamthu, saying she wanted to drink this. Lamthu glanced back, utilizing her keen eyesight to scan the ancient building. Shining in the sunlight, Lamthu noticed a window where someone was poised with a sniper rifle, confirming that the crime syndicate was indeed there. That must be a specialized sniper scope. Lamthu pretended to hug Shen Ting's waist and whispered, The scope is coming over here. The two of them acted like a couple in love, with Lamthu softly saying, Donnie, move around too much. The enemy is watching this place. Shen Ting nodded. Okay. Leaning against Lamthu's shoulder with a pout. Master. We can just stay here. It is hard to keep an eye on things, since I do not have such good vision. What if we go up top and take a look? This left him wide-eyed in surprise. Lamthu flashed a mischievous smile, agreeing. I was thinking the same. Shen Ting pretended to be tipsy, leaning against Lamthu, her voluptuous chest enticing him as he wrapped his arms around her waist, whispering sweet nothings. Cutie like this? We can't wait any longer. Let us go get a room. Her long legs brushed against his. Teasingly, Lamthu stood at the reception desk, speaking loudly. I would like a room on the 3rd floor. Please. The receptionist politely replied. Sir. But the third floor is fully booked. Lam Thu then suggested. All right. How about a room on the fourth floor? I want room 4. It has good feng shui facing the sun. The receptionist smiled at the two of them, saying, Sure, sir. But may I please see some identification? We need to register a bit. Shinting looked at Lam Thu with teary eyes, saying, I did not bring my ed. He gently leaned towards the receptionist. Miss, could you help us out a bit? Lam Thu sighed, putting on a mysterious air, and whispered to the receptionist. We rushed over here and forgot our id. Plus, I took some medicine, and I am feeling a bit too cheerful. This left the receptionist wide-eyed in shock. The receptionist tried to remain calm, typing away. Well, that is not how our hotel regulations work, sir. With a flick of cash, Lam Thu threw a stack of bright red bills on the table. The receptionist politely nodded. Yes, sir. Room 404 on the 4th floor. This is your room. Enjoy your stay. Our soundproofing is top-notch. Inwardly impressed, she thought. So practical. Lam Thu walked away, unknowingly drawing curious looks from the M-Ton, like he was an alien. The room number 404 was on the wooden door. Lam Thu put on his headphones, thinking, what good is soundproofing? We are here to eavesdrop. The M-Ton set up her gear on the table. Lam Thu pressed the headphones to his ears, focused on listening, mumbling, after searching for half a day. I can't hear anything. Wait. What is that loud a sound? He jumped, thinking, there is a sound now. It seems like a woman. The M-Ton twisted the control knob, straining to listen. There is definitely something nearby. A sweet and sultry female voice echoed, a piercing scream. Startled Lam Thu and the M-Ton, who exchanged wide-eyed glances. Speechless, the M-Ton exclaimed. What are they doing? Lam Thu quickly covered her mouth, whispering. Listen for other sounds. The M-Ton frowned. But Lam Thu was focused. Ignoring her, the sounds they were eavesdropping on were two men speaking in a language they did not understand. The M-Ton complained. What are they saying? I know the languages of 7 or 8 countries, but I can't make sense of this. Lam Thu put a finger to his lips, cutting her off. I can understand, he thought to himself. Good thing I picked up on languages before. Remember that notification system. The E-rank host can master all the languages of humanity on Earth, while the A-rank host excels in all Western and Eastern medicine that ever existed. Shen Ting looked at him, puzzled. Can your master really understand what they are saying? Lam Thu put his finger on his forehead and explained. They are speaking Fulani, and aside from some useless words, I picked up 3 key points. Ignoring Shen Ting's curiosity, Lam Thu raised a finger and said, First, they were not sent to Huaxia voluntarily. They were hired by someone else. He held up 2 fingers to continue. Second, their initial intention was not to come here. They were preparing to transport something. Their mission is to smuggle the thing out to country Z. Third, he raised 3 fingers, to play it safe. They have prepared a large amount of explosives. If they can't handle this quickly, we are looking at unimaginable consequences. Lam Thu's information left Shen Ting in shock. I need to report this. A bunch of ruthless mercenaries like them are not the main force. It looks like someone wants to make a big move in Huaxia. Shen Ting spoke up, but he interrupted her, whispering. They are on a call. In another room, one guy was holding up the phone, saying, the goods will arrive in a day. Right. We will take it to country Z. He ordered his underlings. All right. Everyone, rest well today. Tomorrow the stuff arrives. Just get it out there. No need to worry about food. Got it. The response was a collective. Yeah, sure. Shen Ting anxiously asked Lam Thu. Did you hear anything? He took one earbud out and replied. It sounds like they confirmed that the goods will be sent tomorrow. The phone's ringtone startled Shen Ting, and she whispered. What? The caller had flashed, and she gasped. It is the captain. Shen Ting quickly asked. Captain, is there a problem? Did something happen? The captain's voice crackled through. We fell for their trap. The item we needed to protect is gone. Lam Thu pondered. The item the captain needed to protect is missing. Could this be connected to them? Shen Ting replied. The captain has urgent news to report. We just discovered that the Tiger mercenaries were hired in Dai Noi. The item arriving tomorrow seems to be linked to the one who attacked you. However, the target we are tracking is not heading towards you. The captain's face grew serious. This is not good. We have fallen for their tricks again. But we can't leave now. There is someone at the foot soldier level here. If they realize we are onto their scheme, I am afraid they will do something reckless. But I will send reinforcements to you. Hearing this, Lam Thu and Shen Ting exchanged looks, and she curiously asked, Captain, can you tell us what the item that was stolen is? Recalling the design, the captain did not hide anything anymore. Since it has come to this, I want to keep it from you. The item that was taken is the lifetime research project of Zhang Hongji Ding, the final design of the spiritual weapon. On the phone, the captain continued. Our mission is to deliver this intel to Kindle. But it is shocking how the news got leaked. Shen Ting unexpectedly asked. Is this spiritual weapon really something Master Zhang developed? The captain replied. Yep. But we do not know who leaked this info. This intel absolutely cannot get lost. Lin Thu and Shen Ting fired up. Exclaimed. Do not worry, Captain. We will definitely complete this mission. After hanging up, Lin Thu curiously asked. So what exactly is this spiritual weapon? Shen Ting did not hesitate to respond. This is the latest weapon developed by the nation. The spiritual warriors use spiritual energy to enhance the effectiveness of these weapons, which has vastly improved their capabilities. It was previously in the research phase. But somehow, Master Zhang has succeeded. Lin Thu sighed, praising Master Zhang, while Shen Ting regrettably added, it is a pity he won't get to see it. Lin Thu consoled her. The strength of our nation is precisely because of pioneers like him. We can fall behind this time. We must bring this intel back. Shen Ting replied. In the room. Shen Ting addressed the other four. That is all the intel we managed to gather. She suggested to Lin Sung. Captain. Maybe we should collaborate with the fire department. This way, the civilians can be evacuated. Lin Thu lay back, thinking he had nothing to do for now. He thought, 9527 has awakened a skill today. The system announced. Skill extraction in progress. Proficient in ground control at level E. Can skillfully operate all ground vehicles. Note, armored tanks can also be controlled. Has expertise in repairing all types of ground vehicles at level E. Hearing this, Lin Tinggao said, it has been over 10 days of continuous skills at level E. I am hoping for a lucky break since I have not seen anything good lately. The system replied. Previously, the host was too overpowered, so our skill extraction mechanism focuses on balance. The system continued announcing. Congratulations. Host has awakened level a mimicry skill. Lin Thu was taken aback. Thinking, mimicry can imitate the sounds of everything perfectly. He said. So it is an E-level skill to mimic sounds. What is the use of that? Suddenly, he pondered. Wait, maybe it is not entirely useless. Turning to Lin Sung, he said. Captain, I have a question. Lin Thu asked. Where do you think the Wesco mercenaries have placed those explosives? Lin Sung replied. I believe they will have them nearby for protection. Lin Thu continued. If that is the case, it will be easy to handle. I have a plan. Captain, do you want to hear it? Lin Sung replied. Sure. Let us hear it, he said. Pull the plug from the bottom of the pot. Imagining the scene engulfed in flames, Shen Ting asked. What do you mean by pulling the plug from the bottom of the pot? Lin Thu slyly said. I mean, I want to set the hotel on fire. Shen Ting was shocked. What? Are you crazy? Lin Sung. Keep going. Thinking about those explosives, Lin Thu said. Captain, you know about my special ability. After the hotel burns down, the Wesco mercenaries will definitely go into a frenzy. They surely want to take the explosives with them, as that would easily attract attention. Lam Tho pondered and continued. The squad leader brought in a fake cop to the scene immediately, taking back and the others away under the pretense of protecting foreign nationals. I believe they won't refuse, because they know there is explosives in the hotel. Surely, thinking that the hotel would blow up soon, they would want to get out of there quickly. He resolved to continue. After the squad leader takes the group to a secluded spot, we won't have any more worries and can act freely. Lam Thu asked. But if we wipe them out tomorrow, how will we get the data? Lam Thu raised his phone and said. For that, you need to retrieve back's phone, or at least get the SIM card back. Lam Thu continued asking. What is the use of getting his phone? He replied. If I can get the phone, I can impersonate back and make sure the next person shows up tomorrow. Lam Thu questioned again. What do you have to guarantee that? Lam Thu tried to imitate the sound. Lam Thu added. This is no joke. The person behind needs to recognize back's voice. Lam Thu confidently said. As long as I have back's phone, I can mimic his voice, leading the enemy here, so we can definitely retrieve the data. Shen Tin, nearby, admired and sighed. My master really knows everything. No lack of knowledge about foreign magical beasts or languages. Lam Thu responded. If you can mimic the voice like that, who knows? The plan might really work. Lam Thu continued asking. Can you guarantee we will sweep them all before the explosives go off? Hearing this, Lam Thu confidently replied. I guarantee I will teleport over to handle the explosives. After hearing this, Lam Thu thought to himself. There is really no better option in front of us. Immediately, Lam Thu turned around and ordered. All right, now all teams listen to my command. We start the operation at 8 p.m. tonight. Everyone shout in unison. Yep. At 5 p.m. in room 404 of the Hotel of Divine Love, Shen Tin and Lam Thu gathered in a corner. Lam Thu thought. With little time left before the operation, eavesdropping was getting boring. Shen Tin turned and asked. Master, what is all that noise downstairs? Hearing this, he quickly responded. They must be playing cards. Probably been at it all afternoon. Shen Tin further inquired. Do not they need to use a lot of noise to play cards? Shentin thought. Master looks really tired. Maybe you should take a break for a bit. Hearing this, Lamtho did not refuse and said, Fine. I will take off my headphones and catch a quick nap. Then, Lamtho fell asleep right away. He thought, What is going on? Shentin mumbled. Master. Do not. Hearing this, Lamtho wondered why he was doing this. Suddenly, Shentin spoke up. Master. You are awake. Lamtho, startled, mumbled a few sounds. At that moment, he sighed, realizing it was just a dream. All because of those people downstairs with no restraint. Shentin, still confused, spoke up. Since you are awake, let us prepare to act. Seeing her hurriedly turn to leave, he asked, Is it almost time? Why did not you wake me up? She turned back with a sweet reply. Is not there still a few minutes left? I wanted you to sleep a bit more. Lamtho stood up, thinking that this situation was starting to hurt the master. But the kids could still be taught. Lamtho turned and said, Find the walkie-talkie and wait for the team leader to prepare for action. Them Tin picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke. Everyone, get ready. Around them, the area was engulfed in a sea of flames and the sound of alarms echoed through the air. On the third floor, a voice commanded everyone not to panic, to cover their mouths and noses with wet cloths, and then to head down the stairs one by one, leaving the red-haired guy stunned and immediately reacted, shouting, What is going on? Are we exposed? Ningo quickly replied, Isn't it the hotel that is on fire? What should we do? Ningo also exclaimed in panic, Why is it burning? There is a ton of explosives here. Everyone, get downstairs with me. The blonde guy asked. What should we do about the famous president's team leader? The team leader quickly ordered. What else? We need to get out of here. Do you want to bring it outside with us? The red-haired guy stood at the door, urging, Don't talk anymore. Everyone, just run outside. The blonde guy flashed a sinister smile, pressing the button to activate the bomb. The timer on the bomb began counting down. 9 minutes and 55 seconds to detonation. He threw the bomb into the room, leaving with a smug remark, Explosion is an art. Outside, firefighters were desperately trying to put out the flames. The 3 people from earlier had just rushed out of the hotel. Lamtho stood behind the fire truck, holding the walkie-talkie to report. They have made it outside, watching the crowd pile into the black vehicle. He continued. Our people are using this opportunity to escort the foreigners onto the vehicle. The plan is going smoothly. Lamtho ordered over the walkie-talkie. Good. The squad handling the explosives. Get away from the 3rd floor. You guys need to deal with the explosives quickly, Lamtho replied. Perfect. We are starting to move now. Lamtho and Them Tin sprinted through the flames. Them Tin spoke up. Captain, keep your cool. The 2 stood before the room on the 3rd floor. Lamtho stepped forward to focus on the bomb. While Them Tin reported, We found it. The explosives are all in their room. Suddenly, Lamtho noticed something. He picked up a bomb to examine it closely. He asked quietly, Them Tin, do you know how to disarm a bomb? She replied, I do not know how to disarm bombs. I am just curious about the spirit beasts. Why do you ask? Lamtho gritted his teeth and said, They just activated a bomb's timer. And there are only 3 minutes left. Them Tin gasped in horror, her face changing dramatically. At that moment, he scratched his head and said, We need to think fast. There are still many people down here. Them Tin, feeling deflated, said, What can I do? 3 minutes until it blows is way too tight. If not, I will just wait with you, Lamtho said with a sly grin. Waiting around is not a bad idea. Them Tin asked excitedly. Master, have you figured something out? The system announced. The Renai gate has activated because the host has broken through to the white-silver level. It now operates within a radius of 50 meters. Lam thought. I remember the range of the Rani gate is up to 50 meters now. This should be much safer. He grabbed Shen's hand and asked, Do you like fireworks? Shen responded with confusion. Fireworks. The 2 stepped through the space gate onto the rooftop, and Lam said, Exactly. Shen praised him. Master, you are amazing. We are already on the roof. Lam calculated the gravity acceleration. Using the formula G equals sign J asterisk meters, Ira plus his own spiritual energy, and the level of the Renai gate. He opened his eyes wide and thought. The optimal time for action is 15.37 seconds, eliminating all uncertain factors. The acceptable time is 17 seconds. With 30 seconds left until detonation, Lam calmly said to Shen, Help me with something. Use all your strength to throw me as high as you can. Shen was taken aback. She held his hand and asked worriedly, Throwing you into the sky is easy. But is that really safe? He reassured her. It is, with 20 seconds until detonation. Shen used her strength to spin Lam around, saying, Okay, Shen. Straining, said. At that moment, Lam was pushed up high. Thinking, I underestimated Shen's jumping power. This speed is insane. He thought further, well, if I can fly higher and faster, That is a good thing, with 10 seconds left until detonation. And at the Renai gate. He thought, as long as I open the Renai gate and slow down my fall, it should be fine. He spread his arms out, creating a barrier in front of him. These barriers acted as stepping stones, allowing him to jump even higher, and he resolved to keep going up, looking at the bomb in his hand with just 5 seconds left. He thought, it is almost time. He raised his hand to the sky, opened a door, and shouted, Renai gate. He then threw the bomb into that doorway, yelling, fire blast. After throwing the bomb, he let himself fall, thinking, this way, the bomb can reach a height of 50 meters instantly. Shen opened her eyes wide in astonishment, thinking, it is turning into fireworks in the night. The bomb exploded in the sky, creating a burst of light that looked just like fireworks. At this moment, let himself drop. Shen, looking up at the sky, exclaimed, those are beautiful fireworks. From above, Lam shouted down, wait, pull me up from the edge, and let out a shout. This immediately caught Shen's attention. Meanwhile, Lam was worried about the distance he was falling, thinking, I forgot the shockwave from the explosion doubled my falling speed under these circumstances. In the distance, Shen was running as fast as she could, while Lam was still calculating. Shen was having a hard time catching up, thinking, I am giving up. Meanwhile, she pushed herself to run faster, calling out, Master. In that moment, as Shen ran up, Lam was falling. Luckily, at the last second, Shen caught Lam's leg, and in her heart, she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, got him. Right now, the Tine is clinging to the railing of a tall building with one hand, while the other hand holds Lam Thu. But then, as Thum Tim Tin jumps back into the building, Lam Thu crashes down onto the ground, his face contorted in pain as he cries out, ouch, that hurts so much. Finally, he lets out a sigh of relief and says, but thank goodness, my disciple successfully saved the master. I am really moved. Tem Tin lies down, pressing his chest against Lam Thu's face. Blushing, he says, I just need to recover a bit of my energy. I still have to go look for the mercenaries in the area. How dare they set off a C4 bomb here? They really do not know how to take a hint. She quickly responds, Master, with such swift actions, it seems like we have nothing to worry about. Your body is really tough. He coughs and replies, it is just that I am out of energy and need to recover a bit. To them Tin stands up and suggests, if we want to recover our energy, using a spirit bowl would be the best choice. He does not hesitate to lie when he says, let us gift this guy a golden level spirit bowl. I can get you a golden level spirit bowl from the spirit realm someday, he says, and hearing this, Lam Thu asks, a golden level spirit bowl. Lam Thu takes the spirit bowl he just refined and says, you think I will just use the bag to store the golden level spirit bowls? You better make sure to take me along. After refining it, he feels energy surging through him and says, energy recharge complete. Next, let us take down the Tiger mercenaries together. Tam Tine replies, sounds good. Looking up at the two bursts of light in the sky, below, a car is speeding down the road, billowing smoke. The 3 Tiger mercenaries are inside Lam Sung's car. The green-haired guy speaks up, I love that sound. It is music to my ears. The purple-haired guy orders, shut up and sit still, as Lam Sung drives. He wonders, why did not the bomb go off? Didn't they say it could prevent the explosion? Lam Thu and Them Tin should be fine. Right. Lam Sung continues to ponder. The casualties in this town must be severe. We need to wrap things up here quickly. Hearing this, the purple-haired guy interrupts Lajam Sung's thoughts with a question. Officer, where are we heading? Lam Sung turns back and says, sorry about that. There is a little situation up ahead that we need to handle. We will be there soon. Leaving the purple-haired guy speechless, he turns to the guy next to him and speaks in Fulani. Be careful. I feel like something's off. Get ready for a fight. The guy responds in Fulani. Got it. Lam Sung, while driving, thinks, we must be close. The other team members should be ready to move. Lam Sung's gaze hardens as he thinks, your limits are about to be tested. He turns back and throws a punch at the green-haired guy, but the purple-haired guy reacts quickly, realizing they are not just ordinary cops. The mercenaries, armed with sniper rifles, are ready to attack. Lam Sung opens the car door and leaps out, looking at the scene before him. He thinks, we have fought together, but the enemy has only lost a strategy with minimal threat. In the sea of flames, a chaotic brawl erupts, indistinguishable from one another. The girl looks at Lam Sung and says, squad leader, I feel like something's not right. She rushes over. There is toxic gas all around us. It seems like we have been poisoned. I can use my healing energy. The one speaking is the awakened healer from the squad, and the girl is a high-level golden healer, leaving Lam Sung shocked as he exclaims, what? A guy from Smokeskin Village. And he is a squad leader. I wonder which unit he is from. My ability is to use poison. I noticed something was off with you guys early on, so I preemptively poisoned you. He is the captain of the Westerner mercenaries. He continued. As long as your cultivation level is not higher than mine, you will be affected by the poison. If your level is higher, you will still feel its effects. Unfortunately, I have just triggered the toxin. At this moment, Yang Fan and his teammates were struggling with the poison behind Lin Sung. They were completely exhausted, only able to lean against the police car for support. While Lin Sung stood there, his mind a chaotic mess. A strange figure appeared out of nowhere. He asked Lin Sung who he was, and of course, Lin Sung had no problem introducing himself as the squad leader of the Zoo 2 team. The guy smirked, implying he had heard some rumors about Lin Sung, like the scar on his face and how he got it. Lin Sung was a bit taken aback and asked, "Do you know me? Where are you from?" This mysterious guy was named Goka, and he had the ability to transform, turning into a massive beast with sharp rhino horns and a body covered in spikes. He then darkly stated, "What is the point of knowing this now? You are about to die here." Just as he finished, he ordered the massive rhino beast with fiery red horns to charge at squad leader Lin. Rather than panicking, he calmly activated his ability, solid as a rock, using Earth Blessing, encasing his hands in a protective aura of golden energy. He thrust his hands forward, gripping the horns of the enormous rhino that was several times his size, then elegantly spun around, using all his strength to hurl the beast away. Because it was so massive, when it landed, it shattered the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Goa hurriedly cradled his dizzy rhino and glared at the nearby people, saying, "All of you, get up. These low-level guys are poisoned and can't even use their abilities." Vice Captain Mark Roy stepped forward. He was a 5-star Platinum Wind ability user, ready to assist Ngoka. Without hesitation, he began to channel his powers. Lin Sung could only try to quickly form a large barrier to block the attack. But unexpectedly, the rhino suddenly woke up, eyes blazing with fierce bloodlust. With the terrifying assault from the beast and the bespectacled guy, Lin Sung activated his protective shield and met the shockwave head-on. While his poisoned teammates anxiously urged him to escape, "You need to survive to avenge us. Our squad leader might not make it. Do not drag us down." Lin Sung coldly told the opponent across from him, "If you want to touch them, you will have to step over my dead body first." Because he had once betrayed his teammates, he had lived with that guilt for years. The bespectacled guy relentlessly attacked, and the protective shield of the squad leader was starting to weaken. Seeing his chance, the bespectacled guy decided to strike. Mark Vest, standing behind with his arms crossed, smugly said, "Stepping over your dead body sounds good. I bet our squad leader won't hold out much longer." Despite giving it his all, facing such overwhelming power left him at a disadvantage, causing him to sustain injuries and blood to splatter everywhere. His eyes were constantly locked in battle, unable to retaliate behind the protective shield, his body hardly healing from the wounds. Lum Sung could not take it anymore and was pushed back. In an instant, he was sent flying, completely overwhelmed by pain, and spat out a mouthful of blood, leaving his teammates behind in shock. At that moment, Inku Ki, wielding a knife, rushed forward with a fierce glint in his eyes, eager to take Lam Sung's life. Time seemed to freeze as Lam Sung thought to himself that he simply could not escape this fate. It is a shame he could not save his teammates this time. Suddenly, a bright red sports car zoomed down from above, heading straight for Anachik. Lam Sung stared in disbelief, utterly confused about what was happening. Under the bright moonlight, a young man jumped out of the car holding a tall girl. Then they vanished. The person was none other than Lam Thu, cradling the Memtine with a look of fierce determination. As soon as they landed, the Memtine jumped down, rushing to check if Lam Sung was okay. Lam Thu, wide-eyed and clueless, turned to Team Captain Lam, asking why they were getting beaten so badly. Lam Sung grimaced and explained that they were poisoned by Engu Kyo, who was a toxic ability user. So everyone had been affected. While Lam Thu was talking to Lam Sung, the enemy remained stunned by the recent car crash. Team leader Enkurars seemed to have been seriously injured by the police vehicle, lying silently near the wreckage of the car, which was badly damaged. The crew leader, wearing a north cap, pointed and ordered Mimiko to quickly treat Injuet and the others, speaking in Fulani. Suddenly, Lam Thu raised his hand to signal a stop and spoke in Fulani, asking them to wait while he prepared something. The three guys on the right exchanged skeptical glances, saying that they could speak Fulani, and this kid could understand them and communicate back. Beek ordered his subordinates to listen to him, then to charge in immediately, and as soon as he finished speaking, he put on his glasses and started. Meanwhile, Lam Thu held on to Team Captain Lam Sung as they retreated behind a large tree, while the M-Tine prepared to face them. The M-Tine instantly transformed into a demon, and the black-haired guy with glasses was stunned by her demonic form. She let out a fierce battle cry and charged at them with incredible speed. The black-haired guy remained calm as he utilized his earth-based ability, showcasing his top-tier skills. Although Ito was trying his best, the brute behind him kept mocking his moves. The Mtine leaped high and flew toward Ito, her overwhelming power radiating around her, enveloping him entirely. At that moment, she extended her claws toward Ito. He froze, cold sweat dripping down as she tore at his arm with ferocious strength. Luca and Back fell into deep thought at the sight. Shocked by the power of the Golden Death attack, Luca was even more amazed. Realizing that the demonic energy from the storm should not be underestimated, it was best to charge in together. After saying that, both of them rushed forward to attack them. But she effortlessly held her ground against both of them. Meanwhile, Lamtho watched their fight, sighing that it seemed impossible to determine a winner in such a short time. Behind Lam, team leader Lam Sung lies unconscious, while a female healer struggles to awaken her healing ability. She is leaning against a tree, coughing uncontrollably from the toxic gas. Lamtho glances back at the teammates sprawled out, all affected by the poison. Lamtho approaches and sits down, looking her over, causing the healer to blush and feel shy. Still, she eagerly explains the dire state of her teammates. Lamtho quickly pulls her up, but she is taken aback by his sudden action. He then sits down right in front of her, and the mood feels a bit tense, making her even more self-conscious. Suddenly, she stammers, her face flushed with embarrassment, and Lamtho calmly urges her to hang in there so they can resolve this quickly. In his hand, Lamtho holds an acupuncture needle for the girl, reflecting on how lucky he is to have learned some medicine in the past, and even picked up some common herbs and needles along the way. Once he is done, he explains to her about the pulse he just checked to assess the poison and plans to clear it out without any issues. After finishing, Lamtho stands up, and the healer wakes, her eyes filled with admiration as she looks at him and says, "Thanks to you, not only do you understand spirit beasts, but you are also skilled in medicine." He humbly replies while reaching into his pocket. "It is just a broad range of interests. I mean, every day's a chance to sharpen my skills." The girl, leaning against the tree, curiously asks, "What are you looking for? Is my healing over?" Lamtho rummages through his bag for a moment until he pulls out a small knife and continues. "There is still one step that needs your cooperation," making her widen her eyes at him. The healer, confused, tries to move but feels paralyzed, thinking, what is this kid planning to do with the knife? The poison does not require surgery, and after acupuncture, I should not be able to move. Lamtho works quickly, the light from the knife reflecting in his eyes, giving him a somewhat sinister look. After a moment, Lamtho puts the knife away and takes her hand, directing it downward. He makes a tiny cut on her fingertip, and the toxic blood starts to flow out. She touches her forehead, surprised and thrilled, saying to him, "No more headache or dizziness. My spiritual energy is flowing again." Lamtho gently assures her that the poison will be cleared out in no time. While he is packing up the acupuncture tools, the healer grabs his hand, pleading for him to treat the other teammates too. He turns to her, puzzled, and asks, "Aren't you a healer? Why not do it yourself?" After hearing this, she scratches her head, blushing. "I am so embarrassed. Your medical skills have me so stunned that I forgot I have abilities. Let me get right on it." Immediately, the teammates who had collapsed from the poison are quickly healed by the light healing technique performed by the healer. Ningo slowly opens his eyes and sits up, asking her, "How long was I out? What is going on now?" He glances over at Lam Sung's team, who are also receiving treatment, with Lamtho standing guard beside them. All his teammates are awake, and he stutters. Why are they all okay? How can the healer over there detoxify them? How did she manage to clear the poison in her own body? Lamtho slowly glanced at Nga, who was next to his teammate, healing their captain, Lam Sung. Ngoa turned to look at his allies, while his teacher was engaged in battle with Shen Ting, saying, "Our boss is struggling just like this. We can't let that happen." Ngoa immediately awakened his poisonous ability. He placed one hand on the ground, unleashing his power, causing a wave of pure purple poison to spread out. He thought to himself, "I need to release more poison. Otherwise, I might not make it out of here today." A large area of purple energy was expanding, and Nogo believed that their team had antidotes, so he was not worried about the toxins. Meanwhile, Lam Sung's team could have antidotes, but it would not help because he was about to unleash more poison. Shen Ting was battling two of their enemies when she suddenly stopped to look at the poison being released. The guy in glasses quickly turned around to call for Mimiko to assist him, while their team leader praised Ngoka, saying he was doing great because he knew that if Shen Ting got poisoned, she would not be a match for them. This was quite a sight as all the toxic gas was being absorbed into Shen Ting's body, thanks to her unique ability. Just then, she transformed into a demon, sporting black horns and claws, and with a satisfied blush on her face, she exclaimed, "Delicious. Truly delicious." Through the haze of poisonous smoke, Shen Ting gradually approached Ngoka, her eyes burning bright red. After absorbing the toxic gas, she gained a new skill, Dust Demon Cert, which added 1,000 points of attack power along with toxin effects. Ingoa, terrified, stumbled back, confused about why she was not afraid of the poison. Feeling his face pale and unsure of what to do, with just a light flick, Shenting sent Ngoka flying, calmly stating, "I still want to eat more." A grayish blue hue washed over the team leader's face as he broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that she was a real freak, able to turn poison into her own power. The guy in glasses and the team leader were visibly frightened as Shenting drew closer. The guy in glasses warned the team leader, "She is coming over here." Shenting charged toward them, causing the team leader and the guy in glasses to panic and huddle together. Under the bright moonlight, two men were being mercilessly kicked by Shenting, their cries piercing the stillness of the night. Lam Sung, Lam Tho, and the guy with glasses watched the scene unfold, each wearing different expressions. Lam Tho lamented that even the high-ranking platinum team leader, Ong, could not withstand this kind of damage. It was only a matter of time before the opponents conceded. Lam Sung stood by silently, watching the torture unfold. He turned away, saying, "I am going to report to the captain for a bit. You guys remember to keep Ngoka's dog tag. I have some questions for him." The guy with glasses replied, "Got it." After a moment, Lam Thu asked the guy with glasses why they wanted to keep Ngoka alive. She glanced at him and replied, "It is because Ngoka knows the whereabouts of the enemy that our team leader has been searching for." He leaned in, surprised, and she confirmed, "That is right. But that was 8 years ago." The guy with glasses continued, "Back then, Lam was just promoted to platinum and was entrusted with a mission by his superiors, along with the then team leader, Nguyen." She recalled the details. Their mission was to escort a highly valuable item back to the country, and there were many who coveted that item. The image of Captain Nugo desperately trying to protect Lam Sung while clutching the suitcase, only to be ambushed by a mysterious force on the way back. Captain Nugo and his team were already battered, and the enemy had 1 diamond level and 1 platinum level fighter. Although Captain Nugo was also diamond level, he was already weakened and could not hold a candle to the other guy. In the end, apart from Lam Dage, everyone else heroically sacrificed themselves, buying time for Lam Daiji to escape with that precious cargo back home. Remembering the image of Maili sitting by Lam Sung's hospital bed, she continued to recount that the scar on Lam Daiji's face was a result of being injured by that diamond-level powerhouse. He always refused treatment, saying it was a reminder to keep himself in check. Lam Daiji always referred to himself as a deserter, and Maili could only watch heartbreakingly as he blamed himself for everything that had happened. Wrapping up her story, Maili stated, "But we do not see him that way. He is a hero who completed his mission." Her hands shaking with emotion, Maili lamented, saying that it must have been tough for Captain Nugo Haingayan to choose to let Lam Daiji escape. She looked up at the sky sadly, realizing that sometimes the living suffer more than the dead. Lam Thu observed the captain's response, and it was clear he was not fazed at all. While Lam Thu was deep in thought, Maili chimed in, wondering how powerful that diamond-level guy must be after all these years. After torturing them, Tine landed a hard stomp on the mercenary vice-captain, lifting another guy with one hand. She used her abilities to eliminate the vice-captain of the West Go mercenary group in a flash. Suddenly, Lam Thu turned to look at Tine, noticing something was off about her. Her body was reacting to an unexpected breakthrough, and it did not look pretty. After Tine finished, Lam Thu cheerfully congratulated her, while Lam Sung quickly interjected, reminding her that once a demon system hits platinum, they can maintain their sanity. Behind her, Mimiko was treating Goka, who was unconscious, while Ito stood beside them. Utterly drained, Tine coldly asked, "What should we do with these 3? Do you want me to take care of them now?" As soon as they heard this, Kimiko and Ito dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. Captain Lam Sung glanced at them and told Tine, "Take them for interrogation first. But I have some questions I want to ask them." Lam Sung continued questioning them. "Do you know the origin of the scar on my face?" They were foreigners and did not understand, waving their hands and responding in Fulani, saying they did not get it. In a desperate moment, Lam Tho, the bloody translator, spoke up in Fulani. He asked, "Do you know the origin of his scar? If you look, I won't hesitate to deal with you." They replied, "Save us, we do not know." After hearing their response, Lam Thu turned back to Captain Ugo, saying they did not know anything. Lam Sung pondered this for a moment. Mimiko pointed to Ngoka, who lay unconscious on the ground, stating, "He was poisoned with a mixed toxin from the demon system, and I can cure him." Lam Sung continued, "Senza still needs to find answers from Ngoka." Trantin stepped forward and said, "Leave the mission to wake him up to me." She placed her hand on the shoulder of Mingoka, who was lying on the ground, pulling the poison back into her body. Mingo gradually weakly opened his eyes. In front of him was Trantin's face, and he remembered in fear the moment she sent him flying into the sky, thinking she was that violent female demon. As soon as he saw Trantin, Noko jumped away from her, hurriedly saying, "Don't eat me." Captain Lam gave the order for Tran Tin to quickly lead the other two into the corner. Under the bright moonlight, Lam Sung stood seriously in front of Go Ka, saying, "Tell me what you know." Lam Sung asked again, "About the scar." And upon hearing this, Ngoa looked down, hesitating to say, "This." He hesitated, then turned his face away, saying, "If I say, I won't be useful to you anymore. Do you really think I am that stupid?" Team leader Lam Sung calmly replied, "Don't worry. Idu and Miko won't kill them. And neither will you." He shot Lam Sung a sharp look, saying, "Do you think I am an idiot? I am not like them. I have committed many crimes in Huaxia. Do you think you will just let me go easily?" Lam Sung looked seriously at him, asking, "So what do I have to do to get you to tell me about him?" As soon as he heard this, Ngoka made a condition that after revealing the information, they would not harm him. Team leader Lam Sung looked at him and asked, "Aren't you afraid we will break our word afterward?" Ngoa confidently replied, "I understand that you value rules and oaths, even willing to risk your lives to protect them." Without saying much, Lam Sung raised his hand, indicating an oath, pointing to the sky, saying, "All right. I swear all members of the special team present here will not harm you after you reveal the information. If we, the special team will face disaster." "Okay." Hearing the oath, Ngoka chuckled, surprised that he actually made a vow. He stood up seriously and said, "Though I am not a good person, I will definitely keep my word." Lam Sung listened intently as he began to recount the name of that person. Ngoka recalled the person who left that scar. Their name was Capella, a special agent with extraordinary abilities. He did not know their current level, but the last time he met them, they were already at the peak of the spiritual realm. Lam Sung unexpectedly asked Nugo in return, "How do you know this?" He crossed his arms and said, "I know his subordinate named Zaberi." Once, in a moment of bragging, he let it slip. Team leader Lam Sung frowned, thinking that what he said must be true. The clues he had been investigating for years all pointed to Capella, but there was just no evidence. After that, Lam Sung's expression changed, happily sending him off. Ngoa, feeling smug, said, "You soldiers are so outdated. Once you let me go, I bet I will have to face punishment when I return." This made Lam Sung immediately uncomfortable, saying, "Whether you go or not, if you do not, I will take action." But the person opposite him just chuckled lightly. For someone who has been dead for so many years, is it really worth it? Haha. As Nungo turned to leave, Lamtho chuckled lightly. "Well then. Now that we have the information, there is no way we are letting them go." He turned back to T's team leader Lam Sung and Lamtho. "How can you not be afraid that the oath will actually come true?" After hearing this, he continued, his fist clenched and filled with danger. "The team will definitely be scared. But I am not one of the special team members." Nugo turned pale with fear. Backing away, stammering and unable to speak, Lam Sung activated his beast awakening ability on the little white rabbit, and then raised his fist to slam into Nugo Kaya, just waiting for the hit to land. A punch so precise it could split hairs hit him square in the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Groaning in pure agony, he lay unconscious on the ground, while Lamthu stood proudly with his hands on his hips. Lam Sung casually held Ngoha's phone, saying, "Got your phone?" "Yeah." Lamthu cheerfully picked it up, exclaiming, "That is awesome." Squad leader Lam Sung looked at the person opposite him with gratitude in his eyes, saying, "Thanks to you, we might have just avoided death here." Squad leader Lamtha replied, "Come on, do not be so formal. By the way, we heard an explosion earlier. What happened?" Lamtha confidently gave a thumbs up, saying, "Don't worry. We managed to get the explosives to the safe zone in time. No casualties. Those beasts set the timer before they left." Rubbing his head, Lamthu added, "But the hotel took a hit, so we will need to compensate everyone." Lam Sung nodded firmly. Lam Sung bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you," which surprised Lamthu. He continued, "Good thing you took action. This turned out well, and this time, I did not abandon my team." Lamthu stepped forward to support Lam Sung, saying, "Squad leader, do not say that, with your abilities, I can accept this thanks." Lamthu placed a hand on Lamthu's shoulder, insisting, "It is only because you are exceptional. From now on, do not call me squad leader or anything like that. It feels too distant. Just call me big bro," said Lamthu. Lam Sung readily agreed. "Sure thing, big bro." As they walked, he continued, "Let us find a place to rest and interrogate those foreign mercs over there." The next day, the sky was crystal clear, with layers of fluffy white clouds drifting lazily in the cool air. Lamthu stood facing Mimiko, asking her if she was a foreign mercenary, warning that she had the right to remain silent. "Everything you say from now on will be evidence in court. Will you cooperate?" Mimiko hesitated, quickly saying, I will. I will." She started to sway her hips, trying to show off her allure, saying, "My name is Mimiko Matsushita, From the land of fog. My measurements are 32, 23, 35. I was just a wandering girl until I awakened a healing ability. And then they dragged me in. I have not done anything wrong. During the interrogation, Mimiko leaned closer to Lambtho, pushing him down into a chair, making his face flush, with a sultry tone. She teased him not to be so rough with her. Just then, the interrogator slammed the table, reminding them that they were in the middle of an interrogation. Get serious. You two. Lambtho jumped like a cat caught in the act, fumbling. Okay, and pushed Mimiko away, finally getting serious. He stated, I am the one interrogating here. If I sense you are hiding something, I will use force. Mimiko, now serious, nodded quietly. I will answer honestly. Lambtho stood up, notebook in one hand and pen in the other, starting the questioning. Who hired you for this operation? Mimiko quickly shook her head. I am not sure, but I have seen something before. She recalled the scene, pausing for a few seconds before continuing. A guy from the land of fog talked to the boss. I heard him mention something about someone from the land of fog, but I did not catch the details. Lambtho pondered for a moment, her brow furrowing. Do you know who contacted you? She replied, I do, but I have never met him. I only know his nickname is the Great Master, and he seems to hold a very high position. Thought hard, realizing that someone with a low status could not possibly access such confidential documents. He continued, How much did they pay you guys for this? Mimiko coolly announced. The payment for the last mission was $100 million. That jaw-dropping figure made Lambtho gasp so hard that she dropped her pen onto the table. He was taken aback, stammering. What? How much? Meanwhile, Mimiko remained calm and assured. $100 million. Lambtho, out of breath, asked how the payment would be made. Mimiko leaned back slightly and replied. They said they would give $30 million up front. And once the mission is complete, the rest will be transferred directly to our mercenary team's account. Lambtho broke into a sweat and pressed on. The mercenary team's account. Don't tell me only that guy from the north knows the password. Mimiko cheerfully pointed to herself, saying, I know it because I am the treasurer of the mercenary team. Lambtho decisively said, That is great. Shen Ting. Does anyone in our team know their way around computers? Shen Ting, lounging in her chair, replied, Tafim does. He is a really skilled hacker. Do you want me to call him over? It had been 10 minutes since they called Fefam Digong, and he rushed in, carrying a laptop and asking, What is it? Need my help with something. As soon as Phim Dazing entered, he saw Lambtho and Shen Ting eagerly waiting for him. Lam said, Of course. We are talking about money. Let us get the mercenary team's treasury transferred to our account. He leaned in closer to Shen Ting and whispered, Master Shen, maybe you could share a little of your cut with me. Just the leftovers will do. Shen Ting flashed a bright smile and nodded. No problem. Master. We have done something big this time. The three of them were all fixated on the computer screen, watching as Phim Dong worked his magic. Lambtho's face lit up as he looked at the computer, but then, he was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. So much money. He started counting the figures. 100. 1,000. 10,000. 100,000. Suddenly, he realized he had only asked for the leftovers, which amounted to just $1.5. For Phim Dong and team leader Shen exchanged looks, trying hard not to laugh at Lambtho's expression. Realizing the paltry amount he had, he buried his face in his hands and cried out, Who could have guessed this? If I had known, I would not have mentioned just wanting the leftovers. Shen Ting rushed over to console him. Master, how about I take care of this? I will give you some extra cash. After hearing her comforting words, Lambtho, with teary eyes, refused. You guys need this money more than I do. I just wanted to experience this feeling a bit. You can keep the $1.5. I do not need it. Shen Ting replied playfully. If you do not value it, then fine. I wanted to give you 10 million. But I guess I can only make it up to you in other ways. Lambtho felt like he had been struck by lightning, and he was at a loss for words. He retreated to a corner, feeling like a ghost. $10 million is 67 million yuan. Meanwhile, Phim Dejing and Shen Ting were happily checking the amount on the computer. Lambtho was still forlorn, unable to articulate just how heartbreaking it was to miss out on such a massive sum. He needed to find something to soothe his shattered heart. So today I decided to find the skill awakening system, but I ended up with an 11-level survival skill. And at that moment, I was completely speechless. After checking out the new skill, I thought about hitting up an antique shop for a quick cash grab. Just $250 for a deal that could net me 5 million. For Lambtho, it was all about the money right now. While Lambtho was lost in his daydream, feeling like cash was calling his name. Suddenly, Captain Lum appeared behind him, tapping his shoulder and asking what he was thinking about. Lambtho turned around to see Lam Dung on his phone, saying they needed to prepare because the time for their scheduled contact was approaching. Everyone lummed the captain, the mem tying, and 3 others gathered seriously in the middle of the room. Lum Dung reminded him they would meet again soon, and the atmosphere turned quiet. Captain Lum Dung's phone rang, signaling an incoming call. Lum Dung handed the phone to Lam Thu, who spoke softly and put it on speaker for everyone to hear. He grabbed the phone, activated his voice modulation, and said, "Me." As everyone fell silent to listen to the conversation, the caller asked about some issues that happened at their place yesterday. Wondering if everything was alright, Lam Thu used his modulation to change his voice and replied, "It is all good. Just a little dry heat causing a fire at our place. We have found a new hotel." Hearing Lam Thu's modulated voice, Ito and Mimiko were shocked that it was the boss. The caller continued, "That is good. I will be there in 2 hours. And I will let you know when I arrive," Lam Thu calmly replied. "Got it." While Ito and Mimiko looked at him with admiration, the call ended with a long beep, and Lam Thu turned to Captain Lam, signaling that everything was under control. The them time cheerfully said, "That is awesome. Finally, we can meet that guy." Lum Dung chimed in, reminding her not to get careless. As for Lum, he analyzed. Even though they spoke English on the phone, the accent clearly indicated he was from country Z, and he warned everyone to be extra cautious. After discussing, Lum Dung turned to threaten Ito and Mimiko, the mercenaries, saying they had to perform well without overthinking. If they slipped up, they would be in serious trouble. Both of them, feeling the pressure, vowed to take it seriously. Better to stay alive first. Money is just fleeting anyway. A while later, after some time had passed without any updates, the M Tyne glanced at the clock. It had been 20 minutes. Lum Thu skeptically suggested they call directly, but Lum Dung, deep in thought, said they should wait a little longer. As they waited, Lum Thu frowned and thought, could we have been compromised? No way. Just then, the phone rang, breaking the tense silence, and Lum Thu quickly picked it up. He answered right away. "Hello, why the delay?" Lum Dung listened intently as the person on the other end explained there had been some issues on the road that caused the delay. Then, the caller abruptly changed the topic, saying, "My stuff is in locker 035 at the kickoff supermarket. Send someone to pick it up." Lum Thu immediately asked, "Aren't we supposed to meet in person?" The caller replied, "Some things are better kept secret." And when Lum Thu tried to call back for clarification, there was no response. Everyone gathered around the Memtine, asking, "What do we do now? Should we just go grab the materials?" Lam Thu immediately thought, when his people go to fetch it, there is bound to be someone watching. His eyes shifted instantly, thinking to himself, if that is the case, we are exposed, and we have no idea if they have any contingency plans. Lam Dung clenched his fists. So what should we do? Are we just going to sit here and watch the documents sit there? Lam Thu glanced at Ito and replied, "Of course not." After saying that, he placed a hand on Ito's shoulder and added, "We already have someone ready to pick it up." Right, Ito, his head tilted in confusion, completely unsure of what was going on. Meanwhile, Lam Thu displayed the signature smirk of a villain, locking eyes with Ito. About 10 minutes later, at the Dakwa supermarket, the city was now entering the twilight hours, with tiny stars beginning to twinkle in the sky. The staff handed the last customer's bag and smiled, thanking them for their patronage. Ito glanced over at the storage cabinet, guessing it was probably there. He recalled the moment of promise between him and Lam Thu. A golden opportunity for redemption was right in front of him. "When the time comes, I will arrange for you a private cell," Ito assured him confidently. "I will make it happen." Ito thought to himself, "I have found the cabinet. But how do I open this thing?" Suddenly, a figure brushed past, unintentionally bumping into them, causing Ito to snap his head up in surprise. But at that moment, all Ito saw was an empty void with no one around. Ito noticed something and looked down at the small remote control lying at his feet. Ito picked up the remote and turned it on, realizing that the delivery person was quite careful. After managing to open the cabinet, Ito reached in and grabbed the bag right away. He curiously opened it, and it looked like he was quite surprised by what he found inside. At the Ven Hotel, Ito's voice echoed in the brightly lit room, saying he got the stuff. Before handing the items to Lam Thu, he carefully reminded him, "Brother, do not forget my private cell." Lam Thu nodded in response. Of course not forgetting. Dongfam took the USB and plugged it into the computer. He stared at the computer screen for a while, eventually admitting defeat. "This is too complicated. I can't decipher it." Lam Thu also took a serious look. After all, this USB with the document seems legit. Dongfam pulled his hands away from the keyboard, too generous for his own good. Although what he said was true. Lam Thu approached from behind and lightly patted him on the shoulder, chuckling a bit. Even though they could not figure out who the insider was, getting the documents was a job well done. Now they just had to wait for backup to deliver it to them. Lam Thu turned to talk to Lam Thu. "Big brother Lam. The enemy still thinks the documents are in the hands of the Tia God mercenaries. Do you think we can give them a surprise? Lam Thu found this idea quite clever. Surprising that he had not thought of it himself. He pointed at Itoo and Mimiko, wanting to ask where their mission was taking them. Lam Thu then stepped in front of them and told Itoo that he had secured his own private cell. Whether she can get it or not depends on her cooperation, Mimiko exclaimed in surprise. She struck a seductive pose that made Lam Thu's nose bleed, wanting her own private room. Ready to do whatever it takes, Lam Thu quickly stepped back a few dozen meters from Mimiko, covering his mouth with one hand while loudly demanding that she put on her clothes, and then asked, "Where do you send the stuff once you get it?" It was at that moment Mimiko finally understood Lam Thu's true intention. She honestly replied, "Send it to Dianhe. There are people waiting for it on the other side. The specific coordinates are in the phone." Lam Thu praised her, saying she did great, and it was time to make them feel the pain. Lam Thu remained silent, deep in thought. If the delivery was interrupted like this, then what was up with the 70 million payment for the West Go team? Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Got it." Lam Thu's eyes widened as he followed his own action. It was B's phone. What did he want to do? Lam Thu raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "I suddenly have a bold idea." A slightly harsh voice came from his phone. "Hello. Have you got the stuff? Quickly send the designated location." Lam Thu smiled with glee. "I did not call you to talk about this. Just transfer the entire payment to us." Shen Ting and Lam Sung sighed in unison. Is this kid trying to catch a wolf with bare hands? The person on the other end of the phone continued to ask. "Didn't you say the deal would be fulfilled once the goods arrived?" Lam Thu replied softly. "I have changed my mind. Are you sending it or not? I know a lot of people are interested in this." The person on the other end threatened him, causing his expression to harden immediately. Lam Thu quickly regained his composure. "Then let me send you this. I do not need the 70 million anymore. Just send 100 million directly." The other end stuttered. "Wait a moment. I need to get approval from above." Lam Sung raised his index finger to signal Lam Thu, who also gave an ox sign back. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Lam Thu curiously looked at his phone screen. The thunderous sound from the phone forced him to hold it several dozen centimeters away from his hand. "The money has been transferred. You guys hurry and bring the stuff here." The voice slowly replied. "We will send it over right away." The other side did not say anything more and immediately hung up. Lam Thu angrily gritted his teeth. So rude. They have hung up on me multiple times now. After a moment of checking, Dongfam joyfully announced. "Got it. 100 million. Shen Ting was beaming, saying, "Today's great. Not only did we get the data back, but we also scammed the opponents out of 130 million. Lam Sung looked at Dongfam's computer. "We will soon ambush the opponent's reinforcements." Shen Ting quickly ordered. "Dongfam, hurry. Transfer all the money into my account." Hearing this, Lam Thu asked her, "What about mine?" "Where's mine?" She lightly nudged him with her elbow. "Don't worry, master. I told you I would compensate you. I won't let you down." He was so speechless he could barely cry. "I especially want an extra 30 million to save for my future wife. If you take that much from me." "What about my wife?" The Memtine blushed furiously thanks to him. She posed seductively in front of Lam Thu. "You see me as your wife, right? So I do not need to be polite anymore." Lam Thu recalled Chan Chan's beautiful face and bluntly rejected the Memtine's proposal. "No thanks. I already have someone in my heart. You do not stand a chance." She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Don't worry. I will make it up to you later." A few hours later, reinforcements arrived. The massive helicopters hovering overhead caused quite a stir, leaves swirling in the wind. From one of the luxurious helicopters, someone who looked very official stepped out. Lam Tho, the Mem Tying, and Lam Dung all focused their gazes on the person stepping down from the helicopter. Mizuong, one of the three supreme powerhouses of Country Z, approached slowly with an air of grandeur. Seeing him, Lam Dung was a bit surprised and spoke up. "Elder, you personally came here today." As Lam Dung walked over to greet Dung Go, the Vem10 leaned in to tell Lam Thu about this person. He is the idol of all soldiers. Mizuong, and known as the fierce tiger of the army, is one of the three supreme powerhouses in our nation. He heard it and could not help but think of 4 words. Supreme powerhouses. Dung half opened his eyes and glanced at Lumum Dung beside him, thinking, that kid did pretty well this time, really well. He struggled to find the words to express it. Just a few seconds later, Lum Dung stood before him, feeling grateful, and this time he did not dare to take any credit. Hearing this, Dung Li showed a puzzled expression. He quickly mentioned the person behind him, saying that the credit for this action belongs to young brother Lim Thu and team leader, the MM Tine. Lum Thu and them Tine, standing nearby, were momentarily stunned. Dung Li cheerfully praised. Indeed, the waves of the past are nothing compared to today's performance. That girl did well. The Memtine quickly approached and clung to his arm, asking why they had to trouble the old man to come out like this. He paused for a moment before responding. I can't just stand by and be bullied right at my doorstep. This time, the two other supreme powerhouses are also taking down the rebels. If these guys committed crimes, not even one of them will escape. Deng Dehi suddenly remembered something. Oh right. You just mentioned Lam Thu. Who is that? I have never heard of him. The Memtine turned and pointed to him standing upright. That is him. Anjia. I am telling you. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed over to Deng Gai and started sharing a lot about Lam Thu. After listening intently to what the Memtine said, Deng Gai nodded in admiration. This kid is really impressive. Quite something. She continued to introduce Lam Thu. Anjia. He is also my teacher. He rubbed his chin and thought. Let me get this straight. He is your teacher, which makes him your elder. Deng Gai crossed his arms and added, I see. By relation, he is like my grandson. From now on, he is my senior grandson. Lam Thu was left in disbelief. Wait, just like that, he did not think twice and clasped his hands in gratitude. Uncle, this senior grandson is really lucky. Deng Gai chuckled, looking at Lam Thu. I like this kid. Is bold. Has the same spirit I had back in the day. Suddenly, his phone buzzed from inside his pocket. Deng Gai quickly answered. Hello. The Menluo. Everything is good here. Is there something going on with you? While he was not paying attention, Lam Thu leaned in close and whispered. The one talking to the old man must be the Lam Tun Be. He is also the Memtun's grandpa, and a supreme powerhouse himself. This time, he helped eliminate the reinforcements from Chua Hai. This moment, Deng Li's voice could not hide his excitement. The enemy has been completely wiped out. 2-level martial experts and several diamond level ones. Great. After hanging up, the Deng Gai immediately turned to inform the three of them. The enemy was here to steal the spiritual weapon data. Basically, they failed completely. Lam Thu and Lam Thu cheered. That is fantastic. Lam Thu handed Deng Li a smallest drive. This is the data they wanted to steal. Deng Li accepted it while praising him. The image of Traneng Hung flashed in his mind. He too was someone from the same era. His talent was unmatched. And if he had focused on his abilities, perhaps our Huaxia would have had 4 supreme powerhouses. Zhang Hong and the 3 elders have known each other since their youth. But after breaking through to the golden level, Zhang Hong abandoned his cultivation to devote himself entirely to weapon research. Under the sky filled with helicopters continuously soaring, Dongdu tightly clutched to us, repeatedly reassuring himself that his research had been protected by us. Dongdu turned to the crowd led by Lam Thu and declared loudly, I must go back first. I want to see the results of Zhang Hong's research revealed to the world soon. Although this operation was deemed a success, the mole is still out there. We need to quickly investigate which wolf has turned traitor. Lam Thu said nothing, simply gazing up at the vast sky. Dongdu's plane was drifting further away, and Ito and Mimiko had been taken by Dongdu. He wanted to see if there was any new lead on them. A few eagles spread their wings and soared, carrying Lam, Shen Ting, and several others on their backs. On the way back, Lam Thu's mind was flooded with thoughts, and they did not linger any longer, quickly packing their things as Leroy rode back on his beast. Before long, the eagles landed in front of a large school. As they returned, by the time everyone reached the logistics base of the team, dawn had broken. Captain Zhuodai had returned, but his actions left Lam Thu a bit surprised. As soon as Chu Kai spotted Lam Thu, he rushed over to invite him to join their team. This unexpected invitation had Lam Thu wide-eyed, but he did not rush to respond. After a moment, he waved his hand to decline, saying, No need for that, the military rules are way too many. It is just not for me. Chu Kai's expression darkened a bit. He lightly patted Lam Thu's shoulder and said, Listen, kid, think it over. Our benefits are really good. Lam Thu started to feel a bit excited, replying, I really do not fit in here. If there is a special reward, though, I want to say no. Chiu Kai showed a thumbs up in front of him, reassuring. Don't you worry. I have already asked the higher-ups for you guys. I will make sure you get a top-tier commendation. Lam Thu cheered, clapping his hands with eyes shining like headlights. Can Tiu offer something a bit more practical? Seeing him demanding so much, Chu Kai got annoyed. Kid, do you even know what a top-tier merit means for soldiers? But clearly, Lam Thu was not a soldier. He was a student. He listened to Chiu Kai's angry voice pointing a finger at him, criticizing him for lacking ambition. Shen Ting quickly stepped in front of Lam Thu to protect him. As she had something else more suitable to reward him with, she cautiously moved a bit away from Lam Thu before pointing out, It is the team's treasured artifact. He hesitated for a moment. This is not very good. Even though it is called a treasured artifact, it has not been used for many years. Who knows if it is even still intact? Shen Ting continues to discuss, but keeping it won't do us any good. If we do not give it to him, we will have to fork over $30 million. Feeling there is no better option, she reluctantly agrees. aware that it is quite outrageous. But holding on to it won't benefit us at all. Seeing those two whispering to each other, Lam Thu can't hold back his annoyance and speaks up. Can you two not discuss this right in front of me? If you are not using it, just give it to me, or better yet. How about that 30 million? Shen Ting crosses her arms, glancing at him. That money really should stay with us so we can maximize its potential. Then she orders Shen Ting to hurry and fetch the team's prized possession. Shen Ting does not respond but spins around and takes off immediately, even though he has not agreed yet. She looks back at him, a sweet smile on her lips that is utterly adorable. Don't you worry, Master. It is definitely a treasure. This is my compensation for you. Lam Thu gazes intently at the glowing team treasure in front of him. This is his compensation. Shen Ting replies triumphantly. It is the team treasure of our squad. Lam Thu's eyes widen, mouth agape as he exclaims. Isn't it just a spirit beast token? Shen Ting gives him a clueless look. What kind of token it is? We still do not know. It has not hatched yet, and it is unclear what it really is. Suddenly, the system chimes in, marveling that there is actually a dragon in this world. Lam Thu sees the system pop up and thinks, are you saying this is a dragon token? It definitely can't be. As logically, such creature should not exist in this world. He stares at the image of the brilliant golden dragon on the system's screen. Feeling overwhelmed. Is it the legendary dragon soaring through the skies from our mythology? The system quickly replies. That is right. The ones from the west are just mutated gods. They do not even deserve to be called dragons. Lam Thu rests his chin in thought. System, if there is a token, does that mean this little guy might have parents? The mechanical voice swiftly responds. Of course there are, but they are dead. Otherwise, I would have sensed their presence. He chuckles to himself. Feeling lucky this time he has hit the jackpot. This little one will be my mount in the future. Suddenly, the system presents a pair of judgmental eyes, saying, a dragon token is not something that hatches easily. You are on your own with that one. The system gradually fades away, and he looks seriously at the team treasure. Based on the hatching skill he learned earlier, the method to hatch it is quite simple. It is just a bit costly. Had I known dragons still existed in this world, I would not have treated hatching as a mere rank skill. Before Lam Thu even gets a chance to touch the token, Shen Ting has already jumped in first. He catches the token in his arms and snaps at Shen Ting. Aren't you afraid you will break it? She points the gun in her hand towards the ceiling. If I could break it, I would have already cooked it up for fried spirit beast rice. Even bullets can pierce its shell. The words just escaped Tine's lips like a witch mercilessly tearing apart an egg. At that moment, the team leader finally spoke up. This egg had been under the team's study for 3 months, and rumor has it they could not figure out a thing. Team leader was fuming, turning into a demon as he slammed that egg for an hour. Hearing this, Lam Thu gently caressed his precious gem, feeling sorry for the poor dragon egg. The Tine coughed a few times. Those were old stories now. Right. Master. Do you know what kind of egg this is? Lam Thu replied honestly. I know. It is a dragon egg. Suddenly, a realization hit him as he smacked his arm. Dragons are legendary creatures that fly in the sky. Right. The Tine was equally shocked. Lam Thu was confident in his answer. He was right. But now, Chi Du Guai started feeling regret for giving Lam Thu this treasure. He scratched his chin, wondering, is it too late to backtrack? Lam Thu did not refuse his request. But of course, he would not let himself be the loser in this deal. It is not too late. Just give me $30 million. And I won't need this egg anymore. Chi Du Guai found it hard to believe Lam Thu would give up the egg so easily. The Tine could not help but wonder if this egg was really that hard to hatch. He demonstrated with 2 fingers. Hatching the egg is actually pretty simple. It just needs spiritual energy. And there are 2 ways. Lam Thu explained the first method to the 2 of them. First, if a supreme powerhouse transmits spiritual energy to it every day, it would take about 10 years for the egg to hatch. The second way is using spiritual pearls, which is much quicker. 2 supreme level spiritual pearls can make it hatch. After hearing this, the Tine's expression turned sour. Are you kidding me? Which supreme powerhouse has the time to continuously transmit energy for 10 years? Chi Du Guai also felt the second method did not seem very promising either. After hearing Lam Thu's suggestions on how to hatch the egg, Chi Du Guai sighed in resignation. Little Thu, our little team has already given this treasure away. There is no way we can get it back. He patted Lam Thu on the shoulder as if to motivate him. I think this egg has a connection with you. You can keep it, Lam Thu happily replied. Thank you, Captain. I will take it, he thought to himself. I have considered giving up on this egg before. But if I could become a knight of the lineage, how cool would that be? After all, he was still young. Worst case, he could become a supreme powerhouse later and slowly nurture it with spiritual energy. That night, as Lam Thu rested, he diligently transferred spiritual energy from himself to his dragon egg treasure. He was persistent with this action, giving the dragon egg a little energy each day, hoping to save some time. Little by little, it could add up. Suddenly, Lam Thu felt a strange sensation within him, as if he remembered something. Right after, a brilliant light radiated from his body, and Lundrum Thu felt a powerful new force surging through him. He had broken through to the silver tier eye. After the successful breakthrough, Lam Thu was exhausted, panting heavily, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He remembered a spiritual pearl the M10 had given him before. He reached into his pocket to pull it out. He recalled the M10 had given him a golden-level spiritual pearl. Lam Thu had a thought. Should I absorb it now, or save it for the next upgrade? Under the glow of the spirit bowl, Lam Thu hesitated for a moment before deciding to use it for his own leveling up first. After saying that, he turned to Karis his precious spirit orb, the spirit bowl. It is not that I do not want to share it, but honestly, it is not worth much to others. Lam Thu absorbed the entire spirit bowl the size of his hand in the blink of an eye. Once again, the blue light appeared. Sweat continuously trickling down Lam Thu's forehead as he broke through to the silver rank. He clenched his fist. No doubt. This was a golden spirit bowl. He was almost ready to reach the star rank. Lam Thu desperately searched to see if he had any more spirit bowls left inside him. After rummaging around, he found no common spirit bowls. Just a few skill spirit bowls. In the end, he had no choice but to look for an opportunity to sell these spirit bowls off. He wondered if the shelter team would take them. Lam Thu's precious spirit orb slowly slipped into his pocket. He laid back on the bed, waiting to wake up and ask Brother Lam for advice. The next morning, under a sky bursting with sunlight, a very familiar voice rang out. Nope. Still nothing. Lam Thu was furious. Where did all my spirit bowls go? Seeing him so upset, Han asked. What is wrong? He really just wanted to cry. Brother, I can't find my spirit bowls. The shelter team must have been infiltrated. Hearing this, Lam Thu calmed down a bit. Infiltrated? Please. Who has the skills to enter your rift space? Lam Thu thought about it and scratched his head in agreement. Then suddenly considered a possibility. Wait a second. The dragon egg? Lam Thu could vividly imagine the scene of the dragon egg sneakily devouring all his spirit bowls while he was out cold. Lam Thu angrily lifted the egg, realizing that the thief was indeed the egg. You owe me back my hard-earned spirit bowls. You ate all my skill spirit bowls, did not you? He could not hold back his anger and kept punching the egg. You did not even wait for me to sell these. You just had to eat them all. This could save a lot of money. And Lam Thu could not help but smile at his own silly actions. Just a few skill spirit bowls. Why the big fuss? The dragon egg then displayed a price that was outrageously high. But of course, Lam Thu could not just let this go. Damn it. This thing ate my precious spirit bowls. Lam Thu heard this and offered a few comforting words. What spirit bowls could be that expensive? Didn't they say it was only bronze and silver? Lam Thu replied softly. There is a frost arrow spirit bowl inside. Silver rank. Now Lam Thu understood his regret. There really was a silver spirit bowl. But what is done is done. There is no point dwelling on the past. Everything is about moving forward. Before long, you will be back in school. Right. Lam Thu turned to him and said. Exactly. We have been out for so long. They must be wrapping up their training soon. He pointed behind him. There are a lot of things to take care of. Look how long the line is for people waiting to ask you. It is already stretching to the gate. The M10 and the two men smiled as they looked at Lam Thu. He glanced back, feeling like he was just a tool again. Suddenly thinking that military training at the wall was not so bad after all. Lam Thu laughed heartily. Don't mess around. Just get the job done right. Hearing him say that, the M10's eyes sparkled with sadness. She could not help but rush over to ask Lam Thu, the final job. Master, are you leaving here soon? He scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Well, sort of. After all, I just started my freshman year. Team leader me. That is the deal. The M10 blushed and did not say anything more. Her gaze drifting away. Lam Thu, curious, asked. What is going on with you, team leader me? Suddenly, the mem clung tightly to Lam Thu's arm, tears welling up. You can leave. What will happen to our research on spirit beasts if you go? Lam Thu felt like he might be overthinking things. He was taken aback. It turned out Team Leader Thum's reaction was because of the research. A guy from the logistics team chimed in. Yeah, if you leave, we will have to take a lot of detours. Hearing this, he felt a bit awkward. Even though he meant well, explaining every little thing would seriously waste time. He had to think of a new approach. Lam Thu quickly addressed everyone. Everyone, let us quiet down for a moment. I see you all have a lot of questions. And I can solve them all in such a short time. He smiled at his upcoming plan. I have decided that before heading back to school, I will help everyone by writing a book, Lam Thu asked. This way, we can tackle all the issues at once. Is everyone okay with that? The logistics staff cheered at this decision. That sounds amazing. Thousands of voices shouted in unison. Long live the expert. Long live the expert. Lam Thu had to bury himself in books every day. both studying and writing a special book for everyone. In the following days, I completely devoted myself to writing this Spirit Beast book. But it seemed like the system was getting revenge on me. The system was messing with Spirit Beast care and management. Lumthu thought. Every time I was about to finish, I would awaken a new skill related to Spirit Beast's first care. Then management. After finishing the book, Lumthu brought it to everyone. Finally, he had completed this book. The logistics staff went wild copying it. And soon everyone in the main team had their own handwritten copy. In Lumthu's break room, while he was tidying up his things, the Memtine leaned against the wall silently. After a while, she slowly asked, "Master, are you really leaving tomorrow?" Lumthu turned to look at her.
Yep.
The new semester starts right after the military training ends tomorrow. The Memtime curiously prodded. "Master, I am really curious, how do you know so much? At your age, how do you have such knowledge? Like with these spirit beasts. You must have seen them before. Right?" Faced with the Memtime's barrage of questions, Lumthu felt a bit flustered. He stammered a few sounds, sweat streaming down his face. He scratched his head. "Isn't it because I have a great master, who is also your ancestor? His name was, well, let us just say he was something else." The Mem shot a piercing glance at Lumdrumthu and said, "Tomorrow, you are dead. Are you really the one pulling my leg? Or is it your master messing with you?" He hurriedly wriggled out of the Memtine's grasp and dodged away, thinking, "Come on. I am not trying to fool you. I did not just magically know all this stuff." Finally, she decided to let it go. "Forget it. I trust my master. I am here tonight mainly to thank you." Lumthu sat down beside her. "Thank me for what?" The Memtine perched on the table. "Thank you for all the hard work you have done for the team. The knowledge you teach us would take us decades to figure out on our own." Her expression shifted slightly. "And we can do without the master for the weapon spirit this time." The Memtine flashed a charming smile. "Master, if you are not busy, do not forget to visit me. We will keep in touch. We will miss you." Lumthu nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. If anyone has any issues, they can always reach out to me. It is not too far from here to my school." Early the next morning, the sun began to cast its first rays on the grand city and wide streets. Lumthu glanced inside. Even though he had feelings for this place, he had to leave. He stealthily slipped away while everyone was still snoozing. Eager to get out of there, Lumthu tossed the blankets aside, puzzled when he could not find his stuff. "Where is it? It is not here either." He walked lightly, completely unaware of the crowd behind him. It was strange. He woke up this morning only to find his earbuds missing. At that moment, someone piped up, "Forget the earbuds. Getting out of here is what really matters. I am not great at handling farewells." Lumthu turned around in surprise. A loud voice rang out. "Attention." Everyone behind him raised their hands in salute. When Lumthu saw this scene, he was utterly taken aback. He had no words to describe his feelings, having never expected such treatment. After regaining his composure, he raised his hand in return and then dashed straight toward his spirit beast, thinking, "I will never forget this special moment in my life." The crowd watched Lumthu leave with regret. "Looks like we could not pull this kid into our team." The Memtun slightly bowed her head. "Maybe our team is not the right fit for him after all." Lumthu gazed up at the sky, watching his spirit beast spread its wings and soar. Joining our team might actually hold him back, he thought, agreeing with the Memtine. The clear sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds. Before long, the spirit beast landed at Lumthu's university, and he jumped off its back. "At the Spirit Martial University of Mo?" Lumthu asked. "You did not tell anyone I wanted to leave, did you?" Lumthu openly admitted.
Yep.
"You deserve this from us. If the younger generation can send you off, it will definitely weigh on their hearts." After hearing this, Lumthu did not thank him. Instead, he got a bit worked up and shouted, "But that makes me feel a bit uneasy too." Lumthu remained calm and agreed. He pointed at Lamthu, saying that his reputation in the Red Sparrow team is probably just as high as that of the captain. He was taken aback. "Really? Does that mean I should be proud of it?" Lamthu quickly chimed in. He definitely had the right to be proud. He pointed into the distance. "Do you want to come with me to the instructor's dorm? Should I tell that new kid about everything that has happened lately?" Lamthu waved his hand, refusing. He looked at Lamthu with a serious expression. "But I still want to see my classmates more." Saying goodbye to the chief instructor, Lamthu could not stop him and agreed to meet again at dorm room 303. Lamthu stood in front of the door and knocked a few times. He was excited to see his classmates again, wondering how everyone was. Hearing the knock, a person from inside the room came out, yawning non-stop. "What is with the morning knocking? Can't you let others sleep?" Lamthu peeked in. It was the voice of Zhang San. But right after that, Lamthu was left confused. Zhang San stood in front of him, only able to utter one word. Zhang San was thrilled to see that the person in front of him was real and flesh and blood. "Bro, am I dreaming?" Meanwhile, Lam Thu was trying to remember for a moment.
Yep.
This is room 303. But who is this person? Lam Thu did not think any further and turned to leave. Feeling embarrassed, it seemed he had gone to the wrong place. While Zhang San was standing there, puzzled about what was happening, he tried to explain. Lam Ji, you are not lost. I am Zhang San here. But Lam Thu could not believe that this person was Zhang San. No way. Just then, another voice chimed in. Lam Ji, you are back. A man patted Zhang San on the shoulder, confirming that this guy really was Zhang San. Lam Thu was so shocked he exclaimed. What? The guy next to Zhang San explained. No one knows what happened to this kid. Every day after training, he slept a bit less. And after a month, he has become like this. Lam Thu no longer felt any doubt. He gently pinched Zhang San's cheek. Is this really a thing? Making sure it was not someone else, Zhang San crossed his arms and replied. Lam Ji, after a month of hard training, I have lost weight like crazy. The image of Lam Thu fighting on the battlefield flashed in his mind, along with a flood of excited comments. I want to know everything about this stud. If I had that kind of skill, I would not need training either. His name is Lam Thu, and he is my roommate. The girls are in a frenzy over Lam Thu's glory. As Zhang San walked, he praised Lam Thu endlessly. Bro, you are the hot topic at our school now. Lam Thu smiled and replied. I thought after leaving, everyone would slowly forget about me. Zhang San moved forward and grabbed a piece of blue fabric. No way. Everyone's discussing you on the forum and social media. There is going to be a performance press conference later. Are you going? Lam Thu mumbled. Performance press conference. He blushed, thinking to himself, will I get to see her at the campus performance press conference? People were coming and going, bustling and lively. Lam Thu looked around anxiously, feeling quite restless. Zhang San noticed and asked, Bro, are you looking for a goddess? Lam Thu was startled by the hit and quickly denied it. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out to him, making Lam Thu's heart race. The beautiful Tran Tran slowly walked over. Back again. Lam Thu was thrilled to see Tran Tran but still tried to keep his icy demeanor. She was back. From afar, he noticed her coming and thought, the goddess is here. As Yang Thian approached, she leaned in close to Lam Thu, her curvy figure brushing against him. I just got back, she said. She could not stop chatting with him, saying how bored she had been without him. Lam Thu completely ignored Yang Thian, his eyes only on Tran Tran, who was fuming with jealousy. Oh, Tran Tran's mad now. Realizing this, Lam Thu tactfully pulled away from Yang Thian to stand beside Tran Tran. You just got here. Came to see the goddess. The performance meeting was about to start. Lam Thu turned his focus entirely away from Yang Thian, zeroing in on the event. Principal Dong Trach from the Moto Martial Arts Academy arrived, accompanied by his assistant. The moment Lam Thu saw him, he recognized Principal Dong Trach. Suddenly, the principal smiled and waved at him. Lam Thu was taken aback. Wondering, Lam Thu politely greeted. Hello. Principal. Dong Trach pointed to the seat next to him. Have a seat? He glanced at the buzzing crowd behind him and said, this is not great. There are too many eyes on us. The principal remained warm and said, if I tell you to sit, you sit. Young man, you are doing great, making our academy proud. Old Luck already mentioned you to me. I will teach you some things when I have time. Lam Thu smiled proudly at this, thinking, is he really going to teach me about the space system? He obediently sat down next to Principal Dong. Thanks. Principal, you are too kind. This is just what I should be doing. Seeing this, Mei Yan below looked vexed. Why is Lam Thu sitting there? His underlings chimed in as well. Is he here to enjoy our performance with the leaders? He is just a freshman. Why is he getting special treatment? Tran Tran looked up at him, surprised that Lam Thu could sit there now. The gap between them seemed to widen. She shyly turned her face away but, strangely, did not feel disappointed or jealous, just genuinely happy for him from the bottom of her heart. The Misi's clear voice rang out, announcing the final scores for Class 2. Lam Thu stretched his arms behind his head, thinking, this is so boring. What should I do? Suddenly, he remembered the system and whispered, System, awaken today's skills. A translucent screen appeared, displaying the message that skills were being extracted. After spinning around for a bit, a series of skills materialized on the screen, congratulating him on acquiring a level skills in Lightning Awakening. Awakened lightning skills could successfully trigger lightning abilities. The system continued with a prompt, asking, do you want to use the lightning ability now? Yes. Lam Thu felt a mix of emotions, crying without tears. Finally, he was no longer at E level. Who would be foolish enough to say no? He decided to click yes. Then the system asked, I see you possess beast transformation skills. Do you want to merge them? Lam Thu hesitated for a moment before responding. This time, I have fused beast transformation with space, and I can fuse it further. He pressed a button on the system. Lam Thu gently brushed his hair. Of course. Bro. When we get back, Let us get me powered up again. The system happily announced. Congratulations. Host, it continued. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host. Doraemon has successfully evolved into Doraemon. Lamthu's eyes widened in shock. What? 9527 explained. For glory. To unleash thunder to dispel the darkness. Doraemon. For the glory of the northern gods. To unleash thunder to dispel the darkness. Lamthu kept looking at his hand and then at the system notification. After pondering for a while, he asked again, System. Are you serious about the name and dialogue of this second type? But does this mean I can use electric skills now? The system nodded in response. Yep. Indeed. 4 words vividly express all your systems. Space. Electric. Beast transformation. Is there a problem? Lamthu helplessly rested his head in his hand, finding it hard to believe. Anyway, I do not need to call out a name when I transform. The light radiating from the system panel shone directly onto his handsome face. Adding 3 skills. The system delved deeper into this skill, generating electricity through friction, only usable in beast transformation state. By rubbing his palms together, electricity is generated. The intensity of the current is determined by the speed of friction. A sincere reminder. Mama does not even need to worry about your phone dying anymore. Lamthu focused on what the system displayed. The rate of hand friction. He was so excited he could hardly contain his laughter. A gift from a single man. Single for 20 years. I am definitely confident about my own speed. The system continuously transmitted many new skills. Thunder Strike. A skill for attacking a single target with regular lightning. Divine Punishment. Enhancing single target attack skills. Can unleash 7 bolts of divine punishment to obliterate enemies. The power of divine punishment will grow stronger by the day. Lamthu could not take his eyes off the notification panel. Finally, long-range attacks are here. He suddenly imagined himself fighting against a huge crowd. Too many people to deal with. Lamthu became contemplative. So these skills are all single target attacks. Looks like I need to find spirit beasts that contain more spirit skills soon. He spoke up. System. What level is my ability at now? The system announced. Now it is considered levels. Almost breaking through to level SS. Lamthu looked at his hands, which were brimming with power, and sighed. Not bad. Finally feeling stronger, the MC declared loudly. This performance has ended successfully. Lamthu tiredly stood up and stretched deeply. The performance being over means the military training session has wrapped up as well. A voice from afar reached his ears. Master Tan, you truly are my reborn parent. Tan Min hugged a friend of his. We have to go now. Definitely need to control ourselves more. Otherwise, we might quickly gain weight again. The friend replied cheerfully. Yep. Master, for Mam, I want to gain weight anymore. He smiled softly at that. Even though he had always looked forward to the end of the military training, at this moment, he felt a bit reluctant. Lu Zhen walked up from behind and called out. Lamthu, he told him, come with me. Oh Young is waiting in the training room to guide you. Lamthu turned around in surprise. Guide me. Lamthu followed Luck Tran to the training room, only to find that Daijing Trech was the only one there. Diligently practicing. Since the official classes had not started yet, the training room was still closed. The headmaster's rapid punches zoomed right past Lamthu. He saw the man stop when he noticed the visitors. You guys are here. Lamthu felt something was off. What is going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a guidance session? Why do I feel like the headmaster is about to take a swing at me? Daijing Trech looked at him and called out softly. Come here. Use all your skills. Give me your best shot. After hearing those words, Lamthu's face turned dark, feeling like he was in for a beating. The old man seems to be pretty straightforward these days. He stood frozen, trying to process the situation. Finally, Lamthu closed his eyes and accepted this crazy proposal. With no other options left, his footsteps began to radiate powerful energy. Come on out. Doraemon. Lamthu's entire body was surrounded by a dazzling lightning aura. His eyes clouded over, bursting with life. After a moment of transformation, he turned into an adorable Doraemon with cute bunny ears. Luck Tran and Dung Trech could not help but be amazed by this magical transformation. This kid's burst of power seems to be even stronger than before. This bunny is just too cool. Lamthu smirked and raised his hand, getting ready to unleash his move. A massive vortex appeared in front of him right after. Without wasting any time, Lamthu launched it straight at the headmaster. Caught off guard, the headmaster was hit hard from behind by Lamthu. His whole body staggered, and his mind started to spin. He dove into that strange light and gradually disappeared. Daijing Trech turned to look, surprised that the kid actually had lightning skills. This punch of his must be at least at the golden level. Lamthu stepped out from the light, and Daijing Trech called out to him. Kid. He stood ready, saying, whatever attack skills you have, go ahead and use them. I want to fight back. Lamthu imagined the headmaster angrily punching him on the head and shouting, you little brat. How dare you ambush LeFou? He patted his chest. Thinking. I thought you were going to beat me up. Lamtho began launching a powerful barrage, his entire body radiating strength dozens of times more potent than before, with a booming voice. He declared, if that is the case, focusing his energy in his hand, he unleashed bolts of lightning. I won't hold back any more lightning strike. Divine punishment. The lightning bolts relentlessly attacked Ding Trech. He was quite surprised by the power of the lightning. Thinking. Interesting. This final attack of divine punishment could rival the strongest strike at the peak of silver. Lamtho continued to unleash his most powerful lightning strike. A few drops of sweat appeared on Ding Trech's face as he teased him. Is that all you got? Now feeling a bit fatigued, he wiped the sweat off his forehead. It seemed like these attacks were not doing much damage to the headmaster. Perhaps the headmaster just wanted to see how far he could push himself. Inside his mind, Lamtho clenched his fists. Thinking. All right. Let us see what I have really got. He unleashed a flurry of punches at Ding Trech, who, as expected, only used his hands to block. Not bad. Not bad. Bring it on. At this moment, Lamtho could not help but smile. He extended his hand and warned. Careful. This is the final blow. Seeing him standing still, Ding Trech was a bit confused. But he did not notice Lamtho's hand was already above his head. Hey, kid. What are you planning? Why are not you attacking anymore? Instead of targeting Ding Trech's sparse hair, Lamtho took a step forward with a bit of sass. Simply using his strength to yank it out, he waved the hair triumphantly. Thinking, look at me. Just a little silver strand. Yet I can hurt a true powerhouse. Even if it is just a single hair. Well, that counts as a hit, Ding Trech thought, internally screaming at the sight of Lamtho's smugness. This kid actually dared to touch my hair. Lamtho flaunted the strand. Feeling victorious. Principal. I have given it my all. And look at your face. It is all streaked with black. Though his antics were a bit cheeky, his mind was sharp. He remembered that old guy saying he was just a low-level silver. Ding Trech patted his own bald head. Secretly impressed. Who would have thought that just a month of practice could elevate him to a silver rank? Truly a rare gem. Ding Trech crossed his arms. I am quite pleased with you. Do you want to be my disciple? Without hesitation, Lamtho dropped to his knees. Master, please accept my bow. Ding Trech rummaged through his robes. Your spatial skill lacks offensive capabilities. Consider this a welcome gift from me. Lamtho stared in shock at the colorful orb in his hand. His face lit up with joy. This was a golden-level spatial orb, granting the skill dimensional slash. Ding Trech's expression turned serious. Now. Learn it, Lamtho focused, feeling an energy radiating from the orb, flowing into him as Ding Trech watched intently. No one else has had a spatial ability like this. With this kid around, I can finally see a successor. A massive surge of power erupted from Lamtho. Even his hair was affected. Standing on end as he broke through to the silver rank, Ding Trech observed his disciple's breakthrough process. Suddenly, the wooden target in the distance was hit hard. A red glimmer flashed in Lamtho's eyes, a sign of his awakening. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, his hand shot up into the air, releasing a wave of power that curved like a crescent moon dimensional slash. The attack moved swiftly before vanishing. Lamtho was stunned. Thinking, is the range of dimensional slash really that short? He turned to Ding Trech, who was still observing the previous attack. Master, this skill seems a bit weak, but to his surprise, the target shattered into countless pieces. Lamtho was left in shock, unsure of how to react. Lamtho was ecstatic. This skill was incredible. Powerful enough to break through obstacles and still hidden. Ding Trech was equally amazed. Kid. During that last fight, I have noticed your spatial system is really different from mine. Can you elaborate on how your skills work? Let us get into it. Your spatial skills mainly have three aspects. The first one is the intent mastery, which can help a lot. Lamtho went on for a while, nodding as he started to understand. So that is how it is. After hearing Yang Zia's suggestion, have you ever thought about using intent mastery in other places? I suspect you always use intent mastery during your teleportation. Master said. Lamtho seems enlightened now. If you use intent mastery elsewhere combined with spirit marks, the practicality could be way more than just this. Yang Zi praised him. Not bad. Very insightful. Why do not you give it a try? I am super excited. Alright. He waved his hand and began using intent mastery, creating a green blade. After leveling up to silver, the range of intent mastery increased from 50 meters to 70 meters. The blade sliced through the air, and Lamtho's gaze was laser-focused. This was the moment. A green teleportation gate appeared, and the blade pierced through it. He sighed in relief. Success. Yang Zi praised him again. Not bad. Not bad. The ground was impacted by the attack, leaving a small crater, and Lu Zhen noticed the power behind it. He exclaimed that this skill combo used the earth beautifully. He thought to himself, with intent mastery, The dimensional slash can not only appear twice but also redirect. It is truly overpowered. Lamtho imagined the scene of launching a surprise attack on his opponent. He smirked. This is not just about pointing and striking. If the enemy dodges my attack, I can hit them even harder. Lamtho felt quite pleased with himself. Haha. If I open intent mastery right under the enemy's feet, would not he? Before he could think of the final outcome, he heard Yang Chan's voice. Grandpa. Let us go home for dinner. They exchanged surprised looks. What are you doing here? Yang Ji asked, bit surprised. Do you two know each other? He replied. We are classmates. Yang Xin looked a bit confused. Didn't he Grandpa want to find a system anomaly? She was a bit annoyed. He clearly is an anomaly manipulator. Grandpa looked at his granddaughter with teary eyes. Chai-Nor. Why would you say that? I saw it with my own eyes. Grandpa has accepted Xiaodu as a disciple. Meaning he is now your senior. So hurry up and greet him. Yang Xin mumbled. Grandpa. That is kind of scary. She reluctantly stammered. Senior. Lamtho was thrilled. Haha. Good girl. Don't be shy. My disciple is also the granddaughter of a prestigious family. This title of senior suits you well. After hearing this, the Yang family was equally stunned. What? That talented girl is your disciple. Yang Zi was even more delighted, while Yang Chen looked extremely annoyed. Well, that is good. Xiaodu. Make sure to take care of my granddaughter in class and teach her a lot more. Haha. Yep. The sky was turning a vibrant orange-red. He bid farewell to Lamtho. Xiaodu. I have some matters to attend to for the next 2 days. I will be back when the semester officially starts to teach you more. Okay. Master. He looked at him as he left. Take care. Master. Zhang San called from behind. Big brother, you wiped a bit of sweat off your face. Why are you here? I have been looking for you all day. You are a bit hard to understand. I was called over here suddenly too. What is going on? Zhang San happily pulled him along. Are not we off for the next 2 days? You must have some time. Come on. Let us go hang out at the top-tier corporation together. In a skyscraper lit up with countless dazzling lights. Linju could not help but admire the lavish scene in front of him. This was the top-tier corporation ranked third in the country. He thought to himself. Almost forgot. This guy Zhang San is a rich second generation. At that moment, he waved and called out to someone. Big bro. Zhang Yai slowly walked over to them, and Zhang San pointed to his brother. Introducing. This is my brother. Zhang Ya. After hearing this, Linju was momentarily speechless. Their dad really named them on a whim. But Zhang Ya's face still wore a look of skepticism. You are really the third brother? He confirmed. Yep, that is right. He was quite surprised by the transformation of his younger brother. Probably wondering how he had gone from a chubby kid to someone like the person standing in front of him. Linju felt a sense of understanding. It is hard to believe that this kid could change so dramatically in just a month. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and asked, What is our big brother's name? Without a second thought, Zhang San replied, Zhang Za. This time, it was Linju who looked confused. Shouldn't your big brother be named Zhang Yai or Zhang Da? Just a single question confirmed their identities. The two brothers cheerfully shouted. Big bro, what is it? Perhaps he was the only one who was truly shocked. The big brother of the clan was actually their biological father. And these two must have been adopted. Now, Zhang San introduced. Big bro, this is Linju. My bro from school who always looks after me. Zhang Yai shook his hand. So you are Linju. I have heard so much about you. Just call me big bro like Zhang San does. Nice to meet you. He led the way. Let us head inside and chat. Linju felt a mix of excitement. It has been a long time since he would been this well received. And indeed, business people are great at networking. He figured this was the first time Zhang Yai had ever heard his name. Inside the elevator, the number displayed was a whopping 61, and the golden surroundings dazzled his eyes. No wonder they are a wealthy family. Even the elevator is extravagant. Zhang Yi opened the door first, revealing an incredibly luxurious room. Zhang San eagerly introduced. Big bro. Besides managing the company, he loves tinkering with things. He looked around, noticing a plethora of antiques. Zhang Yi feigned modesty. Linju. What do you think of my treasures? He glanced up at a vase on the shelf. Surprised to see that it was, the system helped him use appraisal techniques. The room was filled with counterfeit artifacts, so many fakes. He casually responded. Well, it is alright, even if most of them are replicas. Overall, they still look decent. Zhang San seemed unable to believe it. How is that possible? Zhang Yai angrily pointed at him. I spent a ton of money to buy these. Even bringing in an expert to appraise them. He stood firmly in front of Linju. Big bro. Stay calm. Linju's expression did not change. If you do not believe me, feel free to pick a few for me to appraise. After hearing this, he immediately put on gloves. Alright. Being young, I really do not believe your eyes are sharper than those specialists. He picked up an antique vase. Instantly, Lin Zhu pointed out its distinguishing features. Big bro. What you are holding is a high-footed bowl painted with blue dragons and white clouds from the Yuan dynasty, with a wide mouth and a deep belly. On the tall, slender legs, there are 3 raised strings, featuring a joint cover. The edges of the mouth are adorned with grass patterns, and inside are 2 dragon prints. He continued. Outside there are illustrations of 2 dragons fighting, surrounded by a fiery floral design, in vibrant shades of blue and white. The lines are fluid and powerful. It could be called a true masterpiece from the Ming dynasty, representing the Yuan era. If it is the real deal, this piece is worth at least 20 million. Zhang Ye patted his shoulder, surprised that this kid has such skills. This genuine piece cost me 25 million. But he cut him off. Hold on. Brother, why? Let me finish. He shattered Zhang Ye's smugness, leaving him dark-faced. The decoration from the Yuan dynasty was specially designed, with layers and spots that are incredibly unique. Although your piece is exquisitely crafted, it is actually an antique, or shall we say, a replica, worth about 100,000. Lin Shu's words struck him like an arrow to the heart. What? Are you saying I spent 25 million on a fake worth 100,000? Seeing Zhang Ye's gloomy expression, Lin Shu comforted him. Come on, brother. Hold back the sorrow. Let us continue the appraisal. Each finger he pointed made Zhang San's tears flow down like rivers. This antique is at most worth 180,000. Oh man. If it goes over 300,000, it is a massive scam. His face darkened, and he could not help but shout. Enough. Stop talking. Lin Shu felt a bit guilty. I am sorry. Inside, he was a little scared, thinking, oh no. Did I just hit him too hard and now he is mad? But to his surprise, Zhang Yi was in high spirits, throwing an arm around him. So what? There is an auction tomorrow afternoon. Come with me to snag some treasures. I will treat you to some sweet profits. The next day at 10 am, Lin Shu lay in bed, thinking, it is only 10 of the clock. Zhang San probably has not woken up yet. He called out, System, activate today's skills. The system's voice rang out. Retrieving skills. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have received a B-level skill. Clairvoyance. Instantly, a pink bubble appeared in his mind, showing an image of a hot girl, causing his nose to bleed. Clairvoyance. The dream of my life. When the system asked if he wanted to learn now, he did not hesitate and replied, Yep. Hurry up. The system voice echoed in his head. Clairvoyance allows you to clearly see the essence of things. Lin Shu's expression darkened. Clairvoyance is only a B-level skill. It should definitely be an SS level skill. He could see inside the vase and even the fish from a distance. This is insane. The internal structure was all visible and clear. Just then, Zhang San walked in. Lin bro, are you up yet? Habitually, Lin Shu turned to look. Immediately, he experienced a shocking first-time moment. It felt like his eyes were being tainted. Oh my god. My eyes are about to go blind. Is that not a 10-dimensional human figure? Lin Shu quickly rubbed his eyes, thinking, how could clairvoyance be so different from what I imagined? But you could not understand the shock of his first love. Lamji. What are you dazed about so early in the morning? He silently thought to himself. Forget it. Just play it cool today and do not pull any skills. Lamtho held the bag of items he brought, asking, what is it? Why are you here? Didn't we agree on something today? He smiled. My brother said we should go sell some stuff. At that moment, Lamtho suddenly remembered. Today the sky is clear and the breeze is refreshing. At Tianba Pavilion, the bodyguards stood neatly in a row at the entrance. Linda walked in with the 2 brothers from the Zhang family. Admiring the bodyguards a bit. They are impressive, even possessing a bit of spirit energy. The rich area always opens his eyes to new things. The staff saw them and quickly led the way. Zhang, this way please. The vast space made someone from a humble background like him always gasp in awe. Sitting on the chair, Zhang San whispered. Anyone who can attend this auction is loaded. Before he could finish, his eyes landed on the newcomer. Zhen Zhen. His heart bloomed with joy. He could not believe he ran into his goddess here. Zhen Zhen looked quite surprised, wondering how he ended up here. Linthu's eyes lit up. Zhen Zhen looked stunning today. Just when he was enjoying the moment, he heard another voice. Zhen Zhen. Do you know him? She immediately introduced. This is Linthu. Zhen Zhen's mother looked a bit surprised. So you are Linthu. He was even more stunned. Wait, this is my future mother-in-law. She crossed her arms, looking him up and down. You are the kid who has beaten my precious daughter multiple times. Zhang Yi quickly chimed in. Auntie, you are here too. She glanced over, realizing it was Zhang Yi. Do you all know each other? He quickly introduced. Yep. This is Zhang San's younger brother. Linthu is his classmate. Zhen Zhen's mom smiled. I see. Linthu, my daughter often mentions you. Linda quickly buttered her up. Really? That is an honor for me. She looked quite pleased. Not many can make Zhen Zhen bring you up so often. He skillfully flattered. Auntie. If I did not know better, I would think you were Zhen Zhen's sister. You are both so beautiful. While she smiled on the outside, her inner thoughts were different. Haha. This kid sure knows how to talk. Just a smooth talker. She imagined the perfect couple standing side by side. Zhen Zhen pouting. Don't say anything weird. Just listen to the goddess. The future mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law. Increasingly satisfied, she silently approved. This kid seemed just right for her. And Zhen Zhen had a good impression of him too. Just then, the introduction for the auction started. The auction is about to begin. Before that, a few reminders for everyone. The owner of Chenba Pavilion, Lai Zhenwu, reminded everyone. Although these antiques have been appraised, there can still be some fakes mixed in. You all know the rules of the antique game. Cashes? Linda listened quietly, thinking. So there are fakes involved. Nothing to do with me. Right. He clapped and called for the staff. No more chit-chat. I officially declare this auction to begin. Let us start with the first 10 collectibles of the day. On the table was an antique bowl. A white and blue plum blossom bowl from the Song dynasty. He held up 2 fingers, starting the bidding at 2 million. With each bid increasing by no less than 100,000. If anyone was interested, feel free to bid. Below the stage, Zhang Yi curiously asked Lindu. What do you think, Lin Hoyan? Is it the real deal? Linda glanced at Zhang Yi's anxious expression and thought. Big bro. This is only the first item. Do you really need to be this nervous? Even though he did not want to, Lamthu still had to appraise the item on the stage. He focused intently on the bowl at the auction podium. After observing it for quite a while, Lamthu examined the item and finally spoke up. It is genuine. But anything over 5 million is not worth it. As soon as he heard Lamthu's words, Zhang Yi immediately stood up, his voice booming. I bid 5 million. Lamthu was left speechless by Zhang Yi's action, helplessly covering his face with his hands. On stage, Lai Zhenwu, upon hearing Zhang Yi's bid, looked down and asked, is there anyone else who wants to bid? The crowd below fell silent. No one responded. Some were dozing off, while others were pretending not to hear. After a moment of silence, Li Zhenwu tapped the table to announce. Congratulations to young Master Zhang for winning the first item at 5 million. Below, Lamthu curiously asked Zhang. Brother, why? Is there betting in the auction society too? Zhang Ye turned to Lamthu and replied. That is right. But I usually do not have much interest in gambling. Lam high-end. You into gambling? Upon hearing Zhang Ye, Lamthu's gambling spirit surged. And both Zhang Yi and Zhang San looked at Lamthu, surprised by the sparkle in his eyes. Ignoring the look from the 2 Zhang brothers, Lamthu smugly thought to himself. If you are not interested, would not that be a waste of my hard-earned clairvoyance skills? Meanwhile, on the side of Zhen Zhen, suddenly someone appeared, speaking in a teasing tone. Hey. Zhen Zhen. What a coincidence. Everyone's here too. The newcomer was named Song, the young master from the Hoi Dang group. He looked at Zhen Zhen with a gaze full of awe. Praising. Zhen Zhen. You are more beautiful every day. Zhen Zhen felt disgusted by his compliments and his gaze. Frowning at him without replying a word. Out of nowhere, a slender hand appeared, grabbing Zhen Zhen's delicate wrist. Seeing this, Songji was taken aback. The owner of that hand was none other than Lamthu, who held her hand and placed it on his neck, looking deeply into Zhen Zhen's eyes, whispering sweet words. Zhen Zhen. So you are here. I have been looking for you for half the day. Zhen Zhen felt both shy and confused by Lamthu's unusual actions and attitude. Asking hesitantly. Lamthu, on the podium, Li Zhenwu continued. For this next item, a copper wine cup from a wealthy merchant. Starting bid 300,000. Lamthu glanced at the tacky green cup, rolling his eyes in disbelief. It is. Next up, a landscape painting. Starting bid 400,000. Lamthu squinted at the painting, and after a moment of contemplation, he quickly replied. It is. Then came another painting depicting a seductive girl with a creepy green fish. Li Zhenwu announced. Starting bid 500,000. After appraisal, Lam said. It is fake but still worth a look. After auctioning off these items, Lai Zhenwu, as usual, opened with a saying. They say, a knife for the poor, a knife for the rich, a knife for heaven, a knife for hell. In the adjacent hall, many raw jade stones were prepared. He pointed in one direction and continued. Furthermore, this time the heavenly treasures also discovered a peculiar stone, within which lies a treasure. Starting bid at 10 million. If anyone is interested, please move to the main hall. The people sitting in the auction room, after hearing Li Zhenwu's introduction, quickly headed towards the direction he pointed, returning to Zhen Zhen and Lamthu. She observed his strange behavior and suddenly realized something. Blushing, she internally guessed. Lam though. He is really helping me out. As for Lam, After saying those words, he quickly turned to face Tongji with a provocative look. Tongji was infuriated by Lam Thu's taunting expression, grinding his teeth in silent anger. This little punk dared to mess up my plans. After provoking his rival, Lam Thu strode confidently toward the grand hall, while Chan Chan blushed and obediently let him lead the way. After watching the two leave, Tongji clenched his fists in anger and called out to the butler standing behind him. Wangba. Tongji shot a glance at Wang, his expression unwilling, and barked out an order. I need detailed info on that punk. Wangba replied respectfully from behind. Yep. Young master. In the grand hall, Lam Thu and Chan Chan held hands, watching the crowd bustling by. While Lam Thu surveyed the surroundings, Chan Chan shyly glanced at him from behind, and after observing for a while, he quietly speculated that no one could see them here. As Lam Thu was lost in thought, Chan Chan suddenly let go of his hand. She blushed and warned him. If you do that again, I will chop off your hand. Lam Thu looked at Chan Chan, whose expression did not seem threatening at all. He smirked and replied, Don't take it the wrong way. That creep was obviously eyeing your looks. I am just trying to help you. Hearing this, Chan Chan's face turned even redder. She softly said, I know. But please do not yell at people like that again. Thanks for what happened earlier. Lam Thu felt his heart bloom at her shy demeanor, thinking to himself, Chan Chan. She is just too adorable. Once the shyness faded, Chan Chan returned to her usual self, putting her hands on her hips and questioning, By the way, who did you just call a dog? Lam Thu scratched his head, conceding, That was just a metaphor. I take it back. As the two argued, Chan Chan's mom appeared from behind to mediate. All right. There are a lot of people around, she gently suggested. How about we go watch some rock games? Listen to your future mother-in-law's advice. Lam Thu obediently agreed. What kind of round is that? What are you talking about? Chan Chan looked at Lam Thu's fawning expression, feeling annoyed, and snorted. The three of them quickly made their way to the viewing area, where stones of various sizes and colors were scattered all over the ground. Lam Thu stared at the pile of stones before him, thinking, these are all raw materials. Specifically, raw gemstones, unprocessed rough stones. Just a quick note, in the gemstone trade, mines that extract rough stones are called pits, and the mined stones are referred to as ligu and etah. No one can look from the outside and conclude whether there is anything valuable inside. It is even harder to determine quality. That is how the gemstone trade came about, just like those roadside stones. They are called full raw liu, with high risks and low prices. In contrast, stones that have been refined are called semi-finished, with relatively lower risks and much higher prices. A stone, half green like raw jade and half gray like regular stone, was being carefully evaluated by two men. Lam Thu also took note of it, guessing that this stone was probably the strange one the organizer had mentioned. Semi-finished, where the light has shone through, could be worth tens of millions. If it really turns out to be jade, its value would be at least 300 million. Lam Thu's eyes lit up as he activated his vision skill, scanning the surrounding items like a beam of light. After realizing that what was inside was just junk, Lam Thu could not help but feel disappointed, thinking to himself, there is nothing here but worthless trinkets. He glanced over at Lei Chanvu beside him, suspecting that the sponsor on the other side had some skilled players who must have spotted this problem early on, which is why they decided to sell it. If I end up buying this stone, I might go bankrupt. Lam Thu thought blankly as he suddenly felt a looming presence behind him. It was Tongji, calling out to him. Hearing someone shout his name, Lam Thu turned around, only to find Tongji threateningly saying, I suggest you keep your distance from someone like her. A top-tier beauty like that is not someone you can handle. Instead of being scared by Songji's threats, Lam Thu just laughed mockingly. Oh really? Sounds like you are enjoying yourself, he retorted. Songji, pulling himself up with an air of superiority, responded. Of course. Chan Chan and I are a match made in heaven. Lam Thu was taken aback by his pretentious attitude and chimed in sarcastically. By the way, what brand of trash bag are you using? It suits you perfectly. Hearing Lam Thu's jab, Songji immediately blew up, angrily shouting, You little punk, how dare you insult me? Lam Thu wrinkled his nose in disdain and replied, I did not insult you. I was talking about your trashy personality. The crowd behind them was silently listening to the two go at it, and when they heard Lam Thu's latest jab, they erupted in laughter. Songji, feeling humiliated, gritted his teeth and spat. Coming from an affluent background, Songji was clueless about how to deal with insults, so he just glared menacingly and pointed at Lam Thu, challenging him. Kid, stop talking nonsense. Dare to bet with me. Loser leaves Chan Chan alone. Chan Chan had been witnessing the verbal tussle between the two, and when she heard Songji's challenge, she could not hold back anymore. Songji. Lam Thu interrupted her, shaking his head disapprovingly. Song Gongzi. Chen Chan is not some prize to be gambled over. How can you even think of betting her? Songji, feeling cornered, immediately shot back. I did not say that. Stop twisting my words. He glared at Lam Tho hiding behind Chen Chan, fuming with anger. Hiding behind a woman does not make you tough. Let us. Loser pays the winner 100 million. Lam Tho, still cheeky, continued to hide behind Chen Chan, sticking out his tongue playfully. Why would I bet with you? Songji was furious, his veins popping out. Switching tactics, he disdainfully said, get it? A loser like you can possibly have that much money. Lam Tho was not fazed by Songji's taunts. A dark glint appeared in his eyes. He provocatively replied, I am not betting because your stakes are too low. With that, he stepped out from behind Chen Chan, confidently raised 5 fingers, and issued a challenge. How about this? Loser pays 500 million. You in. Hearing Lam Tho's proposal, Songji's face turned green. He calculated in his head, 500 million was not a big deal, but if he lost, his family would never let him live it down. No way. Backing down now would mean losing all face. Despite feeling hesitant inside, Tong still tried to maintain his composure on the outside. He pointed at Lam Tho and asked, hey, do you really have that much money? Suddenly, Zhang Er popped up out of nowhere, throwing an arm around Lam Tho's shoulders, winking as he said, just say it. Are you brave enough to take this bet? If my bro loses, I will cover the cash. With a wicked grin, Tong turned to Uncle Wang behind him and asked, Wang, you are pretty good at betting. Right. Got any confidence? Uncle Wang replied confidently. Come on. It is just a kid who has not even grown all his hair yet. Hearing this, Tong felt energized. Stepping closer to Lam Tho, he boldly declared, all right. But if you lose, do not start crying. Lam Tho was not one to back down either. Responding with a smirk, we will see who ends up crying. Behind them, Theham noticed her daughter's worried face, staring intently at Lam Tho. She teased, are you into this kid or what? De Zhen quickly shot back. Do not say that. I am still young. Theham was not having it, continuing to tease. You are not that young anymore. Zhen Zhen felt helpless against her mother's teasing. Sighing. You are doing it again. Theham tenderly ruffled her daughter's hair, chuckling as she said, haha. All right. All right. After satisfying her teasing urges, Theham promised, I won't ask about your stuff anymore or interfere. Just be happy. Okay. Zhen Zhen smiled at her mom and softly replied, thanks. Li Zhenwu had been watching the showdown between the two men since it started, both of them glaring at each other. He stepped in and suggested, it is rare to see you two so eager. So let me be the witness for this bet. Without waiting for the two to agree, Li Zhenwu continued, the raw stones here are categorized into 5 price ranges, from 3,000 to 10,000, 10,000 to 100,000, 100,000 to 1 million, 1 million to 10 million, and finally, over 10 million. Correspondingly, 3,000 to 10,000 is deep blue, 10,000 to 100,000 is dreamy purple, 100,000 to 1 million is blue, 1 million to 10 million is light blue, and over 10 million is green. I propose that each of you pick 10 raw stones, and whoever opens the stone with a higher value wins. After Zhenwu laid out the betting rules, both Lam Tho and Uncle Wang Kli approached the pile of raw stones to make their selections. After a careful selection process, Uncle Wang picked a medium-sized green raw stone and said to Li Zhenwu, I am done picking. Zhenwu looked at the stone Uncle Wang had chosen, a strange expression crossing his face. He cast a dark, knowing look at Uncle Wang. Meanwhile, Lam Tho chose a smaller blue raw stone than Uncle Wang's, stating, I am done. Zhenwu took the 2 stones chosen by Lam Tho and Uncle Wang. Inspecting them closely, he silently assessed that Uncle Wang's stones, regardless of size, had a relatively higher value. Far better than Lam Tho's. After concluding that Ong Ba's stone was better, he looked at Lam Tho, who had a smug expression on his face. Tranvu wondered if this kid actually knew anything about stones or if he was just relying on luck to outdo his opponent. Shaking off his thoughts, Tranvu spoke up, asking, how are you two planning to split the stone? Who is going first? Lam Tho replied with an air of mystery. Let me go first. Just follow the line I drew. The stone cutter quickly appeared, expertly drilling along the path Lam Tho had outlined on the stone. After finishing the cut, the stone cutter stared at what appeared inside. Dumbfounded for a long moment, the onlookers gasped in surprise. Someone exclaimed, jackpot. It is a pink jadeite. After inspecting it, Tranvu concluded, good quality jade, vibrant color, and a decent water content. Once he assessed the jade's quality, he showed it to the crowd, stating, this pink jade from our friend here is valued at 10 million. The crowd was stunned by this news, murmuring amongst themselves, this kid is really lucky. The first stone is already a pink jade. Ongbei and Tongji, witnessing Lam Tho's jade being cut, remained calm. their eyes fixed intently on Tran Vu. After pricing the jade, Tran Vu quickly pointed at Ongba, asking, "Next up is young Master Tong. How will you split your stone?" Ongbei confidently responded, "I will do a direct cut down the middle to avoid any hassle." Just to explain, a direct cut targets the area with the best purity in a jadeite. Upon hearing Ongba's response, Lam Thu suddenly burst into laughter, struggling to stifle it so it would not come out too loud. Ongba, noticing Lam Thu laughing, felt a bit annoyed and stepped closer, asking with suspicion, "What is so funny?" Lam Thu shrugged and replied, "I just remembered a joke from yesterday. I found it a little amusing. Is it wrong for me to laugh?" Hearing this, Ongba looked skeptical, clearly not buying Lam Thu's explanation. Behind them, Tran Vu announced, "All right, let us start splitting young Master Tong's first stone." The bodyguard in sunglasses picked up the cutting machine, his expression cold as he sliced through the pink stone on the table, while Lam Thu and the others watched eagerly. Lam Thu stared intently at the stone, his face a mix of regret, while Chan Chan behind him observed silently, a hint of pink creeping onto her cheeks. Lam Thu was too focused to notice. Lam Thu had initially eyed those stones. They were even larger than the one he had picked, but what surprised him was how sharp Ongba's eyes were. He had chosen them in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, after the stone was split, Lam Thu wore a complex smile as what was revealed inside was a glimmering golden substance. At this moment, the crowd was buzzing with excitement, saying, "It is out, it is out. The Huangfei strain. It is definitely a top-quality gem." Atunka saw the Huangfei being separated on the table and felt a secret thrill. But when he turned to see Ong Bia's grim expression, he asked in confusion, "Ong Bia, what is wrong? Our stone is bigger than his. And it is all about the strain. The victory is definitely ours." Trun V. Gek picked up both halves of the stone to examine them, and after assessing, he concluded that while the Huangfei strain was indeed top-notch, the damage right in the middle of the stone lowered its integrity. "We value it at 8 million. Hearing this, Atunka was shocked and immediately shouted back, "What?" No matter how hard Tonka could not believe it, Tranvi was firm in his decision. He pointed toward Lam Thu and declared, "Lam Thu wins." And Chin Chin patted Lam Thu on the shoulder, praising, "That is amazing." Excited, Chan Chan raised 2 fingers and said, "Lam Thu, we are ahead by 2 million. Lam Thu looked at Chan Chan's enthusiasm. He hesitated for a moment, wondering, is the goddess really this happy for her win? Lam Thu raised a finger and suggested, "We are in the lead. How about we get Chan Chan a little gift?" Chen Chen heard this and pouted in refusal. "Your match has nothing to do with me. I do not need anything extra." Lam Thu indulged her, saying with a gentle smile, All right. I will keep picking stones." Lam Thu looked at the pile of stones, thought for a moment, and decided, since we are 2 million ahead, being a bit modest would not hurt. The selection for the second stone was quickly completed. After opening the stone, neither of the 2 stones showed any rotten core, and Tran Vie loudly announced, "For the second stone, neither side has a rotten core. It does not count." By the third stone, 2 stones were already opened on the table, and Ong 3's stone seemed a bit larger than Lam Thu's. After inspecting, Tran Vie declared, "For the third stone, Ong 3 has 1 million, Lam Thu has 900,000, Ong 3 wins." After announcing the winner of the third round, Tran Vie continued, "Now for the final stone." Despite losing the previous round, Lam Thu remained calm, unafraid, staring intently at his opponent across the table. Behind him, Tonke calculated, "That kid is currently ahead by 1.9 million. The odds are not great." Ong 3 replied, "These stones have already cost us over 10 million. But Lam Thu has only spent less than 100,000 in total." Tong Ka, hearing Ong 3's words, suddenly asked, "Wait, he spent so little on these stones. But the total value is still over 1.9 million more than ours." Meanwhile, the 2 on the other side were quietly discussing, while Lam Thu remained confidently provocative, his eyes brimming with challenge as he looked at them. 3's eyes were complicated. He pondered for a moment before concluding, "That kid is definitely a master." While Lam Thu and Ka were staring each other down, Tran Vie stepped in between them and spoke up, "Now both sides can choose the final stone. At this moment, Lam Thu is temporarily leading by 1.9 million. Gentlemen, please go ahead." After Tran Vie announced this, Ong 3, a bit flustered, asked Tunka, "Young master, what should we do? I am not sure about the remaining stones." Timpana felt a bit anxious, thinking, if the company will suffer a loss of 500 million, I can bear that responsibility. He looked at the pile of stones, his expression reluctant as he thought to himself, with the current gap, if I just open one good stone, I can easily turn defeat into victory. I refuse to believe that. Suddenly, Tunka's pupils constricted as he pointed at a large stone, which was glowing with a faint blue light. Atunka gritted his teeth and demanded, "I want to split that one." Hearing Tungka's request, Tran Hongnu could not help but shout, "Wait, that stone has already revealed a value of over 10 million. What are you talking about? Clearly, it is a scam." Tungka jumped up, looking smug, and retorted, "At first, we only talked about the value at the time of splitting. We never mentioned the value of the raw stone." After rebutting, Tungka calculated in his head, "Even if this rare stone costs 100 million, as long as I beat that kid, I will still make a profit of over 300 million, after excluding the cost of buying the stones." "Lam Thu, you are done for," Tran Shen angrily yelled. "Shameless. You dare to use the treasure of the auction house." While everyone was indignant, Lam Thu remained calm. He chuckled and said, "Ting King, since you are so confident, how about raising the stakes? Whoever loses has to give their jade from this round as a gift to the other." Tongko was taken aback by Lam Thu's boldness. Stammering, "You do not need to raise the stakes. Why would you?" The onlookers behind began to whisper. "He probably does not dare now." The short-haired girl commented, "Someone so small wants to play high stakes with stones." After hearing the outsider quietly pointing things out, Tong's pride surged. He did not care at all and declared loudly, "Fine, I will go all out. You pick your stone." Ongba, in a hurt, tried to intervene. "Young master, you can convince this kid." Left with no choice, Ongba looked towards Lam Tho, who was picking a stone. Ongba sighed inwardly, realizing the kid's skill in choosing stones was beyond comprehension this time. They were doomed. After pacing back and forth, Lam Tho finally chose a stone, a plain green one, not too large. The crowd buzzed with excitement. A guy in a mark vest pointed at Lam Tho and scoffed. "What good can you get for a piece worth 3,000 yuan?" After his jab, he could not help but speculate. Is it because he saw young Master Tong challenge with that strange stone? The pressure made him give up. Zhenwu pointed at the stone, asking, "Are you sure about that tiny stone?" Lam Tho, with an uninterested expression, simply replied, "Absolutely. Let us cut it." When Zhenwu placed Lam Tho's stone on the table and compared it with his own, his stone seemed insignificant and ordinary next to Tong's. Seeing Zhenwu about to cut Lam Tho's stone first, Tong shouted, "Wait, cut mine first. I want this kid to lose so badly he won't be able to lift his head." Zhenwu did not back down from Tong. He complied with Tong's request and slowly began to slice through Tong's stone as the blade slowly sliced through the stone, revealing what lay inside. Ongbei's expression turned to disbelief. He stammered, "Young master." When a third of the stone was cut, everyone was stunned. Ongbei whispered sadly, "This one seems useless." Tong still would not accept it. He stubbornly shouted, "Keep cutting. I refuse to believe that such a large rock has nothing." Tong was going wild, continuously yelling, "Cut more. Cut more." As he watched the stone pieces pile up on the table, the onlookers were in shock, and Tong's face turned pale as he felt his world crumble. He muttered to himself, "There is really nothing here." Zhenwu, ever the professional, quickly reassured him, "Well, even the best stones can be unpredictable." Although young Master Tong did not uncover any high-grade jade, there was still a small piece of jade revealed, which we appraised at 1,500 yuan. Hearing this, Tong felt a bit reassured. He consoled himself, "Right. That means I am ahead of that kid by 1,300 yuan." Thinking of this, Tong stared intently at Lam Tho, pondering in his heart, "I refuse to believe that kid's stone can yield jade worth more than 1,300 yuan." The crowd began to murmur, and Zhenwu asked curiously, "Lam Tho, do you still want to cut yours?" Lam Tho calmly replied, "No more cutting." While the purple-haired girl next to Zhenwu chimed in, young and reckless, "Clearly just giving away 500 million. The short-haired girl sighed, adding, "Looks like he is already accepting defeat." Lam Tho, undeterred by the crowd's chatter, remained confident. As if victory was already in his grasp, he slowly requested, "Let us grind the whole stone." Upon hearing Lam Tho's request, everyone around gasped. Mouths agape, even Zhen, who was usually calm, could not help but exclaim, "Wait! Is there even a stone that gets ground straight away? Unless the entire thing is jade." Someone in the back joked, "It is just a 3,000 yuan stone. This kid is just trying to act mysterious and wasting time." Ignoring the astonished looks and the whispers of those around him, Lam Tho continued to polish the stone. As the needle grazed the gem, a blinding emerald light burst forth, witnessing the vibrant green emerge. The crowd was even more stunned by Lam Tho's request. Could they fit that egg-sized gem in their pockets? The nervous guy with the two bangs stammered, This is..." Once the stone was fully polished, it gleamed brilliantly. After a long pause, he finally shouted, "An Emperor's Emerald." The green-haired crowd behind him chimed in. "A gem this big should be worth at least 50 million. Zhang Yi joyfully added, What a win from such a small investment. Zhang San watched Zhang Yi discuss in awe. This little treasure's going to sell for over 400 ki. And we only spent 30 ki. Zhang Yi praised. This kid's a real gem. Lam Thu crossed his arms, teasingly addressing Song Xiao, who was sitting on the ground. Hey, Song. You gotta play it cool. Song Xiao was sweating bullets. Looking like a gambler who just lost everything, he mumbled in disbelief. 600 million. It is all gone. From behind, Zhenwu stepped up with an offer. Hey buddy. How about I give you 60 million for that Emperor's Emerald? Lam Thu thought he misheard and asked. 60 million. The crowd immediately reacted. Dante listened to him. I will offer 70 million. Right after, someone else shouted. 80 million. The bidding continued. 81 million. A chubby guy raised his hand. 85 million. Zhenwu coldly surveyed the crowd and declared. 100 million. After successfully acquiring the Emperor's Emerald, Zhenwu praised. This bet was awesome. He then glanced at the other gems Lam Thu held and suggested. Wait. I am interested in buying your other jade pieces too. Lam Thu agreed. That sounds perfect. It saves me a lot of hassle. Thanks. After the deal was done, Zhenwu took his haul of jade and left, while Lam Thu watched him go, with the last stone left in his hand. Lam Thu paused for a moment. He quietly glanced over at Chen Chen, who was startled by his gaze. Her face slowly turning red as Lam Thu walked toward her, the gem in hand. Chen Chen blushed, gazing at him with anticipation. She touched her face, wondering, does he really have an Emperor's pink for me? He can't be giving this to me. Can he? What if he confesses? Should I say yes? At the thought of a confession, Chen Chen's cheeks flared. She quickly covered her flushed face with her hands. Embarrassed. Thinking, but what if he is not ready? What do I do? But the harsh reality hit hard as Lam Thu approached and casually pushed Chen Chen aside. Handing the pink gem to his future mother-in-law, Lam Thu sweetly offered. Auntie, I did not have anything good to give for our first meeting. Hope you like this Emperor's pink. The hem accepted without hesitation. Giving Lam Thu a knowing look, she gently praised. This kid really has a kind heart. She did not forget to encourage her future son-in-law. I am impressed with you. Keep it up. Lam Thu grinned widely, replying. Thank you, dear mother-in-law. I will do my best. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. You are nothing but an ungrateful brat. That was Song Xiao's dad. On the other end of the line, Brother Tong was surrounded by debt collectors, coldly threatened by the guards. If you do not cough up the cash, do not even think about getting out. He had no choice but to swallow his pride and plead on the phone. Dad, I need help from the underworld. After being rescued by his dad who paid off 600 grand, Brother Tong hesitantly said, Thanks, Dad. Lam Thu watched Brother Tong's expression and chuckled to himself, thinking the old man at home must be an easy mark. Brother Tong, with tears in his eyes, looked desperate, threateningly whispering, You better watch out. Kid. The sound of coins clinking in the air. After hearing that sound, Lam Thu flashed a mischievous grin, cheerfully saying, Got the cash. Thanks a ton, young Master Tong. That is a whole lot of money. Brother Tong quietly slipped away, the source of his misery. Lam, though, did not forget to wave goodbye. Gentlemen, take your time. After sending those two off, Lam Thu felt on top of the world, thinking, 600 million in a day. What a score. Suddenly, he remembered his own debt situation. And as he stroked his chine, he delighted in the thought of making some easy cash. But then, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing that this little bit of cash was not enough for his family's extravagant spending. He had already cleaned out his savings. Just then, Zhang Yi, noticing Lam Thu's dilemma, chimed in. Little brother, that last show was truly amazing. Hearing Zhang Yi's voice snapped Lam Thu back to reality, clearing the confusion in his mind. He quickly turned to Zhang Yi, speaking earnestly. Big brother, I need your help with something. Zhang Yi generously agreed. Sure. Whatever's on your mind. Your issues are my issues. Lam Thu got straight to the point. I want to hand over the money for this bet to you, hoping you can help me buy some golden tier lightning and spatial spirit beasts. After hearing this, Zhang Yi hesitated a bit. That is double. But the lightning ones are easier to find. With your 600 million, getting the spatial ones might be a stretch. Lam Thu calculated in his mind. One person's strength can compare to that of a whole organization. Plus Zhang Yi might have some insider connections. Lam Thu smiled, reassuring him. No worries. Just keep an eye out for me. Zhang Yi understood Lam Thu's intention and responded readily. All right. If I come across anything, I will let you know, Lam Thu humbly replied. Then I appreciate it in advance. Big brother, Time flew by like a dog chasing its tail, and soon it was evening. Tonight the moon seemed rounder and brighter than usual. In the dead of night, a car was parked in the middle of the street, and a voice echoed, "You guys take it easy for the next couple of days." Back in his room, Lamtha lay down on his comfy bed. Sighing, "I'm exhausted. 9527. Let us get to work." Hearing his master's call, the system immediately activated, announcing, "Skills are being extracted." Once completed, 9527 quickly updated him. "You have received this tier beast transformation skill. The legendary moon rabbit from the moon goddess, known for its incredible combat strength under the moonlight." 9527's excited voice rang out. "Congrats, Master. You scored this tier beast transformation skill. How is this even science? I can't believe I have not pulled a decent skill for 3 days." 9527 was getting frustrated, cursing under his breath. "Seriously? You are complaining about getting a good skill. If this keeps up, from tomorrow onward." Lamtho hurriedly cut him off, quickly changing the topic. "Wait, did not I already unlock the beast transformation skill? Why can I still awaken it?" 9527 explained. "Your beast transformation can't merge with just any beast. But the moon rabbit can. It won't clash with your transformation." After the explanation, the system asked, "Do you want to merge?" Lamtho immediately replied, "Yep." Upon receiving the answer, the system announced, "Merging skills now. Merge successful. Congratulations, host. You have evolved into the Space Moon Rabbit." Hearing the new name post-merge, Lamtho questioned, "System, this name is not Te, right? You did not forget the Thunder system, did you?" The system clarified, "I just think a Space Thunder Moon Rabbit sounds a bit awkward." After that, the system displayed a notification. "Space Moon Rabbit. Assess rank. The Moon Master awakens the inner ambition with your strength." After the system finished its presentation, Lamtha sighed. "Alright, this name is not too bad. I grudgingly forgive you. Show me the skill list." Following the Master's command, the system displayed, "When the Moon Master is unleashed, New Moon State boosts 100%, Half Moon State boosts 101%, up to 199%. Full Moon State boosts 500%. Lamtha focused on the last line, his expression turning to one of surprise. He remarked, 500%. This skill is a bit overpowered. Wait, he raised 2 fingers like rabbit ears, winking as he muttered, "Let us see this transformation." Then, Lamtha stepped off the bed, placing one hand on the ground. He shouted loudly, "Transform." Immediately, the power of the Moon Wolf was unleashed, and several bolts of lightning surrounded him. After transforming, Lamtha stared at himself in the mirror for a moment, then self-admired. "This second-level transformation is so handsome. Sure, my energy consumption has skyrocketed, but all my attributes have multiplied." After his self-love session, Lamtha turned and requested, "System, while you are at it, calculate how long I can last in the full moon state if I go all out." The system immediately complied. As it calculated, the system said, "With your current level, you can last a full minute at full power. If you hold back, it might be a bit longer." The words 1 minute flashed on the screen, and Lamtha turned away in dismay. Grumbling, 1 minute is just too short. The system angrily retorted, "But you have grown 5 times stronger." Hearing this, Lamtha relaxed his face, chuckling, "Okay, I guess being a true man for a minute is not too shabby." Just as he finished speaking, Zhang San burst through the door from outside, calling out, "Lam bro, get up and eat." But then Zhang San's face turned pale, and Lamtha looked like he had been struck by lightning. The two stared at each other in shock. Zhang San quickly slammed the door shut, shouting from outside, "I did not see anything." Lamtha gloomily stared at the slammed door, pondering in his mind, should I silence him? 2 days later, at school, the students returned and the reunion was noisy. Zhang San exclaimed, "There are so many people back at school today." Lamtha happily exclaimed, "Finally, the official opening ceremony has begun." While chatting, a girl in the distance shouted at them, "Wait, you two, stop right there and bring my stuff over." Both of them felt annoyed by her arrogant attitude and rude demands, so they decided to act deaf and dumb. Lamtha turned to his companion, Zhang San, and asked, "Did you hear that?" Zhang San replied nonchalantly, "Nope, I did not hear a thing." The girl glared at Lamtha and Zhang San as they walked past her, making her furious. Lamtha shot her an irritated glance. The girl's name was Lam Van Hine, a junior who had awakened her golden-level dark element powers. Van Hine shouted indignantly, "I am talking about you too. You know that, right?" Usually calm, Lamtha could not tolerate her unreasonable attitude anymore. He coldly asked, "What is the problem?" Van Hine puffed her cheeks in annoyance at Lamtha's indifference. Deep down, She thought, fine, fine. Little brat. I have been in Lingwu University for so long, and no one has ever looked down on me. After sulking for a bit, she began to imagine that these two were definitely playing hard to get, using this as an excuse to grab her attention. With that thought, Van Heen crossed her arms and said dismissively, "Forget it. I will give you a chance, just bring my luggage over." Lam Thu immediately interrupted her, coldly asking, "Why should we?" Still lost in her delusions, Van Heen was taken aback by Lam Thu's icy tone, leaving her confused. Lam Thu analyzed, "Do we have an obligation to help you? Do you always treat others like this when you need help? Do we owe you something?" Zhang San chimed in. "Yeah. Exactly." After hearing Lam Thu's words, Van Heen felt embarrassed, thinking, he kind of has a point. But she believed that guys she met before would not act like this. Criticized by Lam Thu, Van Heen feigned remorse, bowing slightly and apologizing, while looking at the two with wide, innocent eyes. Van Heen sweetly said, "I am sorry. Could you two help me carry some luggage?" "Thank you." As Lam Thu walked past her, he replied, "If you had said that earlier, we would not be having this conversation." Lam Thu grabbed Van Heen's luggage, smiling as he turned back to her, speaking in a friendlier tone than before. "Admitting your faults is not so bad. Your attitude is not terrible, just a bit impatient. Helping you out should not be a problem." Van Heen hurried to catch up with them, curiously asking, "You two look a bit unfamiliar. Are you freshmen this year? What is it like being new?" Zhang San replied, "I'm Zan, and this is Lam Thu. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking about us?" Van Heen, surprised by the calm expressions of Lam Thu and Zhang San, said, "You do not know me. I'm Lam Van Het, a sophomore." Upon hearing Van Heen's name, Zhang San recognized her reputation and turned to Lam Thu, excitedly saying, "Dude, is not she the one who topped the beauty rankings at Lingwu University?" Lam Thu teased, "So what if she is at the top? No one's helping her carry anything, comparing her with his goddess. Chen Chen." He thought, not bad looking, but still a step down from my goddess. Chen Chen. Van Hiven turned her face away, self-soothing. Forget it. Forget it. They are just newcomers. It is totally normal not to know." "Not angry. I am not angry." While trying to calm herself down, the three of them had already arrived at the dorm. Trashing Tam announced, "The instructor is here." Van Heen turned back and reminded, "I will let the manager know." Suddenly, a pair of panties fell from above right where the three were standing, accompanied by someone shouting, "Whoa!" whose 10 out of 10 dropped down. Trashing Tam was struck dumb, his eyes wide as that sensitive item zoomed toward him at lightning speed. The yellow panties hit his face, and both Lam Thu and Van Heen blushed. Trashing Tam panicked, "Bro, I think something's blocking my eyes." After that awkward moment, Trashing Tam blushingly picked up the panties and handed them to Van Heen, stumbling over his words. She, too, was embarrassed to take them, and Van Heen politely said, "Let me return these to them. Sorry for bothering you two today." Van Heen waved goodbye to the two, and Trashing Tam gasped, "The girls' dorm is definitely a dangerous place." Lam Thu replied, "You got that right." A day after the first day of school, the campus outside was eerily quiet, with no one around. While inside the classroom, the student sat quietly, watching their backs, thinking to himself, "The first class is Beast Mastery." As class started, the renowned Beast Mastery professor stood at the podium, gently looking at the students. Introducing himself, "Hello everyone. I am Trangankining." Lam Thu strained to hear the two behind him chatting. The pink-haired girl exclaimed, "Is that Professor Trong?" The black-haired one sighed, "A scholar of such renown. How did the Line V University manage to get him to teach here?" After listening to them, Lam Thu leaned his chin on his hand, thinking, "How amusing. In this world, who knows more about beasts than me? Except for the system." Of course, Lam Thu's gaze fell on an open page of a book, and he was jolted back to reality, reading the content closely again. He murmured, "Why is this written incorrectly?" Lam Thu continued to scribble in other parts of the book, his expression turning serious. He kept muttering to himself, "Here, and here too," while Lam Thu was focused on taking notes. The professor called out, "Hey, student." Lam Thu startled at being called. Turning to face the front, the professor approached him, curiously asking, "What are you writing in that book?" "Me see." Lam Thu obediently handed over the book, politely replying, "Here you go," while his mind was filled with questions. When did he come over? The professor read what Lam Thu had been jotting down and was astonished, saying, This is." Then, he sat down at a student's desk. The student was taken aback, and the professor politely said, "Excuse me for a moment." Tatinang looked at Lam Thu and asked, "What is your name?" Student. Lumthu replied naturally. Professor. My name is Lumthu on the page. There was a drawing of a yellow cat with a blue spiritual stone in the middle of its forehead. He pointed at the book and asked, You mentioned that the Exich Aji Klein Migu is not a nocturnal animal. What is your basis for that? Lumthu confidently answered. Tixingan Li Yu has very poor night vision. It is easy to spot one if you find it. I hate to interrupt, but we have observed a lot of spirit wolves. And let me tell you, they are just as fierce at night. Lamthu explained that this is because their hearing is exceptional, and that is easy to prove. Behind them, the other students were curiously watching the two, and one of them asked suspiciously, What is going on? Is the professor consulting Lamthu? Meanwhile, the professor ignored the students behind him and continued questioning. So what about the black flame? Dima, feeling indignant, stood up to remind him. Professor, we are still in class here. Atingu looked at him and calmly replied, The solution material has some issues, but it can be revised again. The professor needs to discuss some research with student Lamthu, so you all get ready for the next lesson. Hearing this, the students started to move out of the classroom. Enro, Daedring Thin looked surprised. Speaking softly, Lamthu, you are really impressive. The first lesson already made the professor revise his material. Another student chimed in annoyed. What is this Lamthu guy up to? Tinangu waved his hands to shoo everyone away. All right, you all can go. Do not disturb the teacher. The students quickly left, but not before looking back, giving Lamthu a glare filled with a mix of jealousy and annoyance for being kicked out of class. Lamthu, feeling a bit awkward, asked, Professor Troning, do we really need to rush like this? The professor, looking serious, replied, This is no joke. Every mistake we teach could lead to many lives being lost in the spirit realm, and that is on us. Hearing the professor's answer, Lamthu looked at him with emotion and softly called out, Professor Troning. Atingu urged him again. Student Lamthu, let us keep going. Time flew, and it was now time for advanced math. The students had settled down in class to begin the lesson. After finishing his discussion with the professor, Lamthu entered the advanced math class, and spotting Chan Chan sitting there, he thought to himself, Lucky me. There is a seat next to the goddess. Just as he was about to sit down, Ding Thin popped up out of nowhere, shamelessly wrapping her arm around Lamthu's, and sweetly said, Lamthu, I did not know you were a genius. Advanced math is not my strong suit. So let us sit together and you can teach me. Okay. Lamthu was pulled to another table. Looking confused at Chan Chen, he awkwardly declined. That is not really okay. I want to sit with Chan. Chen Qian immediately cut him off, turning away and saying, Thanks. Just stay there. Ding Thin clung to Lamthu's arm, praising him. You are amazing. Little handsome guy. You can remember everything. Lamthu glanced at Chan Chan, who had a sulky expression, and with Ding Thin's voice ringing in his ears, he thought to himself, It is because I have the skill to glance and never forget. But Chan Chan's stare is so hot. When it came to English class, the tension in the air grew colder. As Chin Chan's fairy gaze burned into Lamthu, he panicked and hid behind his book, thinking, Help, a Chan Chan is really angry now. Dizong Thin, noticing his gloomy face, curiously asked, Lamthu, what is wrong? In the morning at the Line V training ground, the students gathered around the training area, and Lamthu exclaimed, Finally, it is time for Line V class. Next, Traving Tam discussed. The teacher must be a tall and strong man. Lamthu laughed loudly and replied, You bet. Suddenly, Lamthu turned to look at Duong Thien beside him, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. Hey Duong Thien, why do you keep staring at me today? She quickly replied, I need your help with my studies. Is that a problem? Caught off guard by her response, Lamthu had no choice but to say, Not all. He glanced over at Chan Chan standing a short distance away, who was shooting him daggers with her eyes. Lamthu sighed inwardly, thinking to himself, If I keep helping her, I am going to be in serious trouble. Just then, a bright red fruit interrupted Lamthu's train of thought. The fruit spoke up. Kiddos, long time no see. The owner of the fruit was none other than Quan Gung, still using that same tone. She looked at the group of students and announced, This semester, I will be teaching you all about combat skills. Seeing a familiar face, Lamthu happily struck up a conversation. Lan? Meanwhile, the students behind him gushed. Our coach is a total babe. Quan Gung overheard and burst into laughter. Haha. Sweet talker. But first, let us see what skills everyone has. After the teacher finished speaking, Lamthu felt his heart sink, tears welling in his eyes. He imagined himself showcasing his skill as a bunny, only to be met with laughter from everyone. Lamthu, unwilling to accept this fate, cried silently. With his head hung low, he thought in despair, show my skill. Do I really have to turn into a bunny in front of everyone, no matter how unwilling he was? The teacher still called on students to demonstrate their skills. She looked at the neatly arranged line of students and called. First up, Chan Chan. Hearing her name, Chan Chan quickly replied, here. She stepped forward to showcase her ice skills, transforming into her respective form. Kwon Gung continued. Next, Duong Thien. Upon hearing her name, Duong Thien performed her fire skill while answering. Here, Kwon Gung praised the students while glancing at Lam Tho, who was sulking. She encouraged him. Great job. Now, Lam Tho put on a pitiful face and pleaded. Coach, can I do not have anything cool to show. Inside, little Lam Tho was still crying, lamenting how humiliating it was to transform in front of so many people. Kwon Gung would not hear of it. She reassured him. It is just a bunny transformation. No big deal. No one will laugh at you. When Lam Tho realized begging was futile, he reluctantly agreed, thinking to himself, Moon Rabbit transformation. Activate. Just as he finished his thought, a ring of green energy appeared around Lam Tho's hand, slowly growing and enveloping him entirely. On his head, 2 bunny ears sprouted. The green energy made him step forward, and everyone watching was stunned to see Lam Tho transform into a beast. A few girls blushed and yelled. Oh. Duong Thien looked at Lam Tho with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, oh my god, is that Lam Tho's beast form? Lam Tho slammed his hands on the ground, and the onlookers could not help but exclaim. He really is a bunny. So cute. I just want to pet his ears. Lam Tho punched the ground hard, using the momentum to leap high into the air, eyeing a target not far away. Then, he landed a punch on that target, shattering it into tiny pieces with the force. Lam Tho kept a vigilant eye on the shattered rock, putting on a fierce expression. The girls around him, smitten, could not hide their excitement, continuously praising. So cool. Seriously impressive. Looking at the beastly form of Lin Thu, I can't help but think it is even cooler than last time. Yangchen behind me is showering compliments, saying it is just too awesome. Buddy, I can't hide my flushed face from embarrassment, mumbling to myself. Grandpa, thanks for finding me such a stylish junior mentor. The 2 girls behind Quan Ning are totally in awe. After a beat, Quan Ning clears her throat a couple of times, reluctantly saying, all right. Next up, Mei Yan. In her mind, she is thinking, at this rate, these girls are going to faint from excitement. Upon hearing his name, Mian steps up, glancing at Lin Thu. He then strikes a pose, thinking to himself, ladies, check this out. Mei Yan flaunts his beast form, not forgetting to announce that his transformation is way cooler than that bunny over there. The girls whisper among themselves, clearly disappointed. And one of them chimes in. Totally, compared to Lin Thu, he is just embarrassing himself. Hearing their chatter, Mian stumbles back in surprise. He glares angrily at Lin Thu, shouting, what the heck? Lin Thu feels powerless under Mian's glare, thinking to himself, what did I even do? Can you blame me for this? Kwon Ning watches the 2 boys glaring at each other, then says, I already know everyone's skills. Based on what I have seen, I will create a personalized training plan for you all, but for now, to boost everyone's physical organization, let us start running laps, she says calmly. Upon hearing Kwon Ning's words, a boy in a cap panics, exclaiming, wait, laps. The Zhang San next to him keeps questioning. Teacher, military training is over. Why are you making us run? How many laps are we talking about? Hearing his question, Kwon Ning raises her index finger, and the girls light up with joy, with one girl asking suspiciously. 1 lap. Kwon Ning crushes everyone's hopes, shaking her head and saying, it is, run. Continuously, she emphasizes each word, leaving the students more confused. Hearing the teacher's demands, chaos ensues among the students, with Mian shouting, no way. Kwon Ning glances at Lin Thu, then suggests, hang in there. As long as your physical organization reaches gold level, you won't have to run anymore. Lin Thu, catching her gaze, wonders, is she really concerned about me? Even though he is skeptical, Lin Thu, Mei Yan, and the other students still have to line up to start running. Mei Yan takes his first steps running and notices Lin Thu is not moving. He questions, Lin Thu, why are not you running? Lin Thu retort, why should I run? Mei Yan immediately points at Lin Thu, rebutting, the teacher said you have to reach gold level to skip running. Losing his cool with Mei Yan, Lin Thu just squints and smirks, then calmly asks, how do you know I have not reached that level? Kwon Ning walks in a direction, calling out, Lin Thu, come here. I need to check on you. Mei Yan immediately feels smug, relishing the moment. Thinking, let us see how this turns out for you. Linthu obediently follows Quan Ning aside. And before the checkup, he politely says, sorry about this. Teacher Han, Quan Ning replies. Please. Go ahead. Hearing that, Linthu reaches out to take Quan Ning's hand. And as their hands touch, a warm, golden glow begins to envelop them. Lam Thu could not help but think to himself, this is really soft, just like the legendary spinelessness. Lost in thought, he suddenly switched to a serious face, scolding himself for getting distracted. The delicate hand of Quan Gong was still tightly holding Lam Thu's hand. The golden light from earlier continued to radiate around them. As Quan Gong examined, she was a bit surprised, exclaiming about the power. This kid really is not just an awakened one, is he? As the examination concluded, the two hands slowly parted, and the golden light gradually faded away. Quan Gong announced, your stats have reached the golden level. I keep my promise. You do not need to run anymore. Upon hearing this, Ma Viem looked like he would just swallowed a bug. He asked in disbelief, what? This kid's body really reached the golden level. Quan Gong snapped back. What are you staring at? Get moving. Ma Viem scolded, felt tears streaming down his face, stammering a reply. After being reprimanded by the instructor, Ma Viem hurried off, and then Quan Gong suddenly asked, right. Lam though, do you know about the martial arts tournament happening in 2 months? Hearing her question, Lam Thu recalled a past event when Lu Zhen boldly raised 5 fingers, declaring the grand prize was huge. Not to mention the exclusive platinum bowl for the winner, and a hefty cash prize of 5 million. Lam Thu replied, yeah. Vice Principal Lu Zhen gave me a spot to participate. Quan Gong sighed in disappointment. I wanted to recommend you, but it seems Vice Principal Lu had already noticed you. Well, I won't pry anymore. She continued. But there is one more thing. There is another person in our class with a chance to participate in this martial arts tournament. Hearing Quan Gong, Lam Thu was a bit surprised and curiously asked, another person? Who's it? Quan Gong replied, it is Zhang San. Lam Thu was taken aback by the familiar name, confusedly saying, why him? Quan Gong explained, because of his honorary blessing, all attributes have increased by 10%, making him a super useful support. Upon hearing this, Lam Thu immediately speculated, support. Could it be that the martial arts competition has a team round? Can the teacher give us a little insight into the national martial arts competition? Quan Gong glanced at him, complaining, you have already been decided by Vice Principal Lu. How do you not know anything about the competition? She added, that old man did not even inform me. The team leader. Lam Thu felt embarrassed by her comment and awkwardly chuckled. Despite the complaint, Quan Gong explained so Lam Thu would understand. Each team has 7 members. After a 1-on-1 round, there is a 5-on-5 round, and the winners will earn different accumulating points. Teams can also bring a certain number of substitute members. Hearing this, Lam Thu turned to look at Zhang San. Puzzled. But is not Zhang San's level too low? Quan Gong continued to clarify. It is, the academies sending teams to the martial arts competition are all at least golden level. In the 5-on-5 round, support skills are crucial. The outcome can be determined in just 2 minutes. Lam Thu still had questions. Right. Coach. How long can Zhang San maintain his support? Quan Gong replied, I just sensed it a bit. It seems like about 2 minutes. If both sides are evenly matched, those 2 minutes can decide the winner. Lam Thu stared wide-eyed at Quan Gong. Guessing. So we could match our strength. I guess it is the spirit martial capital then. Quan Yi replied mysteriously. My goal this time is to secure 2nd place. Lam Thu was taken aback by what Quan Yi said, asking in confusion, why give up so easily? Is the opponent really that strong? With a serious expression, Quan Yi responded. Kong Ho. That type of awakened is extremely rare. He is a 4th-year student with a current cultivation level of Platinum 3-star. Lam Thu thought he misheard and asked for clarification. So you are saying his cultivation level is Platinum 3-star? Quan Yi smiled and replied gently. That is why I said he is a genius. Right now, in the entire Spirit Martial University of Huoxia, Kuang Ho is at the top. She leaned in closer to ruffle Lam Thu's hair affectionately. Honestly, I understand Vice Principal Lu's intention to let you participate in this Spirit Martial Conference, not to compete, but to broaden your horizons. The real stage for you will be the upcoming Spirit Martial Conferences. After ruffling his hair, Quan Enki sighed dreamily. Your hair is so soft. Really like a little rabbit. Lam Thu felt embarrassed by her words and shyly reminded her. Miss. That is. Inappropriate. Feeling overly embarrassed, Lam Thu pondered, trying to consider everything. His current rank was still silver, and his body organization was only at the golden level. Perhaps the main forces of Spirit Martial in Shanghai, even if they did not reach platinum, were at least at the peak of golden. Lam Thu quickly regained his composure, silently motivating himself. There is still 2 months left. Still a chance to level up. The other students, after running a few laps, were exhausted. complaining.
Oh.
I am dying here. Miss, we really can't run anymore, Quanli suddenly said. Students, you must be really confused about why the coach wants you to run laps. Without waiting for anyone to respond, she explained. Only by improving your body organization can you alleviate the effects caused by everyone absorbing spirit cattle. After explaining, Quan Nungi dismissed everyone. Alright, time's almost up. That is it for today. Then she turned specifically to remind Lam Thu and Zhang San. By the way, Lam Thu, Zhang San, you two come to the training ground tonight. Night fell quickly. And at the training ground, besides Lam Thu and Zhang San, others had also arrived. Zhang San wondered. What do you think the coach wants us here for? Lam Thu speculated. It could be something related to the Spirit Martial Conference. As they were talking, a voice interrupted. You two. It was Tren Long, a Platinum 1-star power type awakened. He looked down at them arrogantly and then asked. The evening training room is our specialized training area. Why are you here? Behind him, Van Heen immediately recognized them, exclaiming in surprise. It is you two. Why are not you new students studying at night and instead came here? Lam Thu replied confidently. The coach told us to come here. Seeing Van Heen, Lam Thu could not help but think, what a small world. Van Heen quickly guessed, asking suspiciously, isn't your training led by Coach Quan Nai? Lam Thu confirmed, that is right. Tran Long's attitude softened. He said, if it is a teacher who brought you here, then introduce yourselves. I am Tran Long, their team leader, awakening a level Platinum 1-star power user. Behind him, Van Heen introduces herself. I'm Lam Van Het, an awakened dark system user of level Gold. Lam Thu briefly introduces. I am Lam, an awakened beast transformation level Silver 3rd star. Zhang San follows up. I'm Zan, an awakened healing system user of level Silver 2nd star. After hearing Lam Thu and Zhang San's introductions, Tran Long sneers, curious as he asks, Silver, what makes these kids worthy of having the teacher lead them to take a look? The familiar sight of black socks and red high heels appears as Quan Ning suggests. How about we spar a little? That should clarify things. Lam, though, hearing Quan Ning's suggestion, feels a bit gloomy. Thinking he must have misheard, he mumbles to himself, spar with a level Gold. Little Lam Thu is crying inside. Questioning. Coach, you can't be serious about wanting to play with my life. Right. Quan Ning glances at Zhang San and then instructs. Right. Zhang San, you are the support. No need to fight. Just showcase your skills. Zhang San obediently follows, closing his eyes and channeling his powers. And immediately, a stream of golden energy appears. Zhang San extends his hand toward Van Heen and uses his Blessing of Harmony skill. When the skill activates on Van Heen, she feels a few jolts of energy striking her. Lifting her skirt slightly, a minute ticks by, and Van Heen blushes. Feeling her body heating up, she senses her strength surging. Tran Long sees Van Heen getting a power boost and steps closer to Zhang San. Praising. Awesome. Boosting strength. This kid's got it. Meanwhile, Lam Thu stands behind, shedding tears as he watches Zhang San being celebrated. Mumbling. As expected, the favorites get loved wherever they go. Tran Long turns to Lam Thu, introducing someone. Suggesting. Lam Thu, why do not you spar with our top reserve? His level is the lowest among us. Before Lam Thu can respond, the top reserve, an awakened beast transformation level Gold 5th star, ominously provokes.
Good.
Bring your best, or you will get wrecked. Lam Thu grimaces at the challenge, sighing. Oh man, that level is no joke. I know that without you saying. Just as he is lamenting his fate, Lam Thu immediately transforms into his beast form. Electricity crackling all over him. He leaps up, soaring high to kick the top reserve. Taunting. Come at me with everything you have got. After landing a kick, which the reserve barely dodges, Lam Thu retreat, pushing off the ground. Shouting. Enhanced rabbit kick. The top reserve is hit continuously by Lam Thu, starting to struggle. Confused, he thinks, this kid is really just a Silver 3rd star. As he loses focus, Lam Thu appears suddenly right in front of him, mischievously saying, Hey there. Lam Thu raises his arm high and brings it down. As his arm strikes, the top reserve crashes to the ground. Upon impact, a cosmic level explosion erupts, leaving Tran Long and the others in shock, unable to believe that a Silver 3rd star has actually overpowered a Gold 5th star. After the explosion, as the dust settled, there stood the formidable Daijio, still holding his ground, gritting his teeth. Daijio threatened.
Good.
I admit I underestimated you. But if this is all you have got, just throw in the towel already. Lam Thu stared intently at Daijio, thinking to himself, great. He returned the favor. But his defense is off the charts. My attacks are not leaving a scratch. After the threat, Daijio transformed into his beast form, piercing through the armor. proudly declaring, "I won't be holding back anymore." After transforming, something like scales appeared on Daijio's back, resembling a suit of armor. Lambda was stunned by Daijio's beast form, and those behind him were equally bewildered. Then someone stifled a laugh. Snickering loudly, Daijio heard it and got furious, shouting, "You better watch it." With his energy surging, bolts of lightning crackled around him, his eyes glowing red as he coldly stated, "I am getting serious." With that, Daijio jumped off the ground, charging at Lambda with lightning speed. Not one to back down, Lambda retaliated fiercely, while Tranlong watched as the two clashed in a furious brawl. Up here, Lambda was getting his face pummeled by Daijio. He jumped back, calculating in his mind, "This guy's defense is too strong. There is no way to break through. Time to pull out my trump card." Lambda clasped his hands together, countless blue lightning bolts crackling into existence. He grit his teeth and declared, "Here it comes." One hand pointed at Daijio, and a torrent of lightning surged toward him as Lambda shouted, "Thunder Palm." Lambda's strike tore through the air like a whirlwind, hitting Daijio and leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Daijio felt the electric current coursing through his body, surprised that this kid managed to disable his beast armor while in a defensive state. Lambda gathered energy for another electric ball, saying, "This is just the beginning." With that, he launched a new attack, leaping straight for Daijio's armor. "Oh yeah." Daijio just smirked, his fist clenched tight, seeing him wind up for a punch. Lambda immediately jumped back. He did not want to face the warrior head-on. He brought his hands together to focus and gather electricity. Lambda switched to a ranged attack, catching Daijio off guard. Then he used his beast transformation to jump closer to Daijio, the soldiers realizing his true intentions. Not moving was just a tactic for the warriors. Tranlong nodded. "Yeah, that is right." Daijio was getting fed up with being toyed with for so long. Enough was enough. He angrily shouted, "You little punk. Are you messing with me?" Raising his hands, Daijio wore a self-satisfied grin. He curled up, immediately entering a state of activation, using his spirit mark and flesh pill. Now, his body was as tough as an animal's armor. Witnessing this, Lambda could not help but be amazed. Daijio was too fast, and before he could react, he was struck by a powerful attack. Lambda was wounded, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Wang Shui, who had been watching the fight, looked quite startled. She is using the healing system, a golden star of the 7th class. Wang Tui is a bit shy, but he has got it covered. Wang Tui awkwardly uses his healing technique. "Let me patch him up." While muttering, "Poor little bunny," Lambda watches the two bouncing balls in front of him. Feeling a bit shy himself, Quan Guang glances at him, reassuring him, "He is. You guys do not need to mess with this battle." Lambda licks his lips, pulling up his shirt to check the scratches on his body. He thought maybe he could throw a paper axe at him. His eyes widen as he stares ahead, as Daijio launches another attack. The force of his body sends dust flying everywhere. Lambda jumps back, dodging Daijio's attack. But things still do not look good. Oh, this is not good. Lambda slams his hands on the ground, only to see the sky covered in clouds. It seems his focus is being affected, and he mutters, "Moon bunny. Space." Lambda closes his eyes, feeling the concentrated power within him. When he opens his eyes, he is in a new state, his form now adorned with black lightning. It is the form of the moon rabbit. Lambda becomes the center of the storm. He can feel the overwhelming surge of energy, with all attributes boosted by 120%. The two girls next to him look at him with admiration. "So cool. Can't hurt the little bunny." Lambda clenches his fist. Strategizing, his transformation raises his power, even if it is not super clear. But 120% is more than enough. One foot firmly planted on the ground, ready to strike. Lambda leaps up with lightning strength. "I'm coming." Senior. Even with the warning, Daijio is caught off guard by his attack. In an instant, he is slammed against the wall. Daijio's eyes widen in shock as he spits out a mouthful of blood. Daijio breaks free from his transformation, looking utterly defeated. "I can't believe I lost." He sees Lambda's hand reaching out to help him up, still in disbelief that he lost to someone at the white-silver level. But Lambda just smiles at him. "You okay?" Daijio chuckles. "That kid's something else." He takes Lambda's hand, laughing. "I lost." Daijio looks at Lambda in admiration. "You are really impressive. Whether it is power or speed, you are nothing like a white-silver level." He adds, "If you just hold on a bit longer." Who knows? Wang Tu suddenly interjects between them. "Are you okay?" Daijio, feeling frustrated, yells, "Tutui, my wounds are way worse." But she pays him no mind. "I am more than happy to heal him. What are you going to do about it?" Wang Tui holds his hand with a gentle expression, using her healing technique. "Just hang in there. You will feel better soon." But he stutters. Really? Kuan Yuan addresses the onlookers. I am sure everyone has a good understanding of Lam Thu's strength by now. Does anyone have any objections? Tran Long shakes hands with him. A white silver level defeating a golden 5-star. That is quite a feat since you joined our team. Lam Thu. Welcome aboard. Even though he won the match, Lam Thu still wore a thoughtful expression. The golden 5 stars were already tough to deal with, especially in a situation like this. If he did not step up, he would not stand a chance against Tran Long. Quan Engjung called out to him, reminding Lam Thu that this was the reward for his victory in the competition. She looked at him, flaunting all her charm. Lam Thu, if you want to get stronger, you can find me anytime. I can train you specially. Lam Thu quickly waved his hand, thanking her but insisting, I think I will pass. Before he knew it, the next day arrived. He used the 3 spirit orbs he had won to absorb their power. But the effect from the silver level orbs was too weak. The feeling of absorption was disappointing. So he decided to give the dragon orb a shot. Lam Thu tossed the spirit orb to the dragon, but his expression did not improve much. He had to hold back to break the shell. Just then, his phone rang. As soon as he picked up, he heard the voice of Truong Tam. His boss, second brother bought you quite a few golden level spirit orbs. If you have time, come pick them up, Truong Tam said. Lam Thu was a bit confused. Aren't you coming? Looking at Truong Tam's face, he seemed to be enjoying himself. I've got a bit of stuff to handle right now. And Trine Man is right here taking care of you. Open wide. Tam Tam, in the quiet of the night. Pink hearts appeared around the two of them. After finally getting some time off, he wanted to talk with Trine Man about life and think about his dreams. Lam Thu immediately understood the situation, his anger flaring as he scolded him for being so careless. He imagined the scene where he would have to feed himself like that, eating first or what. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a pang of sadness. Tears streaming down his face as he wondered how long it would be before he could be with his goddess. Lam Thu decided he would not procrastinate anymore and stepped off the bed. Lam Thu put on his jacket and thought, forget it, let us focus on my career first. I need to go get that spirit orb. Trantu stood outside, observing all his movements. He immediately called to report. The target has appeared. Should we take action now? The person on the other end warned him. Don't make a move near the Lingwu Academy in Shanghai. There are too many experts there. Lam Thu got out of the car and walked into the building where the Truong brothers were. Truong Tam came out holding a box. He handed it to Lam Thu. Lam brother, here are over 100 golden level spirit orbs and 3 platinum level ones. Unfortunately, I still do not have any news on the space and lightning skill orbs. Looking at the box full of spirit orbs, Lam Thu felt really grateful. To collect this many in just a week, you have really outdone yourself. Second brother, after receiving the items, Lam Thu said goodbye to Truong Ni. Truong Nungi assured him, I will keep an eye out. Lam Thu waved, thanking him. But then he noticed something unusual about the 2 people behind him. He was sure about it. These guys had been tailing him from school to here. Lam Thu smiled with delight as he followed them. He looked at his phone. Fatty. Check WeChat. The phone screen displayed his location. And his expression darkened. I want to see what you all are really up to. He continued walking calmly. Catching the 2 behind him off guard, a man quickly reported the situation. The target has entered the alley. The other one immediately ordered. Let us move. Lam Thu intentionally walked deeper into the alley, choosing a path that looked very dark. Suddenly, he was blocked by a group of people. Compared to Lam Thu, they looked significantly taller, making him sigh. Who are these guys? Look at them. Brother. With that thick voice. Do you guys want to rob me for my money or my looks? If it is money, you are out of luck. Lam Thu's cute act just makes them feel disgusted. If you are after my looks, you better treat me a little nicer. Before he could even draw more, they quickly covered his head with a paper box. Lam Thu shouted. Where are you taking me? I am not going quietly. The group dragged Lam Thu right in front of Ong Ba. He signaled them to stand down. If anything happens, just let me know. Ong Ba removed the paper box from Lam Thu's head. A triumphant smirk spread across his face. Good. You finally fell into my trap. It seemed like they did not care about Lam Thu's resistance. He looked pretty cool with his hands stuffed in his pockets. Ong Ba. What is the deal this time with the young master? He threatened. Don't even think about running. You want to escape. I am at a loss for words. If I really wanted to run, could you catch me? I am just curious about what you guys are planning. Sitting beside him, Tongju was swirling a glass of wine. Throwing shade. With skills like yours, why bother running? He looked at Lam Thu invitingly. How about we team up? Lam Thu was not backing down either. He retorted. So you are looking to talk business? I thought you were just here to cause trouble. Tongji feigned politeness. I know Lam Hyen is great at gambling. Why do not we partner up? I can bet 5 years with Lam Hyen. Lam Thu looked at him with a smirk, as if he were staring at an idiot. Why should I open a casino when I can keep all the money for myself? Isn't he that better? Tongji's face darkened. Lamb though. You better know your place right now. Alma stood nearby, exerting pressure with his aura. Tongji dropped the pretense. I am not negotiating with you. I am giving you a chance. Dante pushed me. Lamthu trembled, realizing Ongba was no ordinary guy. Tongji sneered. Last time you took 500 million from me. I got chewed out by the old man for that. This time, I want it back. Lamthu tried to seem calm. I do not have the money. I left it at the second school. If you have the guts, go get it. But inside, he was screaming. Zhang San, you need to be smart about this. Quickly, bring some strong backup, or I won't last much longer. It seemed like luck was on his side. Just as he prayed, an explosion went off nearby, and the guard outside flew in. Tren jumped out of the explosion, gracefully landing amidst the rubble. She rushed over, calling out, Lamb though. Seeing her, he felt anxious. How could Zhang San bring Tren here in such danger? She did not even look around, directly asking Lamb though, are you okay? I heard from Zhang San that you were in danger. He stammered. But Tren's face flushed. I was really scared just now. Lamthu felt awkward too. Thinking, she cares about me that much, as they exchanged words and flirted. He replied, sorry, I won't make you worry anymore. She shot back. Who is even worried about you? Brother Tong beside me was fuming. He ordered Uncle Long. Keep an eye on my Zen Zhen. Uncle Long, eliminate this brat.
Yep.
Young master. But at that moment, Uncle Long could not move an inch. He was trapped by a beam of green light. What is happening? Brother Tong was clearly agitated. Brat, what did you do? Lamtha was just as innocent. He had nothing to do with it. It was not me. Just then, Zhang San and Yang Zi showed up. Boss, Uncle Long was trembling. Stammering. It is. Master Zhen. Yang Zi. Yang Zi looked at the young couple embracing each other. Seeing this, Zhang San could not hold back the tears. While more, Yang Zi whispered in admiration. What the heck am I rushing for? I thought it was an emergency. But I ended up stuffed with dog food. This kid's got my youthful flair. The Zen Zhen's head was spinning. Do not think too much. But Lamthu knew how to seize the moment. He quickly grabbed the beauty's hand. Zhen. He pulled her into his arms. Honestly, I have always had a thing for you. Will you be my girlfriend? They gaze into each other's eyes, filled with affection. Lamb though, the clown Tonka loved to butt in. Lamb though, you and I are sworn enemies. He threw a chair straight at him, but Zhen just swiped it away effortlessly. She lifted her leg and kicked the chair far away. As Zhen squeezed her hand, she huffed lightly. Not even a bit of power. Lambda felt a bit shy. Let us continue. Facing him, Zhen flipped the switch to gentle mode. Okay. Lambda raised her hand, looking straight into her eyes. Cough cough. Zhen. Will you be my girlfriend? The two joyfully embraced. This is perfect. Tonka looked utterly pathetic. Dirt all over him. Zhen. How could you treat me like this? Immediately he was met with a glare from the beauty. Do not call me that. Lambda patted Zhen's head. Good girl. Those things are not worth your attention. Let me handle it for you. He stepped closer to Tonka, who was sitting dazed on the ground. Lambda leaned down mockingly. Young Master Tong. Let us have a little chat. At this moment, he did not care about anything. Nothing to say. I have lost again. Do whatever you want. He sounded like he was hearing a joke. Kill me. Lambda grabbed Tonka's phone. But I do not want your life. He fiddled with it. All I want is the money. Hearing the ringtone, Tonka's face darkened even more. Beep beep beep. What do you want? Lamthu jumped as he heard the screaming voice from the other end. Tonka. Are you brain dead or something? Don't you know I am busy? I am giving you 30 seconds. If you do not give me a reason, do not bother coming back to this house. Hearing the call connect, Tonka's face went pale. Aided Lamthu smirked. Tong, your son has been captured by us. If you want him to stay alive, send 1 billion to the account I specify. After stating the price, Lamthu and Zhen stood there waiting. The other side was silent for a long time. She was skeptical. Is not that a bit too much? Even though he was taking advantage of someone, he appeared completely unfazed. This money is the betrothal gift I prepared. I thought it was too little. Tran's face turned red. I only agreed to go back and forth. I never said I would marry you. Song Jin shouted a number. 100. He yelled loudly. 1 million. This ungrateful child is only worth that. Just go ahead and kill him. I will ask for a second one. The more I hear my dad talk, the more tears stream down Song K's face. Lambda winked. Take it easy. We will negotiate the price. The two of them treated Song Ka like merchandise to barter. The old man from the Song family. No one bids like you do. 900 million is my bottom line. 200,000. It can't be more than that. Just when things were getting intense, Someone else snatched the phone. Yangji picked up the phone. Hello. Little Song. This is Yangji. Song Jian is a person of status. The chairman of the Huidang group. He asked back. Yang. Senior. Yangji did not waste time and went straight to the point. Your son cornered my disciple. Although the boy is not hurt, he did not show me any respect. After hearing this, sweat dripped down Song Jian's forehead. Yang. Senior. You can blame me for being too easy to coax. When I get back, I will discipline this ungrateful son of mine. How about I compensate you with 2 billion? Hoping you can calm down. He looked at Lam Thu, and when he saw him nodding in satisfaction, he continued. All right, but let me remind you, if there is a next time, your Huidang group won't need to exist anymore. Song Jian quickly agreed. Yep. I will make sure to discipline him well. Lam Thu could not believe it and asked, Master, are you saying all the money should be transferred to my account? Yang Ji, experienced as he is, replied. Aha. Master, taking this stuff is useless. But Lam Thu, you need to understand that when you reach a certain level, money won't matter as much. He scratched his head and laughed. Thank you, Master. Your disciple understands. You have to strike while the iron is hot. But I still have not reached that level yet. Right. Just then, the phone pinged with the transfer notification. 2 billion had been deposited into your account on October 10th. Lam Thu's eyes lit up. Yep. The news is in. Meanwhile, Song Ka was still sobbing. 2 billion. It is. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. My dad will never forgive me. Lam Thu tossed a gold coin down. Song Ka's face turned dark upon seeing the gold coin. He smirked. With that image. You should be begging on the streets, it is such a waste. Uncle Wung helped Song Ka up. Young Master Lam. One should always leave a way out. We might meet again. Do not be too ruthless. Lam Thu was cold as ice. Did you ever think of that when you dragged me here? The old man was so angry he could not speak. Lam Thu crossed his arms and continued. I know you are furious. But calm down. With the state your young master is in, are you sure you want to stay here and argue with me? Yangji looked at Song Ka's pale, sweaty face, and Uncle Wung immediately led him away. It seemed everything had been resolved. Yangji said, we should get going. I will take you all back. Lam Thu rummaged through his clothes. Wait, let me check. Has my Mingzhu received the full amount yet? He looked a bit confused. Why do not you keep such a precious item in storage? He recalled that dragon egg. Master. It is not that the disciple does not want to store the dragon egg that eats Lingzhu in my space. It is just a hassle. Duong Truch questioned with suspicion. Dragon egg. You are crossing your arms like you do not agree. Little Thu. If you know this is a dragon egg, why not think of a quick way to make it hatch? Why hold back on those spirit pearls? He held up 2 fingers. Even the master disciple Dua thought about it. But honestly, these spirit pearls would not even fill the gaps in its teeth. We just need 2 spirit pearls of the highest rank. Facing a monster like that is impossible. Humanity has not been able to kill a high-level spirit beast for decades. Who else would bring high-level spirit pearls to hatch a spirit beast egg? Duong Truch sighed. Is there really no other way? It seems Lam Thu was also feeling desperate. Sure, we can transfer spiritual energy. But that will take too long. He tossed out another question. What about using different energy sources to substitute? It was like a light bulb went off in his head. Right. Why did not I think of this before? Lam Thu pictured the energy surrounding the dragon egg. Grounding himself, hatching a dragon egg requires a massive amount of energy. But it does not have to come solely from spiritual power. He placed the dragon egg on the ground, considering wind energy, nuclear energy, and electrical energy. Let us give this little guy a chance to experiment. Duong Truch looked at the materials for the flying trick. Little Thu, are you up for a test? Let us see how it goes. He immediately guided. I remember you have some lightning-type skills. Release them into the dragon egg and see what happens. Lam Thu was eager. I can't wait to try. He unleashed a lightning strike at the dragon egg, which instantly absorbed all his energy into its shell. The 2 of them exchanged smiles. It worked? Lam Thu discussed with Duong Truch. Master, I want to try experimenting with other energies, but I am not sure if the dragon can absorb them. He stepped closer to the dragon egg on the ground. Can you set up a spatial barrier around it to prevent the dragon egg from absorbing too much energy and causing unexpected damage? He quickly agreed. Don't you worry. Little one, just go for it. Lam Thu pulled out a bomb from his space, grinning with delight. This loot from before will come in handy. Lam Thu stepped back, shouting, Master, army. He snapped his fingers, and right after Lam Thu's command, the time bomb began its countdown. The dragon egg seemed to be enveloped in a massive energy field. Layer after layer of spatial barriers created by Duong Truch surrounded the dragon egg. Thanks to the protective barriers, the explosion was completely contained. Smoke billowed inside, But the dragon egg remained unharmed. Without a single crack. The two of them could not help but praise the scene. This little guy can absorb any energy, in his mind. He was imagining the egg exploding. Thinking of 100 ways to crack it. But the egg had a defiant look. Staring right back at him, Dong Trech quickly advised. Little Thu. We do not know if the dragon egg can absorb the energy from a nuclear bomb. If it can't, it could lead to disaster. So let us steer clear of that dangerous approach for now. Lam Thu contemplated the explosion, grinning mischievously at the dragon egg. If we used a nuclear bomb, this little guy could hatch sooner. But in front of his elder, he had to assure. Don't he worry. Master, I am just joking. At this moment, he started talking about the next tournament. Soksa, are you ready? I agree, he said. Let us put the dragon token aside for now. We only have 2 months until the martial arts tournament begins. Yang Zi laughed. No surprise, he is my disciple. He is on the same wavelength as me. The two immediately got into a fighting stance. Lin Thu gritted his teeth, asking for his master's guidance. Lin Thu and Yang Zi were both in the zone. He was channeling his strength into his palms, observing the flow. The two, one blue and one red, charged at each other relentlessly, but it seemed he was still pretty weak compared to his master. Just moments into the spar, he was knocked down by a single punch. The air around them heated up from their fierce battle. While outside, the sky was slowly darkening. The two wrapped up their training session. Yang Zi quickly added, that is enough for today. You should absorb the spirit pearl energy and then head back to rest. Okay. Lin Thu focused on absorbing the strength from the spirit pearl, reflecting on the training session. Surprised by the intensity of his master's rigorous training. Just then, Tren walked in, saying it was time for Lin Thu to have dinner. He looked a bit surprised, and she asked again. Lin Thu, are you really here? Lin Thu could not believe it. Tran, what are you doing here? He rushed over to her, saying, you can call me next time. I will come pick you up. Maybe because he was in absorption mode, Lin Thu looked quite energetic as he ran over. The wind lifted Tran's skirt. She was flustered. And Lin Thu quickly explained. I did not see anything. He hurried to smooth things over, saying, do not mind that. Tren is really beautiful. Let us go have dinner together. All right. He took her hand, saying. But it seemed Tran was still getting used to this kind of intimate contact. That evening, everywhere was beautiful scenery. The two strolled down the street, and she shyly reminded him. Lin Thu, let go of my hand. Everyone is staring. He remained nonchalant, saying, it is. Passers-by were regretting the sight, thinking, the goddess has a boyfriend now. Lin Thu and Tren held hands as they wove through the bustling crowd. She still felt shy, thinking, we are a couple now. They picked a spot together. Dang Thing spotted the affectionate couple and quickly called out. Master Uncle. Lin Thu was also surprised to see her. Is not that the eldest granddaughter? Dihong Thin stammered. You two. Lin Thu put both girls in an awkward position, introducing Tran to Dang Thin, putting on a face of merry excitement, saying, come on, look at your aunt. Ding Thin made her displeasure clear, her eyes sharp with suspicion, internally cursing him. Lin Thu, do not you know Tren is my rival? And you want me to call her aunt? On the other hand, though Tren was not happy, she kept the peace and smiled kindly. Ding Thin was her biggest rival, and now she had to call her aunt. She thought, well, that is not too bad. In the end, it was Tran who broke the awkward silence, saying, what are you talking about? We are all classmates here. How about we grab a meal together? When those words slipped from her lips, Yang Shen felt like she was subtly mocking herself, her cheeks burning with rage. Lam Thu was such a clueless bunny. Blissfully unaware, still laughing and chatting like everything was fine. Her laughter ringing out loud. Why was she suddenly so cheerful? It left Yang Qian and Tran utterly speechless. Sighing in exasperation, this girl really did not have a clue when it came to feelings. The three-person dinner turned awkwardly stiff. The table was full of delicious food, but only Lam Thu seemed to enjoy it. The sky was getting late, and although tonight's moon was not full, it shone brightly, casting its glow over the tall buildings. Lam Thu and Tran held hands, their feelings floating in the air. He said, in just 2 months, the martial arts conference kicks off. We need to train hard every day to make the most of our time and improve ourselves. As Lam Thu spoke, his tone turned heavy, gently brushing his hand against Tran's cheek, softly saying, we might not have much time together. You know. Tran looked up, meeting his gaze, understanding him. She replied, get it? It is good that you are giving your all for the martial arts conference. I have heard the competition this time is fierce. It was exactly the kind of dark truth that hit Lam Thu hard. He turned away, sighing sadly. With so many strong opponents at the conference, what if he lost in the first round? He left his sentence hanging, and Tran knew he needed reassurance. She spoke up. You do not need to put so much pressure on yourself. Okay. But as Tran Tran said this, she felt a nagging doubt. She knew Lam Thu was not the type to worry about the future. Looking back, she saw him smiling at her, realizing his attitude. She figured out she was being played. Inside, she cursed him out, this mischievous brat, teasing her once again. Tran Tran felt flustered and turned her frustration into a lightning-fast punch to Lam Thu's head. If that is the case, I suggest you not come back at all, so you do not get your butt kicked after landing a punch. Tran Tran still wanted to vent a little more, but everyone knew Lam Thu's strength. He let her hit him because he wanted to. Blocking it was not an issue. This time, he swiftly grabbed Tran Tran's hand, but in that moment, as he pulled her into his embrace, Tran Tran was taken by surprise, her face flushing like two ripe tomatoes. Lam Thu, with a serious expression, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, I know, I will do my best. During the competition, do not miss me too much. Okay. Inside, Tran Tran felt like a garden of flowers was blooming, her cheeks glowing like the evening sky. She had a million things to say but could not find the words. Just stammering. Seeing her like that, Lam Thu could not help but smile inside. Thinking, under normal circumstances, Tran Tran would have pushed me away by now, finally giving in to her heart. Tran Tran smiled contentedly at Lam Thu. I will miss you. Her gentle demeanor, combined with her hand running through her hair, truly painted the picture of a beautiful girl. Lam Thu was utterly captivated by this image, unable to keep his mouth shut. Internally exclaiming, This is truly. Lam Thu could not take it anymore. He wrapped one arm around Tran Tran's tiny, alluring waist. Tran Tran melted into his embrace, playfully scolding him. Lam Thu, you let me. But of course, he would not budge, not letting go. Not now. Not ever. He said that. But inside, he was going crazy, screaming Tran Tran's name. You are just too adorable. 2 months flew by, and it was time for Lam Thu to show his true strength. Lam Thu maintained his calm demeanor as always, with his brown hair flowing behind him. He spoke to his brother. Oh. Today we have to go to the capital for the martial arts tournament. Are you feeling nervous? Lam Thu glanced down, replying, We are just the reserves. So what is there to be nervous about? But inside, he felt differently. After 2 months of training, I have reached the pinnacle of silver level, but breaking through to gold seems impossible. Reflecting on the days I pushed myself hard, alongside Tran Tran, I pondered seriously. Maybe it is because I have always trained with such intensity. In terms of skill organization, I am on par with those elite gold-level fighters with 3 attributes of strength. Lam Thu unleashed a strike, both his hands and feet exuding power. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, rambling about Tai Chi and Bagua, leaving Lam Thu confused. He could not help but be amazed. Over the past 2 months, he had acquired a ton of fierce fighting skills, swordplay, stick techniques, and more, mastering Tai Chi, Bagua, and Wing Chun. With that thought, Lam Thu felt a rush of confidence, clenching his fist. Has 9,527 started getting hooked on martial arts movies recently. But thanks to it, my close combat abilities have skyrocketed. At that moment, Man and Tran Tran arrived, waving and calling out, Hey. You 3. The junior with the brown hair caught on quickly and nudged Lam Thu. Boss, we have got company. But he did not seem pleased. Why was Tran Tran here? He hurried over to Tran Tran, asking, Are you missing me already? We have not even left. Tran Tran did not deny it. Lam Thu blushed and said, I know there will be a huge crowd at the school gate, and I am not a fan of the hustle and bustle, so I did not mention it. Tran Tran seemed to have a psychic connection with him. Smiling knowingly, she grabbed his collar and pulled him close, planting a passionate kiss on his lips. Lam Thu thoroughly enjoyed it, happily accepting her affection. The kiss felt like it lasted an eternity until they finally pulled apart. Both Lam Thu and Tran Tran were satisfied. Their faces flushed as they gazed at each other, only hearing Tran's satisfied giggle. At that moment, she finally spoke her well wishes, looking into his eyes and saying, Do your best and come back as the champion. Lam Thu felt his heart swell at her words, a mix of joy and the effort to keep himself composed. After she left, he stood there, smiling as he watched Tran Tran's figure fade away. Still basking in the happiness of their moment, Lam Thu touched his lips with 2 fingers, trying to hold on to the feeling of that kiss a little longer, reminding himself to work hard. The field was now buzzing with people arriving from all directions. A mature-looking girl with long hair spoke first. Hey everyone. I hope you all perform well in this martial arts tournament. Don't let the reputation of our elite martial arts in Shanghai fall behind. Cheers erupted in response, and Lam Thu regained his composure, smiling as he stepped forward. We are here for the martial arts tournament. The sun was shining brightly over the city, and the air was fresh and green. As Lam Thu walked alongside a small plane, he heard an announcement. Hello. I am a reporter from the city television station. with Line V Thing a High's second-place finish last year. Do you have confidence for this year's martial arts tournament? The reporter held the mic in front of Lum Thu and the instructor, not shying away from the sensitive topic at all. Both of their faces were filled with amusement. Hearing that this year your team has 2 freshmen planning to drop out of the tournament. Suddenly, a guy in a formal outfit stepped in to take over, apologizing that he could not answer. The female teacher beside Lam Thu told him, "You look a bit worried. Do not pay attention to those words. It might affect your mood." Lam Thu replied politely, "Yeah, I won't let it bother me." But the expression on his face suggested he was anything but comfortable. A golden shuttle bus came to a stop, and everyone else got off at the same time. The other 7 teams had arrived. The red-haired reporter still held the mic, his face covered by a mask, amidst the bustling crowd, filled with shouts of "Hurry up! Move faster!" Lum Thu looked back at the crowd and asked, "Is it just these schools?" The female teacher behind him answered, "There are hundreds of Line V universities across Huasaya, and only the best made it through the fierce competition. Only 8 teams are participating in the martial arts tournament." The female teacher held up one finger to illustrate. "Everyone here is the cream of the crop. Carefully selected." Lum Thu was taken aback by the answer, wide-eyed as he repeated what the teacher said. 8 teams. The teacher then listed the names of the 8 teams. And sure enough, besides Lin V Kin Kao and Lin Vrei Thing Hai, the other 6 are Lang Vang Thin, V, Lin V Feng Thin, Livani Terma, Lin V Kim La, and Lin V Jiang Long. The Lin V Thi Hai Zai team moved forward, with Lam Thu leading the way, saying as they walked, "These teams are no pushovers. We can't underestimate anyone. We will discuss the specifics in the strategy meeting." They settled into a classroom, and the female teacher stood at the podium. Looking down at everyone, she explained the competition rules. "The rules for the Line V tournament are quite simple. There will be 2 rounds in total," she elaborated. "The first round is the scoring round, consisting of 6 individual matches and 1 team match. The 6 matches are 1-on-1, with each winner earning 1 point. And the 5-on-5 match allows the winning team to score 5 points. With that, she raised her index finger and said, in other words, in the first round, we will face all the teams, based on the final cumulative scores. The top 4 teams will advance to the next round, which is the finals. The participants for the 6 1-on-1 matches are Tron Long, Lama Vinhin, Tron Fernang, V Zhang, Yu Zing, and Lu. The students mentioned raised their hands to confirm their presence. Lum Thu stroked his chin, thinking, is not this like a horse race? The order of appearance is set up nicely. Even a weaker team can score points. The female teacher agreed with this thought. True. But our goal is not the 1-on-1 matches. It is the 5-on-5. I will send Tron Long, Veman Heaven, The Lam, Bain HM, and Trundring Tam into the fray. A teacher from the back called out. Tron Long is at the platinum level, and Veen Hiven has recently broken into platinum too. Those 2 in 1-on-1 matches. It is basically a sure thing. The girl with orange hair looked back at Lam Thu and complimented him, saying he was great. But he had no idea what she was praising him for, calculating the worst-case scenario. Even in the worst case, Ling Wu from Shanghai would score 7 points, while the opponent would only get 4, which means they would win. The female teacher explained further, saying that as long as we win the 5 versus 5 match, even if the other 4 lose, we could still beat the opponent with a score of 74. The white-haired student happily added, with 2 platinum, 2 golden stars, plus Jiang San's brawn. We already have a solid 90% chance of winning. Things seemed promising as the female teacher held up a stack of papers and said, "These are the materials I gathered about our opponents. Feel free to take a look." This was also the wrap-up of the meeting, and the teacher stood up to dismiss everyone, reminding them to rest well, adjust their mindset, and give it their all. Meeting adjourned. Suddenly, a stack of papers flew straight into Lam Thu's head with quite a loud thud. He turned around sharply, wanting to know who had the guts to hit him like that. It turned out to be the 2 orange-haired friends from earlier, who had come just to wish him good luck. "Tomorrow's your first performance. Goat," they said, before turning to the other girl and saying. They left, leaving Lam Thu in a pensive mood, contemplating that his first opponent was Ling Wu Yingqian, and winning against them seemed like a piece of cake. But to ensure the next match goes smoothly, 9,527, he could not afford to slack off today. Alone in his room, Lam Thu engaged in a dialogue with the system. The system appeared, awakening a skill. While Lam Thu looked fatigued and worn out, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the basic skill of piloting aircraft, enabling you to master all known types of aircraft." However, Lam Thu thought this skill was utterly useless. What is the point of flying a plane? Imagining himself sitting in one, he could not help but feel it was strange. While secretly hoping for a stroke of luck after acquiring the skill of enhancing spiritual energy, it unexpectedly leveled up to platinum. But it turned out to awaken the aircraft piloting ability, as Lam Thu walked toward the sunlit door. He thought, with this skill, I definitely need to get my hands on a plane. Suddenly, a dark shadow zipped past Lam Thu, catching him off guard. He saw the beautiful silhouette of Shen Jing darting by, jumping up to hug him. Master. Those who have passed away. His hands flailed. Unsure where to place them, Lam Thu pushed her away but asked. Shen Jing, are not you supposed to be with Team Jusi? What are you doing in the capital? Shen Jing playfully responded. I am here on a mission. Our Team Jusi is tasked with the security of the Spirit Martial Conference. So I came over. Seeing such a tempting display, Lam Thu could not help but nosebleed, covering his face and turning away. Come on. Disciple. No need to be that enthusiastic. While the two were chatting warmly, a shadow appeared behind Shen Jing. A young man in a hooded shirt with a strikingly tall hairstyle. Lam Thu noticed him, feeling a surge of curiosity. His name was Kuang Ho, a rare type awakening with the destruction system. A platinum 3-star male student. He looked anything but pleased, squinting and asking Shen Jing. Sister Jing, this guy is your master. Shen Ting stood between the two men, smiling as she introduced. Master, this is your grandson. Kuang Ho. He is the big genius of the Spirit Martial Capital. But the two guys she enthusiastically introduced were not feeling it. They are supposed to be arch rivals. Both were on high alert. Lam Thu thought. This is Kuang Ho, the top contender in this Spirit Martial tournament. Suddenly, Shen Ting broke the tense atmosphere and said, What are you waiting for? Call him senior uncle already. Kuang Ho found it laughable and shot back. You want me to call my opponent senior, before we have even started? You want me to refer to this kid who is barely 20 as my senior uncle? Yet, in the end, he was just a kid trying to please the adults, stepping forward to greet Lam Thu, radiating an enormous aura. Wanting to show respect, indeed, Lam Thu was impressed by this aura, breaking into a cold sweat, realizing Kuang Ho was a platinum level 3-star powerhouse, but Shen Ting, caught in the middle, did not want the two to clash, quickly stepping in and saying, Stop. Kuang Ho. No disrespect to the master. Kuang Ho was blocked and felt annoyed, snorting lightly, but in the end, he had to show some respect. Mumbling, Lam senior uncle. Though the words felt a bit forced, Lam Thu was visibly amused. Only Kuang Ho stood tall and proud. Inside, he was laughing, feeling annoyed with himself while also wishing he could just take Kuang Ho out. Such a good grandson, he thought. While Kuang Ho did not want Shen Ting to think he was rude, Lam Thu kept teasing him, waving his hand. You can go now. My disciple and I have some matters to discuss. Kuang Ho obediently bid farewell to Shen Ting. Ting says, I am heading out first, he sweetly said, waving back. Bye-bye. Kuang Ho turned and walked away, his mood clearly sulking. Lam Thu commented to Shen Ting. This guy really has a hot temper, by the way. How do you know Kuang Ho? Shen Ting recalled their time together in the Green Woods, saying, his grandpa is the vice principal of Spirit Martial Academy. Kuang Van. And my grandpa is friends with him. We used to play together as kids. Shen Ting then got to the main point. Oh right. Master. I came here specifically to find you. Lam Thu was surprised. Looking for me. She pulled out a thick stack of documents. I have gathered a ton of questions. Please guide me. Master. She said, showing the cover that read compilation of questions. Lam Thu immediately opened it and gasped. This is a lot. This stack is thicker than 10,000 Y questions combined. After Lam Thu finished looking through it, she sweetly suggested, we should ask for your help. Master. Let us head to the coffee shop next door. Switching scenes to a building. It was another sunny day. The atmosphere was perfect. Truong Tam was nervously pacing with his hands in his pockets, while Lam Thu sat elegantly in a chair. Truong Tam asked, Isn't that the big bro? He actually spotted someone he knows. Truong Tam wanted to go and chat right away, but he hesitated because Lam Thu was next to a stunning beauty. Tempted by mischief, Truong Tam decided to take this chance to mess with big bro. Slowly moving up behind Lam Thu, he reached out, grabbed his neck, and playfully threatened. Hey kid. You are eating from the bowl, but looking into the pot. I gotta report this to the big sis. Lam Thu quickly brushed off Truong Tam's dark implications, saying, What nonsense are you talking? I am just mentoring my disciple here. At this moment, the men also noticed Truong Tam and glanced over from beside Lam Thu. Disciple. Truong Tam. Of course. No? Feeling it was hard to believe. After all, the Mem Tun and Lam Thu were quite close in age, so the master-disciple relationship felt a bit stretched. But that was the truth. Lam Thu introduced the M Tine to Truong Tam, saying, Disciple, this is Truong Tam. He is my master's brother. The Mem Tine, respectful of her master and affectionate towards everyone, was naturally polite to Truong Tam and greeted him warmly. Hello. Tam Thux. I am Lam Thu's disciple, the team leader of the Mem Tine in the logistics department of the Chiyu Tadiner Sea Squad. Truong Tam calmly said hello, but inside he was going crazy with admiration. Thinking, Lamke is amazing. Even the team leader of the Cheshi Tasase squad bows down to him. At this point, Lamdu noticed it was time to leave and said goodbye to his student. Disciple, I have a match tomorrow, so we will call it a day. Then M10 also turned to leave. Responding, Yep. Master, good luck with the match tomorrow. After you are done, I will find you. The next day, the weather was still great, with clear blue skies and golden sunshine. The crowd below surged like a flowing river, and an announcement echoed loudly, stating that this martial arts tournament would be broadcast live on TV and the internet. Everyone, please line up and enter the arena. A young man with slicked back hair stood before a large pond, raising his hand to rally the crowd. The opening ceremony of this tournament was about to begin, so everyone should stand up and not let the spirit martial arts of Shanghai lose face. Yep. The cheers erupted in unison, matching his call, a wave of energy filling the air. As he wiped away a tear, he suddenly spotted a group of people, Kuang Hu, the formidable rival of their team. Kuang Hu's team consisted of 5 members, and he taunted, Chen Long, the spirit martial arts of Shanghai has lost to our kingdom for 2 consecutive years. Your reputation is already in shambles. With a sharp look, Kuang Hu called out to him, and despite their provocation, Chen Long appeared unfazed. But just a second later, he transformed into a fierce beast, roaring back at them. Try saying that again. I will make sure you can even speak. Kuang Hu chuckled. I am so scared of you, showing no signs of backing down. Seeing their stubbornness only fueled Chen Long's anger. The 2 sides were already at each other's throats, staring daggers that could spark a fire. It was clear this conflict was not new. It had been brewing for a long time. The spirit martial arts team from Shanghai was stunned, their morale crumbling under the pressure. Kuang Hu seized the moment, mocking Chen Long. Look at your team. They are shaking in their boots. His face was twisted with malice and madness. Zhang San felt belittled, grinding his teeth in anger. But he could do nothing but suppress it. Kuang Hu's presence was too overwhelming. Just then, Lin Shu appeared like a savior, saying, Hey, Kuang Hu, why are you treating your Uncle San like that? This remark struck Kuang Hu right in his pride. Behind Lin Shu was Shen Ting, Kuang Hu's beloved cousin, who helplessly cried out. Why now? Unable to resist, Lin Shu knew he had the upper hand, flashing a victorious grin. Truly, heroes do not outsmart the clever. Kuang Hu, who moments ago was like a wild beast, now did not want to offend Shen Ting, feeling he was being disrespectful. He respectfully greeted Lin Shu. Master Lin. Lin Shu smiled brightly, complimenting him. Good boy. Causing Zhang San to widen his eyes in admiration. Shen Ting remained as alluring as ever, hazily asking Kuang Hu, what is going on? You are not causing trouble again. Are you? She shot him a suspicious glance, and Kuang Hu desperately denied it. I did not. Cousin, Shen Ting did not press any further, simply advising him, during the competition, do not cause any trouble for me. If you have any grievances, talk things out on stage. Kuang Hu was sweating profusely but ultimately bowed his head in apology. Yep. Cousin, with that, Shen Ting turned to Lin Shu, her expression warm as usual. Master. Uncle San. Let us do our best in the competition. At that moment, the host began the opening remarks, greeting the viewers at home and breaking the tension between both sides. The host was a girl with pink hair and beautiful cat ears, known as the dream of one Junan, namely Meng Ne. She elegantly spoke, I am Li Meng, the MC for this spirit martial arts tournament, and I am truly honored to preside over this event. All the guys at the event were completely spellbound, their eyes filled with infatuation. There she is, the goddess Menhai. Menhine continued her introductions. And now it is time for the first event of the tournament. Please welcome the competitors to the stage. Starting with the team representing Line V King. King H is the representative for Line V Kin V. Before stepping onto the stage, he shot a challenging glance at Tron Long, letting out a growl to provoke him. Mimzinghai's voice rang out again. Next up is the team representing Line V Thi Any Hai, featuring Tron Long and Trajing Tam. Lam Thu, standing behind, shook off his nerves, his spirit soaring as he declared, we are ready to fight to the finish. But then he noticed something off about Trondring Tam, who was stuttering. Ain. At that moment, Mfinghai's voice echoed once more, announcing the team representing Line Vei Keech. As they waited, Lam Thu sat with his arms crossed, eagerly observing the competition alongside Trong Tam. He looked over at Trondring Tam, noticing his anxiety after all. This was Trondring Tam's first time at a power skill tournament. It was only natural to feel the pressure, so maybe a little encouragement was needed. Just then, the M10 popped into his view, catching Lam Thu off guard. Master, I have a question. Lam Thu was about to reassure Trondring Tam but wanted to decline. Disciple. Master is busy right now. But the M10 insisted. Please just explain a little. It will only take a few minutes. Hearing this, Lam Thu could not refuse any longer. Alright. Let us get it over with. This is something Troning Tam has to face himself anyway. Meanwhile, Mzinghai had approached the judges' table, introducing each member one by one. Next, I would like to introduce the judges and referees for this competition. The first judge is Biki Dongchi Tun, known as the Shield of our Hosaya. Biki Daniyang, dressed in a sharp black shirt, with neatly styled blonde hair, exuded a mature and charming presence as he stood up, showcasing himself to the crowd. Lum Thu thought to himself, I can't believe this tournament has a Chi Tin as a judge. So far, the only big name I have encountered is the Mem Tinam's grandfather, the Mem Thai Sung. The second judge is the only space combat master in the country, Principal Dekring Trech from Line V The Nyi Hai, who sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought. And the third is T Vi, the principal of Line V Kindle. Munhang Hai approached Tai Si Y, ready to hand over the mic for him to deliver the opening speech for this competition. Titli took the mic from Mazin Hai and said, Hello everyone. I am thrilled to witness the growth of this new generation here today. Now, I officially declare the Line V tournament open. As he finished speaking, fireworks exploded in the sky despite it being daytime. Lum Thu was buzzing with excitement finally. It was happening. Kicking off the Line V Grey tournament are the teams from Line V Kindle and Line V Mun, with Kainjung A stepping up first. Without hesitation, Kachuning radiated fierce energy, ready to take his opponents down. Thivung Digyang, Kinenge A's less than friendly rival and captain of the Line V Tinun and Munin team, cursed under his breath, damn. I got stuck facing Kaijun H in the first round. Talk about bad luck. Meanwhile, another guy stepped in to replace Mvine I as the host, grabbing the mic and announcing, Get ready. Start. Keen Hei was just waiting for that signal, charging forward like a storm. That Lum Thu guy had been provoking him all day, and now he could finally unleash his pent-up frustration. He eyed Thu Dong like a punching bag, ready to relieve some stress. Thu Dong noticed that Hen was fiercer today than usual, and knowing as ever, this Hothed seemed to be particularly on edge today. No way. Even if I lose, I have to do it with dignity. With that thought in mind, Thu Dong launched the first attack, a hand glowing with energy, aimed straight at Kong Ho, but Hen did not even flinch, casually raising a hand to block it, as if he were just catching a little ball. Pathetic skills. Game over. Or do you want to keep playing? Kung Ho asked Thu Dong, while his hand effortlessly crushed Thu Dong's strike like it was nothing. Thu Dong realized he could not compete with Hen anymore, so he raised both hands in surrender. Kung Ho felt proud, wondering if his crush had seen his amazing performance. Just as Thu Dong admitted defeat, he was completely ignored. But what Hen was hoping for did not happen at all. His crush was busy chatting with Lam Thu, and Kuang Ho was irritated, thinking, why this kid? The sight of the cute girl next to Lam Thu, so delicate and shy, her cheeks flushed like a blushing maiden. Watching this scene, Kuang Ho's temper flared, fists clenched, wanting to take out everyone in sight to vent his anger. There is no way I will let you off the hook. Lam Thu, just you wait. Lam Thu still had no idea he was on the blacklist, his instincts telling him the tension was thick. Something was brewing. Just then, Zhang San pointed into the distance, calling out to Lam Thu, look over there. Two girls were battling on stage, one in green and the other in blue. The brown-haired girl fell flat on the floor, crying and begging for mercy. I admit defeat, the referee announced. In the second match, Linvo Tanmon loses. Linvo Kin Du's Langhan wins. She is a platinum-level ice user with immense power. Coldly walking off the stage, Tanmon faced a crushing defeat this time. And Lam Thu could not help but feel the weight of Kun Du's strength. Kwang Gung added, I thought Kin Du only had Kwang Ho as a platinum, who knew Langhan was also a powerhouse. Hearing this, Lam Thu turned to Kwang Gung and asked, is there a problem? Kwang Gung folded her arms and explained, we thought Lam Van Heen would reach platinum, so we thought we had two platinum fighters to match them. But it seems now that winning is going to be tough. Is Linvo Shanghai doomed to always be second, forever losing to Linvo Kun Du? Lam Thu looked up at the sky, realizing the situation had become increasingly dire for them. Indeed, they were stronger than we predicted. Just as expected, Linvo Tanmon clashed with Linvo Kun Du, not only losing but suffering a humiliating defeat. In the third match, they lost again. In the fourth match, Tanmon was utterly crushed. In the fifth match, Tanmon lost again, failing to secure even one honorable victory. Kwang Gung felt anxious. This was terrifying. At this rate, they were bound to lose, and it was going to be incredibly tough. Kwang Gung reminded everyone, the team from Line Vokindu, besides the two platinum fighters, the others are all top-tier golden level, while Linvo Tanmon has only two top-tier golden. Tanmon was getting beaten down to the point of baldness, hugging the scoreboard and crying. Lam Thu felt pity for them. Linvo Kundu was being far too ruthless. Could not they at least leave them with a shred of dignity, instead of humiliating their opponents? Meng Nai announced. Next up, Linvo Shanghai will face Line Voung Thian. The representatives of the two schools faced each other, but neither moved, as if they were not even planning to fight. Out of nowhere, The brown-haired guy suddenly claps his hands, saying he is no match for the captain. He admits defeat, and even refuses to throw a few honorable punches. Isn't that a bit much? Meng Nai is shocked. Like, wait, Lin Vingthian is truly full of talents. Predicting his loss and just giving up to avoid the fight. Speechless, Meng Nai announces. This round goes to Lin Ithai Hai. Next up, it is Lundrum Van Hen against Du Quoth Khan. According to the records, both are top-tier golden level fighters. This is definitely going to be an epic showdown. And Van Hen's stunning silhouette is already making waves. Quoth Khan from the Line Vingthian team steps up to the stage. Not a big deal since he is not facing Captain Tron Long. She is a dark-type fighter, so he can take a gamble. As he focuses his power, Quoth Khan prepares to unleash his first move, probably hoping for a quick win against Van Hemen. Van Hen stands ready to face the enemy, holding her sword with a serious expression. Quoth Khan strikes, unleashing a massive gust of wind. The sound of it slicing through the air like a knife against skin. Van Heven remains still, in a defensive stance, while the wind draws closer, making it impossible to predict her next move. The wind whips through her hair, and her eyes blaze with intensity. Locked onto Quoth Khan, moving like lightning to dodge his attack. Missing the target, Quoth Khan exclaims. Too fast. He thought his strike could hit Veen Hein. Veen Heaven's footwork halts, silent and stealthy, gliding like a cat on the prowl. Out of nowhere, she circles around behind Quoth Khan, leaping to strike, her blade positioned dangerously close to his neck. Only then does Quoth Khan realize something's off. Sure enough, he can escape in time and feels Van Hen's sword at his throat. This battle's victory for Veen Hein is a done deal. Terrified, Quoth Khan asks Vien, when did you break through to platinum? But she just smirks behind him, conceding. And just like that, the battle ends. Both sides turn away, and Mengni announces the result. The second round goes to Line Vithith Uni Hai. And now, on to the next match. Lum Thu witnessed the entire battle, thinking to himself, dark-type skills are just too overpowered. Anywhere there is darkness, it is practically unbeatable at this level. Suddenly, Van Hien lunges out from behind him, and at the same time, the Missy declares that Line Vung Vian wins the third round. Van Hien hugged Lum Thu from behind, blushing as she asked him, how about that? Senior sister leads 2-0. The atmosphere between them turned incredibly intimate. Van Hen leaned down to look at Lam Thu, urging him to do his best. While secretly noticing that this little guy was blushing, he obediently replied, yep. Just as the fourth match concluded with Spirit Warrior Eagle Heaven winning again, the score was now tied at 2. So this final round was going to be decisive. At this point, Lemon Thu suddenly felt downcast because he had already withdrawn his skills earlier today but ended up awakening an E-level ability, which was not going to help at all. In the fifth match, Spirit Warrior Eagle Heaven won again, taking the lead with a score of 3-2. Memphini commented, what a surprise. Spirit Warrior Eagle Heaven is in the lead. The current score is 3-2. Next up is the final one-on-one match between the two sides. Memphini announced. Here comes the last one-on-one battle of the two teams. Spirit Warrior Eagle Heaven has sent out their Awakened Thunder-type Golden level fighter, Hung Fum, while Spirit Warrior Shanghai has Lam Thu, the Silver Guardian, said. And even Meng Nai had to double-check, wondering if she had read that wrong. What is going on? Spirit Warrior Shanghai is sending out a Silver Guardian. Are they throwing in the towel? Under Munhai's concerned gaze, Lam Thu stepped onto the stage, confidently declaring, finally, it is my turn. Seeing him carrying a tiny backpack, Munhai hurried after him, asking, what is with that backpack? From the backpack, Lam Thu pulled out a spiky ball, covered in scales like a 8, and told Munhai, this is my armor. Not only was Munhai surprised, but even his opponent from Eagle Heaven looked very intrigued. Memphinhai admired it, saying, armor. But it looks a bit. Lam Thu understood her meaning and replied, yeah. My armor does have a bit of a unique shape, so do not get too close. His opponent from Eagle Heaven crossed his arms, puzzled. What kind of armor is that? It looks just like an egg. Are you seriously bringing an egg to a martial arts competition? Lam Thu was not backing down, tightly hugging the armor and retorting, aren't there any rules against bringing an egg into the arena? Of course. There were no such regulations mentioned, and he could not say anything back. Only mumbling. Munhai interrupted their bickering, announcing through the loudspeaker. There are indeed no relevant regulations. Let us start the match. Lam Thu achieved his goal, gently caressing the egg and sweetly whispering to it, hang in there. Soon you will have a feast. I promise to fill you up. The Eagle Heaven opponent raised an eyebrow, thinking that Spirit Warrior Shanghai must have given up hope. Giving them an opponent like this was basically handing out free points. There is no challenge in this fight. Convinced of this, he approached Lam Thu and suggested, just concede. I do not want to bully you. The gap between us is too big. Lam Thu misunderstood his intentions again, because he knew the gap between them was huge. He replied, Yeah. I know the distance on the calendar between us is vast. So go ahead and make your move. On the other side, seeing Lambda being so stubborn, he stopped holding back and raised his hand to the sky, saying, "If you are not planning to admit defeat, then let me send you off the battlefield." Thunder Spear, he shouted, unleashing a barrage of purple lightning that tore through the air. Yet, Lambda did not flinch, still dazedly cradling the egg, which seemed to react slightly in his hands. On the other side, he thought this move could take Lambda down for good. He turned away, thinking, "Sorry, but even a casual strike from me is too much for someone like you." But he did not hear any sound at all. The thunder spear struck, and there should have been cries of despair from Lambda. But instead, it was eerily quiet. Where was the sound of his triumphant victory? Huang Fan was puzzled, questioning himself. Could it be that he overdid it with that last hit? But Lambda was still behind him, perfectly fine, not even losing a nail. He raised both hands high, the egg absorbing all the energy, rendering Huang Fan's attack effortlessly subdued. He widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking, "No way. This can't be happening. I thought this would decide the outcome. And yet he is countering me so quickly." Huang Fan's rage surged. His hands clenched, flames igniting as he gathered energy, shouting, "Just you wait. Thunder Spear! Thunder Spear! Thunder Spear!" He seemed to lose his composure, throwing out repeated strikes in an attempt to hit Lambda, but his aim was all over the place. Lambda moved like a nimble monkey, dodging and making Huang Fan even more furious. Huang Fan stopped, confused, wondering, is this egg made of rubber? Does it not conduct electricity? That is the only explanation I can think of. After a moment of reflection, Huang Fan's anger flared again. "All right. I want to see how you will dodge this." He clenched his jaw, veins bulging. Surely furious enough to raise his blood pressure, he poured all his energy into unleashing another skill. Thunder Sea, summoning waves of lightning. Just as the name suggests, it was a storm of lightning, and he was confident that Lambda had nowhere to escape. But Lambda remained unfazed, even smiling confidently, with the same stance. He held the egg-shaped artifact high above his head, saying, "The feast is here. Let us not waste it." The egg seemed to feed off the energy from Huang Fan's Thunder Sea attack, absorbing it all without leaving a trace. Lambda chuckled to himself. "Seriously, my dragon egg can absorb even C4 explosions. So what is your little Thunder Sea to me?" So the armor Lambda mentioned was actually the dragon egg. Huang Fan was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide, dark circles forming around them, looking like someone on the brink of collapse. What kind of monster was this? With things escalating like this, he lost his cool, realizing he could not overpower him. So he decided to play the teacher card. "Referee, I want to report him for cheating. That egg is definitely a trick." He pointed dramatically at Lambda, who was standing there, cradling the dragon egg with an innocent look, as if he had done nothing wrong. The judges were taken aback, but no one spoke up right away, because there really were not any rules against bringing an egg. Lambda understood the rules well. Knowing he was in the right, he confidently hugged the dragon egg and shot back at Huang Fan. "Hey. Care to show me where I cheated with my egg?" Still no evidence. Huang Fan felt like someone was squeezing his heart. I took a deep breath. All my skills were devoured by him. Not even a bit of credit. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy, it was another fresh morning. The sky reflected beautifully on the large windows of the cafeteria. Inside, a big screen was live streaming, showing Lambda battling with his dragon egg, and everyone below was just like Huang Fan. Their minds were racing with countless questions. What kind of unbeatable egg is this? The egg may be great, but Lambda is just too outrageous. They folded their arms and discussed among themselves. "Yeah. Even if he is from our school, I would love to take him down." Chan Chan smiled sly. Lambda had never truly faced defeat, always bending the rules to win. While thinking, suddenly Chan Chan felt a pang of nostalgia. How could it be? I'm starting to miss him a bit. Truly. For those in love, even a day apart feels like an eternity. Over here, Huang Fan steeled himself. "It is. My body's also at the golden level. I can believe I can beat a white silver like you." With that, he got into a fighting stance, ready to strike. Lambda sensed he had something up his sleeve. "Aren't you going to show more? I have not fully grasped your golden level skills yet." This guy successfully provoked Huang Fan, who shouted, "You little punk, do not get cocky. I am the champion of the fighting world." He thought that such arrogance would make Lambda a bit scared, but he was mistaken. Not only was Lambda unafraid, but he seemed amused. "Alright then, you mean we are using BK martial arts?" Right. In his heart, he already had a plan in mind. His martial arts manual finally had its purpose. Lambda set his bag aside, preparing for battle. "I agree. But let us make one thing clear. No special powers. If you use them, I will use my shield." Huang Fan felt that his terms were a bit condescending, So he snapped back. Cut the crap. If I say no powers, then no powers. Hearing such a firm declaration, Lam Thu stopped talking and began to take his stance. Vinehak Swan. Lam Tho, please teach me. His demeanor was indeed serious. Preparing for the Bingxuan punch, Hong Pham had nothing more to say. He charged in instinctively, throwing a punch while sidestepping. His attack flew toward Lam Tho, all his frustration packed into that fist. But Lam Tho was well prepared. Easily blocking his assault, Hong Pham relentlessly attacked, each punch raining down on Lam Tho like a downpour. Lam Tho had been on defense, but now he saw his opportunity, a good chance. He thought, his brows furrowing intensely, seizing the moment as he lunged forward. Lam Tho dodged to the side, causing him to miss. Hong Pham had already thrown himself in, and Lam Tho took advantage, grabbing his wrist and lifting him off the ground. Hong Pham stumbled backward, just realizing the danger as Lam Tho prepared to strike again, ready to unleash his skills and power. This is it. Just as he thought this, Lam Tho's hand swept down. It looked effortless, but it was fatal. Hong Pham sensed impending doom, screamed for help, and closed his eyes, bracing for the final blow. However, in the end, Lam Tho only gave him a light tap on the back of his neck. Hong Pham stepped in, and he fell for it again. Lam Tho stood over him, her hand resting on Hong Pham, and in disbelief asked, "What the hell are you shouting about?" Just saying that made Hong Pham look like a scared rabbit. A simple pat on the shoulder sent him screaming. Everyone below witnessed this scene and erupted in applause. Lam Tho. The crowd cheered his name. So beautiful. His martial arts skills are incredible. Meng Nai held the mic, remarking, "This is amazing." Contestant Lam Tho did not even need to use any special techniques to defeat Hong Pham. No one saw this coming. Hong Pham, a golden level fighter, was left stunned after losing to someone at the silver level. He muttered to himself, "I lost. I actually lost to this silver kid. I must really be outclassed here." As Meng Nai announced it, the victorious fighter was Lin Vo Shanghai. Lam Tho raised his fist triumphantly, while Hong Pham retreated backstage, looking utterly defeated. After the match, Meng Nai tried to announce the next fight. But before she could finish, a staff member rushed over and interrupted her. He whispered something in her ear, and she looked surprised but quickly adapted, saying, "Got it." The news flashed. Lin Vo Shanghai wins. Meng Nai joyfully announced to the crowd. Coming up next is the 5-on-5 match. As Lin Vo Ongchun conceded, Lin Vo Shanghai took the win with a score of 8-3. The Ong team came forward to congratulate them, and they had not even had to use their transformations yet. They promised to give him a boost of 2 points when they got back, which thrilled Lam Tho. Next up was Lin Vo Kota facing off against Lin Vo Kim Lang, and the cheers erupted as a beautiful figure stepped onto the stage like a goddess. The Ong team took notice of her and warned, "Lin Vo Kota, Lam Tho, keep your eyes peeled. Their team captain, Hong Fu Among, is a platinum level." Upon hearing this, Lam Tho felt a surge of interest. Is she really that strong? The team answered, "They say she awakened a rare light attribute." Lam Tho pondered, repeating, "Light attribute." The light attribute they mentioned is owned by Hong Fu Among, a stunning girl radiating confidence and an overwhelming aura. Lam Tho sensed the energy she emitted and silently assessed. This is going to be tricky. The team continued. Besides the captain, Lin Vo Kota really grabs attention. Their entire lineup from main to backup is all female. Impressive like that, Lam Tho could not help but admire them. He turned his gaze back to the arena, where Hong Fu Meng was charging into battle, wondering, but why would they let a healer type go one-on-one? The fight was reaching a fever pitch, with Meng continuously attacking, her strikes radiating beautiful golden light, but packing a punch. Her opponent was quickly pushed back, struggling to stay on his feet. He was also a platinum level, but he seemed completely outmatched by Meng, the captain of Lin Vo Kim Lang. Chumak gritted his teeth and countered, "Your damage means nothing to me. Just watch." With that, Chumane swings his arm, unleashing a devastating force unlike anything else. Meng crosses her arms to shield her face, desperately trying to withstand Chumafre's attack. A flurry of powerful strikes tears through the space around them. Waman leaps back to dodge Chumafre's attack, her wings spreading wide, lifting her body as if on fire. Waivung pulls her hand to her side, gathering swirling energy into a point in her palm. Healing. She raises her hand high above her head. In this moment, she looks just like a fierce goddess. Chumasi wipes the sweat off his face, baring his teeth in frustration. Damn it. This girl just keeps recovering. This fight is not looking good. Just when Chumais is at his weakest, Waimong launches a relentless series of attacks towards him. 3 strikes in a row. Finally, Chumachi reaches his limit, collapsing to one knee on the ground. His body is covered in minor wounds, and he gasps, "I give up. I can't fight anymore." On this side, Meng has just recovered one last time after the battle, and she is still looking as fresh as a daisy. The announcement rings out, and the winner is Huang Fu Yimeng. The other members of the Ling Wu Ko to have gathered to congratulate Captain Meng. Witnessing the true strength of Huangfu Yimeng, Lingwu capital and we all fell silent. And next, with her healing support, we took on a 5-on-5 match and emerged victorious without a scratch. By this point, the first day's matches have wrapped up, with Lingwu capital temporarily at the top with 11 points. While Shanghai, Kotu, and Jianglang are all tied at 8 points. The remaining characters are all noteworthy, but the standout names are Yang Qian, Jin Lang, and Feng Xin, tied for third place with 3 points. While Lingwu New Gate is sitting at the bottom with 0 points. The troops paused, pens in hand, and their sharp lips began to form words. And from here on out, they could arrange themselves as they pleased. She winked at her team, and everyone just needed to show up at 7 p.m. for the pre-match conference. The crowd below shouted in unison. Yep. Lamthu stretched out, feeling refreshed, followed by a long yawn that clearly showed her fatigue. After watching matches all day, her head was about to explode, so this was the perfect time to rest. Suddenly, Lamthu halted mid-action, as if she would seen something really strange, her mouth agape in surprise. Master. The call of Shenting rang out as she dashed in front of Lamthu, her face beaming with excitement. Lamthu realized her break was over, and she dumbly asked, Disciple, what is it? Shenting did not wait for Lamthu to finish. That is right, there are plenty of girls who want to consult with the master, she said, noticing she was just a light bulb in the room. With that, she turned on her heel and left. I will be going now. Lamthu grumbled but agreed. Fine. Who told me I am your master? Shenting laughed. The best master. But in his heart, he thought the real reason was that he could not take this little girl down. Lamthu opened the leather-bound paper and reviewed it with Shenting, pointing at a page. Here. Why is it that in the experimental room, no one has asked this continuously? Lamthu was bombarded with questions, gritting her teeth to endure, looking as if someone had punched her in the stomach. Lamthu was panting heavily, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Was it because she had been observing too seriously today that something was awakening within her? Shenting, noticing the sweat pouring down, worriedly called out, Master. Lamthu dazedly shoved her hands into her pockets, searching for something. Could it be that this feeling was telling her it was time to break through to silver and enter the golden level? He pulled out a glowing orb from his pocket, radiating an enchanting blue light, continuously absorbing energy. The orb in his hand emitted maximum power. Surprisingly, after all his previous efforts to break through with no progress, witnessing today's battle reignited his desire to advance. Lamthu shouted loudly, his face a mix of pain and pleasure, breaking through to the second tier of the golden level. Once he broke through, his body transformed in strange ways. Lamthu raised both hands to feel the change. Reaching the golden level not only boosted his spiritual energy but also granted him new skills. The energy from the spatial system formed an invisible shield around his body, and his defensive power increased significantly. Lamthu clenched his fist and punched forward, testing the spatial shield. He happily thrust his fist in front of him, admiring it while secretly celebrating. He had awakened the Thunder Legion skill, remembering what Zhang San had told him before. He sighed. It is hard to find lightning-type attack skills. Lamthu reflected on how long it took Zhang San to help him find this skill. It was not something you could just get in one step. It was truly amazing. Lamthu turned his head back and saw the team standing there, staring at him. He asked, Why is everyone here? He had been so focused on his breakthrough that he did not even notice his surroundings. Junning cheerfully explained. The meeting was scheduled for 7 o'clock, but someone was not paying attention. Lamthu realized he was the someone she was referring to, scratched his head in apology. Sorry. I suddenly felt a breakthrough coming and got too focused. I did not notice how much time had passed. Junning leaned closer with a smile. It is. That mature charm of yours is making Lamthu blush all over. Junning continued. This kind of thing can be delayed. Otherwise, we want to know when the next opportunity will arise. From behind Lying Ying, Chenlong added. Once you get stronger, you will help the team a lot. Everyone was cheerful, except for Zhang San, who was tearful. Brother Thu, you have broken through to the second tier of the golden level, with only Beiyin left solo at the Spirit Martial Arts Conference. Lamthu shrugged. Sorry, bro. This is not something I can control. With everyone finally gathered, the meeting started promptly at 7 o'clock. Junning spoke up first. All right, let us talk about the competition. After observing today's battles, how does everyone feel? Zhang San crossed his arms, his tone serious. Spirit martial artist Tao is stronger than you think. Junning agreed, glancing at Lamthu, implying, if Spirit martial artist Tao performs like today, next time we meet, they won't have a chance to win. Trunlong felt confused and immediately asked, why did the teacher say that? After watching today's match, it seems like Lingwu's miss too won't be easy to deal with. Lamthu also pondered, recalling the dreamlike match today. Miss Tu's performance was truly impressive. Could the teacher's words be pointing to something deeper? Could it be because of the number of platinum ranks? Lamthu voiced his deduction. directly questioning Kwon Najing. She chuckled. You are right. You really are smart. The royal dreamer is indeed strong. But her offensive power is her weak spot. As she said this, everyone leaned in, listening intently. This meant she could not hold down 2 platinum ranks at the same time. As soon as her teammates were taken out, the royal dreamer would not stand a chance. Churtong Tam eagerly looked at Kwonjun, realizing, so that is it. Teacher Ka Min proudly accepted the praise. If the worries after today's match were cleared away, then let us start discussing tomorrow's battle plan. Tomorrow's opponent is Ling Wu's new gate. The lineup for our team is Fam Vang, Trafernhe Shiro, Yu Xing, V Zhang, Zitu, and Lu. Your mission is simple. Win at least one match, Kwon Nung declared. Lum Thu asked from behind, leading the team. But not even the golden ranks can compete. Is that okay? Kwon Nung confidently reassured everyone. Preserving our strength is key. With our power, making it to the top 4 is a piece of cake. That is when we will unleash our true strength. For now, it is just training. Finally, Kwon Nung and Trong Tam waved goodbye. Alright, let us do this. Everyone, go rest. Lum Thu held a phone in his hand. The screen lit up with a call from Tun Trundren Tren. He thought to himself, I should chat with Trundren for a bit after all the benefits gained from the competition. Once connected, Lum Thu smiled at the screen, only to hear someone falling. It turned out that Trundren Tron was calling while she was in the shower. Unfortunately, she slipped, and the phone went flying as she cried out, ouch. That hurts. Lum Thu saw a sizzling image on the other side of the screen and wondered, what kind of situation is this? Lum Thu's nosebleed started, and he gasped, how can anyone handle this? But his eyes remained glued to the phone screen. Unblinking, a Tren yelled from the other end. Fake. Don't he look? She was still in the shower, without a stitch of clothing, annoyed at Lum Thu for calling and causing her trouble. Of course, in this situation, all the blame was on Lum Thu. He quickly admitted. Alright, it is my fault. But hey, I've got good news I want to share with you. I just leveled up to gold. Lum Thu joyfully announced. Tren's first reaction was pure surprise. What? That fast? Your breakthrough speed is truly mind-blowing. Lum Thu flashed a peace sign, smiling contentedly. I guess I suddenly relaxed and gained some insights from watching the matches. It just happened out of the blue. But before he could finish, Tren's excited voice cut in. Keep pushing in the matches. You have motivated me. I need to train hard now. Good night. She hung up, leaving him puzzled. I still had so much more to say, but no matter. His mood remained high as he smiled at the phone screen, thinking, Tren is still as fiery as ever. I wonder if that is a good thing or a bad thing. As the break time comes to an end, a new test day arrives at the arena, where various weapons are set up and ready. Mengnai takes on her role as the host. Greeting everyone. Hello. I am Li Meng. And I believe you have noticed the changes in the arena today. Starting now, she trails off her words, gesturing toward the array of weapons, stirring up curiosity in the air. Then, she suddenly points at the audience, announcing a new rule. All contestants are not allowed to bring their own weapons into the match. If you need a weapon, you can choose one from here. Lam the falls silent. Is not this aimed at him? He just wanted little Long to have a good meal. Why is it so hard? The crowd around him also gives him a half-hearted glance, sliding their eyes toward him. Today's first round features Ling Wu Shanghai against Ling Wu Tanmen. As her words fade, the information board lights up. Lam the glances over, confirming today's skill awakening. Forget it. He should focus on awakening his skill first. He decides to set aside his earlier annoyance. The announcement appears. Awakening skill. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have received ins rank enhancement skill, a spirit energy enhancement skill. This is an advanced skill. And Lamtha knows exactly how thrilled he should be. What? 9,527. I suspect you are chasing me. He is so happy he can hardly believe it. Staring blankly, he asks the system again. Before, I hope to receive spirit energy enhancement every day. But you did not give it to me. I just broke through. And now you give me spirit energy enhancement. You are doing this on purpose. Right. He tries to keep a straight face to intimidate it. The system is definitely acting shady. The system explains frantically. All skills are chosen at random and have nothing to do with 9,527. Now, do you want to enhance? Lamtha does not bother arguing anymore, actively cooling down. Forget it. Let us enhance now. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have reached gold 3 stars. This time, Lamtha really reaped a lot, managing to break through 2 levels. The people around him have also noticed his transformation. Ning Jun is the first to speak up. Isn't this a spirit energy boost from the gold star breakthrough? The other teammates chime in. No way. Didn't this kid just yesterday still have silver? Even Zhang San is shocked, staring at him with his mouth hanging open. Everyone is a mix of awe and admiration. But Lamtha, on the other hand, pays them no mind, while only Ning quietly scrutinizes him, thinking, this kid is something else. He is too different now. Just broke through another level. But overall, she is very satisfied. This is only beneficial, not harmful at all. Before they know it, the time for the match is up, and the loudspeaker announces, calling out Lamthu's team. Next up, Lingwu Shanghai faces off against Lingwu Tanmen. Lamthu stands opposite a white-haired guy, and Meng Nai in the middle speaks up, inviting Lamthu from Lingwu Shanghai and Cheng Zi from Lingwu Tanmen to the stage. Lamthu still hopes for his line to get a good meal and desperately pleads with Meng Ni. Sister, is there really no way I can bring my armor into battle? Hoping to bring little Long Long onto the field too. But Mening, being just the host, can't he change anything? Sorry. Lam though, that is not allowed. Contestants needing weapons can choose from here. Deep inside, Money feels guilty and questions him. Can't you see who this new rule was set up for? So it looks like bringing little Long Long into the arena is off the table. Over here, Lamthu still has no idea what to equip, but Tranathesi has already made his choice, decisively pulling out a small, melodious sword. T-Thex, transformed into a bear cat, level golden stuff, brandished his sword and looked at Lamthu, asking, Little T, are you brave enough to spar with sword techniques? He had already calculated it. This little T might have some skills in martial arts, but when it came to swordplay, who knows? He would have been trained by professional masters. Lamthu, unfazed, cheerfully agreed with T-Thex. Sure. He pulled out a black sword, much simpler and humbler compared to T-Thex. Its color not nearly as flashy. If you want to gift your head to me, then I do not need to worry about how to defeat you. Turns out, Lamthu had studied martial arts before, silently thankful to the system for teaching him a bunch of skills. Trantech, provoked, easily lost his cool, irritated by Lamthu's cocky attitude. This brat's so arrogant. Time to show you what I am made of. With that, he swung his sword, one foot planted, the other stepping up, exuding an intimidating aura. As Tranathefi launched a flurry of attacks, Lamthu seemed to casually block each one, completely at ease. Even sneering. Hey buddy, you really lack finesse. Tranathefi found himself in a tough spot from the get-go, gritting his teeth to suppress his frustration, and then pressed on with a barrage of attacks devoid of strategy, relying purely on strength, unable to even graze Lamthu's hair. The flow was not bad, and while he complimented Lamthu, it felt more like he was smirking. Lamthu smiled back, then with a decisive strike, sent Trontetha's golden sword flying far away. Truntethechi barely had time to react. What a shame. Truntethich could only ask, what? As he watched the sword soar through the air, his hands now empty. Now all that was left was to wait for Lamthu to press the sword against his throat. Claiming victory for the line V of Shanghai, Lamthu was just waiting for this moment, lunging the sword directly at T-Thex, saying, Too bad. You are not my match. The sword point was aimed right at him, and T-Thex could not help but feel a chill. He instinctively stepped back, as if it were nothing, and so, in this sword duel, Atronathac had lost to Lamthu. He realized he could not turn the tables anymore, so he dropped his sword and sighed. Alright. My swordsmanship at HFA then is not up to par. Let us officially start now. Was he trying to cheat? It was clearly a sword duel, and now he was calling it a warm-up. He stood there rolling his shoulders, looking so annoying. Lamthu felt helpless, asking, does this guy have any shred of decency left? He seemed completely oblivious, naturally taking his stance for a rematch, leaving Lamthu speechless. Isn't this supposed to be a duel of sword skills? Did he forget to mention that anyone who cheats ends up as a dog? Such negligence. Tithachi covered his forehead with both hands, flames erupting from his body. Lamthu had no idea what kind of trick he was planning next. Suddenly, Tithachi's body began to change, his eyes tightly shut, and his brows furrowed. When he opened his eyes, he had transformed into a beast, his human ears now sharp like an elf's, and a cute little tail sprouted from behind. Oh wow, a little bear cat. So adorable. Everyone praised his beastly appearance, and Ziza could not help but show off. Do you all think I am super cute? Come on, take a look. Then he gestured for Lin Shu to come over. Check out my beast transformation. Isn't it impressive? This is Ziza's beast transformation power. Lin Shu covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. No way. You look so ridiculous. It is making you all flustered. What are you laughing at? You little punk, Lin Shu chuckled. Isn't beast transformation your main skill too, compared to me? You are just a little brother. Then, Lin Shu activated his own transformation, quickly morphing into a bunny, with adorable rabbit ears sprouting from his head, and an explosion of energy radiating from him. The surrounding girls were instantly captivated. Lin Shu looked incredibly cute, just like a fluffy stuffed rabbit. Too cute. I want to love him. Lin Shu, I want to have bunny babies with you. With just this one transformation, Lin Shu had stolen the hearts of all the girls present. He mouthed a conversation only with Tran Zaiza. For him, those words felt like a challenge. Feeling overshadowed and irritated, Zia could not help but get worked up. You little brat. Then he charged in for an attack, launching his first skill, the Bearcat 7-strike barrage, swinging his hand toward Lin Shu. It was like a ripe watermelon being sliced cleanly down the middle by a sword, split in two without mercy. The cut sharp as a razor, Lin Shu effortlessly blocked Tran Zia's attack with his bare hands. As easy as catching a ball. Mumbling, one round watermelon. Slice it in two. You get one half. I get the other half. If you do not want it, it is all good. He kept fighting and singing casually, while Tran Zia was anything but calm. Gritting his teeth in frustration at Lin Shu, he frowned, realizing something was off. This punk's movements were so slow, yet he managed to block my 7-strike barrage. This left Zia utterly confused. Lin Shu tightly closed his eyes, still humming that nursery rhyme. If you do not want it, you can have it. If you do not want it, bye by me. But he had a firm grip on Tran Zia's hand, squeezing so hard that Ziza was sweating. Why can't I break free? Let go. You let me. Suddenly, Lin Shu opened his eyes, giving a commanding look, and you could see the wheels turning in his mind. With one powerful palm strike to Tran Zia's back, he let out a painful grunt. Clearly injured, in an instant, he was sent flying backwards, landing several meters away, while Lin Shu stood firm, unyielding on the stage. Tran Zia lay amidst the berries, rocks and dust flying everywhere, his body enveloped in dazzling light. After finishing his attack, Lin Shu finally wrapped things up, folding his arms and closing his eyes for a moment of rest. Meng Ni admired his graceful figure, thinking about how his absolute strength crushed the opponent. His martial arts were so cool. When Lin Shu suddenly turned around, Meng Ni snapped out of her trance. Oh my god. I was so lost in thought. I forgot to officiate, and hurriedly rushed forward. The announcer declared to everyone that the victory of this match belonged to Lin Shu, who was now turning to head back inside. Meng Ni looked around, unable to find him, only spotting his black backpack still lying on the ground, while its owner had already walked away. Meng Ni felt like this was the perfect chance for them to get closer. She hurriedly picked up her backpack, blushing as she handed it to him. Here. Lam Thu. Your proof? Lam Thu was a bit flustered, quickly taking the bag and said to Meng Ni. Little one. Do not say things like that next time. You can just say it is your spirit beast proof. Saying that, she cheerfully slung her backpack over her shoulder and walked away without a word of thanks. Meng Ni stayed back at the arena, as the next match was called off by the new Spirit Martial Arts School, and this round went to the Spirit Martial Arts of Shanghai. Lam Thu happily talked to himself. Easy does it. Fighting is not just about spirit energy and physical strength. Being skilled in combat is also really important. Having those techniques is great, but just then, something unexpected happened. Girls, who he did not even notice, suddenly surrounded him, sweetly calling out, "Fake." Lam Thu. Each girl was as beautiful as a flower, vibrant and colorful, continuously asking him if he had a girlfriend yet. Fake. Lam Thu. When you fight, you look so cool. Make sure to be friends. I want. You are so cute. Lam Thu found himself in a tough spot, gritting his teeth as he wondered, what is going on here? What is up with all these girls? He raised his hands in mock surrender. Sorry. I already have a girlfriend. But they just thought he was making excuses. How can this be happening? Lam Thu thought proudly. I am the kind of man you can never have. I am taking. Meanwhile, the judges were discussing the match, having gone through 2 rounds already. What do you two think? One judge rubbed his chin. Kung Ho should have no problem. That girl, Hong Fi Wang, is not too shabby either. Plus, there is Tron Long, Lama Vinhin, Chu Max, and Lona. Those are the ones to watch. What about Zhuzheng Lao? He suggested. I recommend we keep an eye on Lam Thu. His rank is too low. But he confidently replied. What if I told you he is going to break through from silver to gold in just 3 months? This left the others baffled. How is that even possible? Breaking through to gold that easily, since the aura radiates from him. He is probably already at gold 3-star now. Indeed. The judges were all sharp-eyed. How could such a prodigy end up at Spirit Martial Arts of Shanghai? The old man crossed his arms and chuckled. This kid is more than he seems. Next, you are definitely in for a surprise. Meanwhile, Lam Thu was still fending off the group of girls. He came home looking exhausted, drenched in sweat, relieved to have escaped the clutches of those love-struck girls. Phew. Finally thinking back to earlier, he felt scared, sighing to himself. It was not easy getting away from those rabbit fanatics. He lay on his bed, utterly drained, resting his head on his arm. He tiredly spoke to himself. Tomorrow I will face off against the spirit martial arts teacher. And he did not schedule me for the match, so I can finally relax a bit. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, suddenly, there was a knock, interrupting his plans for rest. He shot up, asking, "Master, why are you here? I thought it was just the third chapter." The teacher stood at the door, gently saying to Lum Thu, "I need to talk to you about something." Lum Thu followed him, but his mind was full of questions. What could the master want at this late hour? He sat down first, his hands tapping rhythmically on the table. "Little Thu, do you know about the world competition?" Lam Thu did not answer immediately. The master sipped his tea, offered water to the guests, and only after that sat down. After waiting for the master to finish his tea, Lam Thu stood up to share what he knew. He heard it was similar to the spirit martial arts competition, with participants from all over the world. It is held once every 4 years, but it has never been broadcast live, so no one knows what the competition entails. Once the master finished his cup, he gently set it on the table and said, "You are mistaken. The world competition and the spirit martial arts competition are not the same. The battles in the world competition seem much more brutal." The master put his hand on his chin and said, "The reason no one knows the details is that each match is different. Furthermore, the scene could be quite bloody, not suitable for the public to know. The world competition is one that can be deadly." He added, "Let me tell you, the survival rate in the world competition is only 20%. Lam Thu showed a worried expression. "Master, if the death rate is so high, why even hold it?" The master replied gloomily, "There is nothing we can do about it. This is the final outcome after discussions among the countries, because the world competition involves many factors. Without it, the casualties could be 100 times worse, or even more." Lam Thu suddenly understood. So that is it. The competition would determine a lot regarding the distribution of benefits. And the countries agreed to this arrangement. If there were no world competition, countries would constantly clash over these interests, leading to even greater casualties. The master, fearing Lam Thu would overthink, reassured him, "Honestly, this is not a big deal for you. After all, you are still young." However, the master hoped he could participate. It seemed this time, the master had high hopes for him. Lam Thu, confused, pointed at himself. "I am not just young and inexperienced, but this competition is extremely dangerous." The master explained again, "Your talent makes it hard for me not to consider sending you." But Lam Thu interrupted. "Talent? You mean the spatial system?" He reluctantly admitted. "Yep. With half a year left until the world competition, your progress and abilities are exceptional, which could greatly increase the team's survival rate. But the world competition is fraught with danger. If you do not want to participate, I won't force you. Lam Thu, take your time to think about it, carefully considering each thought." With his current strength, the probability of not returning from the world competition was very high. This situation was indeed perilous, but it was a gamble worth taking. Lam Thu gritted his teeth, thinking it over thoroughly. In the end, he firmly said, "Master, I grew up in an orphanage. The country has raised me. If the country needs me," he trailed off. And the master looked at him, eager for each word. "I will absolutely not back down." In his eye, there was no fear, only determination and a bright spark of hope. The master was very pleased with his answer, patting his shoulder in encouragement. "Good. You truly are my disciple. If that is the case, after this competition ends, I will do my best to train you, aiming to enhance your survival skills. Let us talk about one more thing. But there is a condition. You have to prove yourself worthy to become a member of this team. And this martial arts competition is your chance to shine." Lam Thu raises a determined fist. "Don't worry, master. I will give it my all." The master, with no words left to critique, folds his arms and praises him. "Good, good, good. Just perform well tomorrow. I need to show off to those old geezers. Don't embarrass me." The atmosphere has become much more cheerful than before. Lam Thu happily asks, "But master, you did not arrange for me to go on stage tomorrow." "Right," the master replies. "Then it will be the day after." Finally, the teacher says goodbye to Lam Thu, waving his hand. "I will go tell that girl Han. And remember to watch the match tomorrow." The next day, a skyscraper. The weather is clear, signaling a beautiful day ahead. On stage, Meng Mai stands before teacher Gung. And next, the martial arts girl RT faces off against the martial arts King Du in a team battle, with teacher Udong as the referee. Trajang Tam sits in the stands, eagerly waiting. The martial arts girl too is a total knockout, a real feast for the eyes. But Lam Thu's attention is on something else today. The teacher is the referee. Lam Thu smirked. "Gotcha. Want me to spill the beans to Tron Emen?" Trajang Tam throws in the towel. "Dude, I messed up. I take it back," he says, realizing there are two people right behind him. Ving Tuai slings an arm around their shoulders. You guys are skipping the match to talk about girls. Ah. Which team do you like? Both of them seem to ponder. But Trajang Tam's nose is bleeding. Must have been that King Do guy. After all, King AA is really strong. Lum the not. True. But the captain of the martial arts girl T deserves some praise too. Suddenly, Lum Thu spots a familiar silhouette and looks up, silently asking, "Is that?" With hair like golden horns and angelic wings, this stunning beauty is undeniably familiar. Those long legs gliding through the air belong to someone everyone knows. It is the celestial angel form of Waimeng. Her divine presence is simply unmatched. This time, we have to win. Waimeng is the powerhouse flying high above. While below, 4 beautiful teammates stand ready. King A points at her, panicking. He shouts, "Loming En. Do not mess around with them anymore. Wrap it up quickly. Something feels off." Lung En replies cheerfully, "Got it. The vice captain of Kingdo is no joke. She is using one hand, and her power is insane, dominating the field." In front of Kekshidech, chaos erupts as people are throwing punches everywhere. The scene is pure pandemonium, with dust flying everywhere. Atinge thinks, as long as she dares to heal, I will jump right in. But why is not she making a move? It seems Waimeng understands Kang A's intentions. Still calculating her next move and not rushing, she commands her entire team. "Everyone, get off the stage." This statement is indeed bizarre. Her teammates do not quite grasp her plan, but Vice Captain Ahithana follows orders, quickly responding to the captain. Understood. All 4 beautiful girls simultaneously leave the match, rushing straight off the stage, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Long An was just as confused. What is going on here? Is this her admitting defeat? King 8 was also puzzled, but kept his thoughts to himself. What on earth happened? She is acting so strange. Suddenly, Wang unleashed her spirit technique, wrapping around the judge, the cross in her hand shining brightly like a beacon in the sky. All the spirit warriors of Kingdo were in shock. What is happening here? Is Waimeng planning to attack but letting her people retreat first? That strike from Waimeng was truly unparalleled. The cross transformed into a gigantic sword, crashing down to the ground like a thunderbolt. Lumthu gasped in astonishment. What in the world is this? Next to Tradhong Tam was so stunned he could not even utter a word. He pointed at Wang, stammering, "Dude, this is..." While Lumthu's jaw dropped. Who said that Hong Fi Wyman Fang's attack power was lacking? Just by looking at this skill from the outside, it is clear that the attack power is absolutely insane. The legendary divine sword had been lost for ages. And now, a massive sword was coming down from the sky, with the spirit warriors of Kingdo standing frozen in terror beneath it. The explosion shook the heavens, stirring the very fabric of space. You could see the shadows of the Kaiozani H team straining with all their might to dodge the impact. Meanwhile, on this side, the area where Lumthu was sitting was filled with dust, showcasing just how powerful that attack was. Coughing, Lumthu said, "Boss. What the?" Feeling utterly frustrated as the dust settled, everyone was stunned. On the arena, there was an enormous crater unlike anything seen before. The ground still hot as if it had been scorched. That was one terrifying blow. Lumthu felt a chill. If he could have held his ground, he surely could have faced that radiant sword. So how did he end up blown off the arena? Up in the stands, Master Ju Dong declared that the outcome of the match was clear. The spirit warriors of Kingdu, who were expected to win, had lost to the spirit warriors of Kukov by a single point. Lumthu exited, heading toward the base of a tree. The atmosphere felt heavy, and he grumbled. All the swords are stuck in the arena. Even that Kangech got blown away. On the other side was Tren Tren, hanging on every word he said. Responding, "Yeah, I watched it live," Lumthu told Tren Tren. "I did not expect that the celestial realm would have such incredible skills." Hearing the story, Tren Tren could not help but wish to experience it herself. Everyone participating in the competition was a talented contender. That made Lumthu think of what his master had said. Anyone who could join the world competition was a genius from the country. If possible, he did not want to see any of them get hurt. He muttered to himself, "Genius, while unconsciously dialing on his phone. Tran Tran, unsure of what was going through his mind, sweetly replied, "Aha." Lumthu asked a rather naive question. "If I were to die, would you just find another boyfriend?" Tran Chan thought that was pretty morbid and raised her voice. "Why are you asking that? You are not dying." "Are you?" "Of course not," Lumthu reassured. "I am as healthy as ever," flexing his bicep. "How could that be? I am in great shape." The silence on the other end indicated she did not believe him. Lumthu added, "I just randomly thought of that question, so I asked." He could hear Tren Tran say something like, "I will." Tren Tren asked with concern, "You are not dying, right?" Her voice over the phone carried deep worry. Lumthu felt touched, lowering his head to hide his flushed cheeks. Tran Tran. For you, I will definitely live my best life. I still have to raise our little treasure. After hearing him speak, Tren covered her mouth in surprise, picturing the two of them holding a chubby baby in their arms. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she told Lumthu, Okay. I won't talk to you anymore. I am going to train now. He found it really strange that she suddenly hung up the phone. Today, Tren had done that twice already. Blushing, he wondered if it was because she was embarrassed. But even if he guessed right, she definitely would not admit it. Lost in thought, he heard a voice calling out, Lumthu. It was Kwon from behind him. Tu Tin approached Lumthu, flipping through the papers in her hands, and said, Your performance in the previous matches was outstanding. Next, you will be fighting the fierce warrior Kim Lang. I am going to put you in the ring. Hearing this made him beam with joy. It looked like his master had everything planned out. Lumthu thought to himself, confidently winking at Hong Kwon, assuring her he would complete the mission. Hong Kwon was delighted with his attitude, covering her mouth with a sly smile. I will be watching you. Rising star, Viho was not wrong. It is not every day someone can reach the golden level in just 3 months. But Lumthu remained modest, scratching his head and chuckling. Rising star, you are giving me too much credit. That day passed without anything special, and before long, a new day arrived, a beautiful, sunny day. Lumthu stood in front of a crowd of fans. Feeling a bit uneasy in the thick of it all, he stood on the ring, both hands ready for battle. Facing him was an opponent with sharp claws, radiating an intimidating aura. His red hair blended perfectly with the flames swirling around him. Lumthu gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, Come on. They can seriously expect me to fight a platinum-level opponent. Kwon Nungyi is overestimating me. The opponent charged in for an attack, and Lu, feeling annoyed, did not rush to counter but simply dodged. The red-haired guy quietly evaluated him, noting that the kid's reaction was not bad, but sadly for him, he was not my match. With that, he unleashed a kick straight to Lumthu's face, sending him tumbling backward. The hit was no joke. Perhaps distracted by his frustration, Lumthu made this rookie mistake. He leaped backward, landing on one foot. A large red mark appeared on his face, and his mood darkened further. That was quick. No wonder they called him platinum level. If I fight back, I will just take the hits. The other guy was getting more pumped up, licking his claws in a way that was both savage and bloodthirsty, taunting Lumthu, Transform or you won't have a chance. But Lumthu did not see it that way. He gently wiped the wound on his face with his hand, thinking that not transforming did not necessarily mean defeat. Chichimet found his words utterly ridiculous. Is this guy really that slow? I am platinum. You know, little did he expect, Lumthu was just now pulling out his ace, forming a cluster of tiny lightning bolts in his hand. Last night, I observed the celestial sign. And today, someone's getting struck by lightning. The sky suddenly darkened, and a black hole appeared, from which a green lightning bolt shot down towards the ground right at Lumthu. His body felt like a giant magnet, drawing in all the energy from the lightning, causing the energy around him to surge intensely. Chumat stopped glaring at the sky. Just moments ago, the weather was clear, and now it looked like a storm was brewing. What the heck was happening? Wasn't he the one who awakened the beast transformation ability? Could this scene possibly mean? Lumthu, fueled by fury, unleashed his punishment with a thunderstrike. Divine retribution. He channeled a boundless source of power, sending crackling bolts of lightning toward his opponent. Chumat looked up at the bolts of electricity hurtling toward him. He quickly jumped to escape, but the lightning obliterated everything in its path, turning the once flat ground into a wasteland. Lumthu grinned, his eyes growing colder as he prepared his next move. The righteous intent technique activated, and a circle of lightning formed ominously in the dark sky, emitting a terrifying hiss. Before Chumat could even catch his breath, the circle expanded rapidly before his eyes. He stared up in shock. The massive circle was like a portal sucking in the lightning from the air. He stuttered, his eyes wide as he faced the horrifying sight. Was that the space system? Suddenly, the lightning struck down at him, enveloping him in a powerful electric force. The blue and purple flashes nearly turned Chumat into charcoal, and he let out a scream of pure agony. All of this felt like a dream to him. That kid was using both the lightning and space systems. Even old Yang, watching from the sidelines, could not help but be impressed. Now I understand why old Yang recommended this kid. Just giving him a shot. And old Yang was already intrigued, crossing his arms to watch this intense battle unfold. On the other side, Tron Long was left speechless by this ability. He could not believe that Chumat could use the lightning system, while Hum Kwon Nuntung wore a satisfied expression. She chuckled softly, thinking to herself about how the principal insisted she must arrange for Lumthu to battle. Lum Ven Hien voiced his doubts had his last chance really turned around. Tron Tam should reply that it was because he possessed space skills. At that moment, both Tron Long and Lajum Vahin were taken aback, speaking in unison. He is a dual system awakener. Tron Tam was stunned, realizing he had no choice but to agree. If Big Bro was bold enough to use it, it clearly meant he was not hiding anything anymore. That explanation should be easy enough. Tron Long fell deep into his own thoughts. This kid's beast transformation seemed to have a second phase. But if he was serious, he might not actually be able to beat Lam Thu. On the other hand, Kun Wong wore a relaxed expression. But when she turned to Tron Long, she found his face twisted in pain. What is with that miserable look? She asked. She continued, puzzled. This is good for us. With Lam Thu as our trump card, we are one step closer to the championship. Meanwhile, in another apartment, in a dark room, the light from a TV screen showcased the thrilling match between Lam Thu and Chu Mat. Hello. I am Mr. Ziyu, he said, holding his phone and calling his subordinate. He issued a sinister order, instructing his team to prepare for a mission. Yes, they must use him. The TV still broadcasted the referee's voice. Target, Lin Wu from Shanghai. Lam Thu. It seems Chu Mat has completely lost. Lying flat on the competition floor, on the fighting stage, Lam Thu shone like a star, the glow of victory radiating around him. Proudly, he raised his hand to the sky. Surrounded by fans eager to snap pictures of their idol, Lam Thu glanced over, thinking, let us get a shot looking too handsome. Some even shouted a familiar nickname as he transformed Bunny Bunny. You think it is just about winning a match? Do you really need to be this hyped up? Right in front of him is Master O Young, who is looking at him sternly. Lin Shu walks over, curious, asking, Master, why are you here? Wu Young's face is as cold as ice. He pats Lin Shu on the shoulder and says seriously, Little Shu, come with me. In an instant, they teleport to a spacious room filled with countless bookshelves. Lin Shu looks around, puzzled, and asks his master, where is this?
Yo Young.
This is the study of the old man.
Yeah.
Suddenly, a third person appears in the room, and Lin Shu looks surprised, asking, is that you? Senior Zhou, Ziduo and Zibo Yang appear together. Ziduo speaks first. The space system really works. Ah. You made it here this month. Zibo Yang chimes in with praise. Little brother Lin. That last move was beautiful. Ziduo approaches Lin Shu with a teasing tone. Little brother. Sticking around with the old man O Young is not going to get you anywhere. Why not come to our spirit martial capital? I will fulfill all your wishes. Yang scoffs. Arms crossed, staring at Duo. How can you satisfy him when you are not even part of the space system? Can you teach the kid anything about it? The principal, Zido, is left speechless. Master Doong shook his head. You won't be able to dig your way out of my corner. TT huffed, shooting back a retort. Neither of them was willing to back down, glaring at each other with fierce intensity. After a moment, TT moved to sit at his table, glancing over at Lam Thu and said, All right. Let us get back to the main topic. Yu Dung Truch spoke up first. Little Thu, I have already told you about the world competition, and you know how dangerous it is. Plus, today you revealed your space system ability. Do you realize what that means? Lam Thu silently looked at the two, thinking for a moment before replying. I do not know. But I am really curious. Didn't the old man say I should go all out? Principal TT continued from Yu Dung Truch. Little Thu, your ability has been exposed, which means your life won't be easy. You could face any forces from all directions trying to assassinate you. Lam Thu was surprised. Assassination. Is it really that dangerous? His face showed clear signs of worry and concern. Yu Dung Truch stepped forward to pat his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. For the time being, we will assign someone to protect you 24/7. Lam Thu felt distressed. Even though he knew they meant well, he truly disliked the feeling of being monitored by others. Hearing this, Yu Dung Truch understood his discomfort and said, You can relax about this. We will arrange for someone familiar to keep watch over you. How does that sound? Lam Thu remained silent, wondering who this familiar person could be. Just as he finished speaking, the Memtine appeared, excitedly greeting. Master, I got the notice. Lam Thu saw her. His face flushed slightly, feeling shy as he looked at her. She really is a familiar face. The M10 came over and wrapped her arms around him. Her face beaming with joy, she smiled brightly. From now on, I won't leave your side for a second. She pulled out a metal bracelet, putting one on Lam Thu's wrist and the other on her own. After securing everything, she gently pulled both their hands together, saying softly, I will be by Master's side every minute. Every second. Lam Thu was flustered. Do I really need to be locked up like this? The Memtun pretended not to hear, leading him in the direction she wanted. She held a stack of documents in her hand. By the way, I have a few questions I would like to ask you. Master. He looked at her with distress, silently lamenting. Who is going to take this 100,000 wise book away from me? Suddenly, a cute face appeared, with bright orange hair and a lovely mouth, letting out a clear voice. Wu Vuyen, I finally found you. Lum Vin Heaven walked in through the door, and seeing the scene before her, she came over and grabbed his other arm. Looks like you are here enjoying the perks. The team was looking for you to start a meeting. Lam-Thu glanced back. Realizing it was Lam Hok-CT, an idea flashed in his mind. Rescue has arrived. Keeping these two stuck together should work out just fine. He turned to respond to Lam Van Heen. All right. Then he urged Shen Ting. Come on. Hurry up. Unlock me. But Lam Van Heen seemed unhappy, raising her hand to ask, what is going on? Then she used her other hand to unlock the handcuffs, freeing the two of them. Once they were out of those pesky cuffs, he quickly pulled Lam Van Heen and ran outside, while Shen Ting waved her hand, calling after them. Master. Next time I will prepare more questions, Lam-Thu said, making a run for it, her heart racing. Saying, no need for that. Inside the room, it was chaotic, filled with heavy breathing and a thick atmosphere. After running for a bit, Lam Van Heen was panting, her cheeks flushed from exhaustion. She turned to question him. Why are we running so fast? Lam-Thu replied nonchalantly. Isn't it because she is chasing us? The two of them arrived at a crowded hall, where many people were already waiting. Lam Van Heen teased him. Your popularity really is something. So many beauties are surrounding you. Lam-Thu immediately retorted. Stop joking. I am already taken. She stopped holding a thick notebook, gathering everyone to start the briefing. Is everyone here? Let us begin our strategy session. The opponent tomorrow is Lingwu Capital, and I hope everyone can give their all. Think of this as the finals. She glanced at the prepared documents, ready to announce the roster. Now I will announce the team members for this match. In the 1v1, we have Tran Long, Vam Heen, Lam-Thu, Dine the Lamp, and Trua. And for the 5v5, it will be Tran Long, Vam Heen, Dine the Lamp, Lam-Thu, and Trung Tam. Everyone listened intently, lost in their own thoughts. Lam-Thu was worried about the opposing team's strength. This hand was their strongest lineup. The match with the opponent will be explosive. But in terms of rank, their strength is actually quite superior to ours. She gently twisted her hair, proudly stating, Lingwu has shown us hope for defeating the capital. After saying that, she looked towards Lam-Thu with hopeful eyes. Plus, your spatial abilities are our trump card. If our junior has the strength to fight like this, should not we seniors step up our game? Tran Long jumped up, grinning widely, shouting, Lingwu Shanghai, to boost everyone's morale in the hall. Lam-Thu suddenly realized something and thought. Tran Long and the others stood up, shouting. Everyone was swept up in the excitement. The next day, at the arena, the goddess Mangnai was the host for the match, excitedly standing on the stage to greet the audience. Dear viewers, today we have the most anticipated match between Lingwu Kingdom and Lingwu Shanghai. Now, let us invite the team members from both sides to the stage. She looked up at the leaderboard and said, currently, the leader is Lingwu Kingdom with 36 points, just 2 points ahead of Lingwu Shanghai in second place. This match is destined to be a fierce showdown that everyone is looking forward to. Many continue to introduce. The opponent for the first match is Kuong Hu against team captain Tran Long. Let us welcome the competitors from both sides to the arena. On stage, Kuong Hu and Tran Long stood facing each other, both sides ready to battle. Tran Long stared seriously at his opponent, tension thick in the air. He knew deep down that he might not be able to match King H. With a condescending look, and King H smirked and declared, a Tran Long, it is year 3 now. Right. This time, I will make sure you taste the sting of defeat. Fueled by determination, Tran Long raised both hands in a fighting stance, silently vowing to never give up. He proclaimed, I may not be your equal, but this match is not just about me. My teammates will make sure you feel the taste of defeat. With that, both sides charged at each other, eyes blazing with ferocity. Atong H and Tran Long threw punches with all their might, the sound of their blows echoing like thunder. They faced off, unleashing their most powerful strikes. As their fists collided, the force was tremendous, ripping Tran Long's sleeve to shreds. Outside the ring, Akun Wong and Lam-Thu watched intently, assessing the situation. Oddly enough, Kang A's strength seemed slightly lacking compared to Tran Long, but with his higher rank and the ferocity of his skills, it seemed Tran Long would not benefit from this fight. Lam-Thu pondered the scenario, silently agreeing with her teacher's assessment. The battle had begun in its most primal form. Watching the intense battle unfold, Lam-Thu noted that although Kydrak A's strength felt a bit lesser, he occasionally unleashed a wave of destructive energy from his palms. Katin H began to focus his power, channeling all his inner strength into this attack. His hair stood on end as bolts of blue lightning coalesced into a massive surge of energy, growing larger in his hands. Tran Long furrowed his brow at the sight, dropping to one knee to keep his balance. Pain etched on his face from the weight of the energy. His clothes were in tatters, one sleeve torn to pieces and scattered on the ground. He contemplated a critical aspect of destruction. Ajong H could dismantle the formation of energy through contact with his opponent's skills, rendering them ineffective. Keen A's power erupted, manifesting a terrifying skull, a giant azure skull. The destructive energy was tearing into his own body, and if he continued this way, he would surely be gravely injured. Or worse, dead. Trun Long was in a dire state. Clothes shredded. Watching as Kangai A's technique forced him back, he bitterly thought, I really can't do this alone. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to find words, barely managing to let out, finally, with a dark expression. He shouted, I concede. Everyone knew Tron Long's character, and uttering those words was a heavy blow to his pride. Kihang H stepped forward, delighted, and remarked, Smart choice. Trun Long walked past him, reminding him, this battle is not just a solo performance. My loss is fine, but my teammates will make sure you taste defeat. Meanwhile, in another arena, Lum Vinhan and Lam R were on the battlefield, unfazed by Tron Long's threat. King A casually replied, I can't wait. This match ends here. Montini continued the commentary. Now shifting the focus to the second team featuring Lam Vam Heen and Lam Han, she commented that both of them are platinum-level beauties. And this match is going to be absolutely thrilling. Lam N is creating countless sharp ice spears in the air, while Lam Van Heen leaps back to keep his distance. Lam N smiles as she unleashes her skill, the Ice Spirit. Snowstorm arrows, and the ice arrows she just created immediately shoot toward Lam Vien Hin. Her feet quickly become trapped in ice, unable to move, with sharp ice spears surrounding her. Lam N wears a challenging smile, thinking, let us see how long you can dodge this wide-range attack. Just one last move. Suddenly, Lam Vin Hin moves at lightning speed, mockingly laughing at her words. With a swift move, she appears behind Lam An. She hugs Lam N tightly, pressing a sharp spear against her neck, whispering in her ear, how will you escape this? Lam N blushes, caught off guard and unable to break free. To explain the earlier move, from the start, Lam Vin Hien had already shot a spear behind Lam An without her noticing. Vin Hien explains lightly, the abilities of the Dark System are like an assassin. My gold-level skill is Shadow Bind. I have got you locked down. Lam Van Hien still tightly holds Lam N, preventing her from squirming away. Her expression troubled, with her chest held close. Lam N blushes in embarrassment as Vin Hien continues. And how can you escape now? The ice blocks you created are illuminated by the light, casting a shadow big enough for me to dodge all your skills. Want to know more? Unable to bear it, Lam N immediately exclaims in embarrassment. That is enough. I concede. Vin Hien releases her, and the loud announcement rings out one-on-one match. Vin Hien wins. Veman Heaven, not satisfied yet, complains a bit. What is this? You give up just like that. Lam Hen breathes a sigh of relief. Lam Vin Heaven leans in closer to her, whispering teasingly, want to make it a bit more intense. Lam Henan blushes in embarrassment. This is exactly what the spectators below imagined. The trotting Tam, next to Lam, asks with a nosebleed, are you still doing okay? Big bro, Lam Thu exclaims excitedly. This is definitely an embarrassing match. The dreamy voice announces next. Now, please welcome our charming king, contestant Lam Thu with Chu Hung. Lam Thu, hands in his pockets, smiles as he steps out. All right, it is my turn. Stepping onto the stage, he sees a blonde opponent. The next challenger. Lam Thu is serious, thinking, now it is one-on-one. I have got to give it my all. Luckily, this opponent seems easy to handle. The person in front gestures invitingly toward him. He is Chu Ti Hung, a gold-level plant element user. He speaks up. Lam Thu, do not think you got lucky defeating Chu MM. I am going to show you your true self today. With a look of disdain, Lam Thu thinks to himself, seems like you are not too bright. Lam Thu activates his skills. Let us go for a quick victory. And with a smirk, he asks Tu Hung, where do you get your confidence from? Infuriated, Chu Ti Young retorts, what, you little punk? Watch this. He conjures up thorny vines, a deadly skill, and launches them toward Lam Thu. Suddenly, he feels an opening above him. From the open purple space, Lam Thu appears, preparing to kick him. Smiling provocatively. What are you staring at? I am here to teach you a lesson. Ti Hung panics and turns around. With just one kick, Lam Thu sends him flying. This time, his spine might just go a little too far. The guy stood there, dazed after being kicked away, looking a little slow on the uptake. He flew out of the arena, slammed into the wall, leaving a dent. And who knows if he even made it back in time. Lu Meng Hai could not help but feel a bit sorry. Announcing, Lin Vithi Hai, Lam Thu wins. This has to be the fastest match in history. The guy was helped off by his teammates, tears streaming down his face. Lam Thu, you are not even human. Lam Thu shrugged in the back, unimpressed, thinking, was that supposed to be impressive? Not that big of a deal. After 6 one-on-ones, The scoreboard showed Lin v The High 4 and Lin v Kingdom 2, with Meng Hai leading the commentary. After the fierce battle between both sides, Lin v The High evened the score in one-on-one matches at 4-2. She winked at the audience with a dazzling smile, wondering if Lin var Kingdom would pull out a new trump card for the next 5-on-5 match. Now, let us welcome the teams to the stage. Meng Hai pointed to the left, starting with Lin Vir Kingdom. Kai Conjuring H. Platinum 3-star Destruction. Loming N. Platinum 1-star Ice. T Hong. Gold 2-star Plants. Chi Si Vin. Gold 2-star Earth. And Emiya. Gold 1-star Healing. Kadring H furrowed his brow, thinking, I can't believe we lost 4-2 in that one-on-one round. Looks like we need to give it our all in the team round. Meng Hai turned to the right to introduce the Lin v Vingi High team. A Tron Long. Platinum 1-star Strength. Venon Hiven. Platinum 1-star Darkness. The Lam. Gold 2-star Beast. And Tertung Tam. Silver 3-star Healing. She paused for a moment, curiously asking, isn't Lamthu a beast type? But what is his gold 3-star type? Lamthu thought to himself, what does what type even mean? Is it because I used space and lightning types before that caused confusion? Khang H stepped forward, smirking mockingly. He even brought out a silver player. Lin Vithi High. You guys are hopeless. My advice. Just accept defeat gracefully. Tertung Tam felt a bit uneasy under Kaikani AA's pressure. Lamthu stepped up, raising his chin defiantly. Let us settle this in the ring and see who really loses. A Tron Long. Not one to back down. Agreed. No doubt about it. He signaled his teammates to get ready, and they responded immediately. Got it. King 8 turned to remind his teammates. Be careful. They are about to strike. The Lin V Kingdom team took their positions, exuding a powerful presence. Looking ahead, Lin V Thani High stood in a line, and somewhere in the air, a crow cawed ominously. A King A shouted in frustration. Where's the formation? Is this a joke? Trun Long simply smiled, and Tranjong Tam nodded. Right. He stepped back, invoking his signature move, shouting, Blessing. A golden light enveloped the four in front, boosting their strength. Once Tranjong Tam finished, Tron Long commanded, charge forward as a team. Team Kindle was not backing down either. Advancing together, Axion Gate ordered, break through the backline. I will take out the healer. He gathered energy in his hand and leaped toward Tranong Tam. Just as he was about to attack, Trong Tam leaped off the stage, conceding defeat, and Kang Hai A immediately retreated. Trajong Tam smiled innocently, waving at him. Mission accomplished. Ziya. Kwang Hu was so furious he clenched his teeth, only able to let out a single growl. He turned his head darkly, watching the kid run away quickly. Well, that just means one less of you to deal with. Turning around, he saw the team from Shanghai Chengthoi standing behind him and shouted, Where's everyone? His teammates were all knocked out or unconscious outside the arena. Kwang Hu raised an eyebrow in surprise. What on earth is going on? Meanwhile, as Kwang Hu ambushed the wet nurse, Zhang San, Yun Xian was holding Lang Han, pressing the knife's tip against her face with a smile. Here we go again. Lang Han gasped as the blade near her. Lin Shu continued to kick the last guy out of the ring, sending him off for round 2. Shou Long crossed his arms with a menacing smile, saying, So you are the wet nurse. Should I come down? Or will you take the plunge yourself? The wet nurse from the Kingdo team could only jump off the stage in tears. Chen Long gently delivered a punch to the last guy, knocking him off the stage. The Kingdo teammates below shouted in unison, Boss, we are sorry. We have been defeated. The four from Shanghai exchanged knowing smiles. Yunixan praised. Nice strategy. Good. Chen Long is now facing off against Lin Shu. 1 against 4. Talk about a bloodbath. Kwang Hu felt a surge of power. This was their plan to max out all attributes and go for a quick win. He clenched his fist and laughed loudly. Perfect. My teammates are on the field. And I have so many tricks I have not even shown yet. Chen Long's face changed instantly as he realized. Oh no, this is bad. Turned around to remind his dazed teammates. Quick. But the button's still there. Let us go together. His mind raced, thinking they had to restrain him before he could unleash his skills. Kwang Hu smirked. You really think you can beat me just by having numbers? He immediately powered up, activating his stealth skill. A beam of blue light erupted from Kwang Hu, but the electric blue surged outward in 4 directions towards Shanghai, and they quickly dodged. Lin Shu widened his eyes in shock as this destructive power erupted. Young Xian cried out as it struck him, leaving his clothes in tatters. Shou Lin fell backward, while Chen Long gritted his teeth, trying to stand firm. Suddenly, a figure jumped onto the stage. From Beiyang stood in front of them, using his strength to block Kwang Hu's attack. Shouting loudly, Stop! The energy slowly dissipated, leaving only the golden glow from Bai Yang's power. Without turning back, he explained, "This is not something you can stop." Chen Long looked at his back and called out, "From Senior." On the other side, Kuang Hu laughed triumphantly, raising his hand, declaring the match over. From Bai Yang looked at the three behind him with a firm gaze, confirming, "Exactly. All three of you are out of bounds." Just as Kuang Hu was reveling in his victory, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot toward him. This lightning was aimed directly at him, and Kuang Hu closed his eyes in defense. He shouted angrily, "What the who is that?" From the haze of dust on the battlefield, a figure emerged, Lin Shu, still charged with lightning. Darkly said, "Big nephew, I am still standing on the thunder stage." He smiled, standing defiantly in front of him, body unyielding, as the announcer immediately declared, "The match continues." Kuang Ho stopped glaring and turned to back Dong, asking, "Is what this kid said true?" He nodded, and Lam Thu confirmed, "You are right. While I was unleashing my skill, Lam Thu had already teleported above to observe." Back Dong explained, "She teleported mid-air, so she has not hit the ground yet. According to the rules, that does not count as being eliminated." Tran Long blamed himself, thinking, "What a waste. It started off so well, but now Kuang Ho is turning the tables all by himself. Why can't I be just a bit stronger?" On the side, Van Heen murmured, "At least Lam Thu is still holding on." Back Dong made a decisive call. "The match continues." Kuang Ho frowned, thinking, "Teleportation. Almost forgot about this kid's ability." He taunted, "You think you can beat me with just your mediocre talent?" Lam Thu crossed his arms, looking indifferent. "How would you know unless you try?" But in his mind, he seriously considered, "Even so, my only advantage now is my mobility. However, my level is too suppressed. If I go toe-to-toe with Kuang Ho, I will definitely run out of energy first." As he gazed at the sunlight streaming through the window, Lam Thu felt a hint of disappointment. "It has been 3 days since I rested. If I were in full moon state, maybe using Moon Master would give me a fighting chance." Kuang Ho, gathering his strength, looked at Lam Thu, thinking, "Does this kid really want to trade blows with me?" From the last match, his martial arts were not half bad, but after a while, Lam Thu just stood there, staring at him, their eyes locking. Lam Thu transformed with rabbit ears, looking serious. He thought, "No more holding back. Even if I lose, I have to give it my all." He clenched his fist and activated Moon Master, his power surging suddenly, electric energy crackling around him. Mong Nai loved this form, her eyes turning into two hearts. Van Heen widened her eyes in surprise, but Kuang Ho, facing Lam, was stunned. "What?" "2 transformations." Meng Hai sat on the ground, thrilled, wondering, is this a skill of the rabbit? How is this even possible? Thinking back to the overwhelming strength behind her, while she felt suppressed, she imagined it vividly. "No way." Meng Hai sat there, exclaiming excitedly, "This feels so wild. The attack power is insane." Kuang Ho, facing Lam Thu's transformation, muttered to himself, "Wait, I need to stay calm." He pointed at him, saying, "No matter how you change, you are still just a rabbit, right?" Lam Thu confidently responded, "Big bro. Today your master will train with you." In his mind, he called out to 9,527, calculating how long he could last if he went all out in his current state. The 9,527 system immediately replied, calculating. Currently, the host is at the golden 3-star level. The full moon form can last for 2 minutes. It continued with the results. In the current new moon state, you can last a maximum of 10 minutes. Lam Thu heard the result and smirked. 10 minutes is more than enough. He sprang up and activated Spirit Mark. Dimension Slash. Lam Thu unleashed a massive blue cyclone aimed at Kuang Ho. Kuang Ho, underestimating the situation, said, "That little damage is not enough." But as he faced the incoming threat, he quickly realized, "Wait, where did it go?" It is feeling the energy swirling behind him. He immediately turned around. Suddenly, a burst of power struck his left hand. Kuang Ho pulled away, clutching his injured left arm, gritting his teeth in frustration, thinking, how could this kid actually hurt me? His attack power has already hit platinum level, and what is even scarier is, he gathered all his strength, reminding himself that his skill set was truly hard to counter. He could not keep this up any longer. With a powerful push, he stomped down, the arena floor trembling beneath him. It was time to go on the offensive. Swinging a fist charged with energy right at his opponent, Lam Thu also concentrated, forming an energy sphere in his hand, a shield of space. He thought to himself, this is a perfect chance to test out my Moon Master transformation and see how far my physical abilities have come. The two forces clashed head-on, two titans confronting one another. Kuang Ho was secretly amazed. This kid was actually on par with Tran Long. He gritted his teeth, channeling more power into his fist. shouting, "You think you can outmatch me? You are still way out of your league." Destruction unleashed. Lam Tho felt Kwang Ho's energy suppressing him. Letting out a painful groan from deep in his throat, Kwang Ho taunted, "I doubt you know anything about my destruction system." A massive surge of energy erupted from him, blasting Lam Tho backwards. Lam Tho braced himself against the arena floor, bowing his head to cough. He could not help but feel awed. The destruction system was indeed monstrous, capable of shattering his space shield from the inside. With a sharp gaze, he looked forward, wiping the blood from his mouth with his hand, thinking, "If I had waited just one more second for that destructive energy to enter my body, I would have definitely lost." Van Heen sprang up from the stands, covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes as she shouted, "Lam Tho." But Tran Long held her back, urging her not to get too worked up. Van Heen turned to Jun Ning, who remained calm beside her, asking, "Master, it seems like Lam Tho is in trouble. Should we?" Jun Ning cut her off, casting a glance at Van Heen and saying, "Since when did our flower girl care so much about a classmate?" Van Heen blushed and replied, "It is not like that." Jun Ning smirked, clearly trusting Lam Tho, reassuring Van Heen, "Do not worry. We need to believe in our little classmate's strength. This is his stage." Kwang Ho stood before Lam Tho and declared, "I advise you to just admit defeat now." Slowly rising to his feet, Lam Tho let out a hearty laugh. Lam Tho rolled his wrist, responding, "You want me to give up?" The next instant, he vanished from where he stood, leaving only an afterimage behind. Kwang Ho stared in shock as Lam Tho suddenly disappeared before his eyes, exclaiming, "Where did he go?" Lam Tho emerged from the bizarre red space behind Kwang Ho, launching an attack, and he was raining down blows. Kwang Ho turned around in astonishment. He also gathered energy in his hand to confront Lam Tho, growling, "You little punk, take my punch." But as his fist swung forward, it struck only air. Lam Tho had vanished again, leaving Kwang Ho baffled. Where is he? After several attempts, the red space created by Lam Tho was now closing in on Kwang Ho, and Lam Tho peeked out from within. He waved cheerfully, saying, "Surprised?" Kwang Ho angrily shouted, "This guy is like a slippery eel. You can catch him, let alone land a hit." Frustrated, he realized he was vulnerable to an attack at any moment. With no way to dodge, a space forms behind him, and Lam Tho suddenly jumps out, calling out to Huang, "What are you doing here?" Before he can react, Lam Tho delivers a punch to the head of Kwang Ho, each word like a demon. "Eat. Punch. Rabbit. Rabbit. Mine." The wire appears right in front of Kwang Ho. Using the dimensional slash technique, a painful blade sweeps past Kwang Ho, who struggles to dodge. Suddenly, it reappears behind him, unleashing the heavenly punishment. Watching Lam Tho appear unpredictably, Kwang Ho grits his teeth, thinking, the spatial system is indeed hard to deal with. This kid is as slippery as a fish. Lam Tho is also deep in thought. The power gap is just too vast. Even with a high-density attack, it only results in a few minor injuries for him. He frowns, realizing his own energy is running low. Kwang Ho looks at him, his body bursting with energy, saying, "Kid, you are running on empty. Are not you?" He shouts and charges forward. "Now it is my time." Suddenly, Lam Tho raises his hand to signal, "Stop." Kwang Ho hesitates in the arena. Confused, Lam Tho smirks provocatively. "Big nephew, today I can only teach you this much. How much you can learn depends on your own ability. Until next time." Kwang Ho is furious. "Are you kidding me?" And he unleashes his power. "With all these injuries, you think I will just let you walk away?" Absolutely not. That is the move. The spirit mark. Destroy. Before he can reach Lam Tho, Kwang Ho finds he has vanished again. This time, Lam Tho directly teleports down from the arena, raising his hands, shouting, "I accept the challenge." Kwang Ho tries to grab him, furious. "You can't just run away. Come back. Let me hit you a bit more." Lam Tho makes a funny face at him, angering Kwang Ho further. Kwang Ho, in a fit of rage, lets out a loud shout. The arena shakes as he punches down, creating a crater. Kwang Ho grits his teeth, cursing, "Damn it." Lam Tho casually folds his arms behind his back, commenting, "It is getting hot in here." Kwang Ho points at Lam Tho's back, threatening, "Lam Tho, you better watch out. In the finals, I will definitely get my revenge." Lam Tho replies, "I will be waiting for you in the finals. Just be careful you do not get knocked out in the semifinals by Line Vokoto again." Kwang Ho stomps angrily on the arena. Lam Tho walks toward everyone as Meng Ni's voice rings out. In this match, Lin Vo Kendu defeats Line Vo Thuong Hai with a score of 7-4. Quan Ning smiles brightly. "Lam Tho, you did great." Tran Long adds reassuringly, "This is just the scoring round. We won't lose next time." Lam Tho nods confidently. "Yep. We won't lose in the next round." Vong Tai hugs his face, anxiously asking, "Are you okay? Rabbit, you look really weak." Suddenly, Lam Tho frowns, his expression shifting to discomfort. He leans back, causing everyone to look on in shock. Lam Thu falls back onto the ground, and no one has time to react. Vong Tai exclaims. Lam Thu. After a moment, Lam Thu groggily opens his eyes. He sees Vong Tai in her season's outfit right in front of him. Lam Thu immediately feels embarrassed, his face turning red as he thinks. What the heck is going on? When Vong Tai saw him like this, he was confused and suspicious, wondering why he had a nosebleed. Don't worry. Do not worry. I am here with Zhang San to help you. Van Heen next to him looked over with a worried expression. In front of him, Vong Tai and Lam Van Heen were supporting him, while behind them, Zhang San was using healing magic. Van Heen gently helped him speak. Lam though. You finally woke up. He blushed and asked, did I pass out? What happened? You just drained your spiritual energy during the competition. And before you could finish speaking, you passed out, Lam Van Heen said, wiping away tears. Nodding. That is right. He shot up, scratching his head awkwardly. So that is what happened. Suddenly, a soft voice rang out. Sorry to interrupt. Everyone turned to look. Yimeng shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Lam though. Can we talk privately for a moment? Outside the competition hall, the sky had turned a golden orange. Finally, Quan Yi was still following them. Lam Thu stood facing Yimeng as she softly said, please. I need your help with something. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, looking pleadingly. When my spiritual warrior from Shanghai faces off against Lam Thu, could you let him concede? The two listened in confusion. Concede? Well, she explained. Lam Thu's skills can completely counter me. Besides, we have 2 platinum contestants, so the outcome is pretty predictable. But I am the captain, and I do not want my spiritual warrior to lose in such a humiliating way. Lam Thu scratched his head. Looking troubled, Quan Yi smiled and said, I understand. I will arrange something. Yimeng shyly added. I have one more small request. She pulled out her phone and moved closer to him. Actually, I am a huge fan of yours. Can we take a picture together in your transformed state? Lam Thu felt awkward with their bodies so close. Sure. We can take a picture. He transformed, sprouting 2 bunny ears and asked. Like this. She nodded enthusiastically. Yep. While Yimeng was taking pictures with Lam Thu, a girl with sparkling eyes appeared behind them, calling out, I want one too. The news channel was buzzing. First-year male contestant Lam Thu shines in the competition. On the phone screen, Lam Thu stood out prominently. Zooming in on the picture, it was clear he was surrounded by girls, with him at the center. Chun Chun looked at the phone screen, a bit annoyed. Lam Thu. A girl passing by behind was surprised to see her. Back in the contestant dorm, Lam Thu had just escaped from the group of girls. Feeling anxious. If Chun Chun sees this, I will turn into a block of ice, he called out. Looking at the system panel. 9,527. Awaken skills for today. It chimed. Retrieving skills. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have received S-level perception skill. It explained. You can sense even minor fluctuations within a 100-meter radius and will be alerted if there are any disturbances in spiritual energy. Lam Thu grinned. This skill is awesome. From now on, no suspicious characters will be able to approach me. He immediately activated his new skill, channeling energy throughout his body. Let us see what this can do. Here they are, Tranlong and Truong Tam. With Lam Thu grinning wickedly, sensing it now, the captain's aura is fluctuating intensely. This is a breakthrough to Platinum Tier 2. Truong Tam is on the phone with Trine Man. Suddenly, Lam Thu's arm is wrapped around by someone. Something soft pressing close. Yeah. He awkwardly thinks to himself that he has been caught. Whoops. Sorry. I did not mean to eavesdrop. Tine smiles beautifully, looking up at him and asks, what are you doing? Master. Lam Thu is taken aback. It is disciple them. He points and says, just taking a stroll outside with the master. While internally he thinks, it is a perfect time to test out our new skills a bit. Tine looks up in confusion. The two stroll down the dormitory area, and Tine speaks up. Master. Aoyang Jiajia said that there are bad people watching you, so do not wander around. Lam Thu casually puts his hands behind his head. What is there to be afraid of? The master told me to reveal my strength to lure the snakes out of their holes. And besides, he continues, if I do not go out, how can I lead them to take action? Tine looks over in confusion. Lead them. He lifts his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Out of the corner of his eye, he spots 2 people following them. Sure enough, they are still tailing us. He pulls Tine close to him, and she blushes in surprise. Lam Thu gestures quietly. Be careful. Someone is following us. He slips his hands into his pockets. Glancing back at the 2 of the clock position, there are 2 girls who have been following us for a long time. They probably started right after we walked out the door. Tine tilts her head, quietly asking, "Should we take action now?" Lamthu smirks. "There are too many people here. Do not act rashly. Let us find a place with fewer people first." The two continue walking towards a quieter spot. Lamthu stretches and casually calls out, "Ladies, come out here." Two girls appear. Looking shy, one of them speaks up. "Lamthu, we are your fans. Can we take a picture with you?" The other girl, dressed provocatively, nods eagerly. "Yep, yep. We want a picture with you." Lamthu, skeptical, points out, "This is so clumsy. You are full of holes. Come on, who sent you?" The two girls immediately change expressions. One retorts, "What are you talking about? We really think you are super handsome." Lamthu shakes his finger dismissively. "Your disguise skills are way too weak," he says. "First, your smiles are stiff. You must be wearing special masks." One girl immediately touches her face. He continues, "Second, your bodies are too well proportioned, with knife and gun calluses on your hands. You must be around people who practice shooting or knife throwing. These two are indeed quite fit." Lamthu covers his face mysteriously. "But the most important thing is, my eyes are like a 10-camera machine." He smiles as he points out, "The daggers on your thighs are the best proof." Upon hearing this, the two girls immediately cover their bodies, blushing all over. Perverts. Themtine looks at him with admiration. Truly worthy of being master. Lamthu strikes a pose and introduces himself. "Please call me Holmes Thu." The disguise can't hold up anymore. One girl pulls down her hat. "Oh. So what if you see through it?" Both of them had animal ears on their heads. One wielded a dagger. The 7 wolves. Platinum 5 stars. Dark cat. While the other still had a dagger strapped to her thigh. Known as the 8 wolves. Platinum 6 stars. Snow leopard. She spoke. "After all, someone has to die." Lamthu was shocked to discover that the dagger was poisoned. The 7 wolves took a fighting stance with the dagger, thinking, "This kid has noticed something. But it is fine." The other two are charging in. "After all, you are the target of our Black Rose hunt." Shenting surged forward while reminding, "Master, fall back." One of her hands was completely covered in black, claws splayed out. With those claws, she perfectly blocked 2 incoming blades. She thrust her hand forward, claws swirling with poisonous energy, smiling as the dark aura enveloped her. The demonic transformation has activated. Lamthu was behind, astonished and delighted by the previous display. Curiously asking, "Master, is this the legendary toxic absorption technique?" The poison in her hand gradually dissipated as Shenting absorbed it. The 7 wolves were bewildered, wondering why this was happening, and the 8 wolves was puzzled too. She absorbed all the poison yet remained unharmed. Shenting suddenly appeared behind the 2 girls, her claws surrounded by black energy. The 2 of them turned pale and shouted, "It is..." The 8 wolves got slashed on the neck, while the 7 wolves was injured and coughed up blood. Looking at the 2 fainted figures before her, Shenting stood there coldly. Lamthu knelt down, looking at the 2 girls, while Shenting stood behind with her hands on her hips, asking, "Master, what should we do with them?" A middle-aged voice suddenly rang out, "What else can we do?" The 2 immediately turned around, and Youngji continued, "Leave it to me." Lamthu smiled at him. "Master, do you know that scaring someone can actually scare them to death?" He reached out and grabbed the back of the 2 girls' shirts, replying nonchalantly, "Are not you still alive and well? If there is nothing else, let us head back to the Lingwu capital. If someone else tries to attack you, it could get messy." Youngji gently lifted the 2 girls, and Lamthu nodded in agreement. Yep. Looking at the dagger the 2 girls had dropped on the ground, he bent down to pick it up, bringing it closer to examine. He commented, "This dagger looks quite valuable. Let us keep it." "Disciple, let us head back." Suddenly feeling a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy behind him, Shenting was enveloped in a surge of energy, her expression darkening. Lamthu immediately noticed the intensity of the spiritual energy rising. Turning to call out, "Disciple." Shenting raised her powerful hand with a grin, breaking through to platinum 4 stars. He stood up from the ground, speculating, "Could it be?" Lamthu asked, "Did you break through successfully? What level are you at now?" Shenting replied, "I am at platinum 4 stars now." Lamthu, upon hearing this, covered his face, wanting to cry, shedding tears of disbelief. "How is it that you only needed to absorb a bit of poison to level up? This is too much." She pats his back to comfort him. "Yeah, every time after turning into a demon, seeing these toxins gives a kind of rush. Don't you worry. Master, your leveling up speed is also impressive." The 2 head back, strolling through the Spirit Martial Capital's athlete dormitory. As Lin Shu notices the door slightly ajar, he wonders why his room door is open. Peeking inside, he is shocked to see Zhen Zhen sitting on his bed, blushing and looking over, while holding a pink box tightly on her lap. Lin Shu happily calls out, "Zhen Zhen," and rushes over to hug her. exclaiming, I am not dreaming. Right. How did you get here? He pouts, wanting to kiss her. Teasing. Did you miss me so much that you came to visit? Let me kiss you to see if this is real, Zhen shyly reminds him. Stop it. Who is missing you? I came to cheer on the school. She opens the pink box from before and holds it up, saying, Look, this is the energy-packed dinner I made for you. You need enough nutrition during the competition. It even has your chibi face on it, pretty cute. Right, Linshu immediately grabs the box, joyfully thinking to himself, I even got a bento from my beloved wife. Zhen, you are so good to me. He leans in closer, purring. I have got nothing to repay you with, so I can only hug you. Zhen blushes. Let go. Stop it. She notices someone has been standing nearby and looks suspicious. Linshu suddenly remembers Shen Ting is still here and quickly introduces, pointing at Zhen. Oh right. Disciple. Say hello, this is my master's wife. Shen Ting stepped forward, clasping her hands and bowing. Hello, master. My name is Shen Ting, and I am currently in charge of ensuring your safety. Zhen. Hearing this, looked at her with concern and suspicion. Safety. Did you encounter any danger? Lam Thu tilted her head, trying to avoid her gaze, thinking to herself, this is bad. If Zhen finds out I am in danger, she will definitely want to stay. I can't let her get dragged into this mess. He immediately took her hand to reassure her. What danger could there be in the academy? Zhen looked at him. Lam Tho, she softly asked. I know you are hiding something from me. Is it something very dangerous? Lam Tho felt flustered under her gaze and sighed helplessly. It is nothing major. I will tell you when the time is right. Zhen turned away a bit disappointed. If you can tell me. I want press for more. Lam Tho immediately wrapped his arms around her, assuring her. Don't worry. If I say it is fine, then it is fine. Besides, he softly teased, we are not even married yet. How could anything happen? She blushed. You are still in the testing phase. Why should I marry you? Just as the two were sharing their feelings, a knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. The three turned to look. Shen Ting went to open the door, revealing Ouyangji standing outside. He called out seriously. Xiao Thu, the master wants to talk to you. Lam Thu exchanged glances with Zhen and replied. Yep. In Lam Thu's room. Zia and Shen Ting were deep in discussion. Lam Thu voiced his concern. Master, do we have results from the investigation? Hearing this, Zia adopted a serious expression. Arms crossed. And replied. They come from an assassin organization known as the Black Rose. Members of the Black Rose have no names. They go by numbers. All members are female. And this organization has previously assassinated several important officials in our country. Although the two captured this time were at the platinum level, they have successfully taken down powerful gold-tier warriors. At this point, Yangji paused briefly, then continued grimly. But we could not extract much information. They were poisoned to death. Upon hearing this, Lam Thu expressed disbelief. Poisoned to death. Suddenly, he realized something and spoke up. Wait, if they could act so openly in Lingwu capital. It means, he looked serious as he concluded. We might have an insider. Hearing this, Yangzi became cautious, advising. Xiao Thu. King Yai. The enemy has infiltrated Lingwu capital. You both must be very careful. Both quickly responded seriously. Understood. After that, Lam Thu reminded himself sternly. If the enemy is within, I must be even more vigilant. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening broke the tension as someone stepped out of his room. It was Zhen, looking at him affectionately and saying, Lam Thu, why are not you coming in yet? This snapped him out of his earlier thoughts, and he replied unexpectedly. That, seeing his expression, she guessed he was hiding something from her and frowned at him. Zhen turned away, crossing her arms in a sulky manner. I need to go back to train now, he awkwardly replied. So soon. Then Lam Thu quickly grabbed her hand. He leaned in closer, looking pitiful as he said, Don't you want to sit for a bit longer? We just met for a little while. At this moment, Lam Thu blushed and stammered. I did not mean to. But I really want to talk to you a little longer. Seeing his adorable demeanor made her blush with delight. Thinking, he still looks the same as before. Nevertheless, Zhen decided to leave, reminding him. All right, tomorrow is the finals. You need to train well. Knowing he could not keep her any longer, he accepted her departure. He silently pondered, wondering if there were any other assassins left to protect Zhen from harm. There was only one way. On her side, Zhen was no different from Lam Thu, quietly worrying about him. Even though Lam Thu did not say anything, she knew that no matter what, there was only one way to help him. At this moment, the two shared a thought, and the spirit murmured, It is time to get stronger. Before they knew it, the next day had arrived, and in the competition hall, the announcer began to speak clearly. Dear audience, finally, the day of the martial arts finals has come. The teams competing for the championship are Lin v Kingdu, Wuko, Lin v Shanghai, and Lin v Kim Lang. Immediately after, she transitioned to the main event, inviting the first contestant group of the day. Lin v Kingdo faced off against Lin v Kodo, and in an instant, the representatives of both teams appeared in the arena. Once the announcer stepped away, they charged at each other fiercely, all under the watchful eyes of the audience. Below, Lum Thu observed the match, quietly evaluating. If this battle turns out like the last one, with Lin v Kodo taking the win, our chances of claiming the championship will increase. Plus, yesterday I unlocked its rank skill that can enhance my aura, pushing me to the confident golden level. Right now, the fight was intense, and the audience started murmuring loudly. Oh my, is Kandragi about to face Judge Guangqi from Weiming? Over at the stands, Wamazung soared high, unleashing her signature move, the spirit technique, aiming at yes. Seeing this, he did not flinch, locking a deadly gaze on his opponent. Using the shadow technique to counterattack, in no time, the two techniques clashed, creating a massive shockwave. Witnessing the recent showdown, Tron Long exclaimed in admiration. Kakindranias. This guy is getting stronger. Meanwhile, in the stands, Among was startled, realizing she could not see Kange anywhere. Suddenly, she panicked, noticing he had appeared behind her without her realizing it. But it was too late. He sent her flying with a devastating punch, and she could not react in time to block Kanjing Heshia's strike. Waimong crashed to the ground, creating a massive tremor, dust and debris flying everywhere. At this point, the outcome was clear. The announcer quickly appeared to declare it was indeed an epic showdown. Let us give a roaring round of applause to celebrate Lin v Kan Yuri Kyoto for securing the first spot in the finals. Hearing this, Kwon Nunji Young, with a serious expression, remarked, looks like tonight's finals. We are up against Lin Vaitiku again. With that said, she turned to her teammates, reassuring them, do not put too much pressure on yourselves. Just aim for first or second place and give it your all. Hearing this, Van Hien could not help but worry, sighing as he spoke, who does not want to win? But that Kaing Heti is just too freakish. Meanwhile, Trun Long stood to the side, looking grim, saying nothing. Over here, Lum Thu looked contemplative, thinking, based on the current situation, we really are not a match for Lin Vu Kai Ki. But if... Suddenly, he had a thought and quickly raised his hand, asking, Teacher Hun, what is the date today? Hearing this, she looked a bit confused and replied, it is the 15th. Well, upon receiving the answer he wanted, Lum Thu smirked and said, it is nothing. The 15th is good. The moon is relatively full on the 15th. In the grand arena, the announcer eagerly declared that Lin V2 had triumphed over Lin V Kim Long, securing the third place. And now, the moment everyone had been waiting for, the grand finale of the Lin V competition. Just moments later, the two competitors made their entrance, and the announcer proclaimed the one-on-one showdown between the team captains, King AA and Tron Long. At this moment, Tron Long radiated a fierce red aura and cautiously said, on the other side, Aksunge matched his intensity, exuding a powerful blue aura. He replied, almost graduation. Let us have an exciting match today. Without hesitation, Tron Long unleashed his violent spirit technique, charging at Shish. Seeing this, Keen IH smirked and said, what is this? You should know better when it comes to strength. And just like that, both sides launched their first attacks. Moments later, they found themselves pushed back by each other's overwhelming power. The battle intensified like never before. With a confident expression, Xing H assessed his opponent. Not bad. Only a few days have passed, and you have already made breakthroughs. I respect that. With that, he quickly summoned a powerful blue energy, declaring, I will have to go all out now, not to be outdone. Tron Long's eyes burned red as he radiated a golden energy, readying his own technique to counter. Below the arena, Vivintai expressed her concern, saying, Captain, it looks like you want to risk it all against Kajing H. Should we just throw in the towel? Hearing this, Kwon Hong responded confidently, no way. This is Tron Long's decision. She raised a hand to her mouth, pondering further, if we concede, it might leave a scar on his heart. He may never get the chance to break into the gold rank. Meanwhile, Trun Long and Kangadai were still fiercely battling it out, with no clear winner in sight. Akinage began to show signs of caution, quietly analyzing his opponent. Trun Long's strength was formidable, and he could not afford to underestimate him. Yet, just as he thought this, H took a punch from Tron Long that made him cough up blood, realizing he was in a tough spot. He struggled to take a step back to create some distance between them. At this moment, Tron Long felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Thinking, before my energy runs out, I must defeat him. Without hesitation, he activates his spirit mark, the Heavenly Army, to attack Kuang Ho. Kuang Ho gets a fist right in the face, quickly regaining his composure. Kuang Ho activates his destructive spirit mark, successfully blocking Tran Long's next attack. But as expected, right after that, Kuang Ho knocks Tran Long down. This is a fierce clash between the two, and in the end, they both crash to the ground. Those watching from below are left speechless, shouting, "Captain!" on the stands. A cloud of dust from the battle envelops the area, limiting visibility. Kuang Ho lies flat on the ground, saying, "Is it worth it to defeat me? You won't be able to participate in the next team round." Hearing this, Tran Long replies with satisfaction, "Maybe it is not worth it, but I really do not want to leave with regrets." Understanding his feelings, Kuang Ho looks at him and smiles, saying, "Tran Long, you are a true warrior." At this point, it is clear what the outcome is. The announcer declares to the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first ever tie," leaving everyone stunned. Meanwhile, Vong Tu uses healing energy on Tran Long, worriedly saying, "What do we do? The destructive force is not easy to completely get rid of. The captain can participate in the team round." Hearing this, Tran Long calmly sits up and replies, Everyone. It was my fault for getting carried away." Just as he finishes speaking, Lam Thu confidently chimes in from behind. "Don't worry, Captain. With me here." The championship won to slip away. Finding it a bit amusing, Kuang Ho frowns and says, "Do you think I am just air?" Quickly after, he starts to act cautiously, quietly analyzing the situation. Although he won last time, he took a beating throughout the fight. This time, he is determined to teach that brat Lam Thu a lesson. Lam, though, pointing at Kuang Ho with a smirk, teases, "Hey Kuang. Just wait. Lam Thu will take good care of you." And Quan stops to watch Lam Thu, who is sitting with his arms crossed. Looking worried, she furrows her brow and says, "Can that little rabbit really pull it off?" After seeing such a fierce match, he is still daring to mess with Kuang Ho. Next, she observes the intense battle on the arena floor and thinks it over. A Tran Long definitely can't go back in the upcoming one-on-one round. Based on the strengths of both sides, they can only aim for a 3-2 score at most. Lam Thu's eyes narrow as he assesses the match, his hair nearly covering his forehead. His gaze turns serious. He is also plotting something of his own. Quan stops commenting after a closer look at the match. As for the decisive round, it all boils down to the final team battle, and Lam Thu grins, calling out to her, "Lead the hand team." His expression darkens as he says, "Let me take charge of leading the team." Quan looks a bit surprised and asks, "What?" Lam Thu, with a face that screams "I am about to lose it," points at his 3 teammates who are standing there. Completely clueless, he says, "The mission is super simple, just take down the 4 guys in front of you. I will handle Kuang Ho." Hearing this, the team hen leader looks utterly shocked and asks, "Wait, is not this the plan you mentioned? Last time it was one-on-one. Right?" Suddenly, the 4 members of the opposing team step onto the stage, a thick mist rising from the ground, creating an electric atmosphere. Van Hien, sensing the tension, asks Lam, "Are you sure you can handle this alone? Don't overestimate yourself." Lam Thu furrows his brow, his eyes sharp and fierce as he stares straight ahead. He lightly shakes his index finger in front of him, signaling that he has got it under control, smirking as he says, "A man can't just sit back and do nothing." The girl hosting, with long pink hair and cat ears, grabs the mic and announces, "Looks like both teams are ready. I declare the match has begun." Both teams roar with determination, ready to clash. Lam Su leaps forward, throwing a look of complete trust at Lam Thu, saying, "You are in charge now. We will follow your lead." Captain Lam. He maintains a steadfast expression. Both sides charge at each other, the arena buzzing with energy. While the captains watch from the sidelines, Lam Thu on one side, Kuang Ho on the other. Lam Thu crosses his arms, a confident smile on his face, saying, "Don't worry, Lam Shu. This time, I have got everything covered. Just help me clean up this place." From the looks of it, his team is gaining the upper hand, as a teammate throws a solid punch at a big guy on the opposing side, making him grunt in pain. "Dude, are you trying to take us down with you?" Over on this side, Zhang San is relentlessly using barbed wire to attack the opponent in a brown shirt, causing him to grumble. "You can take a break. You know," he responds with enthusiasm, "cut the chatter. You should get in there too." Lam Shu's side, things are going incredibly smoothly as she has got the purple-clad girl completely subdued, who finally, feeling cornered and embarrassed, cries out in defeat. Help, I give up. Please stop. The arena is now clouded with smoke, and only 3 members of Team Lamb remain standing, while the rest have been knocked out. Kung Ho grits his teeth, seething with frustration as he watches his teammates get taken down. He points at Lam Thu and his buddy with the oversized glasses, sneering. You really think just the 2 of you can take me on? One shadowy master can wipe you all out. Hearing that, Zhang-san quickly raises his hands in a surrender gesture, denying. I am not fighting. I am just. Lam Thu looks at him, surprised. You are not out yet. Zhang-san raises his hands high, channeling a golden aura, declaring. Spiritual seal. Honor blessing. This instantly empowers Lam Thu, enveloping his body in a brilliant blue light. After finishing his previous task, he quickly turned to sneak away but did not forget to say, sorry, no hard feelings. I won't bother you guys anymore. Earlier, he had successfully riled up the moody Kang A, who shouted angrily, You are being too much. Kang H looked at the confidently smirking Lam Thu and taunted, You think a little extra power will get you a win? Without your beast form, you can't beat me. Lam Thu, pulling at his eyes with one hand and sticking out his tongue provocatively, replied, Lame. This only drove Kang H further into a frenzy, but he maintained his composure with crossed arms, struggling to contain his rage. He seethed. No matter how much you thrash around, in the end, the one who wins will always be me. His face twisted with fierce determination as he gathered an immense power, shattering the ground beneath him as he prepared to strike. King unleashed a powerful punch toward Lam Thu. But suddenly, Lam Thu seemed to vanish from his sight. He had swiftly moved behind H, ready to strike with his own attack, catching him completely off guard. The last scene drove Kung Ho absolutely mad. He raised his fist towards him, shouting loudly, Lam Thu, are you brave enough to face me without teleporting? Lam Thu smirked and shot back. Are you brave enough to fight me without using your spirit power? That is my advantage. Why would I give up my edge to play these pointless games with you? With that, Lam Thu turned towards the window, gazing at the full moon hanging in the night sky. The bright moon illuminated the clear sky, but now dark clouds were creeping in, hiding its light. Suddenly, Lam Thu's head began to transform, energy surging through him, making his hair stand on end just like Kwang Ho's. He tightened his fist, electric sparks crackling around him in a dark blue hue. Moon Master, full moon form. Lam Thu had transformed into his beast form, complete with long rabbit ears sprouting from his head, surrounded by a crackling aura. He shut his eyes tightly, calculating in his mind. With all attributes boosted by 500% and the blessing of Tam Nai, he wondered just how powerful he would become. Overflowing with strength, Lam Thu grinned provocatively. Cousin Kwang, you wanted a fair fight, right? Well, here's your chance. I hope you do not regret it. Kwang Ho smirked, his eyes narrowing, thinking to himself, just because you have bulked up a bit does not mean you can take me on. You have just signed your own death warrant. Without hesitation, Kwang Ho charged at Lam Thu with fierce intensity, but once again, he used his teleportation skill. Kwang Ho, now on high alert, thought, where did he go? At that moment, Lam Thu had reappeared right behind him. Lam Thu delivered a powerful kick aimed at him, but Kwang Ho quickly raised his hand to block it, gritting his teeth as he took the blow. Didn't you say you would not use teleportation? Lam Thu innocently scratched his nose and replied, I did not teleport. I just moved really fast. After saying that, Lam Thu emanated a dangerous aura, raising his arm to strike down with immense power. He locked his gaze ahead and continued. You are just too slow. With my enhanced speed, you can't even keep up. Lam Thu swung his arm with force, the energy slicing through the air as he shouted the next move. Dimensional Slash. Kung Ho reached out with one hand while using the other to channel energy and create a shield against Lam Thu's attack, thinking to himself, you can't break through my defenses with this weak hit. Lam Thu's technique collided with Kwang Ho's shield, electric sparks flying everywhere as the Dimensional Slash shattered his defenses, striking him hard enough to make him spit out blood, his face filled with shock. Kung Ho coughed, the deep gash on his back bleeding profusely. Outside, the audience was stunned. Can you believe it? Kwang Ho is bleeding. This is unheard of. From the stands, someone remarked, Lam Thu's speed is insane. His power must have reached platinum level. Has he been hiding it all along? Chan Chan, Quan 9, and Tranjang Tam gaped in awe, secretly impressed. Lin Thu is this strong. After taking a hit, Kung Ho knelt on one knee, wondering how in just a few short days he had grown so powerful. Lin Thu stood before him, calling out, Big nephew. Lin Thu rubbed his wrist, his expression fierce as he asked, do you want to continue? He had already shown mercy, but Kung Ho, filled with rage, gathered strength in his fist and declared, "Divine sign." Lin Thu shot him a disdainful glance, showing that no matter what he unleashed now, it would not take him down. That confident aura made him look incredibly handsome. Before he could strike, Lin Thu was already on him, his punch landing squarely on Kung Ho's face, sending him flying. Zuzi Kin. That was the name of a character in a game. And Kung Ho did not have time to react as Lin Thu's punch sent him flying backward. Kung Ho could not believe it, bleeding and bewildered, thinking to himself, what is happening? Before he could regain his senses, Lin Thu leaped high, preparing to deliver another punch, leaving Kung Ho stunned and dazed. With a smirk of disdain, Lin Thu sang out, "You feel the love from Lin Thu, right?" Under Kung Ho's terrified gaze, his hand appeared, poised to flick him on the forehead with deadly force. Lin Thu flicked him lightly, yet the strength behind it was tremendous, sending Kung Ho flying. "Farewell," Lin Thu said. The overwhelming power radiating from him sent Chuang Ho soaring helplessly into the distance. His body crashed to the arena floor with a deafening explosion, debris flying everywhere, painting the scene in a vivid red from the blast. Smoke billowed everywhere after the earth-shattering explosion, with fragments of crimson still lingering in the air. Kung Ho lay sprawled out on the arena floor in a shape, completely unconscious. The shattered ground beneath him testified to the sheer force of Lin Thu's attack. Lin Thu descended next to Kung Ho, his face shadowed by hair, lips pressed tight, remaining silent, which only intensified the atmosphere of impending doom. Then, he broke into a confident smile and said, "I win." The host quickly announced the results, her voice filled with disbelief. "Unbelievable. The victory in this match goes to..." Tran Tam eagerly approached him, shouting, "Boss." Chan Chan also hurried over, beaming with joy. In response to their excitement, he simply smiled calmly. Everyone surrounding him was ecstatic, shouting, "Yep. We won. We are the champions." Cheers erupted, congratulating him, as the space filled with dazzling golden light, confetti swirling everywhere. Lin Thu looked at everyone and reaffirmed, "Yep. We are the champions." Behind the cheerful facade of everyone, Daintring Trech looked at him thoughtfully. Lum and beamed and said that while victory is great, he regretted letting Tu the reveal so much too soon. Beside him, Uncle Dung watched the kids celebrate. Seeing Trech's face suddenly darkened as he said, "Right now those assassins are definitely dead set on killing her." Atua cautiously added, "For the next 6 months. She can't make a single mistake." Another person beside him chimed in, "That is right. Let us go back and get the enrollment procedures done for Tuan Nai, so she can protect Lam Thu well." The host cheerfully said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Spirit Martial competition this year has come to an end. Let us congratulate the Spirit Martial team from Shanghai for winning first place." Next to her were Lam Thu and the others, with the captain calling out, "Lam Thu, step forward." Lam Thu looked at the speaker and replied, "Captain, this does not seem right." The guy just smiled and said, "It is. I won't get a chance to compete in the next Spirit Martial tournament, so consider this a passing of the torch. Here, I officially hand over the captaincy to you." Lam Thu looked at him, a knowing smile on his face, saying, "Captain, I accept the captaincy." But Lam Thu gripped the odd-shaped trophy they had fought hard for and declared, "This victory belongs to us." The whole team raised the trophy in unison, celebrating joyfully together. The captain's tears streamed down his face, his expression full of disbelief as he said, "A dream many years in the making has come true. Brothers, do not say anything more. Thank you so much." Sob sob. Lam Thu cheerfully replied, "Captain, do not get too emotional." The host with the cat ears announced, "Now let us invite Uncle Dung Che Ti Tun to present the 5 million prize to the winning team and a platinum spirit pearl for each team member." Uncle Di Zung, with a serious expression, encouraged the entire team. "This match was outstanding. You all did a great job." While behind him stood the one holding the trophy tray. The prize was clearly displayed with the eye-catching number 5 million. The captain held the spirit pearl and remarked, "The spirit pearl also grants skills." Thanks to Chi Ten, everyone around was incredibly happy. And Lam Thu thought to himself, "Cool. I wonder what my spirit pearl will be." Excited, he reached out to open the prize on his tray. Curtain was lifted. But aside from the check for 5 million, there was nothing else. Lam Thu gasped, indignantly asking, "Where's my spirit pearl?" Uncle Ling replied, "Tai Yu Thu. As for your spirit pearl, we plan to choose the most suitable one for you." The cat-eared host called out as the group moved away. "Wait. This year's Spirit Martial competition has an additional new award." MP Mud. Lam Thu gasped in surprise. "There is also an MEF. Could it be?" A dark beam of light shot directly at Lam Thu, catching him completely off guard. The host continued, "Due to time constraints, I won't beat around the bush anymore. The meme for this round is Lam Thu." As Lam Thu stood in shock, she continued, Now let us invite our special guest today to present the award, the famous weapon research expert. Feng Bing, the top-notch diamond-level weapons researcher. Feng Bing stepped forward, his stunning good looks and impressive physique on full display. With a sword in one hand and 2 glowing spirit pearls in the other, Lum Thu suddenly fell into deep thought, gazing at Feng Bing, pondering why this name felt so oddly familiar. Even though he was sure he had never encountered him before, Lum Thu reached out to accept the reward while politely saying thank you. And Feng Bing replied, "You are welcome." That voice triggered a memory in Lum Thu, reminding him of a past conversation where someone had said to him, "I vaguely heard that person say, you are right." That voice was so strange. Lum Thu clenched his teeth in anger and furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, "So the spy is you?" Noticing Lum Thu's unusual expression, Feng Bing asked, "What is wrong? Is something off?" Lum Thu forced a smile and replied, "Nothing. I am just really excited to get the Mevi, and I momentarily do not know what to say." Feng Bing turned to leave while encouraging him. "Hey, kid. Keep pushing forward." Lum Thu smiled back. "Sure thing. Take it easy." Feng Bing. After that, his expression turned dangerous as he whispered to himself, "I do not know anything about this guy. It is better to keep a low profile. I will have to discuss this with my master later." Thi Dung Ding cheerfully patted Lum Thu on the shoulder, announcing, "Lum Thu, everyone has agreed. After the competition, we are throwing a celebration party." Lum Thu smiled and replied, "Sounds great, but I need to talk to my master first. You guys go ahead. I will catch up." The team turned to leave, and Lum Thu turned back to his master, saying, "Master, I have something to discuss." Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Utrecht interjected, "Little Thu, you arrived just in time." Utrecht patted him on the shoulder, saying, "About that space system spirit pearl. I promise to help you choose." "I almost forgot to mention," Lum Thu replied. "I will follow your lead on this, Master. Also," he paused for a moment, then added, "I have some things to discuss with you about the spy." Utrecht looked surprised. "What?" With that, he gestured for Lum Thu to follow him and whispered, "This is not a good place to talk. Come with me." Behind them, a shadow lurked. Eavesdropping, Feng Bing hid behind a wall, listening to the conversation between the two, and quickly called to report, "The plan has changed. Lum Thu is not attending the celebration. I will observe secretly for now, and I will report anything that comes up." The Spirit Martial Capital's arbitration office stood as a grand, ancient building, sturdy and imposing. Inside the office, Lum Thu and the senior members were deep in discussion. Lum Thu spoke seriously. "Do you 3 seniors remember a few months ago when the data on spirit martial weapons was stolen? At that time, I encountered a mysterious figure. From his build to his voice, it had to be him." Feng Bing. Utrecht crossed his arms and pondered. "I have always suspected there is a mole among the spirit martial weapon researchers. Otherwise, the data would not have been stolen, but we have never been able to find a lead." De Chimamd. Feng Bing is a disciple of old Chencheng, and the country is even preparing to have him replace old Qi Ding. Lum Thu could not help but picture Feng Bing, with his fierce red eyes filled with ambition, reaching for the gun right in front of him. Then they reached a conclusion. If he took the old man's place, the intel on the spirit martial weapons would fall completely into enemy hands. He spoke boldly. "But those who knew we captured the assassin were not at the scene, and without evidence, how could we act? It would be like hitting a snake hiding in the grass." From Yang, a suggestion was made. "We have to catch him, but not right now. For the next few days, let us keep a low profile and observe him first. See if we can set a big trap." He turned to Lam Thu and said, "Little Thu, do not rush back to Spirit Martial in Shanghai just yet. We still need your support to make Feng Bing take the fall." Lam Thu replied, "Got it." Lam Thu and her master, Utrecht, stepped out of the building. When the Mtine saw them, she waved and called out, "The Master." Utrecht turned to the Mtine and said, "We were just heading to the celebration party. Come with us." From a distance, Feng Bing observed everything, continuing to call to report the situation. The target had left the Spirit Martial Kingdom, and it seemed that old Utrecht was following too. "Just wait for the right moment. Do not act too soon, and absolutely do not let yourselves be exposed," came a voice from the other end. "Understood. We have a plan." The party at the bar was a grand celebration, with tables full of mouth-watering dishes. Everyone had gathered, just as Lam Thu's group walked in. "Hey, bro. Why are you only just arriving? The principal and Miss the Mem are already here. Hurry and sit down," shouted Thu Dang. Tronjung Tam eagerly gestured him over. "Big bro. Over here." Tronjung Tam was sitting next to him, spotting Lam Thu, who blushed in embarrassment. As soon as he sat down, he turned to her and asked, "Did Chun Chun save a seat just for me?" Trong Tam jumped in to answer, "Yep." Ten Xinghan blushed and quickly denied it. It was just a coincidence. Lam Thu cheerfully wrapped an arm around her. Reassuring. It is, get it? Thinking to himself, this proud goddess is just too adorable. Beside them, Trodong Tam innocently thought, their relationship is really great. Suddenly, the M10 stood behind Trying Tam and called out, excuse me, with a sharp glare. She demanded, can I switch seats with you? I need to protect my master. The mem sat down next to him and said, this is fine. A stunning waitress approached their table, interrupting everyone. Sorry, but the sizzling meat dish you ordered is here. The M10 eyed the covered platter that had just been brought in, emitting an enticing aroma. With a look of suspicion, she took a deep breath, ready to call out about the dish. She leaned over and whispered to Lam Thu, Master, that sizzling meat is poisoned. Lam Thu quickly activated his vision, seeing through the disguise. Inside the covered dish, the poisoned meat revealed green streaks. Lam Thu raised his cup of water, thinking to himself, I can't believe these lunatics actually dared to act. If that is the case, you won't be leaving here. Lam Thu walked over to Atrach and said, Master, let me toast to you. Seizing the moment, he whispered to his master, Master, the sizzling meat is poisoned, and the second waiter has a weapon. Not sure if the other one is an accomplice. But we need you to act. Atrach gathered his energy, activating his powers, muttering angrily, damn it. This little poison is nothing to me. But these assassins dared to use poison, which could be deadly for others. He raised his hand, unleashing a powerful golden aura called Boundary of Space, aimed at the waitstaff. How dare you attack with me here? You really think you can just ignore me? The staff was paralyzed by an overwhelming power. One person, terrified, exclaimed, why can't I move? Both Lin Shu and his master stared intently at the speaker. Lin Shu called out, exposing the truth. All you Black Rose members like to hide weapons on your thighs. She pretended not to understand, saying, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. I do have a weapon, but it is just for self-defense. Lin Shu lifted the lid from the meat platter and said, well then, how about I treat you to some specially made lamb skewers? Her expression suddenly changed, eyes wide and mouth agape, her teeth clenched tightly, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Shen Ting reacted quickly, realizing she was about to commit suicide. Lin Shu calmly stopped her. Wait, the girl had just collapsed in shock, leaving the other staff member stunned. Her eyes were shut tight, blood leaking from her mouth. Lin Shu turned to Master Ao. He told the remaining staff member, you scared her. Someone will come to handle this soon, so you should leave. The terrified staff member ran off, stammering. Yep. The other staff members quickly left. Lin Shu turned to Ojia. Master, let us keep an eye on her. We are bound to get something out of this. He agreed. All right, Ting. You watch over everyone. I will take little Shu out for a bit. The staff member from earlier, with her agile moves, jumped straight down from the rooftop of a high-rise building. She made a call. Reporting, this is Ningwu. The mission failed. The third member committed suicide to prevent a leak, requesting a retreat. The voice on the other end replied quickly, get out fast. I will report to headquarters. She leaped down, responding to the voice. Got it. The city skyline glowed warmly with tall buildings. She nimbly approached a secluded house on the street, where a pair of familiar legs were waiting. Lin Shu and his master had witnessed everything that just happened. Lin Shu turned to Ojia, asking, Master, should we notify Uncle Bai to come here and wipe them out? Ozai replied calmly, no need. I can handle this alone. He boasted with great confidence. Little Shu, today I will show you the terror of the spatial system. Lin Shu excitedly replied, I am lucky to get to see this. Ozu shifted to a serious demeanor. Jump down. Wait for me to deal with them. Then you can come in. Okay. Elash. He used teleportation and disappeared, leaving only a white shadow in the dark night. Lin Shu admired his speed, thinking, as expected of my master, using skills so smoothly. Suddenly, he stopped. Horrifying screams echoed ahead. Inside, two hot-body girls, barely covered, were trying to shield themselves with their hands, screaming, pervert. Where did this old lecher come from? He quickly jumped out of there. Lin Shu watched Azar return to the building and exclaimed, Master, you finished that so fast. You are really something. Facing the compliment, he scratched his head sheepishly, saying, well, I did not expect it to be 4 already. They still have a lot of people bathing. After hearing that, Lam Thu's mind went wild with images of beautiful women awkwardly naked. His face flushed as he instinctively blurted out, shower. Otrach quickly proposed a plan, clearing his throat. Let us wait for them to get dressed. Then we can make our move. There should not be any issues now. He went down there again, like a creeping shadow. The two girls gripped their weapons tightly and shouted, that lecherous old man is back. Ladies, let us fire at will and take him down. Otrach gently waved his hand, activating his skill. Time. Suspend. The surrounding space was enveloped by that power, becoming still and eerily silent. Lambda watched in awe. Praising. Master. You are incredible. A warehouse this big. Yet it is trapped by your spatial barrier. Suddenly, a massive space portal appeared before him, outlined in shimmering gold. Lambda looked at it with a confident and excited expression. As he stepped inside, his face suddenly changed. He turned to Otrach, looking helpless, and exclaimed, "Damn." The female assassins looked frozen, their helpless expressions trapped in his power. Lambda remarked, like a wax statue. Lambda approached the statue and turned to Otrach, asking, "Master, what do you plan to do with these people?" He replied seriously, "The Kindo spirit over there has not determined who the mole is yet. I will inform the Kinglong squad to secretly take over this place." Then he assigned a task to Lambda, saying, "This could be the biggest haul of black roses we have had in years. Little one, before the Kinglong team arrives, make sure to thoroughly investigate this area." Lambda eagerly accepted the task. "No problem, Master. I will make sure to get it done." He cast a glance inside, thinking, with a base this large, there must be plenty of treasure. Lambda flashed a cunning smile, moving closer to Otrach to flatter him. "Master, do not worry. I will be the best disciple and take care of you." Otrach replied with a satisfied look. He quickly activated his eye ability, sending out electric sparks. Scanning the wall, Lambda spotted the first clue. Nice. There is definitely more to find. He reached out to open a hatch, and with a clatter, a dark passageway appeared below. Standing above, Lambda observed the passage and thought, no fluctuations in spiritual energy, so there should not be any problems. He turned on his flashlight and cautiously made his way forward. After a while, Lambda reached the end of the tunnel. Instinctively, he raised the flashlight ahead, and the sight before him left him in disbelief. In front of him lay piles of gold and precious jewels, sparkling with an enchanting golden light. Lambda took in his surroundings and commented, "Gold, weapons, and high-grade spirit beasts. This is definitely not an ordinary base." His expression turned cunning as he rubbed his hands together and said, "Forget it. Let us grab what we can first." He quickly began collecting the treasures with agility. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual behind the curtain. He lifted the curtain, revealing a vast empty space. As the curtain was fully drawn back, the interior became clear before Lambda's eyes. He muttered to himself, "A secret door." He quickly activated his powers to probe the situation, sensing many breaths, but none of them were particularly strong. Dongtrach stepped down and asked, "Xiaodu, have you found anything?" Lambda pointed to the suspicious spot earlier and said, "My master senses something behind here. There are at least over 100 people." He quickly gathered a surge of power and told him, "Xiaodu, step back." A massive explosion erupted. Enro. Dongtrach's force shattered the wall in front of them. As the smoke gradually cleared, the vision of the two masters became clearer. Suddenly, both of them were struck with panic. He seemed unable to believe his eyes. Stammering, This is..." Inside the room were cages, and within them were countless innocent little girls, looking at them with wide, naive eyes. Dongtrach concluded, "It looks like these girls are the new recruits of the Black Rose Nourishment Organization." Lambthu's fist slammed hard against the wall. The impact was no joke. His whole body was filled with rage, making him tremble with fury. He grit his teeth and said, "How could they dare to target children? These people have lost all humanity." Lambtha knelt down, reaching to open the cage, saying to the girl inside, "Everyone come out. You are safe now." But the children did not trust him at all. They huddled together, filled with fear, saying, "This is just another trick. How many more times are you going to fool us? Last time, little man was killed because she believed you. Do you think we would trust you?" Lambthu scratched his head, worried. It seemed the kids had lost faith in others. What should he do? A round lollipop appeared in his hand as he said, "Here we go." He tried to communicate with them. "Come on. This is for you." He continued, "Don't worry. I am here to save you." A blonde girl reached out for the lollipop, but another small hand quickly blocked hers, making the candy drop. The red-haired girl held her blonde friend tightly and said, 7,587. "Do not be fooled. He is tricking us." She recalled the times they were hung and whipped. Continuing, "They will torture us again. Are not you afraid of those brutal beatings?" After hearing that, he furrowed his brows tightly, filled with rage, thinking, "Damn it. Those scum." Dongtrach tapped his shoulder, reminding him to keep his emotions in check. Then he conjured a magical vortex beneath the children's feet and said, "Let me take you away." The two girls from earlier hugged each other tightly in fear. Everyone was teleported outside, where the fallen female assassins lay scattered. The red-haired girl joyfully exclaimed, They are really defeated." Lambthu cheerfully said, "How about that? Big brother has taken care of all the bad guys. You are really saved now." He asked the kids, How did you end up in the hands of these villains? Where are your parents? The girl glanced away, pursing her lips and remaining silent. Lam Thu sighed in frustration, thinking, do they still not trust me? The little girl lowered her head, looking down helplessly, and said, we do not have family. We all grew up in an orphanage. She recalled the moment when the orphanage director handed them over to those evil men. Sharing her story, that time, the director said she would take us out to play, and when we woke up, we were in the hands of those bad people. Lam Thu was filled with rage. How could these people even reach the orphanage? Master. He immediately picked up the phone. He told Lam Thu, let me handle this. Hello. Immediately separate all members of the Black Rose for individual interrogation. He continued to issue orders, insisting that we must uncover all the strongholds of the Black Rose. Next, immediately notify the teams in various locations. Conduct a thorough investigation of all the junior academies. Not a single one should be overlooked. After assessing the situation, Duong Trach was grim. He never expected the Black Rose's stronghold to be tied to the junior academies. This time, we must catch them all in one sweep. Lam Thu furrowed her brow, pursing her lips as she glanced at Neem, deep in thought. The little girl named Neem clutched another child. Watching him with suspicion, Lam Thu looked at him and said, Master, I have a request. From her pocket, Lam Thu pulled out a piece of paper. She continued her earlier train of thought, saying, with everything happening, those kids surely have no home to return to. I have managed to save a bit of money here. I plan to build a few junior academies to ensure they have a better education. Duong Trach took the paper and replied, do not worry. I will keep this intention of yours in mind. Lam Thu sat down and patted the little girl who had been talking with her, sharing with her that Neem is a junior. And so, but Neem is very brave. She will definitely be very happy in the future. The little girl beamed, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Neem, can that really happen? She excitedly rushed into Lam Thu's arms, saying, big brother is so nice. And brother Nuong sings. What does that mean? The leader of the Than Long squad entered to assess the situation and called out, Aldung Tranvo. The team leader of Than Long, Tun Loi, extended his hand for a handshake and said, thanks for today's intel. We have connected other warriors to investigate all junior academies nationwide. Duong Trach spoke up, since the situation is under control, to avoid raising any suspicions on the other side. We should head back now. Lam Thu smirked, saying, you are right. It is time to return and gather the net. The next day in the conference room of the Kingdo, Duong Trach looked at Lam Thu and announced, Little Thu, the junior will be here shortly. After that, he stepped outside to discuss plans with Zi Duong for the upcoming net gathering operation. Brother Nguyen responded, Yep. Master. Lam Thu thought of how exhausting being interrogated was and quickly called up the interrogation system. While waiting for the interrogation to arrive, she decided to upgrade her skills a bit. Otherwise, she would be bombarded with 100,000 questions again. System. The voice of the system rang out. Awakening skills. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a level proficiency in firearms. The system added. Proficiency in firearms means the host can master and skillfully use various types of guns. On the system screen, it displayed a few words. Skill points. Firearms proficiency. He looked at the screen and said, Oh system. You see I just pulled a bunch of weapons. And you directly grant me firearms proficiency. You are truly my trusty companion. He stroked his chin, saying, Right. While others can only absorb one spirit pearl at a time. I have always wanted to know how many I could absorb. The system quickly replied. 3 pearls. Although your abilities have merged, it does not affect your ability to absorb spirit pearls. Lam Thu looked at the spirit pearl emitting sparks in her hand and thought, well then, I will absorb the skill spirit pearl I received from the competition. He closed his eyes, focused, and tried to absorb the pearl in his hand. Mastering lightning techniques, a surge of energy enveloped him, filling him with exhilaration. Breaking through to the golden 5 stars. Lam Thu felt the electric current coursing through his body. Laughing maniacally, not only did his rank skyrocket to golden 5 stars, but he also unlocked a platinum level lightning skill. Not bad. Behind him, Shin Ting was approaching. Her slender, delicate hands gently wrapped around his fist. She leaned in close and said, Master, the young yang is ready over there. Her contact with him sent electric currents racing into her body. The electricity surged into her, creating a strange sensation that made her cheeks flush, and she let out a soft gasp. She nestled against him, shyly asking, What is this feeling, Master? Smell it. He quickly pulled away, panicked, and replied, It is nothing. Just testing the skill. After that, he turned away with a gentlemanly expression and said, All right. Shen Ting watched him leave, embarrassed, covering her flushed face with a stack of papers. saying, "Master." Really? The bookshelf filled with thick tomes symbolized the light of knowledge. But the atmosphere was incredibly dark. Feng Bang, with an uncomfortable expression, spoke on the phone. The black rose has been wiped out. How could the black rose only have one stronghold? The phone call abruptly disconnected. With a serious look, Feng Bang thought to himself, I always have a secure line with the other side. I have never shown my face. They can't trace me. Then, he pulled open the drawer to hide the gun inside. Feng Bang gripped the gun tightly. Frowning. Thinking, if something truly goes wrong, he aimed the gun level with his eyes, adopting a shooting stance, and said, let us educate you a bit on the new spirit weapon researched by the old man from Chang'an. Feng Bang, with a fierce expression, looked towards the door where a knocking sound echoed. Knock, knock, knock. He hid the gun behind his back and stepped outside to open the door. Aoyang Zi, Shen Ting, and Lam Thu stood waiting outside. He spoke first. Little Feng, we have to leave here tomorrow. To thank you for your help with King Du, let us go have a meal together. Feng Bang, with a polite facade, replied. Aoyang Sr. No need. This is all part of my duty. But he gritted his teeth, thinking, why are these people here at this moment? Aoyang Ji stepped closer, throwing his arm around him, saying, what is wrong? Are you ignoring me? At this point, he could only grit his teeth and feign compliance, saying, of course not. I'm go. Right. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the forest. A white car speeding by suddenly slammed to a stop. Where the light hit the forest most brightly, the car door swung open, and polished leather shoes stepped out. Everyone got out of the car. Feng Bang cautiously asked, Senior, is there anywhere to eat around here? From the cold and sarcastic response, the traitor to the country. You still have the nerve to eat. Feng Bang stubbornly refused to admit his guilt, dramatically turning back to ask, what do you mean by that? Senior. Lam Thu and Aoyang Ji stared intensely at Feng Bang, who was visibly nervous. Lam Thu, just say this to him. I do not need the 70 million anymore. Just send 100 million directly. Feng Bang's expression changed, words spilling out through clenched teeth. Lam Thu wore a victorious expression, saying, you can't deny this anymore. Right. Feng Bang gritted his teeth and replied. It turns out that the mercenary group hiding in Byte Tem Byte Tech was none other than this little punk from the start. He wrapped his arm around his waist and pulled out a gun. Feng Bang raised his weapon, ready to fire, and angrily declared, if I have been exposed, then I am taking someone down with me, even if I die. Duong Trach quickly conjured a blue barrier, a spatial shield that protected everything behind him. As the bullet shot out of the gun, it pierced straight through the barrier Duong Trach had created. Leaving him in disbelief, he anxiously turned to assess the situation. Shocked that someone could break through his spatial shield, Lam Thu stood frozen as the bullet sped toward him. Then, Shen Ting unexpectedly leaped in front of Lam Thu, trying to take the bullet for him. Master. Be careful. Lam Thu panicked, quickly brainstorming a way to react. He pulled Shen Ting aside with one hand while activating his mind-joining skill with the other, muttering to himself, this is really chaotic. The bullet flew into the mind-joining space, never to return. A massive explosion erupted behind Lam Thu. Smoke from the explosion rose continuously as Lam Thu grimly said, I initially wanted to return this to you directly, but I will pass. After all, that toy in your hands is extremely dangerous. Feng Bang was furious, still aiming at Lam Thu. Damn it. Just give it a rest. He barely finished his sentence when Duong Trach and Zia Duowai swiftly attacked from behind him. Duong Trach struck first, rendering him immobile, and wanted to retaliate by compressing the space. Zia Duo quickly unleashed an attack aimed at him. Death Thunder Strike. The force of his strike hit Feng Bang on the head, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Staggering, he fell to his knees, muttering, damn it. I was so close to succeeding. His thin hand reached for the gun that had dropped next to him, but unfortunately, Lam Thu stepped down hard on his hand, making it impossible for him to reach his goal. Lam Thu picked up the gun in front of Feng Bang's furious expression and said, so this is the legendary spirit weapon. Looks pretty powerful. Lam Thu examined the gun in his hand, saying, spirit weapons are not like regular guns. They do not need to be loaded with bullets, just charged with energy. Each charge can fire 20 shots. He thought to himself, remembering how he used to be proficient with guns, making the skill to use this toy come naturally to him. He raised the gun to eye level, telling himself, no matter how tough you are, as long as it is a gun, I can handle it just fine. Lam Thu pulled the trigger, shooting through several branches. The tree trunk was pierced with a large hole, continuously emitting smoke from the remnants of the shot. Lam Thu looked at the gun still smoking, silently noting, great penetrating power. Too bad it needs to be recharged after firing. Feng Bang, looking bewildered, asked, how did you master the difficult spirit weapon so quickly? Yeah. Coldly looking at Feng Bang, who was kneeling on the ground, replied. Little Feng, old Zhang did not treat you poorly. Why betray your own country and your master? He ground his teeth and mumbled. I admit that the old man has treated me well. But so what? The image of someone waving gold coins in front of him flashed through his mind. Fing Beng pressed his palms against the ground, speaking without a hint of regret. Some people treat me even better. They give me a lot of money. Enough to live the life I want. Daedring Tretch crossed his arms and looked at him, asking, Is money really that important? Lumthu answered without hesitation. Master, it is really important. Hearing this, he shot a disgruntled look at him and said, Do you think I am going to let you off this easy? Lumthu raised both hands in a sign of unconditional surrender, but continued to argue. Of course, money is important, but it can never outweigh loyalty to your country. No matter what, you can betray your homeland. Daedring Tretch, satisfied with Lumthu's words, looked at the one kneeling on the ground and said, Little Feng, do you see this? You are even worse than a child. He laughed heartily, adding, You are in deep, and there is no way out. He then extended his hand towards Fang Bang, trying to reason with him. I hope you can cooperate and answer our questions. Who knows? We might show you some mercy. Suddenly, Fing Bang's mouth filled with blood. His teeth clenched as if he were biting down on poison to end it all. The trio Daedring Tretch, Yi, and Lumthu were all shocked. Unable to believe their eyes as the scene unfolded before them, Lumthu reacted immediately, shouting, He is trying to commit suicide with poison. But it was too late. He collapsed to the ground, his face pale from the toxin coursing through his veins. Lumthu sternly said, We can let him die. Just then, the Memten's eyes lit up with determination. She lunged toward Fang Bang, who lay on the ground. Horns sprouted from her head, and her hands transformed into sharp claws as she raced toward him. The Memten's claws tightened around Fing Bing's neck, as if she were drawing the poison out of him. Sitting on top of him, she absorbed the toxin from his body, her face radiating satisfaction. Moments later, Fing Bing slowly opened his eyes, sitting up in shock, looking around in confusion. Why am I still alive? Lumthu crossed his arms confidently and replied, Want to die? It is not that easy. My disciple has sucked the poison out of you. Hearing this, Fing Bing was astonished, sweating profusely. What? Sucked out the poison? The Memtine adopted an incredibly seductive pose and said, No matter how many times, I'm up for it. Want to try? Lumthu glanced at Favung Bang, who had fallen silent, and said, You should keep answering our questions. After a moment of hesitation, Fing Bing finally relented. I can tell you what I know, but I hope you let me die in the end. My wife and children will be in danger. Du Tretch agreed to his request. We will accept that. He recalled the moment he choked 2 female assassins, forcing them to swallow poison. Recounting, at that time, someone informed me that those 2 assassins had fallen into your hands, instructing me to secretly poison them. Daedring Tretch quickly zeroed in on the key point. Who was that person? Do you have any accomplices? He remembered the words from that person. You do not need to know my information, and then closed his eyes to respond. The other party hid too deeply. I do not even know who they are. And I certainly do not know if they have accomplices. Daedring Tretch looked at him seriously and continued to ask, Why did the other party steal the data on the spirit weapons? Feng Bang glanced at all 3 of them and replied, At this point, there is nothing left to hide. Several countries control the tanking spirit ore, and this material is crucial for crafting spirit weapons. Lamthu speculated as he held the gun. They are not allowing other nations to create this super powerful weapon. Right. Feng Bang confirmed his guess. That is right. I have said all that needs to be said. I hope you can keep your promise, and not make things difficult for my family. Then, he popped a pill into his mouth that he had pulled from his pocket. Feng Bang bit the pill. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, and his face twisted in pain. Memtine was about to rush in when she spoke up, her voice sharp. Lamthu quickly stopped her, saying, Do not. Let them calm down first before you move. Daedring Tretch glanced at Feng Bang's body and said, It can't be taken back. Let me handle it. Suddenly, a mist enveloped Memtine's body. Lamthu, seeing this, anxiously asked, What is wrong with you? Her entire body erupted with immense power, breaking through to the Platinum 6th level. I was surprised and exclaimed, These 2 are really monsters. Leveling up that fast. Daedring Tretch nodded in agreement. Exactly. The next day, at the airport, the plane was ready for takeoff under clear skies. Daedring Tretch looked toward the city and said, The situation here has been resolved. It is time for us to return to the spirit martial arts in Shanghai. Lamthu happily thought to herself, We are going back soon. I wonder if Chen Chen remembers me since we just met not long ago. On the plane, Lamthu glanced toward the back row and noticed 2 passengers standing up suspiciously. Just then, they suddenly pulled out guns, shouting threats. Everyone freeze. Hand over all valuables. Lam Thu thought to herself in disbelief. No way. This klitschy plot is happening to me. At that moment, the system suddenly announced a warning, detecting that the host was in a dangerous area, forcibly awakening today's skills. The host received a level E bomb disposal skill, and the image of an explosion occurring suddenly made Lam Thu unable to believe it, and muttered to herself, damn. There is a bomb on this plane. Gritting her teeth, Lam Thu activated her observational ability, calculating in her head. There are too many innocent people on this plane. I need to quickly locate the bomb. She looked at the blonde guy holding the gun menacingly, and found it. Then, she turned to Dongtrach and said, Master, there is a bomb on the plane. We need to take out these two robbers quickly. Hearing this, he replied in surprise. What? He quickly leaped out of his seat and said, Leave these two to me. Dongtrach swiftly moved behind the robbers. Catching them off guard, he wasted no time tying them up. They had not even reacted before they could question. How was this old man so fast? Lam Thu also leaped into action to deal with the bomb. She entered the restroom and immediately spotted the bomb tucked under the sink. With a countdown timer showing only 5 seconds remaining, Lam Thu panicked and thought, damn. With so little time, how am I supposed to defuse this? She grabbed the bomb to her chest and dashed outside, shouting loudly, Master. Spatial boundary. He immediately understood the hand gesture for the barrier. Got it. He quickly tossed the bomb away, reached into his bag to pull out an egg, and said, all thanks to that machine. Lam threw the egg into the void along with the bomb, letting them have a little chat. The timer on the bomb was flashing red with just 1 second left. The bomb exploded with a massive blast, creating a cloud of bright red smoke, while the black smoke gradually dissipated. Inside the void, the blue egg had absorbed all the aftershocks of the explosion. He looked at it, took a deep breath, and sighed with relief. Everything was fine now. Once the job was done, he turned to seriously face the two robbers from earlier. His expression was fierce as he asked them, Now spill it. Who told you to do this? If you do not come clean, I will make sure you regret it. The two instantly dropped to their knees, their heads touching the ground, confessing earnestly that it was the second son of a dog in their village who had told them to do it, claiming it was a golden opportunity. We did not expect this either. After hearing this, Lam realized it was all a trap. This fake name was way too convenient. You guys have been completely played. He scratched his head and turned to ask Yang Zhe, Master, what should we do? Suddenly, the plane shook violently, causing the two of them to brace themselves and look forward. The flight attendant's voice rang out. Dear passengers, I'm the chief flight attendant for this flight. We have a bit of a situation in the cockpit, and if there are any pilots on board, please come to the cockpit. Hearing this, cursed quietly, damn. Is this flight cursed or what? After venting, he quickly dashed towards the front. He yelled to Yang Zai, Master, I know how to fly a plane. Let us go check it out. Yang Zai and Shen Ting were taken aback. You know how to fly a plane? He watched Lam's back as he ran off, thinking to himself, does this kid really know how to fly? Earlier, he thought it was just bragging. Shen Ting, filled with pride, looked at him with admiration, thinking, no wonder he is the master. Inside, the flight attendant quickly explained the situation to Lam, saying they seemed to have heard gunfire earlier, and then they lost contact with the cockpit. Lam moved forward and said, let me handle this. As soon as the door opened, the flight attendant panicked and fell to the ground, screaming in terror. Inside the cockpit lay the lifeless body of the captain along with a stranger. It seemed they had fought to the death. Lam could not comprehend what was happening and wondered, what on earth is going on? Yang Zhai looked seriously at the one lying on the ground and said, I just asked those two outside. Someone had prepared weapons on the plane for them, but they did not even know who the other party was. Lam fell silent, deep in thought. He stroked his chin, trying to think. Now the captain and co-pilot were both dead. The most direct clues were gone, and they had messed up the plane's autopilot system. Suddenly, the plane shook violently again, and he shouted, think of something. Lam stepped forward, his face serious as he said, well, we are out of options. Then, he gripped the controls tightly and told everyone behind him, don't worry. I can fly manually. After regaining control of the plane, the sky brightened with a peaceful light, and he let out a sigh of relief, saying, we are stable now. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the headset. T-5647. You have been cleared off your flight path. Please respond. Lam, though, drenched in sweat, responded over the intercom. T-5647. Received. The plane encountered some turbulence, but we will head back to the flight path immediately. Moments later, the sky cleared up completely, and the plane landed safely. The group quickly disembarked, and Dongtrach glanced at Lam Thu from a distance. He called out to him, Xiao Thu, I feel like this engine issue is no accident. There might be an assassination attempt in play. You and Ting Nai head back to school first. I am going to investigate. Understood, Master, he replied calmly. Shenting mischievously said, Master, how about we? He quickly dodged. Sorry, but I have got something urgent to do, need to talk to a friend. Upon hearing this, she left, waving. All right, see you at school later. After she left, Lamtho complained to the system 9527. Why did not you explain the forced awakening of skills today? The system replied irritably. What is there to explain? After all, you are my host. If your life is really in danger, I will definitely be on your side. Lamtho smirked. So that is it. So your role is not just to awaken skills. Right, the system boasted. Revealing more. Of course, I have many functions, like speeding up the recovery of your spiritual energy. But why should I tell you? Lamtho, feeling pleased, eagerly asked. Really? How do I speed up my spiritual energy recovery? Spill it out, the system replied. Clearly displeased. This uses a small amount of my energy. I won't suggest you use it unless absolutely necessary. Hearing this, he became interested. A small amount. Can we help restore your energy? The system cheerfully responded. Look at you, kid. You have got some conscience. Since you became my host, I can't absorb energy anymore. I truly need your help to restore energy, which is why I am conserving it. But right now, you are still too weak. Once you reach diamond level, I will tell you more. He smiled and replied. All right, 9527. I know you are looking out for me. Thanks, man. The atmosphere in Shanghai was utterly silent. Lamtho shoved his hands into his pockets, mumbling, weird, while Shenting stayed quiet beside him. He cautiously spoke up. We have walked quite a bit, but where are all the familiar faces? Suddenly, loud fireworks erupted around them, accompanied by a chorus welcoming them back. Lamtho laughed joyfully. Long time no see. Min Min chimed in. Lamji, we watched your match. You were so cool. A classmate looked at Shenting in curiosity and asked. Big brother, who's this? He quickly introduced. This is the new student in our class. Shenting. Zhangsan raised his hand to greet. Hello. Tingji. The blue-haired guy from before poked Lamtho's shoulder, saying, Big brother. No pressure. Your sister-in-law is right here. What? You misunderstood. He replied, as behind them, Chen Chen radiated an aura of confidence. Lamtho grabbed her hand and called. Chen Chen, come hang out with me. And Chen Chen was taken aback, feeling shy, and blushed. Zhang San teased the other guy. Looks like Big Brother has a crush on sister-in-law already. Don't speak nonsense. Chen Chen stealthily followed him. Okay. The two of them sat on a bench under a giant tree. He patted her shoulder, saying, Chen Chen. She looked confused and asked, why are you apologizing to me? With a muscular flex, he threatened. If you cross me, you will regret it. He quickly denied it, saying it was not true. Lamtho lowered her head and explained. I have spent all the money for the wedding. Just a little over. Chen Chen froze and asked. What do you mean? She blushed and urged him. If there is an issue with the money, just say it. He began recounting the story. How everything started after he entered the competition. He explained the whole situation about settling the Black Commission for her. And Chan Chan was moved, saying, I can't believe this happened. Lamtho then asked, aren't you mad? She gently patted his head and said, you did your best to help those poor kids. That is the Lamtho I know. Lamtho gazed at her with adoration. Chan Chan. He pulled her into an embrace, saying, don't worry. Chan Chan. I will work hard to make money. And I promise you and our future child won't have to suffer. Chan Chan blushed and said, stop joking. Who is having a kid with you? He looked into her eyes and said, Chan Chan. It has been a few days since we last met. And you are about to break through to golden rank already. She pushed him away and playfully said, that is because someone is advancing too quickly. How could I not take the chance to train and get stronger? Lamtho cheerfully joined in. Stronger. You are way too strong. My poor husband is getting beaten up too much. I need Chan Chan around. A few days later, in the dorm, Lamtho sat meditating, trying to cultivate something. He sighed, thinking back to the magical scene from yesterday, secretly feeling joyful. He had joked around too much before, and Chan Chan had playfully hit him a few times, and it still hurt. As he stood up and rubbed his shoulders, he thought, even though I have only awakened life skills recently, absorbing 3 beast transformation skill orbs, I can now awaken the Beast King Roar and Savage Speed. Lamtho stood in front of the mirror, pondering if his body was getting stronger, and if he was becoming more handsome. The system suddenly interrupted his random thoughts. Stop being so self-absorbed. It is time to awaken a skill. Lambda looked at it disdainfully and said, I do not need a reminder. The system announced. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations. Host, you have received S-level body enhancement skill. Lambda pressed the screen excitedly, saying, Body enhancement. Awesome. Let us enhance it. He decided to check his current ability value, and the system notified him. Enhancement successful. The host body organization is now roughly equivalent to platinum level. He happily thought, this is perfect. At this level, I can finally use the platinum level space orb my master sent last time. He quickly closed his eyes and entered a state of absorption. Lambda relaxed his body to absorb the new skill easily. He carefully examined his newly acquired skill and thought, this space-ripping skill can create a chaotic area within a fixed 5x5 range. It will tear apart everything within its reach. How cool is that? The range of this skill will increase as the user's level rises. He continued evaluating. Moreover, through this absorption, I feel like I am just a bit away from breaking through to golden 6 stars. Suddenly, the familiar ringtone rang out, marking today as a good day. He picked up the phone and said, Master, I have good news. ING has gotten too big. I have bad news to tell you. Come to the training grounds for a meeting. After hearing that, his expression turned serious. The training field was bathed in sunlight, with 2 teachers standing on the platform. Looking down at the line of students below, Lamthu stood in line, thinking to himself, why did the master suddenly call so many people? Chen Chan saw him and called out, Lamtho, you are here too. At the same time, Alduong Trach announced. Attention. Everyone. I have just received a notice. In Shanghai, a class of golden spirit beast has gone rogue and is causing chaos. The students below immediately began to chatter excitedly. Alduong Trach recalled images of the monstrous beasts attacking others, explaining that several nearby Spirit University had dispatched teams for support. We will also participate. But the situation is quite dangerous. Participation is voluntary. Lamtho felt a jolt of fear. A rogue spirit beast. The teacher's voice continued. Those who wish to join can sign up. But let me remind you once again, this mission comes with a risk of death. And Chan looked at Lamtho, who was full of confidence. Appearing worried, he calculated silently. He had recently learned many new skills, and this was a chance to test his combat abilities. Alduong Trach added, also, any spirit beasts you capture will belong to you. Chen Chan looked surprised. Murmuring. Class of golden spirit beasts are usually controlled by the state. We actually get to take items from there. The higher-ups must be taking this rogue situation seriously. Lamtho imagined himself taking down those spirit beasts and collecting plenty of spirit cows, rubbing his hands together in excitement. This is going to be a jackpot. Last time in the Copper Spirit realm, I got a lot, and this time, Lamtho raised his hand to sign up. I can help keep everyone safe. I can't back down. Chen Chan quickly added. I am going to. Lamtho advised her. Chan, the golden spirit realm is filled with class of golden beasts, and there might even be some platinum beasts. I am worried you could be in danger, she gently replied. Lamtho, I know my strength, but I feel this mission is incredibly important for me. Plus, Chan wore a confident expression, trusting him as she asked, you will protect me? Right. Lamtho's heart raced at her adorable demeanor, turning red as he replied. Of course. I will protect you. He took her hand, urging, but you have to promise to stay by my side at all times. She obediently said, okay. I understand. Suddenly, he remembered something and exclaimed. Right. He handed Chan a gun, explaining, here's your secret weapon. I told the master to charge it with spirit energy. It has about 20 rounds. You should have no problem dealing with regular class of golden beasts. Lamtho continued while reaching into his pocket, especially the last 5 shots. Even a class of diamond beast might not withstand them. Plus, she looked at the gun in awe and admiration. That is really impressive. I can use this as a shield if we run into danger. Right? Chan asked in surprise. He scratched his head, mumbling. With this, we will be all set for both offense and defense. Wait, I still need to ask Shen Ting to come with you. To always have your back. She giggled and pinched him, saying, all right, she gently said, do not worry. Nothing will happen to me. Lamtho took her hand tightly, promising sincerely, no matter what, I will definitely protect you. She shyly replied, I believe in you. Aoyangji stared at the sweet pink atmosphere around him with a sense of helplessness. He thought to himself, my disciple is truly lucky, even at such a critical moment. He is still spreading the love. I remember that girl, Aoyangji mumbled. Seems like it is the awakening of the ice system. This riot in the golden level spirit realm must be linked to some ice treasure. Letting her go is not a bad idea. A few days later, the school bus crossing the mountains was fraught with danger. The teacher's announcement echoed in everyone's ears. Classmates, All the spirit beasts at the platinum level in the spirit realm have been contained. After a thorough check, it is confirmed there are no other spirit beasts threatening yours. So no need to panic. The students got off the bus one by one. Lamthu stood back, observing the crowd ahead. He spoke up. The Jinling martial spirit and the Kodo martial spirit have arrived too. Lamthu looked at the group of female students in front of him. Puzzled. Longji, is the Kodo martial spirit an all-girls academy? How come there is not a single boy here? Zhang-san responded. Although it is not a girls-only academy, the principal of Kodo martial spirit is known as the Jade-Faced Demoness, specializing in male students. Which is why there are not any boys right now. After hearing that, he clicked his tongue and said, this Jade-Faced Demoness is not a total man-hater. Right. With that kind of reputation, how many boys must be scared off? Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder and called out, hey kid, the principal of Kodo martial spirit, the Jade-Faced Demoness, knows the legend of the man-hater. And asked, you must be Lamthu. Right. I am very interested in you. Would you like to transfer to our Kodo martial spirit? Huang Fuiman. Standing nearby. Introduced. Lamthu, long time no see. This is our principal. Lamthu was speechless. Thinking. Talk about bad timing. He shook his head to decline. No thanks. I am doing great at Shanghai martial spirit right now. She then grabbed him by the arm, saying, our Kodo martial spirit is full of beauties. You can pick any of them. I'm sure these girls won't say no. She patted his shoulder again, adding, even my niece is not off the table. She yelled in shock. What? He quickly corrected her. I already have a girlfriend. Lamthu was getting flustered. The tension between him and the opposite sex is not bad. Right. Lamthu hugged her, both to calm her down and to show Huang Fulan the depth of their relationship. Besides, they are very affectionate, so it is best not to trouble you. She chuckled softly but did not give up, saying, hey kid, you have got good taste. How about this? You both can transfer here together. He quickly turned away, declining once more. Thank you for your kind offer. But I really feel great at Shanghai martial spirit. On this side, Huang Fuiming playfully scolded. What is this? Why are you selling your own niece like that? She sighed, not too bothered. What a shame. This kid is one of the few boys who does not rub me the wrong way. After escaping her grasp, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew. It felt like being pressured into a marriage. Dring Trech, along with two other mentors, looked down at the group of students and announced, everyone, this area is under the jurisdiction of the Duke's squad. We have already scouted it out. He held a spare coat in his hand, as the realm suddenly plunged into a glacial age, with the air temperature plummeting. Before entering, everyone had to put on their down jackets. Creatures that could not adapt to such conditions went completely berserk, and they had to be kept inside to prevent them from rampaging. All the students quickly put on their jackets. He continued to instruct, once you are inside, I hope everyone will do their best to support each other. Everyone caroused in agreement. Yep. Ahead lay a swirling vortex of space that emanated an intense chill. Chun and Lamthu stood in front of that icy gate. She felt a bit anxious and thought to herself, what in the world is this overwhelming sensation? Lamthu quickly took her hand, their fingers intertwining. He whispered, and she softly replied, The two of them held hands and stepped into the space together. Lamthu, bundled up in a thick coat, was surrounded by ice and snow. Kufi Khan, shivering, exclaimed, oh man, it feels way colder inside than outside. The Dzing, despite also feeling the chill, could not resist throwing a jab. What? Scared of the cold, ignoring the jab. He replied, at least there is no sign of any spirit beasts lately, so it should be safe. Let us move out. Suddenly, Lamthu noticed something and shouted to the group, quick, find somewhere to hide. Lamthu swiftly swooped up Chun and moved her to the side while the rest of the group scattered from their previous spot. Lamthu excitedly said, what luck. We just got here and already found hundreds of spirit beasts surrounding us. But Chun turned pale. A massive herd of elephants stopped and gazed down at the group, challenging them fiercely. The Deeding cursed. Man, your mouth is a disaster. Kufokan panicked and asked, what do we do now? There are so many high-level spirit beasts here. The numbers are insane. Lamthu called out to assign tasks. You guys go in first to distract the spirit beasts while we prepare our combat skills. Then he turned to the Nemtine and said, disciple, you do not need to join in. Just focus on protecting Chan Chen. She accepted. Got it. I want Tini to engage with high-level spirit beasts. He shouted. Hong Fei Wang, activate the domain. Everyone immediately sprang into action, each working with impressive efficiency. Mumsing soared above, activating her healing domain and said, blessing. The group was instantly enveloped by her domain. Lamthu charged in, diving from above, and struck hard at the center of the elephant herd. Upon landing, he opened his mouth, not only warming his body but also keeping his teammates in peak condition. This domain is quite interesting, Lumthu said while moving, testing out the new skills he had just learned. He lunged at the elephant in front of him and shouted, "Awaken, savage." The punch he threw made that elephant stagger back. With just one punch, the gigantic elephant fell flat on the ice. Lumthu seized its curved tusk, a testament to his strength. Under the menacing gaze of the elephant, Lumthu lifted the elephant high, shouting, "Yep." He gripped its tusk tightly and spun around, launching an attack on the other elephants. Ready to unleash a thrilling battle, the elephants were scattered everywhere, each one flying off in a different direction. Thinungdung could not help but say, "It is hard to believe that a beastmaster could turn these giant elephants into weapons." Du Kuan, equally stunned, asked, "I just want to know, are we still fighting?" Lumthu quickly ordered, "You guys control a group for me. Let us see my Beast King roar." The two of them felt a surge of excitement, thinking to themselves, "That is right. As long as we can control them, we can gather as we please." Lumthu took a deep breath and then strained to let out a few sounds. Cluck cluck cluck, sounding worse than a rooster. Kuofkavan could not believe it and said, "That lion's roar technique was not meant to be laughed at. Right. It has no majesty at all. Just like a rooster." Thidu Dung tried to hold back his laughter, while Lumthu thought angrily to himself, "This is the roar of a beast king." Suddenly, he noticed something. Wait a minute. Looking at the confused elephants in front of him, he concluded that the group control skill was working. Lumthu shouted to the others behind him, "Hurry. Use your skills." They quickly unleashed their powers, glowing brightly, and unleashed their strength straight down onto the herd of elephants. The lead elephant communicated with its companions, trumpeting, "Run fast. They are too strong." Watching the beasts turn tail and flee, Lumthu could not help but laugh. He muttered, "Look at them run. I really overestimated those beasts." The others looked at the beasts sprawled on the ground and said, "You definitely underestimated your own strength." Kufi On drew everyone's attention. "Look over here." Following his finger, they saw several beasts glowing brightly, while the elephants disappeared, leaving behind a few shining spirit bowls on the icy ground. Lumthu suddenly shouted, "Oh wow. They are all spirit bowls." He quickly snapped out of it and told everyone, "What are you waiting for? Go collect the spirit bowls." Waimeng scratched her head and said, "We do not deserve this. This victory is mainly thanks to you. You take them." Lumthu handed one of the spirit bowls to her, saying, "Do not feel shy." Everyone contributed. "Just take it." Waimeng thanked him, saying, "Lumithuda, you are really the best." Then, he turned to give his girlfriend one. "Here, this ice system spirit bowl is for you." Chun Chen hesitated to call his name. Lumithuda. She slightly bent down, feeling a bit uncomfortable and said, "Lumithuda, I am not sure if it is just my imagination, but I think I am about to break through." Lumtha supported her while commenting, "The spiritual energy in this spirit domain is definitely stronger than outside. You are almost guaranteed to break through." "Shiem Tying," Lumthu instructed, "Take care of your master. I am going to collect the remaining spirit bowls." She replied, "Yep." Waimeng interrupted them. She said while handing him a bag of spirit bowls, "Luckily you seized the moment. That is why we could drive the beasts away. This stash of spirit bowls should be yours." Lumtha looked at them in surprise. "Such a large number of spirit bowls. You guys do not want any?" Thinu Deng answered his question. "We do. But we want to earn it through our own strength," Umeng suggested. Lumtha, "We should split up and take action next." Lumtha was taken aback and asked, "Split up?" Tang Xian scratched his head and sighed. "After all, we are all experienced. If we stick with you, it will be hard for us to train ourselves." And was speechless. He crossed his arms over his chest, holding a large bag filled with shiny round gems. Feeling a twinge of guilt for scaring everyone the first time he unleashed his power, without control, he pulled out a small blue firecracker from his jacket pocket. "This is a signal flare if we run into trouble. Send it up, and I will be right there." Man nodded in agreement. "All right then. You all be safe out there." He lowered his gaze, continuing to calculate in his mind. Next up, Lamb carefully placed the large blue egg, about half his height, into the big bag. This was for his little buddy, a precious spirit bowl he had tucked away. He stood back, arms crossed, watching the egg wrapped in blue hues, small horns sprouting around it. "The rest is yours. Enjoy it." Shinting stood in front of Chen Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, radiating a soft pink glow. Lamb looked at the two of them, thinking that he and Shanting would wait for Chen Chen to break through before they set off. Lamb focused intently on the pale pink spirit energy swirling around the small ice block, forming a complete circle as it twisted. Lamb smiled, holding the zipper of his jacket, his eyes sparkling. Finally having time to observe this golden level spirit cave closely. Compared to the bronze spirit cave he explored with Chen Chen last time, this one was much larger. He noticed the blue egg emitting green spirit energy when it suddenly made a noise. Thinking, I thought half of these spirit beasts would be golden level at best. Little did he know, they had already harvested so many golden spirit bulls just by entering. It seemed most of the spirit beasts were indeed golden level. Lamb felt a slight tickle in his nose and let out a loud sneeze. The system displayed an info screen narrating. Giant elephant, typically inhabiting grasslands or temperate forests. Below was an image of a mother elephant with dark gray skin alongside her 2 silver gray calves. Lamb rubbed his nose, frowning. It was too cold. Clearly, this icy environment was not suitable for many spirit beasts to thrive. No wonder things went haywire suddenly. Wait a second. He glanced over at Chen Chen, who was meditating, and suddenly realized that the climate here must have just started changing recently. Chen Chen was about to finish her cultivation. Her sleepy eyes opening, she soared into the air, surrounded by swirling pink spirit energy. The sudden surge of power caught her off guard, and she exclaimed. She had broken through to golden level. Lamb asked as she stood up. Chen Chen, did you make it through? Chen Chen happily hugged him back. Yep, I have made it to golden level. Looking around in confusion, she asked. Wait, where is everyone? Why are just the 3 of us left? Lamb dabbed at his eyes with a handkerchief, saying, Chen Chen, I have been abandoned. Chen Chen looked at him, wide-eyed and confused. He ran pretending he wanted to hug her, saying, they rejected me because I am too powerful. My heart is truly hurt. Chen Chen rolled her eyes at him. Stop it. You are not hurt at all. Shen Ting stood awkwardly between them, asking, Master, Mistress, where do we go now? Lamb casually replied. Whatever. We are just hunting monsters. Leveling up and gearing up. Chen Chen silently agreed with him. She stood frozen, turning towards the dense forest, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves above. She pointed in a direction. Can we go that way? I feel something calling me from there. Lam Thu nodded in agreement. Sure. No problem. He glanced at the forest, brow furrowed with caution. Wait, what is that? On a clear day in the lush green woods, a massive wild elephant was struggling to use its trunk long as an arm to pull some grass. Lamb, though, hiding behind the thick foliage, let out a sigh of relief. He peeked out from the green leaves, cheerfully saying, It is destiny. The elephant's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of him, exclaiming, What is a human doing here? The elephant trumpeted in distress, quickly turning to flee. Lamb Thu jumped down from the bushes and shouted, Wait, where do you think you are running off to? He grabbed the elephant's tail, saying, Now that you have met me, you are my ride from here on out. Chan Chan and Them Tine both took a running leap, following him up high. They landed softly on the back of the frightened, weeping elephant trying to escape. Lamb Thu gently stroked its massive tusk, reassuring it, Do not worry. Just behave, and I won't hurt you. He stomped his foot down and leaped up, his legs hanging in the air. Satisfied, he announced from the elephant's back. Everything's ready. Let us run. Them Tine sat up straight, shielding her eyes from the sun, squinting off into the distance. The pink cloak was pulled up high by Chan Chan, who shyly lowered her head. The movements of the elephant caused Chan Chan's chest to brush against Lam Thu's back. He blushed, turning to glance at the 2 girls, thinking, This soft feeling, could it be? Lam Tine looked serious, staring into the distance before shouting, Master. The girl steadied herself on the elephant's back, alerting everyone to the oddity ahead. Dark clouds were thickening in the sky. It seems a storm is brewing, Lam Thu exclaimed. What? Indeed. Dark clouds were gathering above them, obscuring the sky. The elephant's steps became unusually heavy, making Lam Tine feel uneasy. What is wrong with it? It seems restless. But Lam Thu remained silent. He raised his hand to his eyes, focusing to activate his heavenly vision. This technique allowed him to see much farther and clearer than usual, and he reported his findings to his team. A swarm of black-winged locusts, a silver-grade spirit beast. This spirit beast would never reach golden level in its lifetime, but its breeding capacity was staggering. A whole swarm of black-winged locusts was flapping densely in the distance. He frowned, annoyed, saying, This is bad. We have run into way too many of them. They are heading this way. Chen Chan could not help but worry. What are we going to do? He smacked the elephant's side, loudly commanding, Why are you just standing there? Run. Startled, the elephant reared up on its front legs. The swarm of black-winged locusts quickly approached at lightning speed, their hungry eyes and sharp fangs ready to tear them apart. Lam Tine frowned and turned to the locusts, asking, Master, are not black-winged locusts weak? Why do we need to run? Lam Thu firmly replied, Even a stronghold can hold against a pack of wolves. With a swarm this size, Not even a diamond-level powerhouse could withstand it. A worried glance back, Chan Chan asked, "Does the principal really not know about this massive swarm of giant black grasshoppers in Lingku?" Lamtho gritted his teeth and replied, "I guess the changing climate has made these black grasshoppers go wild. And just look at the direction they are heading." Standing before the large pink gate, he firmly concluded, "It is clearly headed toward the entrance of Lingku." He envisioned the enormous black grasshoppers launching a coordinated attack on humans, and thought anxiously, if they get into the human world, it will be a disaster. He stood up, turned, and kicked off the ground to jump down, but it was a bad idea. Chan Chan, seeing him jump down so suddenly, could not help but call out in concern. Lamb, though, unfazed, faced the swarm of black grasshoppers swirling around him, channeling azure energy. Hearing the call, he did not even glance back, saying, "You two go ahead. I will hold them off from behind." The giant black grasshoppers buzzed their wings, their bulging eyes reflecting a sinister red light. Lamtho took a strong stance, his azure energy swirling around him as he challenged them. "Come at me." Chan Chan furrowed her brow, worried as she saw him leap into action. Determined to fight, she quickly joined him to attack the monstrous swarm with her ice magic. Creating a blizzard of fury, she unleashed a black beetle that was quickly frozen by her spell. Lamtho widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed. Chan Chan had jumped off the elephant's back and raised her hand, releasing purple energy as she shouted, "How can I let you fight alone?" Shen Tin, sitting on the elephant's back, chimed in. "Master, you can't leave us behind." Lamtho smiled, ruffling Chan Chan's hair and said, "All right, but you need to watch out for yourself." Chan Chan shyly replied, "Aha." The deafening buzz of the black grasshoppers cut through the romantic air between them. While Shen Tin steadied himself on the elephant, Chan Chan and Lamtho stood ready to fight the dense swarm of black grasshoppers in front of them. A blue lightning aura surrounded him, and his pupils faded to a pure sea blue as he clenched his fists. Saying, "These little pests are in for it." He punched the ice, creating clear cracks, unleashing a strike that commanded the forces of nature. A purple lightning bolt erupted from his position, striking the black grasshoppers. The black grasshoppers, suddenly paralyzed as if struck by lightning, fell to the ground like black raindrops. Lamtho smiled in satisfaction, thinking, "Not bad at all." He thrust his hand forward, continuing to channel azure energy for his spell. Divine Punishment, Thunder God Strike. Chan Chan, beside him, supported him with her purple energy and shouted, "Absolute Spirit Power." The pinkish-purple energy intertwined, suddenly shifting to a light pink, while red lightning crackled around her hand. Chan Chan found herself surrounded by the swarm of black grasshoppers overhead. One of them attacked Chan Chan right in the back, causing her thin jacket to reveal her ample chest. Lamtho turned in concern, calling out, "Chan Chan." She clutched her chest, sweating, and replied, "Just running low on energy." He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, even though he had taken down quite a few, continuing like this was not a solution. There were just too many black grasshoppers, and the energy consumption was enormous. In the end, he feared it would get out of hand. A bolt of ocean blue lightning crackled around him as he steeled himself, deciding to go all in. Lamtho raised his palm to the sky, as the dense ocean blue lightning zipped around him. His skills were off the charts, and Chen Chen watched in awe as he unleashed his techniques. It was truly something to behold. The black grasshoppers were caught in a vortex of powerful blue energy and lightning, and Chen Chen could not help but exclaim how impressive it was. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lamb said, "This technique is incredibly effective, but the energy cost is just too high. If I could pull this off a few more times, I might be able to wipe out all the black grasshoppers." He called out to the system, 9527. "Is there any way to quickly restore my energy?" A mechanical voice chimed in. "Yep. But since I can absorb energy on my own, the energy consumption needs to be replenished by the host. It is not advisable unless absolutely necessary." Lamtho gritted his teeth, accepting the situation. Fine. This is a life or death moment. I won't hold back anymore." The system quickly replied. "Got it." Following his command, the system activated energy replenishment. "This time, I will give it my all to help you." A surge of powerful energy flowed into Lamtho, invigorating him. His hair was blown up by the swirling energy, and he seriously focused. Turning to remind the two, "You both stay safe. I am about to put on a show." Chen Chen and them Tin opened their eyes wide, stunned by his orders. Lamtho opened a small orange-red portal amidst the icy space, revealing the vast universe beyond. He faced the black grasshoppers, now somewhat weakened in the freezing cold. As the grasshoppers prepared to attack, they suddenly charged straight toward him, but they did not expect to be blocked by the ocean blue shield he created. Lamtho continued to channel energy into the shield while taking out the monsters. Feeling anxious that he might run out of energy after just one move, he silently prayed for 9527 to recharge his energy. As the system screen displayed, energy replenishment at 75%. The black grasshoppers caught in the energy began to disintegrate into tiny specks of dust. He raised his hand to unleash his technique. Ready to strike. Ocean blue lightning radiated from Lam Thu's shield, targeting the attacking grasshoppers. From a distance, Chen Chen watched in awe. Oh my. While Them Tin admired. No wonder he is the master. Them Tin imagined Lam Thu with his chiseled abs, firm chest, broad shoulders, and slim waist. Blushing at the thought of such overwhelming power that could leave anyone mesmerized, he clenched his fist and raised it high. As the ocean blue energy gathered around him, Lam Thu leaped up, laughing triumphantly, feeling the thrill of unlimited energy techniques. Before long, he jumped back beside Them Tin and Chen Chen, smugly declaring, "All done." Lam Thu gleefully pointed at himself with his thumb, asking, "Chen Chen, am I cool or what?" Chen Chen suddenly pointed out, came back to her senses. She rushed over to hug Lam Thu tightly, and he asked, "What is wrong?" Chen Chen frowned at him like a scolding wife. "You idiot. You scared me to death just now." Lam Thu gently pulled her into his embrace. "Silly. I have told you so many times. I want to die before I marry you." In the middle of the two people gossiping about their relationship, the Them Tin exclaimed, "Oh my god. Master." Both Lam Thu and Chen Chen turned bright red, too embarrassed to say a word. The Them Tin pointed at the black clouds of dust rising up and said, "With Master's powerful spirit energy, that must be millions of black-winged locusts." Lamathada, however, showed no fear. Instead, his eyes gleamed with $ millions. He jumped down from the elephant's back and urged Chen and Chen, "Look at all those black-winged locusts. We are about to hit the jackpot." Chen Xian still hesitated, though Lamathadu's eyes sparkled as he continued to search. Spirit cattle. Spirit cattle. So many spirit cattle. After digging for a while, he paused, glancing down at his dirty hands, stunned and mouth agape. "No way. Still nothing. You have got to be kidding me." He cradled his head, crying out loud. Not even a single spirit cattle above silver grade. Lumna sat in a corner, clutching an egg and sobbing in despair. Forget it. Even if the quality of these spirit cattle is not great, at least there is plenty of them. These low-grade spirit cattle are still a steal for you. The blue egg began to absorb energy. It kept glowing with purple and white light, and he lovingly rubbed his cheek against the egg, thinking, "It is my little treasure. Give it a little more today, then less later." He thought, instantly sensing the egg was resisting that suggestion, as if to say, "No way." All three sat firmly on the elephant's back, ready for the ride. Lumtha focused intently on the system notification as it monotonously read, "Awakening skills. Please wait." Growing impatient, he thought, "I know, if it is not absolutely necessary, I would not need you to restore my spirit energy. Just awaken the skills already." Shortly after, the system chimed in with an announcement. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill B level, fluent in spirit beast language." The host could now communicate freely with spirit beasts. He felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, "This is good, but I am a bit confused." He gently patted the elephant's fur he was sitting on, planning to test his new skill with the giant creature beneath him. Without hesitation, he called out, "Big nose." The elephant, wide-eyed in surprise, asked, Who is talking to me?" Lumtha teased. "You have forgotten me already." The elephant was still astonished, saying, How do you speak our race's language? Are you the all-powerful one among us?" Lumthaju ignored its question and got straight to the point. "What on earth is going on here?" The elephant calmly recounted the events. About a month ago, one night, a blue light suddenly appeared at the center of the spirit realm, illuminating the entire area for 3 days. The elephant said confidently, "I just knew there had to be some rare treasure emerging." Lumtha rolled his eyes in disdain. "Paf. All I see is your fat foot. Show me your toes." The elephant reminisced about the scene where various beasts and birds flocked toward the beam of light shining down. It spoke with a nostalgic tone. "I heard many big shots rush to compete for it, but I do not know the details. At that moment, we did not think much of it. But gradually, I felt something was not right because the weather here has been getting colder every day." He frowned, falling silent, worry creeping in. Could it be that the precious item emitting that icy blue light was linked to Chen Chen? And Chen Chen looked up at him with curious eyes. Even though she had seen it before in the spirit realm, seeing it again felt utterly magical. The Memton excitedly chimed in from behind. "Master is incredible. He even understands the language of spirit beasts." The three of them rode on the elephant for a while, making their way to the center of the spirit realm, where the trees stood bare, leaving only a haunting landscape. The cold wind and snow whipped through, making them shiver. Chun-chan was surprised to hear his theory, saying, "So the thing that has been calling to me is the main reason behind the changes in the spirit realm." Lumthu slightly turned his head, expressing his doubts. "That is what I guess. But there is one thing I still can't wrap my head around. Master and Lassie Lao said they had already checked this place. Why is that precious item still here?" Upon hearing this, Chen Henchen's face lit up as if she had just realized something. Or maybe, the treasure has really been taken. And what is calling to me is something else. Lumthu smiled and patted her shoulder. "Forget it. Overthinking won't help. Let us just go check it out and see for ourselves." Chen clasped her hands behind her head, relaxing as she replied, "Okay." She maintained her position, her expression still shocked as she hesitated, saying, "Whoa. Strange." Noticing her unusual demeanor, Lumthu asked seriously, "What is wrong?" Qijin and Chin. She covered her mouth, stunned, replying, "Before we reached the center, I felt like something was calling to me. But suddenly, that feeling vanished, like it never existed." Felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. This was tough. He had hoped to rely on Chen Hunchan's intuition to find the treasure. But it looked like they would need to search slowly. Lumthu waved to the two girls. "Well, we have no choice. Let us split up and look for it." As soon as he said that, both of them responded in unison. Lumthu stood in his original position, using his clairvoyance. One of his eyes shifted from brown to ocean blue. Leaves fell onto the thin ice where he stood, and as he observed, he thought gloomily, "Even though the chances are slim, I still want to give it a shot." His gaze suddenly landed on a familiar figure in a short dress lounging on a piece of ice. Her curves accentuated, creating a stunning silhouette. She called out, "Lumthu. Over here. Let me look for it. You can go somewhere else." Seeing this sight made Lumthu blush, blood rushing to his face as he widened his eyes in awe. Embarrassed, he covered his nose, which was bleeding, and walked in the opposite direction. "Okay, I will go this way," he said, while the elephant turned its head, looking at him in confusion. As night fell, the three gathered wood and set a fire to keep warm. The elephant, having sat near them, had fallen asleep at some point. The M10 sighed. "No luck," Lumthu reassured them. "Don't rush. The central area is so vast. We can search it all in one go. Let us rest for the night and continue tomorrow." The three of them spent a peaceful night, sleeping soundly until the next morning, when the weather was still clear and sunny, and the fire they had lit last night had long since gone out. Lumthu stretched and yawned, feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep. Qijin and Chin, sitting next to him, rubbed her sleepy eyes. Lumthu leaned on his hands on the ground, frowning as he noticed the Memtine had already gotten up, adopting a wary stance. "Disciple, what is wrong? It is so early, and you are looking so serious." The area suddenly fell silent. The master and the giant elephant were nowhere to be found. It was only when the Memtine pointed it out that he realized something was off. Both Chen and Lumthu stood up to confirm. Sure enough, the spot where the elephant had been lying yesterday was now completely empty. The Memtin analyzed the situation. If it had run off on its own, there is no way we would not have noticed. There is only one possibility left. He thought of the tall shadow with those cold, red eyes. Someone must have taken action. Lumthu supported his chine, contemplating, "If there really is an enemy, I would guess their level is at least diamond." Qijin and Chin, feeling uneasy, suggested, "Should we head back for now? I do not want to put everyone in danger because of me." Lumthu recalled how the group had worked together while the elephant was sound asleep. It struck him as strange how could such a large, high-level creature be taken without a sound, completely outsmarting the Memtin. If the target was me or Chan Chun, could we even escape? Lumthu agreed with Chine Chun. "All right. Let us get out of this area first and come up with another plan." Chen Chengchen strapped on her backpack and moved ahead with the Memtine, while Lundram Thu followed behind. Hands stuffed in his pockets, he turned to the system and asked, 9527. "Do you know anything?" The emotionless voice replied, "I won't give you too many hints. Just know that everything is under control, and for you, it is a good opportunity." Lumthu pouted and asked, "Can you give me a little more of a hint? Is it a person, a spirit beast, or something weird?" The system firmly refused. "To become stronger, you will need to rely on your own experience. But I can help you awaken your skills." The system's voice chimed in again. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the A-level skill, wind listening. This skill enhances your hearing 100-fold for a short time. Given your current strength, you can maintain it for half an hour and use it at any time." Lumthu beamed with excitement, praising, "This skill might actually be useful." 9527. "You know I love you." "Thanks." The system shyly responded. "You are quite the charmer." He gazed longingly at the snow-covered path leading into the forest. while the trees there remained lush and untouched by snow. He began piecing together the events in his mind. 9,527 said everything was under control, which meant the enemy's strength was not so high that I could not handle it. If they could silently take the spirit beast away, that is my chance. His eyes widened as he suddenly had an epiphany. So that is it. He called the two girls ahead of him to turn around. I know who the enemy is. Chen Qian and them Tine were both taken aback. Both girls turned to Lumthu, urging him to speak up. He placed his middle and index fingers on his nose, squinting with a smug grin, and said, in this vast spiritual realm, I can silently sneak by the three of us without a sound. One hand stuffed in his pocket, Lumthu waved his index finger back and forth with a grin. There is only one truth. The real culprit is a spatial spirit beast. You can call me Detective Kadhu. The two girls looked at him with assessing eyes. Chun Chun understood his explanation immediately and nodded. That makes sense now. Only a spatial spirit beast could move an elephant while we are taking a break. The Memtine showed a worried expression. Spatial spirit beasts are not easy to deal with. Lumthu placed his index finger over his lips, signaling for silence. Shh. He focused his mind and carefully used his enhanced hearing to listen intently to the surroundings. The wind rustled through the lush green trees, and amidst that serene backdrop, a few sudden rustling sounds broke the peace. A shadowy figure of a green-skinned goblin with blood-red eyes peeked out from behind the thick foliage. Lumthu looked at the monster with a cold, lifeless gaze before turning to remind his companions. It is 500 meters ahead. We will take it down before it even knows what hit it. He opened a pitch-black portal outlined in fiery orange. This is the Renyai Gate. All three of them jumped one after the other into the Renyai Gate, leaving just one sneakered foot outside the portal. The Memtine was the first to leap out, followed by Lumthu and Chan Chan. The startled goblin let out a fierce growl. Xiha. The Memten swiftly delivered a punch right to its face, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood. Instead of backing down, the creature laughed viciously, more determined than ever. The monster moved with incredible speed, becoming a blur before vanishing completely. The Memten shouted in frustration. Where did it run off to? Lumthu carefully warned. Do not chase after it. This spirit beast is called the Spatial Wanderer, and it is extremely agile. Chasing it blindly will only lead to trouble. It is cunning, with a vengeful nature like a demon. If the Memtine landed a hit, it would definitely come back for revenge. The Memtine hugged herself, licking her lips excitedly. Do not worry. I am not scared of it coming after us. I am more worried it will get away. She grinned mischievously, her hands raised in anticipation. Kega. I am so pumped. Chen Shan and Lumthu exchanged glances from afar, both agreeing that the Memtine is the real demon of our squad. He crossed his arms, a serious expression on his face, continuing to ponder. Why would a golden-level spirit realm have a diamond-level spirit beast? According to the fat nose, that treasure is glowing on its own, possibly in the hands of that space traveler. I can't sense any other treasures around. Where the heck are they hiding? The monster has been silently observing them from the thick foliage for who knows how long. Lumthu, sensing danger, carefully listened intently. He quickly discovered the presence of the monster. It was still nearby. He signaled the other two girls in the group, and Chin Chan and the Memtine, feeling his urgency, straightened up and focused on his cues. Lumthu plopped down against the fake tree and said, It won't be coming for a while. We should take a break. Chun Chan and the Memtine understood the cue and followed suit. With Chan Chan dropping her bag to the ground, Chen Chan and Lumthu exchanged smiles, pretending to close their eyes and lean against each other, waiting for the space traveler to take the bait. The space traveler, thinking the group had completely let their guard down, slowly emerged like dark streaks mixed with bright red amidst the green canopy. He closed his eyes, furrowing his brow in irritation, clicking his tongue. He was losing patience. It had been 2 hours already. His hands were numb, and the space traveler showed no signs of making a move. Could it be that it sensed we are trying to lure it? No way. We have to capture this guy, snag its spirit beast and treasures to settle our debts. Chen Qian had dozed off on his shoulder without him noticing, slowly waking up and blinking drowsily. The Memtine was still sound asleep against him. Chun Chen gently held his hand with both of hers and began to massage it, asking softly, Is your hand numb? Let me help you with that. Lumthu could not help but feel delighted at her attention. And Chin Chen really is the best girlfriend. He continued channeling his spirit energy, carefully listening for any sounds around them. Lumthu put a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. And Chun Chen bit her lip, tense, following his gaze. Lumthu subtly noticed it was coming. The space traveler, stealthy and agile, was creeping closer to their trio. Lumthu frowned and nudged the Memtine. She grimaced in annoyance but woke up alongside the others. The space traveler flashed a wicked grin, its sharp teeth glinting, and with a smug look in its red eyes. It was definitely it. It was now ready to pounce on them. Grinning sinisterly, Lumthu shouted a warning to his teammates. Now, the Memtine replied. Got it. Dust and dirt kicked up as the space traveler leaped into action, its sharp claws aiming for the Memtine. Unfazed, She turned her back to it and said, "Perfect timing." With one hand charged with crimson spirit energy and a streak of red lightning, she shouted, "I was just looking for a chance to test my strength." She poured all her energy into the punch, but it was easily blocked by the space traveler. It used its spatial power to nullify the swirling pale red spirit energy surrounding her punch. The Memtine gasped in shock as she watched her soft pink energy morph into a deep ocean blue. The space traveler chuckled sinisterly, a wicked grin spreading across their face as the sea blue energy radiated from the hot spot. Thick and heavy, the Memten felt as if she was under some sort of spell, her arms forced behind her back, leaving her suspended in midair. Panic washed over her as she cried out, "What is this?" The space traveler laughed, delighting in her fear, their eyes glowing a bright red, with sharp teeth bared. They sneered, "You are all going to die by unseen forces." The Memten felt as if a bolt of blue lightning struck her, slowly erasing her lower half. She opened her mouth to scream for help, but it was in vain. After the Memtine was taken by the space traveler, Chan Chan was left in deep worry, urgently turning to her boyfriend. "Lam Thu, what do we do? I have no idea where they have taken the M10." Lam Thu, hearing Chun Chun's anxious question, gazed at the swirling blue portal created by the space traveler hanging in front of them. With a calm expression, he smirked and said, "What is there to be afraid of? If it takes you somewhere else, I might start to worry. It took that poor girl. And you should be more concerned about yourself." Lam Thu's words left Chan Chun confused. The spatial gate created by the traveler vanished, deep within the forest. Just as Lam Thu had said, the Memtine was landing kick after kick into the monster's gut, leaving the space traveler reeling from the blows. She followed up with punches to its face, catching it off guard, and with glee, the Memtine taunted, "Is that all you have got? What level do you think you are to take me on one-on-one?" Lam Thu is using his spiritual power to check the situation inside that space. And after seeing Chan Chan beat the monster to a pulp, he turns to ask, "I was right, was not?" Chan Chan, watching that brutal fight, is left speechless by Chan Chan's violence. Over there, Chan Chan's punches are getting stronger by the minute, and she lands another hit on the monster's jaw, making it scream in pain, even bringing tears to its eyes. It spits out a mouthful of fresh blood, and Chan Chan excitedly declares, "This time, there is no way you are escaping." Lam Thu observes the situation and warns Chan Chan inside, "This time you have to catch it. If it escaped, it will be even harder to catch next time." Hearing her master's advice, Chan Chan turns back, obediently responding, "Understood, disciple." This time, Lam, though, watching from outside, notices he is getting anxious and shouts, "Be careful, it wants to run." The monster quickly retreats deeper into the space, leaving only half its head behind. Grinning smugly, making a noise that roughly translates to, "The game has just begun." Both Chan Chan and Lam Thu are stunned, watching the monster vanish into the space. But soon after, it reappears behind Chan Chan. Lam Thu immediately figures out the monster's intention. He hurriedly glances back and calls out, "Chan Chan." At that moment, she has not realized anything strange behind her. The moment he calls her, she panics, realizing the space wanderer is above her, grinning smugly and preparing to grab her, as the space slowly envelops her lower body. In an instant, the space has swallowed more than half of Chan Chan's body. She is terrified and reaches out for help towards Lam Thu, screaming in fear. Lam, though, reaching out to pull her back, realizes he may not be able to make it in time. He also gets pulled into the void at that moment. As the portal begins to close, the space wanderer is incredibly cunning. Compared to other spirit beasts, it is smarter. They are originally a platinum-level spirit beast inside the spirit treasure, while other platinum spirit beasts were fighting each other over the coveted heartstone. It was just sitting back and enjoying the show, hiding in a corner, not participating in the battle with the others. In the end, it easily dealt with the final victor, taking the treasure and teleporting away. Later, when the powerful martial artists cleaned up the spirit treasure, it perfectly concealed itself and successfully survived. Thinking of this, Lam Thu gritted his teeth in anger. Unable to contain his fury, he exploded with power, lightning crackling around him. He lost his cool and yelled, "That despicable space wanderer! You dare to harm her! I will wipe out your entire clan." He runs forward, frantic, while contacting System 9527. "Please, help me track the location of the space wanderer." The system quickly pinpointed its location. The voice of the system echoed left side. Up ahead, the enemy was on the move, and upon receiving the intel, his eyes sharpened as he responded, "Got it. I will track its position." Lam the dashed towards the system's direction, his heart racing with worry. He silently wished, "Please, Chan Chan, you can't get hurt." She was happily cackling, sounding a bit smug. Chan Chan was draped over its back, glancing at the space warping foe. She reassured herself, "This guy keeps moving like this. It means Lam Thu must be right behind. I need to stay calm." Suddenly, It hit her this creature's target was her all along. First, she had to figure out how to break free and stall for Lam Thu's arrival. Chan glanced at the backpack in her hand, her mind racing as she connected the dots. Got it. She pulled out the familiar spiky egg from her bag, remembering how Lam Thu had given her this protective treasure. She was not sure what it was, but it would have to do for now. Chan quickly sprang into action, turning around and hurling the egg at the space-warping creature. The egg immediately began to absorb the monster's spiritual energy. It saw the spiky egg voraciously siphoning its energy and was furious, grinding its teeth in anger. The creature quickly leaped high to escape the egg's absorption, feeling both fear and confusion. What is this? It is sucking my spiritual energy. The space monster started to sweat, the ominous atmosphere closing in around it, leaving it doubtful. Even though I am a high-level spirit beast, the pressure from this egg makes me feel like an ant. Chan held the egg with a gentle smile, reminiscing about the warmth she felt when Lam Thu transferred energy through it. This is really useful, she thought, impressed. Normally, she had seen Lam Thu transfer energy to it but never thought much of it. Looks like she underestimated it. And Chan reached into her bag and slowly pulled out a gun. Chan stared intently at the object in her hand, making a firm decision. Let us see how this goes. The space-warping creature immediately became alert at the sight of the gun in her hand. She furrowed her brow and quickly aimed the gun at the Mumo monster, pulling the trigger as bullets flew out in rapid succession. The spirit beast dodged the bullets, clearly feeling the gun's power. The space monster grew tense, dodging while thinking, what is this? I need to be more careful. Suddenly, a bullet struck its chest, causing it to cry out in pain. After a flurry of shots, she finally hit it once. Chan shouted in excitement. Got it. But that bullet barely did anything to it. The space monster sneered, laughing scornfully. Is that all you have got? Chan stared at the space-warping creature in shock. Its calm demeanor took her by surprise. Realizing the bullet had not harmed it, the monster opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp fangs as it lunged at her. It growled twice, Xiha, and the creature leaped high, its sharp claws aimed directly at Chan. She faced its attack without fear, a smirk on her lips, thinking, how arrogant. I am ready for you. Her eyes sparkled with confidence as she stared it down. Chan recalled the moments from Lam Thu, where initially it was just me and the M10 adding to the mix, which did not affect the ordinary spirit beasts at all. But the last shot was loaded by Principal Wu Dung, and even a peak diamond level beast might not withstand it. She aimed her gun at the space monster and shouted, try this on for size. Her finger squeezed the trigger, and the bullet was instantly fired. The monster's eyes widened in fear as it saw the bullet approaching. This one felt different from all the others. The space monster thought to itself, I upgraded to diamond using my precious artifact. But, before it could react, the bullet pierced through its head, and fresh blood erupted everywhere. After that shot, the sight of the powerless space monster kneeling before her was surreal, with a blue liquid oozing from the back of its head, while her legs were steady. Lam Thu still felt anxious as two of her companions rushed toward the position of the fallen space monster. Not far ahead of Lam Thu, some beams of spiritual power shot out, catching his attention. He stared intently in that direction, and his companion, the Mem Tying, urgently said, it is the light from the spirit gun. They are over there. Lam Thu quickly moved forward, cautiously pushing aside the bushes to observe the surroundings closely. He sensed something was off. To his shock, he discovered Chan and rushed to call her name. Tran. Hearing the familiar voice, she immediately turned to look back. Lam Thu and the M Tyne ran up, and Tran explained what had happened there, saying, I took care of it. She raised two fingers and flashed a bright smile, proudly showing off her achievement. Pretty impressive, right? Lam Thu rushed over and hugged her tightly. Tran blushed and stammered his name. Lam Thu. They hugged for a moment before separating. She softly reassured him, don't be scared. I am fine. Once the worry faded, Lam Thu asked curiously, Tran, how did you manage that? Tran eagerly recounted her spectacular victory over the monster. She held the egg in her hands and answered his question. Good thing you gave me the egg and your spirit gun. After listening to her story, Lam Thu thought to himself, so that is why I remembered I had that powerful bullet from my master. She cradled the egg gently, looking at it fondly, and said softly, and there is this. Lam Thu pointed at the egg and laughed. Good. You did amazing this time. I will do my best to help you hatch soon. The egg seemed to respond to Lam Thu's promise. Shaking happily, suddenly, the Memtime exclaimed in surprise. Master, there is something. Hearing this, Lam Thu and Tran turned to look at the corpse of the defeated monster on the ground. At that moment, the monster's body emitted a faint green glow, slowly rising as the body began to fade away. As the monster's corpse vanished completely, two glowing blue spirit beads appeared, shimmering brightly. Lam Thu picked up the 2 beads, while Trundran and the Tine, unable to withstand the blinding light, raised their hands to shield their eyes. The Tine dramatically exclaimed, "Whoa, it is so bright." After observing for a moment, he excitedly remarked that one of the beads looked a bit unusual. Lam Thu discreetly contacted the 9527 system, asking, "Do you know what this is?" The system quickly replied, "Yep. That is ice amber bead. It is considered a treasure." The system elaborated. Originally, its spiritual power was too wild for direct absorption, but it has been purified by the dead one. It is perfect for your girlfriend to absorb. Upon hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction, feeling thrilled. "Really? That is fantastic." He handed the crystal ball to Tran, urging her, Tran, this is an ice bowl crystal. It is perfect for you. Absorb it. It is super effective for you." Tran did not hold back. She accepted the ice bowl crystal, feeling a surge of spiritual energy. She gasped, "This is it. The one that called to me. It is this ice bowl crystal." She slowly absorbed the spiritual energy from the crystal. After a while, Tran broke through instantly, jumping from golden level 2 to golden level 3, then all the way to golden level 9. Both Lin Thu and Shen Tin, who were watching, were left speechless, thinking, what the heck is happening? She just keeps leveling up. Shen Tin and Lin Thu were astonished seeing Tran's cultivation rise 3 levels in a row. She exclaimed in surprise, "This ice bowl crystal can really boost my power this fast." Lin Thu anxiously asked System 9527, "This level up from external energy, it won't leave any side effects, right?" The system reassured him. "Don't worry, the ice bowl crystal has helped her achieve an overall upgrade. Even her physical attributes increased. And there are no side effects." An image of Tran absorbing the spiritual energy from the ice bowl crystal flashed on the screen. The system added, "Moreover, this crystal only consumes a fraction of energy, and it reserves even more, which is super beneficial for her future training." After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Thu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "It is that great. I want one too." He looked at the system with an adorable expression. The system replied immediately, "Isn't having me enough for you?" Lin Thu greedily responded, "The more, the better." Shen Tin looked around and suddenly noticed something odd. She turned to Lin Thu and said, "Master, look, the snowstorm has vanished." After hearing this, Lin Thu observed the surroundings. He saw Tran's silhouette, still absorbing the ice bowl crystal, and replied, "After absorbing the crystal, the spiritual realm is starting to return to normal." The 2 disciples, Shen Tin and Lin Thu, quietly watched the scene around them as the snowstorm faded while Tran absorbed the ice bowl crystal. Lin Thu turned to Tran, his face thoughtful, speculating, could this ice bowl crystal be the reason for the change in the spiritual environment? After a long time absorbing the ice bowl crystal, Tran slowly opened her eyes. He immediately asked her, Tran, how do you feel?" She smiled brightly and replied, "I feel amazing. After leveling up to platinum, I feel stronger than ever before." After saying that, Tran waved her hand, using her spiritual energy to create a circle. She excitedly added, "Not only that, I have awakened the ice element domain." In note, Tran unleashed her ice element domain, surrounding the area where the 3 stood with her power. She explained, "As long as ice element awakeners are within this range, their ice skills will deal 50% more damage, and their magic recovery speed will increase by 50%. Hearing this, Lin Thu asked with interest, "If you team up with an ice squad, would not that be a spell-casting powerhouse?" Tran smiled cheerfully, playfully pointing at his nose. "Hey, do you want me to protect you?" Lin Thu was taken aback by his girlfriend's teasing. His face immediately turned red. He stammered, flustered. He cleared his throat twice and pretended to be serious. Do not joke around. My territory is still here. You know." Hearing that, Chan stopped playing and quietly stood behind him. Lam Thu quickly wrapped a bunch of buffalo horns around himself, creating a protective barrier, trusting in Chan and them Tun behind him. If Chan broke through smoothly, then with my 2 bodyguards, I am about to level up too. In note, a brilliant beam of light from Lam Thu shone through the forest. He was gearing up to level up. His aura shifted to a golden hue as he sat there, focused on enhancing his cultivation. While them Tun and Chan looked on in anxiety, Lam Thu did not let them down, quickly breaking through to the golden 7th stage. Them Tun hugged her face in awe. Her master had just leveled up 2 times in a row to reach the golden 7th stage. Chan behind her chuckled softly, marveling at the sight. With so many high-tier spirits boosting him, even the disciples of some major clans probably would not get such treatment. After his breakthrough, Lam Thu slowly stood up and said it was not just a simple level up. He had absorbed a skill from the spirit buffalo, suddenly stopping mid-sentence. He turned to Chan and asked, "Hey, do you want to travel anywhere?" He took her hand, and they held hands together, the atmosphere thick with a sense of love. Chan Chan blushed as she looked at Lam Thu holding her, shyly asking, "Travel." Lam Thu gazed at her affectionately, smiled, and said, "No need to be shy. You are just confirming what you want." Before he could finish, Chan Chan suddenly screamed as Lam Thu used teleportation right in front of them. After the teleportation succeeded, Chan Chan, still adjusting to being back in the real world, seemed uncomfortable and let out a grunt. Once she settled, she looked at him in astonishment and asked, "Did you just break the specialty of the Space Wanderer?" Hearing her question, he puffed out his chest proudly and replied, "That is right. As long as I come into contact with my opponent, I can bring them to a designated spot." Chan Chan curiously asked, "How far can you go?" Lam Thu confidently answered, "For now, the maximum range is 1,000 meters." Them Tine watched with admiration, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Master, you are amazing." Lam Thu pointed ahead and suggested, "If the spirit realm turmoil has been resolved, then we should head back." Hearing this, Chan Chan agreed, saying, at that moment, near the entrance of the spirit realm, in front of a cave, Chumat looked panicked, stuttering, "No way. This can be happening. We are so unlucky to run into a giant elephant." Both of them stared at the massive creature charging towards them, and Tran Long helplessly said, "Damn it. It is getting closer. We have to fight." As it charged wildly, the elephant raised its trunk and let out a loud trumpet. Upon closer inspection, the two noticed something written on the elephant's trunk, their eyes widening in surprise. Chumat questioned, "What does it say?" As they read it clearly, they saw, "Lam Thu Chutua," and Tran Long wondered, could it be? Just as the tension peaked, Lam Thu's voice rang out, "Hey, Chumat, what are you doing here? Did you run into any trouble?" Chumat turned around in panic towards the source of the voice. He saw three familiar faces, Lam Thu, Tran, and Them Tin, all approaching Chumat's group. Upon seeing the elephant, Lam Thu's expression changed, ran over to the elephant and hugged its trunk. Celebrating, Big Nose is here too. The Big Nose was also happy to see its owner again. It squinted and smiled when Lam Thu embraced it, while Chumet beside him looked at him with a helpless gaze, thinking that while there was not any direct attack, this little buddy of his could be quite intimidating. Tran Long spoke up, announcing, "All right. The principal says we need to head back. The issues with Line Ka have been resolved." Everyone got ready to regroup at school. Lam Thu was also on his way back, and upon hearing this, he immediately replied, "Got it." After teleporting out of lunch, Ding Trech welcomed his students back, saying, "You all worked hard, and you are finally back." Ding Trung Trech was taken aback when he noticed the changes in his students. Ding Trech looked at Lam Thu and Tren Tran standing at the entrance, and he could not help but marvel. In just a few short days, Tren has gone from silver to gold. Curious, he approached Lam Thu and whispered, "Little Thu, can you tell me what happened in Line Kai? How did Tren's cultivation level rise so fast?" Lam Thu turned to Mer. Ding Trech and replied, "Here's the story." He recounted everything that had happened. Truffin pondered for a moment and said quietly, "I did not expect it to be that dangerous. We had clearly scouted Lankaich before." Upon saying this, Ding Trech looked at him and praised, "Thank goodness you handled it well. Little Thu, that is a huge achievement." Suddenly, a Trom asked, "Right. Little Thu, a Tren's strength has reached gold. With such power, what do you think about the upcoming world competition?" Lam Thu immediately interjected, his face darkening as he sang loudly, "No way." He looked at me, Tram seriously and added, "Master, I hope you won't tell Tren about this. I will strive to win first place in the world competition, but I do not want Tren to get involved in such a dangerous event." Ding Trek understood Lam Thu's feelings and said, "Master supports you, but participating in the competition also needs the contestant's willingness. If she wants to..." Lam Thu quickly cut him off. "Let us talk about that later." With that, he turned to look at Tren. Pondering for a moment, he silently decided, "I won't let anything happen to her." The phone rang, and Ding Trech quickly picked it up, asking the caller, "What is it?" Lice. On the other end, immediately reported, "Countries M and J have each sent a team to Line V Unyhai for an academic exchange. But after 3 days at the arena, many of our students have already been injured." Hearing this, Ding Trech was alarmed and quickly responded, "What? We will return right away." At the Lin V Thigahaisai training ground, a fireball was launched, speeding toward a man who fell to the ground, spewing blood. Kuonangun gasped in alarm. "Zitu, right now in the training grounds, there are countless people watching the match, and that young man from earlier is lying unconscious on the ground." The blonde guy walked over to where Ritu lay motionless, coldly staring down at him before he kicked. A flame flickered in his left ear. He was a fire system ability user. peak gold rank, hailing from a not-so-great country. He smirked mockingly. You guys from Line V Thai High really are pathetic. It has been 3 days and you have not won a single match. How embarrassing. Kwon Eun-ging looked at the students beside her, anxiously calling out. The trotting Tam. Hurry and help him with treatment. A hand placed on Kwon Eun-ging's back, and the young blonde guy coldly interrupted. He was the leader from the not-so-great country, a true martial artist of the wind system, and he continued in a dismissive, cold tone. Kids fighting is bound to have casualties. As the elders, we should not interfere. Kwon Eun was fuming, flames rising around her as she questioned. This is just a learning experience. Why resort to killing? Over there. He smugly held his phone, seemingly calling someone, pointing at Kwon Eun who was raging. Check it out. That is the awakened wolf spirit user from Z country. Not bad. He pointed at himself, imagining setting Kwon Eun ablaze. And Luca sneered. Wait until I handle this bunch of useless students. Then I will make a date with her. He placed his foot on Zitu beneath him, who gritted his teeth in pain to stifle any cries. Luca pointed down arrogantly, asking, so before that, how should we deal with this bunch of losers at our feet? The people from the not-so-great country took out their phones to film. One of them scoffed. I heard Lin V Thi Igi High is the champion university of your country. With skills like this, it is downright laughable. Someone from the phone rebutted. You lot have no shame. But when our main force is not here, is not it a bit fun to bully the lower ranked? The smug group suddenly looked stunned. Meanwhile, Luca threatened with his spiritual energy. Kid. I will give you a chance to admit defeat, or else your little life might be hard to keep. Zatu was heavily burdened beneath him, and despite being seriously injured, he refused to back down, replying through clenched teeth. I would rather die than give in. Before he could finish, Luca unleashed a fire attack aimed at Zitu. His face twisted with malice. Luca shouted, just show off and die already. The Zitu braced himself, closing his eyes to endure the attack. Suddenly, the resistance energy against fire was unleashed. A beam of light appeared, nullifying Luca's move. Luca squinted, shielding his eyes with his hand, glaring at the one who just intervened. None other than Yang Jia, along with his group of students, stood there with a serious face, declaring, who dares to cause trouble in my school? Kwon Eun, ecstatic at the sight of Yang Jia, immediately pointed out. Principal. They finally returned. Yang Zi interrupted. I saw it all. Yang Jia shot a glance at Shen Ting behind him, instructing. Ting Yai. Give them a lesson. But remember to hold back. Shen Ting obediently replied. Understood. Hearing this, Luca eyed Shen Ting as she approached, quickly becoming alert. But he still boasted. A lesson. Just wait. Shen Ting, with no hesitation, delivered a swift punch, cutting off the words that were about to escape his lips. I asterisk the. Asterisk Luca, who had been arrogant, was sent flying. Upon hitting the ground, he coughed a few times, fresh blood spilling from his mouth. Taking such a heavy hit and coughing up blood, he instantly erupted in rage. Luca questioned. How dare you hit me like that? Shen Ting was surprised that Luca was still conscious after taking a punch. He unleashed his spiritual energy, gearing up to charge at Shen Ting. She widened her eyes in shock at the scene before her. There stood Yang Jia, neutralizing Luca's attack. Yang Jia coldly asked, what is wrong? You want to throw hands? What kind of skill does it take to bully a child? The leader of the Water Mist team pointed at Yang Jia, criticizing. We are different, Lam Thu sneered. So the people from Water Mist today have no shame. He pointed at him, asking, you hurt so many of our people, and you do not care. But when your own gets hurt, you can't handle it. Lam Thu's blunt critique made the leader blush with embarrassment. Luca, supported by his teammates, was helped up. Fie angrily countered. Luca is the weakest among us. You have already lost for 3 days straight. Just as Fieki was speaking, a girl interrupted, suggesting, forget it, let me take over. The girl speaking was Kana Hai, the leader of teams, a formidable fighter, with a cute demeanor. She proposed, Principal Du Dung, we were just warming up before the match. If your main fighters are back, I would like for us to engage in some professional academic exchanges. Yang Jia coldly replied. Warming up for 3 days. Now I also want to warm up. Do you want to compete? Lam Thu applauded, praising, Master of you. Hearing this, Kane Hai looked contemplative. Dealing with a spatial awakening user like Yang Jia, who had previously brushed with the top tier, would be tough. She immediately changed her attitude, pointing at him and saying, Principal Du Dung, you are joking. We mainly came to check out these kids. Yang Jia recognized their intent, feeling cold in his heart. What kids? You came for little Thu, did not you? Kane Hai glanced at Lam Thu, hinting as she spoke, I heard that Lam Thu is a spatial user and even got MVP in the competition if the intel is correct. She thought. A first-year male student with such power could become a major threat in the world competition. This time, it is a perfect opportunity to probe the Academy's strengths, Yang Zi asked sharply. Go ahead. How do you plan to conduct this academic exchange? Kanhai raised 5 fingers, smiling as she proposed. Very simple. Our 3 teams will take turns battling against your top fighters one-on-one for the guys. How does that sound? Wang Trach protested. This is getting way too complicated. How about this? We will pick 5 people to go head-to-head against your 14. You are allowed to switch fighters. And Kainai thought she misheard. Panicking, she asked. What? Kainai shot Dong Track a complicated look, a bit of unease creeping in as she thought to herself, this is a problem, behind the scenes. She whispered, we should agree. The odds are clearly in our favor. Dong Track pointed at Kainai, saying, the rules are not set by you. Go ahead and place your bets. If we lose, we will hand over the weapon data. If you lose, just give us a few dozen tons of celestial ore. Kaina hesitated, replying, well, Duong Trach pressed. If you do not agree, then this academic exchange does not need to continue. Kaina softly responded. This condition is critical. We need to discuss it a bit more. Duong Trach agreed. All right. I will give you 5 minutes. If you can come to a conclusion, we will go with my proposal. Fiki and Kainai turned to leave, and Fikai could not help but glance back, grumbling that this old man was way too arrogant. Over here, Lamtha looked at Duong Trach, puzzled. Master, is not this a bit too much? If we really lose, we have to hand over the weapon data. Duong Trach slyly replied. I only mentioned the data. Not when I would hand it over. Lamtha raised a finger, exclaiming, as expected of you, Master. The older, the bolder. The group waited in silence for Kainai and Fikai to finish their discussion. Meanwhile, Fikai was on the phone with someone. 3 weeks. That is how it is. The person on the other end asked, is Fikai feeling anxious? He thought of someone's back and replied, we are all set on our end. It should not be a problem. They agreed too. If you are there, it is definitely fine. If we manage to get the weapon data back, I will credit you for it. Upon hearing this, Fiki immediately smiled in satisfaction, replying, I will have to thank the general then. After their discussion, he confidently turned to Duong Trach, declaring, we accept this bet. You can send your people out first. Duong Trach did not waste time and said, our students will be Lam Thu, Tham Tine, Tran Long, Vam Heen, and Tran Tran. Tran Tran worriedly asked, Lam Tho, such an important match. Can you handle it? Lam Thu smiled back. Master has clearly thought this through before deciding. Don't he worry. He recalled Tran Tran's anger when she saw Luca stepping on the big shot. Lam Thu asked, seeing how mad you were earlier, you definitely want a vent for everyone. Right. Lam Thu reached out to hold Tran Tran's beautiful hand tightly. He gently said, even though I am worried, I understand how you feel. Just be careful during the match. Hearing this, Tran Tran was a bit surprised and touched, thinking to herself, he actually noticed. She smiled, promising, okay, I will be careful. Tran Tran raised her hand, suggesting, let me go first. You guys hold back. Duong Trach turned to the back and agreed. All right. With his approval, Tran Tran stepped forward, cautiously eyeing the opponents ahead. Fikai observes Tran Tran closely, calculating in his mind. Even though we have already looked into the top students of the Shanghai Spirit Martial Arts, we overlooked this girl, since we have permission for rotation battles. Let us just send out a punching bag to test her strength. With that thought, he points forward and turns to give orders. Odaji, you go first. Tran Tran, who had been silently listening to Fikai, suddenly speaks up. No need for all that fuss. Tran Tran coldly continues. You all come at me together. Let us save some time. Hearing her words, Fikai and his group are stunned, caught off guard by her boldness. Fiki grinds his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself, so arrogant. He points at Tran Tran and bellows, teach this girl a lesson. The others immediately charge forward, all in sync. Tran Tran raises her hand. Beautiful blue sparks flicker into existence. She starts using her spirit energy, the icy winds of 1,000 miles. Her arms swiftly gliding through the air, releasing her ice-type spirit energy. The charging group is suddenly stopped by her icy winds, looking down in panic as their feet freeze. My legs, I can't move. Tran Tran lifts her other hand. A blue light forming there. She warns. Watch closely. Out of nowhere, a bow appears in her hand, and she knocks an arrow aimed straight ahead. Tran Tran shouts, ice arrow. With that, the arrow flies from her hand. Hurtling forward, the group struck by the ice arrows freezes in place, blood spurting from their wounds. As he watches the arrow fly between his legs and the scene unfolding before him, he feels a rush of panic, staring dumbfounded at Tran Tran. He thinks, what is her background? How can she defeat opponents so quickly? Behind him, Lambda loudly praises. That was amazing. Hearing her boyfriend's voice, Tran Tran glances back and can't help but smile. Tranlong exclaims, you have made huge progress since your trip to the spirit realm. With you two here, I can graduate worry-free. At Tranlong's words, Tran Tran's face flushes with embarrassment as she shyly repeats. Couple. Lambda playfully hugs Tran Tran's shoulder and teases. That is right. Don't he forget to invite us to your wedding party. Tran Tran swats Lambda's hand off her shoulder. Lambda, clutching her smacked hand, looks at Tran Tran, her face turning red as she lightly scolds. Don't he make a scene? After scolding Lambda, Tran Tran's gaze softens as she thinks. But, I can strategize and fight alongside Lambda. It feels like I am getting closer to him. She thinks this while glancing at Lambda, who is blushing and holding her hand. Tranlong and Van Hien raise their hands, cheering for Tran Tran's victory. Phi Kai watches the group celebrating across from him, grinding his teeth in frustration. Thinking, I can lose again after this. A surge of spirit energy suddenly appears, approaching Tran Tran's ice arrows. It shatters the ice arrow embedded in the ground, sending shards flying everywhere. Along with this, a voice booms. You called me into battle, did not you? Why are you sending those useless guys in first? Hearing that sound along with the flame, Phi was suspicious and called out. Linda. What approached was a stunning girl with silky pink hair. Her name was Linda, a platinum 5-star level, her existence only second to the Misty Water team. She arrogantly declared. Leave this little chick to me. Linda moved closer to Tran Tran, cockily calling out. Wait. Hearing the sound behind her, Tran Tran turned around, Linda's hand ignited with a blazing fire, and with a smug grin, she taunted. Need to recover your energy. I can wait. Tran Tran replied. No need. Fighting them does not drain much of my energy. Linda raised her fiery hand, smiled, and introduced herself. Well, you are not a bad opponent. I am a platinum 5-star fire awakening user. The flames danced with her hand movements, and as they touched the grass beneath Tran Tran, it immediately ignited, forming a quick circle of fire. Lindo and Trundra Tran stood in the midst of that ring, and Linda proudly stated, please, show me what you have got. Outside, both Lam Thu and Phi were startled by Linda's raging flames. Lam Thu listened to Linda's introduction and felt a sense of dread. Platinum 5-star. We are doomed. These two have opposing attributes. Lam Thu anxiously looked at Tran Tran, who was tense, and Linda, who was brimming with confidence. He could not shake off his worries. Tran Tran had just broken through to platinum. Inside the fire circle, the two girls were on high alert, each watching the other carefully. Linda made the first move, controlling the fierce flames in her hand, with a reminder. She said, watch this. A Tran Tran quickly summoned an ice shield, a barrier that appeared to block Linda's attack. While fighting, a Tran Tran silently assessed. Her destructive power does not compare to those before. Linda launched another fiery attack at Tran Tran, the flames growing larger, forcing her to leap into the air. Up high, Turjan Tran began to activate her glacial domain skill. After calling out its name and moving her arms, shards of ice shot out simultaneously. Linda scoffed at the sight, thinking, is that all? One hand controlling fire while the other uses her skill. Tran Tran's glacial domain attack was quickly suppressed by Linda's flames. Seeing this, Turjan Tran started calculating in her head. Her execution was not as refined as Linda's. But if it was like that, one of Tran Tran's arms rose high, releasing ice energy that enveloped it. She activated her skill, Ice Domain. After gathering enough energy, Tran Tran thrust her arm forward and shouted. Frosty Storm. A massive swirling vortex of ice energy appeared. As it rushed toward her, Linda quickly jumped back to evade. She began to feel wary. Linda thought to herself, what is going on? This girl's damage output just skyrocketed. A fierce smile broke across her face as she mused. Interesting. Linda raised her left hand, activating Fire Dance of the Heavens, rapidly unleashing her skill against Tran Tran. On the other side, Tran Tran was equally fierce. Shouting. Counterattack. Linda struck again with Tempest of Fury in response. From outside, observing the battle, he was somewhat surprised, noting, this girl can actually hold her own against Linda. For so long it is hard to tell who has the upper hand. Inside, Linda is crazily launching her moves, excitedly declaring, I admit, you are really strong. If we were on the same level, I would be losing to you right now. But Linda emphasizes, I am stronger than you now. And she unleashes her full power to use her ultimate technique. Wind and Storm dance once again. A cold voice from Tran Tran rings out. I admit the first half of what you said is spot on, but I totally disagree with the second half. Linda, struck like lightning, stares in shock at the scene before her. Tran Tran continues. I am not necessarily weaker than you right now. And what surprises Linda is the gigantic ice sphere created by Tran Tran. From that sphere, a small mountain of ice shoots up rapidly. That is the skill. Ice Wind Boat descends. While executing her move, Tran Tran keeps countering, saying, "You will only know who is strong or weak when we face off." The ice arrows that Tran Tran launches all head straight for Linda. She grits her teeth, silently lamenting. Is this girl a freak or what? I am 4 levels above her. How come her energy is still so chaotic? And she is fighting back. Linda leaps up high, quickly making her way to the sky. Tran Tran stands on guard, watching as Linda appears from nowhere behind her. On alert, Tran Tran quickly turns to see Linda's smug expression behind her. Suddenly, Linda becomes friendly, extending her hand and suggesting, "Hey sister." Linda moves closer to Tran Tran, making her blush with embarrassment, saying, "It seems like neither of us can take down the other. How about we call it a draw?" But Tran Tran smiles in agreement, thinking to herself, thank goodness for this domain. Not only does it boost my strength, but it also helps me recover energy, allowing me to hold on until now. Watching Tran Tran and Linda shaking hands, Fiki looks a bit stunned and exclaims, "A draw." He is not satisfied. Linda is just hanging back with the ace card, and yet she is being played by this low-level fighter. Fiki furrows his brow, observing Linda's cheerful demeanor as she strolls and hums. Feeling a bit irritated, he reassures himself, it is, at their place, they have top-tier experts. A lowly fighter like me should not get involved. Linda, oblivious to Fiki's disdainful gaze, confidently explains, leading the team is crucial. This girl's strength is solid. She is probably their main fighter, and I will bring her down. Linda points at Fiki, cheerfully defending. Just think, we still have those monsters behind us. Are not you worried? Fiki nods, seeing the logic in her words, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, stammering, "Yeah, right." And Veen Heaven has also stepped up to fight now. Fiki immediately focuses on the battle, glancing at Lam Vianhain fighting on the other side, contemplating, aside from the main guy, the abilities of the others are. Before he can finish his thought, the referee's voice booms, saying, Lim Shanghai wins. Fiki's side has been choked out by Van Hin when Tron Long delivers a powerful punch to the opponent. Blood sprays from the guy's mouth, and the referee announces, Lim Shanghai wins. Fiki watches in panic as Lim Shanghai continues to defeat his team, shouting in confusion, "How is this happening?" Seeing the fallen fighters pile on top of each other, Kana worries. "We only have 3 people left who have not fought yet." Tears stream down Fiki's face as he sighs. "I did not expect Line v Shanghai to be this tough to deal with." Kanai thought about the other 3, feeling a bit helpless as she muttered, "The kid Lum Thu has not even gathered all the details, and it is almost time for our ace trio to step up." Fiki watched the angry crowd on the other side and cursed. So annoying. Meanwhile, Trun Long was getting treated for his injuries, and someone shouted praise. "Captain Trun. That was impressive," Ying Tuk suggested. "You got hurt pretty badly in that last match. Let me heal you first." Trun Long declined. "No need." He turned to Lum Thu and said, "I have rested enough. Let us see if I can take down one more of them for you." Lum Thu cheered him on. "You got this?" A powerful foot stomped onto the arena. The aura around him was anything but ordinary. The owner of that foot was Ditch, a gravity-type ability user from Country C. Zeke looked at Tron Long and declared, "Your next opponent is me." Flames crackled around Zeke as he taunted Tron Long. "You are hurt like that and still want to fight. Better just admit defeat now." But Tron Long raised an eyebrow, sizing up his opponent. He thought to himself, "This guy is not simple. He not only has overwhelming energy, but is also aware of my injuries." Tron Long suddenly called out to the person behind him, "Lum Thu." He turned his head to ask, "If you were in this situation, would you give up?" Lum Thu smirked, slowly replying, "Of course not. A real man never admits defeat." Tron Long made a daring gesture. "Come over here." Lum Thu, feeling cheeky, added, "Come accept your father." Wu Ya Li, seeing the two of them so cocky, exploded with rage. He grit his teeth and shouted, "Are you both brain dead? I will show you just how great the gap in power between us is." His eyes turned red, the flames roaring larger as he bellowed, "Gravity field. Activate." Trun Long felt the intense pressure around him. He looked down at his legs pinned by Vika's gravity, gritting his teeth to endure. He thought, so it is really a gravity-type ability user. Trun Long pushed himself to stand, his body shaking from the heavy weight. Silently deciding, "I will give it my all." He mustered all his strength to rise, unleashing his energy to counter Reich. He refused to back down and shouted, "Come on. If you have got the guts, knock me down." Vich raised 2 fingers with a smug smile, arrogantly declaring, "Interesting. Don't die too quickly." Here's 20 times the gravity. As Lich directed his energy-charged fingers at Tron Long, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Tron Long struggled to close his eyes. The attack hit him with the force of 20 times gravity, making him spit out blood. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. The fight just started and I am already drained. Tron Long's eyes were bloodshot, sweat streaming down his face. He thought, I can't hold on much longer. Under the gravitational force. He knelt, bowing before Lich. His body trembled as Zeich launched another attack, his hand reaching for Tron Long, releasing a massive wave of energy. Zeich triumphantly declared, time to die. As his hand neared Tron Long's head, he remained silent, not reacting at all. But then, a hand shot out, striking Lich's arm, disrupting his attack. Zeich glared at the figure before him, rage boiling over as he shouted, Who are you? The owner of that hand was Lam Thu. One hand stopping Lich while the other helped Tron Long to his feet. Tron Long opened his eyes, struggling to call out, Lam Thu. Lam Thu. Lam Thu patted Tron Long's shoulder, praising him. Long bro, you did great. With one hand, he opened the teleportation gate, while the other wrapped around the weak Tron Long. Then, Lam Thu helped Tron Long step through the teleportation gate, and in an instant, the two of them were transported to another location. Blood trickled from the corner of Tron Long's mouth as he looked at Lam Thu with a gloomy expression. Blaming himself. Lam Thu, I am still a burden. Just when he wanted to say something, Tron Long coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhang San and Wang Tui rushed over in worry, seeing Tron Long injured so badly. Zhang San urgently called out, Tron Long. Lam Thu handed Tron Long over to Wang Tui, soothing him. Long bro, do not talk anymore. You have done really well. Suddenly, a loud laugh from behind caught Lam Thu's attention. Ha. Lam Thu. He smugly pointed at Lam Thu, saying, You climbed up to the platform only to come back down. By the rules, you have lost. Lam Thu was at a loss for words with him, glancing at him with half an eye. Does this guy have no shame? Is he really trying to play by the rules with me? The crowd below the stage murmured in agreement, with one person speaking out. This guy is going too far. A young man, placing his hand on his forehead in frustration, continued, Can he not embarrass our country? Meanwhile, in a room drenched in pink, a girl with pink hair was watching on her phone, feeling a bit heartbroken. Muttering, Lam Thu is truly loyal. Don't be sad. Bunny. It turned out she was watching Lam Thu's match livestream. She reached out to touch the screen, mumbling, I am going to give you a rocket. Suddenly, Linda jumped in, looking at the screen showing a rocket image. She said to the camera, You guys are way too enthusiastic. Do not give gifts too soon. Whether Lam Thu loses this match or not, I will keep live streaming for everyone. She continued, as she read the audience's comments, which were all about supporting Lam Thu and expressing love for him. She got annoyed and cursed. How annoying. Lam Thu closed his eyes, feeling wronged but not angry. He calculated in his mind. Anyway, there is still the judging panel. Winning should not be a problem. Yeah. Behind Hogan. Try to ease the embarrassment. She said since Lam Thu could continue the match, maybe he would hear and ask again. Leading the team, kinda subtly reminded. Do not forget our purpose for coming here is for academic exchange. Do not take winning and losing so seriously. Hearing in Kenai's words, Dee suddenly remembered their purpose. Right, he said humorously. Lam Thu, hope you do not take it personally. I was just joking. Lam Thu stared in disbelief at Dee's 180-degree attitude shift, curiously asking, What is up with you? Dai extended his hand, trying to appear friendly. What do you think? Lam Thu ignored his handshake, raised a finger, and provocatively said, All right. Take it easy. Dee saw Lam Thu's attitude and immediately got angry, cursing inwardly. I just want to get rid of you. Provoked, Dee acted first, releasing his spiritual energy, causing a massive gravitational force to build up, with incredible energy condensing around him. Dee ground his teeth and shouted, If you are going to be this stubborn, let us see your true strength. Very quickly, Dee finished condensing his spiritual energy and charged toward the bunny like Lam Thu, but Han did not punch Lam Thu. He dodged the attack from Z, and G's fist missed Lam Thu, punching the ground instead. Taking advantage of this moment, Lam Thu jumped up, his hand sweeping forward as he unleashed his spiritual signature, shouting loudly, Dimension Slash. But Z was not just some pushover. He quickly dodged Lam Thu's attack. Over here, Lam Thu fought while observing G-Ice movements. Fully aware that this guy had done his homework on him and knew his skills, Lam Thu smirked, thinking to himself, But he is still too naive. He won't catch me off guard. Lam Thu's hand condensed spiritual energy, and thunder suddenly boomed. As he activated the thunder of 10,000 armies, Z was struck dumb by the overwhelming power of the thunder and thought, Damn. I can only rely on the spiritual energy within me to withstand this. With his hand covered in spiritual energy, Lam Thu clenched it tightly. Z gritted his teeth, using his spiritual energy to resist Lam Thu's thunder of 10,000 armies. Just as Ji was tensed up to take Lam Thu's hit, he was surprised to realize, it is not that painful. Instantly, this guy became cocky, reassuring himself, right, this kid is only at the golden level, while I am a platinum level expert. What is there to be afraid of? With this thought, Z quickly regained his composure, using both hands to condense his spiritual energy, saying as he did, you think you are the only one with area skills? Check out my gravity field. The stones on the roof began to fall due to Z's gravity field skill, as he unleashed his spiritual energy, shouting, 50 times gravity. Meanwhile, Lam Thu staggered, caught in the gravitational pull of Z's skill. Over here. Z boasted. You little punk. I train in this gravity field all year round. Under such immense pressure, I can move easily. But, Z released his spiritual energy to attack Lam Thu, slowly walking closer. The closer he got, the heavier the pressure became. And Z arrogantly said, you definitely won't be able to handle this. Just wait to die. Lam Thu stayed alert, watching Ji approach. Even though he was held back by Z's gravity, he still had enough spiritual energy to fight back. He retorted. Not so. Lam Thu raised his right hand, unleashing thunder. Lam Thu spoke up. The gravity here is indeed massive, but that does not mean I can use my skills. Quickly, his spiritual energy god's will was unleashed once more, creating a vortex in the sky, followed by thunder crashing down. Once he had gathered enough energy, bolts of thunder struck down at the spot where the two were standing, along with the surrounding area. Below, Z looked up in panic, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. In a moment of panic, Z exclaimed, crap. With an attack like that, you can possibly. Z turned to look at his side, only to find Lam Thu had vanished without a trace. Z stared blankly, asking, where did he go? While he was still surprised by Lam Thu's mysterious disappearance, Z was struck by lightning. Despite using his evasion skill, he could not withstand the pain, screaming out loud. Z grimaced as he struggled to spit out a mouthful of blood after being hit. Lam Thu had teleported behind Ji, and from behind, he casually said, Big guy. This is just the beginning. Lam Thu leaped down from above, his legs charged with spiritual energy, yelling as he jumped. If you dare to treat my dragon bro like this, how could I possibly let you off easy? The real deal. Lam Thu quickly landed a hit on Dech's face. He did not have time to dodge that attack. Lam Thu was kicking and yelling loudly, like a bunny on the run. After getting kicked, Dech stood there, on guard, staring at Lam Thu across from him, gritting his teeth. Dech felt a twinge of fear. He thought to himself, this kid is terrifying. Lam Thu calmly said, I could easily take you down in an afternoon, but I won't do that. With that, Lam Thu unleashed his spirit skill, Beast Claw, to attack Dech. As he got closer, Lam Thu coldly asked, you like to bully others? Waves of spirit energy shot out, forcing Dech to shut his eyes to dodge. Lam Thu kept pressing. So you play dirty? Dech was being pounded relentlessly, feeling a bit flustered. He wondered, where's this power coming from? This kind of body structure, is he really just a 4-star golden? Lam Thu grabbed the collar of Dech's shirt and asked with an icy tone, can you swim? Dech was taken aback by Lam Thu's sudden question, stuttering as he replied, I can't. Hearing this, Lam Thu immediately used his spatial power on Dech, quickly trapping him in his space. Lam Thu spoke with satisfaction. Well, now I am relieved. Let us take you on a little trip. K9 AFK watched in shock as Dech disappeared. Kani anxiously asked, where did you take him? Lam Thu shrugged and replied, who knows? Maybe to a beach getaway. I was just scaring these people. In reality, Lam Thu just tossed him into a shallow pond by the school, treating it as a lesson. Hearing Lam Thu's casual response, Kani looked at him in disbelief, while Fia K was urgently ordering, you guys hurry up and find Dech. Fia K frowned at Lam Thu, and the disciples behind him shot Lam Thu annoyed glances. Lam Thu gritted his teeth and muttered, that annoying little punk. Masuda, leading the water team, obsessed with combat skills, ordered Tachibana Seikyo, an ability user with strength. Seikyo, take advantage of that kid's energy not being restored yet. Take him down quickly. Duchung Trek watched Masuda and Seikyo, recognizing them both. Dung Trek seriously reminded, little enemy. Tachibana Seikyo is a direct disciple of Masuda. His sword skills are exceptional. He recounted Seikyo's past. He trained with a sword since he was 3 and woke up his strength-based abilities. His obsession with swords also allowed him to apply a lot in using them. Lam Thu also started to take things seriously, his expression turning grave. He replied, so that is how it is? Dezung Trek suggested. The opponent is not only a strength master but also skilled in sword techniques. Maybe we should take this fight to a higher level. Lam Thu declined, saying, No need. Lamthu asked Detung Trech. Master, are you hurt? I want to challenge him to a sword duel. Hearing this, Dehung Trech was taken aback. Thinking he must have misheard, he asked again. What? Even though he did not understand Lamthu's intentions. Dehung Trech started searching through his belongings. After a while of rummaging, he brought out a dark green sword. He handed the sword to Lamthu, surprised as he spoke. I have sword, but I did not expect after hearing my words. You would still choose to use one. Lamthu took the sword from him, examined it carefully, and excitedly remarked. This is a nice sword, Dehung Trech sternly advised. Take good care of it, and do not overexert yourself during the fight. Lamthu casually replied. Sure. With my master's pain. I will make sure to do a little while getting a lot. Tachibana Seikyo politely bowed and said. Lam Tang. I am Tachibana Seikyo. I hope to learn a lot from you, Lamthu replied with satisfaction. Seeing that you understand a bit, I will guide you. Tachibana Seikyo, naive and excited, responded. Really? That is awesome. Masuda behind him was extremely annoyed. He crossed his arms in complaint. This kid is way too cocky. Does my disciple really need you to guide him? Lamthu observed Seikyo's reactions and words, silently noting that this foolish kid has a pretty good character. If that is the case, Lamthu confidently extended his hand, suggesting, you go first. If I go first, you want to have a chance. Tachibana Seikyo did not waste time. His gaze sharpened, and he unsheathed his sword, replying, then I want to hold back. With that, he leapt high, bringing his blade down to attack Lamthu. Lamthu seriously observed Tachibana Seikyo's movements, silently praising, his fluid yet powerful moves are truly beautiful. He definitely has a talent for swordsmanship. Seikyo's sword unleashed a beautiful surge of energy as he shouted, here I come. Lamthu calmly blocked Tachibana Seikyo's attack, thinking to himself, it is a pity. As he parried Seikyo's blade, he smiled and commented, your sword technique lacks a bit of heat, not showcasing its essence. Your master truly wasted your natural talent. Seeing Lamthu block his attack and hearing his words, Seikyo was stunned like he would been hit by lightning. Outside, Fiki looked in shock at the match, exclaiming, he actually managed to block Tachibana Seikyo's blade. Masuda beside him was extremely annoyed at Lamthu's words, thinking to himself, everyone else just scolds. This kid directly insults me. Seikyo, eager to learn, sincerely asked, Lam Tang, if you can block my attack, it proves your sword skills must be impressive. I hope you can broaden my horizons. Lamthu smiled and replied, since you have such sincerity, pay close attention. Saying that, Lamthu raised his sword as he jumped forward. He continued, your sword techniques actually stem from the L-shaped attacking method of my dual-handed swordsmanship. The focus is on a single deadly strike and the essence of our sword techniques. Tachibana Seikyo watched Lamthu's speed and exclaimed through gritted teeth. Too fast. Luckily, Seikyo managed to raise his sword just in time to deflect Lamthu's technique. Lamthu smiled gently, looking at him with a kind gaze, softly asking, did you see clearly? Seikyo was startled by Lamthu's gentle demeanor. Stunned. After that, he hesitated to reply. Not yet. I still hope you. Not waiting for Tachibana Seikyo to finish, Lamthu interrupted. If you are not clear, I can help you. Seikyo gritted his teeth, unwillingly thinking, I basically can't understand how Lamthu executes his strikes. His power, it seems his ability is even above my master. Thinking of this, he immediately knelt down, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully. Lam Tang, I admit defeat, but please teach me your sword skills. Accept me as your disciple. Lamthu was taken aback by Seikyo's sudden action. He was surprised by Seikyo's actions, thinking to himself, I can't believe he is such an idiot. Lamthu forced a smile. Now there is no way I can accept him. Tachibana Seikyo stood up, and Lamthu smirked, continuing, but if you are interested in joining my nationality, I might just consider it. Hearing Lamthu's words, Fiki immediately exploded with anger. Lamthu, do not be ridiculous. You want to use my team member to betray us. Masuda fired back. Seikyo is our treasure. How could he betray our country? You should just give up. Lamthu looked at Masuda, then walked closer to him, saying as he approached, so you are his master. I am sorry for insulting you earlier. Masuda snapped back, wanting an apology. It is too late for that. Lamthu frowned and continued, I think you are misunderstanding. You are a martial artist who teaches such weak techniques. What I mean is, Lamthu pointed directly at Masuda, scolding, you are even worse than a novice. Calling you a novice is an insult to novices everywhere. After hearing Lamthu's words, he lost his cool and shouted, what did you just say? In his fury, he glared at Lamthu, you little brat. You are really annoying. Lamthu calmly walked past him towards Seikyo. Brushing him off, he patted Seikyo on the shoulder with a smile. The words I just said hold true. Seikyo looked at him, Confused and unable to answer right now. Feeling the pressure, Lam Thu walked past him, and then he smirked. Noticing that Saikyo was starting to consider things, he turned back to his own team. Everyone was thrilled about Lam Thu's victory. But Kai opened his eyes wide in shock, thinking to himself, this is not good. He bit his finger. Worried. Thinking about the 3 people who were already waving the white flag. The current situation was dire. Their main force, Linda, had been eliminated by the Golden Star. And there was no need to mention the others. Tachibana Saikyo was almost taken down by the opponent's flames. Lam Thu dodged away from Iangzi, smiling and joking. What is that supposed to mean? Master. I am not that kind of person. Blonde girl stepped forward, raising her hand with a friendly smile to greet him. Hey there. Let me introduce myself. A psychic awakened at the platinum level. Lam Thu stepped up to face her. Introducing himself. Lam Thu. A beast transformation at the golden level. Please teach me. Silently feeling troubled. Another psychic. This is going to be tough. He sighed and decided. I need to finish this quickly. The girl stood there relaxed while Lam Thu opened a space portal. He thought to himself, I can activate the space portal and use it to take her somewhere else. Then I can wrap this up. He used his intent technique, stepping into the portal he just created, which appeared behind the girl. Lam Thu appeared behind her, but Jia remained calm. Smiling slightly, Lam Thu immediately leaped in to use the space manipulation, aiming to touch her. Without turning around, Jia raised her hand and activated a psychic bind. A pink thread flew up. It wrapped around Lam Thu surprisingly from behind, and he swore under his breath. Realizing he could not move anymore, he fell hard to the ground, completely entangled by the pink thread. Lam Thu looked up, complaining. Really? You are restraining me like this? Is your psychic skill even more twisted than space manipulation? With each foot she pressed against his lower body. Jia smiled down from above. She leaned in close to his face, explaining with an almost enchanting tone. You could think of it as a binding technique. Right now, I am in control of this body. She paused for a moment. Her confident smile said it all. You belong to me now. Jia leaned in closer, gazing at his face with admiration. You really are the most handsome bunny I have ever seen. How can you be this adorable? Lam Thu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He jerked back and said, just a reminder. Do not get carried away. I am a married man. Ignoring his words, she placed a hand on his shoulder. She knelt down, her face close, speaking in a teasing manner. If you are a bunny, then does that mean? She paused for a second. Lam Thu blushed and stammered. No way. Suddenly she grabbed his bunny tail. And if he were a real bunny, would not it look like that when someone tugged its tail up? Her hand squeezed the fluffy white tail behind him, and she sighed with delight. This tail is so cute. It feels so soft to touch. Outside, a hand clenched tightly, revealing that its owner was furious. Indeed, it was Chen and Chan who was about to blow a fuse at the sight. The wind and snow began to swirl around her, and she mumbled, this is unforgivable. Flames seemed to rise around her as Chen shouted. That tail. I have not even touched it yet. And Tramping Tam grabbed her hand, trying to calm her down. Big sis. Calm down. If you keep going like this, Big Bro will lose. Man held onto her other hand to keep her back. Qingjin and Qin, filled with unwilling anger and frustration, thought, losing is losing, but right now. Who cares? I have not even touched it yet. Why should Lam Thu's first time go to that girl? Watching the scene escalate, she is on top of him, licking her lips and taunting. Let us see if your body is as soft as your hands and tail. Yang Zhak wanted to step in and stop this, but the referee warned. You will be disqualified if you keep this up. Fikiai, standing nearby, was equally furious. He could not understand why Lin Shu got to be so close to her. Lin Shu felt frustrated too. He could not move. How in the world could he break this girl's skill? Suddenly, the system interface chimed in with a voice, confirming that the host's brain was in an excited state, with excess dopamine potentially leading to neurological dysfunction. The system will forcibly activate this rank skill. Mental shield. Lin Shu, feeling like a savior, suddenly brightened up. 9527. You came just in time. The system asked if he wanted to use it immediately. Without a second thought, he agreed.
Yep.
He stood up suddenly, leaving Do bewildered, activating the mental shield. A powerful force shattered the mental binding she had on him. Do stared at him in shock. Confused. What just happened? It feels like the mental bind just broke. Taking advantage of her distraction, Lin Shu lunged at her before she could react. With blinding speed, he tapped her shoulder, unleashing spatial displacement. She jumped back a few steps, putting some distance between them. Frustration bubbled inside her. He actually escaped her control. How could such a lowly golden rank do that? Unable to believe it, she shot her hand forward, releasing a stream of pink energy like before. Trying again. But her skill could not touch Lin Shu. It was as if there was a barrier blocking it. The mental binding failed. Her eyes widened in shock. This skill could actually resist her mental control. She realized she could not keep playing this way. Do sprang onto her toes, continuously launching her mental binding at him. But every time ended in the same result. Failure. She conjured several orbs. Her expression twisted in malice. Just admit defeat already.
Good.
Or I might lose control and turn you into an idiot, followed by using mental penetration. Lin Shu stuck out his tongue, ready to retort. Dodging sideways as Do's skill struck. Mental penetration. Lin Shu confidently thought to himself, in your dreams, time for me to shine. He activated his newly acquired skill. Boasting. Your mental skills can't touch me anymore. Time to unleash the mental net. She continued unleashing her skills. Silently questioning. Normal people would either be stupid or crazy after getting hit by mental penetration. How is he still standing? Lin Shu opened a portal. Using spatial displacement to evade the next incoming attacks, he dodges that skill. Smirking provocatively. Is this all she has got? She does not have any new tricks up her sleeve. She opens another space portal and jumps in. Then, suddenly appearing behind her, he says, now it is my turn. You can see the fear creeping in her eyes, that initial confidence slowly fading away. He raises his hand, and she frowns in terror, thinking, oh no, I am about to get knocked out. I hope I do not end up like that guy who got tossed into the river. Just as she is caught off guard, a loud slap echoes through the air, her cheeks turning red as she covers up. Stammering. What are you doing? Lambda does not let up and continues to slap her, saying, this is payback, and I do not back down. He keeps slapping her rear, each slap like a crime. Who told you to touch my hand? Who told you to grab my tail? Don't you know you can touch a bunny's tail? She opens her mouth wide, begging, please. Stop already. Lambda can't help but grin, thinking about how she wanted to strip me in front of everyone. She is really not well behaved. Blushing, she screams,
Oh.
I can't take it anymore. Underneath, she is fuming, giving a cold huff. Lamb though, you better watch out. The people behind her can't look away. Faces flushed. And even the third wheel is getting nosebleeds. This is just too wild. Blushing, she recalls the time she fought Lamb Thu, feeling a pang of jealousy. Back then, he used a mop to spank her, and now he is using his hands. She shouts at him, you better stop right now. Only then does Lamb Thu realize, oops, I forgot Chan Chan is still down there watching. He quickly thinks of a way to explain himself. But I did not do anything that crazy. Right. Just restoring my dignity. Chan Chan stands up, holding her rear, distancing herself from him. Accusing. Lamb Thu, how dare you do this to me? Lamb Thu replies nonchalantly. What do you mean? Only you get to touch my tail. What? Am I not allowed to fight back? Not backing down. She unleashes her spirit power, activating her binding field. Furious, she retorts, that is not fair. I am going all out. Lamb Thu's bunny tail suddenly disappears, and his eyes widen in shock. What is happening? This field is not just forcing me out of my transformed state. He clenches his fists to feel the energy, but he can't sense any spirit energy at all. If she is using spirit energy to attack me in this state. Suddenly, a whirlwind of energy swirls around him. It is game over. Lamb Thu quickly raises his hand to block her attack. When their powers collide, he gets pushed back, leaving marks on the ground as he stumbles. He furrows his brow, thinking, great. Now that she has activated this field, I can use my spirit energy either. With his hand gathering spirit power, he faces down the energy rushing toward him. Lamb Thu seriously concludes, if that is the case, I still have a chance to win. She is shocked by the strength of his attack too, her mind racing with disbelief. Thinking, I can believe this. Her physical strength must be slightly stronger than this guy's. But doubt fills her mind. How could he possibly counter my attack? Lamb Thu closes his eyes, feeling the barrage of punches and kicks coming at him. Just a moment later, he opens his eyes, ready to seize the opportunity. After forming the yin-yang symbol, Lamb Thu retaliate, throwing a straight punch at her. They took a hit, biting down and stepping back, warily watching Lamb Thu approach. She looked completely stunned, filled with doubt. How could he still be standing after all this? Revealing my ultimate skill, the binding soul field. Wazo? Lamb Thu said nonchalantly. Her physical abilities were impressive, but her techniques clearly did not match up to mine. He shook out his limbs to warm up, gathering spiritual energy with confidence as he continued. Let me show you what real skill looks like. He struck a pose, and it seemed like a giant white tiger was roaring behind him. Though the name of the technique was a bit odd, fierce rabbit descends the mountain. Lamb Thu launched an attack, moving so fast that it was beyond the naked eye. As she processed the situation with wide, shocked eyes, he struck her with a solid punch. After the move, looking at her slightly tattered clothes, Lam Thu smirked and remarked. Not bad. But here comes the second move. He swung a leg, kicking out with the rabbit's power. Then, he immediately followed up with a punch aimed at her, leaving Lam Thu no choice but to block it with her hands, struggling to defend herself. She thought, his martial arts are incredibly versatile. This could get weird. Everyone outside was just as stunned. Enro. Yang Zhaokan could not help but think about the skill behind those punches and kicks. How could someone so young, just 18, achieve such natural moves without decades of practice? Meanwhile, Kai was on the phone reporting the current situation. The person on the other end, clearly frustrated, cut him off. I see everything. I am watching this live. Your performance this time has really disappointed me. Once the match is over, try to hold back the Hoexia team. We will figure something out on our end. Kai covered his mouth, replying quietly. Yep. He sighed. Looks like I will have to take full responsibility for this. From the looks of it, we might not hold out much longer. Lam Thu soared into the air, fingers forming a seal for her final strike, raising both hands in front of her to signal a halt. Hearing this, Lam Thu also stopped. Facing her, he asked curiously, what is going on? We have not finished our duel yet. She replied, I have lost this match. Hesitating slightly, I want to ask you something. Lam Thu covered her face, and a second later, transformed into a diva. Don't he ask? I have never liked it. She looked at him with anger and suspicion. Are you sick? What is with the sudden performance? Lam Thu ran her fingers through her hair, expressing, that line felt really familiar. I just felt like acting it out a bit. No worries. Keep going. She leaned in closer to poke him. What I want to ask is, did you really block my mind control at the beginning? Lam Thu sighed dramatically. Believe it or not, I actually did block your mind control. Hearing this, she raised an eyebrow and asked, then why did not it work afterward? Lam Thu cheerfully theorized. Maybe it was because I am just too handsome. So sorry about that. Not wanting to hear more of his nonsense, she stepped over to Aoyang Zhaokan. All right, I admit defeat. Aoyang Zhaokan looked at her and said, thank you for giving us an outstanding match. I hereby declare it over. He glanced at him, thinking to himself, how could that little brat just spill his own secrets? Even I can't see through him. He announced loudly for everyone to hear. I declare, the spirit martial arts of Shanghai has won. Everyone erupted in cheers and fireworks. Long live. This is amazing. Aoyangji patted him on the shoulder, praising him. Little brat, you did great. Lin Shu scratched his head, smiling shyly. Just then, a voice called out. Principal Aoyang. Kai stepped forward, clasping his hands and bowing his head. We lost this friendly match, and the promised items will be delivered. Can we leave now? The two were stunned to hear this, and Aoyangji could not help but scoff. Never seen someone so shameless. Lin Shu could not believe he could say that so casually, as if it was all just a joke. This is way too brazen. He stepped up to face Kai. Look here, buddy. Do you think our spirit martial arts of Shanghai is just some place you can come and go as you please? Kai, annoyed at being called the wrong name, shot back. My name is Fui. Lin Shu ignored him. Fine, buddy. He was left fuming, only able to mutter. Aoyangji stepped in front of Lin Shu. Let me handle this. His voice turned serious. Kai, I think what Lin Shu said is very valid. If this is an academic exchange, how can a few matches in the arena just end it? We still have so much knowledge to share. Fui felt a bit intimidated by his aura, crossing his arms to try and exude confidence. How can you still want to force us to stay? Aoyangji pointed straight at him. Unyielding. And what if I do? Today, I declare right here, as long as I do not see those 50 tons of celestial spirit ore, you guys are not leaving. The people surrounding Fai bolstered his courage. This is an infringement on our personal freedom. Don't force me to use violence. I admit I am no match for you. But you should think a little about your students. He asked back. Are you threatening me? Aoyangji's presence surged, not knowing whether your words represent just you or your entire faction. If it is just you, I could easily take you out. If it is for your faction, then I will wipe out all of you. Kai was taken aback, instinctively stepping back in fear. He stammered, do not think I won't dare. We have 3 real fighters on our side. And Kai looked at him, frowning. Are you serious? She thought back to his previous match and whispered, Aoyangji is indeed a real fighter. But he has taken down powerful opponents before. His skills are no joke. Kai wanted to retort but suddenly found himself frozen, his hand trembling in fear. A fierce flame erupted from nowhere, cutting through the tension. He stammered. The red flames flared up fiercely, blocking Aoyangji. Kai took a defensive stance. From behind the flames, a figure slowly emerged, the fire gradually fading. It was one of the 3 sovereigns. Shang Tsung, the grandfather of Shen Ting. He spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Ease. Really bold of you. With wings spread wide, daring to stir up trouble in Huaxia. Shen Ting was surprised and joyfully exclaimed. Grandpa. What brings you here? Fike knew who was coming, and panic set in. This was a big deal. Even the esteemed elders of Huaxia were stirred up. The M. Thaisung looked down at the M. Tine, pretending to scold her. This girl just loved to mess around all day instead of visiting her grandpa. The M. Tine happily shook his hand, acting all sweet. Grandpa is so busy, and Tan wants to visit him. But she has no idea where to find him. He nodded and glanced over there. Well, it seems everyone is in a bit of trouble now. The M. Thaisung turned him with a look of approval. You are Lin Shu. Right, I saw the match. That kid of yours is not bad. Come over here. Lin Shu was taken aback, his mouth hanging open. Noticing the guy's glare, he waved his hand, signaling for a translator. I do not really understand their language. Lin Shu stepped up excitedly, determined to get the job done. Silently grateful he had awakened his language skills, he spoke up. I am here to translate for you guys. Fike. Listen up. The Membabo just said something. And Fike frowned tightly. Lin Shu smirked, thinking to himself. But man, the host's attitude was terrible earlier. He pointed at the guy and said, I flake. Beep. What gives you the right to come here and stir up trouble? Fike was stunned, shooting back immediately. You skipped the important parts with all that beep. You are only here to insult. Right. He waved his hand dismissively. I do not need you to translate. I can understand just fine. Lin Shu ignored him, saying, it is not just about what you want. My grandpa's point is to make sure you hear every single word. Beep. Manual sound effects. Ah. If you want to throw a fit, you better be polite. Thanks. But no need to repeat yourself. Lin Shu smiled at the Menthai Sung. The eminent? You keep going. He looked at Lin Shu with satisfaction. This kid really knows how to handle things. But we should wrap up this mess quickly. The Menthai Sung spoke seriously. Call your superior. I have something to discuss with him. Fike was intimidated by his presence. He reluctantly pulled out his phone in front of both of them. All right, fine. As soon as the call connected, Lin Shu grabbed the phone. He held it to his ear. The speaker was on, and a furious voice blared through. Didn't I tell you? Buy us some time. I am working something out over here. Lin Shu handed the phone over to the M. Thai Sung. The eminent? The other side's plan is to stall for time. It looks like they really want to back out. He crossed his arms, raising his voice. What? Tell him if we do not see the precious mineral in a week, we will take action. Hearing this, he followed suit and spoke into the phone. I am Lin, currently representing the Memphai Sung. The Menchi wants to talk to you. If we do not see the precious mineral, your students will be in danger. On the other end was Batten, the commander from the opposing side. He replied, we need time to prepare. You need to release the students. Once we are ready, we will send them over. Lin Shu, not backing down, shot back. Only when we see the minerals will we release them. He was furious. Clearly this was a threat, but then he relaxed. Fine. Get it? At most in a week. I will send someone with 50 tons of heavenly essence minerals over there. He casually tilted his head, smiling as he set the terms. A week later, then let us send 57 tons. But you need to budget for food and lodging for all those people. Batten gritted his teeth, negotiating fiercely. At most 3 days. 2 days. I will send someone with the minerals. Tell your people to be ready to receive them. He replied indifferently. Got it. Just contact us when the time comes. After hanging up, Batten turned back to survey the person standing behind him. Capello instructed to prepare 52 tons of heavenly essence minerals to be sent to Country Z. Capello wanted to protest. Can we really just give them to them like that? Batten thought about the girls and asked again. What if we do not send it? The students are all under their control, and both Linzai and Ra are in there. They are the key players for the world competition, he pointed out. Compared to the benefits from the world competition, this little bit of heavenly essence minerals does not mean anything. A small issue should not ruin a big plan. Hurry up. Capella immediately opened the door and rushed out. Yep. After the call ended, the phone was thrown by Lam Thu, and Fike quickly caught it. He smiled, giving a thumbs up to the Memthai Sung. It is, he smiled back. Great job. Fike hugged his phone. Feeling troubled, he wanted to burst into tears. This time it is over. The Memthai Sung turned around, saying that this matter was generally resolved. Everyone can disperse now. Lam Thu bowed his head to him. Take care. Uncle Tham E. A teasing voice rang out from behind. Lam Thu. How did it feel to get groped? Lam Thu smiled and thought back, honestly giving his review. That feeling is indescribable. Of course, he did not know who was asking. Otherwise, he would not dare to respond like that. Tren was furious. Did you really feel it? I have some issues I want to discuss with you. Lam Thu turned around, Startled to see her, it was Tren Tren. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Lamdu cried out in pain. Ouch! 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 Tren Tran, let me explain. The others in the team blushed and looked over. Meanwhile, Lamdu awkwardly made some sounds. Hey, do not touch that. Trong Tam and Tron Long looked on with envious eyes. Thinking, Lamdu is really lucky. 2 days later, in the VIP lounge of the Line V in Shanghai, Fike sat in a chair, clutching his phone in prayer, hoping for a call from the boss. Everyone on his team was busy with their own tasks, but they were all waiting to go back home. Masuda looked at Fike's tired eyes and asked, "Do you need to rest for a bit?" He glanced back, looking miserable. "I just want to hurry back home." The phone in his hand suddenly buzzed. Beep beep beep. Fike immediately answered. "Yep. The heavenly essence minerals have been sent to the cold country." "Got it. I will inform them." He joyfully stood up. "This is great. I need to hurry and tell Ku Trech. Finally, I can go home." Stepping outside into the hallway, he noticed the aura of spiritual energy swirling in the air. He was stunned and puzzled by the dense flow of energy, following the path of the spiritual energy. Fike thought, "Seems that the spiritual power within 100 miles is converging here. What on earth has happened?" He pushed open a door where the energy was flowing out the most. The mysterious figure stood outside the door, watching, but did not step inside. Inside, a group of people sat cross-legged on the floor, the swirling energy filling the room like an electric charge. Shun Tai-sung stood off to the side with his arms crossed, speaking up while everyone focused on their training. This session could be even more beneficial than a month of meditation. Lamthu absorbed the energy, thinking to himself that this thick atmosphere of spiritual energy felt like a breakthrough was imminent. Moments later, Lamthu indeed broke through. He ascended to Golden Rank 8, and alongside him, a girl sitting next to him also reached Golden Rank 1. Lamthu stood up, feeling the surge within him. Thanks to this energy, he had made another leap, and the girl was equally thrilled. It was fantastic. But outside the door, the observer frowned at the scene. Many students from Shanghai's spiritual martial arts had just directly broken through their barriers, thanks to the energy they would just absorbed. His gaze fell on Yang, who remained seated above, surrounded by a glow of golden-orange energy. He immediately realized that the source of all this was none other than Yang. Suddenly, Yang shouted loudly, and Lamthu was taken aback as he sensed the atmosphere. It was the unmistakable aura of a grandmaster. Shun Tai-sung smiled and stepped forward, handing a towel to Yang. Praising him, "My old friend. You have really done it." Yang was drenched in sweat. Lamthu approached with a smile, congratulating his master on reaching grandmaster status. Saying he looked a bit younger now, Yang took the towel from Shun Tai-sung to wipe his sweat, lightly scolding, "You little brat. All you do is flatter." Shun Tai-sung sighed, adding, "Another grandmaster is not simple. A grandmaster of the space system has special significance too." Just then, the mysterious figure stepped in and spoke. "Congratulations, Principal Aoyang, on breaking through to Grandmaster. Our celestial mineral has arrived. Please accept it." However, hearing this, Aoyang's joyful expression suddenly darkened. He looked at the group in front of him and said, "Can we finally go back now?" Lamthu smiled casually. "So this is from America to celebrate my master's breakthrough. What a double blessing." Aoyang stood with his arms crossed, smiling. The mysterious figure wiped off his sweat, feeling awkward. "I did not want my breakthrough to happen at this moment either. It is not like I wanted to feel like I was receiving a congratulatory gift," he thought. He then said, "Get your people over here and tell me where the celestial mineral is. I will take you there." The mysterious figure immediately agreed. All right. While using his phone, nearby at the port, 2 people were unloading wooden barrels from a boat. While one person stood out, looking exceptionally conspicuous, he noticed the incoming group and let out a sound, exuding an aura that demanded respect. Not only the students from Shanghai's spiritual martial arts, but also the mysterious group felt the pressure of his presence. Yet, the Shanghai students remained unfazed, standing their ground. This person was Capella. He stepped forward, smiling as he greeted. "You must be Principal Aoyang. Right. The celestial mineral has been transferred here. Your group can check it out. And if everything is in order, let the mysterious ones board the ship. We will be heading back." He handed Aoyang a stack of paperwork. Aoyang took it and turned to Lamthu, saying, "Xiaothu, go check it out." Lamthu nodded. Yep. Lamthu activated his vision, his eyes gleaming as he scanned the area. He thought to himself, "It seems this time the Shadow Nation has pulled all its resources to gather enough materials. Except for the raw ingredients that are just a dead loss." He looked at the crates they were still unloading, filled to the brim with spirit stones, along with a ton of armor and shields made from heavenly minerals being sent over. Lamthu signaled to the old man. "All clear." Aoyang glanced at their group and said, "All right. You guys can head out." Hearing this, The group felt relieved and began moving toward the other side. When they reached Capella, they started venting. Capella, why did you take so long to get here? You have no idea what we have been through these past few days. Hearing him call that name, Lamthu was taken aback. Capella. He recalled the mysterious figure with the mask, wondering if this was the same name as the enemy of Captain Lam Sung's team. Lamthu quickly made a decision, pulling out his phone to snap a picture. He noticed Capella was facing this way too. Lamthu raised his phone to take a shot, thinking he would ask Big Brother Lam about it when he got the chance. But he did not realize someone had snuck up behind him. She leaned in and asked, "What are you doing?" Lamthu jumped, spinning around to find her. "Whoa, you scared me. You could give someone a heart attack." She smiled knowingly. "Clearly, you are strong enough to handle it. But I am leaving now. I have a few things to say to you next time we meet. I am definitely going to make a coat out of your fur. I promise." Lamthu sidestepped her hand, turning away nonchalantly. "You won't get that chance. Next time, I will be even stronger." She raised an eyebrow. "You think you will be the only one? There are plenty of people in the Shadow Nation who are stronger than me. When that time comes, will you still be so relaxed?" With that, she casually turned and walked away, leaving Lamthu watching her retreating figure. He scratched his head, thinking, so many powerful people gathering. Looks like I need to discuss the world competition with my master more thoroughly. Just then, Ing tapped his shoulder, reminding him, "Little Thu, we have put the goods into the space. Let us move them to the base." He nodded. "Yep, Master." And the two of them vanished on the spot using their spatial powers. The base for researching spirit weapons was located in a remote area surrounded by towering mountains. Tu Beiyang spoke up to the group in front of him. "These designs are not bad. Be careful when crafting later." Standing before him was the top crafting master in the country, Zhang Qiu, the son of Zhang Hong. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Ouyangzi and Lamtho had arrived, both of them smiling as they stood there. Tu Beiyang nodded in greeting. "Finally, you guys are here. I heard there are over 50 tons of materials. The research staff here are going absolutely crazy with excitement." Zhang Qiu smiled and nodded. "Hello. Senior Aoyang." Tu Beiyang introduced the two. "This is Zhang Qiu, the son of Zhang Laoji. The spirit weapon I gave you earlier was crafted by him." Hearing this, Lamthu was astonished. He pulled out a gun from his bag and handed it over to Zhang Qiu. "Big brother Zhang, you should take this weapon back." He smiled as he accepted it. "Haha. This weapon is something I will take back. After all, it is a keepsake from my father, which means a lot to me." Then, Zhang Qiu promised, "But I won't take it for free. Now that we have the materials, I will help you whip up something handy in a bit." Lin Shu smiled. "Well then, I should thank you." "Big brother," Yingji asked him. "Lin Shu, after we finish the delivery, do you want to come with me? Or what?" Lin Shu quickly thought and pointed at Zhang Qiu. "I want to study weapon crafting with brother Zhang for a while." Zhang Qiu, hearing this, exclaimed in confusion. "What?" He grabbed Lin Shu's hand and remarked, "With your skinny hands and slender legs, how do you plan to craft anything? Just go back home. If you need anything regarding weapons, just tell me." Lin Shu refused. "No need." Yingjia smiled and agreed. "Haha. Then I will leave this disciple of mine in your hands." Lin Shu thought to himself, "Even though I have not learned blacksmithing yet, I have awakened my crafting skills. So I should take the chance to experiment a bit." Zhang Qiu sighed. He casually put his arm around Lin Shu's shoulder and pulled him into a room. "Come along with me. Just be careful. The crafting room has a lot of dangerous tools." Lin Shu agreed. "Got it." Looking at the guns mounted on the wall, it was a whole wall filled with various firearms, and behind it, a furnace was crackling with fire. Lin Shu wondered, how could so many weapons be made by one person? Zhang Qiu sat at the table with a pen ready to design and answered. "Right. How tough do you want your weapon to be? And what do you need it to do? You are in luck now." He turned to Lin Shu. "I will design and craft one for you." "What kind of weapon do you like?" Lin Shu pondered. "Even though I know a lot about weapons, my favorite is the spear." Zhang Qiu began sketching on paper. "Haha. I will make you an M41, or an assault rifle." Lin Shu interjected. "What I mean is," he insisted on his preference, "a spear that can stab people." The pen in Zhang Qiu's hand fell onto the table, making a clattering sound. Zhang Qiu jumped up from his chair, stammering, "A spear. A spear." Imagining Lin Shu, cool and composed, thrusting the spear forward, Zhang Qiu replied, "That is right. We used to think that martial weapons had to be made into guns. We never considered that a spear could be a weapon effective for both long-range attacks and close defense. It is truly amazing." He cheerfully patted Lin Shu on the shoulder. "Now let us go make one." "Big brother, wait for me a moment. I will go sketch and gather materials." Lin Shu watched Zhang Qiu's back as he quickly ran off. Feeling puzzled. Did what I say really have such a big impact on him? Forget it. While I wait for him, I will awaken my skills instead. The system chimed in. Awakening skills. Please wait. A moment later, it announced. E-rank skill thread. Congratulations, host. You have received a rank skill thread. Looking at the skill he just got, he thought to himself, 9,527. What a coincidence. Just dozing off. And someone gifts me a pillow. Lin Shu poked the screen and skeptically asked, are you always watching me? 9,527 immediately rebutted. 9,527 blushingly defended. This is just your luck. I had nothing to do with it. He looked at it and laughed. Haha. 9,527. You are really something. Just then, Zhang Qiu returned carrying a box of materials. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here's the design sketch and the special materials we need. He picked up each material for the introduction, the refined steel for the body, and the pure gold for the tip. It could not be more perfect. Lam Thu shot a curious glance at him. Refined steel. Isn't he that used to make top-tier weapons? It is way too generous of you. He smiled casually. Considering this as a reward for helping me unlock the thought process. It is a major contribution. Lam Thu did not take it too seriously and replied. Since you have put it that way, I won't refuse. But we still need quite a bit of that pure gold. Truankal looked around. Checking the materials again. No way. I have used up the pure gold way too many times. Everything that should be here is present. So how could it be? Lam Thu shook his finger. This stuff can run and jump. In the end, you need to know how to use ice skills. Lam Thu smiled and asked. I wonder if you have ever heard of the ice forging method. A moment later, Truankal brought over a blonde girl. The ice attributability user you need is here. She is a researcher from the Weapon Research Institute specializing in ice abilities. Lam Thu surrounded the steel blade with flames and nodded. All right, in a moment. You two listen to my commands. After a while, he spoke up. Increase the firepower. Truankal pressed a red button. Got it. Flames erupted, swirling wildly around the steel. Lam Thu was completely relaxed, observing while blowing a whistle. Truankal was sweating from the heat. Puzzled. Do we really need to keep heating the pure gold? Normally, I would be already pulled it out to forge by now. Watching the flames spiral, Lam Thu seized the moment. He grabbed the steel handle and commanded. Now, release the ice. The ice attribute researcher immediately obeyed, shooting ice onto the glowing red steel. Fire met, and smoke instantly billowed up, revealing each golden tip. Lam Thu held a hammer. Great job. But that is enough for now. Next, use the smaller hammer. He began to gently tap the steel, and watching his simple, delicate movements, the other two were left in awe. Truankal was astonished. It actually worked. With the influence of the ice forging method, the pure gold became even sturdier. The blonde girl thought to herself, this kid looks weak, but his tapping strength is no joke, rivaling that of the team leader. Her whole body felt like it was sinking into a thrilling pleasure. This intense feeling was utterly mesmerizing, and her face turned red. After waiting for a while, Lam Thu lifted each golden tip triumphantly. Success. Truankal curiously approached. Let me take a look. Lam Thu handed it to him. Here. But unexpectedly slipped it from his hand, and each tip fell, effortlessly slicing the table in half. Seeing this, Truankal was left speechless, unable to react. Truankal expressed his admiration. Bro, your moves are too cool. The tip you created is truly amazing. His eyes sparkled as he praised Lam Thu. Please tell me the secrets behind it. If possible, I want to learn. Waiting for Truankal to finish, Lam Thu caught a familiar scent. Oh no. That look is just like when Shen Ting wanted to learn from the master. So he firmly declined first. No need for that. But I can unconditionally pass on my forging knowledge to you. As the demonstration wrapped up, Lam Thu called out to others. This is amazing. I need to jot down Lam's secret weapon crafting tips while I keep working on this spear. Another student approached Lam Thu for guidance. And after days of troubleshooting weapon crafting issues, Lam's tired eyes narrowed time to teach again. Before long, the demonstration bore fruit. Yes. The spirit spear was complete. Lam showcased a few moves, declaring, I tested its power, and it has got a solid 20% boost. The thing that looked like a magazine on the spear was actually a conduit for channeling energy, and could be recharged. Lam picked it up to inspect and thought, with this power boost, if a top-tier wielder charges it, the explosion of power will be insane. He poked the tip of the spear with his finger to check the sharpness, and instantly drew blood. Lam winced in pain. Suddenly, the spear glowed, and it seemed to siphon the blood right out of him. Wait, what just happened? He thought in shock. Curious, he asked Lam. Do you feel anything special about it? Lam stared intently and replied. Honestly, I think I am starting to really love this spear. He decided to claim this spear as a treasure without overthinking it. If it can absorb blood, let us just call it a bloodthirsty weapon. Suddenly, the spear seemed to have something to say. After seeing your technique, I have a request. Could you show me some of those intricate forging techniques, so I and the researchers can learn? Lamb generously agreed. Of course, not a problem. Compared to this bloodthirsty spear, I have already scored a big win, so teaching should not be an issue. The spear seems sincere. This is fantastic. I do not want you to teach for free, so if you need anything for gear, just let me know. Hearing this made Lamb think. Gear. Ah. A thought flashed in his mind. Could you help me craft a spirit bow for my girlfriend? The spear leaned in teasingly. Sure. If it is for your sister-in-law, I will personally design it for you. Lamb felt bashful but grateful. Thanks in advance. The spear immediately got to work crafting the steel. In no time, it was finished. Capable of transforming into two different forms, super convenient. After all, teaching someone how to fish is better than just giving them a fish. The spear called all the students working nearby to observe and learn about forging. Lamb was also fully committed to preparing and guiding them. Among them, the spear was improving rapidly. Its overall skill level was almost catching up to Lamb's. A week later at the Spirit Weapon Academy in Shanghai, Lamb met Yang and Zhu Baiyan. The director praised Lamb. Little Zhu, I really want to thank you for all the help you have given us lately. Lamb responded politely. That is too formal. Brother Zhang has also gifted me quite a bit. Yang was already aware. I heard it is thanks to your support that our research institute's weapons have seen a significant boost in combat effectiveness. Zhu Baiyan, intrigued, chimed in with a question. That is right. If you have any requests, just let me know. I will make it happen. Lamb pulled out his cherished golden spear. He presented it for everyone to admire. And honestly, there is one thing about this weapon of mine. Could you charge it up for me? From Uncle Dong did not hesitate. Is not it just charging? Piece of cake. Then Uncle Dong started channeling his spiritual energy into the spear. However, the spear absorbed his energy in a way that was strangely unusual. This time even Uncle Dong did not see it coming. The energy in his body spiraled completely out of control. What is wrong with this spear? After a while, Uncle Dong was completely drained. Breathing heavily, Uncle Dong handed the spear back to Lam Thu and asked, does this bloodthirsty spear have something in it? Lam Thu smiled with satisfaction. Is perfect. This is a top-tier weapon that will consume a bit of spiritual energy. Uncle Dong realized the issue. No wonder it almost drained me dry. Lam Thu chuckled in appreciation. I am really sorry. I will cherish this energy source. With that, Uncle Dong decided to head home. Alright, you go back first. Lam Thu waved goodbye. See you later. Uncle Ba. Just after Uncle Dong left, Duong Trach popped out and playfully scolded Lam Thu. You little rascal. Look what you have done. I am worn out. Lam Thu felt guilty, but his greed was undeniable. Master Dunai had something he wanted to ask. Saying that, Lam Thu pulled out a pile of treasures and asked, I have made a few spiritual weapons that need you to charge them up. Duong Trach's temper flared. What? You are not afraid of me, but you can possibly expect me to charge all these. Meanwhile, in the Shanghai spiritual weapon classroom, Tran Tran sat alone, lost in thought, missing Lam. She even doodled on paper, sketching him. Lam Thu, when are you coming back? Her gaze was fixated on the paper. Unaware that Ren Yimen just opened the door behind her, Lam Thu slowly peeked out. Wanting to admire Trundra Tran from behind for a bit, he suddenly sat down close and asked, Trundra Tran, are you studying hard? As soon as she saw Lam Thu, her eyes lit up like headlights. Lam Thu, why did you suddenly? Lam Thu began to surprise her with something special. Because he missed her. Look what I brought back for you. Saying that, he pulled out a stunning golden bow. This was Trun Trun's first time seeing it in person. Is this a spiritual weapon bow? You can just buy something like this with money. Lam Thu puffed up with pride. Of course. My feelings for you are priceless. Trun Trun pretended to be annoyed. Priceless. You come back and start throwing around sweet talk like that. Lam Thu got even bolder. Is not that something you learned from your wife? Look at how handsome I am in your drawing. Trun Trun realized she could not hide her feelings anymore and turned to him. Do not look at me like that. Instead of teasing me, you should focus on studying. The exams are coming up. Lam Thu wrapped an arm around her and said, is not it too soon to rush back just to hear that? How about a little bet? Let us see who scores higher this exam. Trun Trun immediately agreed. Bring it on. I do not believe I can beat someone who is always at the top of the class like you. What is the prize for the wager? Lam Thu's face turned sly as he proposed. If you win, you get to kiss me twice. If I get to kiss you twice. And Trun Trun blushed and fell into silence for a long moment. She sighed, loving him and thinking, what is the difference? Lam Thu laughed excitedly. Of course. There is a difference. The real question is, do you dare? Inside, he felt so confident, thinking that he was really quick-witted. And it was not like he was losing anything. Suddenly, an announcement came from the school's loudspeaker. All students in the platinum level, Please pay attention. Everyone is invited to gather after the announcement, including first-year student Lamthu. After hearing this, Lamthu wondered, why would they specifically call a golden-level student like me? After a moment, all the students had gathered, and the principal seriously announced, "Students, I have some bad news to share. The volcano in the Chanchi province has suddenly erupted. Although the country has arranged for the residents to evacuate beforehand." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of confusion and fear. Usually, natural disasters would not require students to participate. Indeed, the look in Ouyangji's eyes was incredibly serious. But little did anyone expect this volcano to erupt with such ferocity. There are still some residents trapped, and the economic damage is beyond estimation. The danger is something I do not need to elaborate on. So today, the principal wants to call for volunteers. Right now. I hope everyone will step up and sign up to help. Immediately, many students raised their hands, including Lin Shu and Zhen Zhen, saying, "I volunteer." Lin Shu understood well. It turned out this way. Although he had not reached platinum level yet, being part of the space system meant he could definitely help. Ouyangji looked at the crowd voting and slammed his hand down on the announcement board. He introduced that over here, there would be a teacher responsible for registration, and all students should follow him first. All participants immediately shifted to follow Ouyangji. Outside, the Tianqi volcano was currently billowing dark smoke. Everyone was gathered near the residential area not far away. As soon as they arrived, Lin Shu noticed something unusual. There was a full smell of rotten eggs. Recognizing the situation, it seemed the volcano was about to erupt, and everyone around began to panic, running and shouting for help. Witnessing this left Lin Shu utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? Now, Ouyangji began explain the specific situation, and everyone could see what was going on. There was no time to waste in the rescue effort. Everyone should form pairs to search for the trapped individuals. Once you find someone, evacuate them immediately, and everyone should prioritize safety. Lin Shu was worried about the principal. What about his master? Ouyangji reassured them that this time, all of our esteemed ones had a duty to fulfill. It turns out that near Tianqi, there is a spirit realm rank of true marshal. That is why I did not bring many people. If this chaos affects the spirit beasts within the spirit realm, the consequences could be even worse than a volcanic eruption. Lin Shu quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Ouyangji's worried gaze drifted far away. And that is how it is. I need to meet with other esteemed ones first. With that, he did not hesitate and left immediately. Zhen Zhen and Shen Ting approached to ask what was going on. Lin Shu, my master just received a call. It turns out 4 teams had already been set up around the area in advance. Shen Ting pointed in one direction. Shall we go find Team Zhu to discuss the rescue operations? They have set up a temporary command center over there. Lin Shu agreed with this plan. All right, let us go together, he said. Holding their hands tightly, they immediately moved according to the plan, heading towards where Team Zhu was coordinating the rescue. Lin Shu's appearance surprised Team Zhu immensely. Aware of the urgency, Lin Shu got straight to the point, asking, "What do you need from me? I am ready to help." Team Zhu immediately transformed into an eagle, gliding while saying, "Hold on tight, Lin brother." As Team Zhu changed into an eagle and grabbed Lin Shu's cloak, he felt a mix of exhilaration and fear for the first time at this high altitude. "Hey, you have got this all wrong. You are clearly just carrying me." 6 people were standing on a rock, surrounded by scorching lava. Lamthu was trying to keep calm, pointing at the crowd below, saying there were people down there. But being in the molten rock zone was way too risky. The crowd was screaming for help, while Lamthu thought to himself, our flying ride can be used here. We have to dodge the falling rocks, and also avoid the wind from our wings that could mess up the whole balance of the rocky pit. Looking down, Lamthu observed the situation and saw a rock plummeting from the cliff. He panicked and shouted, "Oh no, a rock is falling." Outside the magma zone, there were people and vehicles. Lamthu pointed at them, saying, "That ride is going to exchange with the rescue team over there, so get ready." Immediately, he was dropped down, and Lamthu said, "I will take care of relocating these victims. Everyone, get ready to lift off. You are about to fall into a space void." From above, he dove down clutching a spear, making everyone below look up in awe. He thrust the spear into the ground, and Lamthu shattered the rocky surface, sending everyone flying upwards. He pointed up and shouted, "Everyone, get in the portal." Instantly, everyone was pushed through the gate he opened. They landed safely on the other side, and someone exclaimed, "Awesome. They made it through." On this side, he approached Lamthu, who was clinging to a rock, saying, "Lamthu, they are safe now." Looking down, he added, "Your feet are in the molten lava." Lamthu had dipped his foot into the lava, sweating as he said, "It is, you know, platinum physique, not just some weakling." He quickly scooped him up, saying, "What are you joking about? Hurry and heal up." The sky is darkening again. Lam Thu saw the bird carrying him back and said, "They are coming back." Lam Thu caught Lam Thu while the bird transformed back into human form. Lam Thu hurriedly asked, "Lam Thu, how did you get so badly hurt?" Lam Thu brushed it off, saying, "Just a scratch on the outside. I'm fine inside. No need to worry." He gave a thumbs up, praising Lam Thu. "You are a little hero." Metiatha rushed over to heal him, saying, "Don't worry, Tofu. I will patch you up." With the Meti's help, Lam Thu's foot healed quickly, and he was finally injury-free. Lam Thu happily exclaimed, "I am fully recovered. Thanks." Metiti Tefer. Metia shyly replied, "Tofu, you have even remembered my name. I am so happy." Lam Thu stood up cheerfully, saying, "I told you I am fine." And Tren, "You are right to care about your own body," Tren said. "Exactly. You should value your health." Then Chi Yusai asked, "Lam Hein, what is your next plan?" Lam Thu replied, "I might have some plans. Whoever needs help, I will go there." Turning to Tren, he said, "I want to go with you." Lam Thu turned and said, "The volcanic situation is really dangerous." Tren, "You should go with them." Tren responded, "That is what." She held Lam Thu's hand, tears welling up, saying, "I can let you face danger alone." Hearing this, Lam Thu felt moved and said, Tren, finally, feeling helpless. He agreed. "All right, just stick close to me," Tren responded. "Okay." QCI threw a communication device to Lam Thu, saying, "Lam Thu, keep in touch at all times. If we need help over here, we will reach out to you." Lam Thu replied, "Understood." Watching those two walk away. "Be careful." Lam Thu opened his mouth to say, "We are off." Tren stepped forward, wanting to stomp on the ground, right in front of Lam Thu and Tren, into a pile of wreckage. A Tren looked around and exclaimed, "Oh my god. Everywhere is a sea of fire." Lam Thu thought, using the heavenly eye and wind shield to check. The temperature here is just unbearable. Feeling a chill, and glanced to the side. A Tren covered her mouth and chuckled. I have plenty of ice skills to cool things down." Lam Thu sighed. "Teaming up with my wife is truly brilliant." She blushed, saying, "You are not supposed to call me that." Suddenly, his gaze darkened as he looked over. The sounds of crying for help echoed. "Hoo-hoo, someone save us." Lam Thu listened intently. Hearing the cries, Tren asked, "What is happening?" He grabbed her hand, saying, "Hold on tight." Then pulled her into the fray, transferring to another spot. It was still a mess. No better off than before. Then, in that chaos, a little girl was hugging her cat, crying, "Hoo-hoo, help." Lam Thu quickly turned and said, "Over there." Tren pointed out, "The area around the girl is on fire." A wooden beam above creaked ominously, about to crash down on her. Lam Thu gasped, "We are in big trouble." He and Tren swiftly coordinated their moves, the ice block cutting through the chaos, shielding the girl from the falling beam. Lam Thu rushed over, lifting the beam and asked, "Are you okay, little one?" He held her tightly along with Tren and a bunch of others behind them. Tren and I were like a rescue squad. She worked tirelessly on her tasks, as survivors were saved one by one. The volcanic aftermath began to subside a bit, revealing the desolation. Time flew by until nightfall. In a branch of the forest, Lam Thu and Tren were sitting down for dinner. Lam Thu remarked, "The rescue operation around the volcano has finally wrapped up." Tren said, "Let us eat something first." He agreed, saying, "Sure." He thought, today's events have triggered 9,527 skills. The system announced, skills being activated. Please wait. The system announced. The divine language decodes speech based on observing the movements of the environment, while others talk. Lam Thu thought helplessly. After a whole day of hard work, this is what I get. Lam Thu ate a piece of bread, saying, "Filling my stomach is the most important thing." The crowd below gathered, looking up at Lam Thu, saying, "How great." They are the ability users from the Tren group, specializing in healing and support. Tren asked, "Are you two okay up there in the trees?" A Tren reached out to Lam Thu and Tren, asking, "We are volunteers who came here. Did you two stop because you got hurt?" Looking at Tren, Lam Thu thought, they are volunteers. And everyone looks so clean. How are they here to rescue? He replied to Tren, "We are both fine. Just resting right now." He jumped down from the tree, and Tren continued, "Little brother, you are here to rescue too, right? What should we call you?" He stepped closer to the two and introduced himself. "My name is Lam Thu. How should I address this big brother here?" Tren shook his hand and replied, "So you are Lam Thu, the guy who helped Shanghai's spirit martial arts team win first place by defeating the combined forces of 3 countries." He confidently admitted, "That is right. But how does this big brother know so much about me? Tran Chai explained. I am Trine. These are all disciples from my school. Your battle videos are super popular online. So you are kind of a big deal. Lam Thu rubbed his head and said modestly. Famous. Now. I can accept that. Tran Chi continued. It is getting late. You both should rest. We will stay here to support you, Lam Thu replied without hesitation. Then we will bother you. Tran uncle. Tran jumped down and asked. Who are they? Lam Thu answered. Just enthusiastic volunteers passing by. He frowned. Thinking. Not just enthusiastic. I bet they have ulterior motives. Lam Thu and Tran sat under the tree. Watching Tran Chi, Lam Thu looked at the group ahead and thought. I can casually use my wind hearing and heavenly eye skills. They require spiritual power. If they catch on, it will be a disaster. Lam Thu speculated. Could these newly awakened divine skills actually be useful? Did 9527 foresee this situation? The 9527 system responded. It is just a coincidence. Good. Stop messing around. Meanwhile, Tran said. Should we take action now? Our luck is good. We did not expect to find our target so soon, Kulvi replied. What is the rush? This kid is still pretty alert. If we spook him, he might bolt. Tran Chi continued. With the two of us being the real deal and over 10 from the diamond class. Can this kid really escape? Uncle Vu added. Don't forget. That kid is from the spatial system. Even if he is only at the golden level. The intel says his strategies are on par with diamonds. Lam Thu thought. They are definitely plotting something as he reached out. He thought. They probably know all the top 4 families are held back by the spiritual barrier. Which is why they dare come looking for me. Tran, feeling the pull from Lam Thu, was surprised. Thinking, why is he suddenly grabbing my hand? This is so embarrassing with so many people watching, looking at Lam Thu holding her hand. She realized. He is writing something in my palm. Tran noticed something was off. The words Lam Thu wrote were, it is dangerous here. You should leave. Tran was shocked. Thinking, those 8 people are all bad guys. And there are so many of them. Lam Thu looked at Tran and thought. She probably does not want to leave me here alone. He wrote on her hand. It is easy for me to escape alone. You staying here will just distract me. Lam Thu smiled reassuringly at her. He hugged her tightly. Saying, even so. You should hurry and go. Don't make me worry. This made her blush with embarrassment. Tran looked down. Feeling gloomy and silent. She wrote backwards on you. And you took your time looking for Viet Bun. Watching Tran walk away. He thought, if that is the case, I can act without worry. As he watched her step out of the wreckage, a Tran tree felt something was off. He turned to say, Lam Hyen, is she planning to go somewhere? Or should I send 2 people with her? Lam Thu stood up straight and said, it is so nice out. I just need to take a quick bathroom break. So you guys do not need to follow me. Tran and his crew awkwardly scratched their heads and replied. So that is what it is. We won't tag along then. Lam Thu handed over a few bags and said, you guys who are on night watch have worked hard. So eat something. A Tran tree headed out. Saying, Lam Hyen, you are too polite. Watching the group start munching on the food he provided. He smiled and thought. They still have no idea I see right through their thoughts. Happily shot them a sideways glance. Thinking that is why they can enjoy the food I brought so easily. Lam Thu looked at Tran and asked. Is not Tran Hyven eating? He just turned back and asked. I am not hungry yet. Want to sit with the rest. In the quiet woods. As they sat next to each other, Lam Thu said. Too bad. The food is not half bad. Tran Tree held something in his hand and said. Then I have to give it a try. Right. Lam Hyen. He pulled out a piece of paper and a pen towards Lam Thu. Saying. My daughter is a huge fan of yours. Could you help me get her an autograph? Lam Thu was surprised and asked. Oh really? But inside. He screamed. A fan of mine. And you come here to deal with me like this. Don't you feel guilty about your daughter? Lam Thu took the photo and said. Signing is no problem. I have some photos too. But Tran Tree immediately replied. That is great then. He raised his photos and said. If you have any relatives who want one, I have plenty. Tran Tree thought to himself. What kind of move is this? Carrying around personal signatures, this kid is so self-absorbed. Lam Thu handed Tran a picture and said. I am sure she will love this one. Photo was of Lam Thu giving the middle finger. Surrounded by spilled food and drinks on the ground. A Tran noticed Lam Thu was on his phone. Tran sensed something was off and thought. His girl said she was going to the bathroom. But it has been 15 minutes, something's not right. He gestured to his guys while thinking. This kid's attitude clearly indicates he has figured something out. Trantra's crew surrounded Lam Thu. And Trantra said, we can't drag this out any longer. Lam Thu looked at the encircling crowd and said, hey, brother, you are not pretending anymore. Do you really think surrounding me will do anything? Trantri asked. So you have figured it out? He looked at the crowd and said, You guessed I was suspicious. Why are you still eating the food I provided? Trantrai was shocked and asked. You actually used poison. Lamthu shot back. You think that is why the poison has not kicked in after all this time? But Trantrai suddenly remembered and said. Oh right. Looking at Chu V shaking his head, Trantrai said. Jia V is a wood-type ability user in the team. If there was poison, he would have detected it by now. We're playing with fire here. And I am just saying. I never said to use poison. Just a little herbal medicine to help with digestion. Which is actually really good for you guys. I am just giving you some friendly advice. But I suggest you think twice about using your powers. Or I can't guarantee you will be able to handle it. One guy in the group stepped up and said. Hey kid. Are you trying to scare us? He was channeling his energy while saying, I am a poison-type awakening expert. And you think you can just drug us? He focused his energy and shouted. Check out my poison skill. Instantly, several bombs were unleashed behind him, causing his lackeys to freeze in place. Right after that, he turned pale and exclaimed. I can't take this anymore. How can this even happen? It feels like it is more than just a fart. He was running around, yelling. It is coming. Can he stop it? Meanwhile, Lamthu was just laughing his head off, saying, this is way too stinky. While his minions looked completely dumbfounded. On the other side, Trantrai was brooding, thinking, I can't believe I fell for this kid's trick. But thankfully I did not eat any of his food. Lamthu opened up a portal and said, good luck detoxing. I am out of here. Trantrai channeled his energy and transformed, saying, you little punk. Do not even think about running. Of course. There was a big bomb behind him. A Trantrai morphed into a leopard and lunged at Lamthu. Unfortunately, Lamthu had already jumped into the portal, so the leopard missed its target. The guys behind the leopard shouted, Boss. We can't take this anymore. The guy who called Trantrai was Wee Gan, who could not stop laughing while holding his stomach. Trantrai turned to him and said, you guys wait here. I will chase him down. He has not gotten far. Trantrai sniffed the air and said, got it. He dove into a crack in the rock, saying, he is right here. As soon as Trantrai appeared, there was already a shadow waiting for him. Lamthu delivered a blow that sent Trantrai crashing to the ground in his original form. Lamthu, with a sharp gaze, said, you are pretty fast. But too bad I have already taken one down. He looked confidently in one direction and added, you are really impressive. A moment later, he stepped through a teleportation gate and added, in that case, from the gate, Lamthu landed in another location, startling a nearby cat that puffed up its fur. Right after, he leaped high into the air, weapon in hand, pointing it at the crowd below, saying, I guess I will start with you guys. His spear slashed through a group of people, blood spraying everywhere as they screamed in horror. Meanwhile, a few guys further away were caught off guard, trying to take a dump. Seeing their teammates get sliced, they panicked and shouted, brown-haired dude. Be careful. One guy was struggling with his pants, exclaiming, damn it. I am not done yet. Lamthu smiled, casting his gaze that way and thought, if I wait for you guys to detox, I might be in serious trouble. Suddenly, as blood sprayed everywhere, Lamthu was taken by surprise and thought, whoa, below, fresh blood was being absorbed by his spear. And he stared at the scene, realizing, this bloodthirsty spear can actually absorb the blood of enemies to restore my energy. Damn it. Realizing the spear's special ability, Lamthu quickly stored it in a blue liquid inside his bag, thinking, this ultimate treasure with infinite energy needs to be well taken care of. Inside the blue liquid, there were mysterious round objects that were hard to identify. Lamthu pulled it out, holding a handful of grenades in each hand, a gleeful expression on his face as he said, let us switch to something more thrilling. The brown-haired guy immediately gasped in shock, instinctively wide-eyed. Grenades. In the next moment, Lamthu pulled the safety pin from the grenade, grabbing a couple of larger ones, their colors shifting to a fairy red. Then, he slammed those grenades down with lightning speed. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air, sending everyone below scrambling for safety. Amidst the smoke and the orange-red flames, the brown-haired guy furrowed his brow, his voice urgent. Damn it. Lamthu. I am going to kill you today. Up high, Lamthu is still grinning, pleased with his earlier display. He strolls back and forth through the teleport gate, tossing grenades down like they are candy. I am waiting for you. Do not run off now. The guys he is throwing at scream in panic.
Boop.
So annoying. These grenades might not have a huge kill count, but the humiliation factor is off the charts. Dodging them really puts a strain on their backsides. Lamthu is still holding a grenade, casually scratching his nose, and arrogantly calls out,
Wait.
You guys, why are you still wearing pants? You are just sitting in your own mess. Isn't he that uncomfortable? And by the way, have you washed your butts yet? The crowd is instantly offended by Lamthu's words, and they shout back, if I do not beat you to a pulp today, I will change your last name. Brownhair's expression turns serious, and he has a gray companion behind him. Brownhair warns,
Kid.
Do not get too cocky. He then raises both hands, channeling a powerful force. Calling it release the spirit. In front, Lamthu continues to rain down grenades. And brown hair sees this, quietly calculating his next move. Brother Tran is here. I can lock onto his teleport point. With that thought, he springs into action, directing his companion to charge ahead. Shouting, "You are done for." Lamthu is just about to retaliate when he sees the creature charging toward him. Suddenly, it swipes its sharp claws at Lamthu, aiming to take him out. In that split second, as the gray tiger's claws slash through the air, Lamthu barely dodges. But a spray of blood still hits him, gritting his teeth. He thinks, what the hell? How did this guy know I would be here? Lamthu maintains his focus, preparing to teleport to another spot. Once he locks in on his location, he leans halfway out, his face still deep in thought. Suddenly, Lamthu senses something and squints. Thinking, is he really reacting that fast? A tiger appears out of nowhere, charging to attack him, and Lamthu quickly adopts a defensive stance. It looks fierce and reckless, and he leaps to surprise it. Lamthu keeps his feet planted far away, but his eyes remain glued to the tiger. He glances ahead and frowns, thinking to himself, this is bad. Shaking it off, Lamthu shifts his gaze to the left, as if concentrating on something. Turns out it is that brown hair guy. He is controlling the beast with his magic. Lamthu thinks to himself, so it is him. Instantly, Lamthu channels his technique, calculating in his mind. He must be able to see the future actions of his enemies. He bursts out of his stance, spear in hand, swinging downwards while shouting, "You really think you can take me on?" Brown hair, completely unaware, gets hit hard by Lamthu's strike to the arm. He gasps, eyes wide in shock. The magic around them flickers out, leaving only brown hair's pitiful cries behind. Scrolling down the name behind me, he snapped, "Sister, watch out for my arm." Looking at the green-haired guy slumped on the ground, I replied, "Sister's already done for." The situation was tough, making brown hair grit his teeth in frustration as he ordered the people behind him, "Get ready. I am going all out to help you. We have to catch that little brat." Meanwhile, Lamthu was gazing up at the moon high above with a smug grin. He thought, looks like they are getting serious. But today's a full moon. With that, Lamthu transformed into Moon Master form, brandishing a spear coolly and said, "Let us play with you guys for a bit." His power now was a beast king's roar, 5 times stronger, with a shimmering blue aura in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, in his Moon Master form, Lamthu leaped high with great force. Trantrai stood in front of brown hair and his crew, saying, "You want to deal damage? I won't let you have your way." Lamthu, spear in hand, soared over Trantrai's head at lightning speed. He glanced at the person over him, clearly caught off guard, and exclaimed, "Ah!" What Lamthu aimed at was the group behind. He swung his weapon down, leaving them helpless to fight back. Everyone was sent flying, blood splattering, yelling out. Trantrai looked at his fallen teammates in shock and horror. What the heck? He trembled, pointing a shaking arm at the fallen ones. These people were my trusted allies. And now they did not even get to show their worth before they are gone. Then a golden aura surrounded Trantrai, and with a furious expression, he declared, "This is unforgivable." Perhaps he had hit a nerve. Trantrai gritted his teeth and pointed forward, saying, "Forget the plan. We need to kill that little brat today." The guy behind him echoed, "I am on board with that." Suddenly, a green power enveloped Lamthu in his Moon Master form with rabbit ears, as he spread his arms and said, "What a coincidence." I was thinking the same thing. Trantrai and the old guy glared angrily, narrowing their eyes, pointing at Lamthu, exclaiming, 20 meters to the right. Lamthu suddenly charged forward, his face fierce as he swung his blade at them. Trantrai was taken aback, exclaiming, "Good. Your aura is intense." He raised his brow and exclaimed, "Got it. Here it comes." Swinging his blade fiercely toward the old man, a streak of blue light appearing around him. The old man suddenly snarled, "You dare flaunt your level against our martial arts?" Showing clear contempt for Lamthu, he shouted loudly, "Get ready," and charged at him. In response, he did not show any weakness, his eyes sharp. "Martial arts. Ah. Let us see just how strong I have become." Right after that, Lamthu raised his arms in front of his chest, countering Trantrai's attack. 2 opposing forces, a blue one and a fiery red one, colliding. Their hands met. A fiery glow engulfed everything around them, both putting forth all their strength, refusing to back down, each wanting to claim victory. Lamthu's face suddenly turned serious. He clenched his jaw tightly, letting out a loud roar, while Trantrai shouted back, "You are asking for death." Suddenly, he was slammed painfully against the wall, so hard that the fragments shattered into pieces. Lamthu was knocked onto the wall, head bowed, surrounded by a swirling white smoke. After landing that painful blow, The old man stood there, watching as the smoke enveloped Lam Thu. He and Logai wore smug, contemptuous grins as they looked down on Lam Thu. He sneered. A golden-level punk dares to challenge me. You are as good as dead. Emerging from the smoke, Lam Thu stood confidently with a sword in hand. Slowly smirking, a true martial master. You are really just this basic. Hearing Lam Thu's jibe, Tran Chi's face darkened, fists clenched in fury. He thought to himself, even if I did not use my full strength, I am a true martial master, how could he possibly stand a chance? Lam Thu calmly raised his voice. Old Hoyan, can you hold on a bit longer? A swirling energy of blue appeared beside him. He was stunned by Lam Thu's power. His opponent was genuinely formidable, and taking a risk now seemed tricky. Suddenly, Lam Thu vanished before their eyes, reappearing beside a towering rock, jagged and sharp. La Hoyan and Tran Chi were both alarmed, scanning the area frantically for him. After a moment, they finally spotted Lam Thu, hovering 1,500 meters up and to the right. Then Lam Thu charged toward La Hoyan at breakneck speed, unleashing a technique aimed at him. Seeing Lam Thu rush at him, panic washed over La Hoyan. Worry etched on his face as he screamed, "He is above me." La Hoyan seemed to be restrained by an unseen force, unable to move. Surrounded by a ring of fire, his face hardened, teeth gritting. Realizing, this is the aura of a true martial artist. I can't move. From above, Lam Thu wielded his weapon, known as the Bloodthirst Spear, preparing to strike down at La Hoyan with a determined gaze. He shouted, 10,000 saints. Break the heart of the king, and brought it crashing down on him. As Lam Thu landed, a swirling energy of blue surrounded him, mixed with vibrant, fiery hues. He smirked. Did you think this would be enough? I should have used it on Tran Chi earlier. What a rookie mistake. Tran Chi, witnessing Lam Thu defeat La Hoyan, was utterly stunned, unable to believe his eyes. With a bewildered look, he furrowed his brow and shouted, You are the supreme one. Lam Thu, unfazed, eyes closed, hands on his hips, slowly replied, You have figured it out. I have always hidden my true strength, not for any reason, just because it is fun. Tran Chi, furious, yelled, pointing a finger at Lam Thu. You are really laying it on thick. Go ahead. Challenge me if you do not believe me. Tension was clear on his face, drenched in sweat. He thought, if he really is a true martial artist, there is no way I can escape. But if he is not, then maybe I still have a chance to turn the tables. Just as he finished thinking, the old man suddenly rushed in at lightning speed, heading towards Lam Thu and boldly declared he would come to test him. This caught Lam Thu off guard. His brother was showing some courage today. He gripped his sword tightly, his sharp gaze locked on Tran Chi, even though the spiritual energy from his spear was running low. Before he could even finish his thought, he dove down from above at a dizzying speed and shouted, Watch out for my divine dragon king. This left Tran Chi stunned and confused, unsure of what to do next. Just as Lam Thu's divine dragon king was about to strike, Tran Chi hastily fled, clearly terrified of Lam Thu's overwhelming power. With a smug look on his face and piercing eyes, Lam Thu thought to himself, I really overestimated him. This coward is already scared at just a bit of fire. He chased after him, relentlessly attacking, moving so fast that Tran Chi kept dodging, his face a clear picture of fear. Suddenly, Tran Chi furrowed his brow, his icy gaze fixed on Lam Thu. Realizing, this kid is tricking me. I get it now. He definitely can't use his ultimate damage skill again. And as time went on, his spiritual energy was almost depleted. Lam Thu's face suddenly contorted with rage. His eyes filled with fury. He lunged forward and struck Tran Chi with a powerful blow. A flash of blue light erupted, sending the old man flying backward. But it seemed like this hit barely fazed him. Tran Chi squinted, furrowing his brow as a blinding light appeared alongside his voice. Things had taken a turn. In that moment, Lam Thu felt utterly shocked, his eyes wide, mouth agape. With his spiritual energy running low, he could only manage a few more evasive moves. What was he going to do now? He was filled with a deep sense of panic. A ring of fire surrounded Tran Chi, creating a dazzling spectacle. The man crouched low, arms flexed at his sides in a boxing stance. With a smug grin, he said, Tired already? After all, you are just a little golden ant. He openly disdained Lam Thu. Then he unleashed a leopard's roar. A vision of a white leopard emerged, its bright eyes glaring, mouth wide open revealing sharp teeth. Tran Chi crouched low, his current stance resembling that of a leopard ready to pounce. He raised his brow and said, Now it is my turn. Lam Thu was so shocked he broke out in a sweat, reaching into his pocket to grab something, knowing his spear could not compete with the enhanced martial arts this time. Suddenly, he pulled out something he thought could defeat Tran Chi, his eyes lighting up with excitement. With a joyful grin, eyes glued to the object he pulled out, he exclaimed, I have got it. This is the one. It turned out to be an egg. Upon seeing this, Tranchi was not surprised. Instead, he burst into laughter. He laughed loudly. What is that? Are you seriously looking for help from an egg? Then he stepped back, gathering momentum to launch a powerful attack, a massive fire ring forming as he shouted. I will wipe you and this worthless egg out. Tranchi suddenly lunged towards Lamthu and the egg, aiming to destroy the egg first, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Shadow Wraith's 4 arts. Just as his hand was about to touch the egg, it seemed to wield some strange power. As soon as he made contact, he was injured and had to pull his hand back immediately. Blood poured from his arm, pain making his mouth drop open in shock, feeling like it was all too much. Suddenly, the egg that Lamthu was holding absorbed all of Tranchi's spiritual energy and power, sucking it in completely. His face was a mix of surprise and disbelief, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The guy panicked and exclaimed, Where did all my spiritual energy go? Lamthu lowered the egg to the ground, gripping his dagger tightly. With a fierce expression, he charged at Tranchi, ready to strike. After losing all his energy, Tranchi became weak and fell victim to Lamthu's attack. Lamthu declared, I am going to interrogate the egg now. Tranchi spat blood and collapsed right there, while Lamthu wore a smug grin as he looked at him. His dagger stained a dark red with blood, drops splattering on the ground. He let out a long sigh, finally feeling like he wrapped things up. Suddenly, a birdman appeared in the sky, bringing along a girl with him. He asked Lamthu, Are you alright? The girl with him was none other than the captain of the Mystic Tortoise Squad, Chu Than Kong, a seasoned warrior. Manvu was taken aback by the scene in front of him, stammering, This does not look like what we expected. We came to rescue, not to clean up the battlefield. The chaos and bloodshed around them created an indescribable atmosphere. Lamthu forced a smile, scratching his head, and said, I might have moved a bit too fast. Manvu then introduced him. This is Captain Chu Than of the Mystic Tortoise Squad. While the girl shyly acknowledged his introduction, Lamthu, with a mischievous grin, teased, Wait, a beautiful girl is the captain of the Mystic Tortoise Squad. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared, accompanied by Captain Chu. Upon seeing her, Lamthu raised his voice and greeted Captain Chu. I've got one living person left. Can you see if you can get anything out of him? Tranchi was still unconscious on the ground. The captain of the Mystic Tortoise Squad asked in disbelief. You took down all these guys by yourself? Her eyes darted around. Astonished, Lamthu replied nonchalantly. Yep. I handled them all on my own. Suddenly, 2 birds appeared in the sky, carrying someone and preparing to land. The girl jumped down from the bird and shouted. Lamthu. 2 rushed to embrace each other. It turned out her name was Tran Tran. Lamthu felt a mix of surprise and joy at her arrival. After hugging him, she quickly said she was really worried about him. With sparkling eyes, Tran Tran looked at Lamthu and gently asked, What did they do to you? Are you hurt? Let me check. Her concern for him made him pause in silence. Then, Lamthu suddenly lifted his shirt for her to inspect, revealing his muscular frame, and slowly said, If you insist, Tran Tran, I will strip down so you can check me out. This made her blush deeply, feeling extremely embarrassed. Lamthu, with a smug grin, teased, Come on, do not be shy. Tran Tran turned away, raising her hands defensively, exclaiming, You are just trying to mess with me again. Fine. Get it? You are okay now. So just put on some clothes. Hearing her, Lamthu replied in a low voice. All right, as he directed his gaze towards Captain Chu. The captain was busy giving orders to his subordinates. You all need to clean up this battlefield thoroughly, and double-check those bodies. Lamthu, with his round face, casually said, Teammates should not be afraid of the mess. Captain Chu raised an eyebrow, confused, and blurted out, What mess? The cleanup crew, startled, exclaimed, Whoa. Seriously? Why are those guys still in their pants? They kept at it, some stuffing paper into their noses, while others pinched their noses shut with their hands. Lamthu hesitantly suggested, The best way to deal with this is to use a water-based awakening technique directly. Next to the egg, vibrant red volcanic rocks suddenly appeared. Captain Chu, upon seeing the egg, could not help but exclaim, Did you find these on those guys? And that egg? Is it your? Lamthu approached, took the egg, and slowly said, Yeah. I was really confused about why I could not find it. Captain Chu replied, We found it next to a large chunk of molten rock. It is pretty strange. He added, hesitating with a composed expression. He remarked, It must be a massive piece of molten rock, but the egg is surrounded by volcanic stones. Holding the egg, Lamthu fell into deep thought. The molten rock had vanished. Could it be that the egg can absorb the energy from the volcano? A big question was forming in his mind. Lamthu had used the Yin-Eye technique to teleport to the volcano. He stepped through the teleportation gate to the volcano, where massive flows of lava surrounded him. Rushing wildly, with a serious look, he said, Let me give this a try. And set the egg down on the rocky ground. Suddenly, the egg started absorbing all the lava. Streams of lava were being sucked into the egg. Lamthu's hair flew back, and he grinned. It really works. The molten rock is solidifying at a rate visible to the naked eye, directly turning into volcanic rock after absorbing enough. The egg let out a burp. Captain Chu's team appeared, asking, Lamthu, why did you suddenly come here? Did you find something? Lamthu knelt down, cradling the egg in his arms. He exclaimed, I think I have found a way to deal with this volcano problem. And I might even be able to hatch a dragon egg. Everyone was confused upon hearing Lamthu, asking, What? You need to explain. He pointed at the egg and said, I discovered that this egg can absorb molten rock. As long as we bring the dragon egg to the volcano's mouth. Before Lamthu could finish, Lamsung rushed in, shouting, Captain. He panicked, saying, I just got news from the geologist. The volcano is going to erupt with a massive second blast in half an hour. This caused Captain Chu's face to darken. Lamsung continued, The power of my technique this time is far beyond the first. It made Captain Chu and Lamthu shout out 2 letters, their faces turning pale with shock. Lamthu pondered, stroking his chin in thought. There is only half an hour left until the second eruption. Surely there is enough time, and his energy has fully replenished. Captain Chu quickly urged Lamthu, saying, We are running out of time. We should evacuate the civilians. He hesitated as he spoke. Lamthu agreed strongly, saying, That is fine. But I still need to go to the volcano. Besides ensuring the safety of people and property, the energy field will also be affected by the eruption. Captain Chu suddenly pointed towards the volcano and bluntly asked, Are you serious, buddy? With that heat and toxic gas, can you handle it? The image of the volcano erupted in fiery red, with lava flowing out and smoke billowing. But he confidently replied, If it is just temperature, I have a technique that guarantees a safe spot. As for the toxic gas, we will see how that goes. His face suddenly lit up as he said, And there is also Shen Ting who can come with me. Captain Chu's expression turned serious. Indeed, the hydrosun-fu gas in the command center had been cleaned by Shen Ting, but even without the toxins, the gas from the volcano, Lamthu replied firmly. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. I am not joking around with my life. Lamthu turned to Shen Ting and gently asked, What is your answer? This mission is very dangerous. You need to think it through. Shen Ting pondered for a moment, unsure how to answer him. After thinking for a long time, she finally made her decision, saying, I will go with my master. Captain Chu respected their decision, urging the 2 of them to pay attention to safety and not to overestimate their strength if the situation turned dire. Lamthu and Shen Ting both looked at him, saluting with their hands to their foreheads, showing their determination, and said in unison. He held the egg in front, and she followed behind, then said loudly, All right, let us get moving. Lamthu took a strong leap and threw the egg into the volcano. A swift and decisive action, the dragon egg was thrown straight into the volcano, and it began to absorb the lava, slowly drawing it in. After throwing the egg, Lamthu turned to Shen Ting and said, Hold my hand tightly. Once we get there, we will immediately transform into demons to absorb the surrounding toxic gas. She responded with a determined tone as they began to enter the volcano. Surrounded by streams of molten lava and thick smoke, Shen Ting softly remarked, This egg really is turning molten lava into volcanic rock. Lamthu coughed a few times. The toxic gas was suffocating him, and he covered his nose with both hands, his eyes wide as he looked at Shen Ting. Seeing this, she said, Oh right. She suddenly looked up, a red light emanating around her. Then she transformed into a demon with 2 horns on her head and sharp fangs. Shen Ting was using her abilities to absorb all the toxic gas. Lamthu, with a smug grin, held the egg in his hand, wanting to move it elsewhere, saying, For now, the plan is going smoothly. Just keep going. After relocating the egg, Lamthu clenched his jaw and exclaimed, All right. The next safe spot has been secured by the dragon egg. He grabbed the Memtine's hand, and she was sweating from the heat of the lava flow. Lamthu softly said, and they held hands, stepping through the moving door together. Around them, molten lava flowed, smoke rising in thick clouds. They tossed a dragon egg to clear the path. Moving quickly toward the mountain repair, a worn path began to form, littered with eggs absorbing lava. But as they neared the volcano, the heat intensified. The Ement continued to absorb the toxic gas into her body. While she was doing this, Lamthu tossed her a bottle of water, helping her replenish her hydration. She caught the bottle with a snap, clearly very thirsty. The Memtine opened the cap and took a few big gulps. After finishing her drink, she suddenly exclaimed, It is so hot. Indeed. The heat from the volcano was truly overwhelming. Lamthu raised his voice. We can't afford to move up one step at a time anymore. At the rate we are exhausting our body's water, we won't last long. He tossed the water bottle to the ground, gazing at the molten lava with a determined expression. This time, we are going all in. Lamthu suddenly held a dragon egg in his hand and said slowly to the Memtine, Master is ready to take you up. Otherwise, we might not endure until we reach the summit. She did not quite understand what he meant and stammered. Master, you want to sit? Lamthu transformed into his moon master form with 2 bunny ears, and a wave of green energy surrounded them as a teleportation gate appeared to take them out. He suddenly pulled out some water, gripping it tightly and declaring loudly, "We do not need the dragon egg to clear the way anymore. Let us douse ourselves with this." The Mtine had not grasped what was happening when he dashed over and splashed water on her, leaving her startled and confused as she looked at him. After being drenched, her clothes were soaked, and her hands flinched as she exclaimed. Lamthu poured some water over himself too, drenching from head to toe. "He did," he said. "The water evaporates quickly, but it will protect us a bit." Then he firmly held the Mtine's hand, cradling the dragon egg to his chest, saying as they walked, "We will teleport straight up in a bit." Clothes and skin could get burned, and his eyes revealed his determination. She said that no matter where they went, she was ready to follow him, willing to obey the master, her gaze always fixed on him. They continued using the teleportation door to enter the volcano, hands still tightly clasped together. Once again, they stepped into the volcano, and the heat enveloped them, making them gasp. "Whoa, it is so hot." The temperature inside the volcano surged, causing both of them to sweat profusely. Their faces flushed as they exclaimed, "This temperature is really unbearable." Then they continued holding hands and moved through the teleportation door. They passed through each teleportation door, moving from one to the next, with streams of hot lava below. Finally, they reached the volcano's core, both sighing in relief. The Memtin softly said, "We finally made it." They stood before the mouth of the volcano, anxiety evident on their faces as they surveyed the scene. The atmosphere was tense, and their energy was at its limit. Suddenly, Lamthu took the egg and hurled it into the volcano's mouth, shouting, "Swallow the volcano." The egg shot towards the volcano's mouth at the speed of light. Suddenly, Lamthu fainted and fell down, and Shenting hurriedly grabbed him and shouted, "Master." But it was too late to pull him up, so she quickly hugged him, and they both plummeted into the volcano's mouth. Shenting found herself in a free fall, eyes tightly shut, thinking that she and her master were going to die. Her master was unconscious. What now? Is this how it all ends? She held Lamthu tightly as they hit the ground, their faces showing worry and fear. Teeth clenched, Shenting opened her eyes wide, surprised by what she saw, wondering why she did not feel burned. She looked around in amazement at the molten lava that had turned into volcanic rock. Lamthu, on the other hand, was experiencing dizziness and coughed a few times, feeling intense pain. Shenting suddenly reached out to pat Lamthu's head and gently asked, "Master, are you okay?" He turned to her, looking shy with a flushed face, and slowly said, "Your clothes." Shenting, confused, did not understand what was happening as Lamthu scratched his head and forced a smile. It is, given the temperature around us, it seems like the plan succeeded." Both of them looked toward the egg, realizing that the lava spewed out was completely absorbed by it, and the egg was still continuing to absorb. Lamthu moved closer to the egg, grinning with satisfaction and said, "Exactly. It is all thanks to this little one." He held it close and exclaimed, "It has absorbed so much." As he lifted the dragon egg, the volcanic rocks suddenly cracked and parted, forming a circle around them. The sight around made Lamthu gasp in awe, exclaiming, "What the heck?" Lamthu held the egg tightly, his eyes sharp as he said, "Oh no. The surface temperature is rising fast. The volcano is still unstable, and the lava flow is increasing." He stared intently at the egg, lifting it up. "Looks like we still need this dragon egg to keep absorbing the volcano's energy," Shenting softly remarked. "It was so hot just now." Lamthu pondered the flowing lava nearby, realizing that the scale of this eruption was equivalent to tens of thousands of nuclear bombs. "If you do not hatch now, it would really be unreasonable." He seemed to be talking about the dragon egg. Shenting glanced around, suddenly exclaiming, "Master, it is a helicopter," as she pointed to the sky. She added, "They are coming this way." 2 figures descended from the helicopter. One was the host, and the other was the cameraman. "Ladies and gentlemen, the time the expert mentioned has arrived, but the volcano has not shown its second eruption yet." She looked towards the towering volcano and said, "Right now, there is no lava spilling out, but it seems like a young man in tattered clothes is appearing at the volcano's mouth." Glaring down, she hesitated and said, "Next to me, there is an egg. Is this a divine being from the heavens, nurturing an egg at the volcano?" Lamthu and Shenting waved at them from below, grinning with smug expressions. At the control station, 2 police officers were chatting while watching the TV screen. "What is going on here? This does not match the machine's test results." The other replied, "It is wrong." "So what? Isn't this result better?" After seeing that Lamthu was safe and sound, and Chen felt incredibly happy. Her eyes filled with joy as she exclaimed, "That is great." Next to her, Lam Sung also chimed in. Lamthu succeeded, with a smug look on his face. After scouting the volcano, the host called down, Asking if they wanted to return with him, Lamtha replied, "We have things to do." They said their goodbyes. And the helicopter flew away. Lamtha gazed after it and slowly said, "I still have to stay here a bit longer." He and the M10 sat down on the ground, probably too exhausted to move. He turned to her and said, "I do not know how much longer this will take. Disciple, you should rest first." "Okay," she replied. Time gradually passed, and the hot lava continued to flow around them, smoke rising thickly. Lamtha sat down, his eyes glued to the egg, and perhaps he waited so long for it to hatch that he dozed off, sleeping in a sitting position. When he heard a sound coming from the egg, Lamtha jolted awake, rubbed his eyes, and stared intently at the egg, shouting, "It is hatching!" Then the egg slowly began to hatch, revealing a cute little dragonling inside. Looking right at Lamtha, he pointed at it and called out loudly to the M10. "Disciple, the dragon egg is cracking." The little dragon kept bouncing around excitedly. It jumped up and clung to Lamtha's hand, crying out, "Daddy," and laughed joyfully. Once it latched onto his hand, he panicked and his mouth dropped open while waving his hands, causing the little dragon to bounce away. He yelled, "Whoa, do not come over here. I am terrified of you." Lamtha mistook it for a snake, and when it fell to the ground, it cried out loudly, "Daddy, Daddy, do not you want me?" His mouth agape. He shouted, "Don't call me daddy. If you do, my feet will misunderstand and run away. And you need to stay back so I can calm down." The little dragon was moving closer to him. Suddenly, it shouted loudly, "I am not calling you daddy anymore." Then it turned and waddled toward the M10, staring intently at her. The little dragon turned to Lamtha and yelled, "Is she my mama? I hatched from the egg that daddy and mama kept in the fire. Right?" Hearing the dragon's question, Lamtha did not know what to say. He mumbled, "Yeah, in the fire." He then approached it, leaned down, and said, "I have said enough to you. If you keep talking nonsense, be careful, I might smack you." Then Lamtha picked up the dragon and stared at it, saying, "Aren't dragons supposed to have 2 horns? Why do you have 3? Holding it, he felt incredibly happy. Lamtha brought it closer to himself for a better look. The little dragon locked eyes with him and said, "The one in the middle is not a horn. I bumped into it when I was hatching, and was not a daddy who did not help me hatch." It spoke to him with a pout. Hearing that, Lamtha hesitated and said, "Well, you have to learn to grow up slowly. I am afraid if I help you, your talents won't stand out anymore." He suddenly looked surprised, his eyes narrowing as he slowly said, "Wait." Lamtha stroked its head, and it giggled, saying, "You can talk human language." Hearing his question, the little dragon confidently replied, "Isn't he this hard to learn? I only took 30 seconds to learn it." It excitedly answered Lamtha's question. Then he suddenly shut his eyes tight, raised a finger with a smug expression, and said, "This is good. Let me give you a name, so communicating will be easier. How about Little Black Snake? Do you agree?" Just as Lamtha was about to name the little dragon Little Black Snake, it suddenly shouted, "Daddy, I am not a snake." Lamtha, with a proud expression, pointed at it and said, "Don't call me daddy anymore, just call me master. If not, you can just call me big bro." Hearing him say that, the little dragon obediently calls him that. Yep. Big bro. Lamtha looks at it, raises his voice and says, "If you do not like the name I gave you, then go ahead and name yourself." With a smug look, it bursts into laughter. Suddenly, a blue dragon appears behind it. Nugayat is screaming like crazy, saying to call it the dark destructive dragon. How about that? Lamtha suddenly gives it a light smack on the head, affectionately looking at it, saying that name seems too complicated and does not really fit. Let us just stick with Little Black, since your appearance does not match such a powerful name. Hearing Lamtha say that, it casually replies that right now, it is just a bronze 1-star dragon. Then Little Black suddenly jumps from Lamtha's hand down to the eggshell, saying, "Wait for me a moment. I will give you energy to level up." It dives down so fast that Lamtha does not have time to comprehend what just happened. Seeing this, Lamtha, after you eat, what level will you be? Little Black is still eagerly munching away. Then it suddenly licks its lips, glances at Lamtha, and confidently says, "Based on human terms, I would say platinum." Lamtha suddenly pulls out a picture of a knight riding a dragon, points at it and asks, "Why are you at platinum but still so small? I want to be a dragon knight too." Little Black looks up at Lamtha with big eyes, firmly replying, "Don't worry. Big bro, I can adjust my size. Right now, I can grow up to 200 meters. He is so shocked that his mouth hangs open. 200 meters. Awesome. That means I am a real dragon knight. His mood is soaring. Lamtha strokes his chin, crossing his arms, his face beaming with pride. Even though he really wants to tell Little Black to turn into a giant dragon, he thinks better of it. Wouldn't it be better to just keep it low-key and enjoy his own success? But in the end, he decides to tell Little Black, "Little Black, transform into a size that matches me. You see, It suddenly flies up, confidently smiling, saying, "Sure thing." As soon as it finishes speaking, it transforms into a dragon of immense power, looking fierce with sharp eyes directed at Lamthu. This leaves him stunned, taking a step back and exclaiming, "So cool." He gets to ride on Little Black, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he shouts, "Little Black, let me ride for a bit. This is amazing." Hearing this, Little Black turns and responds loudly, "Yep." "Big bro." Lamthu sits on Little Black's back, looking incredibly pleased, pointing ahead and commanding, "Little Black." Then it starts to soar up high, looking straight ahead, roaring loudly with its bright red eyes. Meanwhile, Lamthu, sitting behind, frowns, wearing a very serious expression. Little Black takes Lamthu flying around the volcano, and he observes the scenery around them. Suddenly, Little Black loses control, charging forward at breakneck speed, making Lamthu cling tightly to its horns in sheer terror. Little Black speeds ahead so fast that it feels like they are about to crash into the volcano's side. He suddenly shouts, "We are gonna hit it." Suddenly, boom, a huge collision occurs, and it seems like Little Black has crashed into the wall. After the impact, Lamthu feels immense pain. His eyes shut tight, gritting his teeth, and a huge bump appears on his head. Looking just like an egg, he looked at the Little Black dragon with a furious expression, annoyed because his head hurt like crazy. Meanwhile, the little dragon wore a calm face, its affectionate gaze and puckered lips displaying cuteness as it looked towards Lamthu. Then he hopped onto its back, the dragon shimmering with shiny scales, its big eyes and sharp horns, both of them soaring down toward the volcano where Shenting was standing. Lamthu sat on the dragon's back, looking incredibly confident and smug. Lamthu and the little black dragon landed successfully. Just as Shenting woke up, her sparkling eyes looking up at them, she felt utterly astonished by the appearance of the little black dragon. Wondering what kind of creature was next to her master, a big question mark floated in her mind. Seeing this, Lamthu reached out to pat the little black dragon's head, seemingly giving it a command. Suddenly, the little dragon shrank down and leaped onto Lamthu's shoulder, clinging tightly as he stood there with his hands on his hips, looking quite pleased with himself. Shenting suddenly raised both hands to her face. Looking shy, her cheeks flushed as she softly exclaimed, "You can even shrink down." Lamthu and the little black dragon turned to her and slowly said, "Let us hurry down the mountain and report the good news to the captain, even though it is already on the internet." She replied. The two of them began to move down the mountain, where Zhen Zhen and Captain Chu were waiting for them. An eruption had just occurred, and Zhen Zhen felt very worried about Lamthu inside. Suddenly, someone called out for Zhen Zhen nearby. She turned to Captain Chu, panicking as she said she thought she heard Lamthu's voice just now. He replied, "Oh really? Where are they?" Just as he spoke, Lamthu's figure appeared. Then, suddenly, a long, slender hand appeared to cover Zhen Zhen's eyes, gently saying, "Guess who I am?" This surprised her, and she had no idea who was covering her eyes. He then removed his hand, and once Zhen Zhen saw him, her face turned bright red with embarrassment, and she stammered, "You jerk." While hesitating, he suddenly spread both arms, looking at Zhen Zhen as if to say, "Come here and check if I am okay." Then a burst of laughter erupted from somewhere. It turned out to be Zhen Zhen. She giggled lightly and said, "Huh? Why do you have such a big lump on your head?" Lamthu sheepishly glanced at the little black dragon and replied, "Isn't it because of it?" Then she suddenly lifted the little black dragon off Lamthu's shoulders and held it up in front of her, joyfully saying, "So cute." The little guy, hearing Zhen Zhen's compliment, shyly chuckled. Making Zhen Zhen very happy to see an adorable little dragon. Then she gently said, "Is this the little dragon that used to protect me? Has it blossomed? And it can talk now?" Hearing this, the little black dragon dove into her embrace, saying, which made Lamthu extremely angry. This little brat. He was so mad he looked like a porcupine, his eyes round and cold as he declared, "Tonight, I am definitely having dragon for dinner. I have not even touched that yet." Lam Sung beside him advised, "Don't pick a fight with the little dragon. It is just a cute creature." Lam Sung then asked in a serious tone, "Is it absorbing energy from the volcano?" "Yep." Lamthu confirmed, while Captain Chu, nearby, was on the phone with someone and suddenly shouted something. After receiving the call, he suddenly rubbed his forehead and mentioned the 4 positions of the esteemed and spirit beasts in the martial realm fighting. Seemed like the spirit beasts still wanted to break free from the martial realm, and everyone was left stunned after hearing that. Little Black suddenly spoke up in Chan Chen's heart, saying, "Big brother, take me there. I think I can help." Upon hearing this, Lamthu scoffed, "You are just a tiny little platinum beast. How can you solve the issues in the martial realm?" He suddenly took it from Chan Chen, saying, Big brother. Even though my rank is a bit low, I am still the overlord of the spirit beasts. And my words still carry some weight, he said with a smug look. Little Black hopped onto Lam Thu's shoulder, and a big bird appeared. Let us go find Master. I want to see if this kid really has any use. The bird replied. Then, a pathway into the martial realm appeared, glowing with a striking purple light. The four ahead, including Chun Chun, Captain Chu, the Mem Tying, and Lam Sung, stepped in first, while Lundra Mem Thu and Little Black followed closely behind on the bird. They reached the teleportation door leading into the martial realm, gathering in front of it and preparing to enter. Once inside, they looked around, and Captain Chu suddenly said, Esteemed seniors, we have a way to stabilize the spirit beasts in the realm. The royal assistant mentioned they are still inside. They continued onward. Captain Chu urged. Lam Thu, with a fierce look, stared ahead. The bright light from the martial realm gates appeared, and Lam Thu and the others kept moving forward. Scanning their surroundings, he said with a serious expression. No wonder this is the martial realm. The concentration of spiritual energy here is so intense. It is unimaginable. Little Black lay flat on Lam Thu's shoulder in exhaustion. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive rock came hurtling towards him and Captain Chu. The rock was flying at an incredible speed, leaving them stunned. They could not understand how such a large rock appeared here, and wondered who would want to harm them. Fortunately, Yu Du Dung Truch appeared just in time to stop the giant rock from crashing into Lam Thu. He turned to him and asked, Little Thu, why are you here? It is very dangerous. Lam Thu hurriedly explained. Master, I am here to help everyone with the issues in the realm. However, Yu Dung Truch scolded him. What are you doing here, kid? This is not a level you should be involved in. Of course, Lam Thu was not one to listen easily. He kept pushing to find out what was happening. Seemed everyone was still struggling against the crazed spirit beasts, and the entire scene was descending into chaos and exhaustion. Lam Thu, confused, asked, Master, the volcano issue has been resolved, so why are people still fighting? Yu Du Dung Truch glanced at him, saying, Aren't they all spirit beasts at the martial level? Once they start fighting, it is not something you can just tell them to stop. Seeing this, Lam Thu wanted to step in and help. He turned to Little Black and commanded. Didn't you say you could solve the problem? Show us what you have got. Yu Dung Truch looked at Little Black with curiosity. Is this the spirit beast that hatched from the dragon's egg? Little Black charged in like a rocket, letting out a thunderous roar. In no time, it transformed into a mighty celestial dragon, radiating an overwhelming presence. Everyone below had to look up in awe, and Hong A Fi Mazing wondered if the spirit beasts festival had come here, while the Memthaik Sung watched, wide-eyed, thinking it certainly did not look like one. Little Black uses his dragon aura to press for answers about what happened with those spirit beasts. Can't we just sit down and talk it out? The spirit beasts immediately halt, and one of them pipes up. They have killed many of our brethren. That is right. That is right. Little Black wants to negotiate, but it is too noisy. Which one of you is the boss? Get him out here to talk to me. Sure enough, a purple-scaled spirit beast steps forward. He sighs dramatically. Elder, I can swallow this anger. They have slain so many of my little brothers. Little Black feels defiant and fires back. Isn't he that because you all foolishly tried to run amok? I already handled the outside issues for you. What are you still fighting for? The lead spirit beast perks up and replies. Really? No wonder you are an elder. If things outside are settled, we do not want to go to that poor spirit sanctuary. Little Black urges them to leave. Why are you still here? Causing chaos will only lead to more casualties. He even glares with fiery red eyes, demanding, everyone, turn back. Immediately, they all scamper off. The lead spirit beast admires Little Black and asks for his info. May I ask how you transformed into a dragon? That has always been my dream. Little Black sincerely shares. It is because you have a heavy killing intent. Looks like Little Black is getting into character, sounding all wise and philosophical. To understand this, you must cultivate your mind and character. Over time, you might have a chance to transform into a dragon. The spirit beast listens eagerly, thanking the elder for the guidance. From now on, I will definitely cultivate my mind and character. Do I need to handle those guys? Little Black loses it and splashes water in his face, saying, You talk about cultivating your mind and character, yet your killing intent is flaring up. Leave those guys to me for negotiation. The guy kneels down to apologize. With your words, Elder, I feel reassured. Hopefully, we meet again. After saying that, he scurries away. The spirit beasts come over to Little Black, showering him with compliments. You did great. Little Black returns to his adorable spirit beast form on his master's shoulder. At this point, Shen Taexiong and the others finally dare to ask, Is this little dragon cub yours? Little Black cheerfully greets. Hey there, uncles and grandpas. Everyone around gasps. This dragon can talk. The spirit beast smiles and introduces. Yep. He is the little guy who hatched from the dragon egg of Team Juk. Yangji size? Having a spirit companion like this is truly a blessing. The director steps up to explain the situation to the spirit beast. This time, thanks to you, we were able to stabilize the situation. Actually, facing those shell beasts is not too hard if we handle the 4 positions. The spirit beast feels a bit regretful, but fears many other strong shell beasts may need to be buried. Yangji thinks more about the achievements of the spirit beast than that. In any case, you have accomplished great things again. What do you want as a reward? The spirit beast beams and replies, I want spirit cows. Can I have ones from the beast transformation system, space system, and thunder system? You are even being greedy. I believe with master skills. Whatever you pull out 1 TB lacking. Just toss me a few diamond grade ones. That is enough. Yangji throws his hands up at the spirit beast. You really are a little brat with no shame. Why do you want so many spirit cows? Lamthu is not hiding his ambitions anymore. Master, your disciple is about to break through to gold level. Should not you prepare some gifts? Zhuangtrach was also taken aback, saying, you are about to make a breakthrough. Lamthu confessed to his master that whether it is rescuing someone or fighting, he always uses his spiritual energy, which has created some gaps in his barriers. He sat down, gathering energy. And now the spiritual realm is bursting with energy. This is the final condition for breaking through. Zhuangtrach watched from the outside, nodding in approval. This kid is quite the talent with this breakthrough speed. Moments later, a surge of power ignited within Lamthu, and he let out a loud, long roar, instantly breaking through to diamond level. However, it was not long before Lamthu could not hold on. His body suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. Zhuangtrach rushed over, panicking. Little beast, are you okay? What is going on? Lamthu clutched his chest, feeling strange. Inside him, there was an indescribable sensation from the breakthrough skill. He received a dark gray shadow emerge, a beast transformation skill, turning him into a giant. He felt utterly confused. What kind of skill is this? Whatever. I will figure it out later. Zhuangtrach seemed to notice Lamthu was stable and congratulated him. Well done, little beast. But then he asked, right. You mentioned a fight. Were not you going to rescue someone? Lamthu remembered and began to recount. While we were rescuing, we were ambushed by a strange group. He detailed the whole story, mentioning they had over a dozen diamond-level fighters and 2 true fighters, led by someone named Tran Tri. Zhuangtrach pondered. I have not heard of these guys before, but the country keeps a close eye on martial artists above diamond level. And others agreed. Yeah. Where did all these diamonds and true fighters come from? Lamthu started to ramble. Let me tell you guys. They pretended to be rescuers. And then he explained everything. Indeed, after hearing this, Zhuangtrach felt uneasy. The motives of these people are definitely suspicious. However, Lamthu pulled out a magic staff to reassure everyone, saying he shared this to raise awareness. In reality, he mainly hoped that his master and the uncles would help him replenish energy for his spear. Everyone looked astonished. Are you asking for more, kid? They reluctantly agreed to help Lamthu due to his outstanding performance this time. Meanwhile, Zhuangtrach called Lamthu aside, throwing him a serious look. Kid, follow me. He led him to the bodies of 2 ape-like spirit beasts, and they began to discuss. Zhuangtrach seriously asked Lamthu, how should we handle these spirit beasts? This time, Lamthu was at a loss for words. Everyone here was experienced. Why ask a newbie like him right after a breakthrough? Then Thaisung handed Lamthu a stack of documents and said, the greatest contribution to this operation is yours. And if you do not say anything, us old geezers want to have the face to take anything. Zhuangtrach agreed. Exactly. You see what we should distribute these drops. Lamthu picked it up to read, feeling confused. I only need 2 of the core gems and some beast meat. The rest, you guys can distribute. I do not need them. Zhuangtrach asked in surprise. Just these. The Thaisung split 2 rare golden spirit pearls. And hey, there are also 2 martial arts spirit pearls we do not even need. Lamthu nodded, casually. That said, he had already stuffed 2 of them into his own pocket. I just hope the seniors will take better care of little Dai in the future. The 2 teachers exchanged glances. Half a favor was even more complicated. And Dean Trech, knowing Lamthu's true intentions, went over and smacked him on the head. You little punk, you are definitely not out of ideas. The favor from all the martial arts experts here has already been snagged by you. Lamthu did not admit it. You can say that, at this moment. Ding Trech brought up the main issue again. If the lined matter is settled, we should go meet Tranchar, the one who attacked you. Lamthu nodded. Alright, everyone returned to school. And after some interrogation, they got no results. This guy is really tight-lipped. Can T get a word out of him? Lamthu felt it was exhausting. The crux is we have no impression of him. Looks like there is a hidden force in the country we do not know about. Lamthu speculated. After all, we are not professional interrogators. Let us take him to headquarters next. We will see if we can get anything out of him. Kwang Ding Trech reluctantly agreed. That is all we can do. Lam Thu pulled out his phone. Let me contact someone. Noticing this, Lam Thu suddenly thought of something. The phone. That is right. He took out his phone and showed it to Lam Thi. Team leader. Do you know this guy? The photo showed a guy with wild, spiky hair. Sure enough. As soon as he saw the guy, Lam Thu was startled and pressed. It is. Where did this picture come from? Lam Thu explained. After we defeated the members of the 3 countries earlier. He was the one to pick them up. I recognized the name. So I snapped a photo. Lam Thu understood the situation. Got it. I know now. Lam Thu felt something was off and said first. Big brother Lam. Capella has reached the martial arts level. Do not do anything stupid. Revenge is a dish best served cold. It is not too late. Lam Thu carefully advised him. If you act without thinking, it will only make the enemy look down on you. And they will become even more arrogant. Lam Thu understood his junior's meaning and patted his shoulder. Relax. I want to be dumb enough to seek death. If I die foolishly, I want to have the face to meet Captain Ning. A moment later, the Methai Sung rushed in calling for the principal. You dying? The Methai Sung urged. Hurry and check it out. Your students are all here. Du Nang asked in surprise. What? Where are they? The Methai Sung reported. Near the collapsed TNG hotel. Doong turned and called Lam Thu. Lamathada. Come with me to check it out. Immediately. Both of them left their spots to head to where the Methai Sung directed. On the other side, the students were standing lost amid the wreckage. A moment later, the green teleportation gate opened, and the soldiers stared wide-eyed. Surprised. Everyone was shocked to see Lam Thu and Yu Jung appear. Shouting excitedly. Principal. Big brother. Lam Thu saw that everyone had gathered here. He was even more shocked himself. How did the whole school show up? Yuding and Lam Thu faced the soldiers, smiling as they listened to her speak. Principal. Do you see if we can help with anything? Oyu Zhang gently rubbed his neck and spoke in a warm voice. Didn't everyone see the news on the way here, that the issue has been resolved? She slightly raised her eyebrows and replied. We did see it. But the students still want to come here to help. Zhang San stood behind. That is right. Although the major issue has been resolved, the fire has left this place in ruins. He looked at the devastated scene before him, his feelings a bit complicated. For instance, helping the locals and rebuilding their homes. We all hope to do whatever we can. In his eye, Oyu Zhang sparkled with a touching light, his lips trembling with unspoken words, his heart unable to contain its emotions. No wonder they are the future hope of our country. With a generation like this, how can we worry about the nation's prosperity? The crowd of students pushed and shoved each other. Moving forward, a long line stretching endlessly, showing just how immense their spirit of dedication is. Oyu Zhang stood facing the crowd, feeling as if he were giving a speech to the entire school. But the lively scene now felt desolate and sorrowful. Even his voice slowed down. All right. Classmates, in the coming days, you must give your all to help the victims. But even for a volunteer job, there should be some reward. Right. He raised 2 fingers. Speaking seriously, he added, after we return to school, all participants in this initiative will receive 2 points from me. The crowd immediately cheered in unison. Awesome. Just then, an announcement sounded from afar, saying that the military would be arriving soon, and everyone should follow their orders to start rebuilding. The students clenched their fists, their eyes filled with seriousness and determination. The energy of youth was indeed no joke. Yep. Principal, we will do our best. Then, Oyu Zhang turned to Lin Shu, who was standing nearby, and quietly asked, Xiao Shu, I need to make a trip to Lingwu capital. Do you have any plans? After a moment of silence to think, he smiled and decisively replied, I will stay here to help out with the others. I can't miss out on those points. Oyu Zhang's figure gradually faded into the teleportation gate, and his voice lingered. Be careful. After finishing up and heading back to school with the others, Lin Shu looked up at where Oyu Zhang had disappeared, thinking, Master, take care. At that moment, a giant bird flew down from the sky towards them, its brown feathers blending with the dusty sky. Lin Shu greeted the 2 people in front of him just as the bird landed, his tone slightly harmonious. Squad leader. Teacher Tan. Lin Dong sat silently behind, while Tan Ming smiled helplessly. Lin Shu, do not call me teacher anymore. Right now. You are like a god to me. I can't handle that. He gently stepped down to the ground, stroking the feathers around the giant bird's neck. I guess I am relatively familiar with Lingwu in Shanghai. That is why I was sent to assist with your tasks. Lin Shu seemed to understand and whispered. So that is how it is. Before leaving, Tan Ming turned back to Lin Shu, saying, I will leave the rest to you guys. And smiled. Got it. Lam Dung caught Lam Thu as they approached the back of the bird, the heavy thud echoing slowly. I am taking you to the resettlement point. That is probably the safest place to go. Lamb though held onto the other person's arm, unable to hold back and ask. It is just me. Right. Lamb Dung hunched forward against the wind, commanding the creature beneath them. No doubt about it. We are heading to the resettlement point. The scene shifted to the temporary resettlement area, bustling with activity. The makeshift tents were organized, looking far more stable than before. Huang Fu I Meng stood silently beside them, watching as the group of people, the Jianghu, streamed out of the tents one by one. Lam Tha leaned against the bird's back, surprised by the familiar faces around him. Huang Fu Meng raised his hands high, shouting. Healing field. A wave of cold, dark air swept through, enveloping the space in a green light that made everyone's minds feel a bit hazy. The chilling healing energy surrounded the injured on the makeshift beds, the sounds of their pain gradually fading as their wounds began to cool visibly. This made Lam Tha let out a sigh. She is really something. With her help, the injured would receive treatment. Lam Tha looked at the situation ahead, nodding in agreement without a second thought. Exactly. Just then, a shattering noise came from one of the nearby tents. Catching Lam Thu's attention, he pulled back the curtain and whispered. What happened? He saw a girl hunched over in pain, her eyes closed, while tears streamed down her pale thighs. Water spilled everywhere. The scene was shocking, causing Lam Thu's cheeks to flush red. He widened his eyes. Breathless at the sight, he stepped closer, taking her hand gently, his cheeks slightly pink as he quietly asked, Are you okay? You must feel so embarrassed right now. Her voice dropped to a whisper, sounding like a shy mouse. I just spilled some water earlier. Thankfully, I did not get soaked. Lam Thu squinted slightly, a look of relief washing over his golden eyes as he let out a soft sigh. Phew. That is a relief. The girl awkwardly covered her mouth with her hand, bending down to wipe away the remaining water on her apron, unintentionally revealing her full curves, with skin as smooth as a baby's. Lam Thu could not help but stare, his eyes going wide. I did not even notice before. That apron looks so cute on you. She clenched her fists, the sticky feeling making her uncomfortable, her gaze drifting. Being wet is really annoying. I need to take it off. Images of age restrictions flashed in Lam Thu's mind, and he felt a rush of excitement, his nose almost bleeding with the overwhelming thrill. Thinking, if I take it off, then would not. He smiled, raising a hand. Wait. Let me help you with that. Just then, a serious voice came from behind the curtain, breaking the tension in the air. Lam Thu. The commander is calling for you over there. This made Lam Thu's expression fall in disappointment. He turned away, thinking to himself. Seriously? Now of all times, he shoved his hands in his pockets, facing the crowd. The atmosphere suddenly turning tense and awkward. They all raised their hands in a military salute, their voices serious and respectful, greeting the commander-in-chief. This took him by surprise, widening his eyes and pointing at himself, asking in disbelief what the heck this was all about. The first to speak was the guy in charge, stepping forward slowly with a deep smile. The main force of this rescue operation, besides the members of the 4 veteran squads, consisted of university students. After some research, we decided, and he raised his hand, revealing a glowing red orb that gradually appeared in the air. While he continued to speak, the only one capable of earning their trust was you. Not only did you win the martial arts championship, but you also wrote an encyclopedia on spirit beasts. Lin Tha pouted, suddenly sensing something strange. Did not these guys think this was a bit rushed? But the guy in charge across from him kept smiling confidently, even raising a finger to signal trust, looking like he was part of some multi-level marketing scheme. The commander-in-chief was overthinking it. If this operation succeeded, the country would definitely reward you handsomely. Why would they let you take the fall? Lin Tha warily leaned back in the wooden chair, sighed, and thought, well, it seems like I can avoid this. He looked at the group across from him, his attitude turning a bit more serious, asking what the urgent issue at hand was. This time, a female commander among them spoke up. The urgent issue that needed addressing was the living arrangements. The refugees were already being moved here. She recalled the painful feelings from earlier. Her mood slightly choked up. But the numbers still were not enough. Now that winter was approaching, I am really afraid many of the refugees won't be able to endure the nights. Hearing this, Lin Thu's eyes widened. It was the first time he actually thought about such a scenario. It caught him off guard. This was indeed a major problem. Could the Earth system create housing for the people to survive the night? The idea sounded reasonable. But the other person shook their head helplessly. It is not possible. She raised her hand and slowly explained that this type of house needed to maintain the Earth's spiritual energy. Once that energy was cut off, it would collapse. This made Ling Thu's head spin, his mind going blank. We mobilized all the Earth system users. But the other person immediately rejected it, saying there were too many people. We do not have that many Earth Awakeners. This really does seem hard to solve, causing Ling Thu to hesitate. Overthinking this made his head feel like it was about to explode. His seppuku was on fire. and the other person looked a bit surprised by this reaction. Holding the control panel, the commander-in-chief stepped forward, making Lin Thu feel a wave of despair. I am just a first-year student, and this is way too hard. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out in Lin Thu's head, jolting him awake from his daze. A check revealed a series of host cells dying, severely impacting the host's health. Lin Thu broke into a sweat and spoke up, saying, "Wait." The air around him felt suffocating for a moment, forcing his awakening skill level E to be fine-tuned for construction. The new skill made Lin Thu so excited he jumped up, shouting, "I have got away." The people across from him were taken aback, their eyes wide in disbelief. Who would have thought this guy actually had a solution? Though, his abilities were definitely impressive, but he is just a first-year male student, and they have already prepared themselves mentally in case they can't find any solutions. Lam Thu raised his hand, nudging the other guy. "Hurry. Hand me some paper and a pen." He scribbled something on the paper, writing so fast it was like he was afraid the skill would slip away. One of them stepped forward slowly, eyes widening as he glanced at the plan on the paper. "This is..." Lam Thu looked at the plan, feeling a swell of pride and accomplishment. This house design should do just fine. The guy beside him took the blueprint, unable to restrain himself from praising, "It is amazing." He smiled, his eyes gleaming with admiration, turns out trusting this guy was totally worth it. This idea is really good. The blueprint has no issues. With that, he felt confident. Trambanok. Studying architecture, and knows his stuff. He would not be wrong. Right. Tran Bao handed over the blueprint, directing his gaze at the other guy. "The key is all these materials, so what do we do now?" Lam Thu smiled slyly. Clearly everything was going according to his plan. "I have got this figured out." He pointed towards the tall mountain behind them, announcing loudly, "We will mine the materials from that mountain right there." Everyone was a bit taken aback. This idea really was something no one had ever considered, mining the mountain. Lam Thu crossed his arms, speaking with conviction. "Yeah. Normally it would not be easy. But right now we have about 100,000 spirits." The others frowned, starting to seriously consider this plan. Truly, mining requires demolition and transport workers. They were all on board. The group behind seemed to agree as well, ready to follow their commander. After a moment of contemplation, Lam Thu raised his hand and assigned tasks. Gather the attack-type spirits to help with the mining. Assemble the strength or transport spirits to bring the materials back to me. Got it. Lam Thu lowered his gaze, assigning the last task to Tran Banongo. You are in charge of taking the earth-type spirits, according to the blueprint, to speed up the construction, and you are responsible for bringing the healing and support-type spirits to keep the townspeople calm. The group saluted like soldiers, showing their respect for their newly appointed commander. There was nothing in their demeanor that suggested they saw him as a rebellious youth. It was all absolute trust. All right. Lam Thu checked the time on his phone and spoke again. There are still 9 hours and 25 minutes until nightfall. I hope everyone has a place to stay before dark. Let us get moving now. The group began to stir, and before they left, they replied to him. "Yep, sir." The system noted the situation was moving in a positive direction, chiming in with praise. "You are on fire this time. Everyone under your command is obedient." Lam Thu smiled broadly, feeling a rush of accomplishment. "All right. I will give half the credit to you." The system's mechanical voice instantly shifted to a higher pitch. "Only half." This prompted Lam Thu to reassure, again offering praise. "Just kidding. 9,527. You know I really appreciate you." The system became light-hearted, like a satisfied little cat. "This is good." Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted from beside them. "Commander, we have a slight issue with the construction. I would like to consult you about it." It turned out to be Tran Baogo. Lam Thu looked back for a moment, then spoke up. "All right," silently planning his next moves. Handling things here first, then heading to see where else he could lend a hand. Time flew, and before he knew it, it was already late afternoon. Lam Thu took one last look at the scenery around him, talking with the person next to him. There were no more issues at home, just waiting for them to transfer the stones over. He glanced at the bustling crowd moving about. Is not the transportation of these materials a bit slow? Lam Thu immediately turned around and opened the entrance to his mind. Behind the mountain, the team was using their powers to clear the land, but their progress did not seem very effective. Sensing a presence behind him, the man turned around, sweat running down his face, his voice heavy with fatigue. "Commander, why are you here?" Kung Hu swung his fist, smashing the rock wall beside him, with small debris flying everywhere. Judging by the speed, that punch did not seem light at all. He raised his fist, chuckling lightly. "Come on, it is nothing." He again pointed his hand at the rock below, but this time Lam Thu seemed to notice something strange. He lightly tapped the back of his head and said, "Come on, Kuang. Are you being an idiot?" Lam Thu was so mad he practically turned into a fireball, pointing at the debris below and yelling, Are you really being an idiot? What I need are whole stones. Not rubble. Kuang-hu was scolded into a daze. He softly apologized. Uncle Lam, I was wrong. I promise I will pay more attention next time. Kuang patted him on the shoulder, calmly trying to diffuse the other man's anger. You can fully blame him for this. Lam pouted, looking at the dirt debris below and thinking to himself, this nephew of mine seems to be getting smarter. But that punch of his did not yield much usable stone. He scanned the surrounding scene. The crowd was still busy transporting stones. Even mounts were being utilized to the max. A huge rock was just too heavy. And with not many strong people around, even adding more beasts did not speed up the process. Lam scratched his head. He really had not thought of this before. At first, he did not consider it a big deal. He slowly approached the two students who were still working hard to move the stones, and confidently said, Hey guys. Let me take care of this rock. The person next to him looked surprised. Just you? The other one asked. Can you handle it? Lam waved his hand, lightly closing his eyes to act mysterious. I have said it so many times already. He supported the large stone that the two men were holding, jokingly saying, a man should not ask if he can do it. His words clearly left the two next to him wide-eyed. Using his subconscious to pull out his spatial bag, Lam let out a sigh and started moving the stone downward. A stone that required two men to lift was reduced to half its size in just a few seconds. One of them widened his eyes. The spatial system. Could it be that you are the student Lam who defeated those 3 countries? The other one responded, suddenly realizing Lam current identity. Speaking softly, we should call him Commander now. After transporting the large stone, Lam turned to the line of people behind him. Leave the larger stones to me. After all, the long-distance transport had already drained a lot of everyone's energy. Even if they were young, they still felt tired. Yep. Commander, the man just now wiped a drop of sweat from his cheek, smiling ingratiatingly. Commander, I could not see the mountain for the trees earlier. Please do not hold it against me. Lam could only smile awkwardly. After all, this whole situation was just too strange. Yet he could not help but sigh internally. Being called commander by his classmates felt oddly off. Lam grabbed another big rock. Noticing the crowd behind him seemed quite curious about his presence, so he turned around. You guys should not just stand there. Keep smashing those rocks. Lead the charge. Jiang Hu, you have got the most energy. Right. Yep. Commander. Lam looked down at the spatial bag beneath him, estimating with his hands that it was nearly full. He turned to the crowd struggling to haul rocks behind him and called out, Everyone's got their rocks now. Follow me back. They all held their stones tightly and shouted in unison. Yep. Lam watched as everyone had to trek such a long way just to carry stones back, and he felt a bit frustrated, thinking again of how imposing his master was. It was true his spiritual power could not match up to his master's. Otherwise, he could have helped them all move back at once. For now, he could only speed things up and make more trips. He comfortably moved ahead, without a smooth path. Clearing the way was even harder, and that made the people behind him groan. But as they were getting tired, they suddenly heard his cheerful voice, which lifted their spirits a bit. The commander is singing too, they exclaimed, feeling their morale soar. That song about a fool leaving the mountain was just perfect for the moment. Just like that, everyone's spirits were higher than ever. One by one, they kept bringing stones inside. Quan and the other ability users had been waiting for a while. It did not take long for stone houses to pop up at the resettlement site. Though rudimentary, they were enough to shield from the rain and wind, thanks largely to everyone's contributions. But the main reason was still Lam efforts. With my participation, we freed up a lot of labor, so progress skyrocketed. As time passed, everyone slowly moved towards the stone houses they were assigned. Before sunset, everyone had a temporary stone shelter. The sun gradually descended behind the mountain, casting shadows over the tents below, creating an exceptionally serene scene. Quan brought a beautifully decorated lunchbox toward Lam saying, Here. Lam was so touched he nearly teared up, chewing his food while praising his girlfriend's cooking. It is my beloved's bento. I am so lucky. Quan watched him eat so hurriedly, feeling a bit helpless. It was a love bento. After all, he would worked hard all day and was still rambling on. She spoke softly, her gaze dropping, and this made Lam instantly stop chewing. Quan was actually paying attention. Looking at the love lunchbox in his hand, he felt a strange emotion. Yep. With greater responsibility and power comes less freedom. With a small smile, he did not have the carefree vibe he usually did. But seeing how the lives of the refugees improved thanks to their efforts made everything feel worthwhile. Quan's eyes could not help but soften. She thought to herself, he is still the kind-hearted boy I know. Pointing to the towering mountains opposite, her light green hair danced in the air like a cat's tail brushing against Lam's heart. Lam, you know, from where we are, you can't actually see the sunset. But her words caught him off guard. Wow. It is because of the mountain range that those guys were just mining. Now it is empty. But somehow it feels like something's missing. She leaned her head on Lamthu's shoulder. Sweetly. Because she was tired of it before. But now it is different. We have created a miracle. The silhouettes of the two standing against the light looked like two migrating birds. Proving we have made something extraordinary. This sunset is truly beautiful. Finally. Lamthu shook off that strange feeling in his heart. Sighing in relief, he looked up at the massive eagle flying above. But unease crept in again. Turns out it was the old man. He spread his wings wide and jumped down to the ground in panic. Commander. We have got a problem, Lamthu asked, looking at him. What is going on? He had flown quite a distance. So his breath was ragged. He spoke tiredly, saying that the volcano had damaged the bridge ahead, remembering their earlier situation. They had no choice but to break the emotional atmosphere the commander had created. The supply truck was stuck at the bridge. Uneables? If they did not fix it quickly, dinner tonight would likely be a disaster. His gaze was filled with seriousness. The experts confirmed that the quickest repairs would take at least 2 days. Lamthu replied sternly. But what can we do? Everyone has worked so hard today. And the victims are exhausted. 1 day without food. They won't hold up. Just then, Chan piped up. How about I give it a shot? This caught Lamthu off guard. And he turned around, saying, Chan, do you have an idea? She raised her hand and explained. Ice control. If we can mobilize all the ice users in the team. This struck a chord with him. The idea was actually pretty solid. Lamthu jumped down and, before leaving, instructed the old man. Tell all the ice and plant users to gather by the bridge for me. The old man stood on the tree, watching Lam Feng leave with renewed trust. Got it. The scene on the road was quiet enough to make anyone uncomfortable. Lamthu turned back to the crowd and called out, All iceers? Come here. The river ahead is blocking our way. Freeze it for me. One of them frowned and scolded Lam Feng. Hey, Commander. Are you thinking too fancifully? Her voice grew louder, and soon she was completely fired up. Fists clenched, as if she wanted to smack Lamthu right on the head with a river this wide. Do you think we are gods or something? The noise made him wince and cover his ears. He was about to lose it. Instantly, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, trying to calm things down. What if I could boost everyone's skill power by 50%? The person stared at him, unable to fathom where this was heading. You are just bragging. Lamthu turned back to Chan behind him. Chan, activate your field. Immediately, everyone watched in silence as the pale mist began to envelop Chan's body. Her feet lifted high. Beams of blue light shot out from her palms, bending forward as the intricate curves of her body slowly materialized, encased in ice. The crowd, after a moment of shock, realized that her body was gradually enveloped by a thin layer of ice, and they all felt a surge of excitement. This field of power was intensifying dramatically. The thrill was evident in everyone's eyes. Don't get me wrong. I feel like I could freeze even the Pacific Ocean with this. Lamthu clenched her fists. Feeling the joy and enthusiasm radiating from them, it was a good thing. He looked at the crowd across from him, pointed at the image in front of him again. But remember, do not freeze to the river. If the river is blocked or stops flowing, it will be a whole mess. This was unexpected for her. This kid was already thinking so maturely at such a young age. Lamthu pointed ahead, urging everyone to go, and right after, everyone leaped forward in unison. The blue light emanated from their palms like powerful water serpents, weaving ahead as the command gradually pushed down to the river below, freezing it, while the rushing water slowly came to a halt. Lamthu pointed forward, then turned to the plant-based abilities behind her. The plant users arranged vines over the surface of the ice bridge, enhancing the grip for the wheels, boosting the team spirit. Everyone nodded in agreement, and one by one, they unleashed their powers, the green energy radiating around them. They moved swiftly, all heading towards the river ahead, intertwining as they gradually formed a slender vine. The wheels were slowly lifted higher. Supported by their collective strength, each ability user formed 2 horizontal lines facing each other, their powers entwining to create a gigantic green sphere. The onlookers watched as everything unfolded positively and burst into joyous laughter. Cheering together they did it. Behind Lam, the silhouette of a man suddenly appeared, standing silently behind her. Sensing the aura of the commander approaching, he spoke up. Now I finally understand why they put Lamthu in charge. I feel like none of us could do better than her. He paused for a few seconds before replying. Exactly. Looking forward, it was clear he fully recognized Lamthu's abilities and talent. With such remarkable skills, this kid should not be wasting his potential in the military. Time slipped by, and night finally fell. The atmosphere became lively again as people raised their large beer mugs, cheering loudly to celebrate the successful completion of their mission. Lam Thu and the commander stood across from each other, smiling, raising their mugs as the crowd lit bonfires outside, celebrating after a long, busy day. At that moment, the commander turned to Lam Thu sitting beside him and quietly asked, "You guys will return to school tomorrow, right?" Lam Thu looked down at her beer mug and replied, "Yeah. With the end of the semester approaching, we need to prepare for the exams." Hearing this, the commander raised his beer mug, and the people around them gradually gathered in their area. "Then tonight, let us eat and drink to our heart's content. Play hard." Everyone agree. At that moment, a handsome man stepped out from the crowd, speaking in a deep voice. Well then, next to her is another beautiful woman, both gently patting the girl in front, who seems to be a daughter, bowing her head. "We are the victims who've received attention. Wanting to thank everyone." The innocent little girl, her eyes shining with a sweet, youthful light, says, "You all are the great heroes who saved us." Immediately turning her head to Lam Thu, she praises, "It is all thanks to our commander. This little guy here. But he can take all the credit." Then, raising his hand awkwardly, he smiles shyly. "It is the result of everyone working together." The little girl looks up at the guy in the chair. The atmosphere around them seems to glow. "Your powers must be incredible. Can you show me?" But Lam Thu frowns slightly, feeling a bit worried. "Well, my abilities are not exactly easy to display," he admits, a bit embarrassed. "I might just turn into a rabbit." Imagining the scene of a handsome guy with rabbit ears, her voice takes on an excited, humorous tone. "We saw you on the news. The commander known as the strongest rabbit on Earth." She immediately points at the crowd behind them, saying it like it is a given. Everyone is eagerly waiting to see the hero show his stuff, especially those girls. The female students behind are practically sparkling, their eyes glowing like predators, looking at Lam Thu. "That is him. Can't wait to see him turn into a rabbit." Lam Thu glances at Chan Chan beside him, hesitating. Will Chan Chan be upset? Partly because he is shy, partly because he is a bit tipsy. Her cheeks blush sweetly. "Why are you looking at me?" she says, as he points awkwardly. "I think." But Chan Chan does not get it. "Just go." This catches Lam Thu off guard, as he turns his gaze sharply to the side. But Chan Chan is getting up. "What are you thinking? Tonight's party is to celebrate this new home. How can we not show off?" He stands up. "Right." At this moment, a Chen Chen's hesitant voice rings out. "But," she bends over, looking up with a kitten-like demeanor, feeling a bit jealous seeing so many girls like him. This rare scene makes Lam Thu feel shy. His cheeks are flushed, mouth agape in surprise. This is just too cute. In front of the crowd behind them, he leaps up and hugs Chan Chan tightly, not caring what anyone else thinks. The only girl he likes is Chan Chan, making her blush and speak up. "Everyone's watching us." Finally, the two of them hold hands, following the little girl. The little girl happily leads, singing, "This is so great. The hero is here." The fire blazes bright, warmth spreading around, gradually warming hearts. Today's Macy is Trine, standing confidently among the crowd with a mic, her energetic presence clearly catching everyone's attention. "Are you all ready?" She gestures towards Lam Thu, smiling, then invites our commander to perform a magic trick for everyone. Everyone gets excited, cheeks flushed, and they all cheer in unison. Lam Thu clenches his hand, a fiery energy enveloping his body, and he smiles confidently. "Let us see what this giant transformation skill I got earlier can really do. If it is named that, it must make me grow big." With a thunderous sound, Lam Thu slammed his fist down onto the ground below, his expression darkening. The puddle around him slowly spread out, and his body was enveloped in bright flashes of lightning, transforming him into the moon mage. The rabbit ears made the girls' eyes turn into hearts, even pulling out their phones to capture this rare moment. The air was filled with pink hues. That bunny was just too cute. Even Chan Chan's cheeks were flushed. She hugged her face tightly, her eyes sparkling with admiration, every glance still as adorable as ever. But it was not over yet. Lam Thu smirked, looking up thoughtfully. Next, he transformed into a giant, letting out a roar as bolts of lightning wrapped around him in waves. The ground below was drenched, debris flying everywhere as Lam Thu became a towering figure, his muscular form on full display, only his tail shielding his sensitive parts. A surge of energy swirled behind him, and everyone was stunned by Lam Thu's gigantic form. And Chun Chun looked up at him in awe, and even the person beside her was equally shocked. What on earth was happening here? Lam Thu now stood at an impressive height of 10 meters, a smile on his face as he raised his hand in a C2 gesture. He thought to himself, the size of this skill could be controlled by him, potentially reaching up to 50 meters. Even like this, it was already quite the spectacle. The crowd below was buzzing. Oh my, huge. Lam Thu thought this form looked really cool, though there were a few awkward spots. His long hair, was not the only thing that had grown larger. Thankfully, he reacted quickly. But as he thought about it, Lam Thu's face turned a bit awkward, beads of sweat pouring down him. Looking down, he felt a bit embarrassed. His tail awkwardly tucked between his legs to cover the forbidden area, which eased some of the embarrassment. A teenager noticed the tail between Lam Thu's legs and curiously asked, "Hey, why is your tail in front?" Hearing that, Lam Thu blushed, stammering, "That is, my performance is about to end," he thought to himself. "Seriously? Stop bringing that up." Lam Thu's whole body shook uncontrollably, his face turning beet red as he started to feel dizzy. Why did he suddenly feel so weak? It seemed that transforming into a giant was draining his energy. Images flashed in his mind of what would happen if he lost this giant form, running around naked while everyone laughed at him. Lam Thu absolutely could not let himself end up like that. He began to panic. If this continued, would not he be exposed in front of everyone? He quickly opened a teleportation gate to escape to another place. Teacher Lam Thu darted away so quickly that no one had a chance to react. The commander was nowhere to be seen. Zinzen could not even catch a glimpse, only able to call out, "Lam Thu." Inside the tent next to the raging fire, Lam Thu was donning a white shirt, mumbling to himself as he hurriedly got dressed. Suddenly, someone lifted the tent flap, and Zhen Zhen stepped inside. Sure enough, he was right there, Lam Thu still half-dressed, his backside exposed. The rest of Zhen Zhen's sentence caught in her throat, and upon seeing her enter, Lam Thu's mouth dropped open, his face flushing bright red. Zhen Zhen screamed, "Hey, why are not you dressed?" Lam Thu was still in shock from the unexpected intrusion, only able to let out a panicked shout. Blushing, Zhen Zhen quickly ran outside, still holding a few skewers of grilled meat she brought for Lam Thu. Only when she reached a corner did Zhen Zhen fan her burning red face, trying to reduce her embarrassment. "Oh man, your butt." Lam Thu peeked out of the tent, looking for her. "Zhen Zhen. You saw everything." Startled by Lam Thu calling her name, Zhen Zhen jumped. Lam Thu stepped out, the buttons on his shirt still undone, walking over to Zhen Zhen. As she glanced at his abs, her face started to heat up again. Stammering, she said, "I just came to deliver food. I did not see anything." She handed him the skewers, and he reached out with a smile. After handing over the skewers, Zhen Zhen tried to play it cool, turning to leave. "I gotta go now." Lam Thu pouted. "Zhen Zhen, you can't just leave like that. You ate everything and now you are running off." He began to play the pity card, looking like a sad puppy with tears welling up in his eyes. "You are responsible for me. You know." Hearing the word responsible, Zhen Zhen jumped in shock. Zhen Zhen, annoyed by Lam Thu's teasing, quickly turned around to chase him down, intending to give him a whack. "Talking like that is going to give people the wrong idea. I just saw your butt, that is all." Lam Thu, having achieved his goal, hurriedly turned and ran, laughing. "There is nothing left in my car." Teacher Lam Thu was still teasing her, making Zhen Zhen even angrier. She shouted, "Don't say nonsense." The next day was bright and sunny, the sky a clear blue with a few fluffy white clouds drifting gently in the breeze. The group was seeing Lam Thu off, and the leader still wanted to continue the farewell. Lam Thu had to speak up, "No more goodbyes. We will have plenty of chances to meet again." The group reluctantly agreed. "All right, Commander." Lam Thu chuckled awkwardly at the way he was addressed. "Come on, do not call me Commander anymore. I am just holding the title." Then, Tribukai leaned closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You are the commander now. We respect that. I hope we can share the battlefield stories later." As he spoke, Triukai's tone shifted, his gaze becoming serious, capturing everyone's attention. He stood tall, raised his hand, and saluted with a military precision. "Salute." Lam Thu was taken aback, mouth agape in surprise. He straightened up, mimicking the salute in return. "Definitely." From a distance, Trtrong Tam leaned out of the vehicle, calling out, "Lam Thu. Commander Lam. It is time to get on the bus." Hearing himself called like that made Lam Thu blush again, thinking, "Once we get back to school, just drop the commander title." The classmate who heard that stopped teasing him and just smiled. Lam Thu got on the bus, heading to the available seat. Next to a Chen Chen turned and said, "This trip is truly the return of a hero." Lam Thu felt flattered by her praise but did not let it get to his head. "Aren't we all heroes here? Every student from our school is part of this." Trajang Tam chimed in from the front, shaking his hand dismissively. 0000. Most of the lower-ranked students did not get the school's approval to go on the rescue mission. And then there is that coward, Semiyim, who did not show up either. Just thinking about Team Avium left Trajang Tam a bit speechless. Lam Thu turned to Trong Tam, finding it amusing to reply. "So that is how it is. Looks like you have really got some guts this time." Observing the aura around Trajang Tam, Lam Thu thought to himself, This vibe. Could it be? The excitement just keeps building, of course. I learned from the big bro that when you see something wrong, you should step in and help. Besides, I managed to break through to the golden level during the rescue and even awakened my golden skill, boosting my damage. Lamthu asked back. Really? You are not just a good buddy. You are a legend. Congrats. He turned to the front, opening the system interface. Surprised to see Tam awaken so many powerful skills. 9,527. Give me something strong too. The system screen notified him. Extracting skills. Please wait. Congratulations. Host, you have received the E-rank skill. Calligraphy proficiency. Lamtha felt a bit disappointed.
Oh.
Not strong enough. Come on. 9,527. Are you mocking my terrible handwriting? The system showed no sympathy for Lamthu. It seemed he could still save face. At least enough to be aware of himself. Seeing the system mock him, Lamtha got angry. What did you say? Qingjin and Qin, curious about his outburst, asked. Lamthu, what are you flailing your arms for? That is when he remembered she was right next to him and sighed internally. Oh boy. Lamthu forced a smile, scrambling for an excuse. Nothing is happening. Chen could not see the system, so she did not believe his words. She leaned closer to him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is there something there? Suddenly, the vehicle hit a bumpy stretch of road, jolting upward. Qingjin and Qin, who was leaning against Lamthu, lost her balance and fell right into his arms. Chen let out a terrified scream, and her ample curves pressed down on Lamthu's legs. The heavy yet soft sensation made him blush instantly, and he could not dare to look down. Thinking, could this feeling be? Chen was sprawled over Lamthu's legs, glancing down at her own curves, staring right between Lamthu's legs. Her face turned bright red as she stammered. Something hard is poking me. But she could not finish her sentence. Probably too embarrassed. Lamthu was feeling quite uncomfortable too, biting his lip, trying to keep her from noticing. After a moment, he slowly explained. It is a tail. Upon hearing this, Chen suddenly sat up, and Lamthu quickly covered himself. So that is where it was. I could not find it earlier because I was practicing calligraphy. In the air, Lamthu was out of ideas. This excuse was definitely better than telling the truth. Half an hour later, amidst the chaos, Lamthu showcases calligraphy skills, surrounded by many people. After a while, once the calligraphy session ended, and Chen praised him, her voice filled with admiration. So your calligraphy skills are really that good? Impressive? Lamthu said nothing, just scratched his nose. The art of calligraphy was indeed hard to master. Lamthu's strokes were strong yet humble. Chen could not stop marveling at his work. Let us frame it. Lamthu sighed in relief. Phew. Looks like Chan believes in me now. Lamthu glanced over at Ouyang, who was standing far away. It had been more than half a month since we returned to school. Everyone was busy preparing for exams. And strangely, Master Ouyang was nowhere to be found. Lamthu reflected on what he had accomplished lately. During this time, he absorbed spirit energy from the essence pearl and honed his lightning skills. He thought of his beast transformation skill and decided to demonstrate it to Chan. A strand of power extended from Lamthu's hand, connecting to Chan, as if a thread was binding them together. He wanted to test this skill. It sounded like a tracking skill, so he was eager to see its effects. Chan was still focused on her calligraphy when she suddenly spoke up. I am out of ink. She turned to leave, calling back to Lamthu. I will go grab some. This was exactly what Lamthu needed to test his skill. Not bad. Chan's position was easily pinpointed through the connection. Isn't he this just stalking? How creepy. Lamthu was startled as he looked down, realizing that Xiaohai was sprawled on the bag strapped across his chest. As he walked down the hallway, he looked down at Xiaohai. What are you mumbling about? I am just testing out a new skill. He poked Xiaohai's horn and retorted. You are a platinum tier beast, and you can't even tell me what is going on. Can you only fly? Xiaohai protested. I know a lot of things. Like, to make my words more credible. Xiaohai let out a burst of flame, engulfing Lamthu's face. The fire singed him, and he yelled in anger. Damn it. Are you trying to roast me alive? Lamthu grabbed Xiaohai by the neck, shaking him back and forth. The people passing through the hallway did not see Little Black. They only noticed Lamthu suddenly talking to himself. Everyone who looked at Lamthu could not help but wonder what he was up to. Little Black was extremely frustrated and wanted to cry. After all, he was the one who asked me first, except for the rare space ability. I practically have everything else. After saying that, he squinted at Lamthu, as if to say, if you do not believe me, I can show you my lightning skills. Lamthu was genuinely furious. He coldly commanded. Get in the bag. Lamthu sighed in helplessness. His spirit beast was really something else. breathing fire and shooting lightning like it was nothing. It just had a little issue with its brain. Lam Thu immediately shifted back to the main topic. It was time to test out the new skill based on the coordinates and positioning for his teleportation. It seemed he had never been to this specific location before. Lam Thu closed his eyes. Focusing to let his power flow through his body, he opened his mind to the teleportation technique and, by directly combining it with his mental focus, he could quickly appear next to her. As he arrived in a room, a pink curtain appeared in front of Lam Thu. Looking at the pink curtain, Lam Thu felt a bit confused. Where was this? He could hear a voice from behind the curtain, complaining about how he had just messed up his clothes while looking for a nail in the utility room. No way. Could this be? Lam Thu's face turned red as he secretly peeked behind the curtain. It was the girls' changing room. And what was happening behind that curtain was enough to make anyone blush. Chen Chan was changing. Chen Chen had an incredibly hot figure. Exactly the legendary beauty. With curves that caught everyone's attention, her slim waist was clearly visible from the back, and her rear was accentuated by tight-fitting pants, making it hard to look away. Tron was standing next to Chen Chun, seizing the chance to tease her. But thankfully, she found the nail, with the potential to hang a sign saying "My husband's" writing on the wall. Chen Xingan blushed and quickly retorted. What husband? We are still just dating. Tron was not going to let Chen Chan off the hook. She kept pestering her, inching closer with a cheeky smile. Isn't he this just a matter of time? Spill the beans. How far have you two gotten? Chen Chan was caught off guard by the question. Realizing the situation was escalating, Lam Thu decided to make a run for it. This kind of girl talk was definitely not for him. Lam Thu climbed up to the window, trying to sneak out. But unfortunately, he misstepped and cursed under his breath. Crap. Outside the window, there was a thud that caught the attention of the two girls in the changing room. Who is there? Both girls exclaimed in unison. Chun Chun worriedly approached the window, wondering if there was a pervert spying on them. While Trunda looked around but did not see anyone, Chun Chun was still suspicious. Could the noise have come from somewhere else? She glanced outside once more, but the view was unchanged, no one in sight. The two girls decided not to investigate any further and went back inside. That must be it. Let us finish changing and head out. Meanwhile, behind a tree in the distance, Trung Tam had his hand over Lam Thu's mouth, as they both hid behind the cover of the tree. After seeing Ching Chan and Tron go back inside, Trung Tam finally released his grip from Lam Thu's mouth. Lam Thu let out a sigh of relief. Phew. He turned to thank Trung Tam. You scared me to death. Thank goodness you were here. If it were not for you, I would have been doomed. Trung Tam glanced at Lam Thu and replied, I can't believe you did something like this. The look on Trung Tam's face was pure contempt. Seeing that look, Lam Thu felt like he was crumbling. That little brat must be thinking the worst. This is a huge misunderstanding. Lam Thu was fuming, saying there is a limit to absurdity. He raised his hand and smacked Trung Tam on the head, leaving Trung Tam standing there, just taking it. Even after the hit, Lam Thu was still boiling with anger. I was just testing out a new skill and almost tripped, totally unintentional. Trung Tam recalled the moment he saw Lam Thu climbing out of the girls' changing room window, and he was shocked. After taking the hit, Trung Tam could not stop crying. So that is what happened. That puts my mind at ease. While searching for my brother, I saw him jump out of the girls' changing room, face all red. Lam Thu was at a loss for words. Honestly, I was not trying to do it on purpose. What do you want from me? But Trung Tam smiled back at him. Principal Lu Deng stretched his back. He said you should come to his office. When Lam Thu heard that, he was taken aback, thinking about the office of Vu Deng Tretach. Lam Thu was now sitting obediently in the chair. Master, why did you take so long? Yu Hung Trech sat across from him, resting his hands on the table, looking at him with a serious expression, as if he was about to discuss something incredibly important. He slowly began to speak to Lam Thu. Get ready for the world competition. The reason I called you here is to let you know that after the break, you will need to train with the other team members. The world competition is just a few days away. Lam Thu was shocked to hear that. So soon? Master, can you tell me what this world competition is really like? At this point, Yu Youngja's expression turns furious, veins popping on his forehead as his fists slam onto the table. He shouts loudly, Xiao Thu, do you know why so many people want to cause trouble for you, after learning you are from the space system? Lam Thu genuinely can't figure out the reason, so he can only respond briefly, saying he does not know. Youngja pulls his hands back, rubbing his forehead, clearly fatigued, because the venue for the world competition is the Ken Kuang level spiritual realm, a space system realm. He looks directly at Lam Thu, his expression serious enough to convey the gravity of the situation. Every creature inside is from the space system. Awakening in the space system gives a huge advantage, and the benefits behind this world competition are connected to being recognized globally. Dividing the interests of the unique Kin Kuang level realm, Lam Thu is puzzled, asking if such a Kin Kuang level realm really exists in this world. Lam Thu stands up and approaches Ouyang Jia, leaning his hands on the table, looking him straight in the eye, his expression darkening. Didn't the textbook say the highest level spiritual realm is the true martial realm? Youngji explains that. Of course. It exists. While books can impart knowledge, they also serve to mislead the strong. Do you really think our country only has 4 supreme positions? Youngji thinks about those supreme positions, his tone softening. Not just our country. Most supreme beings in the world are either in spiritual realms, cultivating or hunting. After hearing this, Lam Thu starts to gradually understand everything. So that is it. But where is this world competition taking place? Hearing Lam Thu's question, Youngji replies that he does not know. The peculiar thing about the space system realm is that it does not appear until the time is right. It opens once every 4 years. And your mission is to gather as many space spirit orbs as possible while you are in there. Master. You mean victory depends on the number of space spirit orbs we collect? Youngjia shakes his head, saying it is not about quantity, but value. In Lam Thu's mind, he imagines a shining spirit orb taking first place. While other types might be more numerous, but can he hold a candle to that shining orb? Suddenly, he says to Youngjia, get it? Just gathering a bunch of space spirit orbs does not guarantee a win. Even securing one true martial level orb could be enough for victory. Youngjia turns his chair away, gazing into the distance. That is the rationale. But you won't have any expectations about the true martial space spirit orbs. Right, that would be like asking for death. This competition is not like the previous ones. Powerful nations will make sacrifices, and participants must be under 22. Lam Thu breaks the tense atmosphere with a smile, saying, Master, I was just joking. That is right. Who will be joining us? Aldung Trech stood up, clasped his hands behind him, facing away from Lam Thu, saying, we have 10 confirmed on our side. He started listing them off. The team captain is from the diamond level ice system. The vice captain is from the platinum level special system, with the earth system's middle management and the fire system's field officer, along with the special support system's coolie cow. You already know the others. Kaikan Dring H. Athun Long, Hong Fi Wang, and more. Ten Tren Tren. Aldentong Trech turned to look at Lam Thu. Hearing the name of his girlfriend, Lam Thu was taken aback. Tranjan Tran. He was running on the campus network. And even though it was still early, there were plenty of people around. Lam Thu skillfully weaved through the crowd, hoping to find Tren Trenjan nearby and quickly persuade her to withdraw from the competition. Just a moment ago in the principal's office, after hearing Tren Tran's name, he could not keep his hands still. He immediately asked Aldajing Trech, why Tren Tren? Aren't there a lot of other students breaking through to platinum? Aldiding Trech, seeing Lam Thu's confusion, did not hold it against him for his earlier rudeness. He understood Lam Thu's concern for his girlfriend. He slowly explained, because of the field dynamics, our team only has 1 diamond level ice system. With Tren Tren's enhancement, our team's combat power will increase significantly, but this only made Lam Thu more anxious. Even so, he could not let Tren Tren take the risk. After running around the campus for a while, Lam Thu finally spotted the person he was looking for. There she was. Trenger Tren was chatting with Train MNN under a tree, talking about something in the locker room, oblivious to any suspicious presence. Looks like we are onto something. Lam Thu rushed over to Tren and Tren, grabbing her hand. Tranjan Tran. Come here for a minute. I need to talk to you. Tren Tren turned to Tran Emin. MMMNN. Can I talk to Lam Thu alone for a bit? Tran MNN had no intention of getting in the way. She waved goodbye to them, saying, sure. Lam Thu hurriedly asked Tren Tren, why do you want to participate in the world competition? Do you even know how dangerous it is? Why did not you tell me? Tren Tren hesitated. But did not you also keep it from me? Her eyes looked at Lam Thu with a hint of playful annoyance. Tren Tren turned away, placing her hand firmly on her chest. Let me ask you this. If I say I do not want to participate, would you agree? If you do not back down, then neither will I. Her expression was a mix of sadness and stubbornness. Tren Tren composed herself, turned back with a smile. I am really excited to join this world competition. At least I will be with you. That makes me feel safer. A gentle breeze rustled her hair, making the scene feel almost poetic. Then Tren Tren blushed, thinking that rather than worrying alone, it would be better to face it together. Lam Thu hesitated, unsure if he should convince her further, simply calling her name. Tranjan Tran. He closed his eyes and shook his head. I can't be soft-hearted, but the competition is so fierce. It could even be life-threatening. Hearing Lam Thu's words, Tren Tren just smiled. She reached out her hand to him. With you here, I believe I won't be in danger. You will protect me. Right. Tren Tren said this without hesitation, as if just having Lam Thu by her side would make everything alright. She completely trusted him. Seeing the determination in Trenger Tran's eyes, Lam Thu realized he could not change her mind. Finally, he gave. It seemed impossible to alter his own thoughts, so he stepped forward and embraced Tren Tren, vowing to protect her. If anyone wanted to hurt her, they would have to get through him first. Lam Thu gently kissed Tren Tran's forehead, as if he were kissing his most precious treasure. Tran blushed and looked at Lam Thu. You are such an idiot. We will be just fine. Lam Thu held Tran tightly, confident that they would be okay. He declared, determination shining in his eyes. A few days later, Trandring Tam was on the phone with Trandrung In. Remember when Lime asked you to get him a spirit pearl? How's that going? He really needs it right now. Trandrung Niev curiously replied. Urgent. What is up with that? Isn't he just lying around like a salted fish? Not trying at all, that is true. But I do not know what has gotten into him lately, Trong Tam said, glancing over at Lam Thu. It seems like something has sparked him. Suddenly, he is training hard every single day. After his talk with Tren, it appeared Lam Thu had really committed to keeping his promise. Sitting on the training mat, he was putting in the hard work, surrounded by an increasing aura of energy that felt both intense and orderly. Trandung Tam watched in awe as Lam Thu pushed himself with such intensity. Lum had said he just needed a platinum-level spirit pearl. And honestly, all that occupied his mind was training. The competition was fast approaching, and time was running out. He had to get stronger. A surge of energy coursed through Lam Thu, and he let out a shout. Realizing he had broken through to platinum level, Trandung Tam stepped closer, advising, Hey man, take a breather. No matter how hard you push, you need to know your limits. Lam Thu was too exhausted to respond, collapsing and breathing heavily. After a while, Lam Thu finally replied to Trandung Tam. Thanks. I know my limit. Even if he kept talking, it was unlikely he would listen. Trandung Tam could only approach him with a towel and a bottle of water. Lam Thu took the water and gulped it down in one go, and the system notification popped up, scolding him without any mercy. Seriously. Don't say I did not warn you. If your body can't keep up, and you keep blindly pushing your limits, you will regret it later. Lam Thu was aware of this, but he could not help it. The thought of Tran being in danger at the upcoming world competition haunted him. His heart burned with urgency. Is Gazy? He knew that right now. His efforts to grow stronger were to ensure Tran faced less danger in the world competition. The system did not stop him from training. It just reminded him to know his own strength. Currently, the highest level of spiritual energy his body could handle was platinum level. Got it. I understand. Lam Thu opened his phone and started a chat with Yu Dung Trech. Master, I need a spirit pearl. One lightning type and one space type. Dung Trech immediately responded. I will do my best to help you find one. Right now, I have a space type spirit pearl, but it is too low level. The next day, Lam Thu received the spirit pearl from Treng and a few days later, he directly broke through to platinum level 6 stars. In the training room, everyone gathered around to watch Lam Thu, whispering in awe, he has done it again. Training was getting progressively harder, and Lam Thu could not afford to slack off for even a moment. In the final exam, since both Chun and I are platinum level, we directly got points through the martial arts exam. Before the exam room, the two of us looked super relaxed. Totally different from the other students. For other subjects, I submitted my work in just 10 minutes. Then rushed back to the training grounds to keep hammering out weapons. The other teachers were a bit annoyed, but they did not do anything to Lam Thu. When the exam ended, everyone let loose, and the campus returned to its usual bustling chaos. Lam Thu took Chan to meet Trandung Tam. We still had stuff to do, so we would not be heading back to City B just yet. Trandung Tam just gave a simple goodbye and left with Tren MMN. Big bro. See you next semester. He replied with a wave. Lam Thu turned to tease Chan. Qinjin and Chin. You totally flunked this exam, did not you? Or are you going to pull off a last-minute save? A Chun shot back defiantly. Who knows who won or lost? You submit your work in 10 minutes each time, so you definitely have not had a proper test. Lam Thu chimed in. But what is the difference? Chen Chun retorted. Of course there is. Being active and being passive are not the same. Her eyes were blazing with anger. Lam Thu's mind wandered, imagining if Chen Chan were the one being proactive. His imagination took flight, picturing Chen Chan in a short white dress barely covering her backside, pulling it down with one hand to hide her embarrassment. The other hand was out, making a 10 sign. Her chest pushed up by both hands looked even bigger, and Qinghan stuck her tongue out, and the hot image of her in his mind left Lam Thu with a nosebleed. He covered his nose with his hand, struggling to speak. It really does not seem like that. Chen panicked. What is wrong with you? While the two were engrossed in their conversation, someone approached. It was Yu Dung Trech. Are you two ready? I am taking you for close training. Both replied in unison. We are ready. Yu Dung Trech gestured, opening the gate to lead them to the training room. All right, let us get going. Ilash. The three of them vanished from the field. Heading to the special training base in Shanghai, the three appeared in an open space where several people were already waiting. One of them called out. Yu Dung. Everyone's here. Tai Yu Them. Let me introduce you to them. Yu Dung Trech gestured towards Lam Thu and Chen standing behind him. This is Lam Thu and Chien Chun. I believe you have seen their profiles. You two chat for a bit. I will go fetch the others. With that, he disappeared. Lumthu obediently replied, sure. Looking at the young man with tousled hair in front of him, Lumthu recognized him. Looks like he is Chu Thumb. As he reached out his hand, Lumthu intended to shake it and ask, you must be Captain Chu. Right. Nice to finally meet you. Lumthu had not finished his sentence when he felt his arm being yanked away. He froze up. Like, whoa. The awakened user with diamond ice powers. The team leader Chu Thumb walked past Lumthu, stopping right in front of Chan Chun with a friendly smile. You must be Chun Chun. Right. I'm Chu Thumb, your team captain. I wonder if this gorgeous girl has a boyfriend. A Chun Chun was taken aback. She did not expect him to hit on her like that. Seeing that Chun Chun was not responding, Chu Thumb did not back down. He extended his hand and said, if you do not have one, maybe consider me. Your ice powers and my ice skills would make us a perfect match. Lumthu was fuming. Was he really trying to steal my girl right in front of me? He completely ignored my presence. How could a man just sit there and take it? Lumthu rushed in front of Chan Chan and shoved Chu Thumb aside. Lumthu was like, not today. Chen Xian watched his every move, unsure of what he was planning. Lumthu had a cold expression, smiling at Chu Thumb, but it was a smile full of intent. How dare you talk to my girl like that? Do not you know who I am? Chu Thumb brushed it off, raising an eyebrow. Good. Do not think that just because you did well in the martial arts competition, you can look down on everyone. He then pointed at the group standing behind him, casually saying that any one of us could crush you. So do not get too full of yourself. And who do you think you are? Anyway, the people behind Chu Thumb were no joke. They included the likes of Kavali, Kabach Kim, and others, all powerhouse awakened users. And they were not to be trifled with. The team captain was genuinely pissed now, and it was Getchuali who spoke up. Lamtho kindly took a moment to explain. You call my master Oyangzai your grandpa. So does not that make me your uncle? Saying that, he stepped closer, placed a hand on Chu Shen's shoulder and gave it a light pat. Am I right or what? Uncle Shen felt a bit of truth in his explanation. That actually makes sense. Seems like there is no issue here. But then he rolled up his sleeves. You little punk, do not get too cocky. Lamtho locked eyes with Chu Shen, neither of them backing down. The tension between them was off the charts. They were up to something when Oyangzai's voice cut in. No one knew how long he had been standing between them. Oyangzai's gaze flicked between the two. He opened his mouth wide. Behind him were two guys and a girl, including Tran Long, Kuang Ho, and Hong Fu Among. Master Oyangzai had returned. Chu Shen quickly crossed his arms and turned away, mumbling, nothing. My master is backing off. Lamtho just chuckled quietly. This kid knows how to play the angles. What a bold move. Oyangzai did not press the issue further. He clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. All right. Everyone's here. Now we will proceed with a month-long training. First up, we will have an internal match. You all need to understand each other's skills. Do not let a slip-up in the spirit realm cost you your life. The match format is one-on-one. 5 of you will face off against 5 of them. Lamtho quickly raised his hand with a suggestion. Master, I am all for fighting, but I want to take on Chu Shen. I just can't stand the sight of him. Chu Shen was taken aback. Chu Shen looked displeased. You are getting a bit too cocky there. Oyangzai interrupted him, immediately agreeing. Fine. That is exactly what I want. You two will battle it out. He laid down 3 rules. No using spirit weapons. No weapons at all. 3. No teleporting to escape. Seeing the rules laid down, Chu Shen asked. Wait a second. Why are all the restrictions on Lamtho? Shouldn't I have some limitations too? I am a diamond. Can't you give me a little respect? Lamtho had no issue with Oyangzai's 3 rules. Alright, get it, but if I win, I want to be the team leader. He thought to himself. This guy is a bit too full of himself. If I let him be the team leader, I am worried I will end up getting thrown under the bus. Master Lamtho is fighting for the leader position with me. And Chu Shen was even more annoyed. Lamtho, are you getting too cocky? Just win against me, and the leader position is yours. But what if you lose? Lamtho did not think for a second he would lose. He replied nonchalantly. If you can keep being the team leader. What else do you want? Chu Shen rubbed his chin, grinning slyly. I want. If you lose, you have to stay away from Chan Chan. He shouted loudly while pointing at Chan Chan. Chu Shen still wanted to snatch Chan Chan away from him, which made Lamtho furious. No way. If you lose, you will lose that hollow team leader title. If I have to abandon my wife. What kind of ridiculous idea is that? Master Lamtho was ready to charge at him, but Chan Chan had to hold him back. So what do you want? I do not want anything. If I will obediently follow your orders. I just want to know if you dare. And with that, He pointed challengingly ahead. Chu Thumb thought to himself. How could a diamond like me be beaten by some pathetic little platinum? I will be too embarrassed to be captain. If you are up for the challenge, then I accept. After the teacher wrapped things up, Di Hung Trech finally spoke up, saying that there is no time to waste. Everyone, get ready. The battle will start right now. Group 1. Seekita Vin faces off against Kai H, a destruction-type fighter against a platinum-level destruction type. Both are taking it seriously. Lumtho glanced at Kai Jinghoff, thinking, he has reached platinum level now. Looks like this kid has made huge progress recently. King Heavy is crying while holding his head, thinking, how can I even fight like this? Lumtho was left speechless. Jaw dropped. Seekita Vin remained unfazed, bending down to prepare for a swift attack on Conning Etch, revealing all 8 of his arms. Good. Do not get distracted. I am about to make my move, and with that, he charged straight at Kanaif. CTD Vin's speed was so explosive that the ground cracked beneath him as he shot forward like a bullet. Keen Ho quickly regained his fighting stance. Focusing hard, he could not let him close the gap. He raised his hand to unleash his power, drawing upon his energy. Breakthrough. A King He shouted, simultaneously unleashing slashes of energy that tore through the air like massive claws. Each slash was packed with immense power. Seekita Vin elegantly dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding Kanch's attack, a golden opportunity. Seeku Vin was airborne with no support beneath him. Kaindravi used his other hand to condense energy into a sphere before hurling it hard at Seeku Vin. Just as he regained his balance and saw the sphere hurtling toward him, Seeku Vin realized he would not have time to dodge. He decided to confront it head-on. The closer the sphere got, the larger it became, resembling a miniature black hole. This was the dark star energy. The sphere slammed into CT Vun, burrowing into him. He would take in the hit, and King H did not dare let his guard down. That was just a surface wound. What was terrifying was that the destructive force had now infiltrated his body. Seekita Vin's clothes were completely shredded from Kanga He's last attack. He laughed, tossing his shirt aside to reveal his toned physique, every muscle standing out, a sight to behold. Not bad for an attack. Good. Seku V Vin complimented him, saying that he reached behind his waistband and grabbed hold of something. Sehu Vin grinned with excitement. It had been a while since he felt this pumped. Kendra was left in shock, thinking, this is bad. With the warm-up over, it is my turn now. He spread his arms wide, activating his powers as a column of fire erupted behind him. In his hand, he swung a knife. Everyone gasped at the sight of that knife, exclaiming, whoa, a knife. And Seekita Vin spun the knife a few times, and to everyone's surprise, it transformed into 8 knives, with 8 arms, and T Vin wielded 8 knives, looking every bit like a chef pouring their heart and soul into a dish. Then he asked, how should we cook you? Exonju began to lose his cool, swinging his hands. Using his special technique, Seku Vyun charged straight into the path of the attack. Adre Haig was shocked to see him standing there, not dodging the blow. Cuts began to appear all over him, blood spraying everywhere. Yet he still wore a smile as he charged forward. It was chilling. Good. This is going to hurt like hell. You should know what it feels like to be wounded. Seiki V Vin leaped in front of Kai H, raising his hand high to strike down. Adring his face turned pale, frozen in fear, thinking, I am going to die. If that knife falls, I am finished. In a pen. He shouted, I give up. The blade was just a hair's breadth from him. One knife stopped right in front of Kai He's face, and he was terrified. Breathing shallowly, seeing his opponent's will to fight vanish, Seehuru Vin did not press the attack. He withdrew his hand. But then, as he passed by Kankash, he paused, placing a hand on his shoulder and patting him. Your destructive power is somewhat intriguing. King He was still dazed, unable to respond, feeling the deadly aura was all too real, as if he were on the brink of being killed. Suddenly, the sound of a flute echoed into Kaidring He's ears, a magical melody snapping him back to reality. He felt as though he was emerging from a fog, all his senses coming alive. No longer feeling fear, he turned toward the source of the flute, seeing a tall figure, the smoke from the bamboo clearing his mind. Finally, as Anjang Het looked over, the flutist stopped playing, saying, hey, do not look so glum. Everyone, don't underestimate Gu Ziyuan just because his cultivation level is not as high as Chu Shen's. If they fought for real, Chu Shen would only have a 40% chance of winning. Gu Ziyuan just does not want to go for that captain position. That is all. Chu Shen nodded in agreement beside him. Can T argue with that? Cooley Gao continued. Gu Ziyuan has been training since he was a kid, always challenging top-tier fighters, earning the nickname the Blade Fighter. After his awakening, he got even stronger. And with all the secret missions he has been on, he has built up quite the impressive aura. Kong Ho was sweating bullets, shocked to realize he had just faced a monster like that. No wonder that guy had such presence. Lin Shu glanced over with a look of disdain, saying, Great skills. But scared of a blade. Seriously, Kuang Ho slumped to the ground, bitterly saying, I can't believe I lost like that. Ku Ligo moved closer to comfort him. I get how you feel. I have sparred with Gu Ziyuan more than once. And let me tell you, I did not fare much better. Yang Ji raised his hand to signal the end of the first round. Next up was the second match. Ku Ligo against Huang Fuimeng. Upon hearing her name, Ku Ligao exclaimed in surprise. Really? He raised his eyebrows and sighed. This is going to be interesting. The two stepped forward to face each other, with Ku Ligao holding the flute from earlier, while Huang Fuimeng spread her wings, hovering gracefully above the ground. How can I go all out against such a beautiful girl? Ku Ligao teased. Huang Fuimeng's expression did not change. She remained as cold as ice, cutting off any banter. Ku Ligao did not soften his approach just because she was a girl. He raised his flute and said, All right, let me introduce myself. I'm Ku Ligo, a platinum support type. I am looking forward to your guidance, he said, raising the flute to his lips and starting to play. The mist began to swirl around him, growing thicker and slowly enveloping him. Wait, how can he fight? He is just a support. Chu Shen, standing nearby, began explaining to everyone about Ku Ligao's abilities. Earlier, the smoke he created was not like the mist on the field now. That earlier buff was actually a skill called Mind Clarity, a platinum ability from Ku Ligao. Its purpose is to enhance mental clarity and make you immune to most mental attacks. Pretty handy. Right now, both Huang Fuimeng and Li Kugao revealed their own unique skills. This was also a secret weapon prepared for the United States, and it was sure to deliver a huge surprise. Imagining the clash between Huang Fuimeng and Ku Ligao, Chu Shen smiled confidently, sure that his side would win. He then looked back to the arena, now shrouded in a thick mist, making it hard to see what was happening inside. The scene was completely engulfed in smoke, making it uncomfortable for Ku Ligao's opponent. Cough. This mist is nothing like before. It really stings the nose. Huang Fuimeng struggled to open her eyes and assess her surroundings. She decided to spread her wings and fly straight up, escaping the dense, irritating fog. Seeing Huang Fuimeng take to the skies, Ku Ligao furrowed his brow, realizing he had completely forgotten she could fly. He originally planned to use the mist and his white blade to defeat her, but it seemed he had underestimated her. At this moment, Huang Fuimeng is up in the sky, wielding a shimmering golden sword. She lifts the sword high and brings it down with all her might, using the momentum to dive down, aiming to deliver a fatal strike to catch Li Kao. Li Kao panicked. Don't come any closer. You are pushing me to this desperate point. She leans to the side, narrowly dodging Huang Fuimeng's attack, as the blade plunges deep into the ground. Not hitting Gat Li Kao does not faze Huang Fuimeng. She is ready to retaliate with everything she has got. Fine. You are pushing me to take this seriously. Li Kao decides it is time to get real. The fog thickens, obscuring Huang Fuimeng's vision. He is trying to hide, is not. Something is off. Breathing heavily, she scans her surroundings with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms before Huang Fuimeng, a platinum-level spirit taking form. It is a Kiat Li Kao made of smoke. What in the world is this? She wonders. His skeletal voice echoes. Huang Fuimeng, just give up. I do not want to hurt you. Huang Fuimeng charges forward, determined to shatter the skeletal Li Kao. I want you back down. With both hands gripping her sword, she raises it high above her head. Huang Fuimeng swings her sword with all her strength, aiming at the skeletal Li Kao. A cloud of smoke disperses, and the skeletal Li Kao vanishes without a trace. But the smoke quickly gathers again, and he reappears, completely unharmed. He stands before Huang Fuimeng and says, Your attacks are useless against me. Keep this up, and I will strike back. Li Kao raises one hand, and everyone waits with bated breath for his next move. A surge of energy envelopes his hand. You can withstand this skill. Even if you try to fly away, the energy sphere is launched, soaring toward a target. Where the energy strikes, a tremendous explosion erupts, sending dust flying everywhere. The chaos makes it impossible for Lum Thu and the others to open their eyes, coughing violently from inhaling so much dust. Cough. Cough. It is too loud. As the dust settles, everyone sees the massive crater where the energy hit, proving the sheer power of the previous attack was nothing to scoff at. Lum Thu is left speechless. Wait. Did that support skill just reach that level? Huang Fuimeng stares into the crater created by the explosion, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. He was not wrong. Even using her ultimate move would not make much of a difference now. Holy Cow appears behind Huang Fuimeng. She is done for. Huang Fuimeng lowers her head in silence, continuing to step forward. The power surrounding Holy Cow gradually dissipates, causing him to cough uncontrollably. That was too intense. He gasps. The skill's side effects are kicking in, causing smoke to continuously billow from his mouth and nose. This skill is powerful, but the side effects are real pain. He complains. Hofungri Mung notices and turns back. Homofia Fang reaches out, using her healing spell on Holy Cow. He is taken aback suddenly. He feels much better. Once back to normal. Holy Cow blushes and strikes up a conversation with Hong Fi Wai Mung. Miss Hong, do you have a boyfriend? Someone as beautiful and kind as you, with the ability to support me, would be a catch. Hong Fi Wai Mung coldly cuts him off before he can finish his sentence. Not yet. But you won't get the chance. Holy Cow feels a twinge of pain. Like his heart is about to shatter as he is rejected before he even gets to confess. He still wants to salvage a bit of dignity. Reaching out to call Hong Fa Fi Mung. Miss Hong. She thinks it over, blocking the third round where Tron Long faces off against Trung Lei. But her words are cut off by Yu Dung Tre Tre. Both competitors step onto the stage, greeting each other. Tron Long introduces himself. I am a Platinum 5-star with strength. Trung Lei coldly replies. I am Trung, top-tier Platinum Earth Elemental. Lum Cu. Standing outside. Chimes in. I am Wu, top-tier Platinum Fire Elemental. Trung Lei turns to look. What about you? Lum Su steps forward, slightly bending over. Her low-cut shirt revealing the full curves of a blossoming young woman. She smiles mischievously. Because I want to fight with you. While Trung Lei scolds her. You are such a distraction. Lum Su is not backing down. The point of the match is to get familiar with each other's skills. 2 against 2 won't hurt. Trung Lei glances at Tron Long, who says, I have no objections. Daedring Trech thinks for a moment before agreeing, turning to Tren Tren. All right, Tren Tren. You and Tron Long team up. Tren Tren replies, sure. She steps forward to introduce herself. Tren Tren, Platinum 3-star. Ice Elemental. Lum Su cheers her on. Tren Tren, the host does not want to look bad in front of Lum Mcu, so he steps up, trying to act like a charming young master. Sister Tren Tren, I really like you. This rose is for you. Before he can finish, Lum Su strides over and snatches the flower from his hand. Nephew, Lum Su angrily snaps the flower. You have really riled me up, kid. I have decided. I won't hold back against you later. The host responds. Who is afraid of whom? Both teams step onto the battlefield, with Tron Long declaring, I am ready for your guidance. Lum Su replies, you guys attack first. That line hits Tron Long just right, echoing their mutual agreement violence. The domain of ice. Tron Long charges at Trung Lei. Heavenly Army 9 peaks. Trung Lei also gets into position. Earth's domain. Trung Lei clenches his fists and slams them into the ground, instantly raising a pillar of earth and stone right in front of Tron Long. Without hesitation, he leaps, soaring through the stone pillar, realizing it can be passed through. Tron Long feels a bit more relaxed and thinks, let us see how you handle this. But he quickly finds himself in shock as more earth and stone pillars appear before him. But Tron Long is taken aback, just when things seem dire. Tren Tren appears to back him up, gracefully leaping onto a stone pillar. I am here to help. Tren Tren adjusts her stance, balancing on one leg, and conjures an ice arrow and ice spear appearing in her hand. Tren Tren and Decking aim together. She releases it, and the arrow shoots off like a bolt of lightning. The arrow weaves through the stone pillars, racing toward Trung Lei. Suddenly, a fireball hurtles straight toward Tren Tren's ice arrow. As the ice arrow collides with the fireball, it instantly melts away in midair. Long appears behind Trung Lei, still wearing a mischievous grin. I won't let any other girl hurt my boyfriend. The stone pillar Tren Tren stands on suddenly collapses, throwing her off balance and making her scream. It turns out Trung Lei shattered that pillar, smiling as he warns, you all better watch out. I am about to strike. Tren Tren leaned back, jumping off that rocky column in shock. What? She had never witnessed a scene like this unfolding before her eyes. Those stone columns did not shatter. Instead, they split into countless tiny shards that soared into the sky and then reassembled. Long Q and Trung Lei leaped onto it, their movements so fluid. It was clear they had battled each other countless times. Both of them unleashed their skills at the same time. The Phoenix Charge and the Earth Heart technique, their powers merging beautifully. Flames from Long Q enveloped the large stone created by Trung Lei, heating it up. It looked stunning, massive and fiery, like the love they shared. It hurtled toward Tronen, and Tron Long, realizing she could not dodge in time. But Tron could only shut her eyes and cry silently. This was it. The strike hit the ground, creating a massive explosion, sending debris flying into the sky. Tron slowly opened her eyes, finding herself miraculously unharmed. At that moment, she noticed she was leaning against Lam Thu, who was holding her. Tron. He gently called her name. Tron was taken aback. Lam Thu. What happened? She slid down from him, looking down at the site of the explosion, which had left a deep crater clearly. The power of that attack was incredible. Lam Thu slowly explained. He saw the situation was critical, so he quickly teleported here to save them. Tron questioned Lam Thu. But this battle was not supposed to be. Yu Ding Trech had been watching from behind the scenes all along. Now he finally spoke up. stating the outcome of the battle was clear, and both sides' skills were nearly understood. He continued, casually mentioning that even if Lumimthu had not come to rescue them, they would not have faced life-threatening danger. Lumku had limitations. Tron felt a bit down. Trung Kwai had still lost. Lumthu gently patted her head. Lumku is already very impressive. When he activated his domain, I could clearly feel my own flames weaken a bit. It is just my level suppressing you. Hearing this, Tron was surprised. Is that how it is? Suddenly, her curiosity about Lumku flared up. Also, he is your boyfriend. Right. Lumthu, noticing someone talking about him, turned to reply. What is it? Lumku approached Lumthu, placing a hand on his chest, firing off a series of questions. I am really curious about you. Do you usually eat grass? Do you eat rabbits? They say rabbits are really fast. Are you fast? Lumthu rolled his eyes and said, I do not eat grass. He balled his hand into a fist and raised it in front of her, emphatically stressing, I am only part rabbit in my beast transformation. But I do have a half connection with rabbits. If you keep this up, I am going to sue you for defamation. Lumthu's words made the tiger girl jump. She hugged the poor middle cup, exclaiming, Why are you yelling like that? Lumthu sighed and said, Seriously, if I do not step in to explain, my reputation will be ruined in no time. Ku Duging Trech raised a hand, clearing his throat. All right, let us wrap this up. Lumthu is going to face Chi Thum. Teacher Lumthu stepped up with enthusiasm. Cheering. Goat. The tiger girl beside him also pumped him up. Lumthu, you are our last hope. With an overwhelming amount of encouragement from everyone, Lumthu stepped forward confidently, replying, Leave it to me. Facing Chi Thum, Lumthu wore a cocky expression, one hand in his pocket while the other pointed at him mockingly. Don't worry. Taking your head will be a piece of cake. This action successfully provoked Chi Thum, who gritted his teeth and said, Good. You are going to pay for your arrogance. Without hesitation, this time Lumthu took the initiative to attack first, declaring his dominance. Lumthu, Platinum 6 star. Beast transformation. I am striking first. He immediately unleashed a surge of power forward. Seeing the energy approaching, Chi Thum stood his ground. Unflinching, moments later, his eyes lit up like sparks, refusing to be outdone by Lumthu. He retorted. Cheeky Tham, Diamond 1st star. Ice system. He stood firm, effortlessly summoning an ice armor to block Lumthu's attack. Chi Thum looked at Lumthu with a cold smile, smugly saying, This is basically just a tickle. Realizing his attack was useless against Chi Thum, Lumthu's expression darkened, and he stared in disbelief, frozen in place as he tried to process it. A diamond-level expert is indeed not easy to deal with. The thunder strike did not do any damage at all. Seizing the opportunity, Chi Thum continued to attack. Now it is my turn. He formed chunks of ice into a chain whip, executing the ice skill. Frost Bloom. The icy tendrils were hurtling toward him, yet Lumthu remained motionless. Just when he regained his senses, it seemed he realized something and opened his eyes wide. Lumthu chose to stand still as the icy chains wrapped around him. At this point, Lumthu's body was completely frozen, his face showing no signs of movement. Seeing Lumthu easily subdued, Chemthem felt immensely satisfied. Approaching him mockingly, I see you are all talk and no action. I did not expect you could not even handle one of my moves. Churjantron watched Lumthu being frozen and felt extremely anxious. She tried to call him, but Lamthu and Kwang Hu next to her sensed that something was off, and he warned Tran not to rush. After calming her down, he quietly pointed out to her. Take a good look at that little guy's expression. After hearing this, Tran's face showed a hint of confusion. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the corner of Lamthu's mouth seemed to be smiling. He really did not look like someone who had just been frozen. Uncle Them used his spiritual power to create sharp ice shards and then scoffed. Lamtho, you should just admit defeat while you still can. Otherwise, you won't survive my next attack. He moved closer to the frozen Lamtho, taunting. I forgot. You are frozen. So I guess you can't talk. Right. Lamtho forced a smile and asked. Oh really? I actually want to broaden my horizons a bit. Uncle Them was confused. What do you mean? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately jumped back, distancing himself from the frozen Lamtho. Uncle Them was surprised and asked, Aren't you frozen? How is this possible? Lamtho wore a proud smile and slowly stepped out from the large block of ice, calmly saying, Don't be so foolish. Are you the only one with a shield? I actually had plenty of ways to dodge your attack earlier, but... He recalled when he had been hit by Uncle Them's attack and continued. I wanted to see what special abilities you have, so I set up a spatial shield around me, and the ice merely surrounded that. With that, Lamtho began to harness his willpower, and a ring of fire instantly appeared behind him. He was right behind Uncle Them, leaving him utterly astonished. Lamtho swung his arms, and an intense wave of ice energy erupted. Uncle Them quickly raised his shield to block Lam Thu's powerful ice spell heading his way. Thinking to himself that it was the dimensional slash from that little guy, Uncle Them squinted, calculating silently, even though he had the ice shield and armor to defend himself. This felt too passive. With a thought, he swung his arms to break the shield and boldly challenged. "Aren't you a space type? Let me see how you run from my wide-reaching attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Them gathered his strength to form a snowstorm array. Sharpest darts began to materialize. Lam Thu did not fall behind. He immediately concentrated his spiritual power to create a wind spell. Ice piercing, and gigantic ice shards quickly surrounded him. Suddenly, he was struck by a wave of icy energy across his arm. Lam Thu grimaced, thinking, "This ice wind spell is slowing me down." He looked at the bleeding wound and gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it." Uncle Them grinned wickedly, casting his spell while singing mockingly, "Hey kiddo. Were not you just bragging? What is wrong now?" Lam Thu stood firm on the ice. Chuckling lightly, he smiled knowingly and reached into his spatial pouch to retrieve something. Uncle Them, seeing this, broke into a sweat and suspiciously asked, "What are you laughing about? What are you trying to get? Didn't I tell you that you can't use weapon magic?" Lam Thu then pulled out a large hammer crackling with intense lightning and replied calmly, "Not all. If I use this forging hammer, there should not be any problem." "Right." Uncle Them pointed at Lam Thu's face and laughed loudly. Then he started singing a mocking tune. "Do you really think you can defeat me like this? You are seriously underestimating me." "Haha." Lam Thu recalled the day when Truongkaw handed him this massive hammer and joked, "This is a gift for you." That was the hammer forged from mystic yellow stone. Lam Thu thought to himself, "This is not just any hammer. It is the one Truongkaw used to craft supreme-grade weapons." With that in mind, he focused his energy into the hammer and began to channel the power of lightning, confidently declaring, "Are you ready? Get set to face the challenge of the storm." Just as he finished, he charged forward with a chilling aura towards Uncle Them, who clenched his fists tightly and sneered, "You think that can break my shield?" Ignoring his threats, Lam Thu surged forward, calmly stating that he was using the lightning to boost his speed and amplify the hammer's power. Before Uncle Them could even react, Lam Thu seized the moment and launched a powerful punch right into his gut. Uncle Them's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "No way. This can't be happening." Lam Thu continued to swing the hammer, sending him flying up into the clouds. The wind so strong that dirt and rocks were sent flying everywhere. He arrogantly rested the hammer on his shoulder, smirking to himself, "How ridiculous. Even a supreme weapon gets deformed. What is a measly ice armor from a tiny diamond to me?" Watching the scene unfold, Tran Tran proudly exclaimed, "Lam Thu, congratulations." And Kwang Ho chimed in with praise, "So strong. I can't believe how quickly the tables have turned. Just a moment ago, Uncle Them was clearly in control." Lam Q suddenly spoke up from behind, adding, "Did you guys catch that?" she questioned. Lam Thu won without even transforming. "Are you some kind of monster?" He nodded, replying, "Yeah. Looks like I do not even need to change forms." Duong Trak suddenly clapped loudly and said, "All right. Let us focus on the fight." He pointed towards Uncle Them, who was lying collapsed on the ground, and advised, "Let us treat Uncle Them first. He looks pretty hurt." At that moment, Uncle Them was knocked out cold on the ground, blood pooling around him. After a while, Lam Q approached him and used her healing magic to treat his wounds. In no time, Uncle Them was able to regain consciousness and slowly opened his eyes to see everyone. Duong Trach saw this and cheerfully exclaimed, "You are awake." Lam Thu smiled, handing him a towel and calmly said, "I am glad you are okay. I was worried I might have hit too hard." Uncle Them sulkily looked at Lam Thu's outstretched hand and thought to himself, "Lam Thu is that strong?" Without a word, he irritably snatched the towel from Lam Thu's hand. He stared intently at Lam Thu, muttering to himself, "I can accept this." But after a moment of thought, he knelt down, bowing his head and declared, "I admit defeat. From now on, you are the captain." Lam Thu and the others behind him were utterly shocked by his words. He hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "And one more thing." He pointed his foot calmly at Lam Thu. "I have understood your strength. You deserve Tron Tron." He then added with a serious face, "I can rest easy handing Tron Tron over to you." Lam Thu was taken aback, thinking, "Looks like he is not as bad as I thought." He imagined a scene where this guy was furious with him, and he thought, "I thought he would have a horrible personality. Probably would hurl insults at me or something." Lam Thu slowly spoke up, his words carrying weight. But then he changed his tone, sternly asking, "What do you mean by trusting me with Chan Chen? A Chan Chan has nothing to do with you, so do not put on airs." Lam Thu stepped closer, shook hands with Uncle Thumb, and smiled, saying, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Udong Truch thought to himself. At first, I was worried that Uncle Thumb and Lam Thu would not get along, but it seems I was overthinking it. He stepped in between them and spoke loudly. All right, the competition is over for today. Let us share our thoughts. Uncle Them spoke first. We used to be like frogs at the bottom of a well, underestimating the heroes of the world. But now, Chunglei chimed in. I have changed my mind. I see them as reliable teammates. Even the strange guy with the hat admitted. To be honest, before they arrived, I underestimated them. Uncle Thumb turned to ask, and what about you guys? King A humbly replied, our strength still has its shortcomings, especially our cultivation level being a bit low. And Chen Chan spoke up calmly. If the competitors from other countries in the world competition are as strong as them, our chances of survival are not great. After hearing everyone's thoughts, Odundring Truch proudly said, very good. Not only do you all know each other, but you also understand your own weaknesses. He then turned his gaze to Lam Thu and thought, besides Lam Thu, this match did not hold much significance for him. Among these students, Lam Thu's undoubtedly a prodigy. There is no discussion about it. Odin Truch clapped his hands, announcing, next, I will set up professional training based on your conditions. He quickly issued commands. Atron Long, Kaikan Dring H, Qijin and Chin, Hong Fi Wang, you four. I will arrange for someone to take you to the diamond level training ground. Chifi faces life and death dangers. Otherwise, your security personnel 1T come to your rescue. And Chin Chin politely responded. Yep. Lam Thu asked in confusion. Master, did you forget to call my name? Odundring Truch gently said. You do not need to go. I have other arrangements for you. He watched the others leave, silently telling himself, I understand my master's intentions. Even at the diamond level training ground, there are still security measures. They can experience a taste of the terrifying aspects of the diamond level training ground. King A excitedly exclaimed, this is perfect. I want to jump right in. Lam Thu recalled the brutal scenes of battles between humans and beasts. Countless casualties. And worriedly thought, the world competition's challenges lie in the terrifying spatial training grounds. Plus, the enemies are not just simple spirit beasts. There are spirit warriors from all over the world, making the danger level multiply compared to regular training grounds. He furrowed his brow, silently questioning, but what exactly am I supposed to do? Over here, Lam Ku is puzzled and asks, Aoyang, what about us? How should we train? Aoyang Ji thinks for a moment and replies, your training is actually quite simple. Just stay at the base. Hearing this, she feels frustrated and responds, what is fun about staying at the base? With just a few people here, it is super boring. Plus, how can we level up like this? He points toward Lam Thu and explains. What I am about to say is about training with Lam Thu. You guys will train with him every day. Each of you at least 10 matches daily. I am shocked at this and exclaim. What? Lam Thu, unhappy, retorts. Are you kidding? My training is to be their teacher. Aangji calmly replies. It is all for the world competition. Chu asks in confusion. Isn't he that just asking for trouble? We have all seen Lam Thu's strength. Meanwhile, the battle-hungry guy next to him excitedly says. It is because he has been itching for a fight. Aangji continues. You 5 can take turns battling Lam Thu. Do not give him a moment to rest. How much you improve depends on you. The 5 of them immediately turn their gaze toward Lam Thu, causing him to painfully clutch his head and scream. Oh my master is not giving me a break at all. Am I about to become a punching bag? The night sky sparkles with stars, the crescent moon illuminating the space around. It is a truly romantic scene in a park, with streetlights glowing. 2 figures, one male and one female, sit on a public bench enjoying the view and chatting. Lam Thu's voice rings out. That is a diamond-level spirit beast. It is extremely dangerous. Chan Chan impatiently cuts in. Okay. You have been talking all night. Chan Chan leans in, her hands reaching out to touch Lam Thu's stunned face, leaving him frozen by her intimate gesture. But she is unfazed and smiles. Don't he worry about me. This is an opportunity for training. He instinctively touches the spot where she just made contact, awkwardly saying, I know, but Chan Chan. Chan Chan glances at Lam Thu. Her shy expression is incredibly cute. She shyly says, do you know why I want to become stronger? Lam Thu curiously asks. Wow. Chan Chan recalls the image of Lam Thu holding the national championship trophy, surrounded by a dazzling aura, his confidence shining bright, while she could only watch from behind, silently admiring him. A hint of sadness flickers in her eyes, her voice no longer cheerful. I do not want to always stand behind you. I want to fight alongside you. But just like that, her mood brightened again, thinking about the present. Blushing shyly, she felt embarrassed to pour out her heart, excited that this time she could join him in the world competition. I am really happy. You hit me right in the feels. Lam Thu thought, caught off guard and blushing in response to her. Already moved and calling her name in his heart. Chin and Chin. A Chin glanced at Lam Thu, whispering, saying that way you can understand. Before she could finish her sentence, Lam Thu suddenly stepped forward, silencing her with a kiss, leaving her stunned. Her beautiful eyes widening as she looked at him, with her eyes still focused on the man kissing her. Her slender arm lifted to rest on Lam Thu's shoulder, mirroring his kiss. Her heart raced uncontrollably, silently calling his name. Lam Thu. When they finally pulled apart, their breath still intertwined. Chan's expression was still fluttery, a bit breathless. Ha! Lam Thu responded to her. I understand. He wrapped his arms around Chan, gently lowering his head, his eyes fixed on her blushing, shy face in his embrace. His voice was so gentle. It was because he understood that he would worry more, feel more pain for her. Becoming stronger was not an easy feat. Lam Thu released Chan, his hand digging into his chest bag while saying, You carry this, so I can feel a bit more at ease. Making Chan curious. Suddenly, a sound rang out, revealing an anxious mood as if caught doing something wrong. I can't see anything. Do not drag me in. In Lam Thu's hand appeared a creature with a blue hue, its body covered in spikes. And Chan recognized the spirit beast in his hand, softly greeted it. It is Little Black. Lam Thu looked at it and said, even when facing some strong spirit beasts, Little Black can communicate with them. If you do not want to take action, using it as a translator is not a bad idea. Lam Thu sat down, leaning closer to Little Black and instructed. Little Black, protect Chan well. If I find out someone wrongs me. Roar. Little Black made an innocent face to protest in response. Except for just now seeing the two of you making out. I did not do anything. Little Black's words made Chan blush furiously, covering her face with her hands and sitting in a corner. Lam Thu looked at the little green beast in his hand, annoyed. Next time you are not allowed to look. Suddenly, the bushes rustled, and someone inside shouted, Do not push me. Aksunge fell with a loud thud, lying on the ground, eyes tightly shut, awkwardly speaking up. We were just passing by. Lumkiu got shoved by someone, instinctively tumbling out, her voice full of regret. What the heck? Did you just kiss and run? She awkwardly stepped out. Her beautiful face looked a bit uncomfortable, her eyes glancing up at the sky to avoid, her words becoming even more awkward. Cough. The moon tonight is really beautiful. Lam Thu coldly turned towards Kangage, who sheepishly scratched his head, avoiding Lam Thu's gaze, explaining that it was time to head to the spirit realm. I came to find you too, but did not expect. Lam Thu's voice turned icy. Looking at the two of you, it seems like you have been sitting here watching for a long time. He glanced over at Chan, who stood next to him looking embarrassed, tugging at her suitcase. His tone softened. Forget it. It is not a big deal. With his other hand, Lam Thu naturally took Chan's hand, gently pulling her along. Come on. I will walk you a bit. Chan matched his pace, sweetly smiling back. Sure. They walked past Yimeng. Chan chatting with her. I have got everything packed. Just use my stuff when we get to the spirit realm. He cast a glance at the girl next to him, noticing the bright smile on Chan's face. He thought to himself, she looks really happy. I still want to go to the spirit realm with them. Chan held his hand tightly, her slender fingers teasingly scribbling something on his palm. After a moment, Lam Thu realized it was a word that stirred something in him. Don't worry. I will be back. Once Chan finished writing, she watched Lam Thu's expression intently, feeling the letters she wrote. He glanced down at her playful fingers on his palm, and Lam Thu felt shy all over again, his face suddenly heating up. Chan pulled her hand away. Stepping ahead, her face filled with laughter as she softly said to Lam Thu, who was still standing there frozen. That is how it is. She joined Kuong host group, then turned around, beaming as she waved goodbye to Lam Thu. Don't worry about me. I can handle myself. The principal stood among the crowd, scanning around, reassuringly saying, These folks are all powerful martial artists here to protect you. So we can set off now. Lam Thu finally relaxed, smiling gently as he waved to everyone. Goodbye. Inside, he let out a small sigh of relief, realizing that safety really was not a concern. Suddenly, the system popped up in his line of sight, and its appearance made him feel a bit frustrated. A mechanical voice chimed in. You should worry about yourself a little more. You know, conserve your energy. Lam Thu stammered, shouting, 9527. How do you always appear out of nowhere? The mechanical voice responded with a forced reminder. You have not drawn your skill today. That is why I am here to remind you. He grumbled about the conditions. What? No new skills today. I need you to restore my spiritual energy by tomorrow. Instantly, the system rebutted with a prompt. The mechanical voice declared. Not possible. As long as the host's life is not in danger, I won't restore your spiritual energy. Every bit of my energy is precious. Lam Thu had no choice but to concede. his voice growing impatient. Fine. Fine. Let us awaken today's skill. 9527 announced. You have received the E-rank life skill. Proficient in sewing. He ignored the skill he just received, crossing his arms, his face full of disdain. Thinking about how he would have to sit there knitting with yarn. And even found it somewhat adorable. Lamb the protests against the system, saying it is becoming more fraudulent by the day. What is the point of a passionate teen like me learning sewing? The system retorts. You are the one who got those skills. Do not blame me. The night sky sparkles with stars, and the romantic moonlight shines in a corner. While the sound of a helicopter shatters the stillness of the night, Lamthu turns and gazes up at the helicopter as it flies by, not bothered by the system still dancing around. Not everything goes as you wish.
Good.
He stares blankly upward, mumbling to himself. Yeah, that is true. The next day, the sky is crystal clear. The director takes Lamthu and his group to a hilly area. Standing next to him is a short guy who barely reaches his waist. The director introduces. Now, let me introduce you to this gentleman. He is the most powerful healing specialist in the country. The short guy has brown hair sticking up on the top of his head, cold, distant eyes, and a thick beard. This man is the former captain of the Blue Dragon Squad, now retired, named Ho-Tude, with peak martial cultivation. The director glances over at Lamthu's group, saying, with him here, as long as you have one breath left, you can recover immediately. This senior is known as the rarest healing master in the world, having reached the peak of martial arts. Lamthu looks at the short man before him, and can he help but be in awe? Truly impressive. The director can't help but imagine the battle, where both sides clash fiercely. And even if someone gets hurt, Ho-Tude will be there to heal them, his tone serious. This is also to prevent Lamthu from going too hard and making the others unable to continue. That is why he is here to ensure you all stay in top shape. During the training later, no one is allowed to hold back. Lamthu is furious but thinks, how unreasonable. Doesn't the master realize the intensity of this training is too much? But the director just plays dumb with a teasing tone. He glances at his spiky-haired student and chuckles. I wonder how many rounds you can last on your first day. The director turns to the others, declaring seriously, the match starts now. Who is stepping up first? Kotuvian raises his hand to volunteer from the crowd, while Trutham, standing above, can't he help but be surprised. Kotuvian stands up to challenge, his muscular body surrounded by a blue aura, while Trutham crosses his arms behind him and reminds, don't overexert yourself. The goal is mainly to drain their spiritual energy. As soon as their energy is nearly depleted, that is when you counterattack. Kotuvian quickly processes this. Got it. His gaze sharpens, locking onto his target, and he gets his arms ready, facing Lamb, who is a bit unprepared. He unleashes a technique that sprouts 6 extra arms from behind him, each holding a butcher's knife. Lamthu eyes his opponent, his gaze filled with a fierce fighting spirit, a smirk creeping onto his face as he thinks to himself, you want to drain my stamina. Power erupts, a strong aura swirling around Lamthu as he provocatively stares at his opponent, his voice full of determination. I am going to hit you so hard your parents won't recognize you. He steps back to gather momentum, and then launches the Beast King's technique. Lamthu lunges forward at lightning speed, making a sound like thud, thud, thud. Kotuvian stands ready in a defensive stance, prepared for battle. Suddenly, Gu Ziyan froze, unable to control his own body, just standing there as Lin Shu approached, his expression shifting, teeth grinding, internally lamenting. Oh no, I can't move. Lin Shu closed in on Gu Ziyan, showing no signs of slowing down, a smirk on his face as he dismissed his opponent. Gu Ziyan stood there, stunned, completely unresponsive. A powerful punch landed squarely on Gu Ziyan's face, sending him reeling backward. He crashed down right in the middle of a group of onlookers, hitting the ground hard enough to send dust and rocks flying everywhere. Hua Tiao quickly rushed to heal Gu Ziyan. Lin Qiu, Zhu Shen, and Zhang Hu gathered together, their faces tense as they watched Lin Shu. With Zhang Hu sighing, it escalated fast, did not it? Lin Shu covered one eye with a hand and raised the other dramatically, calling out, next, in a teasing tone. Lin Qiu raised his hand like a kid caught by the teacher, his voice timid, sniffing. Zhang Hu stood behind, tears streaming down his face, holding a flute, his voice choked. Come on. I will make sure to replenish your energy. Lin Qiu stubbornly walked up to face Lin Shu. Sweet talking. I am just a little girl. With both hands propping up her chin, Lin Qiu leaned slightly forward, looking incredibly cute, her pretty face tinged with pink, projecting a fragile, delicate vibe that made everyone want to protect her. She sweetly pleaded. Be gentle. You have to treat me kindly. Suddenly, Lin Qiu straightened up, arms spread wide, her demeanor a stark contrast to the innocent little bunny from before. Her tone took on a commanding edge. Or else. Lin Qiu shot a daring look at Lin Shu, a sly smile creeping across her face, her voice now firm. the energy radiating from her shifting 180 degrees from moments ago. If you do that, you might just make me angry. With that, she unleashed a fiery punch filled with authority. Lin Shu furrowed his brows, anger flaring as he leaned to the side, bracing himself against Lin Ku's fiery fist, his mouth continuously condemning. Do girls really say such contradictory things? This is terrifying. Quickly, he collected himself, closing his eyes to regain his calm, grabbing Lin Ku's arm to channel energy and extinguish the flames of her fiery punch, muttering to himself, "You can be too rough with girls. Better just let her go." Lin Shu locked eyes with Lu, making her blush with embarrassment, his green energy enveloping her arm as he prepared to use his power. Filling the space around them, in front of Lin Shu, green flames erupted, engulfing Lin Q completely. And then she vanished without a trace. Both Zhongli and Zhu Shen were left in shock, exclaiming in disbelief, "She is gone." Suddenly, Lin Ku's figure zipped past, prompting Zhonglai and Zhu Shen to turn their heads in unison. But before they could process what was happening, Lin Q crashed down hard onto the ground. The impact left her in pain, and her delicate face contorted, letting out a scream. Zhonglai reacted just in time. Shouting, "Lin Q!" He rushed over, arms outstretched to catch Lin Q, who was kneeling and clutching her waist after the hard fall. He asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Lin Q rubbed her sore spot and replied, "The little bunny went easy on me. Thankfully it did not hit my face." Lin Shu reached into his bag and pulled out a metallic handheld device. "You are looking at that massive hammer. He is holding it is as big as half of Lamthu." His face is all satisfaction, and his voice is dripping with challenge. "One by one you are going to feel it, but two together. Let us see what you got." Lamthu stands there calm, gripping that metal hammer, while Zhonglai is backing him up, and Chu Shen is furious, puffing up like a little angry kitten. "What is up with that?" Chu Shen's face twists with disdain, her voice low as she warns Lamthu, "We have got a diamond and a platinum heavyweight here. Are you getting a bit too cocky?" Even Zhonglai, who is usually chill, raises an eyebrow, with a battle cry. The two of them charge at Lamthu, but he is not scared at all. Flames of blue flicker around him as he calmly replies to Chu Shen, "Is that? Why do not you try and find out?" Lamthu shoots them a dangerous look, his voice dripping with condescension. Hemph. Chu Shen and her buddy flinch back in shock, shouting, "What?" Lamthu swings that hammer, launching an attack on the two rushing figures. He finishes the strike with a pose so cool it could be on a poster, sending Zhongli and Chu Shen flying. The screams of the two young men echo as they crash hard to the ground, their handsome faces twisted in pain. Kali witnesses the chaos and becomes panic-stricken, sweating bullets, whispering to himself, "It is over already." Lamtho hoists the hammer and glances at the last remaining opponent, his face all serious, gesturing with his hand. "Come on." He turns serious, saying, "Your turn now. Step up. Hurry up." Laka, tears streaming down his face, steps forward, trembling as he pleads, "Please go easy on me." Ho Tiu-Day treats Chu Shen while watching Kali's painful acrobatics, with screeches echoing around. And just like that, the first round in just 5 minutes wraps up. In the next rounds, I am really gonna unleash the full power of my spatial system. Some folks are leveling up at lightning speed under my torture, getting a clearer grasp of my skills and the spatial system. Lamtho recounts the battle while attacking with precision. Lamju and Zhonglai can to help, but be amazed but quickly turn to dodge the mighty blows from Lamthu. Plus, my energy is running low at this point. Hitting them is getting harder by the minute. Lamthu strikes at Zhongli, who has just been observing the fight from the sidelines. The principal, stroking his stubbled chin, looks thoughtful. He initially thought Lamthu could only last 5 rounds on day 1, but here he is, already holding strong through 7. Lamthu's expression darkens, his eyes squinting as he rubs them, thinking to himself, "My energy is nearly gone. I probably won T last through the 8th round." Sikari Vin stands across from him, all 8 arms ablaze. Warning. I want to give you a break to recharge your energy. Lamthu steels himself, focusing intently on his opponent, responding firmly. "No need. Bring it on." He pulls out a blade from the spatial realm, plotting in his head, "My energy is low, but my sword skills are sharp." Sikhu Vin's 8 arms surge forward, attacking from above while Lamthu braces himself. Sword drawn, ready to counter Vitutas' assault. The blade is right in front of him, blocking the downward strike, and Lamthu's demeanor becomes even more serious. Sikhu Vivin attacks with all his might, his arms still going strong, eyes like daggers locking on his opponent, a dangerous smirk creeping on his face as he compliments. "Didn't expect your sword skills to be this amazing." The energy is running low, and Lamthu grits his teeth, trying his best to block Vutun's attacks with his blade, but he is falling behind. He is already sporting a few wounds, blood splattering out due to Go Ziyuan's magic, and he is feeling tense, lost in thought. Even though he says that the guy's blade skills are out of this world, all he can do is dodge and pray he does not get hit. Lamju watches from the sidelines, eyes sparkling with admiration, exclaiming how Gu Xiaoan can actually harm the little rabbit. Chu Shen is helped up by the little flower, his face a mix of astonishment. It seems Lam Thu is truly exhausted. And that is just fantastic. Meanwhile, Lam Thu is struggling to evade his opponent's strikes. If this keeps up, he is done for. One hand blocking the attack with his blade, the other ready to strike. Catching Gu Xiaoan's curious gaze, Lam Thu shouts out, unleashing the lightning god spear. Gu Xiaoan is stunned, his face showing alarm as he yells. What? You still have enough energy to use the lightning god spear? Lam Thu's eyes flash with determination. This is a golden opportunity. He quickly swings his blade, executing a technique, the celestial maiden dispersing flowers. And with it, the celestial maiden appears. Lam Thu's attack sends Wu Tuan flying, injuring him significantly. Gu Xiaoan is even more shocked, looking up to see 6 bolts of lightning descending, and he screams. Careless. I am about to get struck. Facing a barrage of lightning strikes, Gu Xiaoan thinks hopelessly. If Lam Thu is like this, how can I still not defeat him? He braces himself for the lightning, thinking, this is truly a failure. What a feeling. Z, bewildered, looks down at himself and mutters, this feels weird, like there is no pain or blood. Is this the weakest lightning strike? Suddenly, the blade points at his throat, snapping him back to reality as Lam Thu's voice rings out. What did you expect, with me this far? How could I not use the lightning god spear? Standing opposite Gu Xiaoan, who is staring at the blade at his neck, Lam Thu stands confidently, smiling. You have lost. Gu Xiaoan raises a hand, his voice stammering with embarrassment. I concede. You have bested me. Suddenly, a pair of feet steps in, interrupting Gu Xiaoan's concession, causing Lam Thu to glance over with curiosity. A voice chimes in. Now it is my turn. Chu Shen smirks mischievously, hands charged with energy, looking at Lam Thu like he is a defeated soldier. You do not have much energy left. Do you? Let me finish you off. Huh. Both of them assume ready stances, with Chu Shen declaring, even though we have set aside our past grudges, seeing your dramatic act still makes me uncomfortable. Lam Thu's gaze sharpens, his demeanor turns serious as a portal opens. Swallowing him up, his voice turns grave. As long as there is breath in me, I will deal with you. Out of nowhere, a portal opens behind Chu Shen, and Lam Thu bursts out, blade swinging, attacking from behind as Chu Shen stands there, caught off guard. Chu Shen takes the full hit from Lam Thu, his face contorting in pain. He screams in agony. Chu Shen's expression is one of disbelief as he turns to look at the brat who just attacked him, crying out, my waist. I am. You little punk are after my waist now. Lam Thu's face is not much better. The corners of his mouth twitch, thinking, that was unexpected. Chu Thumb, hot-headed as ever, was ready to charge in for justice. But Ho Tiu Li held him back, still hurling insults like a pro. Oh man. Ho Tiu Li was trying to play peacemaker, urging him to calm down and saying, let me help you. Meanwhile, Lam Thu just stood there, calmly storing away his pain into the void, his hands clenched into fists. When it comes to long-range weapons, he definitely preferred the spear. With a fierce determination, Lam Thu's face lit up with resolve. If he could not use his spiritual weapon, then he would just have to make do with his trusty spear. Trung Li strutted in with his arms crossed, oozing arrogance. He knew how to use a spear too, which was just perfect. Trung Li pulled out his spear and smoothly suggested, honestly, I do not want to fight you right now, but since you are using a spear too, how about we see whose technique is better? At the same time, Lam Thu pulled out his spear, accepting the challenge. I was thinking the same thing. The two of them sized each other up. Tension thick in the air. Lam Thu took stock of his opponent's abilities, silently reflecting, I do not have any spiritual energy left. If he uses his spiritual power, I will probably lose in an instant. But if it is just spear techniques, determination began to fill Lam Thu as he whispered to himself, I can hold on a little longer. Trung Li launched an attack while boosting. I have been practicing spear techniques since I was a kid. I am obsessed with them. It is not often I find someone who shares the same passion. Lam Thu blocked the blow with his spear and replied, not bad. It is my first time seeing a master wield a spear like you, but inside. Lam Thu thought differently. Compared to someone as skilled in spear techniques as I am, with a swift motion, Lam Thu swung his spear and knocked Trung Li's weapon aside. Thinking aloud, you still have a long way to go. Lam Thu charged in but was met with Trung Li's defense. Both of them caught up in an intense duel. As the battle raged on, the two spectators, Lam Siu and Chu Them, watched with growing anxiety. Lam Siu worriedly said, this is getting intense. The Thie's moves seem really powerful, but there is a thought nagging at me. Chu Thumb replied, looks like he won't last much longer at this rate. The two spears clashed, sending shockwaves of energy through the air. After a few hundred exchanges, Lam Thu showed signs of fatigue. Holding the spear was becoming a struggle. Suddenly, he dropped the spear. Gasping, Lam Thu, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. sweat dripping from his face as he panted heavily. I am done. This is just too tiring. Trunglai planted his spear into the ground and knelt before Lam Thu, praising him. Your spear techniques are impressive. Definitely more effective than mine. Lam Thu, barely managing to open one eye, struggled to catch his breath and said, You want to learn? I can teach you. Just then, the principal stepped in, announcing, All right, Lam Thu has lost his fighting ability, so today's training session is officially over. What does everyone think? Lam Thu remained sprawled on the ground, too tired to respond, while Trunglai stood up, chuckling lightly. This training environment is seriously insane. Chutham scratched his head and chimed in. We have got 1 diamond and 4 platinum 8-star ranks, plus a platinum 6-star in reverse for 7.5 rounds. Lum Cu, following behind, looked a bit shocked and said, If we were really on the battlefield, we would have been dead countless times by now. Lum Su looked seriously down at Lam Thu, who was still lying there, and added, The Forthethia. Lamku sat down. His aura softened, and with a smile he said, From now on, you all need to train hard. Start counting the days one day. The days to come. I will accept any challenge. And then teach Trunglai the common techniques. Trunglai was eager for Lam Thu's praise, originally thinking that, after getting through the first day, he would be used to it, and could handle 10 rounds. But everyone had improved quite a bit after facing off. Lam Thu stood ready for the attacks from Lam Ku, especially after getting familiar with my skills. Each had their own way to respond, thanks to his persistence. I also progressed quickly, day by day consuming and recovering spiritual energy. My rank skyrocketed from platinum 6 stars to platinum 7 stars, and my body organization had risen to platinum 5 stars. The image of Lam Thu exhausted, lying on the ground panting, and Ho Tiude clasping his hands behind his back approaching. He had broken through again. The sunset streamed through the window, shining directly into the room. The headmaster said seriously, Today's training session is over. Looking at the students casually stretching, the headmaster thought to himself, Today they only managed to last 5 rounds again. These kids are getting worse. Suddenly, someone shouted, Lam Thu. Catching Lam Thu off guard, ZQ ran over and hugged Lam Thu, still a bit surprised. Brother Zhang. Lam Thu awkwardly ruffled his hair. What are you doing here? ZQ, slightly surprised, asked. Didn't To Young Sr. tell you? The headmaster sheepishly admitted. I actually forgot. Go ahead and tell him. ZQ stroked his chin, putting on a mysterious face. Of course. Because he grabbed a huge metal hammer just like the one Lam Thu used before, with a dangerous expression said, Let us transform you guys into something great. Young ones, step into creation at the speed of light. Lam Thu was dumbfounded. What the heck is this? He reached out. I do not need that. Next to Zhu Shen crossed his arms, looking skeptical. ZQ saw this and reached out. Donnie say it like that. He sat down, placing his hand on the box. He opened the box and addressed the group. Right now, the spiritual weapons we have developed are the only ones that have been successful in our country. If we do not take advantage of this in the upcoming global competition, it would be such a waste. Inside the box were packed with armor and various weapons. ZQ picked up a piece of armor. He excitedly said, Weapons are just normal stuff. But mainly, I have crafted a set of armor for each of you. Lam Thu asked in confusion. Armor. ZQ replied. That is right. In the spiritual realm, offense is secondary. Protecting your life is what really matters. He turned back and said, Everyone, go ahead and claim your weapons and gear. Zhu Shen replied, Sure. Everyone moved forward to collect their gear. Lam Ku's weapon was a golden bracelet that had been upgraded, energy radiating from it. Zhu Shen's weapon was a pair of gloves. He tightened his fists, saying, These gloves can enhance your skill in releasing forms. K6 of Kuli Kao and Trunglai's spear have also developed a spiritual weapon version. Kuli Kao and Trunglai chimed in. Awesome. The whole group happily said to the headmaster, We will need your help for the energy boost. Yangji replied, Sure. A voice suddenly chimed in from behind him. Headmaster. What about mine? The headmaster raised an eyebrow. Kotuvian cheerfully waved the knife in his hand and continued, I will be needing my weapon soon. The principal sighed to himself, thinking, This kid is going to drain all my energy. I can feel it. He let out a heavy sigh and muttered, You can take your time to recharge at home. Lam Thu crossed his arms and shot him a glance. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The scariest thing in the spiritual realm is a sudden attack from spirit beasts. With the spirit armor on, as long as the beast is not too powerful, it is like having an extra life. Not too shabby. Duong Trach paused for a moment. Then he turned to everyone and said, There are 2 things I want to discuss with you all. First, the 4 of you who went for spirit training will be coming back tomorrow. Once you are back, you will get a week off to spend time with your families. He slipped his hands into his jacket pockets. He then pulled out some deep red lucky money envelopes, saying, "Enjoy the new year with your families." Doangtrach handed out red envelopes, wishing everyone a happy new year. Kotu Vian cheered as he received his envelope, and Lam Q joyfully threw his up in the air. Lam The looked at the red envelope in his hand and said, "It has been ages since I got one of these." The principal nodded. "I do not want to be a downer, but please remember to spend more time with your families." The principal lifted a chest, light radiating around him. In a blink, he vanished from sight. Lam The glanced at the others and thought to himself, "This world competition is going to be really dangerous. Some might not even make it back. We are all just students. How worried must they be?" Suddenly, he turned around and playfully smacked Chu Them on the head, making him jump. Chu Them groaned. "Ouch." Lam Tho. "Come on." Not waiting for him to finish, Lam Tho replied, "Why sois? I am heading out." His face was filled with confidence as he turned back to the group, saying, "With me around, however you guys leave is how you will come back." Hearing this, everyone got fired up. Chu Them crossed his arms and called out, "Lam Tho." Even Koli Kao chimed in, "Yeah, we are all going together." Then Lam Ku exclaimed, "This feels so safe." Watching Lam Thu's back as he walked away, everyone shouted, "Happy New Year." Lam Tho sighed, thinking, "It is that time again. Everyone going home. How should I spend my new year?" The images of Tri Lai and Truong Tam popped into his head. He thought, visiting Tri Lai and Truong Tam in City P might not be a bad idea, but everyone has their own families. Suddenly, a hand covered Lam Thu's eyes, and a familiar voice asked, "What are you doing here?" He was taken aback. Lam Thu turned around, surprised to see Tron Tron appear with the principal. A Tren Tren covered her mouth and giggled. "Look at you." So shocked, he stepped forward, grabbing her hand with concern. "In just over 10 days, you have broken through to Platinum 5 stars. You are not hurt, are you?" Tren Tren replied, "Nope, I am all good." She lifted up Little Black in her hands, and he was quite the little spirit in the realm. Proudly giggling, he jumped over to Lam Thu, who caught him and said, "Little Black, I will make it up to you later." He tucked his Little Black device away and turned to ask Ouyang Zhe, "But did not the master say you all would be back tomorrow?" Ouyang Zhe explained that if you took a car, you would probably arrive tomorrow, but just earlier when I got home, I received a call from Trenjan Tren. He recounted how she, after hearing that they had disbanded and returned home, was determined to come find him. "So I went to pick her up." Lam Thu was really moved, looking at Tren Tren with fondness. "Trenjan Tren, did you come just to see me?" Trenjan Tren blushed and stammered nervously. "Silly, that is not it," she thought hesitantly. Feeling embarrassed, how should I say this? The principal suddenly pushed the two of them toward each other, saying she wanted to take him home to celebrate the new year together. Trenjan Tren stammered, "That, I would not want to force you." Lam Thu quickly replied, "Not all. I am more than willing, big sister. But I feel like I am not quite ready yet. Isn't it too hasty to just go like this?" The principal stroked his chin, considering, feeling that it might actually be quite suitable. Seeing the director call him father for the first time surprised Lam Thu, to which he casually responded, "Once a teacher, always a father. This marriage business, I have approved it." Lam Thu felt a rush of emotion in his heart. "I have always been the orphan. This sudden familial bond makes me a bit sentimental." Tren Tren shyly lowered her head. This has not even mentioned marriage yet," the principal decisively told the two. "All right. I will take you on a trip. Are you ready?" Tren Tren cast a gentle glance at Lam Thu. "Army," Lam Thu said. "Trenjan Tren," he smiled excitedly, holding her hand in agreement. "Me too." It seemed Ouyang Zai, watching the couple's sweet connection, was also getting a bit hot under the collar. He commanded them to depart, and in a flash, the three figures vanished into thin air, soon arriving at the Kayan family villa. The butler hurriedly burst in, announcing, "Master, Madam, Miss has returned with a young man." Outside, Lam Thu and Tron Tron stood before the magnificent villa. This was the first time he saw such a grand place. "Your house is huge," Tren 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 modestly replied. "It is nothing special." He helplessly scratched his head, realizing something. "Wait a second. Oh no. I have not prepared a gift." Since the butler already went to call someone, he turned to the principal for help. "Master, I need a rescue here. Do you have anything for me to present?" Ouyang Zai laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. "I am powerless, miss. The next step is up to your experience." And now it was time for Ouyang Zai to leave. He waved goodbye to Lam Thu, wishing him luck. "You got this? Make a good impression." Lam Thu panicked, calling out, "Master." But the master still casually walked away. Lam Thu stood there alone, tears streaming down his face, crying out, "Help! Showing up empty-handed on my first visit. Am I going to get kicked out? Who can save me? Just then, the system suddenly appeared like a savior, telling him, "It seems like someone can save you." Lam Thu perked up, immediately diving into the system. 9527. Save me. How about awaking a skill? Or just give me a New Year's gift already. The E-level skills were finally reported by 9527 to Lam Thu, congratulating him on mastering the skills. Lam Thu was overwhelmed with disappointment, crying, "It is, my last hope has shattered. How will I face my father-in-law now?" Suddenly, Vantham, Trun's mother, walked into the room looking for him, and the butler remarked that the young man was clearly a little failure. She smiled and invited Lam Thu inside. "Come on in. Trun's dad is waiting for you both in the living room." Lam Thu forced a smile, feeling like he was about to lose his life, but he had no choice but to drag his feet into that house. Lam Thu sat on the sofa, a bundle of nerves. The middle-aged man with a stern demeanor was none other than his future father-in-law, Tan Chine. To make matters worse, Tren and her mother did not stick around to back him up. Tren told them, "Dad, Mom and I are just stepping out for a bit. You two keep chatting," she said, giving him a thumbs up as she left. Lam Thu's face darkened, silently pleading, Tren, save me." His mind was racing, tense like a bowstring. He stammered. "About that," Lam Thu stood up to greet Tren's dad. "Hello. I am Lam, your future son-in-law." Suddenly, he noticed Tan Chine's expression was beyond displeased. He exploded, yelling at Lam Thu, "What? Trying to upstage me with your title? Kid, you have got some guts. Come here and compete with me." Lam Thu panicked and corrected himself. "Please do not be angry. I misspoke. I am Lam. Just call me Little Thu." A moment later, Tan Chine led Lam Thu into the kitchen and tossed him a knife and a cutting board, saying, "Even if you want to win Tren over, you have to get through this test first." Suddenly, Lam Thu felt a wave of relief. Turns out it was just a cooking contest. That intimidating look from earlier had freaked him out. Tan Chine picked up two sharp knives and confidently declared, Tren's cooking skills are just like her mother's, practically inedible. If you want her, you better beat me first. Lam Thu reached into his apron to grab something. Turns out he had brought a fresh chunk of meat. "I did not come empty-handed this time. Let us cook using the meat from a spirit beast," he suggested. Tan Chine raised an eyebrow. "Spirit beast meat? How did you get your hands on that?" Lam Thu humbly explained. "It is nothing really. Just from my last adventure. My master and a few uncles gifted it to me." However, Tan Chine was quite skeptical, thinking, "This kid must be bragging. Let us see how I will crush him later." The hefty chunk of spirit beast meat was placed on the cutting board. Tan Chine expertly grabbed a knife, saying, "All right, let us get cooking." Lam Thu watched in excitement. It seemed like he had ignited a spark in the old man. Before long, the table was filled with delicious dishes of stir-fried meat and savory sauces. Van the Ham and Tren eagerly took their first bites. Yet, Lam Thu's 2 plates of food were gone in a flash, while Tan Chine's dishes were still sitting there untouched. Tan Chine raised an eyebrow, stunned as he swallowed, but as soon as he took a bite, tears welled up in his eyes from the exquisite taste. Thinking, how can this kid cook so well? No way. Tan Chine slammed his chopsticks down on the table. He turned to his wife, barking, "Cooking and eating is one thing, but this does not prove anything. Get the chessboard out here. I am going to take this kid down in a heartbeat." Van Thai Ham is puzzled by her husband's bizarre attitude. "Old man, what is wrong with you?" A chessboard is quickly set up for a showdown. This time, Tanzeng is determined to crush Lam Thu quickly. After all, he is the reigning champion of Sanqi in the Hamailei district. He crosses his arms and demands, "Kid, if you want my acknowledgement, you better win first." Tanzeng thinks confidently, "I might not say it out loud, but I know I won't lose at Xianqi." But who could have guessed that Lam Thu, with his newly acquired skills, would take him down in the very first game? Tanzeng is left speechless, thinking, this round is just practice. I will win the next 2. By the 5th game, as Lam Thu keeps winning, Tanzeng feels a surge of frustration. Darn it. Next round I am going all out. 11 rounds. Let us do this. In the 10th game, Lam Thu wins again, and this time Tanzeng can't hold back. He flips the board over, cursing, "This brat. You could not let me win a single game." Lam Thu is taken aback and worried. If he wants me to let him win, he should just say so. Vanthiham steps, reassuring her husband. "All right, old man. It is all in good fun." But Tanzeng stubbornly refuses to listen. "Don't mind me. I want to keep playing." Meanwhile, Lam Thu is eager to withdraw before things get out of hand. "Remember our deal, father-in-law." After that awkward introduction, Lam Thu heads to the park to swing with Tran, asking her how she feels about today. Tran smiles. "It was all right. Just met the standard. Now Lambda finally starts to enjoy himself. And she mentions the standard. We still have a bet. Right. You want back out. Will you? Tran blushes. Come on. Who is scared of who? She quickly pulls out her phone to check the scores. And as soon as she glances at Lambthu's numbers, she sees he is ahead. Lambda smirks. Look at me. My score is higher. Even Tran did not see that coming. She reluctantly keeps her promise. All right. Let us play fair. The two lean in closer. And suddenly a big shadow looms over them. A loud cough interrupts their romantic moment. Tran jumps and asks, Dad. What are you doing? Tanjeng turns his back, ignoring the kids. I am done with dinner. Do not bother the kids. I am heading back now. Lambda sheepishly turns to Tran. Should we continue? The question leaves her speechless. Well. Lambda gently lifts her chin, making her blush. He closes his eyes, lost in the moment, thinking she is just too adorable. But then, the noise returns. Tanjeng is out there mowing the lawn, forcing the two to separate as Tanjeng awkwardly strolls by. He chuckles. The grass has not been cut in ages. It is about time. Lambthos? This sore mood is going to the clouds. Looks like today's not my day. Suddenly, New Year's Eve arrives. And the Tan family decorates their entrance with red characters for good luck. Turns out, Lambthu is the one who did it all. And he proudly shows it off to his father-in-law. Hey. Uncle Tan. What do you think of my calligraphy? Tanjeng critiques with a serious face. It is decent. A bit worse than mine. But inside, he is pretty impressed. This kind of calligraphy does not come from just a couple of years of practice. How does this kid know so much? Once he is done, Tanjeng calls Lambthu inside. Let us get in the house. Tanjeng personally goes to grab his prized bottle of wine. He turned to invite him to drink together. Come on. Let us have a drink. The two of us can talk slowly. Lambthu noticed that Tanchine's words had changed. Father and son. It seems uncle has finally accepted me. Tanchine's voice suddenly became solemn as he confided. Little Thu, do you know? When I found out that Tran would be participating in the world competition, I was terrified. He quietly watched his daughter. As a father, I never hoped my daughter would take part in such a dangerous contest. He just wanted to savor the moment of family togetherness like this. Yet deep down, Tanchine understood well. As a former soldier, he knew the risks involved and the heavy responsibilities his children were bearing. He had truly been worried to the point of losing sleep. For the past few days, they had been trying hard to avoid this topic. But he was genuinely afraid that this farewell could be. Lambthu interrupted Tanchine. Uncle, do not worry. My eyes are shining with the responsibility I carry. I will protect Tran with my life. After hearing this, Tanchine suddenly smiled. This kid. He slammed the cup in his hand down on the table, praising loudly. Good. For the first time, Tanchine hugged Lambthu tightly, placing his hopes on him, though he was not fully convinced. After living together for a few days, he knew this kid was a good one. Lambthu was a bit surprised by his uncle's implication. Surely Tanchine promised Lambthu, as long as you all come back safely, I will agree to this engagement. Lambthu felt a rush of excitement inside. Father-in-law, please rest assured. Just wait for me to hold your grandson. However, Tanchine needed to think carefully, even though I agreed. Grandchildren. You all should at least wait until after graduation before discussing that. He pulled his collar and looked straight into Lambthu's eyes. Warning. Kid. If Tran ever feels wrong, our family does not do divorces. We only move on. Lambthu quickly raised his hand to swear. Father-in-law, I will forever love and protect Tran. Then they came out calling for the two. What are you two doing? Hurry and come eat with the young lady. Tanchine spun around, throwing his arm around Lambthu as they walked in. Come on. Seeing the two of them getting along so well made Tran happy too. She felt a warm glow in her heart. She had heard their conversation, and it moved her to tears. Thank you both. That night, Lambthu and Tran went up to the rooftop to watch the fireworks together. Lambthu thanked her. He was puzzled. You are thanking me. Tran gently affirmed. Yep. Thank you for always taking care of me. Lambthu chuckled and teased her. Silly girl. You are my girlfriend. That is just how it is. Actually, I should be the one thanking you. He looked up at the distant sky and said, This new year feels especially different. It gives me a sense of family. Tran understood how deep his feelings were. She promised. Every new year from now on, we will celebrate together. He emotionally embraced her amidst the fireworks welcoming the new year. Aha. For sure. Suddenly, 9527 pops up anxiously, clearing its throat. I do not mean to interrupt you, but you still have not awakened your skills today. Realizing this, the system remembers. 9527. It is nice to see someone for the new year, but the system hesitates. I am not here to celebrate the new year with you. I am just withdrawing skills. After a moment, 9527 announces. S-level skill. Invisibility. The host can enter an invisibility state for a maximum of 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the invisibility skill. Lumthu daydreams about the wild possibilities. Every guy dreams of having this divine skill. This New Year's just got way better after the mission. 9,527 withdraws, giving us some privacy for 2. Happy New Year. Lumthu wishes back. A few days later, after celebrating the New Year at Tren's house, we return to the base with Principal Ru Daidong back at the training base. We dive right back into intense training. As the team members return, my training intensity increases too. The morning session is all about sparring with them, helping them quickly adapt to the space system abilities, while the afternoon focuses on team drills aimed at seamless coordination. Lumthu wipes the sweat while fighting, gasping, "This is exhausting. I feel like I am fighting for my life here." Looking worn out, complains, "Is this really fair?" Apparently, he thinks it is unfair. I am hitting them all in the face. But when it comes to Trun, I am pulling punches. I do not know why, but Trun starts thinking dirty, with wide eyes. Lumthu coughs a few times. Denying it, stop spreading rumors. I have always treated everyone equally. Suddenly, Principal Dong Trech comes over, cutting in. "Little Thu, come here for a minute." Lumthu hops over. "What is it?" "Master." Yu Dong Trech pulls something out. "I have got a New Year's gift for you." He pulls out a stunning blue orb with sparkling streaks inside. Lumthu gasps. "Is that a diamond-level lightning spirit beast?" "Awesome. Thanks, Master." Yu Dong Trech nudges him. "Try absorbing its power." Lumthu grabs it and quickly absorbs all its energy. His eyes roll back, and an intense aura bursts from him, shimmering like platinum with 7 stars. Truly, special people are on a whole different level. Lumthu feels the surge from head to toe. This skill is something Yu Dong Trech urged him to try out. Lumthu raises his hand to the sky, shouting, "Lightning skill." A flash of bright green electricity sparks to life. The heavens roar in response. Thunder crashes down from the sky, shattering the air where Lumthu stands. The lightning powerful enough to blanket the entire forest. Yu Dong Trech watches the countdown on his phone, counting down each second. 3. Boom. Suddenly, Lumthu collapses to the ground, panting, barely able to hold on for 3 seconds. After observing, Yu Dong Trech reminds Lumthu, "Little Thu, this skill has immense power, but do not use it unless absolutely necessary. Even when you do, be mindful of your energy consumption." Lumthu thinks of a bold idea. "Isn't it true I can unleash infinite world-destroying lightning? Plus, I have my Moon Master form." He wiped the sweat off his forehead and pretended to listen. "Yep. Master, this is pretty intense." However, Lumthu was not one to give up easily. He was still full of spirit. Soon, he would be the one to shatter the darkness with a thunderous crash. Youngzi was worried about this reckless behavior of his. This kid had been flying a bit too high lately. He walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and advised, "Little buddy." Lumthu was listening. "Yep." Duong Trech's expression suddenly turned serious. "Now that you are at platinum level, there are some things you need to know," he asked Lumthu. "Do you have any idea how many top martial artists we have in our country?" Lumthu shook his head hesitantly and replied, "I do not know." Then, Duong Trech began to share his knowledge, stating that records show over 20,000 top-tier diamond experts, but only 100 true martial masters. After absorbing that information, Lumthu thought it seemed pretty daunting. He braced himself for the challenge. Realizing how tough it is to break through to diamond level, Duong Trech agreed. "Exactly. So do not think just because you have reached platinum, you can get cocky." He also added some intriguing information that had been bugging him. "There is another thing. The spiritual hub is confirmed to appear near Mount Fuji in country Lel. While that is not great for us, what is even stranger?" Duong Trech's face turned grave. "Little Thu, do not you think the factions in our country have been acting a bit too laid back lately?" Hearing this, Lumthu's expression changed, becoming anxious. He responded, "That is true. With the new year approaching, a prime opportunity like this, why are not they making a move?" Duong Trech appeared troubled, clearly stressed about this situation. Right now, the 3 top experts are tied up with their own issues, which is really odd. He recalled how they had been fighting off a wave of attackers and said, "I suspect they might send out some top-tier experts this time. If I get held up, your safety won't be guaranteed." Then, Duong Trech presented a solution to Lumthu, saying, "So I have decided to arrange for you guys to leave early, but you will need to go undercover to country L first." Lumthu, still skeptical, pointed at himself. A week later, everyone present was taken aback when they heard this. Chew them, equally surprised, spoke up. Undercover, seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Lam clarified.
Yep.
We need to go over there undercover first. Then Master will lead a team in disguise. As Lam grabbed the disguise gear for everyone, he thought to himself how lucky he was to have drawn the camouflage skill during the national competition. Just then, Alduong Trach approached, holding id cards and said, Your documents and eds are ready. The fake id cards were placed on the table. Lam casually picked one up to examine it and could not help but marvel. Whoever made this truly has a gift for naming. Then, Lam put on his new outfit and declared, Everyone, change into your new clothes. He adjusted his jacket slightly and introduced his new identity. This is my new persona, real estate agent. Both Kuang Ho and Chu Them looked dejected, hiding their disappointment after drawing their new identities. Chu Them sighed. I got take arrow. The feeling in my head is like a lush green field now. And Hong Ho is not any different, carrying the weight of his thoughts. Tanaka Kazuo. I am not doing much better. Before heading out, Iangji did not forget to give a few words of advice once everyone's in disguise. We will set off, and while we are in this foreign land, let us keep a low profile and patiently await the competition to begin. Lam pulled her suitcase and turned her head to reassure Iangji. Don't worry, Master. We will be just fine. Chen also bid farewell. Goodbye, Dean. After a long flight, their plane was finally about to land. The flight attendant announced, We will be landing in 30 minutes. Welcome to the land of Lo. Finally, Lam and her team arrived at the airport in the land of Lo. Lam scanned the area in search of someone. Master said someone in a Cheongsam would come to pick us up. Where are they? Just then, two figures appeared, Juk Dung and Man Ditch, both wearing black sunglasses, looking incredibly cool, exuding the aura of true street legends. Lam spotted the two of them and thought, they must be the ones. She approached them, clearing her throat. Zuk Dung. The man from the south. Here with the signal. Truck Dung hears this and takes off her sunglasses. Responding. Giant elephant. Code signal acknowledged. Upon hearing this, Lam face lights up with excitement, as he thinks to himself, if the universe is ever changing, then this journey is a wild ride. Truck Dung is also quite surprised and says, Code signal correct. After some playful banter, it is time for the official introductions. Lam steps forward, shakes Truck Dung's hand, and says, I am a real estate agent. You can call me the broker. Got it. You all follow me. Truck Dung replies. Just before they head out, she shyly adds, And where's your secret code hidden in the poem? Right. So awkward. I already have a boyfriend. She then points to the man accompanying her and says, That is him. Man Ditch. Looks like you are out of luck. Upon seeing him, Lam is momentarily taken aback. Man Ditch crosses his arms with a serious expression and says, Lam quickly pulls him aside to clarify, wanting to redeem his reputation. Don't get the wrong idea. I absolutely have no interest in her. She is my girlfriend. Even after hearing the explanation, Man Ditch still questions the meaning behind Lamthu's code signal. What is your code signal in each line of the poem? Lamthu once again explains what he really meant by the code signal. It is not hidden at the beginning of each line, but rather at the end. Both Man Ditch and Truck Dung show their surprise after hearing this. Man Ditch scolds him. This kid is really something. Man Ditch then urges everyone. It is about to start. Get in the car. There is no time to explain. Lamthu feels a bit confused, thinking, wait, the competition is still a few days away. They all climb aboard the bus, which speeds off into the distance. On the bus, Man Ditch shares the news with everyone. The auction event is happening soon. It is almost time to get started. Curious. Lamthu. Auction event. Truck Dung, holding a stack of documents, replies. The Miyamoto family from the land of fog will auction off illegal cultural artifacts from our country. Our mission is to retrieve those artifacts. She then hands the documents to Lamthu and reveals what he has been trying to hide. Ingui Trang, from the land of fog, are planning to use this to get the artifacts. Right. This is the auction's information. With his secret exposed and a string of unusual comments from Truck Dung, Lamthu is left speechless, unable to reboot. Reluctantly, he has to look through the documents and discovers a shocking truth. Why is that? These people from the land of fog are not planning to sell. They actually want. Meanwhile, in a remote area, Lam Sung is guiding a girl with short purple hair who walks beside him, clutching her stomach in pain. I still can't get used to eating raw food. The two of them, true mission executors, found themselves stranded in this wilderness. Lam Sung was still grappling with a big question. Where were we supposed to pick up the person? Meanwhile, in the auction hall, Lam, though looking tense, was reporting the situation over the phone. That is right. The messy situation they created was just for their father to see. Sitting in the auction hall, Lamtho continued, no matter how high we bid, they won't sell. From behind, a group of people was approaching, After finishing his phone call, Lam Thu turned and spotted the group. Recognizing a few of them, Do, Linda, and Fika, who had already been to Lur before, along with a stranger beside them. The guy with orange hair at the back of the line that Lam Thu did not recognize was Anthony. With an undefined ability, as Lam Thu observed his silhouette, he felt something unusual. He straightened up, deep in thought. This guy is not simple. A powerful aura radiated from Anthony. Lam Thu pondered the current situation, calculating their next move. But before the competition starts, it is best to just wait and see. Clearly, we have been mistaken for the ones sent on a mission this time. He scratched his head, looking utterly confused, driven by patriotism. He still decided to check things out, as if his master would find out. The sound of a gavel echoed, and the auctioneer spoke up. Esteemed guests, please pay attention. The auctioneer introduced himself. I am today's auctioneer, Kotaro Miyamoto. Let the bidding begin. Then someone rolled in a large wooden crate, and auctioneer Kotaro Miyamoto announced. The first item is a historically famous bronze artifact from our country. Starting bid is 16 million. The item was an ancient bronze incense burner with exquisite patterns and designs. Upon hearing this, someone could not hold back and shouted. What do you mean your country? This is clearly cultural relics from our Huoxia. Lam Thu was also taken aback. Thinking about that bronze item, he quickly activated his appraisal skill to check the value of the antique. Meanwhile, guests in the hall began to place bids. 20 million. Right after, the Miyamoto family's butler offered a higher bid. 50 million. And he did not forget to mock the others. Are you all from Hogu really that poor? Only a little money. This directly angered the man from earlier, who grumbled. 60 million. The Miyamoto butler, unfazed, responded nonchalantly. 70 million. The price kept climbing. 80 million. 85 million. Suddenly, someone stood up and shouted. We will buy it together for 100 million. The old butler of the Miyamoto family was feeling smug inside, thinking to himself, I am still going to win. Lam Thu quietly observed from the side, seemingly the only one who could see the true nature of the situation. The actual price of that bronze item was only 20 million. The intentional price hike was meant to humiliate our country. The smug old butler raised his hand in triumph, while from behind, Lam Thu quietly stood up to execute his plan. It was time to give them a real shock. Then, Lam Thu turned to Chan Chan and said, Keep watching. I am just going to the restroom for a bit. Ben replied. Got it. At this moment, in the artifact preservation room, the doorknob was turning faster and faster. Finally, the door swung open with some loud creaks and clanks. Lam Thu slowly stepped inside, starting to use his stealth technique. Before him were priceless treasures neatly displayed on the shelves. A sly smile spread across his face as he stuffed those treasures into his system space. Once he was done, Lam Thu glanced around and quickly made his exit. Outside, the guard seemed to sense something amiss and opened the door to check inside. But on that wooden shelf, it was empty. Those treasures had vanished. The guard hurriedly shouted into his radio. Where is everyone? We have an emergency. He did not notice Lam Thu peeking out right behind him. Watching the guard frantically rallying others, he chuckled to himself. Too late now. Moments later, Lam Thu returned to his seat and turned to Chan Chan, saying, You are back. Just then, someone contacted him through his earpiece. Hello. It is Broker. It took half a day to get a response. Lam Thu crossed his legs and calmly replied. Don't rush. You two are about to witness a fantastic show. Tejo, standing on the podium, smiled and announced, This auction has gone splendidly. Next, we invite everyone to the stage to collect their auction items, she said. Meanwhile, a guard rushed over. Looking pale, he whispered to Tejo, Miss, this is not good. Our auction items. Before he could finish his sentence, the successful bidders stepped forward, some brandishing their cards. Shouting, Swipe the card. Tejo spun around and slapped the guard right in front of everyone. The sound ringing out. Furious, he pointed directly at the guard, shouting, You idiot. With so many guards around, you are telling me all the artifacts have been stolen. The successful bidders erupted in chaos. Stolen? What about our stuff? Where's the vase I picked? Damn it. Refund. Okay, get it. The voice on the other end replied, ignoring the angry crowd behind him. He continued speaking to the person on the other line. Is this Z country's plan? Tejo's mind flashed to the old man, provoking her. I know instant transmission. Do you feel it? He speculated. For example, Aoyang Z from country Z could use instant transmission to take artifacts without a sound. The other side immediately replied. It is not him. Aoyang Z is live on air. He has not left. Tejo was stunned. Incredulous. How is that possible? Who else could take so many auction items without a trace? Suddenly, a voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, Silence. Lam Thu raised a stack of documents high and shouted at the crowd. According to the contract, if you do not hand over the auction items, you owe 30% of the item's value. Is the Miyamoto family trying to play us for fools? The crowd erupted in outrage, shouting, refund, 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 refund. They charged straight toward Tijo, who was still standing there, and a few people started physically pushing him around. The beatdown was refreshing. I have been waiting to take this kid down for a while. If I had known it would come to this, I would be bid a bit higher earlier. The compensation would have been greater. People were throwing punches and bantering back and forth, leaving Tejo to take the brunt of it all. On the other side, someone was laughing and said, "Hey, kid. What were you thinking? How could you let it get this far?" Lam Thu chuckled in response. Just a little fun at his expense. Nothing to write home about. Just then, someone approached him. "Hello," she said, extending her hand with a business card. She smiled and introduced herself. "Here's my card. Can we chat?" Leaning in closer, she revealed her curves to Lam Thu and asked, "Haven't we met somewhere before? I feel like I have seen you before." He thought, giving her a quick glance. But then he wondered, why was she over here? Noticing her figure, he quickly looked away and stammered, "Miss Beautiful, you must have me confused. I am just a real estate agent." "Real estate agent? Ah, your English is quite fluent. Would you do me the honor of having dinner together for 10 days? Du flashed a charming smile and extended a hand toward Lam Thu, looking at her hand. He thought, are girls this forward nowadays? Or do they have some hidden agenda? Lam Thu felt a bit smug, thinking that it must be his irresistible charm at work. Meanwhile, Tan Trenjan Tren next to him was burning with jealousy and cleared her throat. "And you are still flirting?" Dua laughed, cutting through his thoughts. "Agent, what is your take on this?" Sensing Tan Tren's piercing gaze, Lam Thu quickly looked away, muttering, "Well, about that." He glanced at Tren, who handed her phone to him, saying, "You can head back first. This is for you." Tren quietly took the phone from Tai An. As she looked at the screen, she saw the message he had prepared. "I am going to gather intel." So that is how he was distracting Dua, signaling to her in the process. Now feeling secure, Lam Thu turned to the two Dua and said, "Lovely ladies, where are we eating?" The girl with the orange hair eagerly suggested, "I know a great restaurant. How about we?" Lam Thu had no objections and immediately agreed, ready to follow their lead. The place the girl wanted to take Lam Thu was a tavern in Taiwan. As soon as they arrived, he caught sight of a stunning girl with a fiery figure walking by. Lam Thu was taken aback, thinking, is this the restaurant she was talking about? The girl with orange hair even deliberately pushed Dua closer to him, catching Dua off guard, making both of them blush. But she said, "Don't be shy. This is a royal place." Taking advantage of the moment, the girl behind gently patted Dua on the back and whispered to her, "Let me help you test his heart. Who knows? You might just win him over in one shot." Dewey just fell silent, letting her do her thing, not daring to object. Because maybe, deep down, she also had feelings for Lin Thu. After a few minutes of awkward chit-chat, the girl with orange hair cheerfully said, just as they took a few steps forward, someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere to block their path. At first, they thought he was a stranger, but it turned out to be Anthony. He looked at them, annoyed, and said, "You can't come in." It was Lin Thu's first time meeting him, so he turned to the orange-haired girl and asked, "Who's this?" She informed him, "His name is Anthony. He is the pride of our country. Even though he is only 21, he is already a diamond-level fighter." Lin Thu's first impression of him was that he seemed to be someone who had his eye on Dua. He sized him up, guessing correctly that it was unrequited love. The orange-haired girl proudly introduced, "His love life is not going as planned. But he is incredibly strong. He has awakened a mysterious mental ability, and no one has ever seen him fight at full strength." Upon hearing this, Lin Thu's mind raced. A diamond-level fighter with a mental ability. He definitely needed to find a way to probe this further. He quickly turned to Zoe, wrapped his arms around her waist affectionately, and said some sweet nothings. "Standing at the entrance is not the best. How about we?" This action of his quickly drove Anthony insane. How bold. That little punk. But honestly, that was exactly Lam Thu's goal. Getting him riled up was more than enough. Having achieved his aim, he prepared to leave right after, but not before dropping a few flirty lines with Zoe, wrapping up their charming encounter nicely. "Next time we meet, I hope we can have a candlelit dinner. Just the two of us." His boldness really caught her off guard. Wow. Now, he could stroll away feeling pleased. Meanwhile, Zoe was over the moon. After he invited her to dinner, her heart was fluttering. She could not help but admire Lam Thu. Seriously. He is such a gentleman. I really like this. Anthony did not even need to say anything. You could tell he was about to blow a gasket. That punk had the audacity to steal Zoe's attention. As he walked over, he spotted someone sneaking around. Time to call out the one who has been tailing me. No need to hide anymore. Anthony. Aren't you supposed to be chasing after those two ladies? Anthony was caught and did not hide anymore. Stepping right up. Whatever I do is none of your business. Just as he finished speaking, Lumthu teased him. What is the deal with you stalking me? My sexuality is perfectly normal. That really ticked him off. My sexuality is totally fine. I just wanted to spar with you a bit. Lumthu clearly understood that, chuckling as he replied. I just wanted to mess with you a little. A 5-star powerhouse like you should know better than to challenge an 8-star elite, like me, to fight me. He even offered. I can lower my cultivation to match yours. But if you lose, you have to swear not to show your face around Zoe again. Since he put it that way, Lumthu was ready to throw down. Alright then. I am the real deal here. A property broker, bring it on. He unleashed a thunderous strike towards Anthony, who remained calm, waiting for Lumthu's attack, smirking with disdain. Is that all you have got? Now. It was Anthony's turn to strike. If that is the best he could do, there was no need to keep measuring skills. Anthony swung his arm, tightening his fist, launching himself at Lumthu with a lightning-fast move, ready to clash with his thunderous strike. The only emotion Lumthu felt facing Anthony's attack was pure annoyance. Then, he used a thunder spear to dodge Anthony's move, charging straight ahead. In that moment, he was like a fierce beast charging right at Anthony. His arrogance was about to cost him. The next moment, Lumthu's fist was right in front of his face. The final outcome was that Anthony took that punch and fell back, his body slamming into the ground immediately after. Through the hazy smoke, a dark figure gradually emerges, likely that of a young man. Anthony appears, his face twisted in annoyance as he coughs. Cough. Cough. This kid has some real power. A voice replies to him. Hey there, bro. Is this glass worth anything? Anthony looks down, spotting Lamb holding a long sword. He slams it down on the large ice block and proposes. How about you handle production? And I will take care of sales. We will split the profits 50 per 50. Contrary to his goodwill, Anthony grinds his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred, and immediately channels his energy. A purple dragon appearing behind him surrounded by dozens of purple targets. He declares war. Kid, you have really ticked me off now. With that, he roars, spirit summoning long dragon technique. In an instant, 3 monstrous creatures fly toward Lamthu, roaring as if they want to tear him apart. He did not expect this situation. Exclaiming, what the heck kind of skill is that? With no choice but to defend himself, he jumps skillfully to evade the monster's attacks, suddenly spotting something special. It is a small green dragon. He wonders. Little buddy, why are you here? The dragon replies. Big bro, do you need my help? Lamthu quickly interrupts. Stay quiet. These glass lizards do not need your assistance. Meanwhile, the monsters continue their assault, one preparing for a surprise attack. It inhales deeply and spits a barrage of sharp glass shards toward him. Luckily, Lamthu manages to dodge this deadly attack just in time. Noticing the situation is getting dire, he decides it is time to retreat. Standing before the monsters poised to tear him apart, he feels a wave of panic. What do I do now? Meanwhile, in a corner, Zoe watches everything unfold with a tense expression. Seeing this, the blonde girl beside her keeps questioning. Are you really that worried about that kid? Always trailing after him. Zoe does not hide her concern. Clearly worried. What do we do? The broker does not seem to stand a chance against Anthony. She exclaims. No way. I have to stop them. Anthony, hearing someone call his name. He turns, surprised to see Zoe. She rushes to grab his arm in an attempt to stop the fight. Stop. The outcome is already decided. Seeing this, Anthony smirks and replies. You are worried about that kid again. Ignoring her pleas, he unleashes a surge of purple energy, shouting. No mercy. Triple targeting attack at his command. The monsters charge at Lamthu with reckless abandon. In a weak position, he can only use his small frame to escape, dodging as he thinks. The firepower just ramped up. Lamthu runs toward a crumbling building. Thanks to the terrain analysis system, he assesses the optimal impact point, gathering construction materials and structural integrity. He listens to the data being reported, calculating in his head. With my architecture skill, I can see the weak points of this building. Lamthu jumps with a grin as he finds an escape route, proudly declaring. Got it. With that, he leaps into the air, leaving the monsters stunned. Channeling his lightning power, he enhances his jump. The force generated is so immense that the old building collapses immediately, sending large chunks of wall flying at the monsters, preventing them from chasing him. Witnessing that scene, Anthony raised an eyebrow and muttered, damn, how can he be so flexible? Glancing towards the old building, nervously informed him. The building is about to collapse. Only now did Anthony pay attention to the situation. He turned around and exclaimed, "What?" To his surprise, at that moment, Lamtho landed next to Zoe, and she stared in shock at the man before her. When did he get here? Lamtho tightly wrapped his arms around Zoe's waist, ignoring the opponent still present, and instructed Zoe. "Beautiful lady. Hold on tight to me." With that, he lifted her and jumped into the air, escaping the explosion that incinerated everything, dragging Zoe along. In an instant, the two had vanished from that place. Once the smoke cleared, Lamtho surveyed the scene and remarked, "Who would have thought that with architectural skills, you could turn a building into a weapon? Finally dealt with that guy." Zoe stepped up behind him and whispered, "Thank you for saving me." She blushed and suggested, "Maybe we could," but Lamtho quickly cut her off. "It is too late, miss. If fate allows, we will meet again." Transitioning to the rubble, a weak arm reached out. Seeking help, that was Anthony, struggling to witness the situation. Bitterly thinking, "Damn it. He actually managed to win the heart of the goddess. Don't let me run into you again, real estate broker." Meanwhile, Zoe was still lost in beautiful thoughts of Lamtho. Being a broker really has its perks. Transitioning to a scene where precious artifacts were displayed on a wooden table. Lamtho stood in the middle, listening to the two men discuss. We were mistaken. So the task executor was actually Lam Sung Lahoyan. He stood beside them nodding in agreement. "That is right." Lam Sung turned to Lamtho and said, "Luckily this kid helped out. Otherwise, I would not have been able to complete the mission so smoothly." Lamtho replied, "Big brother Lam, you are too polite. It was just luck." Lam Sung continued, "Even though this time it caused a huge loss to the country, I feel like we can just let it slide." Lamtho recalled the cunning Miyamoto family, feeling uneasy as he spoke. The greed and crimes of the Miyamoto family. Losing a treasure once does not mean they will disappear. Hearing that, Lam Sung asked back, "Little brother, do you have a plan?" Lamtho smiled slyly, internally calculating as he replied, "I will need your assistance. I want to give them a big surprise." Transitioning to Lamtho, still smiling slyly, leaning against a picture of a questioning stance. The recent news just stated that the Miyamoto family, to compensate for the losses to the auction house, will donate cultural artifacts to the local community the day after tomorrow. He continued to lay out the plan. "Tomorrow you two create chaos at the gate. While in his hand was a picture of a brown-haired man standing at a podium. He was the fiery General Nobita Miyamoto. Transitioning to Lamtho standing on a roof engulfed in flames. A flag with Chinese characters fluttered above him. Below Lamtho's gaze was a scene of the whole area engulfed in flames. People shouting and running in confusion. He smugly admired his handiwork. In stark contrast to him, the crowd below was in complete chaos, frantically mobilizing to find ways to stop the fire. "The main entrance is on fire. Hurry and put it out. The enemy is attacking. Get help." Lamtho unleashed a surge of green energy from his hands, seemingly preparing for a breakthrough action. He analyzed the situation. "Haha, the Miyamoto family. The big surprise is coming." He surged forward, the energy in his hands growing stronger. Lamtho shouted the skill. Divine sign. World-destroying thrust. Suddenly, from the heap of wreckage, a figure emerges. He stands tall and shouts arrogantly, "Who dares to disturb the demon society? He is Nobita Miyamoto." Declaring war right in front of him. "Someone will pay for this." Seeing this, Lamtho remains unfazed and responds, "So you are General Miyamoto." Without giving him a moment to prepare, his opponent immediately launches an attack, summoning countless fireballs that rain down towards him. The technique. Great Fireball unleashes a fiery storm, but Lamtho is incredibly agile. With a few deft jumps, he effortlessly dodges the incoming attacks. He lands on the ground, feeling his energy draining. In his mind, he is calculating his next move and attack, combining lightning with a high-speed escape. He has burned through his energy, and 9,527. He needs a recharge. The system chimes in, warning him that his energy is maxed out for the day. "Good luck managing that, host." Ignoring the system's warning, Lamtho smugly replies, "This should be enough." He swiftly conjures a green vortex that devours all of his opponent's fireballs. Witnessing such terrifying power, Nobita Miyamoto is taken aback. "What the? Is that spatial magic? Who the heck is this kid?" Lamtho continues to unleash his next technique, ready to strike. Feeling something ominous, Nobita quickly turns to assess the situation. He hastily conjures fireballs to obliterate his foe. Time to die. The clash of their energies creates a shockwave, engulfing the area in smoke. He scans the surroundings, confusion creeping in. Where did that kid go? Suddenly, a voice calls out from the sky. Hurry! Hurry! Is your old man losing his grip?" He turns around in shock, exclaiming, "What?" Realizing the dire situation, he grows furious. "Damn it." With that, his figure vanishes, leaving only embers behind. Technique. Devouring heavenly fire. C. Lamtho stands on the rooftop, watching as the space around him is left with only drifting golden sparks. He breaks into a triumphant smile, achieving his goal. Time to retreat. The plan is officially in motion. In the distance, Nobita Miyamoto reappears, pointing at the escaping figure. Ordering. Search every corner for any energy fluctuations. Get moving. Receiving the command. The clan members quickly track Lamthu's trail, relentlessly pursuing him while shouting, "Kill him! Don't let him escape," inform the family. Being chased. Lamthu feels a surge of panic. He had not anticipated this. Damn it. 9527. The Miyamoto clan is relentless. I keep moving. But my energy is running low, forcing himself to activate the SSS skill. Absolute stealth. He slips into complete invisibility, concealing his presence. With his current state, he can maintain it for a maximum of 2 minutes. Lamthu feels grateful and thinks, this is incredibly convenient. With that, he jumps, vanishing into the air, activating his stealth, and before he escapes, he sticks out his tongue in playful defiance. Nobita Miyamoto catches up, angrily questioning his followers. Where is he? They, too, are confused. Responding. Report. The enemy's energy suddenly vanished within a 10-meter radius. Hearing this, he seethes with rage, shouting into the void, I swear, the Miyamoto clan will hunt him down. Transitioning. Dongtrach is inquiring about the aftermath of the battle. Little one. I just got here and heard you did something great in the land of Lu. Hearing the praise, Lamthu scratches his head. Feeling shy. As long as the master does not scold us for causing chaos, that is good enough. He encourages, praising her while also mentioning that they all disguised themselves on their mission. So no one outside really knows who is causing the trouble. Lamthu immediately expresses her demands, saying, no need for compliments. Just a little money or a spirit cow as a reward will do. Hearing this, Dongtrach clears his throat and says, let us not talk about that anymore. Moving on, his face turns serious as he informs Lamthu. There is something more important about the world competition that I want to remind you all about. Transitioning, Dongtrach continues. In 2 days, the competition will begin. From what the previous survivors say, the first wave of spirit beasts won't be too strong. But there will be a ton of them. The frame shows fierce spirit beasts, ruthlessly taking down players one by one, with a grave expression. He warns, the maximum number of people who can survive this wave is 50%. If things get really bad, we could lose up to 70%. Dongtrach looks at Lamthu's worried face and continues. After the first wave of spirit beasts, you will get a short break. The second wave will mainly consist of high-tier spirit beasts. He holds up 2 fingers to signal. This phase is also when the chance of obtaining spirit cows is the highest. Plus, since the little beasts have a storage space, you might be able to gather some rare minerals inside. Suddenly, he becomes pensive, adding, next will be the toughest part. The final wave will be when we hunt the Qianvo tier spirit beasts. Behind him, an image of a massive, fierce-winged spirit beast appears, surrounded by raging red flames. Dongtrach continues. Previously, 2 Qianvo tier spirit beasts were discovered, one of which is the ruler of the spirit void, a phantom of the void. He hands Lamthu a piece of paper filled with notes, saying, so my advice to you is simple. All the information is on this paper. On it are all the notes and guidelines for players to successfully navigate through each wave of spirit beasts. Dongtrach clarifies. Finally, let me remind you to be cautious of the team members from other countries. Every round, about 10% of the people will die at the hands of others. Lamthu responds. Got it. If we encounter enemies, we definitely won't hold back. Seeing this, he shows a momentary look of relief and concludes. All right, everyone should rest well today. Once the spirit beasts arrive, you won't have the luxury to rest whenever you want. The crowd below cheers loudly. Yeah. Transitioning, we see the vast space of a towering mountain, surrounded by dense forests. Today marks the opening of the Laiku event. Lamthu observes the surroundings and tells the dean. There are so many people. Chen Chen nods in agreement, saying, yeah. And there are quite a few familiar faces too. He looks in her direction, pondering the thought that it is because of them. It seems they sense it too, turning back to give him a not-so-friendly glance. Dua makes a bold declaration. After our previous skirmishes, this time, I am definitely coming back for double the payback. Lamthu, feeling a bit frightened, stares wide-eyed, thinking, this is too scary. The girl, disguised among their ranks, clearly does not have a friendly attitude. Suddenly, he bumps into a tall, solid figure. Lamthu turned around, scratching his head and apologizing. Sorry for bumping into you. The man was not angry at all. On the contrary, he had a friendly demeanor, saying, it is all good. You are Lamthu, right? And that man was none other than the captain of the Y-Auto space system team. With that, the man walked away, waving encouragingly. You got this? Suddenly, a beam of blue light appeared, creating a space portal, and everyone cheered. The spirit realm is here. Everyone was in awe of the scene before them as a massive beam of light shot out from the portal. At that moment, some were eager to take on the challenge. Passing the word around. Open up. Maybe our team should go in first. The representative from the Y team spoke up. If no one wants to be the first team in, then we will step in. This was met with overwhelming agreement. The captain was so cool, seeing someone volunteer. The other teams followed suit. All right, let us go, Lamthu observed and said. Half the people have already gone in. We should follow. Duong Trach warned. The first ones in are the Y Auto Space team. They are a strong foe, Lamthu questioned. Wait. Really? Duong quickly reassured him. No need to worry about the others. Duong Trach gave one last piece of advice. You all need to survive and come back. His students replied. We will definitely return. Lamthu took the lead, saying, all right. Everyone. Do not stray too far from me. I can keep an eye on all of you otherwise. With that, he stepped into the portal. Immediately, everyone panicked, shocked by the chaotic scene beyond the portal. Some even screamed. In front of them was a pack of fierce spirit beasts, looking menacing. They had just been through an attack, and beneath their feet lay the corpses of fallen fighters. Those who had been torn apart by them were already dead. Lamthu and the others were horrified. Realizing they were about to witness a battle between them and the spirit beasts, one monster growled, demonstrating its power. Back for more. Looks like we will have a feast. Seeing this, Lamthu glanced back and warned his teammates. Everyone. Be careful. These tigers have their eyes on us. Meanwhile, the aggressive tigers quickly charged at Lamthu's group. Suddenly, one of Lamthu's team members confidently shouted, leave them to us. Instantly, a sturdy wall of earth was erected to block the tigers. Unfortunately, the tigers swiftly destroyed it. Seeing this, and Chan Chan and Vu Tuan took turns dealing with the tigers. Strategizing. Shortly after, one tiger was struck by a blast of orange energy, causing it to bleed. It turned out to be Vu Tuan's doing. He quickly took down the tiger with a flurry of relentless slashes. As a result, all the tigers were defeated by Vu Tuan, contrary to their initial fierce appearance. They now looked utterly defeated. At that moment, Tran Long, with a proud look, held up a sphere and declared, is that all? Their space skills are nothing compared to Lamthu. This made Lamthu raise an eyebrow in doubt, pointing at himself. Am I really that scary? Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere. You all just keep doing this, and the casualties will be too high. It turned out to be from a group approaching Lamthu. Those people kept speaking up, saying we should unite, while the crowd around them cheered them on. No wonder they are from the same country. They are all ready to fight together. Hearing that, the car guy immediately blew the horn, commanding everyone to listen to him and take their positions. Witnessing this scene, Lamthu stood in the back, silently assessing. This car guy is ruthless, putting his own people in the inner circle. Suspicious, he quickly turned his gaze towards Team E, thinking it might be solid to find some allies. Our country and Team E are practically good friends. It is better to team up with them. Over here, the captain of Team A raised his hand high, showing determination, and said, let us get ready to face the challenge of our fighting nation. Instantly, the team members shouted their battle cry in unison. Suddenly, a swarm of monsters appeared, catching Lamthu off guard as he thought, whoa, this is intense. The fierce tigers on the other side could not help but gasp, wide-eyed, and quickly cleared the way for the monsters to charge in. Amidst Team E's chanting, one surprise after another, Lamthu had to witness this unbelievable spectacle with wide eyes, thinking, is this for real? It turned out the mystical beasts did not attack Team E at all. The other groups, after witnessing Team E's display, were losing their momentum. Among them, Thalawa, the captain of Team A3, raised his fist for emphasis and declared, if Team E can do it, there is no way a strong country like A3 can't. Immediately, Team A3 formed a ridiculous formation called the Skill Beast Alliance, revving up their motorcycles to battle the monsters, and shouted, cannon fodder. Get ready for the onslaught from Team A3. Not long after, this team was swiftly taken down by one of the monsters without mercy. Seeing this, Lamthu was a bit confused, thinking, why do the mystical beasts attack them and not Team E? At this moment, he suddenly had an idea. Could it be because of their beast transformation? Suddenly, Qinjin and Qin, right next to him, while fighting, urgently said, Lamthu, we can barely hold on anymore. Hearing this, Lamthu grabbed Qin Chan's arm, reassuringly saying, all right, Follow me. He then thought to himself. The training test for our squad is almost complete. Now I just need to confirm a few things. A little later. Team Lambtho had moved 6,000 meters away from their previous spot, resting safely under some trees, feeling safe. Lambtho spoke up. Finally. We made it here after all that travel. Hearing this, Trunlong agreed, saying, we should be safe for now. Those mystical beasts won't catch up that quickly. Just then, the growls of the mystical beasts echoed, making Lambtho's team quickly alert. Qijin and Qin, from the back, quickly shouted. They are catching up. Seeing the situation was getting dire, Lambtho raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and ordered, you guys find a hiding spot first. I will deal with them. Hearing this, she responded, you have to be careful. Immediately, he transformed, revealing his rabbit ears, and confidently said, don't worry. Thanks to Team Is hints, I came up with this brilliant idea. Instantly, the portals of the mystical beasts opened, and he thought, here they come. The beasts gradually emerged from that portal, and this time, they were ferocious lions. Seeing him, one of them raised a hint of suspicion and asked, Good. Have you seen a bunch of humans around? And he, already fluent in the language of the beasts, replied, of course I have. At this point, the beast looked at the lion before it and continued, they ran that way. He thought to himself. Sure enough, they can't tell humans apart once they beast out. Hearing this, the lion chuckled back. Anyone who travels with us, do not worry. There are plenty of humans around. I will keep you safe. The beast scratched its head and pretended to be cheerful as it replied. Thanks. Big bro. But unexpectedly, the lion looked shy and said, don't call me big bro. Just call me little sis. I am a female lion. After all, this left the beast slightly stunned. It pointed at the lion and exclaimed, you really think I have never seen a female lion in the animal world? They do not look like that. The lion's response was one of indignation. Don't doubt me. I am definitely a female lion. Just lacking in the romance department. So I am a bit off. Suddenly, it cheerfully said, I believe with your help, I will adjust in no time. This made the beast panic a bit, and it quickly changed the subject. Little sis. Should not we focus on those humans right now? Unfortunately, the lion paid no attention to what he said and put on a cute pose, saying, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, compared to you. Everything else is just fluff. Hearing this, her followers quickly got the hint and rushed to hide. Don't worry. Big sis, we will keep watch. We guarantee that no spirit beasts will interrupt you two for at least an hour. This left the beast feeling scared and instinctively it exclaimed. Little sis, this is not right. You are way too big for me. Ignoring what he said, the lion looked at him with a loving gaze, drawing closer, and said, Little bunny, the more you resist, the more excited I get. Realizing they could not resolve this peacefully anymore, the beast became serious and ordered, I can't take this anymore. The decision is on you. Go on. Little Black. Soon after, a majestic dragon was summoned by him, charging forward to intimidate the lion. Don't you dare mess with my bro. Witnessing such overwhelming power, the lion was frightened to the point of trembling and respectfully replied, I was wrong. Please spare me. Hearing this, he finally smiled and commanded, all right. Little Black, you can go back now. I need her to do something. The lion then looked at him bashfully and replied, I will definitely serve you faithfully until the end. Even if it is just for your pleasure, I won't complain. Then she excitedly added, the roar of this dragon has such pure energy. It seems like it is time for me to break through to martial mastery. At the entrance of the spirit abyss, a group of people was struggling to fight against 7 monsters. One of them shouted to encourage everyone. Come on. Everyone. The spirit beasts here are almost done. Just as he finished speaking, another wave of spirit beasts appeared. This left him in disbelief, exclaiming, I can't believe my eyes. Just as he finished speaking, another wave of spirit beasts appeared. This left him in disbelief, shouting, why is there another wave? At that moment, Lambtho appeared from behind the spirit beast, seriously saying, do whatever you want. I am going to collect the spirit pearls from the disciples. This batch can't fall into human hands. Over there, that group of people was a bit panicked at first, but they quickly regained their composure and set up a defensive formation. Anthony looked at him with suspicion, thinking to himself, why is Lambtho showing up here? Then he quickly scolded him, that sneaky rabbit. We fought tooth and nail for these spirit pearls. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait. Why are not those spirit beasts attacking Lambtho? Could it be because of the transformation? With that in mind, he quickly gave the order. Cut the thread. Try transforming yourself. Hearing the command, he responded promptly.
Yep.
And swiftly transformed into a spotted leopard. Meanwhile, Lamb though had witnessed everything and realized they had come up with a way to counter the beasts. At that moment, he quickly commanded the lion beside him. Little lion, go over there for me. It replied confidently. What is it? My lord. Hearing this, he pointed and instructed them. That is a human. Are you all blind, not believing it? The lion awkwardly responded. Is not that one of our kind? Upon hearing this, he quickly persuaded. Capture him, and see if he understands the language of spirit beasts. Then he leaned in closely, coaxing. And also, look at his strong physique. Perfect for helping you with your hormone imbalance issues. You sly little thing, it responded eagerly.
Yep.
My lord, I will go catch him. Meanwhile, that group was feeling pleased and unaware that trouble was about to hit them. The captain was right. As long as they transformed, those spirit beasts would not know they were human, just as predicted. The lion, looking mischievous, pounced on one of them from behind, saying, Bro, realizing he was trapped. He quickly cried out for help. Anthony, save me. At this point, Anthony helplessly ordered. Everyone, listen to my command. Unleash all your spirit techniques. We have to break through the encirclement, or none of us will escape. Then he shouted loudly. Charge in. Kill them. At this moment, Lam Thu and the spotted lion were witnessing the fierce battle unfolding before them. A little while after the battle reached its conclusion, it excitedly spoke up. My lord, do you think we should keep chasing them? Lam Thu was lost in thought but replied. No need to chase anymore. Instantly, a romantic scene unfolded. The lion looked at the abandoned teammate and teasingly replied to him. So does that mean we can have some time alone together? Then it quickly dragged him away, sweetly saying, Come on, little darling. While the poor guy could only cry out, Do not. In the bushes, cries of love mixed with calls for help filled the air. Save me. After their passionate encounter, these two had somehow developed feelings for each other. At that moment, Lambda was hiding behind the bushes, witnessing it all, secretly exclaiming, This guy is a real charmer. He did not have to wait long. He stepped forward, arms crossed over his chest, kindly saying, Carter, right. If you want to leave, I can let you go. Hearing this, Carter replied, The moment Anthony and the others abandoned me, we were no longer teammates. Sometimes humans are worse than beasts. Then he quickly nuzzled against his partner, saying, Now that I have experienced this, it does not feel too bad. Soon after, the shy lion beside him chimed in. Thank you, my lord, for helping me find my true love. Seeing this, Lambtho happily congratulated them, saying, Best wishes to you too. By the way, there are still some matters that need your attention. Hearing that, the alpha lion confidently replied, No need for formalities. Brothers, we will all follow. At that moment, he was riding a massive black bear moving alongside the pride of lions. Puzzled, the young lion wondered, Why have not you all tried to venture out after so many attempts? In response, it said, You would not understand. It is forbidden. Without a spirit beast breaking through to the divine sovereign level, we can go outside. Then it quickly brought up a character, but old Demon Heart, having reached the peak of the martial ancestor rank, seems eager to get out. This made Lin Shu gasp in surprise, exclaiming, Old demon. Then, he thought to himself, it is not unusual for a spirit realm at the level of the martial ancestor to have a spirit beast. But a peak martial ancestor, that is just absurd. Suddenly, a few tents appeared before them. Without hesitating, Lin Shu and the pride of lions continued forward. From a distance, they caught the attention of some campers. Seeing this, Ziyuan enlarged its face, alerting Old Demon, a pack of spirit beasts is approaching. Hearing this, Old Demon quickly responded, You go report to everyone to prepare for battle. Instantly, Chen, Old Demon and Ziyuan took the lead in their attack. Seeing this, Lin Shu panicked and shouted, Wait, they are one of us. Hearing that, they were a bit surprised, but they stopped. At that moment, he climbed down from the back of the black bear. Approaching, the alpha lion curiously asked, My lord, these are humans, right? Hearing this, he just smiled, cleverly responding, They are all monkeys. It is just that they have lost all their fur. After a while, they will go back to normal. At that moment, in Chen Chen's eyes, Lin Shu seemed like a trickster, while the young lion looked completely clueless, then helplessly sighed. Is this really okay? Without delay, he quickly said, It is getting late. Let us eat and rest up soon. Then, He held a spirit cow in one hand and offered a fresh piece of meat to Chen Chen, continuing, I will absorb the spirit cow I got today, and later I will help you guys. Tiger leader chimed in. Captain, leave it to us. After some training, he finally broke through to the platinum level. Moments later, after finishing his cultivation, the young lion came over and asked, My lord, what is this? Internally, he felt a bit guilty, thinking, this is the flesh of your kind. How can I explain that? Tasting the food, the young lion joyfully exclaimed, this is so delicious. I feel like I have wasted my life before. As soon as it spoke, another lion quickly followed up. This flavor is amazing. He could only force a smile and reply, as long as you guys enjoy it. After a while, the young lion curiously spoke up, by the way, can this stuff be used like this? I saw it before but did not know what it was for. Hearing this, he quickly and carefully responded, do you know where this can be found? At this moment, other lions, while enjoying the food, responded innocently, of course, there is a huge stash near our home, in all colors. This made Linshu feel a bit gleeful inside, thinking, besides the spirit cow, it also knows the locations of other minerals, like hitting the jackpot. He could not hide his joy on his face, asking eagerly, can you take us along tomorrow? We will make sure you have plenty of barbecue tonight. Hearing about food, the young lion's eyes lit up as it replied, Yep. My lord. Rest assured, at this moment, Lamthu's heart was blooming with joy, thinking to himself, I am about to hit the jackpot. The system chimed in, eager to take credit, saying, you can't get rich without me. I have always been here to help. Seeing this, he spoke up, 9527. Today you are the one who is helping out. Let us get this show on the road. The system replied with a notification. Skills are being withdrawn. A little while later, the system announced the results, congratulating the host for receiving the E-level mineral extraction skill. Hearing this, Lamtho felt like he just won the lottery. Happily responding, 9527. You really are the one who loves me. Unable to handle his cheesy compliments, the system coldly retorted, quit the flattery. I'm out. See you bright and early tomorrow. He woke up feeling refreshed, calmly saying, good morning, little lion. Let us get going to extract some minerals. But what greeted him was the cautious face of the little lion and the words, enemy. Seeing this, he felt a bit puzzled and asked, hey, what is wrong with you? Right after that, the little lion charged straight at him, shouting, how dare a human like you show up here, looking for trouble? He panicked and realized, oh no, I forgot to transform back. Lamtha knocked the female lion on the head, calming her down a bit, while the lioness shed some tears. The lion was dizzy, and just then, Lamthu's rabbit ears sprouted as he transformed back into his human form. He confidently rubbed one of his rabbit ears and said, I just morphed into a human form. You did not recognize me that quickly, did you? The lion, completely convinced, exclaimed, it is you again. The rabbit, you can even turn into a human. His rabbit ears disappeared again, and he climbed onto the lion's back, seriously instructing her, from now on, when we are not fighting, I will take this form, so do not be shocked. The lion obediently replied, got it, my lord. He pointed ahead and commanded, what did I ask you about finding the mineral veins yesterday? If there are no issues, let us hit the road. The lion immediately replied, I will take you there, followed by a whole pack of leopards, while a car hid behind some trees, peeking at Lamthu's retreating figure. His suspicion rose, wondering what this kid was up to with a bunch of spirit beasts. The car turned around to remind his teammates. Lamtha was led by the lion to a hidden area filled with bright golden rocks and shimmering blue crystal-like stones. He stroked his chine, pondering over the pile of minerals, while the lioness looked up at him expectantly. Suddenly, a small shadow appeared over his head, and he had an idea. He instructed the tigers to dig up all the minerals and put them into the teleportation gate, telling them to move everything. Tonight, you guys will feast on roasted meat. The pack of tigers roared in unison, promising to complete the task for that barbecue. Before long, the bright golden rocks were completely stripped of any valuable minerals. He was satisfied and waved his hands, calling, brothers, let us head to the next spot. The tigers growled and followed him eagerly. The car hiding behind the tree canopy watched the whole scene in shock, thinking, there is even this kind of operation. Lamtho grinned widely, arms full of pure ice minerals and shimmering ore, completely oblivious to the 4 pairs of sinister eyes watching him from behind the trees. He contentedly held up a golden-orange shimmering mineral and said, this is the last spot in this area. Once you guys finish digging, we will head back for that barbecue. The tigers grew even more excited, shouting, awesome, let us speed up. Speed up. He eagerly gazed at the spirit stone in his hand, excitedly thinking about bringing Kuang Ho and the others along tomorrow. Should he soak in the view right in front of him? Or is it true that more people mean more power? The car peeked half its face out from behind the trees, frowning with jealousy. What a pain. Seriously. It is infuriating, making me green with envy. He wished he could rely on his teammates. Dealing with a team alone would be tricky. He had to figure out how to talk to Anthony. The next day, the spirit stones they unearthed floated up, reflecting the light like a dream. Lamthu stared in disbelief, his mouth agape as he struggled to find words. Could it really be? He joyfully held the glowing spirit stone high, shouting, I have hit the jackpot. This could be a diamond. Kuang Ho looked at him, confused. Lamthu, it is just a piece of ore. Do you really need to be this hyped? Lamthu quickly frowned and shot back. You do not get it. This is a high-tier spirit mineral. Bloodthirsty weapons are made from stuff like this. Kuang Ho finally understood. A strange voice echoed from above where they stood. Look what I have stumbled upon. They actually dug up a diamond. The entire car crew had gathered, now standing on the cliff, with 3 sharp-dressed figures behind them. The car raised his hand to signal number 5. Hey. We agreed on a 50-50 split. You can't hog all the glory. Anthony, losing patience, replied. We know. Our side and your side will team up. They all jumped from the cliff to ambush Lamthu's group. Anthony confidently declared. Dealing with them will be a piece of cake. He swept his hand, leaving a faint trail of pink spirit energy. Do leaped down first, launching an attack on Lamthu's group, shouting, Field lock. Lamthu frowned, focusing his mind, ready to confront the troublemakers. He maintained his stance, prepared to strike, stunned as he clearly saw the faces of his opponents. The car crew landed safely, with Do leading the charge. Lamthu's eyes widened in shock, his voice faltering. Why are they here? We can use our skills. Suddenly, Chen Chen spoke up. This is bad. Why has the spirit energy vanished? Anthony approached, threatening Lamthu. How annoying. These guys dared to ambush us. Lamthu smiled, locking eyes with Anthony. All right, then tell Do to close the field first. Anthony was not backing down. You think we are idiots? Closing it off is impossible. Lamthu remained unafraid, continuing to provoke him. But all that stuff is stored in a secured space. If it is not released, how can I get it out? Anthony hesitated after hearing that. This? No. Standing behind, also hesitated, turning to look at the car. He remained completely still, insisting. No need to release the field, he shouted. We will keep these people as hostages. Lamthu, you alone come out of the field to get the spirit stones. Lamthu's face turned cold, saying nothing in response. Finally, he clenched his fists and turned away. Stop. I am not pretending anymore. Let us lay it all out. He stepped forward, pointing at the car. You are surrounded. Hand over everything valuable you have, or face the consequences. Lamthu glanced at Gu Zayuan, who stood behind him. Gu Zayuan understood Lamthu's signal and tossed him his spare spirit stone. The car remained unfazed, laughing. You think I am scared? I am laying it all out too. Hand it over quickly, or I will take action. He frowned, shifting his grip on the knife, and pointed it at him, saying, I will say it again. Anyone who moves dies. You think I can't handle this knife without bullets? The people in the car burst into laughter, completely unfazed by Lamthu's warning. The car rolled forward, taunting Lamthu. Go ahead and move. What are you going to do about it? Seeing their lack of fear, Lamthu tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, electric sparks dancing along his arm and down to the blade. The wind picked up, making the atmosphere tenser. No one dared to move. The guy in the car sensed something flying toward him and gaped in terror. Something sliced through his arm, blood spraying everywhere as he screamed in agony. Lamthu turned to point at Anthony, asking, Anthony, want to give it a shot? After that scene, no one dared to speak up again. After a long while with stuff strewn across the ground, swords, you name it, Lamthu stood on the other side, packing things up, glancing at the car, which had vanished. Everyone lined up to leave. The people in the car formed a line, and he stood facing them, saying, all valuables out here. And if I find anything missing, you know the consequences. Lamthu still held the knife against the car guy's throat. I remember you are from the space system. Hand over everything from your storage. Don't even think about running. You can try to see if you can shift faster than my knife. He smiled sweetly. The car guy was on the verge of tears, terrified to resist, his hands trembling as he pulled out items from the space. Lamthu patted him on the shoulder. Not bad for a diamond-level powerhouse. This space is pretty big, and there is a lot of stuff. After collecting everything, Lamthu did not push them further. Turning away, you guys are free to go. I just came all this way to give you a gift. Everyone else can leave except for Du. The others were stunned when they heard their name. She pointed to herself in disbelief. Hearing Lamthu wanted to keep Du, Anthony panicked and raised his hand, trying to use his powers to signal his refusal. Why keep? Don't he be unreasonable? Lam Tho flicked a knife towards Anthony. Unreasonable. If you do not comply, I won't hesitate to send you off. Knowing he could not do anything against Lam Tho, Anthony reluctantly walked away. Muttering, Do felt abandoned and showed her displeasure. Such a coward. Linda stepped closer to Lam Tho, pressing her chest against his arm. Whispering, If you are keeping Do, why not keep me too? Do was taken aback by Linda's suggestion. Linda, why are you so dumb? Linda did not care about being called stupid, saying, Do not you think it is safer to be with Lam Tho? I understand your culture. You probably want Do to be your main squeeze. I can be the side chick. Lam Tho was taken aback. What the hell? Seeing the scene, and Chen Chen's face darkened as he angrily said, What the heck? Lam Tho. At that moment, Lam Tho finally remembered Chen Chen and thought, I am doomed. Noticing Chen Chen's displeasure, Lam Tho quickly sidestepped away from Linda. Shut up. What kind of filthy thoughts are those? I am not that kind of person. Right. Chen Chen. Lam Tho looked at Chen Chen with worry. He moved closer to Chan Chan and called her name, but she turned away, pouting. Don't worry. I am not jealous. I know why you are keeping her around. But still, Lam Tho wrapped his arms around her. Reassuringly, in this life, it is only you and me. You do not need to be jealous. Chen Chen blushed, stammering, Who is jealous? Not me. Lam Tho walked while holding Chan Chan, heading back to their camp for some grilled meat. The lions behind them roared in approval. After a while, they finally reached their base. Linda was bouncing on the mattress. Thrilled. This bed. This sofa, are you guys really not here for a vacation? With thousands of spirit beasts standing guard around, they could relax without worry. Linda was intrigued as she looked around. The moment she spotted the meat in Lam Tho's hand, she emptied her bag of snacks. Forget these cookies. I am all in for the grilled meat. Linda jumped onto the bed, munching on meat like it was no big deal. This is so good. We are totally following you from now on. Lam Tho did not object, thinking to himself, with only 3 days left until the diamond-level spirit beasts join the battle, having Do and the others would make things a whole lot easier. Lam Tho recalled their previous encounters. He needed to recruit as many spirit beast allies as possible in the coming days. 3 days until the diamond-level spirit beasts take the field. The sky was clear, with fluffy clouds drifting lazily. Lam Tho stood among the lions as one approached him. The big bosses are coming soon. Lam Tho crossed his arms, unfazed. What are you afraid of? The lion warned. You might not know, but when the diamond-level bosses come out, not just humans, even we are targets. Lam Tho turned to the lions behind him. Hey guys. The diamond-level bosses are heading out to hunt. Are you just going to sit here and wait to be their next meal? Watch as your friends and family fall prey to them. Among them, a lioness holding a cub trembled and cried, I do not want this. Seeing he had an audience, Lam Tho raised his voice. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. If we stand united, we can take down those diamond-level beasts. Tonight's dinner will be the meat of the beasts that dare invade us. Are you with me? The lions were stirred, their eyes blazing with determination. They roared back. Yep. Let us fight back. Just then, the ground shook as a gate opened before them. Something big was emerging from the gate, an enormous diamond-level wild boar. The whole team was frozen in fear at the sight of this beast. Lam Tho turned to rally everyone. Don't be scared. I will lead the charge. You all follow me. Let us take down this beast together. And Tron and Tron Long sprinted ahead, launching ice blasts at the boar. The wild boar stood still, scoffing. Just a bunch of trash. Watch me move. But it remained rooted in place. Confused, wondering why it could not shift, Tron dashed right in front of it, casting a binding field, launching countless strikes at it. The attacks hit hard, leaving the boar unable to move, writhing in pain. Lam Tho was not idle either. He grabbed a spear and charged in. Let us coordinate. The moment is here. He struck the boar relentlessly, blood splattering everywhere as it howled in agony. Its body riddled with wounds. The wild boar collapsed, its eyes wide open, mouth gaping. Lam Tho turned around, signaling his crew. Brothers, take it down. The lions quickly climbed up, roaring in joy over the fallen boar. We did it. Lam Tho warned them. Shut it, or you will attract a whole gang of diamond beasts here. I can't guarantee your safety. Hearing Lam Tho's words, the lions fell silent, suddenly remembering they were still in the heat of battle. Lam Tho reassured them. Sure, I mentioned attracting some spirit beasts, but you guys do not have to freak out. I am just messing with you. Just then, a shadow loomed behind Lam Tho. A few monkeys emerged from the gate. 2 hulking, muscular demon monkeys, 1 male and 1 female, with icy glares directed at Lam Tho and Chan Chan. The female said, 3. Fort so much food. The other replied, Ani, we can finally feast today. Chan Chan gasped, wide-eyed. Lamb though, what do we do? He suddenly shouted. It is a diamond guardian. The smaller one is a diamond love beast. Spirit weapons can deal some damage to the diamond love beast, but not enough for the guardian. He looked at them slowly and said, plus, my attack range can cover both spirit beasts at once. Even if we run, we can escape these two diamond-level spatial beasts. Without warning, Lamthu charged at them with lightning speed, his hair standing on end, fierce eyes locked on the beasts. He yelled, let us do this. Everyone take down the smaller one. I will hold off the big guy. In that moment, Chan Chan raised her hand, trying to stop him. You can do this alone. It is too dangerous. But before she could finish, Lamthu was already flying toward them, leaving her stunned. He was filled with fierce determination, calculating his next move without a second thought. Then, Lamthu teleported onto the shoulder of the spirit beast, raising his voice. Hey, demon monkey brothers, how about we coexist peacefully? The beast turned its massive head towards him. It suddenly swung its arm to knock Lamthu off, but it seemed oblivious to his presence. Turning away casually, the diamond guardian turned to the diamond love beast and asked, what is wrong, babe? It replied, nothing. I just felt something crawling on my shoulder. Hearing this, Lamthu suddenly shouted, brandishing a sharp spear, his face filled with fury. A bug. Ah. Let me show you what a bug can do. A cloud of white smoke billowed behind Lamthu. An intense battle erupted between two uneven forces, a gigantic spirit beast and a tiny human. Lamthu suddenly lunged at the spirit beast with a swift strike of his sword, his eyes burning with rage. The blade pierced its body, and a flash of green light erupted from the beast. Feeling the pain, it let out a roar. You are dead. Preparing to strike Lamthu, Lamthu responded, I will dodge. He continued to charge at the spirit beast with incredible speed, leaving it no time to react. Only able to turn and glance at Lamthu, his dagger plunged into its body, blood spraying everywhere as it screamed in agony. The beast, with its furious expression and imposing size, bellowed, where did this little punk come from? Let us see if I can take you down. Undeterred by the threat, Lamthu charged forward, stabbing the dagger into it again. With a smug grin, he laughed and thought, you can't hit me. How pathetic. Looks like I have not even bothered this beast yet. Just as he finished speaking, he lunged forward and landed a hit right on its face. Smack. The dagger connected. Blood splattered, and its face twisted in pain. But to his shock, the wound that had just opened began to heal almost instantly. Diamond, feeling frustrated, turned to his wife and said, damn it. Ani, you go eat first. I will finish this little brat and join you. His wife nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar, a fiery aura flaring up behind him, clearly showcasing his rage. You little punk. It seemed like the beast knew how to teleport just like Lamthu. It lunged at him with lightning speed, shouting. With that, it delivered a crushing blow to Lamthu's stomach, causing him to spit up blood. Pain was etched on his face as he gritted his teeth, letting out a strained cry. But then he suppressed the agony, using a defensive maneuver to stab its hand with the dagger, making it bleed profusely. As Lamthu attacked, the beast clenched its fist tightly, sizing up which was more formidable, its injuries or its punch. Its fist shot toward Lamthu, the force so powerful it sent him flying, a blazing red light following in its wake. That punch seemed to possess terrifying strength, creating a stream of energy that split trees in half as it passed, alongside Lamthu, who was now nowhere to be seen. Smoke billowed up, creating a nightmarish scene, with trees toppled everywhere. As the thick smoke cleared, Lamthu emerged, his face showing clear signs of pain. Head down, coughing up blood. But suddenly, his eyes turned cold, eyebrows furrowing as he stared down the beast. Diamond's voice rang out. Humans, your weapons are not half bad. Come here quietly, and I might spare your life. But Lamthu stood his ground, refusing to back down. He wiped the blood from his mouth, contemplating. Its healing speed is insane. If I could harness that, could I keep slaughtering beasts? Then Lamthu suddenly teleported through a green portal. He dashed toward it, dagger poised to pierce through its head. Here. Take this. The beast did not dodge or evade Lamthu's attack, allowing the dagger to pierce its head without resistance. This left him utterly stunned, realizing his strike had barely made an impact. Even after being stabbed in the head, Diamond remained calm and composed, manifesting a spatial technique. The beast raised a hand, preparing to retaliate against Lamthu's assault. It swung its fist towards him, a torrent of fiery light swirling around it. After taking a hit, Lamthu felt excruciating pain. Damn it. My skills are not doing any damage to it. But it can still hit me back, if that is the case. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone rushed in from behind to help take down the diamond bug, which was fighting back fiercely. Lamthu suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. In a moment, I will give you a chance. We need to unleash a killing blow. Understood. Seeing this, the spirit beast roared back, scoffing. What are you talking about? You think those bug soldiers can take me down? You could feel the disdain it had for Lamthu and his crew. He replied firmly, that is right, just with our bugs. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, determination blazing in his eyes. Lamthu pulled out a spirit beast to counter the diamond bug, a little black bug, and tossed it up into the air. As it was thrown, it suddenly transformed into a massive blue dragon. Letting out a thunderous roar, the little black bug soared high above, enormous and roaring fiercely. Surrounding it was a wave of blue energy that suppressed everything around. The dark creatures below were utterly stunned by its appearance. They froze in shock, fear washing over them as they faced this overwhelming force, each one gaping in disbelief. The arrival of the little black bug had turned the tide of the battle. Then, everyone shouted in unison, now's our chance. They charged forward. Determination etched on their faces as they aimed to defeat the spirit beast before them. Attack after attack flew toward the creature, which looked completely bewildered by the chaos. They struck hard at the spirit beast, a cloud of white smoke billowing up as it seemed to struggle, its mouth agape. It looked up at the sky. Suddenly, an overpowering force pierced through the diamond bug's mind, its eyes bulging, mouth wide open. The diamond bug roared in fury, revealing its sharp teeth, its eyes blazing with anger. It glared at Lamthu, readying itself for a fight. Hissing, how dare you? While hesitating slightly, Lamthu did not show any signs of weakness, charging at it with his spear. His gazy? The spirit beast roared back, I will kill you. Filled with rage, the diamond bug unleashed a wave of golden energy from its body. As Lamthu charged, he was knocked back by this force. Gritting his teeth in pain, he smirked, taunting the spirit beast with a cold glare. Go ahead. Try to kill me. Lamthu swung his arm, creating a massive vortex. Grinning as he said, perfect. I will use you to test my new treasure. He thrust his blade into the vortex, blue energy swirling around. Lamthu pulled it towards him, gripping tightly onto the weapon, shut his eyes tight. Teeth grinding. The force pulling him was immense. He refused to yield to the overwhelming power, but it was just too much for him. Finally, he collapsed, sent crashing against the rocks, which shattered behind him. Lamthu was gravely injured, groaning and losing consciousness. Blood flowed freely as the spear slipped from his grasp. Seeing this, everyone was in shock, frantically calling out for Lamthu. They rushed toward him, still unconscious on the ground. The monstrous creature, confused and enraged, had no idea what was happening. It did not understand why the guy passed out and thought, this punk must have offed himself. Suddenly, a burst of green energy emerged from the portal behind the spirit beast. Then, it shot through its head with a deafening crash, eyes wide open and mouth agape. That green energy rushed toward the beast, but it turned out to be the power of his blade. It suddenly stabbed right between the beast's legs with a thud. Seeing this, Kuanglan and Lin Yong were utterly stunned. She yelled out to the beast, while he teased, you almost met your maker there. Kuang Quan rushed over to help the beast up, but before she could do anything, Huang Fui Meng suddenly appeared, shouting, don't touch him, he is seriously injured. Moving him around could make things worse. Leave it to me. Then everyone moved him to an open area, where Huang Fui Meng worked hard to heal the beast, surrounded by a glowing green energy. After some time, the beast finally woke up, scratching his head and looking around in confusion. Softly saying, seeing him awake, Kuang Qian burst into tears, hugging him tightly, sobbing, Lintha, you are awake, how do you feel? She helped him sit up, slowly saying, don't cry anymore. Kuang, aren't I fine? He looked at her with a gentle gaze. Then, he turned to Huang Fui Meng and asked about that demon monkey. To which she replied slowly, they are all dead. Here are the spirit orbs from those 2 demon monkeys. She handed the spirit orbs to Lintha, who exclaimed, these 2 are spatial void skill orbs. He planned to use them for healing. Sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to recover from his internal injuries, streams of green energy surrounded Linthu, automatically healing his injuries. Did it not only contain natural energy but also the healing skills of the demon monkeys? Suddenly, Lintha pulled out a knife from nowhere, staring at it for a moment, then sliced his hand with the sharp blade. Seeing this, Wang Fu Yimeng exclaimed, Lintha, what are you doing? She hesitated mid-sentence. Suddenly, the cut on his hand healed rapidly, and he thought to himself, while not as fast as an immortal demon monkey, this was still quite impressive. Lintha clenched his fist, his gaze sharp and focused ahead. Plus, with the newly acquired spatial void skills, his chances of survival had skyrocketed. In the dark cave, a pair of terrifying red eyes suddenly appeared, sensing that it was time to unleash the ultimate chaos. Surely, an extraordinary force was gearing up for a showdown. The eyes glimmered, revealing the ferocity of the massive creature. Just a few more days of patience. It thought to itself. 3 days later, Lintha sat casually against a rock, resolutely stating, "No more withdrawals. No more. These past few days. All I have drawn were useless skills for farming. They won't help us at all right now." Suddenly, the system 9527 chimed in loudly. "You can withdraw anything. Those life skills in the outside world are all about making a fortune." Lintha remained unimpressed. Dismissing those skills without a second thought, he suddenly responded firmly, saying that aside from the spirit beasts, is there anything trustworthy we can pull out today? As soon as he finished speaking, he poked the system, and it suddenly beeped. "Stop poking. I am trying to awaken a skill." 9527 announced. S-grade body enhancement skill activated. Congratulations, host. You have received an S-grade body enhancement skill. Do you want to enhance now? Lamthu felt a surge of excitement, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed. It is really happening. Let us enhance right now, the system continued. Checking. The current state of the host's body is equivalent to 5-star diamond. Lamthu suddenly got hyped. Fists clenched, joyfully declaring, what a huge upgrade. Just as he was about to celebrate, 9527 said, don't get too cocky yet. Here's a tip. Keep Little Black stabilized for a bit. You have caught some attention. After hearing this, Lamthu felt a wave of unease wash over him and hurriedly asked the system, what do you mean? Caught attention, it firmly replied. Figure it out yourself. With a worried look, Lamthu realized that 9527's warning meant there could be a life-threatening situation. He recalled that recently, no spirit beasts had been causing trouble for them. Suddenly, he remembered the spirit beasts he had defeated. This must be thanks to Little Black. The only remaining threats to us must be those 2 martial-level spirit beasts. Thinking this, he quickly gathered everyone around and raised his voice. Everyone, come here for a moment. I have a proposal. Hearing Lamthu call, everyone gathered in front of him. He slowly said, ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate our victory in the competition, I propose we take the initiative to hunt and kill those diamond-grade spirit beasts. And Chun Chun was so surprised that she blurted out, hunt them down proactively. Lamthu explained slowly, that is right. Moreover, we will do our best to keep Little Black out of this. This mission will help us train ourselves. As he spoke, he gently patted Little Black's head with a determined expression. He continued, on the other hand, I have a plan called Diamond Slayer. In the desolate mountains, the air is fresh, and the trees are thriving. Suddenly, a fierce shadow wolf appeared out of nowhere, roaring powerfully, exuding a dark aura. After hearing its roar, a pack of lions rushed in from the distance. Appearing at the base of the cliff, Wolf suddenly spoke, I have not eaten meat for 2 days. This joy is long overdue. And it drooled as it spoke. Without warning, it leaped down from the cliff, barking, come on, be my meal, and dashed toward the lions with hungry eyes. The lion roared. Finally, one has come. This is it. Upon hearing this, the wolf looked utterly bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Little did it know, this was just a trap set by Lamthu's crew to lure it out, and the Emtine rushed in, binding its spirit. Hearing this, the wolf seemed to realize it had fallen into a trap, and immediately tried to teleport. It did not expect that its teleportation ability was not working now, and panicked. It shouted, why can't I teleport? Suddenly, Lamthu charged in with a blade at lightning speed. Leaving the wolf stunned and gaping, he lunged forward, stabbing the wolf, and a blinding light erupted from its body. After being stabbed, it howled in pain, revealing its sharp teeth. Lamthu quickly turned to everyone and shouted, brothers, we have got roasted meat today. Let us go for it. Hearing Lamthu's words, everyone charged towards the wolf at once. All for that roasted meat. They attacked fiercely, unleashing powerful moves against the wolf, making it cry out in agony. After a fierce battle, the wolf was brought down, unconscious. Dae Hong approached and picked up a spirit orb, bringing it to Lamthu in his hand. He held a pile of spirit orbs collected from slaying spirit beasts. Suddenly, a source of light appeared beside the lion, then flew over to the bear. They gasped in shock. It is... Where did this white wolf come from? Surrounded by a blazing light, it appeared with an angry face, ready for battle, clearly prepared for this moment. In unison, everyone shouted. Even the tiger was on alert, all ready to fight, feeling the tension in the air. Seeing this, Lamthu immediately stopped them, yelling, wait, don't attack just yet. Then, the wolf suddenly spoke. Which of you is the leader? I have something to discuss. Lamthu raised his voice, looking at it. That is, why are you looking for me? It gasped in disbelief. Humans can become leaders of spirit beasts and even speak our language. How is that possible? It stammered. Lam Thu scratched his head in annoyance, saying, "Why are you asking so many questions? Just get to the point." It replied gently, "I apologize. I did not mean to intrude. I represent the diamond-level spirit beasts to negotiate a peaceful coexistence." Hearing this, Lam Thu was astonished, exclaiming, "What is the benefit of peaceful coexistence?" It firmly responded, "I am here to trade intelligence on the Grandmaster-level spirit beasts. Right now, there are more than just 2 of them." Hearing this, Lam Thu was surprised, wondering why there were more than just 2 Grandmasters. Lam Thu crossed his arms, smiling confidently as he asked, "That is interesting. But just this information is not enough. How many spirit orbs can you bring to the table?" The wolf, realizing it could not control the situation, proactively offered, "I can manage 30 orbs for the deal." But Lam Thu disagreed, countering, "That is a bit low." The wolf saw he was not budging and then increased the offer. "The most I can do is 40 orbs. But that is my final offer." However, Lam Thu had no intention of negotiating like this. He crossed his arms, asserting, "It seems like you really do not understand." He pointed his spear at the giant wolf, declaring, "I can take down 40 on my own. Or why did not you go first?" His tone was no longer playful. "As for intelligence, I do not believe all of you have tough bones. Maybe let us test one of you for a bit." The wolf understood the gravity of its situation, pausing to think, beads of sweat soaking its fur. "Well, anything that can be solved with money can certainly be solved with a lot of money. It just has not offered enough yet." The wolf raised its price again. 54 orb. "That is all I have. I can give any more." Satisfied with the price, Lam Thu immediately lowered his spear, replying, "Now that is what I am talking about." That is not all of Lam Thu's intentions yet. He calls over a pack of lions and introduces them to Soi Min. "Plus, there is one condition. After I leave, you all are not to lay a finger on my beast companions." Hearing this, the lions just wanted to cry. They did not say a word, but their hearts were deeply moved, thinking, "The master is actually considering us, even though we have recognized him as human, and we are not of the same kind. Following him feels incredibly worthwhile." One of the lions sat down to let Lam Thu stroke its head, crying as it declared, "Master, from now on, if you have any instructions, we will face any danger. We won't back down." Lam Thu smiled and petted the lion's mane, responding, "No need for that. From now on, we are all brothers." Soi Men had finished thinking on this side. It accepted the condition without any displeasure, surprised that a human would actually think about the beasts. Standing outside the tent, Lam Thu heard its affirmation and agreed. "All right, then let the alliance be established." Establishing this alliance means they are allies. So Lam Thu had no reason not to invite an understanding wolf into the temporary meeting room. He lifted the curtain to welcome them in, and invited them to discuss intelligence in detail. Inside the large tent were 2 sides. On one side, 3 legal representatives, and on the other, Lam Thu and Soi Men, who had just established their pact. Lam Thu began to ask, "Earlier you mentioned there are not just 2 positions of power." Soi Men did not hold back and replied, "Currently, there are not just 2 big leaders in the center." Soi Men explained that the Rat of the Void was given special treatment because it was good at flattering the big boss, Malong. Lam Thu could not believe that even in the animal kingdom, someone could be promoted through flattery. He felt a mix of interest and amazement. Even a rat can climb the ranks by buttering up. He then heard Soi Men mention a new character, and out of curiosity, he asked, "What kind of beast is Malong of the Void?" Soi Men answered, "Although everyone calls it Malong." It paused for a moment, as if recalling, before describing, "It resembles a winged snake. But do not say I said that. The boss hates being called a snake." Imagining the image of Malong, Lam Thu could not help but think, "This sounds like a dragon." Lam Thu continued with another question, the final one. "Why do not the beasts in this spirit realm go outside?" This question struck right at a sensitive topic, so Soi Men hesitated slightly, vaguely saying, "Well, this issue dates back over 50 years. Sensing a whiff of ancient tales, Lam Thu snapped his fingers, pulling a bunch of popcorn from the system, smiling as he said, "Take your time telling me. I have got plenty of popcorn. This vibe says you better spill the tea." Soi Men was handed a bag of popcorn, grabbing a piece and curiously looking at the white fluff in its paw, asking, "What is this?" Lam Thu continued munching casually. Hearing the question, he suggested, "Just eat it, and you will find out." Without a hint of suspicion, tossed the popcorn into its mouth. After tasting it, its eyes widened. Being used to meat, this new flavor was quite the surprise. Soi Men was satisfied, blooming with joy, exclaiming, "What kind of divine delicacy is this?" But the popcorn is just a side note. Lam Thu could not let a wolf's compliment about his favorite snack overshadow the main story, so he excitedly urged, "Stop getting sidetracked. Hurry up and tell the story. The Wolf of Uman began to reflect, sharing stories I heard from my mother fox. Over 50 years ago, spirit beasts could freely enter and exit the spirit realm, thanks to the scarcity of spiritual energy outside at that time. But there were always curious spirit beasts, wanting to explore the outside world. After all, they were all part of the spatial system. And once they got bored, they could just head back home. Back then, many beasts had ventured outside to play. And as fate would have it, those creatures wielding spatial powers were spotted by humans. The Wolf of Uman continued. My second ancestor had once left the spirit realm and apparently caused a catastrophe out there, encountering powerful foes who hunted him down. Not long after he returned, he perished. And from that day on, a human arrived in the spirit realm, likely from an extremely rare sealing system. He boldly stood in mid-air within the spirit realm, completely unfazed by beasts that were 2 to 3 times his size. The Wolf of Uman recalled how he completely suppressed our spatial abilities, single-handedly defeating all the spirit beasts deep within the spirit realm. At that time, the bodies of those spirit beasts were scattered everywhere, and no one was left standing except for that one guy, the one with the sealing system. As the Wolf of Uman wrapped up the story, he expressed, from that day forward, we never left the spirit realm again. That formidable human seemed to be named Tifeng. Lum Thu was taken aback, realizing these spirit beasts knew about someone named Tifeng, and he exclaimed, Tifeng, the first leader of my people. But this time, the Wolf of Uman did not respond. Instead, he just grabbed 2 bags of popcorn and started to leave, drumming along, saying, well, I have given you the intel. I am off to fetch some spirit bowls for you. But Lam Thu was not ready to let him go just like that and called out, hey, do not rush off so quickly. Lam Thu chuckled and added, I have got this delicious treat. You are definitely going to love it. Seeing that smile on his face, the Wolf of Uman became even more cautious. What are you up to? I am just a straightforward fox. I am not selling my body or soul. Hearing this, Lam Thu quickly retorted, what are you thinking? I just want to sell some snacks. You can use spirit bowls to buy them. So that is what it was. Turns out he just wanted to sell some goodies. But human food seemed really delicious, so the Wolf of Uman asked curiously, the snacks? Are they the crunchy and sweet ones I had earlier? Lam Thu noticed his interest was piqued and eagerly promoted his goods. Exactly, not just popcorn, but there are also potato chips, peanuts, and many other varieties. The spirit beasts had no shortage of spirit bowls. But the important thing was they had never tasted such delicious treats before. The Wolf of Uman pulled out a spirit bowl without hesitation and said, these things are great. Lam Thu had now become the salesman, offering products to a bunch of clueless beasts. He quoted a price. 1 box of popcorn equals 1 platinum-grade spirit bowl, or 10 golden-grade spirit bowls. How does that sound? The Wolf of Uman, who probably had never interacted with humans before, was like a cow being butchered by Lam Thu's pricing, nodding in acceptance. This price is totally reasonable. Lam Thu even threw in a special offer. I will give you a perk. If those diamond-grade spirit beasts buy 10 bags, I will throw in 1 for free. What do you think? The wolf perked up and asked back. Really? Keep talking. And if you introduce me to over 100 platinum spirit orbs, I will throw in a piece of top-grade beast meat for you. The Uman wolf is practically bouncing with excitement, wagging its tail and making hungry noises. With such tempting offers, I gotta run back, so do not you dare disappear on me. Lam Thu is overjoyed, laughing. Ha! I am going to strike it rich. I am definitely winning this competition. Everyone behind him, overhearing his chat with the wolf, can't help but sigh in amazement. He really is something else. Lam Thu rallies everyone. Come on, guys. Stay focused. The customers are on their way. Sounds of commotion come from afar. They have set everything up to welcome the incoming guests. A pack of silver tigers trails behind the Uman wolf, growling. The food is near. Folks, they slowly approach their tent. Kong Ho, holding a pile of snacks, asks nervously, what should we do? Lam Thu, those diamond-level spirit beasts are almost here, and we might not have a scrap left. Lam Thu calmly reassures him. Don't panic. Just watch me. He grabs the megaphone. He may look like a little ant standing before them, but he boldly shouts into the speaker. What is the rush? Everyone line up, one at a time. As soon as he finishes, they shrink down in size. The tiger, who scoffs, you sure talk big. If the food is not good, I will wreck your stall, Lam Thu confidently replies. Don't worry. You will be satisfied. Hu is not stingy. He pulls out a bag full of spirit orbs and spills them onto the ground. A massive pile of spirit orbs fills the stall, alongside 3 huge pieces of leg meat. Lam Thu exclaimed. Hu is generous, spending 308 spirit orbs for 3 pieces of top-grade beast meat. Hu opens his mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and takes a bite of the meat. For 3 pieces of meat costing this many spirit orbs, I am curious to see if it is worth it. The moment the meat hits his tongue, his expression changes dramatically. His entire body seems to be engulfed in flames as he exclaims, "This top-grade beast meat is divine. Absolutely divine." His words and actions leave the spirit beasts behind in shock and curiosity. They wonder, "What? Is this really top-grade beast meat? Is it that delicious? I want to try some too," he confidently declares. "Give me 500 bags. I will pay with 700 spirit orbs. First, move it up front. There is a long line of spirit beasts behind me." Lamtho calms them down. "We have got plenty of supplies. Everyone can line up to buy. If there are no spirit orbs, you can trade with mineral stones too." After a busy sale, Lamtho sits down, exhausted. Finally, the day as sales are over, he is wiped out. Kuang Ho is so tired he collapses on the ground, feeling like his soul is about to leave his body after spending the whole day at the stall. Chan Chan comes over with 2 cans of drinks to cheer them up. "You have worked hard. How did we do today?" He heads towards the mysterious large tent and says, "Well, let us. We have got tons of shimmering spirit orbs inside. We raked in at least 3,000-4,000 platinum spirit orbs today. And do not even get me started on the other minerals and spirit orbs." Everyone is shocked. Chan Chan gasps, "That is so much." Kuang Ho adds, "They must be cleaned out their entire stash. This is faster than a robbery." They chime in from behind. "If we keep selling like this, our spirit orb count will be #1 in the world." A gust of wind blew in, and Lamtho turned around to respond. "Starting tomorrow, I am not selling anymore." Everyone was stunned by his decision, feeling a mix of disbelief and confusion. Right after that day, counting down to the emergence of the low-level spirit beasts. With just 1 day left, Lamtho closed his eyes, deep in thought. Waiting, the group led by Chu arrived. "Sir, you called us here today for..." He suddenly made his announcement. "I declare that from this moment on, the spirit beast army will disband." The spirit beasts were shocked, panicking and begging him, "Please, sir. What happened? Are you really going to abandon us?" Lamtho remained silent, scratching his head in contemplation. He crossed his arms and ordered, "Silence. Where do you think you are going? Let me finish speaking," he nervously announced. "I have noticed that ever since you joined me, you have stopped thinking. Do you even know what tomorrow is? The leader of the martial arts team is out training, and you guys are just hanging around here. What do you plan to do? Let them catch you all at once." He continued, "Also, the spirit ore is still in your space. Once we are done, I will come find you." The spirit beasts understood and happily agreed. "Sir, we will disband now and wait for you at the entrance of the spirit realm." Chumak also followed the group of spirit beasts. And I, along with the void lion, had a connection. So I decided to stick with them. Lamtho saw this, and a small smile crept onto his face as he waved them goodbye. "All right. Everyone, stay hidden and do not get caught." Behind him, Kong Hu curiously asked, "Lamtho, what about us? Should we find a place to hide too?" Lamtho did not deny it. "Next I plan to split our group into 2. He announced, pointing into the forest. "You all go find a place to hide, while I and Xiao Hai will take a different route." Tran Tran objected. "No way. It is too dangerous for you to go alone." He scratched his head and confidently said, "Don't worry. I am from the space system. Going alone is the safest option. Being with you all would just slow me down." Trung Lei also spoke up to stop him. "Lamtho, I think you should reconsider. Why not run away with us?" Not wanting them to notice, Tran Tran interrupted their short advice. "No need to convince him anymore," she continued. "What Lamtho has decided, we can change. Everyone, please step aside a bit. I need to talk to him privately." He looked at her with many thoughts swirling in his mind. "Tran Tran, you and I go to the open field." Tran Tran sat down on the ground, each with their own different thoughts. She glanced at him and spoke first. "You are hiding something from me, and I do not want to pry too much," Lamtho assured her. "Tran Tran, I would not joke around with my life. I am not doing anything dangerous." Tran Tran, feeling anxious, replied, "You are not good at lying." "Lamtho," she hesitated and asked, "Can you take me with you?" Lamtho comforted her, ruffling her hair. But I promise I will come back safe," he spoke softly. "After all, I still have a lot to finish." She looked puzzled. "A lot of things." He mischievously raised a finger. "You still owe me a kiss. And I have not even gotten you to have a bunch of kids yet. So nothing will happen to me." A Tran Tran's face darkened. "Who wants to have kids with you? You told me to just tease her. But if you do not show up, there are plenty of others waiting in line." She is clenching her fists in anger. "And you dare." Lamtho took her tightly clenched hand, saying, "I would not dare." He gently lifted Zhen Zhen's hand and kissed it, saying, "I promised your uncle I would marry you, and I vowed to bring you happiness. I will make this happen." She looked at him. "Lamtho." He stood up cautiously and said, "So no matter what happens, you must hide and wait for me." Zhen Zhen replied, Don't worry. You have to stay safe. I will be waiting for you. Lam Thu confidently grinned at Xiao Hai on his shoulder, saying, Xiao Hai has reached a decision. There is no hiding anymore. Let us show off a bit. It instantly agreed. Alright then, It transformed into a long, majestic green dragon, radiating strength and authority. From the air, he pulled out a giant golden staff and said, Zhen Zhen waved goodbye from below. Xiao Hai let out a few roars, and Lam Thu sat on its head. He was thrilled, laughing. Ha! This is exhilarating. Xiao Hai. Speed up. People below saw a man and a dragon soaring through the sky. A man commented, That kid is way too arrogant. At this rate, I bet Country Z is going to take first place in this world competition. We have not even caught a single spirit cow in days. Anthony chimed in. There is no way they could be first. He turned to ask, Do you guys have some secret weapon or something? He grinned wickedly. Ha! Can't spill the beans just yet. You will find out in a few days. Lam Thu was surveying the surroundings from atop Xiao Hai. He contacted the 9527 system, awakening his skills for today. He clasped his hands and pleaded. You see me being hunted down? Right. Please let me break through to diamond level. The system barked back. Host, your skin is getting thicker by the day. The system announced. Awakening skill. Obtains rank golden porridge skill. After use, it creates a golden shield, maximizing your defensive capabilities. Lam Thu was both surprised and overjoyed. Finally, I have a powerful shield. 9527. I love you to death. It disdainfully replied. Gross. Goodbye. After awakening his new skill, he looked at the mountainous scenery and exclaimed. It is already bright out. Time to get moving. He pulled out a red cloth from his space that read, Breakfast by Lam Thu, and hung it on Xiao Hai's two horns. The first step was to attract attention and stir up some hatred. He pulled out more fabric from his space. Lam Thu grabbed a megaphone and shouted. Simon. Fresh soy milk. Fried doff sticks. Boiled eggs for sale. Just one platinum spirit pearl will get you a meal. He yelled loudly from the sky. Step right up. Do not miss out. This caught the attention of several spirit beasts. They were quite surprised by this. And the fish could not help but say, selling breakfast now. As much as I want to eat, we better run. The brown bear on the shore agreed. Exactly. Once those big bosses of martial arts arrive, we won't be able to escape. Lam Thu saw the spirit beasts ignoring him and fleeing. Brother Jing judged them, saying, What a bunch of cowards. Trying to make a quick buck on the side. Brother Jing turned his head in shock and shouted. In the distance, there were ethereal dragons, space rats flying in from the void. Lam Thu quickly realized. The direction they were headed was where their real bodies were hiding. He knelt down on one knee, anxiously telling Little H, Hurry. Draw the hatred of those three martial arts guys. Little obeyed. Yep. Taking a deep breath, Little A shouted. Hey you trash over there. Come here. Successfully drawing their attention, they immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. The ethereal dragon recognized it. And the pressure was palpable. This was the breakthrough opportunity they would been waiting for. As soon as Little H finished speaking, it quickly shrank down. Lam Thu hurriedly said, Little H, hide in my bag. After that, he jumped down. They turned to look at him and Little H just moments ago. In the forest, now on the ground. He activated his absolute concealment. Lam Thu pulled out a loudspeaker from the space. At that moment, they also arrived at his location. The leader did not speak. Lord Dragon. There was a space disturbance here just now. The one who provoked you must be nearby. Lam Thu used the loudspeaker to shout provocatively. Wait. Stupid dragon. Come catch me. The dragon focused on the direction of the sound. As the loudspeaker blared. If you can catch me, I will let you have some fun. Hee. It pointed at the loudspeaker, saying, Who told you to do this? The loudspeaker continued blaring. Wait. Stupid dragon. Come catch me. It angrily clenched the loudspeaker. Unable to understand the language of the spirit beasts. I am asking you. The loudspeaker kept blaring. Wait. Stupid dragon. It angrily bit into the loudspeaker. The dragon spat out the shredded loudspeaker. What kind of toy is this? So hard to swallow. Wait. Do you want to eat this? The leader turned away from the ruined loudspeaker. It immediately ran over, happily munching on the tasty loudspeaker, soaked in the divine saliva of the big boss. The flavor was unique and delicious. Lam, though, hiding behind a tree, observed them. He thought, why are not they leaving? My concealment skill is about to run out. He saw they still had no plans to go. He reluctantly transformed into a beast, thinking he had no other choice. The ethereal dragon noticed. Who is there? Lam Thu transformed into a rabbit and jumped out. O mighty dragon. With your wisdom and strength, I am just a little beast here to deliver news. Lam Thu pointed towards the forest. Just now, a huge black dragon carried a human in that direction. The dragon looked at him suspiciously. It extended a claw towards him, accidentally scratching his face and drawing blood. Where did you pop out from? Did you really see a black dragon? Lindu put on a pitiful act. Flattering. Little beast would never dare to deceive the great Lord Malong, who is as dashing and imposing as you are. It seemed like he was quite pleased with Lindu's compliment, as he pulled out a golden spirit orb and said, "From your praise, I can tell you are very sincere. Good. Once I catch them, I will definitely reward you handsomely." They immediately flew in the direction he pointed, following the little rabbit's orders. The remaining void rat, feeling a bit annoyed, said to him, "Hey, that rabbit of yours should be a little smarter. Only I can flatter the master. No more chances next time," he replied with a sigh. "Yep. My lord," he said, watching as their figures disappeared into the distance. Thinking, that was intense. They have finally taken off. Success. He smirked slyly, using his mind control technique. With those 3 big shots gone, it was time for the second phase of the plan. A little house burglary. He flew to the spot he indicated, scanning the surroundings, but the void rat was puzzled. Wait a minute. I have been searching for so long. Could it be that the speed of that black dragon is even faster than mine? It glided down and accidentally spotted a spirit beast below. Recognizing it as the big boss with the wide stance, they landed near the spirit beast standing there, and in a panic, it pleaded, "My lord, please do not eat me. I have an elderly mother above and a child below. Please have mercy." The void rat replied, "Why are you rambling? Have you seen any black dragons around?" When the spirit beast reported, "I think I saw a black dragon with a human yesterday." The surrounding spirit beasts all called him Rabbit Skin. As soon as it finished speaking, the void rat suddenly remembered Lindu and realized something was off. "Rabbit, this is bad. I have been tricked." The void rat quickly soared into the air, ordering the spatial illusion and the void rat to split up and take action. Forget about those humans and spirit beasts. Focus all your efforts on capturing that rabbit. They obeyed. Yep. In the forest, Lamthu activated his ultimate camouflage technique, hiding behind a tree to observe. He thought, the lair of Malong must be in this direction. From a distance, he spotted a group heading that way too. Why is Team E here? Are they also planning to raid the place like me? Along with the leader of Team E, who transformed into a brown bear, there was also the vice captain, in the form of a swan. He jumped down behind them. Katiusa was surprised. "Lamtho, what are you doing here?" He did not respond immediately and shot back with a question. "I was about to ask you the same thing," the leader of Team E replied. "Why should we tell you?" "But we came to the lair of the spirit beast at the martial arts level." It just so happened that he revealed himself, leaving the vice captain speechless. He smiled. "What a coincidence. I am in the same boat. Let us see how we can collaborate." The swan covered his mouth. "Seriously? How can you not keep anything under wraps?" Katiusa cleared his throat a few times. Cough. Cough. "We can collaborate. But let us make it clear first 9-1. Lamtho disagreed. "Then I might as well go solo. If you really want to team up, how about 5-5? Katiusa countered. "That is not fair. We have more people." He shot back. "I have a spatial system. I can store a lot of treasures." The two negotiated. "I know you have a spatial system, but I have a diamond-level powerhouse here. My spatial system can help you escape in critical moments. And we also have combat formations to boost our battle power." He still would not back down. "I have a spatial system." Lamtho pointed at the team leader, suggesting, "How about this? Let us have a duel. If I win, it is 5-5. If you win, then it is 9-1. The swan looked skeptical. "With your level, you want to challenge our captain?" The leader of Team E scoffed confidently at his proposal. "Haha. Did I hear that right? With that weak body of yours, I could knock you down before you even realize it." The swan added. "Good. You can't just rely on your spatial system to dodge." He did not take Lamthu seriously, thinking he could just avoid the fight. But Lamthu seized the moment. Before he could finish his sentence, he launched a surprise attack, knocking him hard to the ground. He pinned the leader's arm, causing him pain. "I give up. It hurts too much. I admit defeat." Lamthu grinned in satisfaction and turned to the others. "What do you think?" The swan shook hands with him. "You won. Let us collaborate happily." In her mind, she was quite surprised, watching Lamthu help the captain up. What is this kid's background? How could he easily take down our strongest captain? A group gathered under the canopy of trees in the forest. Lamthu suggested, "Let us take a 30-minute break." Katius sincerely said, "Thanks for sharing your food with us." As he handed over the box to them, he replied politely, "If we are collaborating, then let us not hold back." He asked further, "By the way, do you always transform? You are at stage 3. It does not seem too dangerous." The swan replied, "Not really. We revert to human form when resting." He then said, "Let us switch back to human form now." As he finished speaking, clouds began swirling around her, indicating she was reverting from her beast form. Lamthu suddenly realizes something and gasps. "Wait a minute. You guys are not wearing any clothes." A short-haired girl appears, her toned body shining through the clouds. Teasing. Never seen a scene like this. Ah. You are still a little innocent. Are not you? The vibrant spring scene hits the young guy like a ton of bricks, making him nosebleed as he angrily retorts. So what if I am still innocent? The others laugh, and a bear-like guy chuckles. Little dude. You are just too honest. Cat Tiuxa steps closer, her spring beauty catching his eye, and she playfully asks, "Want me to help you become a real man?" With a manly flair, he throws a long towel over his rugged terrain and says, "Don't get any ideas. I am not someone you can just touch." This leaves her stunned. Whoa, she frowns, watching him turn away and let out an annoyed sigh. Looks like someone's heart belongs to another. The captain steps up, slapping him on the shoulder and laughing. Haha. Never thought our Cat Tiuxa would take an interest in you. That feisty short-haired girl blushes unexpectedly. Captain. What are you talking about? The captain orders. Everyone. Listen up. Break us over. Rally your spirits. We are going in. The team responds in unison. Yep, sir. 2 days slip by, and they find themselves in front of a cave. Lamthu shines a light into the darkness, declaring, "If I am not mistaken, this must be the lair of Uncle Shu." He leads the way with the lantern, and the team follows one by one into the cave. The captain excitedly laughs. Haha. Lin Chi-Chu. My treasure. We are here. Cat Tiuxa chimes in. Wait. Keep it down a bit. Suddenly, the captain's voice falters. Wait. What is going on? The whole group freezes, gazing in shock at what lies ahead. The captain exclaims. Holy crap. They said Lin Chu was everywhere. But this is a mountain of treasures. Cat Tiuxa remains calm, crossing her arms. Do you think it is possible that a spatial beast hid all its treasures here? Lamtha ponders. Maybe. The captain cuts in, raising his voice. Then what are we waiting for? You want us to go find them? Lamtha smirks, rallying the team. All right, no more sulking. We have still got 2 more houses to hit. Cat Tiuxa adds eagerly. That is right. Captain. Let us pump up the energy. They move to a new base, the lair of the spatial bandit, inching their way inside. He observes. This architecture is still standing, even though it defies conventional building techniques. She gestures for everyone behind her. What are you staring at? Our goal is to raid this place. He is exploring the stone walls, realizing they are made of spirit ore. No wonder it has not collapsed. The captain swiftly hoists a massive boulder onto his back. Showing off. Check this out. This is made from spirit ore, worth a fortune. She frowns. This is ridiculous. How are we supposed to carry that? Lamthu is deep in thought. Frowning. The decor in this place seems. It feels like this spatial bandit has been to the human world. One team member excitedly shouts. Captain. We have made a groundbreaking discovery. The spoils we are talking about are the treasures buried underneath that must be washed up the shimmering spirit orbs. He helplessly watched the group over there cheering joyfully, saying, well, we are only getting this little bit of spirit orbs. A little while later, they emerged from the cave with bags of all sizes, and he felt a bit happier, thinking, all right, that will do for now. Flipping over the map, Linthu expressed some dissatisfaction, saying, we are not getting enough from these 2 spots. The last one is the lair of the demon dragon. We need to find something good there. The map clearly marked the routes to the bases they needed to rob. The group got excited. Pumping their fists in the air and shouting, they arrived at the lair of the demon dragon, where the cave entrance was sculpted into the gaping mouth of a monster welcoming them. From within, a golden light shone, enticing them like a moth to a flame. As Linthu observed and checked the map again, he concluded, the demon dragon's lair must be right here. They entered, with him leading the way, and in front of them were massive spirit stones glowing with a stunning blue light. They were all thrilled with the bounty before them, and the team leader could not help but shout, this is top-notch stuff. They quickly pulled out large bags to collect these valuable items under his orders. And everyone got to work. Everyone searched for spirit orbs, leaving out the platinum grade ones. Moving swiftly, Kathusa smiled and replied, got it. Then, he spotted a stone emitting a mysterious black light and exclaimed joyfully, we hit the jackpot. Besides the spirit orbs, there is also a supreme spirit mineral here. He was stunned to receive an alert from the system. Warning, enemy forces will arrive in 5 seconds. His face showed a mix of confusion and alarm as the system blared. Danger. What is happening? Thanks to the emergency alert from the system, they quickly teleported outside. Linthu frowned in anger, thinking, damn it, we can only harvest this much today. Suddenly, a ferocious beast appeared out of nowhere, roaring with its mouth wide open. Hearing that roar, they all got into fighting stances, and the team leader and Kathusa realized something was off. Their mouths agape in shock. Linthu sprinted forward at full speed, yelling, everyone, get out of the way. A mysterious gate appeared, surrounded by a fiery red glow with a deep, Dark blue who inside it was the entrance to the unknown. The other two were frozen. Spraying confusion. Lin Thu. What is going on? He is running off alone. Seeing this, the others thought they should be cautious of Lin Thu. Thinking, are we being used as bait here? What do we do? The demon dragon is coming. A similar gate appeared on the demon dragon's side. Damn it. That stupid dragon is back. We need to run. Now. Hearing this, the demon dragon realized it was time to escape. It was that pesky human. And he was definitely doomed. The demon dragon spread its wings wide, charging toward him in an attempt to catch him. The group with Lin Thu watched in stunned silence, their faces dark with disbelief. After a moment, the team leader finally spoke up. He is really gone. This team's logic is clearing him of blame. You guys misunderstood him as the bait. Watching the massive dragon chase him down, she silently hoped. The fourth Ethia. You have to be safe. Malong and I crawled through the underbrush to catch up to his footsteps. As soon as I settled down, he started scanning the area, creating ripples in the air around us. He was using absolute invisibility, hiding behind a large rock, carefully observing Malong's movements. While watching, he frowned in annoyance, thinking, that winged snake better not slip away on me. After a long while with nothing detected, he concluded that he could not sense any presence, so there was no need to search anymore. With that dim-witted Malong quickly took off into the sky. Even Lin Thu was taken aback by this move. He was sweating bullets, thinking, giving up that quickly. From above, Malong opened his mouth wide as if to absorb all the energy for this fateful strike. From the jaws of that monster, filled with razor-sharp teeth, came a massive surge of energy, a projectile of air. The bullet shot out, soaring towards its predetermined target without losing a bit of force. At that moment, he realized Malong was not dim-witted at all but was actually trying to trap him. Game over. The strike came crashing down, shattering the ground into fragments that scattered in all directions. The aftermath of the attack left a massive water crater. Still smoking, Malong landed again, scrutinizing the area to confirm his suspicion that rabbit was definitely not here. He opened his mouth to roar. The meaning behind the roar was clear. Summon the beasts. The birds with shiny golden feathers and fiery red eyes swooped down, ready for action. Below, the fierce wolves had gathered, and Malong commanded, all spirit beasts, search for the humans. Any abnormalities? Report back to me immediately. Once they received the order, they split up and began their search. Yep. My minions. A suspicious rock appeared, but the wolves ignored it, their hurried steps gliding past as if nothing was there. Of course, that rock was Lin Thu. They could not sense him before, but now they could sense he had dropped his invisibility. Witnessing all this made him frown, silently worrying. This is too dangerous. A monkey with fiery red eyes was emitting a golden glow. This was the spatial void technique. Impermanence. At this moment, he silently reflects, thankful he got the void space skill earlier. Otherwise, he would be toast right now. Gazing into the distance where the spirit beast passed, he silently prays that they have all set out, hoping everyone will be safe. The scene shifts to a massive cave entrance, where a man sits against the wall, exuding danger. Nearby, a girl with ocean blue hair has her eyes closed, either concentrating or perhaps catching some Z's. A sharp-billed bird, a bit on the pudgy side, is darting quickly this way. The contemplative girl has also noticed the appearance of the spirit beast, and is staring wide-eyed in shock. Everyone goes into battle mode after hearing the command. A spirit beast is attacking. Unleash the field. Do executes the order while unexpectedly asking why the spirit beasts are going berserk right now. Different abilities. They all charge into battle. Right now, everyone is gearing up to fight. The relentless storm of attacks from the martial artists relentlessly takes down those monstrous creatures. The curly-haired guy furrows his brow and shouts, come on, everyone, just hold on for 2 more hours. Once the spirit abyss reactivates, we can get out of here. The birds fly out and through the mind gate. They have their thoughts too. These guys are not simple. I need to inform the boss. The curly-haired guy frowns as electric sparks fly around him. Great. Just us left. A powerful strike sends blood flying everywhere and takes the life of the unfortunate bird. The bird's body plummets to the ground at their feet. They discuss strategies, thinking that as long as they do not encounter a true level beast, lasting another 2 hours will be a piece of cake. Job done. The other guy worries silently, unsure about Lin Thu's situation. A series of mind gate portals appear in the central area. That full black bird warns Malong and the other powerful spirit beasts arriving here. Boss, these guys are tough. Malong speaks first. You must be the buddies of that rabbit. Right, more spirit beasts are showing up here. And the curly-haired guy grinds his teeth, feeling uneasy, thinking, damn it, we are surrounded. The 4 of them are ready to fight with their power levels stacked against the spirit beasts here. The 6-armed man shouts orders. Everyone, Get down. Continuous punches are launched in a swirling motion, targeting every direction with precision. Those hands wield sharp knives, executing lethal strikes. The swift slashes leave the spirit beasts writhing in pain, sprawled out in pools of blood. Halts his attack as the spirit beasts fall like straw. Amidst the sounds of strawberry syrup splattering, he silently calculates. Over 130 shots fired, hoping he can control them first. After witnessing that impressive display, Malong could not help but wonder, do humans really possess weapons like that now? With the Lella group completely wiped out, Malong commanded 2 higher quality spirit beasts to step forward, and they obliged with a nod. The fiery legs and ocean blue hair of the girl had been torn at by them. The spirit beast with 2 horns fixed its blood-red, ravenous eyes on her, silently noting that this woman carried a unique aura left behind when one of our kind fell. He inhaled deeply, catching that distinct scent, and immediately recognized it. How infuriating, another one from the group that slaughters our kin. The 2 horns suggested to the rat, forget the others. That little girl is all mine. The rat chuckled. You have got some strange tastes. You know, but both of those horned beasts charged in, and the rat, sounding very much like it was conceding, said, fine. All I need to do is kill. The 2 spirit beasts flew at lightning speed, forcing everyone to instantly brace for defense. The gentleman with noble airs raised his hand and shouted his spirit technique. Heavenly motion. Infinite forms. 2 monstrous figures gradually took shape, pieced together from shards of aquamarine quartz. The 2 horns looked on, puzzled. Is that all there is to it? He grasped the creature, feeling triumphant as he unleashed his move, the space around them crackling with energy. He was stunned, thinking, why is not there any reaction? No way. My spirit power must be ineffective. Seeing this, the rat quickly employed its technique, forcing the horns to cancel each other out. The punch from the creature rebounded towards the 2 horns, and he quickly dodged away. An explosive shockwave erupted, powerful enough to shatter a mountain. The noble-looking guy excitedly exclaimed, we did it. Let us keep this up and take them down. The rat countered, no way. Their spirit energy is too strong, I can't hold out much longer. The 2 horns were tougher than expected, and he grinned maniacally. Baring his teeth, he used his strong jaws, on by drinking milk, to crunch down on their creature. The battle raged on, chaos erupting everywhere. The 2 horns zeroed in, diving straight for the noble guy. You little punk, you dare hit me. The rat sneered in disdain. Chirp, chirp, chirp. If you use that skill to punch, it is gonna hurt a bit. The 2 horns seized the soft neck of their prey. And you little brat. I will take you out first. Malong interrupted the fun, barking orders. Wait, hand her over to me. Malong, radiating energy, roared. That rabbit over there. From now on, as long as you do not show up, I will kill someone every 5 minutes. Despite the blood pouring from her mouth, the green-haired girl still thought of someone else. Lumthu. These guys are too strong. You absolutely must not show up. Meanwhile, Lumthu was traversing the forest with a lion, and both the horns seemed to sense something. Turning their gaze towards the group approaching, the lion blocked his path. Stop. You can't go any further. The 3 masters of martial arts are all there. Ignoring the warning, he retorted. I have to go. Hack Long chimed in. Big bro. That is useless. He looked to Hacky Long, the dragon, expressing, I can tell Malong's true target is not you. Me. Hearing that, he calmly replied, if that is the case, let us eliminate them all together, right now. The other 3 are locked up in a spatial prison, while the girl with the blue hair is trapped by the energy of Malong. Malong sings out loud, almost heartbreakingly, saying, the time is almost here. Looks like that little rabbit has stopped caring about you. Malong's countdown echoes. 5, 4, 3. But she is not scared. Instead, she mocks him. Good. If you do not come, then you will get nothing. A light touch, yet full of power. Damn girl. So tough. Tears welling up in fear, she grits her teeth and silently wishes. Linthu, please do not come. We can meet again later. Just in time. A spear appears to block that powerful attack. Linthu appears, standing protectively in front of her, all manly as he says, sorry, with a reprimanding look. She responds, Linthu, why did you come back? He lovingly replies, our promise is not fulfilled yet. How could I not come back? A romantic scene unfolds as she falls into his arms. Don't leave me alone again. He gently pats her back. I can promise that. He shifts her into a safe space, reuniting with the others. She stands up, banging on the door. Linthu, are not you going to talk to Malong? How's he doing? He firmly declares. This time, I won't run away, but before I die, you are not allowed to attack anyone in the spatial prison. Her voice echoes defiantly. Dante. Linthu, the black dragon shrinks its body, Landing right on his head, Malong calmly agrees. Alright. But he is already plotting something. The feeling is intense. If I can eat this black dragon, I can break through to the next level. He tightly grips a golden vial. As if scheming something, he rushes over to him, saying, Linthu, this potion can greatly enhance your strength for a while. But the side effects are huge. Use it carefully. He reaches out to grab it. Thanks. Malong. Witnessing this, can't help but comment. You guys really have a lot of toys. All those times you escaped were thanks to this stuff. He quickly responds. It is a long story. It all started one night 18 years ago. You can tell it is a stretch. So Malong interrupts. Stop wasting time. You two take care of this kid. They both respond in unison. Yep. Energy explodes around him, and bunny ears pop up on his head. He is transforming. The black dragon obediently crawls into his body. And when he hears the command, the little dragon says, You go in first. A giant rat leaps up, looking terrifying as it growls. Kid. You dared to mess with me before. Time to pay. He soars into the air, surrounded by golden energy. A golden storm brewing. It takes 4 hours to charge up his horns for the first time. Advancing towards his back, claws ready to grasp his shoulders. Pushing him back into the void, he spins around, retreating as he uses spatial pain to dodge. But suddenly finds the rat right behind him. He turns his head to see the unfavorable situation. His heart sinking, he is in trouble. Suddenly, he freezes. As if something unbelievable has caught his eye, the void of space. He moves cautiously, observing as he silently thinks. Good thing I have this skill, the void of space. Otherwise, I would be dead right here. The horns grind together as they comment. This is the void of the immortal demon. This skill consumes a huge amount of energy. He won't last much longer. The mouse lunges at him with an annoying squeak. The rabbit furrows his brow, realizing their combined attack is too powerful. Behind him, 2 horns are using all their strength to strike. Kid. You are still too green. With no time to dodge, he braces himself for the horn's devastating blow, tumbling away with his legs in the air. The shock from that powerful strike sends rocks flying, creating utter chaos. Linthu is knocked back. Surrounded by a cloud of thick white smoke, he injects a red liquid into his arm. At this point, it is all or nothing. Instantly, Linthu bursts with power. Enveloped in a radiant blue light, monster's eyes gleam with intensity as it thinks to itself. This little guy has some skill. It leaps into the air, conjuring a fiery ring, ready to deliver a final blow. Little traveler rabbit. Linthu grips his staff tightly, his gaze locked onto the monster. As it leaps, exposing a weakness, he decisively lunges forward, stabbing it, causing the monster to spit out a mouthful of blood. The demon, sensing the situation turning, immediately activates a skill. A long chain appears, and it seems he has suddenly become stronger. Old monster. Do not engage him up close. Attack from a distance. The chain, controlled by the demon, quickly binds Linthu. The monster also activates a skill, conjuring a red ball with a screech. It hurls the ball at him, laughing wickedly. Let us see how you handle this. But Linthu reacts swiftly, grabbing the chain back. Here I come. The chain wraps around the monster, and both of them face a humiliating defeat. The demon dragon roars in anger. You two worthless fools. You can't even take down a single platinum. It begins to exert pressure, insisting on taking matters into its own hands. The demon dragon's power immobilizes him. Sweat drips down Linthu's face. With just a flick of its wrist, a powerful force rushes at him. He can only brace himself. It is coming in too fast. Linthu manages to block the attack, but he is pushed back significantly. The demon dragon spreads its wings, threatening once more. Kid. If you call that black dragon here, I might consider sparing your lives. Linthu wipes his sweat, unashamedly retorting. Our little black one is the real deal. You are just a snake. The demon dragon roars in fury. What did you just say? The demon and the monster are grinning. That rabbit just sealed its fate. From the demon dragon's mouth, beams of energy gather. After all these years, there are still those who call me a snake. It opens wide, its mouth resembling a cave, continuously sucking in the surrounding power. You damn rabbit. The demon dragon bellows. Linthu feels the crushing pressure. An explosion rocks the ground. But if you look closely, you will see Linthu skillfully dodging the attack. A massive hole appeared in the ground, and his face was lined with dark streaks of disbelief. The power is too much. Getting hit by that would be the end. Linthu called out to the system 9527, and it quickly responded. Got it. Leave the recovery of your spirit power to me. He used teleportation to dodge Malong's attacks. Malong secretly assessed. This kid seems to have endless energy. The ground was riddled with holes from his attacks. He was extremely confident, but it was all in vain. At this point, Linthu was also exhausted. Panting heavily, after over 100 uses of the spatial void and countless teleports, he was just barely holding on. Linthu looked at Malong soaring in the sky, silently calculating the time. Just hold on for 5 more minutes. The entrance to the spirit realm is about to restart. Malong commanded his minions. Together, let us take him down. But at that moment, Linthu's body started to have issues. The side effects of the drug were kicking in. The protective aura around him was weakening with each passing moment. Damn it. Why did the side effects have to hit now? Just then, little Hefty came running out, climbing up his arm. Big bro, they are after us. You need to give yourself up. The monstrous creatures, with smug grins, shot cold glares at Linthu. The dark dragon loudly proclaimed, damn. This kid seems to have suddenly lost it. He said with a mocking tone. But Linthu is no pushover. He shot back immediately, grinning and saying, what are you thinking? The heavens are on my side. Before he even finished his sentence, he pointed his sword at them, firmly declaring, I will slay you, the Holy Dragon King. The sword unleashed a surge of power swirling around it. He charged at the monsters, stabbing them with the blade, making them cry out in agony. Mouths agape, the dark dragon suddenly screeched, you damned humans. Its eyes were filled with rage as it glared at Linthu. It struck out, shattering the teleportation door, and everyone cried out for Linthu, their faces showing worry and fear. Seeing this, he felt utterly shocked, furrowing his brow. Is this it? Am I really going to die now? He stammered. The dark dragon rushed toward Linthu, mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth as if it intended to swallow him whole. Just as the dragon attacked, a swirling vortex of green energy appeared, accompanied by chains. It began a 3-second countdown to restart the spirit realm, freezing the dragon in place. The countdown hit 2 seconds, and the dragon remained motionless, while the chains wrapped tightly around its body, counting down to 1 second. Finally, as the countdown reached 0, the monster regained movement just as the chains tightened around it, causing it to howl in pain. Linthu let out a sigh of relief, staring intently at it, realizing his life was not over yet. Those chains were the skill of the spirit sovereign. He thought. The dark dragon writhed in agony, screeching in frustration. Just a little more. Just a little more. Its eyes locked onto Linthu. Hearing this, Linthu smirked, teasing it and saying, what are you staring at, you stinky snake? Next time I see you, I will carve you up. They were furious at his words, every single one of them seething with anger. The dark dragon roared, I will devour you. The green vortex suddenly emitted golden energy, pulling Linthu in and gradually disappearing before the monster's fierce gazes. It had transported him to an empty land. Linthu's team rushed over, anxiously checking if he was okay, shouting his name. They hurriedly lifted him up, panicking and asking, what is wrong? Don't scare us like this, Linthu replied. I can hold on. But before he could finish, Webtoon interrupted, saying, damn it. It is because I am too weak. Did that lion say we are too late? Linthu, with a pained expression, closed his eyes and hesitantly said, I am almost. Chen panicked, yelling, don't you dare. Finally, he said, I am starving to death, which made her exclaim in surprise. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the exit in the spirit realm appeared, as Linthu eagerly replenished his energy below, munching away and saying, eating the flesh of spirit beasts restores energy so quickly. Chan, feeling irritated, said, you scared us to death. Can you please not breathe so heavily when you talk? Maybe that bump on his head was left by Chan. Linthu continued eating when suddenly, Kung Ho arrived holding a spiritual pearl and said, Lin uncle, is not this cheese spiritual pearl? He quickly answered. Yep. Kung Ho suddenly pointed to the exit in the spiritual realm and said, that over there. The teleportation door seems to be closing soon. We need to hurry. Linthu, panicking, exclaimed, what? When everyone saw him getting ready to leave, they suddenly shouted, Linthu, where are you going? He hurriedly ran forward, loudly saying, you guys head out first, and help me call Master Yu Dong for backup at the exit. At the exit of the spiritual realm, a crowd had gathered earlier. People were discussing the number of people returning. One person said, why are there only 5 of us coming back? Another said, our side only has 1 person returning. Someone with a smug look said cheerfully, our team still has enough members. Chan and Kung Ho looked sadly at Master Yu Dong, who suddenly asked, is Linthu still in there? With an angry expression, he said, what is that kid thinking? The spiritual realm is closing in just 1 minute. As the door was about to close, Linthu shouted from inside, Master, are you nearby? Seeing this, Master Udung was extremely surprised, his eyes wide open, unable to say a word. In those final moments before the exit of the spiritual realm closed, suddenly Linthu's head popped out, shocking Master Udung, who exclaimed, you little rascal. You finally made it out. Linthu hurriedly said, here. Take this. Then he slowly said, Master, can you help me put this down? I can't stuff it inside. He looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Inside the spiritual realm, Lindu called out to the animals. Lions. Big beers. Hurry and get the guys to move the goods outside. The lion replied. Yep. And popped out. Everyone. Move quickly. Throw the spiritual minerals and treasures outside. Each one carried a large bag out of the spiritual realm, and thanks to the help of the animals, he managed to bring all the spiritual minerals and treasures outside. Lindu held a loudspeaker, walking and saying, Everyone. Step back. Don't bump into them or you will have to pay. The people around looked at him with envious faces. Surprised. This is some precious spiritual mineral, someone else said. So jealous. Anthony crossed his arms, watching with an unsatisfied look, saying, This kid managed to bring out so much stuff. Lindu turned to talk to Master, saying, Master, please help me organize these spiritual minerals for transport. He replied, Sure. Just leave it to me. Suddenly, he turned and called out, Lindu, I wonder if our previous collaboration still counts. He hurriedly replied, Of course it does. I am bringing you all this stuff now. He looked at her and said, If we divide 5 by 5, then it is. Before he could finish, the host, also acting as the judge of the competition, announced that the scoring had begun and invited the representatives of the teams to step forward. Hearing the command, everyone listened intently and stood still. When they saw the representative from the dimensional realm, the Master Ayang shouted, I can't believe you are here too. He replied, I heard this year has a lot of talented people, so I wanted to come check it out. He continued, Bringing home the championship trophy is our duty and obligation that we cannot shirk. Upon hearing this, Master Ayang slammed his hand on the table, clearly showing his extreme anger. The host slowly said, Now let us have the representatives from each country place their spirit orbs on the table. Everyone listened closely to the host's instructions. The representative from the country, with a smug look on his face, carried a large bag to place on the table. He set the bag on the table. But perhaps because the weight of the spirit orbs was too heavy, the table could not hold it and shattered into pieces. He sneered, saying, Your table is too weak. It can't even handle a few hundred spirit orbs. And his face displayed arrogance. The spirit pearls from country E number 285, with 42 being of the diamond level. Anthony looks at their spirit pearls with disdain, then suddenly exclaims, Is that all you have got? He turns to Lamthu with a challenging look and says, Hey, do you want to make a bet? Lamthu does not back down, crossing his arms and looking right at him, replying, How do you want to bet? Facing Lamthu directly, he points at him and proclaims loudly, Let us bet on who takes first place in the competition. If you lose, you have to hand over everything you win in the spirit realm to me. Lamthu counters with a mocking smile. Haha. Do you have anything worth betting with? Seeing this, someone quickly intervenes, shouting, Anthony, do not even try comparing yourself to him. You won't win. He imagines Lamthu playing dirty and wonders why he is defending him. Could it be that something unimaginable happened while he was held captive? Suddenly, he yells, That lustful Lamthu. I have to take him down. Lamthu, completely confused as to why he is being insulted, quickly retorts, Are you crazy? What are you even talking about? He slowly adds, Let us do this. You give me 10 vials of that medicine you once handed me. If it works well, I will agree to your bet. He quickly agrees. Deal. But seriously, what have you and Lamthu gotten yourselves into? Even the secret test vials are handed over to him. The host suddenly raises his hand and says, All right, if both of you have no objections, the betting match is established. Everyone here is a witness, so please take your spirit pearls. Anthony commands. 20 platinum spirit pearls. 21 platinum spirit pearls. I will add 2 more, making it 22. Lamthu starts counting 2. 21 platinum spirit pearls. I will add 1. So that is 23. This leaves Anthony stunned, speechless. The betting continues, and he shouts, 30. Lamthu calmly replies, 31. Anthony suddenly yells, Are you trying to outbid me here? He reaches into his pocket with a sly grin and says, Lamthu, do you know there is actually another rule? As long as you have a level foot spirit pearl. He pulls out a foot spirit pearl, shocking everyone around him. He declares that no matter how many spirit pearls other teams have, they are useless. The one who possesses a level foot spirit pearl is the true champion of the world competition. Lamthu stood with his arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed as he said calmly, You think you are the only one with high-level spirit orbs? Anthony suddenly pointed at Lamthu and shouted, Who are you trying to fool? You think you can defeat a high-level beast just by relying on yourself? Seeing his arrogance, Lamthu pulled out a massive spirit orb, causing everyone around to gasp in shock. The representative from the E country could not take his eyes off Lamthu's spirit orb. Then he claimed that the entire diamond-level realm only had 2 high-level beasts, so Lamthu should not get too cocky. He picked it up to inspect it and suddenly exclaimed, Wait, This seems to be real. Lam Thu slowly recounted how he had slain the void rat beast, insisting that the beast he killed was not the two high-level ones, but a newly advanced void rat. He mentioned witnesses who saw him subdue it, including Doe and Linda from the E-team, and at that, Anthony looked at Doe in surprise. The two of them firmly replied that Lam Thu was telling the truth. Master Aang asked Anthony loudly, "Where did your spirit orb come from? Please explain a bit." He hurriedly answered, "My spirit orb also came from a newly advanced high-level beast, a void." He claimed to have witnesses, saying many here could attest to that, and two young men behind him quickly added, "That is right. We all saw it." The team members from countries E and Lai exclaimed, "No way. How come I did not see that? Are you really capable of winning?" Just then, a referee stepped forward and cleared his throat. Since 2 spirit pearls of the foot level have appeared, let us compare the quality of these pearls. This made Master Ayan quite displeased, and he could not help but utter, "What is this rule?" Before he could finish, Lam Thu patted his shoulder and said, "Master, do not worry. Based on what they are saying, our first place is unstealable." With a smug expression, Lam Thu said, "I wonder how you guys assess the grade. Is it based on the price of all spirit pearls?" He quickly added, "Exactly. Let us go by price. We can handle that." Anthony and his companion exchanged glances, as if they were plotting something. "As long as we get a little bias in our favor, we will win," Lam Thu confidently declared. "Even if they are all foot-level spirit pearls, there is still a slight gap." Just as he said this, he reached into his pocket to pull something out and added, "No need for all that hassle." He gradually pulled out each foot-level spirit pearl, casually saying, "If you doubt the value of our pearls, but I have got plenty more." As Lam Thu laid each spirit pearl on the table, everyone around was left in shock. Anthony exclaimed, "What the?" Lam Thu continued smoothly, "If you still think that is not enough, I've got loads more. But this table can't hold it all." As a neat pile of spirit pearls stacked on the table, this left Anthony sitting there helplessly. Panicking, "This time it is over." He coldly told the referee, "You can start the evaluation now." And as he spoke, his face darkened. Master Ayan crossed his arms, grinning smugly. "Haha, good, good, good." He turned to the referee and said, "It seems like the outcome is already decided. The other judges probably do not need to count anymore, right?" The referee stammered in response. "Need." He looked at the pile of spirit pearls on the table, sweating profusely, stuttering as he said, "The champion of this world competition is," and he hesitated to finish. His eyes were glazed over, brows furrowed, mouth agape as he declared, "We were number 1. Then he slammed his hand down on the table, shouting that the champion was the Chili Nation, while everyone below was overjoyed, saying, "We are the champions." And Chen Chen lightly added, "That is great." The helicopter arrived to take everyone home. Master O Young suddenly turned to ask everyone if they had all notified their families that they were safe. "We have," replied Ku. Chu then continued, "The school has also been informed. They are all waiting for us to return." A Chen Chen sighed in relief, saying, "Finally, it is." Kuang Hu turned to Lin Shu and said, "Uncle Lin, thank goodness we had you. That is how we managed to snag first place in the competition." He continued, recalling the first time he met Uncle. "I heard you were a low-level beast in disguise, and I was looking forward to seeing you." Lin Shu, with a smug expression and sparkling eyes, replied, "That is right. Just a year ago, I was still a low-level awakener who got bullied. But then I got 9,527. I have been defeating powerful spirit beasts and enemies beyond imagination, earning respect and leveling up." Lin Shu turned to Zhen Zhen, holding her hand tightly, and said, "You too, Zhen Zhen. Your growth and changes on your journey have been a huge motivation for all of us." Zhen Zhen looked at Lin Shu with a warm gaze and gently said, "Even though I do not know what challenges the future will bring, having you here makes me feel safe. I hope you will keep guiding me in the future." Hearing this, he quickly called her name, realizing that not only was he growing, but he was also empowering those around him. Lin Shu continued, clearing his throat a few times, "Even though I have outgrown you, today I still need to do this." Suddenly, the 9,527 system appeared. It said, "Host, do you want to awaken your skills today?" He replied, "Yep. That is right. Everything is not finished yet. I need to become even stronger." Then he suddenly made his choice and shouted, "Awaken." The system confirmed, "Awakening skills now."